Yo yo yo. Detection shows the host is broke, earning only 3,100 a month. You work hard, but it's not even as good as picking up garbage. Would you like to activate the system and start your comeback now? Pay with 3 smiley faces to get started. You look at your phone, chuckle softly, thinking, who would believe this? Yet your finger unconsciously presses down, and the next second, a voice announces in your ear, congratulations, host. You have successfully bound to this system. You will earn 10,000 daily, and as the system upgrades, your earnings will increase. Moreover, this system will comprehensively improve the host's physical and mental attributes in the future, including appearance, body shape, speed, endurance, and psychological adjustment abilities. Considering the host's current pitiful existence, the system has decided to allow the host to be reborn, returning to the eve of university. At that moment, the surrounding environment begins to warp. Your vision also turns dark. When you open your eyes again, you find yourself lying in your university dormitory. The Xiaomi 11 in your hand has turned into a Xiaomi 3. You quickly check the date, September 2nd, 2014, the day after university starts. You go to the bathroom sink and look at yourself in the mirror, short hair with a middle part, fair and clean skin, and a chiseled face. You sigh, realizing that compared to your messy appearance after being battered by society, this is your true self. You pinch your cheek and feel a sharp pain. This is not a dream. It feels so good that you take a moment to accept the fact that you've been reborn and bound to the system. The host is quite good, showing quick adaptability. To use the system, just think of it in your mind. You take a deep breath to calm yourself and then silently think of the word system. In an instant, a blue panel appears before your eyes. Host, Zhao Buchuan, age 19. Level limit, 10,000 per 24 hours. Stunning. 0 experience equals 10,000. 100,000 more is needed for the next upgrade. Earnings are automatically deposited into your bank account daily at noon. After exiting the system, your mind is still in a daze. According to the system, earning 10,000 a day means 300,000 a month, over 3 million a year, and you don't have to do anything. This is just too awesome. It seems the system chose you because you lived such a pitiful life in your past life. In the past, after working hard for a month, you only took home 3,000. Your credit cards are maxed out, and you're deep in debt. Since I've been reborn, I must live freely and easily now. Leaving the bathroom, you find 3 roommates walking in. Lin Shon, a gaming and anime enthusiast, is your best buddy since graduation. Li Jiala, nicknamed Fatty, is very warm-hearted and even helps you wash your underwear. Kai Jichao is an athletic guy, a member of the school basketball team, and very popular with the opposite sex. In your previous life, you all kept in touch after graduation and often hung out together. You smile and ask, hey guys, haven't you eaten? Shall we go to the cafeteria? Let's go, I'm starving. Everyone arrives at the cafeteria just as it's noon. Your phone beeps with a notification, 10000 has been deposited into your account ending in 8080. Current balance, 18,003.66. You stare at the screen for a solid 10 seconds. Then you smile and put your phone away. On the surface, you seem calm, but inside, you're overwhelmed with excitement. The system truly delivers. But is it really this simple and straightforward? There are no task prompts or anything. You go to the cafeteria's first floor recharge window, take out your campus card, and smile at the staff, saying, Auntie, please top it up with 10,000. The 3 roommates are instantly surprised. Lin Chong can't help but ask, Bo Chuan, aren't you going to save some money? This money is just pocket money for me, guys. You think to yourself, with the system backing you now, you'll have plenty of money in the future. Rather than letting your roommates guess, why not boldly create the persona of a rich kid now? Let's set this rich kid persona for lunch today. Order whatever you want, it's on me. Li Jiala looks at you with envy. Wow, I didn't expect you, Chuan, to be a rich second generation. After finishing lunch, the group returns to the dorm. The class teacher posts a notification in the class group. The first class meeting will be held at 7:30 p.m. Kai Jichao puts down his phone, a lewd smile on his face. Finally, we get to see the girls in our class. Please don't let me down. You feel a sense of anticipation too. In your previous life, you were poor and introverted, unable to even remember all the girls' names in your class by graduation. Now, you must make up for that regret. During the break, your roommates eat until full and then fall asleep, snoring in unison. You lie in bed but can't sleep, feeling a vague fear that you might wake up back in that 300 yuan rental room, worried that everything happening now is just a dream. You decide to ask the system again, silently thinking, is the system there? No need to open the interface, I just want to ask a few questions. The next second, a voice appears in your mind. Please, what questions does the host have? I want to ask, am I really reborn? You won't send me back to the past again, will you? And is the world in front of me real? The system rewards are so simple and straightforward, there won't be any hidden costs, right? After the 3 questions, the system pauses, as if pondering. After a moment, the system responds, you are indeed reborn. This is a real parallel world. This system will only help the host achieve a perfect life, requiring no cost from you. But why choose me? What makes me special? Because in your past life, you had no car, no house, and no savings, and you often watched commentary videos. As long as you believe in the existence of the system, you have the chance to bind to it. After hearing the system's reply, you take several minutes to digest it, gradually calming down. Okay, I understand now. Does the host have any other questions? Can your voice be changed to that of a gentle girl? As you wish, is this voice acceptable? That's perfectly fine. Satisfied, you exit the system, feeling drowsy, and soon drift off to sleep. When you wake up, you sit up immediately and look around. The stone weighing on your heart finally drops. You realize that after this sleep, you feel full of energy, unlike before your rebirth when you would often wake up feeling lethargic. Your roommates gradually wake up too, and before long, everyone feels a bit hungry. The group heads to the food street at the north gate of the school. You find the place you often visited in your previous life, Chaoji's seafood restaurant. After being seated, a few roommates pick some inexpensive dishes, and you directly pick the most expensive one. Before long, 10 hearty dishes were served, and everyone began to feast. After eating and drinking to your fill, you patted your belly with satisfaction. Then you called the boss to settle the bill, and to your surprise, it was less than 500 yuan. You couldn't help but exclaim how affordable prices are these days. Your roommates exchanged glances and immediately gave you a thumbs up. Brother Chuan treated us to lunch earlier, and now you're treating us again, you're really going all out. Brother Chuan, you must give me your underwear, I'll make sure to wash it until it shines tonight. You waved your hand, saying your buddies were being too polite. At a little past 7, the group arrived at classroom 306 of the teaching building, ready for the class meeting. As soon as you entered, you found the classroom already filled with people, chatting away. You settled into the corner of the back row and began observing your classmates. Meanwhile, quite a few people were also sizing you up. The gaze of the girls in the class was all on you. Thanks to the system's enhancement, you had a well-proportioned figure, a handsome face, and an air of calm confidence. The girls couldn't help but exclaim, he's definitely campus heartthrob material. My goodness, he's so handsome. That looks is just amazing, I'm in love. At that moment, your attention was focused on one girl named Lu Ruyan, with long black hair, a classic oval face, and big, clear eyes. Indeed, she was the class beauty, recognized as the most beautiful in the management department, and a strong contender for campus queen, with no shortage of admirers throughout her college years. In your previous life, you had a decent relationship, and you could sense that Lu Ruyan had feelings for you. However, due to your insecurities, you always hesitated to pursue her. You never dared to take things further, and eventually, you grew apart and lost contact. At this moment, your gaze was resolute. This time, you had to create a story with Lu Ruyan. It seemed as if Lu Ruyan sensed your thoughts, her eyes meeting yours perfectly. In your previous life, you would have definitely looked away, pretending to play with your phone. But at this moment, you wore a warm smile and approached her, openly expressing your admiration. For just a few seconds of eye contact, Lu Ruyan's face flushed with a rosy hue. Her heart raced, thinking, wow, this guy is so handsome, but he seems a bit thick-skinned. Attention, everyone. Our first class meeting for the 2014 Business Administration class is about to begin. The voice of the counselor, Hee Hong, rang out, and the class gradually quieted down. Hello, everyone. My name is Hee Hong, and I'm honored to be your counselor. I hope to accompany you through a fulfilling college life. Now, please come up one by one according to your student numbers for self-introductions. After that, students began to take turns coming to the stage. When it was Lu Ruyan's turn, everyone's gaze focused on the podium. Hello, everyone. My name is Lu Ruyan. I'm from Chaoyang and grew up in Huachen. After giving a brief introduction in a soft voice, she stepped down. As she walked off the stage, she brushed past you, and you quietly said, "Nice to meet you." Classmate Lu Ruyan looked at you with a gentle smile, her face reddening as she shyly murmured, "I'm also very glad to meet you." Standing at the podium, you exuded confidence, saying, "Hello, everyone. My name is Zhao Baichuan, and I'm also from Chaoyang. I have a wide range of hobbies, and it's fate that we can spend our college years together. If anyone has difficulties in the future, feel free to talk to me, I'll definitely help, it's my duty." You smiled as you returned to your seat. Recalling your first-year introduction in your past life, you were so nervous that you hurried off the stage after saying your name and hometown. Now, in less than half a day, so much has changed. Classmates, the day after tomorrow, we'll start a 2-week military training, so please make sure not to be late. As soon as Counselor Hee Hong finished speaking, a chorus of lament erupted in the classroom. After the class meeting, students dispersed in different directions. Watching Lu Ruyan's back, you thought about approaching her to chat again. But remembering her shy demeanor just now, you decided against it, thinking there's always a tomorrow. If there's one thing you miss about the college dorms, it's the late-night talks in the dark. With everyone sprawled on their beds, once someone started a conversation in the dark, everyone else would chime in, and the discussions would be lively. After the lights went out, Li Jiala, who was sleeping opposite you, spoke up first, asking, "Gentlemen, what do you think of the girls in our class?" In your memory, during your 4 years of college, Li Jiala had been the backup for several girls but never succeeded in a relationship, often helping the goddesses with deliveries and takeout. "I feel the quality of the girls in our class is quite good, especially since we're not from the arts or foreign languages departments. The most beautiful has to be the girl in front of Brother Chuan, Lu Ruyan. Ah, yes, definitely campus queen material, great figure, elegance, and stunning looks." As your roommates chatted excitedly, you felt it was time to make your stance clear. "I will definitely have a story with Lu Ruyan, so please excuse me, handsome guys." As soon as you finished speaking, the dorm fell silent. Moments later, your roommates erupted in a flurry of teasing comments, saying things like "love at first sight," "draw your sword, young man." Who wouldn't like Lu Ruyan's looks? But compared to you, I must admit my looks are somewhat lacking. The first nighttime talk session in dorm 606 lasted until 2 a.m. before finally winding down. The next day, you woke up early while your roommates were still fast asleep. After a quick wash-up, you got dressed and prepared to head out. With the system's enhancement, you felt an abundance of energy and decided to go for a morning run at the playground. You used to be lazy, you'd rather sit than stand, let alone run. But now it was different. Having regained a youthful, energetic body, you decided it was time for a transformation. After jogging for half an hour, you came to a stop. You truly felt the benefits of the system's optimization. After this exercise, you didn't feel tired at all, just a bit hungry. You headed decisively to the cafeteria, ready to have breakfast first. At the window where they sold rice rolls, you spotted a familiar figure. You smiled slightly, walked over, and greeted her. "Good morning, Lu Ruyan." "Hi, Zhao Baichuan. What a coincidence, you're up early too." "I went for a morning run and felt a bit hungry, so I came to the cafeteria." "By the way, it seems we don't have each other's contact info. Should we add each other on WeChat?" Upon hearing your words, Lu Ruyan nodded without hesitation. "Sure, that sounds good." After adding Lu Ruyan on WeChat, you smiled lightly, realizing how quickly your personality had changed with the system by your side. In your past life, you wouldn't even dare to ask a girl for her WeChat. Just talking to a girl would make you blush. But when you brought out your phone, opened the camera, and saw your handsome face and fit physique, you understood that this was your source of confidence. Just then, your phone received a message from the bank. Your account ending in 8080 has been credited with 10,000 yuan. "Tomorrow is the start of military training. How can I win Lu Ruyan over completely?" You already had a plan in mind. Zhao Qin finished his breakfast in a whirlwind, leaving nothing behind. He then took out his phone and sent a message in the dorm group. "I'm in the cafeteria, does anyone want breakfast?" After about 10 minutes, there was still no response. Well, the 3 slackers probably hadn't gotten up yet. So, he left the cafeteria. Having sweated from running, Zhao Qin tiptoed to the bathroom to take a shower when he returned to the dorm. After showering, Zhao Qin first idly played on his phone for a while, then silently thought, "Open the system." With a ding in his mind, the system interface appeared before him. Host, Zhao Qin, age, 19, level, 1, quota, 24 hours equals 10,000 yuan, experience, 1/10, 1 experience point equals 10,000 yuan, need to spend 100,000 yuan for the next upgrade. Seeing the experience value change from 0 to 1, Zhao Qin was not surprised. This was the 10,000 yuan he had recharged into his campus card yesterday. After a pause, Zhao Qin wondered, if I transfer the money I got from the system to someone else, will my experience points increase? Zhao Qin's family conditions were quite ordinary, even a bit lacking in 2014. He thought about transferring money to his parents to lighten their burden. If it could also increase his experience points, that would be even better. The benefits obtained by the host can be handled freely, but only consumption behavior will increase experience points. Transferring money to others does not count as consumption behavior, the system quickly replied. Unfortunately, that idea fell through, and he could only spend more. Zhao Qin calculated in his mind that he would first upgrade the system to the next level, then transfer money to his parents. Exiting the system, he casually grabbed a bottle of drink and took a couple of sips. The drink wasn't cold, and its taste was quite lacking. Zhao Chen had a sudden idea. Why not buy a mini fridge for the dorm? And a hot plate for hot pot later, plus a washing machine. Deciding to act, he immediately picked up his phone and opened a shopping app to browse. Not paying attention to the prices, he placed orders for brands and features that looked good. Zhao Chen glanced at his Xiaomi 3, although he had just bought it not long ago, it was time to replace it. After thinking for a few minutes, he chose an Apple phone. He had considered domestic phones, but in 2014, the gap between domestic phones and Apple was still significant. Moreover, compared to the Android system, Zhao Chen was more accustomed to the simple and easy-to-use Apple system. There was a New World Mall in the center of the university town, with plenty of shops. However, since the main consumer group was college students, there was no Apple flagship store. Zhao Chen felt there was no need to make a special trip to the city center and decided to buy online instead. At that time, the domestic Apple 6 and 6 Plus had not yet been released, so he had to settle for the best version available, the 64G Apple 5S, and promptly paid 5,988 yuan to submit the order. In 2014, many people earned less than 6,000 yuan a month, and he casually spent that much. Adding the previous purchases, he had spent nearly 8,000 yuan in this wave, basically emptying the remaining balance in his bank card. If he counted the recharge for the campus card and treating his roommates to meals, in just a day or two, Zhao Chen had already spent nearly 20,000 yuan. If it were before, it would have been hard to believe. The feeling of spending money without a care made him secretly delighted. After 11 o'clock, his roommates gradually woke up. Chuangu, up so early? Insomnia? Li Jialu only then saw the group message. I went for a run this morning. Kai Shichao, still half asleep, said, so proactive, you'll have plenty of time to train during military training tomorrow. Seeing that all three had gotten up, Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow and asked, since we have military training for 2 weeks ahead, how about we go to the mall in the university town center today and have dinner there? Another big meal? Not really, today I need to conserve my energy, after all, starting tomorrow, it's going to be tough. Brother Chuan, let's wait until next time. The three of them, Lin Song and the others, were not very enthusiastic, and Zhao Chen didn't push it, deciding to go alone. At noon, the four of them went to the cafeteria for lunch. At 12 o'clock, his phone rang with a text message notification. Today's earnings of 10,000 yuan had arrived. Zhao Chen smiled as he put away his phone. He wouldn't be short on cash when he went to the mall in the afternoon. After lunch, everyone returned to the dormitory. Although he wasn't physically tired, Zhao Chen climbed into bed to take a nap. The Flower City in September was still a bit stuffy, and waking up in the afternoon to go out would help him avoid the hottest part of the day. Around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, Zhao Chen woke up, washed his face, tidied himself up, put on his shoes, and went out. At the school gate, he hailed a taxi and arrived at the New World Mall in just over 10 minutes. There were smaller malls near Flower City University, but they were not as large. The New World Mall had 6 floors, although it didn't have particularly high-end brands, it met the current needs. Before his rebirth, Zhao Chen had been here many times and was quite familiar with the place. Entering through the main entrance of the mall, he thought about the military training starting tomorrow. With the weather being so hot, it was better to keep his hair short. So, Zhao Chen took the escalator to the second floor and found a hair salon called CD Hair Salon. As he remembered, it was quite a good shop within the university town. Handsome, welcome. As soon as he entered, a pretty receptionist with grass-gray hair greeted him warmly. Are you here for a haircut or a perm and dye? A haircut. Okay, do you have a stylist you prefer? If not, I can recommend someone. The manager, if they're available. In the past, Zhao Chen usually spent 30 to 40 yuan on a haircut, but this time he directly chose the most expensive option, the manager. The manager is available, please have a seat and relax for a moment, we'll arrange it shortly. Hearing that he chose the manager, the receptionist's smile became even sweeter. After that, she led Zhao Chen to the shampoo area. Soon, Zhao Chen comfortably lay back in the shampoo chair, enjoying the meticulous service from the shampoo girl. Indeed, you get what you pay for. In the past, when he got a haircut, the shampooing was usually done half-heartedly. Unlike now, the shampoo girl was not only gentle and considerate but also very skilled. She was quite attractive too. After enjoying it for 30 to 40 minutes, Zhao Chen moved to the styling area. The manager was a trendy man in his 30s with silver-gray hair. He smiled politely and asked, handsome, what kind of style do you want? A bit shorter on the sides, the rest, you can decide. Okay. After the manager worked his magic, Zhao Chen examined himself in the mirror. The fresh and neat short hair complemented his handsome features perfectly. What a youthful and handsome guy. Zhao Chen secretly gave himself a few thumbs up. After thanking the manager, he went to the front desk to pay. With the receptionist's enthusiastic recommendations, he didn't hesitate much and took out his bank card to swipe 2,000 yuan, becoming a member with a stored value card. The 398 yuan for this service would be deducted from it. Then, with the receptionist's warm send-off, Zhao Chen walked out of the shop. Next, it was time to browse for clothes and shoes. Most of the men's clothing stores in the New World Mall were concentrated on the 4th floor. After finishing his haircut, Zhao Chen went straight to that floor via the escalator. After walking a few steps, he saw a cabin specialty store on his left. The mannequin at the entrance was wearing the latest seasonal items. One outfit was black casual pants paired with a white t-shirt. At first glance, Zhao Chen thought it looked pretty good. So he walked into the store and pointed at the mannequin, asking the salesgirl to bring the clothes for him to try on. After changing clothes, Zhao Chen stood in front of the mirror and examined himself, feeling quite satisfied. Indeed, a person relies on their attire just as a horse relies on its saddle. The outfit carefully coordinated and displayed at the entrance of the store fit him perfectly, enhancing his overall demeanor. Moreover, the fabric of the clothes was much better than his own. "Handsome, your body proportions are really great. This outfit suits you so well," said a young female staff member nearby, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Inside, she thought, "Wow, this guy is so handsome. Not bad, I'll take this set," Zhao Chen replied. Okay, would you like to see anything else?" Hearing this, the staff member's face lit up with joy. She loved such decisive and stylish customers. Zhao Chen nodded. Let me look around some more." He then browsed the store and picked out 2 pairs of casual pants and 2 t-shirts. In total, he spent nearly 1,800 yuan. "Take care, handsome. We look forward to your next visit," the staff member said as he elegantly swiped his card and walked out with shopping bags in hand. A few minutes later, Zhao Chen entered the Li Ning specialty store. Before his rebirth, his daily clothing style leaned towards sports and casual wear, and for certain reasons, he didn't want to shop at Nike or Adidas. "Welcome," said the female staff member, who was indifferent as there were only a few customers in the store. In her eyes, Zhao Chen was clearly a student. Although he was carrying a carbon shopping bag, his clothes were quite ordinary, suggesting limited spending power. She had seen many students who browsed for a long time, trying on clothes and shoes, only to leave without buying anything. Thus, she wasn't very enthusiastic, at most giving him a few extra glances due to his looks. However, after a while, the female staff member who had been following Zhao Chen suddenly put on a warm and enthusiastic expression. "This pair of basketball shoes is nice, please wrap it up. I'll take those 2 pairs of sports pants as well." Zhao Chen picked out 2 pairs of casual shoes, a pair of basketball shoes, several pairs of sports pants, and a few t-shirts before he was satisfied. He bought quite a lot, and the store even gave him a discount, totaling about 3,800 yuan. After swiping his card, Zhao Chen found himself with several more shopping bags, 3 of which were shoes, making them quite inconvenient to carry. So, he asked the staff to cut the tag off 1 pair of casual shoes so he could wear them directly. As for the old shoes he took off, they were naturally retired with honor. Feeling content, Zhao Chen walked out of the Li Ning specialty store. He had never bought so many clothes and shoes at once before. Although they weren't high-end brands, he still felt quite pleased. This shopping spree was enough for now. He would continue to shop when he had more money later. Zhao Chen walked out of the mall with a bunch of shopping bags. Just as he was about to hail a taxi back to school, his phone suddenly rang, showing a call from Lin Song. "Bo Chuan, you bought a washing machine? The delivery guy is at your door." "Yeah, please arrange it, I'm heading back to school." "Okay, no problem." After hanging up, he caught a taxi back to school. As he walked through the campus, he attracted quite a bit of attention. After all, with his looks and demeanor, plus all the shopping bags, it was clear he had spent a good amount of money outside. Back in the dormitory, as expected, his roommates started teasing him again. "Wow, brother Chuan, you went out shopping again, looking rich," Li Jiala laughed. "And you got a new hairstyle." With so many shoes and clothes, Bo Chuan must have gone on a shopping spree, Kai Jichao said, holding up Zhao Chen's newly bought basketball shoes, a hint of envy in his voice. "These just came out not long ago, what do they cost?" "About 1,000, Zhao Chen replied casually. Li Jiala immediately spoke up. "Hey Chuan, how much did you spend on this pile of clothes and shoes?" Zhao Chen smiled lightly and replied, "About 5 or 6,000, I thought I'd replace my old clothes and shoes, and ended up buying a bit too much." The 3 friends all exclaimed in disbelief. "Invisible show-off, the most deadly kind. This guy is tall and handsome, and on top of that, he's rich, it's simply unfair. By the way, I bought several things online today. Besides the washing machine, there's also a mini fridge and an induction cooker." Zhao Chen touched his nose and said with a smile, Wow, we can have cold drinks in the dorm now, no need to run downstairs to buy them. Kai Jichao's face lit up at the news. He loves drinking cold cola, even in the dead of winter. Lin Song chimed in with a smile, that's great, with the induction cooker, we can cook instant noodles now. Indeed, Lin Song was still the same as Zhao Chen remembered. Li Jiala cautiously asked, those 3 appliances must not be cheap. How much will it cost each of us if we split it? Zhao Chen shook his head with a smile, no need, it's not much, let's just use them together. When we graduate, I'll take them with me. Hearing this, Lin Song and the others understood Zhao Chen's intention to relieve them of any psychological burden. So, they gladly accepted his kindness. I chose local merchants this morning, the delivery is quick. The induction cooker and fridge will arrive a bit later, let's go pick them up after dinner. Okay, no problem. Spending a little money to significantly improve the quality of dorm life, Zhao Chen thought, why not? Lin Song and the others were also cheerful, thinking how nice it was to have a generous roommate. After dinner around 7, the 4 of them strolled to the campus delivery station not far from the dorm area. After rummaging through, they gathered several packages. The mini fridge was a bit heavy, and perhaps the roommates thought Zhao Chen had spent too much, so they didn't let him carry the packages. The 3 of them took turns bringing the items back to the dorm. Once back, the roommates busily unwrapped the packages, and Zhao Chen happily opened the box containing his new iPhone. Oh, an iPhone 5S, how many GB? Lin Song, who not only played games and watched anime but also liked to study digital products, recognized it at a glance. 64 gigabytes. That costs around 6,000 now, and the iPhone 6 is about to come out. The price of the 5S will definitely drop then, why didn't you wait to buy it then? Zhao Chen chuckled and shook his head, it doesn't matter, I can just switch later. Lin Song was left speechless. What you said makes so much sense, having money really allows for such whims. Kai Jichao and Li Jiala also noticed Zhao Chen had a new phone and eagerly took turns playing with it. The people in dorm 606 all came from ordinary families, with a monthly allowance of just over 1,000. Besides Lin Song, who had a 3,000 yuan iPhone 5C, the other 2 had inexpensive phones. Over the past couple of days, the roommates had watched Zhao Chen casually spend over 20,000 yuan, and they couldn't help but feel envious. In fact, Zhao Chen's family background was probably the worst among the 4. However, now that he had the system by his side, everything was different. They plugged in the mini fridge and set it up in a corner of the dorm. Just in case someone came to check for high-power appliances, it would be easy to hide. Zhao Chen put the drinks he bought from the school supermarket yesterday into the fridge to share with his roommates. Next, he spent some time packing up his old clothes and shoes, taking them downstairs to toss into the recycling bin. After returning to the dorm, Zhao Chen fiddled with his new phone for a while, setting up his contacts and commonly used apps. Although it was just an iPhone 5S, it was indeed much more user-friendly than his old Xiaomi phone. He wasn't planning to buy a computer for now, but he thought it would be a bit boring to only play on his phone in the dorm, and the phone screen was too small, making the movie-watching experience quite poor. He opened the shopping app, wanting to buy an iPad Air to use for now. However, a few minutes later, Zhao Chen awkwardly closed the app. His bank card balance was less than 3,000 yuan, and he found that he didn't have enough money to buy an iPad Air with a larger memory. This was the first time since his rebirth that he felt short on cash. He smiled helplessly and decided to wait for tomorrow's earnings to arrive. Tomorrow was the start of military training, and they had to gather on the playground at 7 in the morning. Therefore, everyone had already taken their showers and climbed into bed early. Zhao Chen even took some time to chat with his mom on the phone about his situation after starting school. Although he had been reborn, the bond of family was strong, and there was no sense of strangeness at all. After hanging up, he thought that military training would last 2 weeks, and he wouldn't have much time to leave the school afterward, so he could only accumulate some earnings for now. After the military training, he could spend well, and the system should be upgraded by then. At that time, the daily earnings would likely be more, and he could also transfer money to his family to improve their lives. After the dormitory lights were turned off, a few of them chatted idly. They discussed whether the military training would be tiring and if they would get to see pretty girls from other classes. After a while, the dormitory quieted down. Beep 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 beep. At around 5 in the morning, everyone was awakened by the alarm clock set by Li Jiala and the noise of him getting out of bed. If they weren't still getting to know each other, someone would have already started cursing. Zhao Chen also woke up, glanced at the time on his phone, and helplessly said, "It's not even 6 o'clock yet. Why are you up so early, Lu Gu?" "Early? Today we can see a lot of girls, so I want to get up early to wash up and get ready," Li Jiala said with a somewhat lewd laugh. Zhao Chen was speechless and felt quite impressed. Lin Song and the others started to complain. do I really need to get up this early? Yeah, it's only a little past 5, that's too exaggerated, Lugu. I'm so tired. With Li Jiala causing such a ruckus, no one could sleep anymore, and they all got out of bed to wash up and get ready. After washing up, they each put on their military training uniforms. Wearing the blue-green camouflage military training outfit, fastening their leather belts, and putting on their liberation shoes, they stood in front of the mirror, looking loose and unkempt, their attractiveness plummeting. Of course, Zhao Chen was an exception. The military training uniform couldn't hide his tall figure and handsome face. Truly, he was the most handsome guy in Class 1 of Business Administration. Yesterday, the counselor He Hong had sent the military training schedule in the class group. The military training at Huacheng University started with morning exercises at 7 o'clock. After 30 minutes of training, there was a half-hour breakfast break, and then they would train directly until 11:30. The afternoon training was from 2 to 5:30, and the evening session was from 7:30 to 9. The training and rest times were arranged quite reasonably. However, the weather in Huacheng City in September was still very hot, with temperatures reaching over 30 degrees during the day. The playground at Huacheng University was vast, with nearly 4,000 freshmen from the 2014 class, most of whom were training on the playground, while others were scattered around the campus. When Zhao Chen and his group arrived, the playground was already crowded. After observing for a while, they found their classmates in a corner on the east side of the playground and walked over to join them. Among the crowd, Zhao Chen immediately spotted Lu Ruyan. The military training uniform couldn't hide her beautiful figure and outstanding temperament. He smiled and waved to greet her, and she gently nodded back with a sweet smile. What's going on? You hooked up with the class beauty so quickly? Li Jiala asked, sounding very nosy. Lin Song and the others perked up their ears. Zhao Chen's lips curled slightly, wearing a smile that was both reserved and a bit pretentious. It's nothing, we bumped into each other at the cafeteria yesterday morning, chatted for a bit, and got to know each other. Wow, what a coincidence. Ah, if I had known, I would have gone to the cafeteria too. Come on, can you even climb up? The others in the class were huddled together chatting. Suddenly, the instructor's voice caught everyone's attention. Class 1 of Business Administration, all present, assemble. Boys and girls, line up in 2 rows according to height, boys in front, girls in back, move quickly, swiftly. The military training for Zhao Chen's class was led by a petite female instructor with short hair, looking to be in her early 20s. Although her appearance was average, wearing a military uniform made her look quite impressive. Upon hearing the instructor's command, the class quickly formed the line as required, and their speed was not too slow. The instructor then walked through the 4 rows to check and adjust them. There would always be some who thought they were taller than the person next to them. Hello, students, I am the instructor responsible for your military training. My surname is Xiao. Instructor Xiao finished her self-introduction with a smile. Since there wasn't much time left for morning exercises, she only taught them how to stand in military posture. When it came to training, Instructor Zhao's attitude was quite serious. Her petite stature did not diminish her commanding presence. Many had experienced military training in middle or high school, but during this training, they still felt that every minute dragged on. Today's morning exercise ends here, it is now 7:30, gather back here in half an hour, there will be penalties for those who are late, dismissed. It seemed they had stood for a long time before Instructor Xiao announced loudly. Instantly, everyone sighed in relief, a chorus of groans filling the air. Half an hour wasn't short, and there were several cafeterias at Huacheng University. However, with thousands of new students rushing over, even lining up would take quite some time. After the dismissal, Zhao Chen and his friends hurried to the cafeteria, their stomachs already growling. Inside the cafeteria, at a glance, almost everyone was in camouflage uniforms, and the noise was deafening. The 4 of them went to different windows to queue for breakfast. There were too many people, and not enough seats, so they had to sit separately. Zhao Chen held his breakfast, looking around, just as he was about to find a random spot to sit. Suddenly, he saw Lu Ruyan and her roommate Su Jia just sitting down not far away. The two were sitting together, and there was an empty seat across from them. Zhao Chen smiled slightly and walked over. However, he felt a bit helpless as his clueless friend Li Jiala followed him. Hello, can we sit here? Lu Ruyan looked up at the sound and realized it was him. Sure, she replied softly. At that moment, Lu Ruyan was secretly thinking to herself, what a coincidence, running into this Zhao Chen again. Feel free, sit down, we're all classmates, Su Jia said with a big grin, nudging Lu Ruyan with her elbow and throwing her a teasing glance. Zhao Chen smiled and thanked them, then sat down across from Lu Ruyan. While eating breakfast, he secretly admired her flawless beauty. Truly a feast for the eyes, the ancients were not wrong. He wondered if she noticed. Zhao Chen noticed that Lu Ruyan's face and ears were gradually turning red. After finishing breakfast happily, Zhao Chen originally planned to walk back to the playground with Lu Ruyan. However, considering there were 2 big light bulbs nearby, he decided against it. Lin Song and Kai Jichao had also finished their breakfast. After the 4 from dorm 606 gathered, they first went to the small supermarket to buy a few bottles of water, then returned to the playground. On the way, Lin Song and the others couldn't help their curiosity. "You two were sitting with the beauty just now, huh?" Kai Jichao said with a slightly sour tone. Lin Song laughed and added, "Yeah, I felt like a lot of people wanted to go over, but you guys got there first." Hearing this, Li Jiala grinned and said, "Hee, I saw brother Chuan go over, so I followed right away. I wouldn't dare think about Lu Ruyan, but her roommate is also quite good looking." He had a smug look on his face, and not just Zhao Chun, the other 2 wanted to punch him too. On the way, everyone chatted non-stop. It seemed that the roommates all knew Zhao Chen had feelings for Lu Ruyan, so aside from praising her looks and temperament, they didn't say much else. As they talked, they returned to the playground. Class 1 of Business Administration, assemble. Soon, Instructor Xiao gathered the class and began the next training session. That's it for the morning training. Assemble at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and there will be penalties for being late. Do you understand? Understood. Good, dismissed. With Instructor Zhao's command, the morning training of the first day of military training came to an end. Zhao Chen felt it was nothing. This amount of training was incredibly easy for his current physical condition. However, the other students were struggling. One by one, they looked sore and tired, sighing in various ways. After a morning of training, everyone was already starving, and after being dismissed, they hurried off to find food. Zhao Chen also went to the cafeteria with his roommates for lunch, then returned to the dormitory to rest. Ding ding! As soon as he stepped into the dormitory, the text message notification chimed in succession. At 12 o'clock, today's earnings had arrived. Thinking about the iPad Air he wanted to buy yesterday, Zhao Chen smiled slightly, took out his phone, and opened the shopping app. He only needed it for browsing the internet and watching movies, so he didn't require the largest memory. He chose the 32GB version, paid 3,688 yuan, and submitted the order. Although he had a bit of money now, there was no need to waste it. Zhao Chen thought for a moment, unsure of what else to buy. After sweating profusely from the morning's military training, he put down his phone, grabbed some clothes and a towel, and headed to the bathroom for a shower. After showering, he climbed into bed to catch up on a nap, as he still had military training in the afternoon. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a few of them gradually woke up, hurriedly washed up, and changed into their military training uniforms. Just before heading out, seeing Li Jiala trying to grab a drink from the fridge, Lin Song casually said, "Look good, leave the drinks in the dormitory. We can buy some on the way to the playground." Li Jiala thought about it and agreed, so he didn't take any. As they went downstairs, they passed by a small shop near the dormitory area and planned to go in to buy drinks. During the morning military training, the sun wasn't too harsh yet, but it was already hot enough to make them sweat profusely. 1 bottle of water wasn't enough, especially in the afternoon. "Uncle, if I buy a few boxes of drinks, can you help deliver them to the playground?" Zhao Chen picked 2 bottles of mineral water and 1 sports drink, and suddenly thought of something while checking out, so he asked the shop owner. Lin Song and the others were surprised to hear this and looked at him. "Sure, handsome, if you buy a lot, I'll drive my tricycle to deliver it for you." The shop owner was a chubby middle-aged man, and he smiled warmly when he heard Zhao Chen wanted to buy a few boxes of drinks. "Then let's do this, 50 bottles of mineral water and 50 bottles of Powerade." "Uncle, is it convenient for you to deliver to the playground now? We need to go over there too." "It's convenient, I'll just have my wife watch the shop." "Alright, uncle, how much is that?" The shop owner calculated and said it would be 350 yuan. Zhao Chen took out his campus card and swiped it on the machine. On the way, Li Jiala curiously asked, "Chuan Gu, why are you buying so much water? Are you treating the class?" Zhao Chen smiled nonchalantly and nodded, then added, "It's not me treating, it's our 606 dormitory treating the class." "Isn't that a bit much, Chuan Gu? You're the one spending the money. You spend money, and everyone pretends to be cool together?" Kai Jichao had a mysterious expression on his face. "Chuan Gu wants our dormitory to make a presence in the class, so the girls will remember us better." "Ah, right. Makes sense." Zhao Chen waved his hand, looking indifferent. "Hey, as long as it sounds good." They arrived at the entrance of the playground and waited for a few minutes before they spotted the shop owner coming hurriedly on his tricycle from a distance. Everyone helped unload a few boxes of water from the car. Zhao Chen took out his phone and added the shop owner's WeChat. He mentioned that if they needed more deliveries after the military training, they could contact him via WeChat, and he would deliver it to the entrance of the playground. The shop owner happily thanked him and rode off on his tricycle. The four of them from dorm 606 were huffing and puffing as they carried the water, crossing the playground towards their class location, which attracted quite a bit of attention. Many people secretly wondered which class it was that had such good benefits. As the assembly time approached, Zhao Chen and the others first moved a few boxes of water under a tree, planning to distribute it to their classmates during the break. Assembly! Assembly! Soon, Instructor Xiao shouted the command, and the training began. After several dozen minutes, Instructor Xiao gave a 10-minute water break. Classmates, our dorm brought over a few boxes of mineral water and sports drinks, so don't be shy. It's hot, and you need to stay hydrated. Please help finish them off, it would be too much trouble to carry them back. Zhao Chen clapped his hands, and seeing that he had attracted everyone's attention, he spoke with a bright smile. After that, he and Lin Song took out the water and drinks and distributed them to the surrounding classmates. At first, everyone was a bit shy, especially the girls. But when they saw some boys laughing and accepting the drinks, the others also stopped hesitating. They gladly accepted the kindness and quickly expressed their thanks. At this moment, Zhao Chen took a bottle of sports drink and walked over to Lu Ruyan, speaking gently, "Qingyu classmate, may I offer you a drink?" Lu Ruyan stared blankly at Zhao Chen. The sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a special glow on his face, making him look particularly handsome. In her days, she didn't even notice that Zhao Chen called her Qingyu classmate instead of Lu Ruyan classmate. After hesitating for 2 or 3 seconds, Lu Ruyan blushed as she took the water and quietly thanked him. Zhao Chen secretly chuckled, she was too easily shy, really cute. On the other side, Lin Song was quite clever. While distributing water to the classmates, he didn't forget to eagerly offer some to Instructor Xiao. After declining a couple of times, Instructor Xiao accepted it with a smile. Indeed, as Kai Jicho said, the few of them from dorm 606 left a good impression in class. Seeing everyone in the class chatting and laughing, the atmosphere seemed even more harmonious than before. Zhao Chen smiled knowingly, feeling a sense of satisfaction. After finishing the first day of military training around 9 o'clock in the evening, the four of them returned to the dorm. Seeing their roommates slumped exhaustedly in their chairs, he chuckled and teased, "It's only the first day, and you're already this worn out. Not good. Don't be so smug. Let's see if you're still laughing in a few days," Lin Song retorted weakly. This homebody usually didn't exercise much, and he had the worst stamina. Li Jiala also struggled to voice a rebuttal, "Who's worn out? I'm as strong as ever." "Chuangu, you're so great, I hope the instructor gives you special treatment, like push-ups and running," Kai Jichao, the sly one, chimed in. "Ha ha ha, exactly. Get him." Zhao Chen rubbed his nose, laughing as his roommates banded together to attack him. He shrugged, indicating it didn't matter. Then, he took a few bottles of sports drinks from the fridge and distributed them to Lin Song and the others, chuckling, "You guys should drink more to replenish yourselves. There are still more than 10 days to go." Just thinking about the upcoming grueling days made the three of them feel overwhelmed. After chatting for a while, everyone went to clean up and take showers. After showering, Zhao Chen climbed into bed and played on his phone for a while. Remembering that he had added Lu Ruyan on WeChat but they hadn't chatted much, he opened the chat window and sent a message. "Qingyu classmate, are you still awake? How did you feel about today's military training?" At that moment, Lu Ruyan was lying on her bed, playing with her phone and chatting with her roommates. After receiving a message from Zhao Chen, a hint of joy appeared at the corners of her slightly upturned mouth. After a pause, she replied, "Not asleep yet, feeling really hot and tired today." Sigh. JPG Zhao Chen smiled slightly and replied, "The first day is definitely hard to get used to." After sending that, he added a meme of a Shiba Inu with a cheeky fist gesture, with "Keep it up" written on the dog's head. The meme looked quite silly. Upon seeing it, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but chuckle. She quickly stifled her laughter, glancing around a bit nervously, relieved that her roommates hadn't noticed. Turning back, she sent Zhao Chen a funny meme in return. The atmosphere of their chat became much more relaxed, and they exchanged memes with great enthusiasm. With his understanding of Lu Ruyan's personality from his previous life, Zhao Chen navigated the conversation with ease, occasionally making jokes to tease her. Unknowingly, they chatted for over an hour. "It's getting late, I'm going to sleep now," Lu Ruyan said, as she usually went to bed early, and today was considered late for her. Her eyelids were already starting to droop. "You should rest early too, and thank you for the drink today, good night." Seeing that last sentence, Zhao Chen's lips curled up slightly, and he replied, "You're welcome, good night, sweet dreams, see you tomorrow." Lu Ruyan put down her phone, feeling quite pleased. Before falling asleep, she recalled their chance encounter in the cafeteria yesterday and how he had handed her a drink today. With her eyes closed, a sweet smile appeared on her lips. This guy was indeed both handsome and interesting. On the other side, Zhao Chen was also feeling cheerful. He could clearly sense that Lu Ruyan had a crush on him. A good start is half the battle won. He was sure he would sleep well tonight. In the blink of an eye, 8 days of military training had passed. Everyone participated in the training in an orderly manner, and nothing particularly special happened during this time. If anything stood out, it was that many people's skin had darkened several shades. Those classmates who wore glasses, like Lin Song, had taken off their glasses, revealing a ring of lighter skin around their eyes. They looked just like Ninja Turtles, which was quite funny. Perhaps due to the system's influence, Zhao Chen's skin had only darkened slightly, which made his roommates envious. They had originally thought that his looks would drop during military training. Instead, he seemed to have gained a bit more masculinity, which only made them more frustrated. During this time, Zhao Chen had also had the shopkeeper deliver drinks several times. Perhaps not wanting to let the 606 dormitory take the lead, the other 3 boys' dorms in the class had each treated once as well. He was quite happy about it. Everyone deserved a chance to shine. What remained unchanged was that the system still transferred money into his account every day at noon. Zhao Chen hadn't spent much in the past few days, so his bank balance was nearing 70,000 yuan. Every night, after lying in bed, he would chat with Lu Ruyan for a while. Their relationship grew closer. Everything was developing in a positive direction. After several days of scorching sun, today the sun was rare to hide away. When going out for breakfast in the morning, the weather was gloomy and quite cool. Sure enough, around 9 in the morning, large raindrops fell like pearls from a broken string, pattering down. Let's gather over by the corridor of the teaching building. Quickly, run! Instructor Xiao commanded loudly. In no time, everyone rushed to the teaching building under the rain. Instructor Xiao first let everyone rest for 10 minutes to dry off. After resting, they spread out in the corridor. The boys and girls stood facing each other, forming 2 long lines, and continued their training. At that moment, Zhao Chen felt incredibly pleased. Standing opposite him was Lu Ruyan. The continuous days of exposure to the sun had not changed her snow-white skin. Perhaps it was her natural beauty. Zhao Chen stared at Lu Ruyan, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. Lu Ruyan felt her face flush under his gaze and shyly averted her eyes. She secretly thought to herself, this guy has such thick skin. After a few minutes, Lu Ruyan stole a glance and found Zhao Chen still smiling at her, instantly feeling both shy and annoyed. If you look at me, then I'll look at you too. Gathering her courage, she met Zhao Chen's gaze. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. Listening to the sound of the rain pattering and feeling the cool summer breeze, an ambiguous atmosphere gradually enveloped the air. The two were immersed in this ambience, seemingly able to feel each other's heartbeat and breath. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. The eyes are the windows to the soul. From the gaze across from her, Lu Ruyan seemed to understand something, her face growing increasingly flushed. Seeing Instructor Xiao walk a few steps away, oblivious to them, Zhao Chen whispered, the most beautiful thing isn't a rainy day. Do you know what it is? What is it? Lu Ruyan asked, her face red and feeling a bit guilty. Zhao Chen's lips curled into a charming arc, his gaze becoming even gentler, as if he were looking at a flower that had taken a long time to bloom. The most beautiful thing isn't a rainy day, but the eaves where we shelter from the rain together. Hearing this not-so-shocking yet touching answer, Lu Ruyan's eyes gradually became dreamy, and her heart rippled with emotions. The rain continued to fall intermittently, and Instructor Xiao simply arranged for training in the corridor of the teaching building for the entire morning. Zhao Chen usually disliked the feeling of being outdoors on rainy days. Today, however, was an exception. At this moment, although there were still quite a few people around, the world in his eyes contained only the enchanting figure across from him. If it weren't for his concern for Lu Ruyan, he would have wished that the training time could pass more slowly, just a little bit slower. Around 10 o'clock at night, after taking a shower, Zhao Chen sat on his bed and picked up his phone, habitually opening the chat window with Lu Ruyan. Within 2 minutes, he received a reply from her. Thus, they began their late-night chat. Zhao Chen felt that Lu Ruyan seemed a bit reserved tonight compared to before, though he couldn't tell if it was just his impression. After chatting for a while, they wished each other good night. Zhao Chen put down his phone and was about to sleep when he suddenly received another message. What did you mean by that sentence you told me today? Lu Ruyan had hesitated for quite a while before sending this. At this moment, her heart raced like a deer, pounding with both anxiety and anticipation. Seeing the message, Zhao Chen slowly smiled. Well, it means what it says, you know. I don't understand. This girl was playing coy. It seemed he needed to pull out some big moves. Zhao Chen chuckled to himself. Silly, it means I really like being with you. After clicking send, Zhao Chen felt a bit dazed. In this life and the next, he had finally said this to Lu Ruyan. Although it wasn't very straightforward, she might not fully grasp the complex emotions hidden within. Zhao Chen could no longer remember how many sleepless nights he had spent in his previous life, filled with regret and unwillingness, scrolling through Lu Ruyan's social media, feeling despondent alone. With the favor of fate, he had been given a second chance at life. This time, he would not let it slip away. The buzzing of his phone reminded Lu Ruyan that she had a new message. She let out a soft breath and then opened the message. In the next second, the beautiful girl smiled like a blooming flower, her face full of joy. Is he confessing? How shy. Lu Ruyan had never been in a relationship before. With the heart of a young girl, she naturally yearned for a sweet romance. This was the first time she had developed special feelings for a boy. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but think, could it be that she had fallen for Zhao Chen? But, was it too soon? They had only known each other for a short time. After waiting for about 10 minutes without any movement, Zhao Chen wondered if he had scared Lu Ruyan. So, he added, I might have been a bit abrupt, don't mind me, we have plenty of time to get to know each other slowly. Lu Ruyan was struggling with how to respond when she saw Zhao Chen's message, and her heart instantly relaxed. I think so too. Right, there's still plenty of time, so, let's take our time to observe each other. Nice to meet you, Xingyu classmate. Nice to meet you too. After chatting, they both wished each other good night. That night, neither of them fell asleep quickly, as images of each other's smiles floated in their minds. After a while, they each drifted off to sleep. The next morning during morning exercises, Zhao Chen looked towards Lu Ruyan in the girls' line, thinking of greeting her, when he suddenly noticed that she was secretly looking this way too. Lu Ruyan's face suddenly turned crimson, and her heart raced. She shyly lowered her head to avoid eye contact, repeatedly muttering to herself, didn't see. Zhao Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. This scene reminded him of a saying, the gentleness of that lowered head, like a water lily, shy and delicate against the cool breeze. After a couple of minutes, Lu Ruyan peeked up and, in a huff, discovered that Zhao Chen was still grinning at her. What a thick-skinned guy. In the following days, Zhao Chen maintained a rhythm of military training while nurturing his feelings for Lu Ruyan. They chatted every night, and their relationship gradually warmed. They had now broken through half of the barrier between them. The atmosphere of their conversations became increasingly relaxed and enjoyable, occasionally sharing life experiences and amusing stories. The hearts of the young man and woman drew closer step by step. Time flew by. Tonight was the last night of military training. All classes paused their training, and the instructors had everyone form a circle with several classes. The playground tonight resembled a large showcase, featuring a variety of performances. There were combat demonstrations by male instructors and singing displays by female instructors. Everyone got to see a different side of the instructors. In fact, most of the instructors were only a few years older than the students. Besides the instructors' performances, the freshmen also showcased their talents. This was a great opportunity to display their charm and gain priority in choosing partners. The three classes of the 2014 Business Administration major sat together. After the instructors' performances warmed up the atmosphere, a somewhat handsome boy from Class 3 took the lead and performed a street dance. A tall, dark, and strong boy from Class 2, not to be outdone, immediately presented a martial arts performance. The audience was generous with their applause, and the atmosphere gradually heated up. At this point, only Zhao Chen's class had not performed, and the people from the other two classes turned their attention this way. The students in Class 1 looked at each other, with many encouraging and cheering, but no one stepped forward. At that moment, someone started it, and the boys from Class 1 began calling out Lu Ruyan's name in unison. The girls responded by calling out Zhao Chen's name, echoing each other. Clearly, the two, with their good looks and personalities, had gained high popularity in the class. The three boys sitting next to Zhao Chen were quite excited. After all, watching the fun was never too much trouble. Chuan Gu, go up and show us something. Yeah, don't lose to Class 2 and Class 3. Lin Song even playfully nudged Zhao Chen's shoulder. Go on, Pikachu. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes. Why don't you three go up? I would like to, but no one is calling me. Kai Jichao's playful grin was a bit cheeky. Zhao Chen stroked his chin and then stood up confidently. In his previous life, he was more reserved. To put it bluntly, he was insecure. In situations like this, he would usually hide behind the crowd. He had once fantasized about what it would feel like to stand in the middle of a crowd. However, he had now bid farewell to his past self. Seeing Zhao Chen stand up, his classmates suddenly became excited. Brother Chuan is mighty. Brother Chuan, Brother Chuan. Zhao Chen, noticing this, chuckled lightly and said, what should I perform? Street dance and martial arts are out of the question. How about you sing a song, Brother Chuan? Good idea. Come on, come on. Zhao Chen shook his head, smiling helplessly. I'm not that good at singing. That's even better. Brother Chuan, hurry up and sing, we're all ears. This group of unreliable folks became even more enthusiastic upon hearing this, cheering loudly. Seeing Lu Ruyan still at a loss nearby, Zhao Chen turned to her, his eyes sparkling with laughter, and gently asked, Classmate Qingyu, how about we sing a duet? After hesitating for a few seconds, she slowly stood up, her pretty face flushed under Zhao Chen's encouraging gaze. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a hidden benefit, gaining singing skills at the average level of a professional singer. Zhao Chen, full of smiles, was just about to take the stage when the system's voice unexpectedly rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a hidden benefit, gaining singing skills at the level of a professional singer. In an instant, he felt a slight warmth in his throat, and a large amount of information flooded into his mind. It was as if a light bulb had gone off. Zhao Chen felt he possessed quite impressive singing skills and musical talent, as if it were innate. Although he had already experienced the wonders of the system, things like daily earnings were somewhat traceable. But this miracle, akin to enlightenment, left him greatly shocked. Of course, there was also confusion, hidden benefits? Zhao Chen vaguely speculated that it was likely because the system recognized he was about to showcase his singing in front of others, thus triggering it. Was it to help him show off successfully? That seemed a bit too considerate. After a complex mental process, only about 10 seconds had passed in the outside world. Zhao Chen took a deep breath, slowly exhaled, and quickly adjusted his emotions. He thought to himself that it seemed the system still had many unknowns waiting to be explored. The handsome and refined Zhao Chen and the youthful and beautiful Lu Ruyan stepped into the center of the crowd, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Wow, these two are just too well matched. Many people couldn't help but think this to themselves. After discussing briefly, Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan quickly chose the song they would perform. Amidst the warm atmosphere and the eager gazes of the crowd, Zhao Chen's voice rang out first. Can't sleep at midnight, turning my feelings into a song, I can only go to the rooftop to find another dream. As soon as he opened his mouth, his professional-level singing skills and magnetic voice instantly tugged at everyone's heartstrings. Gasps of amazement erupted from the audience. Wow! This guy is so handsome, and he sings so well, I'm in love. Mom, I'm in love. I'm kneeling, this is amazing. Zhao Chen's handsome appearance, combined with his beautiful singing, immediately captured the hearts of a large number of girls. Standing beside him, Lu Ruyan looked at his profile in surprise, her beautiful eyes sparkling. She hadn't expected him to be not only good-looking and interesting but also an excellent singer. So Brother Chuan sings so well. Wow, he really impressed me. Brother Chuan has gained priority in choosing a partner. Lin Song and the others looked at the expressions on the girls' faces around them, instantly feeling envious. After singing a short segment, Zhao Chen signaled Lu Ruyan to take over. I quietly closed the door, bringing hope with me. It turns out to be the person who often appears in my dreams. Lu Ruyan's singing technique was somewhat unpolished. However, her voice was soft and melodious, combined with her stunning beauty, making it impossible for anyone not to be immersed in the moment. At this very moment, countless boys were gazing at her with infatuation. The lights on the playground illuminated Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan, casting shadows that created a refreshingly beautiful scene. Everyone held their breath, quietly appreciating this beauty. Many from other classes were also drawn over by the two's looks and singing. Singing your song on the rooftop, with the one I love on the rooftop. As they reached the chorus, Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan smiled at each other, occasionally exchanging flirtatious glances, which struck the hearts of many girls. They couldn't help but envy, thinking how wonderful it would be if they were the ones on stage. At the same time, many boys felt a mix of envy and resentment, wondering why it wasn't them singing with the beautiful girl. When the song ended, the audience fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into thunderous applause. Whistles mixed in, along with the sound of some clueless guy making woo-woo noises like a single dog. Some even joined in the fun, chanting, "Get together, get together." Zhao Chen smiled slightly, his gaze burning as he looked at Lu Ruyan, making her blush and lower her head. As they walked off the stage side by side, Zhao Chen softly said, "Classmate Qingyu, thank you. This will be an unforgettable moment in my college life." Me too, came her reply, barely above a whisper. Tonight, they would surely have sweet dreams. Before the military training began, everyone thought 2 weeks would feel very long. But in the blink of an eye, it had passed. During these days, Zhao Chen's classmates had each gained a preliminary understanding of the classmates they would be spending the next few years with. Today was the day of the military training performance. The weather was clear and sunny. At 8 in the morning, the event began, with everyone standing at attention for the national flag raising and singing the national anthem, followed by the school flag raising and school song. Then, at the command of the military training team leader, the military song played as the team flag was welcomed, marking the official start of the military training performance. After the military training model soldiers performed, the various college formations from Hwacheong University marched forward with vigorous steps, perfectly in sync. The freshmen''s voices were strong and powerful, their slogans clear and loud. Their colorful camouflage became the most striking scenery. The bright eyes of the freshmen were filled with youthful passion. The successful conclusion of the military training performance also signaled the time to bid farewell to the instructors. Zhao Chen's classmates gathered around Instructor Xiao, reluctantly saying goodbye. At this moment, Instructor Xiao was no longer the serious figure from training. Her eyes were filled with tears as she bid farewell to everyone one by one. Some put in extra effort, presenting flowers or small gifts. After some polite refusals, Instructor Xiao gladly accepted everyone's sentiments and then boarded the bus that would take her away. Everyone watched the bus leave, silently wishing for her future success. After sending off the instructor, the group from dorm 606 went to the cafeteria for lunch and then returned to their dorm. Zhao Chen lay on his bed, playing with his new iPad Air while chatting with Lu Ruyan on his phone. After a while, he fell asleep. He slept until after 4 in the afternoon. Finally, the military training was over, and the four of them were thinking about going out to relax. "Let's go out for dinner tonight, and after that, we can see what programs are available or just stroll around," said Li Jiala, who was the most restless among them, having been cooped up for too long. Kai Jichao chimed in, "Sure, let's go out for a big meal to make up for the hunger we've endured." The other three were left speechless upon hearing this. In the dormitory, this guy eats the most, equivalent to 2 people. During these days, although Zhao Chen didn't go out shopping, he bought various things online, spending nearly 5,000 yuan. However, the balance in his bank card still exceeded 14,000. In both his past and present lives, he had never saved this much. Thinking of this, Zhao Chen felt quite pleased and suggested with a light laugh, "You guys haven't been to the New World Mall in the center of the university town, right? How about we go there for dinner and sing some karaoke?" "Sounds good." "Oh, not bad, then it's settled." His roommates unanimously agreed. Li Jiala laughed lewdly, for big men singing karaoke is a bit lacking. It would be better if there were some girls, hee hee hee. Lin Song rolled his eyes at this, looking disgusted. "You're at it again. I am a man of integrity, too ashamed to associate with you. You really give off a desperate vibe." Under the righteous output from the three, Li Jiala was left in a sorry state. "By the way, I have a high school female classmate at the foreign language university, and it's pretty close to the mall. Should I ask her if she wants to sing karaoke? She might bring a few girls along." After just finishing his retort, Kai Jichao suddenly put on a pretentious expression. Zhao Chen smiled and nodded. "I think that's a good idea. The man who lassos horses is mighty and strong." Lin Song even started singing. Li Jiala was even more excited, grinning from ear to ear. "Wow, Xiao Gu is awesome, it's up to you now." "Wait a minute, who just mocked me for being desperate and lewd?" The shift in tone was too abrupt. Once Li Jiala realized, he immediately became flustered. The group chatted and joked for a while, thinking that there might be girls present tonight, so they each went to tidy themselves up. Those washing their hair washed their hair, those taking showers took showers, all very showy. After getting ready, the four of them headed out. At the school gate, they hailed a taxi, and after about 10 minutes, they arrived at the New World Mall. It was the weekend, and it was almost mealtime, so the mall was much busier than when Zhao Chen had come last time. The 5th and 6th floors of the mall were the dining and leisure areas. He skillfully led his 3 roommates to the 5th floor, and after browsing for a short while, they chose a restaurant specializing in Hunan cuisine. Mainly because there was no need to queue, and the menu at the entrance looked pretty good. After entering the restaurant and choosing a table, Zhao Chen let his roommates order, stating that he would cover the bill, but Lin Song and the others refused. The 3 insisted that Zhao Chen had already treated them to the last meal at the food street. They couldn't let him spend again this time. Zhao Chen smiled and nodded, not insisting any further. They ordered 6 or 7 popular dishes from the restaurant, without any alcohol or drinks since they were going to the karaoke later. Once the dishes were served, everyone chatted happily while enjoying their meal. The dishes were visually appealing and delicious, making for a great meal. During the meal, Kai Jichao took the opportunity to contact his high school female classmate. She happened to be free, and upon hearing they were going to sing karaoke, she gladly accepted the invitation and said she would bring her roommates along. Upon hearing this news, Zhao Chen and the others gave Kai Jichao a thumbs up. "I wonder how many girls Chao Ji's classmate will bring. If it's 3, then wow. That would be just right, 1 for each of us." Li Jiala was so excited he could hardly contain himself. Luga, please stop fantasizing, you're about to drool, just hold it in. Zhao Chen thought of Li Jiala's tragic experiences as a lovesick fool during university in his past life and felt the need to remind him. If you have your eye on a girl, she has to be interested too. What if you run into someone who plays games? Be careful, or you might end up being the fish on the line. Hearing this, Li Jiala grinned and said, "Tch, Chuangu, you're overthinking it. How could I be that stupid?" Zhao Chen felt a wave of speechlessness inside. He really wanted to retort, "But you really are that stupid. Forget it, maybe it's just destined for Li Jiala to have a bumpy love life." They had only just met, and it was the perfect time to deepen their feelings. There's no point in saying too much, lest it hurt their relationship. He could remind him later when the opportunity arose. After the four finished their meal, they took the escalator up to the 6th floor. There was a happy gathering KTV, which was quite decent for students. Upon arriving at the KTV, a male waiter greeted them with a lukewarm attitude. "May I ask how many rooms you would like to book?" The roommates hadn't decided yet, but Zhao Chen waved his hand and booked a large room. Entering the spacious room, he felt quite satisfied. It was big enough to seat 20 people. As the others settled in, the waiter handed over the drink menu and food menu. He could tell that these guys were clearly university students from the area and thought to himself that their spending wouldn't be too high. "Hey guys, how about we have a few drinks tonight?" Zhao Chen raised the drink menu with a light laugh. "Sure, we just finished military training, let's relax a bit. We haven't had a drink together in the dorm yet, let's do it." Okay. Zhao Chen smiled, "Alright, I'll take care of the arrangements." It seemed everyone was in high spirits. As he flipped through the drink menu, he casually instructed the waiter waiting nearby, "Bring me a bottle of Hennessy X. Oh, and 2 large fruit platters." As for drinks, the waiter was overjoyed and hurriedly took notes. Selling a bottle of foreign liquor would earn him a commission, and it turned out one of these guys was a rich second generation. He had to provide good service. With that thought, his attitude became even more enthusiastic and respectful. "Alright, let's start with these. Okay, boss, the Hennessy X. Oh, you ordered is 2,880 yuan. Including the other items and room fee, the total comes to 4,100 yuan. Will you be paying by card or cash?" Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. "Card, please." The liquor would cost about 1,000 outside, so KTV drinks were indeed a huge profit. "Alright, your order will be delivered shortly. Please wait a moment." Lin Song and the others hadn't reacted yet when Zhao Chen had already ordered a bunch of things. When they heard the price, their eyes widened, and they felt a wave of shock. Taking advantage of the wait while the waiter went to get the POS machine, Li Jiala had a pained expression. "Damn, Chuangu, why did you order so much? 4,100. I don't even have that much for 2 months of living expenses. If we split it, that's 1,000 each. We could just have some beer. The foreign liquor is too expensive, and you ordered a lot of drinks and snacks too." Kai Jicho and Lin Song couldn't help but chime in. Hearing their words, Zhao Chen comfortably leaned back on the sofa, slightly curling his lips. "It's nothing. You guys took care of dinner, so let me treat for KTV." "That's not right, we should contribute something." Lin Song shook his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Li Jiala, however, laughed heartily and advised, "Chuangu is a tall, rich, and handsome guy. His living expenses are different from ours. We can treat next time when we come to KTV. We're all from the same dorm, no need to overthink it. What's important is to have fun, and besides, there will be girls coming over later. We need to make a good impression." Zhao Chen waved his hand with a smile, speaking lightly. To Lin Song and the others, it seemed that a few thousand yuan was nothing to him. "Alright then, Chuangu is treating us. Chuangu, you look incredibly handsome today." "What are you talking about? When is Chuangu not handsome?" Yes. Brother Chuan is simply the pride of Huacheng University, the most handsome guy." Zhao Chen smiled helplessly and quickly interrupted his roommate's flattery. Stop. Although it's all true, I still want to keep some face." "Damn, ha. Before long, drinks and snacks filled the entire table. The waiter also brought over the POS machine, and Zhao Chen casually took out his wallet, swiped his card, and paid in one go. The action of a man pulling out his wallet is indeed the most handsome. "Thank you, boss. You guys have fun tonight. If you need anything, just call me." After settling the bill, the waiter diligently poured drinks for the four of them before cheerfully leaving the private room. Zhao Chen stood up with his glass, smiling as he called to his roommates, "Meeting his fate. It's our dormitory's first time drinking together. Come on, let's have a toast. Cheers." The words are in the wine. Cheers, but don't raise fish. After finishing their drinks, the four exchanged smiles, feeling that their relationship had become closer. Lin Song and the others had a better impression of Zhao Chen. After all, Who wouldn't like a roommate with a friendly and generous personality? Zhao Chen and his roommates sang and drank in the KTV private room, chatting happily. Half an hour later, Kai Jichao received a call from a classmate, saying they had arrived at the KTV entrance. He stepped out of the room to greet them, and soon returned with 4 girls. The spacious private room suddenly felt full. Hello, I'm Huang Xiaoyun, Kai Jichao's high school classmate, and these are my roommates. This one is called. The girl in front waved her hand generously at Zhao Chen and the others with a smile, then introduced her roommates. After that, Zhao Chen and the others also made simple self-introductions. They were all acquainted now. Huang Xiaoyun was about 1.6 meters tall, with fair skin and curly hair. According to Zhao Chen's aesthetic standards, she would score about 85 out of 100, her looks being above average. The other 3 girls were relatively ordinary in appearance. As soon as Huang Xiaoyun and her friends entered the room, they immediately noticed Zhao Chen. With his calm and steady demeanor and handsome features, he stood out among the boys. After the girls took their seats, everyone felt a bit reserved since they had just met. Even the previously impatient Li Jiala was now acting serious. It was still Huang Xiaoyun who broke the ice first. Looking at the table full of drinks and snacks, she said in surprise, "You guys ordered so much, and there's foreign wine too, it must not be cheap." Kai Jichao grinned and pointed at Zhao Chen, jokingly saying, "Tonight's expenses are all covered by young Master Zhao, it costs several thousand." Hearing this, Zhao Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Damn, that line sounds familiar. However, I have to admit this guy is quite clever, throwing me a chance to show off. I really have to praise him for being a good wingman. What young Master Zhao? Don't listen to Brother Chao's nonsense. It's rare for us to gather together tonight, and we've met a few beautiful ladies, so let's eat and drink well, and don't hesitate to ask for more if it's not enough. Zhao Chen smiled slightly, his lips curling up as he waved his hand. This display of generosity, combined with his nonchalant demeanor, instantly made Huang Xiaoyun and the others' impression of him soar. This guy not only looks super handsome but is also so generous. He's definitely a high-class rich guy. The girls' interest began to perk up. Hee, thank you, Brother Chuan, for treating us tonight, I'll toast you. Huang Xiaoyun poured herself a glass of wine, smiling as she raised her glass towards Zhao Chen. Her eyes were filled with unabashed admiration. Seeing this, the other girls quickly picked up their glasses and came over, saying thank you in similar phrases. Zhao Chen smiled, raised his glass, and gently clinked it with theirs. "No need to be polite, I'll drink, you all feel free." After saying that, he downed his drink in one go. Lin Song and the others watched the scene, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Damn, this guy is radiating that damn charm again. Everyone had drunk a bit, and the atmosphere gradually became more lively. A few girls were brought over by Kai Jichao, so he was quite enthusiastic, serving fruits and snacks, and helping to pick songs, being very attentive. Li Jiala and Lin Song watched from the side, secretly thinking that this couldn't go on any longer. So, the two of them mustered their courage to chat with the girls. The night is too beautiful, even if it's dangerous, there are always people staying up late with dark circles under their eyes. Li Jiala even sang 2 of his best songs, desperately shouting, trying to catch the girls' attention. He didn't dare to hope for the most beautiful Huang Xiaoyun, but the other 3 girls would do. However, what frustrated him was that the girls, aside from clapping perfunctorily, mostly surrounded Zhao Chen. They chatted and laughed with Zhao Chen, and the atmosphere was particularly harmonious. When they hinted that he didn't have a girlfriend, a few of them were even secretly delighted. Huang Xiaoyun even took the initiative to add Zhao Chen on WeChat. Seeing this, her roommates also took out their phones. Zhao Chen had no extra thoughts, adding WeChat was just out of politeness. Although he felt that with his current conditions, it shouldn't be a problem to pursue any of the girls. For now, his mind was focused on Lu Ruyan. These girls were quite a bit less attractive and charming compared to her. Since they were at KTV, Zhao Chen naturally picked a song. As soon as he opened his mouth, his professional-level singing skills and magnetic voice earned waves of admiration and praise from the girls. So nice, so very nice. Brother Chuan sings so well. In the following time, whenever Zhao Chen sang, the girls would secretly compete for the microphone to sing along with him. The girls who didn't get the microphone felt a bit sulky but still gazed at Zhao Chen with starry eyes, admiring his singing. Applause rang out frequently, quite supportive. This scene made Li Jiala and the others envious and jealous. But there was nothing they could do. They thought if they were girls, they definitely wouldn't be able to resist Zhao Chen's charm. After all, this guy was both handsome and wealthy. If Zhao Chen knew what his roommates were thinking, he would probably feel a bit tense. Before they knew it, the time for the reserved box was up. Although everyone was still having fun, it was getting late. The girls had to return to school, so they didn't extend the time. After leaving KTV and arriving at the entrance of the New World Mall, Zhao Chen and the others invited the girls to have a late-night snack before heading back. Huang Xiaoyun initially wanted to agree, but seeing her roommates a bit tipsy, she could only reluctantly decline. Afterwards, Kai Jichao called a taxi for the girls. Before leaving, they happily said they would gather again next time. However, when they said this, the girls' gazes were mostly fixed on Zhao Chen. The meaning was clear. Huang Xiaoyun even waved her phone, indicating to keep in touch on WeChat. Zhao Chen smiled slightly and waved his hand. It was great to meet you all tonight. Let's gather again next time. Be safe on the way back, and let me know when you arrive. After sending the girls off, Zhao Chen and the others planned to go for a late-night snack. At this time, the restaurants in the mall were all closed. However, there were plenty of places to eat late-night snacks in the university town. Soon, they found a popular barbecue place near the mall. After sitting down at a table outside the shop, Zhao Chen smiled and said he would cover the late-night snack, so they could order whatever they wanted. After tonight's KTV treat, Lin Song and the others realized that Zhao Chen was not short on money, so they didn't hold back. They shouted phrases like "Brother Chuan is awesome" while comfortably hugging Zhao Chen's thigh. "Boss, 8 skewers of lamb kidneys, 4 skewers of grilled chicken wings." The group ordered a pile of barbecue and some drinks. It wasn't long before the barbecue was served. Enjoying the cool summer breeze, savoring the delicious barbecue, drinking cold beverages, and watching the female students come and go was truly a unique experience. After returning to school, Huang Xiaoyun and the others each sent Zhao Chen a message. He politely replied a couple of times but didn't engage in much conversation. While the 4 of them were eating barbecue and chatting, they talked about the girls from tonight. Even a blind person could see their favor towards Zhao Chen. Kai Jichao had an ambiguous expression on his face and chuckled. "Brother Chuan, I think Xiaoyun is interested in you. I've never seen her be so proactive with a guy. Do you need my help?" Li Jiala looked surprised. "Huh? Brother Chao, I thought Huang Xiaoyun was the one you liked." "You're overthinking it. She's not my type, we're just classmates and friends." Zhao Chen took a sip of his drink. "No need, I don't have any thoughts on that." "Are you sure you don't need it?" Kai Jichao pressed. He really just saw Huang Xiaoyun as a friend and was quite eager to matchmake them. Seeing Zhao Chen shake his head, he had to drop the subject for now. Among the 4 girls tonight, Huang Xiaoyun is the prettiest. "What do you think? How does she compare to Lu Ruoyan?" Lin Sung asked curiously. Kai Jichao stroked his chin and pondered. "Well, although she's my classmate, there's still quite a gap compared to Lu Ruoyan." "I think so too. Both are quite beautiful. What do you say, Brother Chuan?" The 3 of them looked at Zhao Chen with playful smiles. Zhao Chen's lips curled slightly, smiling without speaking. Come on, if Huang Xiaoyun scores an 85, in his heart, Lu Ruoyan would at least score a 95. There's really no comparison. Although he was out having fun with his roommates tonight, Zhao Chen didn't neglect his little Qingyu. The 2 had been chatting on WeChat, enjoying their conversation. Since singing together on the playground last night, Lu Ruoyan's fondness for Zhao Chen had deepened a bit. Their chats became more comfortable and pleasant, as if they had known each other for a long time. After a satisfying barbecue, everyone felt quite refreshed. Zhao Chen called the boss to settle the bill. A couple of hundred yuan was nothing to him. After finishing their late-night snack and checking the time, it was already past 11. If they went back to school now, it would take at least until 1 or 2 after washing up and settling down, so it was better to spend the night out. Thinking of this, Zhao Chen spoke up. "Let's not go back to school tonight. Let's find a spa and get a massage to relax, and we can spend the night there. Don't worry about the money. I'll cover it," he added casually. Li Jiala was overjoyed, excitedly shouting, "Brother Chuan is mighty. I declare you my brother from another mother. Get lost." Zhao Chen laughed and scolded. Kai Jichao's eyes lit up. "Brother Chuan, are we going for a vegetarian or meat option?" No wonder he was from Guangxing. He was already acting like a seasoned pro. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes and replied irritably, "Don't think too much, it's the proper kind." "Oh, okay, vegetarian is fine too." Lin Song chimed in, "I've never had a spa before, is it very expensive?" For him, a spa probably wasn't as appealing as anime and games. Zhao Chen patted Lin Song's shoulder and chuckled, "Money doesn't matter, it's rare to be out tonight, we have to enjoy ourselves. Brother Chuan is awesome. I want to hug Brother Chuan's thigh tightly. Take me with you, following Brother Chuan means there's meat to eat." Alright, you bunch of losers, hurry up, let's go." Zhao Chen laughed and scolded. The group hailed a taxi by the roadside. After getting in, Zhao Chen told the driver the general location. A spa called Tianqi, not far from the university town. As for how he knew about this place, it was naturally because he had been there in his previous life. He had a pretty good impression of Tianqi. It was a spa that integrated leisure, entertainment, and dining. Besides the comfortable environment and attentive service, well, The young female therapists were decent in both looks and skills. The prices at Tianqi weren't cheap, and due to a not-so-thick wallet, Zhao Chen had only been there a few times in his previous life. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at their destination. Getting out of the car, they were greeted by a large 6-story building covering about 3,000 to 4,000 square meters, with a huge and eye-catching sign that read Tianqi. Lin Lu and the others looked on in amazement. It was now 2014, and this place had only been open for less than a year, with decor that appeared very new and bright. Just from the grand Chinese-style archway at the entrance, they could tell that the prices here were definitely not cheap. "What are you guys waiting for? Let's go in," Zhao Chen said with a slight smile, raising his eyebrows. "Welcome to Tianqi." As soon as they stepped inside, 2 hostesses in red kipayos greeted them with bright smiles. Zhao Chen and Kai Jichao remained relatively calm, while Lin Song and Li Jiala looked noticeably nervous and out of place. The first-floor lobby of Tianqi was dominated by warm colors. The simple yet elegant Chinese-style decor did not feel old-fashioned. Instead, it exuded a sense of sophistication that came with time. One of the hostesses led the 4 of them to the front desk. Watching the hostess sway her hips, Zhao Chen seemed to hear Li Jiala swallow hard. The front desk girl smiled sweetly. "Good evening, gentlemen. What kind of service would you like?" Her gaze unconsciously locked onto Zhao Chen. "Wow, what a handsome guy, totally comparable to any star." Ignoring the front desk girl's starry-eyed expression, Zhao Chen turned to ask, "What do you guys think? Brother Chuan, you decide." "Ha ha, you're the boss, so it's up to you." Zhao Chen smiled and nodded. They had come all this way, so there was no need to be polite. Zhao Chen stroked his chin, thought for about 10 seconds, then turned to the front desk girl and said, "Please arrange a Chinese full-body spa package for the 4 of us." "Okay, just a moment, we'll arrange that right away." After a simple registration, the front desk girl gave them 4 wristbands. Once everyone had put them on, they followed the waitress to the cleansing sauna area. In the changing room, Zhao Chen and the others, under the attentive service of the attendants, placed their clothes and wallets in the lockers and wrapped themselves in towels. "Wow, Brother Chuan, your physique is really impressive. 8-pack abs, mermaid lines, and a defined waistline. I'm so envious. Looks slim in clothes, but has muscle when undressed. That's the best." Zhao Chen took off his clothes, revealing his tall and perfect physique, which drew gasps of admiration from his roommates. He wasn't the type with bulky muscles, but his muscle lines were very smooth and harmonious, giving off a sense of hidden explosive power. Coupled with his handsome features and fair skin, the scene was too beautiful, almost lethal. "Get lost, I'm not interested in guys." Zhao Chen felt quite uncomfortable under the scrutinizing gazes of the 3. Li Jiala even wanted to touch his abs, but Zhao Chen swiftly swatted his hand away. "It's fine to be a little out of line, but please don't be perverted." "Ha ha, Brother Chuan, haven't you heard of knowing a man before going up? Hee hee, strong man locks in a guy." Oh dear, the atmosphere suddenly turned philosophical. A few people first took a shower in the shower area, then came to the spa area, where there were 7 or 8 pools of various sizes. They chose a secluded circular pool in the corner and settled in. The service staff in the spa area thoughtfully brought drinks and fruits. After eating and drinking to their fill, soaking in the hot spring felt truly delightful. Zhao Chen relaxed in the warm spring water, feeling light and comfortable. Suddenly, Kai Jichao cleared his throat and pretended to be serious as he asked, "Chuan Gu, you seem quite familiar with this place. The SPA package we just ordered, does it include anything?" Lin Song and Li Jiala immediately perked up at this. Facing the lewd looks from the 3 of them, Zhao Chen replied irritably, "It's my first time here too, so don't get your hopes up. This place is legitimate." But, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he deliberately paused. Hearing the first part, Lin Song and the others felt a bit disappointed, but the next 2 words instantly rekindled their anticipation. "But what? Chuan Gu, just tell us, don't keep us in suspense. You're making me anxious." "Chuan Gu, I can handle it, just say it." Seeing his roommate's curious and excited expressions, Zhao Chen smiled slightly and said slowly, "But if any of you can manage to take one of the girls here out or add some extra services, I'll cover the cost." Lin Song and the others' eyes lit up, their hearts fluttering. Li Jiala laughed so hard his mouth almost twisted. "Chuan Gu, my good brother, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Get lost." He didn't want to be his big brother, but he could consider being a father figure. Zhao Chen didn't mind spending a little more money anyway, as the system required spending to upgrade. Besides, these 3 were his roommates, and they had a good relationship in his previous life. After comfortably soaking for about 20 minutes, they all got out of the pool and entered the steam room. Lin Song and the others thought that since they rarely came, they should try more experiences. However, they came out in less than 10 minutes, feeling both stuffy and bored. The four of them each took a shower, then changed into disposable bathrobes, preparing to go for the SPA. The SPA massage area was on the third floor, and they strolled leisurely up the stairs. Kai Jicha was a seasoned veteran in the city, so there was no need to say much. Lin Song and Li Jiala were probably visiting a spa for the first time. Zhao Chen reminded them, each of you will have a room. If you don't like the therapist, you can request a change. Okay, got it. Seeing the two of them looking nervous yet a bit impatient, Zhao Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Arriving at the SPA massage area, the manager led the four of them to their respective rooms. The rooms continued with a minimalist Chinese design, softly lit with warm lights, and each room was about 20 square meters, with a massage bed in the center. Before long, the therapist assigned to Zhao Chen came in. Good evening, handsome. I'm very happy to serve you. I'm number 68. The therapist had her hair tied up, was in her 20s, with a round face and big eyes, looking quite cute. Zhao Chen found her quite pleasant to the eye, so he smiled and nodded, thank you for your hard work. Tianqi is a mid to high-end spa that focuses on service and pays great attention to customer experience. Therefore, they do not forcefully promote services, which is quite reassuring. Zhao Chen lay back on the massage bed, fully relaxed, enjoying the thoughtful service of the therapist while engaging in casual conversation. It turned out he had made the right choice. The therapist's massage technique was good, and the pressure was just right, making him feel very comfortable. Perhaps it was rare to encounter such a handsome customer. The therapist's attitude and tone became increasingly gentle. While massaging, she occasionally glanced at Zhao Chen, her face flushed, and her eyes seemed to sparkle with little stars. Immersed in the comfortable and pleasant SPA treatment, Zhao Chen unexpectedly fell asleep. The technician, noticing this, did not wake him but instead slightly reduced the pressure and continued her service with care. After about 20 minutes, Zhao Chen slowly woke up. He felt warm all over, as if his pores had been opened, and it was particularly refreshing. Handsome, you're awake. Please turn over, I'll help you with your back care, she said. Okay, miss, your massage feels so good that I accidentally fell asleep, Zhao Chen praised. Hearing this, the technician smiled sweetly, hee, I'm glad you're satisfied. This is the first time I've seen such a handsome guy like you. Your skin is amazing, even better than many girls. Do you often get treatments? Her tone revealed a hint of admiration. Zhao Chen smiled lightly, not really, maybe it's just natural. After his rebirth, the system had subtly improved him, and his physical functions were incomparable to before. After more than half an hour, the technician finished her service. Handsome, the Chinese full-body SPA package is complete. Zhao Chen stood up, stretched, and felt completely refreshed. I have to say, getting a SPA treatment occasionally is really nice. He thought about whether he should come here every 10 days or half a month since it wasn't far from the school. This technician, number 68, was not only attentive but also provided excellent service, and he felt very satisfied. Since his wallet was in the locker, Zhao Chen instructed the technician to call the manager. Hello, is there a problem? The manager came over, first giving the technician a glance, then inquiring. The technician stood nervously to the side, constantly wondering what she might have done wrong or what she might have said. Was this handsome guy going to complain about her to the manager? That could cost her commission and bonuses. No, this young lady provided excellent service, and I plan to give her a 500 yuan tip. Please add it to the bill. Oh, okay. The manager breathed a sigh of relief and cast an approving glance at the technician. Thank you, handsome, thank you. In an instant, a radiant and surprised smile blossomed on the technician's face. She had never received such a large tip before. The gratitude in her eyes when she looked at Zhao Chen was even more pronounced, with a deeper hint of admiration. A guy who is rich, good-looking, and has a gentle temperament is truly rare. At this moment, it seemed that as long as Zhao Chen beckoned with a finger and hinted a few words, the technician would be willing to have some wonderful stories with him. However, seeing the calm expression on Zhao Chen's face, the technician understood in her heart that this was just a wishful thinking. Handsome, I sincerely hope you come again next time, and I can serve you. Zhao Chen smiled slightly, I will. Hearing this, the technician happily bowed in thanks and exited the room. After a moment, Zhao Chen also left the room. Lin Song and the others had also finished their SPA treatments and walked out, satisfied yet a bit reluctant. With their bodies smeared with essential oil, feeling slightly greasy, the four of them headed to the shower room to rinse off. After cleaning up, they went to the relaxation area. Zhao Chen instructed the waiter to arrange a spacious lounge. They planned to spend the night here. The lounge was several dozen square meters, furnished with 4-foot massage chairs and equipped with a projector. The group immediately settled comfortably into the massage chairs, casually selecting a TV program to play. The waiter attentively brought over fruits and drinks. University life can be colorful, of course, provided there is enough money to support it. Zhao Chen thought to himself with a slight smile. Comfortably lying in the massage chair, one hand behind his head and the other playing with his phone, he realized he hadn't had time to check messages during the SPA treatment. Since he showcased his singing talent at the military training party last night, he received numerous friend requests from girls throughout the day. Besides those from his own class, most were from other classes. As a polite handsome guy, Zhao Chen basically accepted them all. While checking the messages from various girls, many of whom had quite beautiful WeChat profile pictures, he even received direct invitations from some to go out for meals, shopping, or movies. Zhao Chen smiled lightly and selectively replied to a few, not flirting with each one. After all, he wasn't as desperate as Li Jiala. Zhao Chen also saw that Lin Song had posted a moment on WeChat tonight. Thanks to the big spender, Brother Chuan, for tonight's hospitality, love it. Below the text were several photos taken in a large private room at Happy Gathering KTV, with tables piled high with drinks and snacks. Among them, a bottle of Hennessy XO stood out particularly. Under this moment, there were already some likes and comments from classmates. Wow, XO. Wow, how come I wasn't invited to such a good thing? Brother Chuan is really a big spender. Tisk TSK, living it up, so envious. Looking at these comments, Zhao Chen smiled slightly and casually liked the post. After putting down his phone, he suddenly became curious about the situation of his roommates tonight, so he chuckled and teased, "By the way, what's your situation? Do you need to book a room?" Hearing this, Lin Song and the others exchanged glances. After a pause, it was Kai Jicho who spoke first. "My girl is okay, but I didn't get her WeChat, just chatting and joking is enough." As expected of a seasoned player, he had a vibe of someone who wouldn't recognize you after putting on pants. Lin Song shook his head and said nonchalantly, "I don't have it either, but the spa was really comfortable. My girl looks good, and her attitude is very gentle. I got her WeChat, hoping to invite her out to hang out later." After hearing the two, Li Jiala chuckled, shaking his phone, looking smug. "Hey, not bad. Look good, keep it up. Aim to be the first in the dorm to get single status, haha. Hee, hang out? I'm almost embarrassed to point it out." Zhao Chen wasn't surprised by this, he just wanted to advise Li Jiala, "Lizzie, if you can't handle it, let your uncle take care of it." After some playful banter, drowsiness hit, and everyone fell asleep. Zhao Chen and the others went to bed relatively late last night, and when they woke up the next day, it was nearly noon. After washing up in the bathroom, they headed to the restaurant on the second floor, ready to have lunch before returning to school. The lunch standard at the Tianqi Spa was quite high, offering a buffet at 198 yuan per person. Entering the restaurant, the variety of Chinese and Western dishes was dazzling, making one's mouth water just by looking. The three foodies, Lin Song and his friends, each took several plates, specifically choosing the more expensive dishes, piling them up as if they wouldn't stop until they got their money's worth. Zhao Chen, however, was more restrained, ordering a sirloin steak, paired with pasta and salad, along with a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice and some snacks. "Brother Chuan, why did you take so little?" "Yeah, take more, it's a buffet after all. You can't miss out, go for it." "I'm not very hungry," Zhao Chen said, looking at the mountain of food in front of his roommates, both impressed and amused. "Just help me eat a bit more." While chatting and eating, they were quite satisfied. After finishing lunch, everyone planned to head back to school. Thanks to Zhao Gongzi, this outing had been very enjoyable. After changing into their clothes and shoes in the changing room on the first floor, they arrived at the front desk in the lobby. "Gentlemen, please hand me your wristbands, and I'll calculate the expenses," the receptionist said with a bright smile. Everyone handed over their wristbands, and she quickly calculated the bill. The SPA package and buffet lunch for Zhao Chen and his three friends, along with the tip he gave to the technician, totaled nearly 5,000 yuan. This price truly shocked Lin Song and the others. Fortunately, Zhao Chen was treating, otherwise, with their living expenses, they could barely afford to come here twice a month even if they didn't eat or drink. In the grateful gazes of the three friends, the fatherly Zhao Chen elegantly took out his wallet and paid with his card. "Gentlemen, we welcome you to come again next time." With the front desk girl's cheerful send-off, everyone walked out of the heavenly pool entrance. Kai Jichao looked back and couldn't help but sigh. "I don't know when we'll come again. The girls here have great skills and are pleasant to talk to, I really like it." Li Jiala added, "Yeah, but the prices here are too high, we usually can't afford to come." Just as they finished speaking, a heavenly voice floated into their ears. "If you like it, just come a few more times when you have the chance. Think of it as a dormitory team-building activity." After saying this, Zhao Chen slowly smiled, walking ahead without looking back, leaving the three with a fatherly figure. The group stood by the roadside not far from the heavenly pool for several minutes, with several taxis passing by, but none were empty. Lin Song simply took out his phone and called for a Didi. Seeing this, Zhao Chen finally realized that in 2014, many ride-hailing brands were fiercely competing in major cities across the country. However, the smaller platforms were merely surviving in the cracks, with Didi and Kuaidi being the two giants. The former relied on the Penguin Group, while the latter was backed by Alibaba. The fierce subsidy war between the two platforms led to very low taxi prices, benefiting both drivers and passengers. For their current trip back to school, about 7 kilometers, Lin Song used a coupon and spent less than 5 yuan, which was quite economical. Of course, the drivers wouldn't lose out. Besides platform subsidies, they also had various order rewards. However, by next year, Didi and Kuaidi would merge. In a few years, the domestic ride-hailing market would stabilize with Didi as the leader, with one strong player and many others. Then, Didi would start to reap the benefits. In his previous life, Zhao Chen was indeed not very sensitive to new things and started using ride-hailing apps relatively late, missing out on many benefits. In this life, he had 8 more years of memory and understanding than others, allowing him to pay more attention to useful information. With a system by his side, he certainly wouldn't be satisfied with just earning daily profits. A few minutes later, a Didi stopped by the roadside, and everyone got in the car heading to school. Zhao Chen and the others had barely been back in the dorm for 2 minutes when their classmate from the next dorm, Zheng Tao, heard the noise and ran over to visit. "Hey guys, the finance class has invited us to a basketball game tomorrow. Who wants to join?" Zheng Tao was from the north, over 6 feet tall, and had a dark, strong build. In his previous life, he was the sports committee member of the class and had joined the management college basketball team. Zhao Chen had a vivid memory of this basketball game. At that time, their class had barely gathered 7 or 8 people to play. Among them, besides Zheng Tao's decent basketball skills, Kai Jichao was also okay. However, the rest, including Zhao Chen, were quite average. As expected, the finance class came prepared and dominated the game, leaving Zhao Chen's class utterly humiliated. The disappointing scene also let down the classmates who had come to cheer them on. After this game, Zhao Chen's class never arranged another basketball match with other classes. As for the unavoidable matches, like the Freshman Cup and the annual college competition, it goes without saying that their class mostly played the role of practice partners. In 4 years of college, their victories were few and far between. What's even more frustrating is that it's not just the basketball game, their class's soccer match also emphasizes participation. What a tragic situation. These competitions might be the moments that the people from Zhao Chen's class would prefer to avoid when reminiscing about their university days. "Count me in," Zhao Chen said firmly, shaking off any unnecessary thoughts. In his previous life, aside from having a decent shooting accuracy, he was average in height, skills, physical fitness, and competitiveness. He couldn't contribute much in class competitions and was merely a filler. But now, he stood over 1.8 meters tall, and with the system's help, his physical qualities had greatly improved. Just thinking about the past competitions brought a wave of helplessness and regret that he couldn't change. Zhao Chen couldn't help but clench his fists, feeling a surge of energy and fighting spirit. He secretly resolved that from now on, he would never let his class be seen as weak by others. "So, let's start with this match." Moreover, he had a vague premonition that the system might surprise him. Upon hearing Zhao Chen's words, Zheng Tao immediately brightened up and eagerly nodded. "Great, thank you, Brother Chuan, for your support." He originally thought that with 16 boys in the class, organizing a basketball game wouldn't be a problem. He didn't expect that they could barely gather 5 starters. He was at a loss for what to do. Now that Zhao Chen had joined, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, Kai Jichao smiled with interest. "I'll join too." Zheng Tao was overjoyed. "Awesome, thank you, Brother Chao. What about you, Lu Ge?" Sorry, I can't play basketball. I'm confident in gaming, but basketball is a no-go. I'll just cheer for you guys." Lin Song and Li Jiala shook their heads upon hearing this. "Alright then." Zheng Tao didn't press the issue. Having 2 people from the 606 dormitory willing to participate was already a pleasant surprise. Besides, both Zhao Chen and Kai Jichao were not short. Their skill levels were still unknown, but they could at least help grab some rebounds. Zheng Tao calculated in his mind that, to be honest, with their current lineup, they wouldn't stand a chance against class finance. He just hoped to lose gracefully. "I'll head back first. Later, I'll create a group and add everyone who's playing tomorrow. We can discuss anything there. Also, I'll mention it in the class group, hoping that everyone, especially the girls, can come and cheer for us." After saying this, Zheng Tao left the 606 dormitory. Soon, Zhao Chen found himself added to a WeChat group with 8 people. After greeting everyone, Zheng Tao sent a few messages in the group. It was then that everyone learned about the origins of this basketball game. According to him, there was a guy named Luo Zicheng from class finance who was particularly arrogant. Zhang Tao had a minor conflict with him during military training, and they didn't see eye to eye. Yesterday at school, they ran into each other again, and after a few words, a conflict arose. Luo Zicheng, feeling clever, relied on his decent basketball skills and a few good players in his class to provoke Zhang Tao, boasting about wanting to crush class business. Zhang Tao, being straightforward, angrily agreed after a series of trash talk. This was exactly what Luo Zicheng wanted. Fearing that Zhang Tao might back out later, he immediately declared that the game would take place tomorrow. After reading Zhang Tao's messages, the group exploded with anger, everyone indignant. Damn him, how dare he look down on us. Damn it, let's go all out against him tomorrow, let's crush him. Class business will win for sure. A group of hot-blooded young men, combined with the recent military training, still had a strong sense of collective honor. Watching the messages flood in the group, Zhao Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. If nothing changes, no matter how mighty everyone seems right now, tomorrow after the game, it will be just as difficult. Speaking of Luo Zicheng, it reminds Zhao Chen of some things. This guy is somewhat famous at Huacheng University, though it's the negative kind. When he first enrolled, he drove a Ford Mustang to campus, flaunting it around and making a loud noise, acting like he was something special, and even clashed with the security guards because of it. Although the Ford Mustang is just an entry-level sports car, it looks quite impressive. Moreover, driving a car worth hundreds of thousands while in college shows that Luo Zicheng comes from a good family. Luo Zicheng's dormitory is in the same building as Zhao Chen's, and his car is usually parked downstairs, making it the most expensive car in the area. Most other students drive cars worth only around 100,000. Zhao Chen and his roommates come from ordinary families. They don't even have a few thousand yuan car, let alone a Ford Mustang. In the past, they watched other dorms where car owners would take their roommates out to eat and have fun, and they couldn't help but feel envious. Usually, when students pass by the dormitory, they can't help but comment on Luo Zicheng's car. This made him quite proud and smug. More importantly, Luo Zicheng had pursued Lu Ruyan for a while. Fortunately, Lu Ruyan looked down on his character and consistently rejected him, even sending back the gifts he offered. Eventually, it came to nothing. So, Luo Zicheng turned his attention to other girls. Although this guy isn't good-looking, during college, he is known to have changed girlfriends at least 6 or 7 times. Reflecting on this, a cold smile appeared on Zhao Chen's lips. In this life, he wouldn't let Luo Zicheng have the chance to entangle Lu Ruyan. He was determined to win the game. Lu Ruyan was only meant for him. The group chat was buzzing with excitement. Meanwhile, Zhang Tao also posted about tomorrow's basketball game in the class group, along with the list of participants. Soon, classmates began to respond, expressing their intention to show up and cheer for the players. Come on, everyone. I'll be there to cheer for you, hee hee. Class 1 is the best. Zhao Chen and his teammates expressed their gratitude for the classmates' support in the group. Lu Ruyan also quietly sent a message in the group. Good luck. Seeing Zhao Chen's name on the list, she immediately decided to go watch the game tomorrow. That night, while chatting with Lu Ruyan, Zhao Chen brought up the basketball game. Thinking of the news he heard from his roommate, Lu Ruyan felt a bit worried and thought she should remind Zhao Chen. I heard the Class 2 basketball team is tall and strong, so be careful tomorrow. I will. Are you coming to watch the game? I'll be there to cheer for you. Great. Lying on his bed, Zhao Chen suddenly smiled broadly. He thought he could take this opportunity to get closer to Lu Ruyan. Just wait and see tomorrow, I'm quite impressive, you know? A little hard to tell, Lu Ruyan replied after a pause. Zhao Chen smiled slightly and threw out a bait. How about this, let's make a bet. If our class wins tomorrow and I perform the best, you have to grant me a request, of course, something reasonable. If not, then I owe you a request. What do you think? Lu Ruyan raised her eyebrows slightly, wondering if this guy had some bad intentions. But after thinking it over, she felt confident about her chances and thought it wouldn't hurt to agree. Okay, I hope you win too. Seeing her agree, Zhao Chen's smile grew even more apparent. That it's settled, whoever goes back on their word is a little dog. I'm not a little dog. Ha ha ha. After chatting for a while over the next 2 days, they said goodnight to each other and went to sleep. The basketball game between class business and class finance was set to start at 9:30 the next morning. Due to the rushed schedule, they didn't have time to order team uniforms. So, Zhao Chen wore the black sports shorts, white t-shirt, and basketball shoes he had bought at the Li Ning store before military training. After meeting up with Zhang Tao and a few others, they arrived at the basketball court around 8. After a brief warm-up, everyone began practicing shooting and layups to get a feel for the game. Zhang Tao shot while observing his teammates. The more he watched, the more uncertain he felt. He could tell that apart from Kai Jichao, the rest of his teammates weren't very good. The finance class had also gathered and was training on the opposite court. Zhang Tao turned to observe them for a while and saw several players on the other side dribbling and shooting with impressive skill. His heart sank even further. Damn, it looks like this time we're going to lose badly, and I'll drag my teammates down with me. If I had known, I wouldn't have agreed to this. On the other side, Luo Zicheng noticed Zhang Tao watching their practice, wearing a smug smile, and provocatively waved his fist at him from afar. Zhang Tao snorted coldly, turned around, and continued training, completely ignoring him. Luo Zicheng smirked at this. Acting tough, huh? You'll be crying later. As 9:30 approached, a crowd of 200 to 300 people had gathered around the basketball court for the game. Most of the people from class business and class finance had arrived, and even the two classes' instructors came over to watch with interest. Others were drawn in by the excitement of the game. On the court, Zhao Chen scanned the crowd and quickly spotted a beautiful figure among his classmates. Lu Ruyan was wearing a pure white dress today, a graceful beauty, unadorned. Even in the crowd, she stood out like a firefly in the night. In an instant, Zhao Chen's expression brightened. The person he had been thinking about had come, now he just had to wait for her to see his performance. As if they were connected, Lu Ruyan, who was chatting with her roommate, also looked up at Zhao Chen at that moment. Their eyes met, and a blush quickly appeared on Lu Ruyan's face. She shyly nodded at Zhao Chen and softly said, "Good luck." Zhao Chen smiled broadly and waved back in response to her encouragement. Wow, so many people. Look, everyone from our class is here, even the instructors. Mom, Lu Ruyan, the campus beauty, came to watch my game. Get lost, who knows who she's really here to see. Exactly, keep your drool to yourself, little fire juice, stop daydreaming. Hearing his teammates openly discuss Lu Ruyan, Zhao Chen's face darkened, feeling a bit annoyed. Alright, focus on the game, it's about to start. These guys, discussing my girl right in front of me, how bold. Hearing Zhao Chen's sudden outburst, his teammates exchanged glances but didn't say much more. The starting five for Zhao Chen's class was chosen. Zhang Tao was the power forward and also the team captain on the court. This wasn't his usual position. But there was no choice, he was the second tallest in the class, so he had to step up. Kai Jichao was also one of the starters, playing as the shooting guard. The center was a refined glasses-wearing guy named Wang Hong. He was the tallest boy in the class, nearly 6 feet 3, tall and thin, looking like a big bamboo pole. Liang Weijie, who was just over 5 feet 7, dark and chubby with a simple face, played as the point guard. As for Zhao Chen, he originally wanted to play shooting guard. However, since he was several centimeters taller than Kai Jichao, he ended up in the small forward position. The referee for this match is the school's physical education teacher, who is also said to be the assistant coach of the school's basketball team. As the game is about to start, Zhang Tao gathers all the players in a circle and stretches out his hand, saying, "Let's all shout go. 3 times together. No matter how we play, we can't lose our momentum." Zhao Chen and the other teammates place their hands on Zhang Tao's and then shout in unison, "Go! Go! Go! Class 1 of business, go! Class 1 of finance, rise up!" In an instant, various slogans echoed from the stands. "Brother Chuan is mighty, Brother Chao is mighty." This shout came from Lin Song and Li Jiala. Students from both classes cheered for their teams, igniting the atmosphere. The 10 players on the court also felt greatly encouraged, their adrenaline starting to surge. With 200 to 300 people watching the game, there were so many girls, including beauties like Lu Ruyan, who was a campus flower. If he performed well, he might just secure priority in choosing a partner. If he played poorly, he would probably remain a single dog. Wang Hong and the opposing center stood at the center circle, ready to tip off. The others also took their positions, standing at the ready. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a hidden benefit and gained the basketball skills of a top Cuba guard. Just a second before the game was about to start, the system's melodious girl voice echoed in Zhao Chen's mind. Better late than never. This system is really helpful. At the same time, a warm current swept through Zhao Chen's body. In an instant, he felt very familiar with the basketball in front of him, as if he had polished his basketball skills for many years. With his current physical condition combined with the skills of a top Cuba guard, wouldn't that be insane? Zhao Chen slowly exhaled, steady. He had already noticed that the opposing team had been eyeing Lu Ruyan, whether intentionally or not. After all, her looks and figure made her stand out even in a crowd. Zhao Chen coldly smiled to himself, "You bunch of losers, don't get your hopes up." Victory in the game and Lu Ruyan, he was determined to have them both, not even Jesus could stop him. Luo Zicheng bent over, hands on his knees, his expression resembling a crooked-mouthed war god, provocatively challenging Zhang Tao, "Prepare to be slaughtered, he." Zhang Tao remained silent, coldly ignoring him. The others knew the two didn't get along, and their expressions turned serious. Such a scene was commonplace for the referee. He thought to himself, it seems today's game is no longer a friendly match. In the center circle, the referee tossed the ball into the air and blew the whistle to signal the start of the game. The center of class finance was not shorter than Wang Hong and was quite sturdy. He jumped high, tapping the ball towards his half of the court, which landed perfectly in Luo Zicheng's hands. As the captain, Luo Zicheng played as a point guard. He quickly dribbled past half court, clearly demonstrating excellent ball handling skills. Class 1 of business, go. Class 1 of finance, victory is ours. As the game began, the cheers from both sides grew louder. The boys from both classes who couldn't play were cheering even harder. At this moment, Luo Zicheng dribbled to the three-point line, facing Liang Weijie's defense. He was very excited and planned to take the first shot himself to show Zhao Chen and the others what he was made of. Liang Weijie positioned himself, arms wide open to block, his eyes fixed on his opponent, looking somewhat tense. Luo Zicheng performed a flashy dribble between his legs and, taking advantage of Liang Weijie's unsteady footing, accelerated past him on the right side. Just as he was about to celebrate, he suddenly froze. He had gotten past the defender, but where did the ball go? It turned out to be Zhao Chen, who had come to reinforce the defense. His reaction speed was extremely fast. He seized the moment to reach out and accurately intercepted the ball. Come on, bring it. Damn! Luo Zicheng's mood instantly soured. As he fell back to defend, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. He had originally wanted to show off in front of so many girls watching the game, but now, he had already messed up on the first play. Seeing there was no chance for a fast break, Zhao Chen passed the ball to Liang Weijie, who dribbled it into the opponent's half. Weijie, over here. Zhao Chen quickly positioned himself outside the right three-point line, reaching out for the ball. Liang Weijie, noticing, passed it over. Zhao Chen caught the ball steadily, his eyes tracking Zhang Tao's movement. However, he didn't pass. Instead, he faked a shot, executing a feint. The burly defender guarding him was indeed deceived and lunged forward. But instead of driving inside, Zhao Chen sidestepped the defender and leaped up for a three-pointer, his form both standard and graceful. Swish! Ah, why not drive in? Good shot! Just a second ago, Zhang Tao had a small complaint, thinking Zhao Chen's shot was too rushed, but the next moment he was cheering loudly. This shot was truly uplifting. Steal, pass, move to receive, fake, and shoot, everything flowed seamlessly. Beautiful. Great shot, Brother Chuan is awesome. In an instant, the crowd erupted with admiration and applause. Zhao Chen's shot, from the timing to the shooting posture and jumping height, was all so smooth and perfect. Lu Ruyan was also clapping, her face blooming with a smile. Although she didn't understand basketball, she could tell that this shot was not easy to make. It turned out that Zhao Chen was not only good at singing but also excellent at basketball. Could he be a treasure boy? Lu Ruyan's eyes sparkled even brighter as she seriously watched the athletic figure on the court, her heart racing a little faster. On the court, teammates were happily praising Zhao Chen's shot. Zhao Chen smiled calmly, waving his hand to signal his teammates to quickly fall back on defense. His outstanding looks and handsome posture made the girls watching from the sidelines feel their hearts flutter. In school, athletic guys were definitely popular. It's okay, that kid just got lucky. We'll get one back right away. Luo Zicheng dribbled forward while shouting to his teammates. Once he reached the three-point line, he chose to go one-on-one against Liang Weijie again. Zhao Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. While keeping an eye on his own opponent, he secretly monitored Luo Zicheng's dribbling route. Liang Weijie had done his best to defend, but unfortunately, he was no match for Luo Zicheng's physical skills and was once again bypassed. Luo Zicheng held the ball, ready to make a three-step layup. Now no one can stop me. In a flash, he felt a sudden weight in his hand, followed by emptiness. Due to inertia, he still jumped up to complete the layup. The frustrating part was that it was all for nothing. Where's the ball? It turned out that it had been snatched away by Zhao Chen, who was quick on his feet. Taking advantage of Luo Zicheng and the others still being caught off guard, Zhao Chen passed the ball to Zhang Tao and quickly dashed toward the opponent's half. Zhang Tao understood immediately and made a powerful long pass, sending the ball to Zhao Chen, who had already rushed to the opposite three-point line. There was no one in front of him. Zhao Chen dribbled once, then single-handedly lifted the ball, completing a stylish layup. Brother Chuan is so cool. Nice. Zhao Chen's classmates were excitedly cheering loudly. His teammates also joyfully came over to high-five him. Zhang Tao thought to himself that he had misjudged Zhao Chen. He hadn't expected his skills and awareness to be so good. Now, his class had a chance. Human joys and sorrows do not connect. On the other side, Luo Zicheng's face was ashen, his eyes burning with anger, and the veins at his temples were gently throbbing. His teammates were also dissatisfied with him being intercepted by Zhao Chen twice in a row during one-on-one plays, their expressions clearly showing their discontent. At this moment, they also noticed Zhao Chen. The few of them exchanged glances and decided to shift their focus onto him. "Leave this kid to me to guard," Luo Zicheng said, staring intently at Zhao Chen, his face full of displeasure. This guy was too infuriating. He had stolen all the limelight. However, as the game progressed, he found himself in a tough spot as the primary defender against Zhao Chen, feeling like a mute eating bitter herbs, unable to voice his frustrations. Zhao Chen was now beyond his ability to stop. Not to mention his slick dribbling skills, his speed, strength, agility, and jumping ability were all hard to contend with. Luo Zicheng felt like he had become the best background prop, completely overshadowed by Zhao Chen's performance. Continuous changes of direction leading to layups, step-back three-pointers, unreasonable pull-up jump shots. Even after a dizzying display of dribbling from Zhao Chen, Luo Zicheng stumbled and fell to the ground. Zhao Chen glanced at him, took his time, and scored 2 points. In contrast, Zhao Chen switched to defend Luo Zicheng, who was even more at a loss. Under Zhao Chen's strong defense, Luo Zicheng struggled to control the ball, frequently making mistakes and getting it stolen, barely managing to score a few points. He wanted to ask in frustration, "Do I have a grudge against you?" At this moment, Luo Zicheng, using a teammate's screen, finally shook off Zhao Chen and charged towards the basket, ready to score and redeem himself. Just as he jumped up, he was suddenly confronted by a towering figure blocking his view. With a loud bang, the ball was ruthlessly swatted out of bounds by Zhao Chen. Damn! That block was brutal. He got blocked, oh my baby. Luo Zicheng stood frozen, his mouth twitching uncontrollably, his expression gradually becoming numb, his heart filled with despair. The clown turned out to be me? The girls watching from the sidelines couldn't help but discuss. Wow, this guy plays basketball so cool. He's my type, I really like him. The girl is smitten, go ask for his contact later, hee hee. A handsome guy who plays so beautifully naturally attracts girls' attention. Lu Ruyan's eyes sparkled, Zhao Chen's graceful figure truly amazed her. As the first half of the game was nearing its end, the ball was in Luo Zicheng's team's possession. His teammates, ignoring Luo Zicheng's calls for the ball, decided to execute the final attack themselves. After dribbling for a while, he forced a shot under Kai Jichao's interference, and the ball hit the front of the rim and bounced out. Zhang Tao positioned himself under the basket, creating space. Wang Hong, using his height advantage, grabbed the rebound. Zhao Chen had already taken off, like an arrow released from a bow, charging towards the opponent's half. Wang Hong passed the ball to Zhang Tao. The latter made a powerful long pass, delivering the ball to Zhao Chen's hands. With a 1-on-0 situation, Luo Zicheng and the others knew they couldn't catch up and helplessly slowed their pace. Zhao Chen still had plenty of energy. Suddenly inspired, he decided to attempt something he had never tried before. Stepping past the free throw line, he clasped the ball with both hands and pushed off with his legs. He leaped high, his movements fluid, and then slammed the ball forcefully into the basket. In an instant, the entire arena fell silent for several seconds. Then, waves of gasps erupted. Damn! Damn! Dunk? Brother Chuan is so cool, absolutely amazing. Wow, that jumping ability is explosive. Dunking is undoubtedly one of the most eye-catching moves in basketball. It's rarely seen, especially in actual games. At that moment, Zhao Chen undoubtedly became the most dazzling star on the court. A smile slowly crept onto his lips. He never expected it would be so smooth. He just felt it was possible, and naturally, he achieved it. The physical education teacher acting as the referee also wore a stunned expression. Wow, this young man. Not to mention his basketball skills overshadowing everyone else, his physical condition is simply explosive. Standing just over 1.8 meters tall, his dunking moves are executed so smoothly and perfectly. He couldn't help but secretly plan in his mind that once the game ended, he must have a chat with Zhao Chen and invite him to join the school basketball team. With Zhao Chen's abilities, he would definitely be a trump card, likely leading the team to go further in future competitions. Seeing everyone's enthusiastic reactions and praises for Zhao Chen, Luo Zicheng felt a deep sense of envy and jealousy. Damn it, this script is all wrong. The star of this game should be him. Where did this kid come from? Beep. As the whistle blew, Zhao Chen's class ended the first half with nearly a 20-point lead. There was a 5-minute break for rest and hydration. Chuan Gu played so well, awesome. Exactly, he's the coolest in the whole place. The pride of Class 1 in business. As Zhao Chen walked off the court, he was met with the fiery gazes and enthusiastic cheers of his classmates. The girls were especially starry-eyed, gazing at him with rapt attention. This scene made Lu Ruyan frown slightly, inexplicably feeling a sense of crisis. This this guy is just too popular. Zhao Chen's teammates were all relaxed. It was a joke. With such a powerful weapon on the team, what was there to worry about in the game? The smile on Zhang Tao's face never faded, his mouth practically stretching to the back of his ears. Watching Zhao Chen completely dominate Luo Zicheng, one word. Zhao Chen appeared calm on the surface, but inside, waves of emotion were stirring. In his previous life, he was never the focus on the sports field. He had once longed to be the reliable star player others depended on. Today, he achieved that. The feeling of being the center of attention was truly exhilarating. While there was laughter and chatter on one side, Luo Zicheng's side looked dejected. He had thought they could easily crush Class 1 in business, but unexpectedly, Zhao Chen emerged out of nowhere. His teammates glared at Luo Zicheng with dissatisfaction. He had previously claimed the other side was weak. Luo Zicheng felt like he was sitting on pins and needles under their scrutiny, with a lot of unspoken frustration. Zhao Chen had barely rested for 3 minutes when 7 or 8 girls came over to offer him drinks. There were also several little notes with phone numbers or WeChat QQ IDs. Some outgoing girls even smiled and directly invited him on a date. Zhao Chen was already used to this. He wore a warm smile and politely declined one by one. Sometimes, being handsome was also a kind of trouble. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, Zhao Chen walked straight up to Lu Ruyan. As he got closer, a refreshing fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Lu Ruyan held a bottle of open mineral water, staring blankly at Zhao Chen, looking quite adorable. Not knowing what he was going to do, she felt a bit flustered inside. "I'm so thirsty, this bottle of water looks pretty good. Can I have a couple of sips?" Without waiting for her reply, Zhao Chen reached out, took the mineral water, twisted off the cap, and gulped down several mouthfuls. Lu Ruyan's heart-shaped face quickly turned crimson. "This is what I've drunk." Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "It's fine, I don't mind. Thanks," Zhao Chen said with a light laugh as he handed the water back. His handsome face wore a sunlit smile. Lu Ruyan's heart raced like a startled deer. Noticing a few beads of sweat on Zhao Chen's forehead, Lu Ruyan bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, then took out a tissue from her small bag and handed it to him. "Here, wipe your sweat." "Sure." Zhao Chen took the tissue, pulled out a piece, and wiped his sweat. The second half of the game was about to start, and Zhao Chen prepared to head back to his teammates. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and turned to face Lu Ruyan. What's wrong? Don't forget our agreement, Xingyu classmate." After saying that, Zhao Chen cheerfully walked away. "Ah, that's right, I did bet with Zhao Chen last night. This bad guy, he plays basketball so well. He won't make any excessive demands, will he?" Lu Ruyan's pretty face flushed red, her heart filled with a mix of embarrassment and a hint of anticipation. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the two seemed oblivious to their surroundings, passing around bottled water and tissues. The expressions on everyone's faces varied. The boys thought, "I can't believe it, no way, the goddess seems to be developing feelings. Ah, the male god is going to be taken away." This was the reflection in the hearts of the girls. Of course, there were also some onlookers, wearing amused smiles. They were just too well matched. Was this a campus youth romance drama? Hee, this is so good to ship. The second half of the game began. Everyone's stamina was clearly declining. Zhao Chen, of course, was not among them. His energy remained abundant. During the 5-minute break, Luo Zicheng and the others still hadn't figured out a way to deal with Zhao Chen, so they could only choose to double team and provide help defense. But these tactics clearly had no effect on Zhao Chen, who continued his dazzling performance from the first half. Whether on offense or defense, Zhao Chen was simply everywhere, capable of anything. 3-pointers, mid-range shots, brilliant passes, blocks. He handled them all with ease. He even delivered a flying dunk after breaking through Luo Zicheng's defense from the baseline. Because of Zhao Chen's performance, cheers erupted from the sidelines from time to time. Even most of the finance class was won over by Zhao Chen's unanswerable display, switching sides to cheer for him. Every second on the court was torture for Luo Zicheng and his teammates. After leading by 30 points, Zhao Chen gradually slowed down his offensive pace, threading the needle to assist his teammates in scoring. Ultimately, under his strong leadership, the business class defeated the finance class with a score of 92-58. Zhao Chen alone accounted for half of the points scored by his class. After the game, the crowd erupted in waves of MVP shouts. Luo Zicheng's displeasure was evident upon hearing it. Recalling the intimate actions between Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan during halftime, his anger boiled over. "Damn it, it's just that he plays basketball well and is a bit more handsome than me. This society ultimately speaks with money. Look at what this kid is wearing, just Li Ning, while I'm decked out in Nike. Just the AJ shoes on my feet cost 1,000 or 2. Could it be that you are richer than me? Humph, the wheel of fortune turns. We'll see next time. Luo Zicheng shot Zhao Chen a dark glance, then led his teammates away from the basketball court without looking back, ignoring the post-game handshake. His teammates surrounded Zhao Chen as they walked off the court, continuously showering him with praise. In this game, everyone was convinced, almost ready to cling to his leg and call him dad. Zhang Tao even shouted that he wanted to give up the captain's position. He also said he hoped Zhao Chen would become the sports committee member of the class. Zhao Chen chuckled and shook his head. Such heavy work should be left for Zhang Tao. Suddenly, the PE teacher approached with a smile, asking Zhao Chen if he was interested in joining the school basketball team. The teacher even patted his chest, promising to give him a core position on the team, not hiding his admiration for Zhao Chen. With the physical qualities and basketball skills he had shown so far, he could be plugged in immediately. With a bit of training and polishing, it wouldn't be a problem for him to pursue a professional career and play in the CBA. His teammates looked at Zhao Chen with envy. Becoming a member of the school team could be considered a prominent figure in the school. Zhao Chen could only apologize for the sports teacher's affection. Although playing basketball was his hobby, he didn't want to live that monotonous life of constant training. With a systematic dad by his side, enjoying life and being a tall, rich, and handsome guy was much more appealing. Hearing his response, the sports teacher's face was filled with disappointment and a hint of confusion. Did this young man not understand that joining the school team would make it much easier to attract girls? Well, the other party's looks were indeed impressive. How about this, classmate? Whenever you're interested in joining the school team, feel free to come find me. Okay, teacher. After sending off the sports teacher, Zhao Chen felt a sigh of relief in his heart. They had won the match, and everyone was in a good mood. Seeing this, Zhao Chen waved his hand and smiled, saying, "Brothers, let's head to the North Gate Food Street, my treat. Long live Brother Chuan. Let's go, ha 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 ha. Then I won't be polite." As soon as he announced he was treating, everyone cheered. At this moment, the audience began to disperse. Lu Ruyan smiled slightly at Zhao Chen, then turned and went back with her roommates. Zhao Chen smiled and nodded in response. Watching her leave, he thought for a moment but decided against inviting her to dinner. After all, there was a row of light bulbs present. Not long after, Zhao Chen, along with his teammates, plus Li Jiala and Lin Song, formed a group of 10 and headed to the North Gate Food Street. Stir-fried crabs from the shelter, large mixed platter, iron plate beef. After everyone settled at Chaoji de Peidang, Zhao Chen called the waiter and ordered a dozen dishes and drinks all at once. "If you want to eat anything else, just say it, don't be shy." That's enough. Brother Chuan, just arrange it as you see fit." "That's fine, there are already a lot of dishes." After waiting for a while, all the dishes were served. Everyone chatted and laughed while eating, creating a joyful atmosphere. Just as they were enjoying their meal, all their phones rang with message notifications at the same time. "Hey, you guys, look at the class group message. The counselor said there will be elections for class officers tomorrow at 3 o'clock. If anyone wants to participate, you need to privately message the counselor to sign up today, hurry up." During military training, besides Zhang Tao who volunteered to be the sports committee member, there was also a boy named Zhang Qidong who served as a temporary class leader for a while. The other class officer positions had not yet been confirmed. The election was set for tomorrow afternoon, probably to give interested people some time to gather support. "Brother Chuan, if you want to be the sports committee member, I can talk to the counselor about changing it. Don't worry, I have no objections, I respect your abilities." Zhang Tao put down his phone and said seriously. Seeing everyone turn their attention to him, Zhao Chen smiled and waved his hand. "No, let a strong man like Tao Ge take the sports committee position. Brother Chuan is right, you can just focus on that. Tao Ge, I support you." That's right. The others echoed, all recognizing Zhang Tao. "Ha ha ha, thank you, brothers." Zhang Tao smiled and nodded, glancing at Zhao Chen with a hint of gratitude. However, this class group message reminded Zhao Chen. He remembered that in his previous life, Zhang Qidong, the temporary class leader, was confirmed. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan successfully ran for vice class leader. Zhao Chen had a rather average impression of Zhang Qidong, thinking he was a bit arrogant and heavy-minded. No, they couldn't be partners anymore. Zhao Chen's lips curled slightly as he formed an idea in his mind. That was to encourage Lu Ruyan to run for class leader, and then he would be the vice class leader. Wasn't that perfect? Ahem. "Brothers, I plan to run for class leader, so you all have to support me then." Since he had made up his mind, he took advantage of the presence of Zhang Tao and the others from different dormitories to gather support. "Chuan Ge wants to be the class monitor, I wholeheartedly agree." "I agree with both hands and feet. It's definitely a sure thing." After Lin Song expressed his support, he didn't forget to help Zhao Chen gather votes. When you go back, help tell the others in the dormitory, and vote for Chuan Gu then. Of course. No problem, I'll make sure to pass the message. Hearing everyone's words, Zhao Chen raised his cup and chuckled. Thank you all, I'll toast you with a drink instead of wine. He thought to himself that it seemed his performance today had indeed impressed Zheng Tao and the others. After eating and drinking to their fill, the group had spent nearly 1,300 yuan in total. With not enough cash in his wallet, Zhao Chen took out his bank card and handed it to the shop owner. After settling the bill, everyone thanked him with smiles. After the meal, they all returned to school together. Back at the dormitory, Zhao Chen first took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and then lay on his bed, idly playing with his phone. After a moment, thinking about the expenses after military training, he silently muttered, "Open the system." The next second, a ding sounded in his mind, and the system interface appeared before him. Host, Zhao Chen, age, 19, level, 1 quota, 24 hours equals 10,000 yuan experience, 3 out of 10, 1 experience point equals 10,000 yuan, need to spend 70,000 yuan for the next upgrade. Seeing that the experience value showed 3, Zhao Chen felt a bit speechless. It seemed that his spending speed was still quite restrained. Classes would officially start the day after tomorrow, and there weren't many places for large expenses at school. He thought to himself that while he still had time these 2 days, he should go out and spend more to try to upgrade the system. Suddenly, Zhao Chen's eyes lit up as he remembered his agreement with Lu Ruyan. Why not invite her out for a meal and do some shopping, spending a good amount? So, he picked up his phone and sent a message to Lu Ruyan. You haven't taken a nap yet, right? No. At this moment, Lu Ruyan was also lying on her bed. Just thinking about the ambiguous scene with Zhao Chen on the basketball court in the morning made the corners of her mouth curve slightly. In front of so many people, this thick-skinned guy actually drank the water she had drunk. What does that mean? What if everyone misunderstood their relationship? Well, it seems that wouldn't be so bad. Lu Ruyan's little face gradually turned a bit red. Our class won the game today, and I played pretty well, right? You played great. Then you owe me a request. What do you want me to do? Lu Ruyan also sent a so scared emoji. Seeing her reply, Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow. Hold on, don't think too much, I'm a gentleman. Then Mr. Gentleman, what do you have to say? Lu Ruyan felt both nervous and curious. Let's go out for a meal, you treat, and I'll pay the bill. Upon seeing this message, Lu Ruyan's face turned even redder. Going out to eat, isn't that a date? Should she agree? So shy. Biting her lip and struggling for a moment, she finally replied, okay, when? After sending the message, Lu Ruyan felt a sense of relief, followed by joy and anticipation. Could it be that she had developed feelings for this guy? Seeing that the other party agreed, Zhao Chen's heart soared. Then it's a pleasant decision. There's no time like the present, is 5 p.m. okay? Yes. A good start is half the success. Chengyu, you can't escape now. The two chatted for a while longer and agreed to meet at the school gate at 5 p.m. Zhao Chen originally planned to go to the girls' dormitory to pick up Lu Ruyan, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. Sometimes less is more. Around 4 in the afternoon, Zhao Chen woke up from his nap, first going to the wash basin on the balcony to wash his face thoroughly with facial cleanser, followed by a spritz of toner. After that, he carefully selected his outfit from the wardrobe. He changed into the clothes he had bought from cabin, pairing black casual pants with a white t-shirt. Zhao Chen checked himself in the mirror, confirming that he was the most handsome guy, before leisurely putting on his shoes and preparing to head out. It was evident that he placed great importance on his first date with Lu Ruyan after his rebirth. Chuan Gu, are you going out? Dressed so handsomely, are you going to have fun with a girl? Before he left, Kai Jichao teased him. The roommates had long noticed Zhao Chen's movements. Seeing him fussing around, it was clear he wasn't going out alone, let alone with a guy. Zhao Chen had no intention of hiding it. He smiled lightly and casually replied, yeah, I have a date. Li Jiala's eyes lit up upon hearing this, immediately getting excited and bombarding him with questions. Which girl? Is she pretty? Do we know her? Kai Jichou and Lin Song also pretended to listen intently, their eyes fixed on Zhao Chen. Hey, you'll find out soon, Zhao Chen said with a slight smile, ignoring their probing and leaving. On the other side, ever since agreeing to go out for dinner with Zhao Chen in the afternoon, Lu Ruyan's mood had been restless. After tossing and turning in bed for a while, she still couldn't fall asleep, so she simply got up early. After spending some time comfortably washing her hair, Lu Ruyan stood in front of her wardrobe, trying on several outfits but feeling dissatisfied with all of them. She pouted slightly, looking at her overflowing wardrobe, wondering why she had so few clothes. Sure enough, girls are like this. Since she was going out today, she might as well browse around and perhaps buy one or two suitable outfits. After some more selection, Lu Ruyan seemed to have a moment of inspiration, putting on black casual pants and a white t-shirt with a letter pattern. This outfit made her radiate a youthful and beautiful aura, looking incredibly cute. She twirled in front of the full-length mirror in the dormitory several times, glancing left and right, and finally nodded in satisfaction. I wonder, what will that guy's reaction be? This thought inexplicably popped into her mind. During Lu Ruyan's dressing up, her 3 roommates had been secretly observing her for a while. They exchanged glances from time to time, all wearing mischievous smiles. Hee, this little girl. She looks just like a girl in love. Her closest roommate, Sujia, couldn't help but tease with a smile. Yo, Xiaoyu, which handsome guy are you planning to go out on a date with? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's cheeks quickly flushed with 2 shades of red. She glanced at her roommates, then, as if feeling guilty, quickly averted her gaze and mumbled, no, I'm just going out for a stroll. Oh, hee, is that so? Got it. Sujia and the others exchanged knowing smiles upon hearing this. They didn't expose her, after all, this girl was shy. No worries, they could slowly dig it out later. As Zhao Chen walked towards the school gate, he sent a message to Lu Ruyan. After receiving it, she put on her shoes, grabbed her small bag, and headed downstairs. Zhao Chen waited at the school gate for less than 10 minutes when he spotted Lu Ruyan's stunning figure from afar. After seeing her outfit clearly, he couldn't help but smile. Sorry, did you wait long? Lu Ruyan said, sticking out her tongue slightly in apology. At the same time, she noticed Zhao Chen's outfit, her little face gradually turning crimson. The same black and white pairing seemed like a couple's outfit. I just arrived too, Zhao Chen said with a smile, waving his hand. So let's get going. Is there anywhere you want to go? You can decide, she replied. Then let's go to Jingjia Square. This place was something Zhao Chen had thought of on the way here. Lu Ruyan smiled sweetly, With the destination chosen, Zhao Chen took out his phone and called for a Didi. In just a few minutes, the car arrived, and they took their seats in the back. Hua City University is quite a distance from Jingjia Square. Perhaps because it was relatively close, Lu Ruyan felt a bit nervous, her ears turning a shade of red. Zhao Chen noticed and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. With his subtle guidance, they chatted from time to time, keeping the atmosphere from becoming awkward. Half an hour later, they arrived at their destination. Jingjia Square is currently one of the top 10 super-large shopping centers in the country and was once ranked among the top 10 shopping centers in the world. It spans the central axis of Hua City, occupying a prime location in the core business district, and has always been a must-visit spot for tourists coming to Hua City. In his previous life, Zhao Chen had been here many times. However, he mostly came for meals, with little shopping. After getting out of the car, Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan walked side by side. Although they weren't holding hands, to outsiders, they looked like a stunning young couple. Passers-by couldn't help but cast envious glances at them. Being young is wonderful. Seemingly sensing the attention from the crowd, Lu Ruyan's face turned slightly red as she stole a few glances at Zhao Chen's handsome profile, quickly averting her gaze. She couldn't help but think that if her future boyfriend were this handsome, that would be quite nice. Zhao Chen naturally noticed her little actions. He smirked and said, why are you sneaking a peek at me? I wasn't. Lu Ruyan retorted, though her tone was a bit guilty. Ha, it's fine. You look at me, and I look at you, we're even. Classmate, do you know you have a really thick skin? After joking around for a bit, the atmosphere between them became even more relaxed and comfortable. The weather in Hua City in September was still a bit muggy. Zhao Chen took Lu Ruyan to a Kaisi milk tea shop outside the mall, ordering her an iced pearl milk tea while he got a kumquat lemon tea. Although Kaisi milk tea was quite ordinary, in 2014, there weren't many milk tea brands to choose from. After thanking him, Lu Ruyan took a sip of the milk tea and instantly smiled brightly. It was so refreshing. Is it good? Zhao Chen asked with a smile upon seeing her reaction. Very good, Lu Ruyan replied, showing a sweet smile. The impact was so strong that Zhao Chen was momentarily stunned. Seeing his silly expression, Lu Ruyan felt a bit pleased and smug inside. At the same time, she increasingly felt that she might be developing feelings for him. Having never been in a relationship, Lu Ruyan wasn't quite sure what it felt like to like someone. She only knew that being with Zhao Chen made her feel genuinely comfortable and happy. His considerate actions made her feel cared for, and she couldn't help but have her heart race. Zhao Chen touched his nose, realizing he had been staring at Lu Ruyan a bit too intently. He deliberately cleared his throat twice to cover his embarrassment and changed the subject, saying, "It's almost 6 o'clock. Let's find a place to eat. I know a great barbecue place, and after we eat, we can stroll around the mall." Sounds good. I also want to check out some clothes. Zhao Chen raised his arm, flexing his bicep, and chuckled, alright, then I'll be your bag carrier. Lu Ruyan looked at him playfully, sizing him up before saying leisurely, since you volunteered, I guess I'll reluctantly accept. As soon as she finished speaking, she couldn't help but let out a giggle. Zhao Chen was infected by her cute demeanor, and a smile spread across his face as well. The two of them chatted and laughed while sipping their drinks as they walked into the mall. The air conditioning in the mall was quite powerful, instantly making them feel as if they had stepped from the scorching summer into a cool autumn. Zhao Chen skillfully led Lu Ruyan to the escalator, taking them down to the basement level, which was filled with dining establishments. Soon, he found the well-known Japanese charcoal grill restaurant called Extreme Grill. Sipping on their cold drinks, paired with the fragrant grilled meat, it was a delightful experience. There were no available seats in the restaurant at the moment, and a few tables were ahead of them in line. After taking a number, they found a couple of chairs to sit on at the entrance. After waiting for about 20 minutes, they were guided inside by a waiter and seated in a booth. Zhao Chen thought to himself that next time he went out to eat with a girl, he should either make a reservation in advance or choose a restaurant that didn't require waiting. The reason was that while they were waiting at the entrance, some guys had been sneaking glances at Lu Ruyan, which made him quite uncomfortable. Of course, Zhao Chen's handsome appearance also attracted the attention of several girls, which made him feel pretty good. Indeed, the essence of humanity is double standards. The decor of Extreme Grill was quite minimalist, with a main color scheme of natural wood and white, complemented by Japanese-style tables, chairs, screens, and ornaments, giving it a unique charm. The food was excellent, but the prices were not very friendly. In his previous life, Zhao Chen had only eaten there 2 or 3 times. At that time, he was very restrained in his ordering, and when he saw the bill, it still made him wince a bit. But now, he didn't care about the price, he decided to let loose a little. Even if it was a bit expensive, it didn't matter, especially with over 140,000 in his bank account giving him confidence. Lu Ruyan flipped through the menu and frowned slightly upon seeing the prices. She spoke softly, it's a bit expensive here, we can go to another place. Zhao Chen shook his head with a smile, this place has great grilled meat, you'll know once you try it. But we agreed that you would treat, and I would pay. No way, it's too expensive. How about we split the bill? Lu Ruyan still felt a bit shy and cautiously suggested. Seeing her consider his wallet, Zhao Chen felt a warmth in his heart. If it were some gold diggers, they would be eager to drain the guy dry. This amount of money is nothing to me, don't worry. It's rare for us to go out, so enjoying ourselves is the most important thing, right? Zhao Chen waved his hand dismissively, his expression nonchalant, even carrying a hint of dominance. Well, okay then. Lu Ruyan lightly bit her lip and nodded, feeling both touched and a bit pained. She wondered if this guy would end up spending all his living expenses just to treat her. Zhao Chen flipped through the menu and asked, is there anything you want to eat? You can tell me. Anything is fine, you choose. Alright, then I'll decide. Zhao Chen rubbed his nose, thinking that when it comes to dining, do girls always respond like this? He then called over the waiter and ordered several signature meat dishes from the menu in one go. There were also scallops, large shrimp, and a vegetable platter. After the waiter left, Lu Ruyan blinked her cute big eyes and pouted slightly. Why did you order so much? It'll be a waste if we can't finish it. It's fine, I thought you might want to try a few different kinds. Okay then, Lu Ruyan felt secretly delighted. He was considering her in every way, which was really nice. Before long, the dishes they ordered were served. This barbecue restaurant offered grilling services, but Zhao Chen politely declined. Come on, with such a great opportunity to show off, he certainly wouldn't let someone else do it. Zhao Chen picked up the grilling tongs, first placing 2 scallops on the edge of the grill, then adding some beef in the center. Watching the other person focus on grilling meat for her, Lu Ruyan's eyes sparkled with a smile. After some fussing, Zhao Chen placed beef and scallops onto Lu Ruyan's plate. Thank you. You should eat too. Lu Ruyan modestly picked up a piece of beef with her chopsticks, lightly dipped it in volcanic salt, and then put it in her mouth. The meat was tender, flavorful, and aromatic, instantly satisfying her taste buds. Zhao Chen smiled knowingly and asked, is it good? It's delicious, Lu Ruyan nodded repeatedly, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. That's great, eat more. The two chatted while eating, with Zhao Chen occasionally making small jokes that made Lu Ruyan laugh brightly. With his handsome appearance, easygoing personality, and thoughtful nature, her fondness for Zhao Chen soared. She reciprocated by picking up the tongs to grill meat for him. Zhao Chen naturally praised her a few times. By the way, the class officer election is tomorrow. Do you have any thoughts? At this moment, as they discussed the class officer election, Zhao Chen casually asked. Lu Ruyan nodded and said, I want to try for the vice class leader position, but I'm afraid I won't get elected. Zhao Chen shrugged at her words. You underestimate your popularity in class. I can guarantee you'll definitely get elected. But I still hope you run for class leader because... He elongated his tone, deliberately leaving a suspenseful pause. Because what? Lu Ruyan looked at him with curiosity and confusion. Zhao Chen's lips curled slightly as he looked at the adorable curious girl across from him and slowly said, because if you are the class leader and I am the vice class leader, wouldn't that be wonderful? Lu Ruyan was stunned for several seconds, and then a blush gradually appeared on her cheeks. What does he mean? Does he want to have more opportunities to spend time with me? It sounds pretty good. Class leader, can I? Seeing her somewhat moved, Zhao Chen quickly seized the moment and said some encouraging words. Looking at the expectation in his expression, Lu Ruyan felt sweet inside. She didn't want to disappoint Zhao Chen. With that thought, Lu Ruyan took a deep breath, looked directly into Zhao Chen's eyes, and smiled brightly. Okay, then I'll sign up to run for class leader. Then let's work hard together. In an instant, Zhao Chen's mood brightened. Let's work hard together. After saying that, they exchanged smiles, seemingly drawing their relationship closer. I'm so full, I feel like I'm going to become a fatty. After eating and drinking to her heart's content, Lu Ruyan pouted, touching her still flat stomach, feeling a bit frustrated. Girls care a lot about their figures, especially someone as pretty as her. Zhao Chen couldn't help but chuckle, teasingly saying, it's my fault, but how are you anywhere near fat? It's totally your fault, you can't order so much next time. Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes playfully. Oh, next time, Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow, keenly catching the emphasis in her words, and with a conspiratorial smile said, so that means I can continue to ask you out in the future. Lu Ruyan's face suddenly turned bright red. After a pause, she bit her lip shyly and nodded, That sounds good. Hearing this, Zhao Chen smiled happily. You said it, I'll remember. This barbecue meal left both of them satisfied, the atmosphere warm and slightly ambiguous. Afterwards, they went to the front desk to pay the bill, which totaled nearly 800 yuan. 400 per person was quite a high expense for students. Zhao Chen nonchalantly swiped his card to settle the bill, making Lu Ruyan feel a bit pained. Stepping out of the barbecue restaurant, it was around 7 in the evening. Lu Ruyan had been thinking about shopping for clothes. Since it was still early, they decided not to take the elevator. They strolled leisurely through the mall, taking the escalator up one floor at a time, treating it as a way to aid digestion. Before long, they arrived at the 5th floor of the mall. Jinjia Plaza gathered numerous clothing and accessory brands, covering high, medium, and low price ranges. Of course, most were relatively affordable. The 5th floor they were on was specifically designated for mid to high-end women's clothing. The stores here were either well-known domestic and international brands or more niche original design brands. As the saying goes, it's best to earn money from women and children. Zhao Chen wasn't very familiar with women's clothing brands, but he noticed a store called EPYY ahead. From the store's decor, it was clear that it belonged to a higher-end category. He pointed at the store and said, how about we check that store out? Lu Ruyan looked in the direction he pointed, and upon seeing the store name, her expression showed a hint of surprise. She then shook her head, saying, the clothes in that store are quite expensive. The cheapest ones are around 500 to 600. Let's look at other stores. Her family wasn't particularly wealthy, but they were doing well enough. Considering that girls tend to spend more, her family provided her with a monthly allowance of 2,000 yuan for living expenses while she was in college. Among students, that amount was already quite substantial. Zhao Chen smiled nonchalantly. It's fine, we're just going in to take a look. We don't have to buy anything. Well, okay then. Lu Ruyan hesitated for a few seconds after hearing this, but eventually nodded. After all, looking doesn't cost anything, and it was a rare opportunity to try on beautiful clothes, which felt quite nice. However, she didn't notice the slight upward curve at the corner of Zhao Chen's mouth. It was a smile of a scheme coming to fruition. Welcome, handsome and beautiful. Feel free to browse around. There weren't many customers at the moment, and as they entered the store, the sales assistant greeted them enthusiastically. Zhao Chen waved his hand. We'll look around ourselves, and if we need anything, we'll ask you. Sure, take your time, the sales assistant said, smiling as she stepped aside, not wanting to disturb them. Zhao Chen walked alongside Lu Ruyan, browsing the store while secretly observing the clothes that caught her attention for a longer time. At that moment, Lu Ruyan stopped in front of a cream-colored dress, lingering for quite a while. She reached out to touch the fabric and flipped the tag to check the price. It was evident that she really liked this dress. If you like it, why not try it on? Zhao Chen suggested softly. The attentive sales assistant immediately came over, gesturing for them to follow her. Miss, the fitting rooms are over there, please come with me. Lu Ruyan hesitated, but under Zhao Chen's encouraging gaze, she took the dress and followed the sales assistant to the fitting room. A few minutes later, she emerged in the dress. For a moment, Zhao Chen was stunned in place. The material of the cream-colored dress looked very high quality, and on Lu Ruyan, it was simple yet elegant. It showcased her perfect figure beautifully, accentuating her fresh and natural aura. A line of poetry suddenly floated into Zhao Chen's mind. Clouds think of clothing, flowers think of beauty, spring breeze brushes the railing, dew is rich. He suddenly felt an inexplicable urge to grab her hand and pull her into his embrace. How do I look in this? Lu Ruyan's flawless face flushed with a faint rosy hue. Seeing Zhao Chen's silly expression, she couldn't help but feel a surge of joy inside. Zhao Chen came back to his senses, nodding repeatedly, grinning from ear to ear. It looks really good, this dress suits you perfectly. The sales assistant seized the moment to chime in, handsome, I've never seen a girl as beautiful as your girlfriend. Her figure is great, and this dress really matches her temperament. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan's face turned even redder. She wanted to explain that she and Zhao Chen were not in a romantic relationship. However, the words stuck in her throat, and for some reason, she couldn't bring herself to say them. Maybe it was better to let it go. After all, Zhao Chen had specially invited her to dinner today and accompanied her shopping, so she might as well let him take advantage this once. Seeing her hesitation, Zhao Chen naturally wouldn't explain either. He felt a surge of joy inside and happily admired Lu Ruyan's stunning beauty. Standing in front of the fitting mirror, Lu Ruyan turned left and right, growing fonder of the dress with each glance. She couldn't help but scream internally, "Ah, I love it. I really want to buy it." But the price was too high, and with half the month gone, her living expenses were running low. With a face full of disappointment, Lu Ruyan walked toward the fitting room, reluctantly accepting reality, planning to change back into her clothes and return the dress. Taking advantage of the moment she entered the fitting room, Zhao Chen quickly pulled out his wallet, handed his bank card to the nearby sales assistant, and chuckled, "I'll take this dress, please charge it." "Sure thing, handsome." The sales assistant happily accepted the card. Selling clothes meant commission for her. She was right, this handsome guy clearly was the type to spend money on his girlfriend. "Sir, the price of this dress is 2,380 yuan. Please keep your card." After paying, Zhao Chen took the bank card from the sales assistant's hands and put it back in his wallet. At that moment, Lu Ruyan also changed back into her clothes and walked out of the fitting room. The sales assistant took the dress from her hands, carefully folded it, placed it along with the receipt into a shopping bag, and then handed it to Zhao Chen. Lu Ruyan watched this scene with wide eyes, then turned her face, her expression one of surprise. "Ah, you didn't really buy the dress, did you?" "Yes, beautiful, I'm really envious of you. Your boyfriend is so handsome and willing to spend money for you. I saw how much you liked this dress, so I bought it right away," the sales assistant chimed in with a smile. "Well, we paid, let's go," Zhao Chen said with a nod. After saying that, he walked straight toward the store exit with the shopping bag in hand. Lu Ruyan bit her lip, feeling both happy and a bit shy, and quickly followed him. "Bai Chuan, what are you doing? This dress costs over 2,000 yuan. It's too expensive, more than my living expenses for a month. We should hurry back and return it." Just outside the store, Lu Ruyan puffed her cheeks in anger, looking like a cute little pufferfish. Zhao Chen rubbed his nose, a smile appearing in his eyes, and said, "When I saw you in this dress, you looked so beautiful that I couldn't help but want to buy it for you. And now that I've bought it, returning it right away would be so embarrassing. Just accept it this time, okay?" Lu Ruyan initially wanted to continue persuading him, but when she saw the gentle yet hopeful look in his eyes, her heart softened unexpectedly, followed by waves of joy. "Just accept it, trust me," Zhao Chen continued to coax softly. "All right then, but this is the last time, it's really too extravagant." "Ha ha ha, okay." Zhao Chen let out a sigh of relief, smiling as he scratched the back of his head. He couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. He thought to himself, "Ha ha ha, once is a start, and the second time will be easier." Silly. Seeing the bright smile on his face, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Noticing she was no longer conflicted, Zhao Chen smiled and said, "Then let's continue shopping." The two continued to wander around the 5th floor of the mall. During this time, Zhao Chen accompanied Lu Ruyan to another women's clothing store, where he bought 2 complete outfits in one go. However, compared to EPYY, this store's prices were much more reasonable. The total for the 2 outfits came to less than 1,500 yuan. Despite Lu Ruyan's insistence, under Zhao Chen's gentle yet somewhat stubborn persuasion, she ultimately couldn't pay for them with her own money. She could only pout helplessly and roll her eyes at Zhao Chen several times in annoyance. This bad guy is really shameless. But why does she feel so happy? By Chuan, you. As they walked, Lu Ruyan suddenly stopped, lightly pursing her lips, her gaze slightly evasive, not daring to look into Zhao Chen's eyes. Then, she softly stammered, "Do you want to pursue me?" "Ha? What did you say?" Zhao Chen also stopped, pretending he didn't hear clearly, placing his right hand by his ear in a listening gesture, smiling at her. Lu Ruyan's little face turned even redder. She stomped her foot in embarrassment and huffed, "You bad guy, you clearly heard it but are pretending." Ha ha ha, Zhao Chen couldn't help but laugh at her adorable appearance. "Yes, I like you." Hearing his somewhat teasing laughter, Lu Ruyan felt a surge of anger. Just as she was about to say something, she was caught off guard by his words and froze. After a moment, she lifted her head, her watery eyes looking at Zhao Chen. He had a gentle smile on his face, looking at her tenderly. Lu Ruyan hurriedly lowered her head, her face turning beet red. Faced with Zhao Chen's sudden confession, her heart was in turmoil, not knowing what to do. This is a confession, right? Why is it so sudden? How should I respond? Should I agree? But we've only known each other for a few days. If I don't agree, will he be unhappy? Besides, I do have feelings for him. Zhao Chen didn't regret saying those words. After all, his "I like you" had crossed lifetimes and was long overdue. At this moment, he felt a bit anxious inside, unsure of how she would respond. Perhaps sensing Lu Ruyan's inner turmoil, Zhao Chen let out a light breath and gently patted her arm. "Ha, I was too abrupt just now. It's okay, at least we're friends now, and we have plenty of time ahead." Hearing this, Lu Ruyan looked up and saw the gentle smile on Zhao Chen's face. From his sincere gaze, she could feel his care and affection for her. Not only that, but she also keenly sensed a hint of hidden disappointment. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Ruyan lowered her head and softly said, "Can you give me some time? My mind is a bit blank." Zhao Chen secretly smiled wryly. He was indeed too anxious. He touched his nose, adjusted his mood, and smiled casually. Take your time, everything will be fine, but you can't ignore me because of this." I won't. I just feel that we haven't known each other for long, and I want to get to know you better." Lu Ruyan's pretty face was flushed, and her voice grew softer as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen's smile widened uncontrollably. So she has feelings for him too, that's good. Instantly, he felt a huge sense of relief. What if his eagerness had led her to friendzone him? That would be painful. Zhao Chen smiled slightly and said, "Then let's continue shopping. It's rare for us to be out, and I want to buy some clothes too." "Okay. You've bought me so many clothes, so I want to buy you something too, but just to be clear, I can't afford anything too expensive." Lu Ruyan playfully stuck out her tongue, looking very cute. Today, Zhao Chen had spent several thousand yuan on her, and she still felt a bit uneasy. After all, they hadn't taken that step yet. Plus, they were both students, and saving money wasn't easy. If Zhao Chen knew what she was thinking, he would probably say something like, "Ahem, actually saving money is quite easy." "Alright, then I gladly accept. Thank you, Boss Wu." Zhao Chen guessed the other person's thoughts and chose not to refuse. Lu Ruyan was amused by his words and couldn't help but smile, then shot him a playful glare with her beautiful eyes. "Then let's go." During the next period, Zhao Chen finally experienced what it was like to shop with a woman. It was simply invigorating. Lu Ruyan was more invested in selecting clothes than she was in her own, taking him to several stores in a row. Zhao Chen felt like he was constantly taking off clothes, trying on clothes, taking off clothes. Finally, after much effort at the Peacebird store, Lu Ruyan picked out a pair of gray casual pants and a white t-shirt. These two items cost her nearly 700 yuan. Her living expenses for the month were suddenly dwindling. With just over a week left until the National Day holiday, she didn't plan to ask her family for more money. She would just have to save. It didn't matter. Being able to buy clothes for Zhao Chen made her feel a wave of joy. Receiving the clothes, Zhao Chen was naturally in a good mood, his smile never fading, cheerful and happy. However, he also guessed that after Lu Ruyan bought him these clothes, she would probably have to tighten her belt for the rest of the month. That wouldn't do. He would feel very sorry for her. Zhao Chen secretly pondered that he needed to come up with a solution. Given their current relationship, directly giving her money would definitely not work. According to Lu Ruyan's personality, even if she wasn't angry, it would still be quite awkward. It was now just past 9 in the evening, and the two of them had nearly finished shopping. "How about we go have some dessert to cool off, and then head back to school? What do you think?" Zhao Chen suggested, thinking of a nice dessert shop at Jingjia Square. Sounds good," Lu Ruyan replied without much hesitation, nodding with a smile. Although she was still a bit full, she didn't want to dismiss Zhao Chen's kind gesture. Soon, they arrived at a dessert shop called Yuxian. Zhao Chen ordered the signature taro balls, while Lu Ruyan opted for a mango shaved ice. The shop wasn't crowded at the moment, and they found a table in the corner to sit down. A few minutes later, their desserts were ready. Lu Ruyan picked up a spoon, scooped a piece of shaved ice, and tasted it, her eyes instantly narrowing into a crescent moon. So cold, and really delicious. Hee hee, I'm glad you like it. The two enjoyed their desserts while chatting, creating a warm atmosphere. No matter how you looked at it, they resembled a young couple in love. They also took this opportunity to send a message to their counselor, Hee Hong, about participating in the class officer election. Hee Hong was quite happy to receive it. She had a deep impression of both Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan, holding them in high regard. Lu Ruyan needed no further mention. Her beauty was recognized as the campus flower in the management school, and she was well known throughout the entire school. Even Hee Hong and the other counselors and teachers would chat about her privately. As for Zhao Chen, Hee Hong had attended the basketball game that morning. This handsome guy's looks and demeanor were as outstanding as his basketball skills. Hee Hong appreciated him very much. However, she felt that with Zhao Chen's basketball skills, he could easily run for class president while also taking on the role of sports committee member. After finishing their desserts, Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan prepared to head home. They both gained a lot from this outing. More importantly, their relationship had grown a bit closer. Zhao Chen carried all the shopping bags in his hands, walking shoulder to shoulder with Lu Ruyan, chatting and laughing as they exited the mall. They hailed a taxi by the roadside, and about half an hour later, they returned to school. Walking through the campus, this handsome couple, along with several shopping bags, was quite eye-catching. Just look at them, they must have spent quite a bit of money outside. All the way, Zhao Chen wore a faint smile, striding confidently, as if declaring his ownership. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but smile, a silent sweetness quietly surging in her heart. Get some rest early, you must be tired today. At the bottom of the girls' dormitory, Zhao Chen handed several shopping bags to Lu Ruyan. After she took them, she chuckled and said, "Go back, you should rest early too." You go upstairs." "Okay," Lu Ruyan waved her hand with a smile and walked upstairs with a cheerful stride. Zhao Chen waited in place for a few seconds until he could no longer see her figure before turning to leave. "Hey, Xingyu, you're back. How was your shopping today?" After Lu Ruyan returned to the dormitory, her roommates quickly gathered around with smiles. When they saw the shopping bags in her hands, they immediately became excited, exchanging wide-eyed glances. "Wow, so many clothes. Xingyu, you went on a shopping spree. You even got clothes from EPYY, that store isn't cheap. Let me see, this dress is so beautiful. Is it the new season style? Let me check the price. Wow, 2,380? Su Jiao opened the shopping bag, picked up a piece of clothing, and exclaimed in shock and envy. "Wow, Xingyu, your little rich girl identity has been exposed. Quickly tell us where you went shopping today, and what else are you hiding from us? Hee hee, be honest now. Confess and you'll be lenient, resist and you'll be strict." The other two roommates, Li Shuping and Chen Yanling, also laughed and pressed her for details. Faced with the three of them interrogating her, Lu Ruyan felt a bit flustered, her heart racing. After a moment of hesitation, she finally spoke softly. "I went to Zhengjia Plaza today, and these clothes, someone gave them to me." Upon hearing this, her roommates gasped, their eyes lighting up instantly, the flames of gossip igniting. Su Jia even grabbed Lu Ruyan's shoulders, shaking her excitedly. Who took our little you away? Is it someone from school or outside?" Li Shuping and Chen Yanling perked up their ears. "It's someone from our school, but we're just friends for now." Lu Ruyan's voice grew softer, her pretty face quickly turning a shade of red. Seeing her expression, the three girls exchanged glances, their hearts swelling with maternal affection, their eyes filled with smiles. Hee hee, how could they not see that this girl had already secretly fallen for someone? All right, we'll let you off the hook tonight, but if there's any progress, you must share it with us." Su Jia played peacemaker, though she already had a suspect in mind. Lu Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief at her words. Just as she was about to give a grateful look, she suddenly felt uneasy upon hearing the next sentence. "Little you, you've got so many beautiful clothes today, how about treating us to a meal? Good things are meant to be shared." Li Shuping and Chen Yanling couldn't stop nodding, shouting that they wanted a feast. The thought of the few hundred yuan left in her pocket made Lu Ruyan feel a mix of laughter and tears. "Hurry up, unleash your ultimate move, take him down, damn, how can you miss that, you loser?" Before even stepping into the dormitory, Zhao Chen was already bombarded by Lin Sung's colorful commentary. This guy was playing games with his friends online. The other two guys had already climbed into bed. Kai Jichao sat on the bed leaning against the wall, staring intently at his phone screen with a serious expression. This posture gave Zhao Chen ample reason to suspect he was watching something inappropriate. Li Jiala was tapping away on his phone with a smirk, probably chatting with some girl. Zhao Chen couldn't help but shake his head, thinking this guy was probably back on the path of being a college simp again. Chuan-gu, you're back. Hee, was it fun with the girls? No, did you have fun with the girl? Which girl is it? Could it be more than one? What did you do today? As soon as Zhao Chen appeared, his roommates perked up, eyeing him with ill intentions. They grinned lewdly, and a barrage of words hit Zhao Chen like a cannonade, making his head throb. Just as the noise subsided, Zhao Chen swiftly grabbed his clothes and towel and dashed into the bathroom, leaving the three of them staring at each other in disbelief. Damn, is Chuan-gu a loach? He slipped away so fast. TCH, once he's done showering, we'll give him a good grilling. Exactly, ha, he's still just a kid, we mustn't let him off the hook. After a while, when Zhao Chen finished his shower and came out, he found the three of them still glaring at him, looking determined to get to the bottom of things. Especially Li Jiala, who was only wearing a pair of floral boxers, his upper body bare. Sitting on the bed, he looked at Zhao Chen with a lewd grin, his belly jiggling. Damn! Zhao Chen felt his eyes were tainted. Even if he was guilty, he didn't need to be punished with such a sight. He rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on, thinking about how to talk his way out of this. Alright, I admit defeat, I did go out with a girl today, just to Jingjia Square to eat and stroll around, nothing else. As for which girl, once I win her over, you'll naturally know. No need to ask, just know she's from our school. Zhao Chen chose to reveal a part of the truth. Seeing the dog's eagerness tonight, if he didn't squeeze out some information, he probably wouldn't get a good night's sleep. Chuan-gu, you're amazing. It's only been a little over half a month since school started, and you've already hooked up with a girl. It's infuriating. Li Jiala's envy was practically overflowing. Ah Lu, don't cry, stand tall and take it. If you ask me, what's so great about girls? They can't compare to games. Lin Song was indeed a clueless homebody, his comforting skills were something else. Thank you very much, Li Jiala rolled his eyes in response. Kai Jichao chuckled, with Chuan Ji's charm, I bet by the National Day holiday, we'll have another sister-in-law. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seemed his high school classmate Huang Xiaoyun had little chance now. Ever since the KTV gathering the night before last, Huang Xiaoyun had fallen head over heels for Zhao Chen. However, according to Kai Jichao, although they had added each other on WeChat, they hadn't chatted much, mainly because Zhao Chen's attitude was rather cold, which left Huang Xiaoyun feeling quite frustrated. She had asked Kai Jichao to help set them up. Looking at the situation, it could be considered that he had managed to talk his way out of it. Zhao Chen let out a sigh of relief and smiled, let nature take its course. If there's good news, I'll let you know, don't worry, I'll treat you to a meal. Hee, Chuan-gu, Ganba. We'll be waiting, hurry up and seal the deal. Quickly. After climbing into bed and lying down, Zhao Chen picked up his phone and opened the WeChat group with his family, chatting with his dad, mom, and sister for a while. At the same time, he was also chatting with Lu Ruyan. They both shared their amusing yet helpless experiences in the dormitory that night. Thank you for treating me to that delicious barbecue, for accompanying me to the mall, and for giving me such beautiful clothes. You've spent too much, I feel sorry for your wallet. I had such a great time today, silly smile. JPG. Looking at Lu Ruyan's message, Zhao Chen's lips curled up slightly. You gave me clothes too, and I really like them. So, let's not be polite with each other. I'll listen to you. After chatting for a while longer, they wished each other good night and sweet dreams. The next morning, Zhao Chen slept in until after 10. After lying in bed playing on his phone for a while, he leisurely got up. After washing up, he went downstairs with his roommates to the cafeteria for lunch. Ding ding! China Merchants Bank. Dear user, your account ending in 0880 has received a deposit of 10,000 yuan, and the current balance is 160,068.38 yuan. At noon, the earnings for the day, an unremarkable 10,000, arrived right on time. Zhao Chen happily put down his phone, and the food on his plate seemed to taste even better. After lunch, the four of them went to the supermarket on the first floor of the cafeteria. As soon as they entered the supermarket, Zhao Chen automatically switched to shopping mode. In no time, he was carrying 2 large baskets full of items, returning with a bountiful haul. He wasn't sure if it was due to an improvement in his physical condition, but he noticed that his appetite had increased significantly. Every day, in addition to regular meals, he had to consume quite a bit of food. At the checkout, Zhao Chen calmly took out his campus card and swiped it, deducting over 500 yuan. Lin Song and the others were already used to his shopping habits and couldn't help but tease him a bit. Around 2 in the afternoon, Zhao Chen changed into a set of sportswear. The dark gray sports pants paired with a white t-shirt gave off a youthful and handsome vibe. He raised his eyebrows slightly, and his eyes brightened a bit. He was determined to win the position of vice class leader in the upcoming class officer election. In classroom 306 of the School of Management, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, all members of Class 1 of Business Administration were present. Students, the election for our class officers is now officially starting. Each candidate will have 3 minutes for their speech, so please manage your time well. After each speech, everyone will raise their hands to vote. The first position up for election is class leader. Those who are prepared can come up to the stage now. As soon as the counselor finished speaking, the temporary class leader, Zhang Qidong, immediately stood up and confidently walked to the front. He then began his performance. During the 3-minute speech, he boasted that if he became class leader, he would work tirelessly to serve everyone, doing his utmost without complaint, and similar statements. Listening to this, Zhao Chen felt disdain in his heart. He secretly spat. Bah, if he hadn't seen it for himself before, he might have been fooled again. This loser, talking big without even catching his breath, just blabbering. In his previous life, after Zhang Qidong successfully became class leader, he initially seemed to be doing well, busying himself in class and being quite noticeable. But it didn't last long before his true colors showed, and he started slacking off. Whenever there were class duties, he would disappear, leaving the work to other class officers. When there were benefits to be had, he was faster than anyone else. Among them, the biggest victim was Lu Ruyan, who was the vice class leader in his previous life and had a gentle personality. Thinking of this, Zhao Chen smiled coldly to himself. This time, he would never let Lu Ruyan be bullied by other boys again. If anyone was to be bullied, it would only be him. Finally, I ask everyone to cast your precious vote for me. Thank you all. After Zhang Qidong finished his speech, he smiled and gave a slight bow to the audience, then walked off the stage amidst applause. The students began to raise their hands to vote. There were 40 people in the class, and Zhao Chen did not participate in the voting. In the end, under the counselor's tally, Zhang Qidong received a total of 25 votes. It seemed that during his time as temporary class leader, he had played his part well and gained quite a bit of popularity. Influenced by Zhao Chen, the 4 of them in the dormitory did not vote for Zhang Qidong. As for the basketball team members, aside from Wang Hong, who shared a dorm with Zhang Qidong, the others did not raise their hands either. Upon seeing the voting results, Zhang Qidong's expression clearly showed some dissatisfaction. He had estimated that he would receive no less than 30 votes, and this was a slap in the face. After Zhang Qidong, a male and a female student took the stage to run for election. However, they only received 19 votes and 20 votes, respectively. Seeing that 2 competitors were missing, Zhang Qidong couldn't help but feel smug. He secretly glanced towards Zhao Chen's direction. Seeing that the latter remained as still as a mountain, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had learned from his roommate Wang Hong that Zhao Chen was going to participate in the class monitor election. In Zhang Qidong's eyes, among all the boys, this person was undoubtedly his biggest rival. After all, Zhao Chen's popularity in the class was evident to all. Suddenly, Zhang Qidong's expression stiffened. He stared blankly at the figure walking towards the podium, feeling as if something was off. Lu Ruyan was on stage. If Zhang Qidong was most wary of Zhao Chen among the boys, then among the girls, this person was definitely Lu Ruyan. Damn! Why is she getting involved too? This is troublesome. The cooked duck won't fly away, will it? Lu Ruyan stepped onto the podium, and everyone focused intently, ready to listen. She was wearing light blue jeans paired with a cream-colored t-shirt, and a faint smile graced her delicate oval face. Scanning the audience, her gaze intentionally lingered on Zhao Chen for a few seconds. The latter smiled slightly, responding with an encouraging look. Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to participate in the class monitor election today. Taking a deep breath and adjusting her emotions, Lu Ruyan began her speech calmly. That concludes my campaign statement. I hope everyone can vote for me. Thank you. After finishing her speech, Lu Ruyan felt a sense of relief wash over her, and a smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. The audience erupted into the most enthusiastic applause so far. In the corner, some unknown lecherous guy even let out a wolf howl of a woe, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Indeed, beauty is justice. Lu Ruyan's popularity in the class was off the charts. After all, who wouldn't want a class monitor as beautiful as a fairy? Watching this scene, Zhang Qidong's mouth twitched involuntarily. After Lu Ruyan returned to her seat, the counselor He Hong asked everyone to raise their hands to vote. In just a few seconds, almost everyone in the class had their hands up. In the end, Lu Ruyan received a total of 36 votes. The expression on Zhang Qidong's face became quite interesting. His premonition had indeed come true. He was really good at reading people. Such a high number of votes instantly dispelled any thoughts others had about the class monitor position. There was no need to go up and make things uncomfortable. After asking a few times and receiving no response, He Hong went on stage to announce that Lu Ruyan had successfully been elected as class monitor. The crowd also gave her warm applause, cheering and congratulating her. Lu Ruyan's face showed a mix of surprise and joy. She was quite astonished by the result. Just as Zhao Chen had predicted, she had underestimated her own popularity. Sitting next to her, Su Jia and the others were smiling happily, sharing in her glory. The class monitor had been elected, and now it was time for the vice class monitor. After He Hong announced the start, Zhang Qidong expressionlessly walked up to the podium. If he couldn't be class monitor, being vice class monitor would do. It would give him more opportunities to interact with the class flower. After another round of speeches, he only received 23 votes, which was somewhat disappointing. There were quite a few people running for vice class monitor, and 4 others took the stage one after another. However, none of them exceeded 23 votes. Just when Zhang Qidong thought victory was in his grasp, Zhao Chen slowly stood up and walked towards the podium, instantly becoming the focus of the entire room. Zhang Qidong's face turned ashen, and he cursed inwardly. Why now, of all times? He Hong's gaze became somewhat expectant. She had a good impression of this student. Lu Ruyan was even more transfixed, her eyes shining with an inexplicable light, focused intently on the figure at the podium. On stage, Zhao Chen wore a calm expression, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Facing everyone, he confidently began his campaign speech. Hello, classmates. You all should already know me, so I won't say much more about myself. What I want to say is, if I become the vice class monitor, I will definitely assist classmate Lu Ruyan and contribute my utmost to our class collective. After a few seconds of pause, Zhao Chen's lips curled up, revealing a brilliant smile, and he unleashed his big move. Additionally, I will be in charge of organizing our class activities in the future, such as dinners, outings, barbecues, and so on. I promise, I will definitely make everyone satisfied, so please stay tuned. And finally, I hope you can vote for me. Thank you. As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous applause erupted in the classroom. It was evident that both boys and girls had a very good impression of Zhao Chen. Li Jiala, the class clown, suddenly took a deep breath and shouted, "We support you, Brother Chuan is mighty." Ha, Brother Chuan is awesome. Brother Chuan, Brother Chuan. With the cheers from his roommates and a few others, the atmosphere in the class became even more heated. Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. He Hong shook her head and smiled helplessly. She felt that Zhao Chen's speech focused too much on food, drink, and fun, instantly winning everyone's favor. It was normal, after all, college students are a bunch of playful young people. After the speech, Zhao Chen walked back to his seat with a beaming smile. He Hong informed everyone that they could raise their hands to vote. Rustle, rustle. In an instant, dozens of arms were raised in the class. Zhang Qidong looked around at the crowd voting, including his roommates. Immediately, his face turned as dark as coal. As expected, Zhao Chen received 38 votes, the highest number so far. He crushed Zhang Qidong with a 15-vote advantage and secured the position of vice class monitor. There were 40 people in the class, and he himself did not participate in the voting. It was naturally obvious who the other person who didn't vote for him was. It didn't matter, Zhao Chen's heart was calm, and he felt no surprise at this result. Instead, Lin Song and the others were overjoyed for him. They had initially wondered why Zhao Chen didn't run for class monitor. It wasn't until Lu Ruyan was elected class monitor that the three finally woke up from their daze and guessed his thoughts. Wow! This is a master. Ignoring his roommate's musings, Zhao Chen took out his phone and sent a message to Lu Ruyan, "Class monitor, please take care of me from now on." After opening the message, she smiled and replied, "Sure, vice class monitor little brother, I'll take care of you from now on, ha." While the two were chatting, the other class officers were gradually elected as well. Without strong opponents, Zhang Qidong also snagged the position of group secretary. However, his expression was one of disinterest, completely unable to feel happy. Soon after, He Hong stepped onto the podium, gave a routine speech, and then announced the successful conclusion of the class officer elections. As soon as the elections ended, Lin Song and the others began to shout and demand that Zhao Chen treat them. Okay, let's go eat outside, let's go. It's reasonable for a dad to take his sons out to eat. Zhao Chen was in a very good mood at this moment, smiling nonchalantly. The three jokers, upon hearing this, immediately beamed with joy, showering Zhao Chen with compliments. To this, he could only smile and touch his nose, happily accepting it. Before long, the four of them walked out of the school gate. Seeing that they didn't seem to be heading to the North Gate food street, Lin Song asked in confusion, "Where are we going to eat, Brother Chuan?" Li Jiala also chimed in, "Yeah, I thought we were going to the North Gate." Zhao Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, smiled casually, and said, "Today I'm in a good mood, let's go to the city center and have a meal at Jingjia Plaza." Brother Chuan is generous. Oh, today is another day for the handsome and wealthy old buddy. Now we can have a good meal, how delightful. This was the cheer from the hungry Kai Jichao. As for why they came to Jingjia Plaza again the next day, Zhao Chen naturally had his own plans. When he was shopping with Lu Ruyan yesterday, he was carrying several shopping bags, which was quite inconvenient. Therefore, he didn't get a chance to visit the digital electronics section on the third floor of the mall. Since he was treating his roommates to a meal anyway, it would be better to take a look over there as well. The group hailed a Didi by the roadside, and after about half an hour, they arrived at Jingjia Plaza. On the way, they had already chosen a restaurant on their phones. After getting out of the car, the four of them headed straight to the basement level of the mall, arriving at the Shuanha Beef Hot Pot restaurant. They were lucky, as there was no need to queue, and they were led by a waiter to their seats. The Shuanha restaurant was quite large, covering several hundred square meters. Although it was a hot pot restaurant, the interior was primarily decorated in white, giving it a very clean and tidy appearance. Next to the entrance was the kitchen, an area enclosed by glass windows, where several chefs were diligently slicing fresh beef. This design allowed customers to see the kitchen environment and the quality of the beef at a glance. Shuanha prided itself on freshness, claiming that a cow must be processed and served within 4 hours from slaughter to table. After handing the menu and pen to his roommates, Zhao Chen cheerfully said, "Today we're going all out. You all order more meat, and you're not allowed to leave until you're stuffed." "No saving money for me." Kai Jichao stared at the menu, not looking up as he replied, "Don't worry, Chuangu, I'm here. I'm just afraid you'll feel sorry for your wallet later." Lin Song and Li Jiala also nodded in agreement, smiling. The Shuanha Beef Hot Pot restaurant was quite famous in Huacheng, and they had never eaten there before. It was a rare opportunity to have a wealthy friend treat them, so they had to eat a bit more. Hanging beef, pork belly, brisket, snowflake beef. "Alright, Chuangu, what else do you want?" After taking the menu back, Zhao Chen glanced at it and added 2 more plates of beef and some vegetables. Since they didn't plan to drink alcohol, he ordered a jug of sour plum juice and a jug of fruit juice. After about 10 minutes, everything they ordered arrived. Lin Song helped pour drinks for everyone. "Thank you, Chuangu, for treating us to hot pot, and congratulations on becoming the vice class leader. Most importantly, you get to partner with the beautiful Lu Ruyan. Cheers!" Li Jiala raised his glass and said with a smile, "Cheers, cheers." "Thank you, De Chuangu." Zhao Chen waved his hand with a smile, "No need to be so polite, eat more." After putting down their glasses, they began to pick up the beef and put it into the pot to cook. After about 10 seconds, it was ready to be picked up. The quality of Shuanha truly lived up to its reputation. The cooked beef dipped in their special satay sauce tasted fresh, tender, and juicy, bursting with meaty flavor. Everyone's appetite was instantly whetted, and they began to eat heartily, laughing and finishing plate after plate of beef. Lin Song and the others couldn't help but think that it had only been a little over half a month since school started, and they had already had several big meals. Not to mention, they had also been to KTV and spa clubs. Indeed, having a wealthy roommate was quite enjoyable. After more than an hour, everyone was full and decided to leave. "Handsome, we have a membership recharge promotion at our restaurant. If you recharge 1,000 yuan, you get an extra 100 yuan. Are you interested?" At the restaurant's cash register, a female staff member enthusiastically recommended this to Zhao Chen, who was about to pay the bill. After a pause, Zhao Chen thought that he would come to Shuanha again in the future, so recharging was a good idea. He gently nodded, "Alright, then I'll recharge 3,000 yuan." Lin Song and the others exchanged glances, all looking unfazed. If Zhao Chen had a Russian name, it would probably be something like uncomfortable without spending. The shop assistant's smile became even more radiant upon hearing this. She took the bank card handed to her by Zhao Chen, swiftly processed the payment, and used the phone number provided by him to set up a membership and recharge the account. "Handsome, please keep your bank card safe. Everything is done here. After deducting today's expense of 688 yuan, your membership card balance is still 2,612 yuan. You all take care, and we welcome you to come again next time." After settling the bill, the four of them walked out of the hot pot restaurant, only to realize it was just a little past 7. It was a rare outing, especially at Jingjia Plaza. There were plenty of places to explore. They planned to take a good look around before heading back to school. After more than an hour of browsing, apart from Zhao Chen who was empty-handed, Lin Song and the other two had each made some purchases, whether it was clothes or shoes. Their wallets had probably taken quite a hit. Then, at Zhao Chen's suggestion, the group headed to the 3rd floor of the mall. This floor basically gathered all the mainstream digital electronic brands on the market, with a dazzling array of products. Lin Song also loved places like this. He enthusiastically led Zhao Chen and the others around, checking this and that, occasionally forcefully sharing some knowledge with them. His eyes sparkled like a child who had just found a beloved toy. The other three found Lin Song's different side quite amusing. Zhao Chen's purpose for coming here was to buy himself a laptop. He had no intention of purchasing the Apple laptop he had longed for. In terms of computers, Apple's macOS system was still relatively niche compared to the more practical mainstream Windows system. However, after browsing several brand stores, he still hadn't found a style he was satisfied with. It was no surprise, with money in his pocket, he felt more confident, and his standards naturally became higher. In the past, when his budget was tight, he wouldn't have had so many choices. He would have already picked out a cost-effective laptop. The group had been browsing the digital electronics section on the third floor of Jingjia Plaza for over half an hour, and Zhao Chen still had no luck. At that moment, a store with a sign reading Alienware, featuring an alien logo, caught their attention. Zhao Chen's eyes lit up. This was an Alienware computer specialty store. The overall decor of the store was in silver and black, giving it a mysterious yet high-quality feel. Compared to other computer brand specialty stores, it clearly exuded a sense of high-end sophistication. Alienware is a well-known brand under the computer manufacturer Dell, positioned as a high-end line. The models sold on the market rarely cost less than 10,000 yuan. Whether in Zhao Chen's previous life or in 2014, Alienware computers were top choices in terms of appearance, practicality, and even for showing off. Even though his bank card balance exceeded 150,000 yuan, it would still not be enough to build the highest configuration Alienware computer. However, Zhao Chen did not have such high requirements for configuration. He wasn't particularly keen on playing computer games. With the surprised expressions of Lin Song and the others, Zhao Chen took the lead and walked straight into the Alienware computer specialty store. Perhaps due to its high-end positioning, there were only 2 or 3 scattered customers inside the store, even fewer than the staff. "Welcome to the Alienware computer specialty store, gentlemen. Feel free to look around," said a young male staff member in his 20s, approaching with a professional smile, his attitude rather indifferent. Zhao Chen calmly nodded. His roommates felt a bit reserved, unable to help but curiously glance around. Especially Lin Song, whose eyes were practically glued to the surroundings. He never reacted this strongly when encountering pretty girls. Sure enough, the Alienware computers are extremely lethal for gamers. The store clerk observed everyone's reactions and couldn't help but feel a bit smug. These 3 clearly looked like students who had never seen much of the world. However, this handsome guy, whose looks were enviable, seemed so calm and collected, indicating he probably had some skills. With this thought, the clerk maintained his composure and spoke up. "Would you like to see our desktop computers or laptops?" "Laptops," Zhao Chen replied. The clerk secretly felt pleased. He had guessed correctly that this was the main customer. "Alright, would you like to see the current models we have in stock, or a DIY custom build?" Zhao Chen didn't hesitate and decisively replied, "The current models." DIY customization sounded good, but it would take at least a few days. He didn't have the patience to wait and didn't see the need for it. "Okay, everyone, let's head over there and take a look." The clerk led the 4 of them to the laptop display area. He then began an enthusiastic product introduction, mainly directed at Zhao Chen. After all, the latter was the potential customer. "Handsome, any model of our Alienware laptops can basically run all mainstream PC games perfectly. However, for an even better gaming experience, we have detailed distinctions, such as basic gaming laptops, mid-range ultra-thin gaming laptops." Zhao Chen waved his hand, interrupting him with a light laugh. "Let's skip the basics." The clerk's eyes suddenly lit up at this. This guy had some serious potential, and his willingness to buy seemed quite strong. He needed to step up his game to secure this sale. It had been several days since he last made one. "Alright, please take a look at this Alienware 17 that was released in June this year. It features an upgraded Intel Core i7 quad-core processor, 16GB dual-channel memory, a 1TB hard drive plus 256GB solid-state drive. It also boasts a powerful NVIDIA plus Intel dual graphics card combination, with a memory of up to 8GB, delivering top-notch performance and absolutely smooth gameplay. Take a look at this laptop." The clerk eagerly introduced several laptops, his throat nearly going dry. "Handsome, you usually play games, right?" "Well, sort of," Zhao Chen replied. "Hee, League of Legends or Crossfire?" the clerk confidently asked, casually taking a sip of water. Zhao Chen's lips gradually curled into a playful smile as he leisurely replied, "No, I play Candy Crush." Cough cough, cough cough. The clerk was suddenly choked by the water, and after finally recovering, he wore a speechless and resentful expression. "Are you okay?" Zhao Chen touched his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. I'm fine, I'm fine. You're really funny, the clerk said, not intending to tease him further. Zhao Chen pointed at the Alienware 17 from earlier, smiling lightly as he said, I'll take this one. You have it in stock, right? I'll pay by card. Yes, yes. The clerk nodded eagerly, his eyes sparkling with excitement, his smile nearly reaching his ears. Many customers he had served before would agonize over buying even the most basic gaming laptop. It was common for them to end up not buying at all. Yet, just a short while after attending to Zhao Chen and the others, he had already made a sale, and his commission was waving at him. At that moment, Zhao Chen appeared to him as a wealthy and handsome high roller, a golden patron. Standing nearby, Lin Song and the others exchanged astonished glances. Although they had already grown accustomed to Zhao Chan's spending habits, but before it was only a few thousand or tens of thousands, this time it's 20 or 30,000. This amount of money is enough for an ordinary college student to cover several semesters of living expenses. The gap between people can sometimes be this enormous. Please wait a moment, I'll bring it over right away. The attitude and tone of the young clerk became noticeably more enthusiastic and respectful. Zhao Chen nodded slightly. After a few minutes, the clerk hurried over with a brand new Alienware 17, handing it to Zhao Chen with both hands for him to take a look. Zhao Chen just glanced at it briefly and waved his hand, signaling to start packing it up. This was a specialty store, so it was unlikely they would engage in the practice of passing off inferior goods as quality ones, damaging their reputation. Sir, please take a look at the bill details. You need to pay 26,888 yuan. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen casually handed over his bank card. The clerk respectfully accepted it with both hands and completed the payment process. He let out a sigh of relief, his face breaking into a radiant smile, like a blooming chrysanthemum. Thank you, sir. Please keep your bank card and receipt, as well as the laptop. We appreciate your trust and support for our Alienware products. We offer 2 years of on-site warranty service, and, finally, thank you once again for your support, and we hope to serve you again next time. Under the clerk's warm send-off, Zhao Chen and his companions left the Alienware computer specialty store. The Alienware laptop felt significantly heavier compared to other brands. Zhao Chen carried the laptop bag, weighing it in his hand, estimating it to be around 10 pounds. However, with his current physical condition, carrying it a bit longer posed no pressure at all. Wow, I can't believe someone around me bought an Alienware laptop, that's awesome. Brother Chuan, my dear brother, you have to let me play with it for a bit, please, please. As soon as they exited the store, Lin Song exclaimed excitedly, unable to contain his eagerness. Zhao Chen smiled and casually replied, Hey, it's just a laptop. If I'm not using it, feel free to take it and play. A strong air of nonchalance surrounded him. Just a laptop? This is Alienware. Lin Song didn't argue, immediately grinning widely, Thank you, Brother Chuan, love you. Get lost. Zhao Chen laughed and scolded him with a look of disdain. Li Jiala and Kai Jiqiu were chuckling to the side. Although they weren't as fond of gaming as Lin Song, the reputation of Alienware laptops was well known, and trying it out would be quite nice. Who knows, it might come in handy for some show-off moment in the future. By the way, Brother Chuan, I didn't see you particularly fond of gaming before, so what did you buy the Alienware laptop for? Lin Song asked curiously, with Li Jiala and Kai Jiqiu also looking intrigued. Zhao Chen stopped in his tracks, turned to his roommates, and replied seriously, Of course, it's for studying. I believe you, you old man. Humph, as if that's really the case. Brother Chuan is so great. Alright, seriously, I actually bought it for Zhao Chen revealed a sly smile and continued, watching shows and movies, this configuration is definitely top-notch. His roommates looked bewildered. So you spent 20 or 30,000 yuan on an Alienware laptop just for that? So extravagant and casual, it's not like you went to the market to buy cabbage. Suddenly, Kai Jiqiu's face lit up with realization. His eyes sparkled with a lewd glint. I got it, Brother Chuan watches artistic films, like those from the island country. He looked at Zhao Chen with a friendly gaze, as if he had found a kindred spirit. I'm not alone on this path. Oh, I see. Brother Chow's words have awakened the dreamer, well-reasoned and convincing. Zhao Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes, looking at the three with disdain, and sternly reprimanded, Nonsense. I am a man of integrity, with nothing but a clear conscience. How could I stoop to such things? It's truly shameful to associate with you lot. He then pointed at Kai Jiqiu, especially you, old Kai. I really want to award you a moving yellow flag. Oh dear, he's getting anxious. What's the big deal, Chuan Gu? Men understand each other. Kai Jiqiu stroked his chin with his right hand, his eyes squinting into slits as he laughed. A moving yellow flag? Ha, I like it. Chuan Gu, you really are a talent. From now on, let's share resources and help each other out, Chuan-gu. Zhao Chen was instantly speechless, thinking that the more he explained, the less clear it became. Forget it, let these three losers be. After buying a notebook, Zhao Chen casually spent another 2 or 3,000 yuan on a pair of headphones, an external keyboard, and a game controller. Checking the time, he realized it was about time to wrap things up. He had class tomorrow, so the group left the mall and took a taxi, returning to school half an hour later. I'm going to get some cash over there. Seeing the ATM not far from the school gate and realizing he only had a few hundred yuan left in his wallet, Zhao Chen said goodbye to his roommates and strode over. Lin Song and the others didn't follow. They weren't like Zhao Chen, they hadn't even finished spending the cash they withdrew last time. Inserting his bank card and going through the motions, Zhao Chen withdrew 3,000 yuan and put it in his wallet. He wanted to keep some cash on hand for emergencies. Usually, he could just use his card for spending. Once back in the dorm, before they could even settle down, Lin Song was eager to have Zhao Chen open his laptop. Zhao Chen handed over the computer bag with a light laugh. Here you go, here, make yourself at home. He, then I won't be polite. Lin Song grinned as he took the bag and immediately started tinkering with it. Li Jiala and the others also gathered around. Seeing this, Zhao Chen shook his head with a smile and took his towel and clothes into the bathroom to shower. He wasn't sure if he felt inflated with pride or indifferent. He had once envied others for having high-end computers. Now that he had one, it didn't seem like a big deal. Perhaps being reborn and having a strong system backing him gave him the confidence to face anything calmly. About 10 minutes later, Zhao Chen came out of the bathroom. What the hell? What's going on here? Lin Song's desk was surrounded by classmates from neighboring dorms. Everyone was chattering excitedly, and the atmosphere was quite lively. As soon as they saw Zhao Chen, various looks of envy, surprise, and shock were directed at him, making him feel quite uncomfortable. They had already learned from Lin Song and the others that this Alienware laptop was worth 20 to 30,000 yuan. What a big spender, it was simply terrifying. They had suspected Zhao Chen was a high, rich, and handsome type, and now it was confirmed. An Alienware laptop, that's amazing. One of these is worth 5 or 6 of mine. Chuan-gu, do you need any accessories for your thigh? I can help. High, rich, and handsome, indeed. I'm bowing down. Chuan-gu, do you take underlings? Zhao Chen looked at these shameless guys with a blank expression. After a pause, he waved his hand nonchalantly and smiled. No need for flattery, my dear subjects, you may disperse. After some playful banter, the other dorm mates gradually left. Zhao Chen tidied up and climbed into bed, picking up his phone to chat with Lu Ruyan. When he learned that she had been mercilessly treated to a feast of grilled fish by her roommates that night, he found it both amusing and felt sorry for her wallet. While chatting casually, he also took the time to pull up the system panel to check his spending progress. Host, Zhao Chen, age, 19, level, 1, quota, 24 hours equals 10,000 yuan, experience, 7/10, 1 experience point equals 10,000 yuan, still need to spend 30,000 yuan for the next upgrade. Seeing the experience bar display the number 7, he couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. Unknowingly, in just over half a month, he had already spent 70,000 yuan. It was hard to believe, in his previous life, this amount would have lasted him more than a year. Currently, he was still 3 points away from leveling up, but he had already come up with a plan. Tomorrow during lunch, he would directly recharge his campus card with 30,000 yuan, and that would solve the problem. Zhao Chen couldn't help but smile, starting to look forward to the surprises the system upgrade would bring him. After chatting for a while, Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan bid each other goodnight. Not long after, he comfortably drifted off to sleep. September 22nd, Monday, the day when freshmen at Huacheng University officially started classes. Early in the morning, just after 6, the beautiful dreams of Zhao Chen and his friends were ruthlessly interrupted by Li Jiala's phone alarm. Accompanying it were the sounds of the latter bustling about. After a round of curses, the three of them turned over and continued to catch some sleep. It wasn't until after 7 that they reluctantly sat up. Lin Song had obtained Zhao Chen's permission the night before to install 2 games on the latter's alien notebook, playing until 2 or 3 in the morning before finally going to bed. Now, he was sporting panda eyes, washing up while grumbling, "Lugu, waking us up so early again, I'll blow your ass up. Disturbing my sweet dreams, air zone, blow him up." Perhaps Kai Jichao's spring dream was interrupted at a critical moment. His tone was particularly resentful. Looking at it from another angle, there were benefits. At least he didn't have to get up early to wash his underwear. Faced with the murderous glares of his roommates, Li Jiala could only chuckle awkwardly and brush it off. After everyone finished washing up, they grabbed their textbooks and headed out. Zhao Chen had specially worn the casual pants and t-shirt that Lu Ruyan had bought for him today. One word to describe it: super handsome. Thanks to Li Jiala's blessing, everyone left early enough to have time for breakfast at the cafeteria. After finishing breakfast, the four of them leisurely made their way to the teaching building according to their class schedule. After all, it was the first class of university, and the students had all arrived quite early. The moment Zhao Chen stepped into the classroom, he spotted Lu Ruyan sitting in the front row. With her flawless, delicate oval face, bright eyes, and white teeth, she wore no makeup. Just her natural beauty was enough to make one's heart race. Today, she had intuitively worn the off-white dress that Zhao Chen had given her. She looked fresh and elegant. While chatting with her roommates, Lu Ruyan seemed to sense something. She gently lifted her head and met Zhao Chen's warm gaze. The next second, a sweet and charming smile blossomed on her face. Seeing the clothes Zhao Chen was wearing, her eyes sparkled with a crescent-like smile. Lu Ruyan's smile instantly lifted Zhao Chen's spirits. Under the urging of their roommates behind them, the four quickly found seats at the back of the classroom. There were only 2 classes in the morning, both on management. Ding ding! The class bell rang, and the teacher responsible for management, Mr. Xia, slowly walked into the classroom. Among all the university teachers, Zhao Chen had a particularly deep impression of him. Besides teaching several courses, he had a friendly personality and got along well with the students. Good morning, everyone. I am Mr. Xia, your management teacher. It's nice to meet you for the first time. After a brief opening statement and self-introduction, Mr. Xia smiled as he opened the attendance sheet in his hand and began to call the roll. His speech was slow, pausing for several seconds after each name to remember the person's appearance. Kai Jichao. Here. Chen Yenling. Here. Lu Ruyan. Present. Hearing her name, Lu Ruyan replied softly. Teacher Xia couldn't help but glance at her a couple more times before continuing. Zhao Chen. The latter raised his hand and signaled, present. After a pause, Teacher Xia smiled broadly and teasingly said, the last number was a beautiful girl, and this time it's a handsome guy. Ha, I'll remember you all. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but chuckle. Someone even whistled twice. Well done. Only Zhao Chen had a dark expression, helplessly rubbing his forehead. Thank you, Teacher Xia. Please don't remember me, it would be so inconvenient to skip class later. On the other side, Lu Ruyan's fair little face quickly flushed with a light rosy hue, adding a bit more color to her already stunning beauty. This scene was noticed by her roommates sitting nearby. Su Jia gently nudged Lu Ruyan with her elbow, teasingly saying, handsome guy and beautiful girl, their student numbers are even connected, locked in, haha, don't you think? Li Shuping and Chen Yenling nodded in agreement, laughing happily. Gossiping about their roommate's crush is really sweet. Lu Ruyan wanted to explain a bit, but suddenly recalled Zhao Chen's words to her in the mall, and her heart skipped a beat. There was no way around it. She could only pinch Su Jia's arm in embarrassment. After taking attendance for the remaining students, Teacher Xia began the class. Zhao Chen opened his book and listened patiently for a while, but gradually became a bit bored. He had already attended these classes in his previous life and had learned everything he could. He quietly took out his phone to check the game and scroll through the news. Looking around, he noticed many people were also playing on their phones. Glancing at Lu Ruyan's beautiful silhouette in front of him, Zhao Chen slightly curled his lips and then opened WeChat to send a message. Feeling the vibration of her phone, Lu Ruyan nervously glanced at the podium. Teacher Xia hadn't noticed her. She quietly took out her phone and saw it was a message from Zhao Chen, and instantly, a smile appeared on her face. Opening the message, she found a cheeky panda emoji, with the word beauty written beside it. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but chuckle, but then realized it was inappropriate and quickly stifled her laughter. She turned her head with a feigned annoyance and shot Zhao Chen a glare. He touched his nose, and the smile at the corner of his mouth widened a bit. To others, their interaction looked like flirtation. Everyone felt a bit sour. It was bad enough to have an early class, but now they were force-fed dog food. Truly, the world is going downhill, and people's hearts are not what they used to be. Zhao Chen knew very well that Lu Ruyan had a good impression of him, so he had to seize the opportunity and press on. Turning back, Lu Ruyan, with a smile in her eyes, sent Zhao Chen a punching dog head emoji. His WeChat profile picture was a Shiba Inu. In the time that followed, the two happily chatted and joked under Teacher Xia's watchful eyes, even engaging in a battle of emojis. Lu Ruyan, experiencing the stirrings of first love, was immersed in the delightful atmosphere, forgetting everything around her. Before they knew it, 2 classes had ended. It wasn't until the class bell rang that Lu Ruyan realized that her first class in college had passed in such a chatty manner. However, her heart felt sweet. She really enjoyed the feeling of chatting with Zhao Chen and couldn't help but fall into it. This guy is really both handsome and interesting. It seems that I really like him. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan's heart fluttered, and she felt her cheeks burning, her ears turning red at a visible speed. Chuan-gu, who were you chatting with so enthusiastically during class just now? You were staring at the screen and smiling like a spring heart fluttering. On the way back to the dorm after class, Li Jiala asked with a curious expression. Zhao Chen shook his head, smiling but saying nothing. Lin Song and the others, seeing this, were exasperated and scolded him. Zhao Chen thought the three of them were just envious and laughed it off. At that moment, the four passed by the cafeteria. Zhao Chen's eyes lit up as he suppressed his excitement and walked straight to the campus card recharge window. His roommates had also spent most of the money they recharged last time, so they followed him. Suddenly, Lin Song and the others heard Zhao Chen casually say, "Auntie, please help me recharge 30,000 yuan, thank you." What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? His roommates couldn't hold back and exclaimed in disbelief. Passers-by near the recharge window also turned to look, their faces filled with surprise at Zhao Chen. So rich. Did this handsome guy just recharge his living expenses for several years in one go? The recharge window was still managed by the same auntie. She thought she had misheard and, looking bewildered, confirmed, "Handsome guy, did you say 30,000? Is that right?" "Yes, that's right." Zhao Chen handed over his campus card and bank card, nodding lightly in response. "Oh, okay, please wait a moment." The auntie had never encountered a student recharging so much money at once, so her operation was a bit slower than usual. After 2 or 3 minutes, confirming the amount several times, she finally completed the recharge. Zhao Chen thanked her, took the 2 cards, and put them in his wallet. The next moment, the system's voice arrived as expected, echoing in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, the system has successfully upgraded, current level is 2. Every 24 hours, earnings increased to 20,000 yuan. A new system interface popped up in front of Zhao Chen, seemingly more refined than before. Host, Zhao Chen, age, 19, level, 2, quota, 24 hours equals 20,000 yuan, experience, 0/100, 1 experience point equals 10,000 yuan, need to spend 1 million yuan for the next upgrade, consumption rebate times, 1 ding. The system has added a new feature, consumption rebate. The host can automatically obtain a consumption rebate opportunity every Saturday at midnight. As long as you make a purchase and choose to use the consumption rebate, the system will automatically deduct the times. The rebate amount ranges from 3 to 10 times, and the maximum rebate amount depends on the system level, currently capped at 3 million yuan. For example, if you spend 50,000 yuan and receive a 6 times rebate, you will immediately get 300,000 yuan. If you spend 500,000 yuan and receive an 8 times rebate, since it exceeds the rebate limit, you can only get 3 million yuan. Although he was mentally prepared, a series of surprises still left Zhao Chen frozen in place. After the system upgrade, the daily earnings doubled, which was within his expectations. Earning 20,000 yuan a day was already quite good. Converted to a monthly salary, that would be 600,000 yuan. Annually, that would be 7.3 million yuan. Moreover, the money obtained from the system was tax-free. Rounded up, Zhao Chen could be considered a wealthy individual with an annual income exceeding 10 million. If the daily earnings doubling made him feel satisfied, then the new feature that followed plunged him into immense joy. Consumption rebate, with a minimum of 3 times. Not only did he spend without costing anything, but the system was also eager to give him money. What a good deal. In light of this, the 100 experience points needed to upgrade the system to the next level seemed trivial. For a moment, Zhao Chen's mind raced, and he couldn't help but fantasize. If there were no limits on the consumption rebate, it would be incredibly enjoyable. It wouldn't take long before he could become the richest person in the country, or even the world. Ding! Reward for the host's upgrade gift package, granting you a consumption experience fund of 300,000 yuan. This experience fund is only for experiencing the consumption rebate function and can only be used for purchasing goods, not for investment or gifting in other ways. Note, the 300,000 yuan experience fund does not count towards consumption experience points. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen's phone chimed with a text message alert. He picked up his phone and saw that the 300,000 yuan had indeed been credited. There's even this benefit, thumbs up. The system dad is simply amazing, like a cow standing on its head. While Zhao Chen's heart was in turmoil, only 2 or 3 minutes had passed in the outside world. Lin Song and the others had also topped up their campus cards. What's wrong, Chuan-gu? Lost in thought? Oh, nothing. You guys done? Then let's go. Zhao Chen snapped back to reality, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled, temporarily suppressing his excitement as he exited the system interface. It was just past 10 in the morning, and everyone was still not hungry, so they planned to return to the dormitory first and come down later for lunch. After a while, they returned to the dormitory. Zhao Chen went to the balcony to wash his face, trying to calm himself down a bit. After some thought, he posed a question to the system that had been on his mind. About the upgrade gift package, will there be one every time I level up in the future? Yes, that's right. Then can I use the other money in my bank card together with the consumption experience fund to enjoy the consumption rebate? Yes, you can. Hearing this, Zhao Chen felt a surge of joy. It seemed he should try to spend all the money at once to maximize his returns. Originally, he had planned to transfer some money to his family, but for now, it seemed he would have to hold off. He was eager to spend the consumption experience fund given by the system. He just didn't know how much rebate this 300,000 yuan would bring him. Zhao Chen couldn't help but fantasize about having $1 million on hand right now. Then, if he spent all that money, calculating with a minimum threefold return, he could earn an additional 3 million in income every week, aside from the daily fixed returns. After a pause, he chuckled at himself, realizing he was being a bit too greedy. The first week of classes was relatively light, with only 2 classes on Monday afternoon. As noon approached, Zhao Chen and his roommates went downstairs to the cafeteria for lunch. At 12 o'clock, his phone received another deposit notification. China Merchants Bank, dear user, your account ending in 0880 has received a deposit of 20,000 yuan. Current balance is 418,566.55 yuan. The balance in his bank card had already surpassed 400,000 yuan. Zhao Chen couldn't help but smile. He had fallen in love with the feeling of receiving money while eating. It was simply exhilarating. After lunch, the group returned to the dormitory. Not long after, they all climbed into bed for a nap. Waking up around 1 in the afternoon, Zhao Chen and the others headed out to the teaching building for class. This class was on the headache-inducing advanced mathematics. The teacher's lecturing style was quite stiff, combined with the dry and tedious content, causing the entire class to feel drowsy. Zhao Chen and his roommates sat in the back of the classroom, idly playing on their phones. Sitting next to him, Lin Song was engrossed in the world of mobile games, unable to extricate himself. As for Kai Jichao and Li Jiala, these two had long since laid their heads on the desk, sleeping soundly. The latter even drooled, making it hard to look at. While Zhao Chen scrolled through his phone, his mind was also busy. He was thinking about how to spend all the money in his bank card. How about buying a car worth 400,000 yuan? That seems unnecessary. It would be better to wait and buy a better one later. How about buying 2 kilograms of gold bars to give to my parents? Forget it, that's a bit extravagant. After a little while, Zhao Chen still hadn't come up with a good idea. He put down his phone, leaned on the table, and gazed leisurely at the slender figure of Lu Ruyan in the front row of the classroom, a faint smile gradually appearing at the corners of his mouth. He glanced at the class schedule on his phone. Tomorrow was Tuesday, and he had no classes in the afternoon. How about asking Lu Ruyan out for a stroll and maybe some shopping? After enduring 2 grueling classes of advanced mathematics, some classmates in the class had faces that seemed to have made intimate contact with the desktop countless times. Ding ding. Finally, the pleasant sound of the class dismissal bell rang out. Hey, wake up, it's morning, time to get up. Seeing that Kai Jichao and Li Jiala were still playing cards with the god of sleep, Zhao Chen gently tapped their shoulders. Li Jiala, still groggy, lifted his head, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and said drowsily, Class is over so soon? Feels like I haven't slept long. Yeah, I was just getting into a deep conversation with teacher Bodo. Kai Jichao stretched lazily, taking over the conversation, sounding quite regretful. Hearing this, Zhao Chen couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth, casting a disdainful glance at him. Damn, if class hadn't just ended, you'd probably have to run back to the dorm to wash your underwear. Not long after, the 4 of them returned to the dormitory. Zhao Chen thought about the newly bought alien notebook that he hadn't had a chance to use yet. So he sat down and opened his computer. After fiddling with it for a while, the novelty wore off significantly. He then let Lin Song, who had a cheeky grin, borrow the computer. Around 5 in the afternoon, the weather had cooled down a bit. Zhao Chen changed into his sports shorts, preparing to head downstairs. Xuangu, are you going out with a girl again? Are you coming back for dinner? Just as he was about to leave, the nosy Li Jiala asked with a grin. Kai Jichao and Lin Song seemed indifferent, but were secretly eavesdropping. No, I plan to go to the playground for a run. Anyone want to join? Pretend I didn't ask. Sorry to bother you. Goodbye. The 3 immediately shook their heads like rattles. Zhao Chen shook his head and left in a huff. Arriving at the playground, he did a brief warm-up before jogging along the 400-meter rubber track, his steps light and quick. Although his physical fitness had been steadily improving with the system, exercise was still essential. After all, life is about movement. A gentle breeze brushed against his face, and the setting sun sparkled like fragments of gold, warmly showering Zhao Chen, draping him in a golden hue that made him look even more sunny and handsome. After about half an hour and 10 laps of slow jogging, Zhao Chen stopped. Under the big tree beside the track, he began to stretch. At the same time, he noticed out of the corner of his eye that 3 girls were looking this way from a distance, whispering to each other. After a few minutes, one girl with long hair, good looks, and a great figure, blushing, shyly walked over. She stopped a few steps away from Zhao Chen, hesitating, and glanced back at her roommates. Seeing this, the two smiled and raised their arms in a fist, making a cheering gesture. "Hello, classmate. May I ask which college you're from and what year you are in?" The girl mustered her courage to approach Zhao Chen, her gaze slightly evasive, and asked in a soft voice. After speaking, her face turned even redder, her ears flushed. Zhao Chen found it quite amusing, smiled slightly, and politely replied, "Hello, I'm a freshman from the School of Management." "Oh, no wonder. I sometimes come to the playground for a walk, but I've never seen you before. I'm a sophomore from the School of Foreign Languages." "Hello, senior, is there something you need?" Zhao Chen asked, somewhat knowingly. The girl didn't dare to look directly into his eyes, hesitated for a few seconds, then lowered her head and softly said, I think you're quite sunny and handsome. Can we add each other on WeChat to get to know each other?" "Haha, thank you for the compliment. Sure, let me scan you." Zhao Chen replied with a light laugh, then confidently took out his phone. In his previous life, being approached by a girl of this class flower level was something he wouldn't even dare to imagine. After being reborn and with the help of a system dad, Zhao Chen could clearly feel that his looks and charm were increasing day by day. Now, he was undoubtedly the focus and topic of discussion among the girls. The boys might pretend to be indifferent, but deep down, they were envious and jealous of this handsome guy. Walking through the campus, Zhao Chen could feel the gazes of girls on him. During this time, every day when he opened WeChat or QQ, he would almost always see friend requests popping up. What a happy trouble, Zhao Chen thought. When the girl heard this, she looked up, her face beaming with joy, and quickly took out her phone, opening the WeChat QR code to show him. Zhao Chen scanned the code and sent a friend request. Upon seeing it, she immediately clicked to accept. "Hee, that won't affect your workout. By the way, my name is Zhang Surong. Nice to meet you." "I'm Zhao Chen, senior. Nice to meet you too." Zhao Chen replied with a smile, thinking the name sounded a bit familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Zhang Surong smiled sweetly, nodded, and then turned around happily to walk towards her roommates. "Surong, did you get that handsome guy's WeChat? Look at how happy Surong is. Do we even need to ask?" Hee. As soon as they got close, the two teased her playfully. Zhang Surong shot them a mock glare with her beautiful eyes, then smiled charmingly. "I did. See, I knew it. Ha, you're so happy. Why don't you hurry up and treat us to some milk tea?" The three of them laughed and joked as they walked away, the atmosphere very cheerful. Watching their backs, Zhao Chen touched his nose and smiled lightly. He didn't have any extra thoughts, just considered it a chance to get to know someone new. Being a campus playboy and flirting with multiple girls didn't seem suitable for him. The reputation that would come from that wouldn't be good. For now, capturing Lu Ruyan's heart was the most important thing. After stretching for a while longer, Zhao Chen left the playground. Back in the dormitory, he immediately took a shower, feeling refreshed. Around 6 or 7 o'clock, everyone was getting ready to go downstairs for dinner. At this time, Lin Song was deeply engrossed in his game and said without turning his head, "You guys go eat? I'll just make instant noodles later, it's fine." There was reason to suspect that this guy was morally blackmailing them. After a few attempts to persuade him, seeing that he was still firmly planted in his chair, the other three went out downstairs. After dinner, they didn't forget to pack a meal for Lin Song. As their dads, they couldn't help but pamper their little buddy. When Zhao Chen and the others returned to the dormitory, Lin Song was still playing games. He was squatting on his chair, vigorously shaking the mouse while excitedly cursing, warmly greeting his opponents and teammates, making the scene quite speechless. Hearing the noise, Lin Song turned his head and spotted Li Jiala holding the takeout box. In an instant, he switched to a friendly and amiable demeanor. "Hee, you packed it for me. Thank you, three brothers. I love you. Damn, I just ate, and now I'm about to throw up. Goosebumps are popping up." Zhao Chen also mercilessly added, "Get lost." That night, Zhao Chen didn't go out, leisurely staying in the dormitory to enjoy his free time. He played on the computer, listened to music, and scrolled through his phone. He chatted and laughed with Lu Ruyan, catching up with family and friends. Occasionally, he joked around with his roommates and classmates who came to visit, drinking tea and chatting. The whole evening passed in such a pleasant manner. Today is Tuesday, the weather is clear, and the sun is shining brightly. The first 2 periods in the morning were English classes, followed by the 2 periods of everyone's favorite physical education class. Therefore, before heading out, Zhao Chen and the others changed into their sportswear. Soon, they arrived at the classroom. Lu Ruyan and her roommates sat in the middle of the classroom this time. There were seats behind them, and Zhao Chen raised his eyebrows, immediately walking over. Lin Song and the other two followed suit. As they passed by Lu Ruyan, Zhao Chen smiled and greeted her, "Good morning." Upon hearing the voice, she looked up and, upon recognizing him, her face instantly blossomed into a charming smile. "Good morning." Seeing what she was wearing, she paused for a second, then smiled knowingly. Lu Ruyan was wearing a white t-shirt on top, black sports pants on the bottom, and a pair of white casual shoes. Zhao Chen, too, was in a white t-shirt paired with black sports pants and white shoes. Both of their tops had no patterns, and at first glance, they seemed to be dressed quite similarly. Lin Song and the others, as well as Lu Ruyan's roommates, noticed this too. Everyone nearby was smiling, their expressions quite ambiguous. The four of them took their seats in the back row, with Zhao Chen deliberately sitting right behind Lu Ruyan. Su Jia turned to take a look and then made a teasing face at Lu Ruyan, whispering, "Did you two coordinate your outfits today? As a couple? What? It's just a coincidence." Lu Ruyan's cheeks flushed, and she couldn't help but lightly pinch Su Jia's arm. Zhao Chen's physical fitness had improved in all aspects. Both his vision and hearing had enhanced significantly. Therefore, even though their voices were as faint as a mosquito's buzz, he still heard them. Zhao Chen curled his lips and picked up his phone to send a message to Lu Ruyan in front of him. "We're wearing couple outfits again, what a coincidence, hee hee." When she took out her phone to check, her ears gradually turned red, and she quickly typed back, "Don't be so facey, classmate." Humph, what a thick-skinned bad guy. Just thinking about Zhao Chen sitting behind her made Lu Ruyan feel her cheeks getting hotter and her heart racing. Seeing the message and glancing at her reddening ears, Zhao Chen's smile deepened. In college, as long as the teachers didn't disrupt the class order, they generally wouldn't mind you. Thus, the two happily chatted away on their phones. Ding ding. The class bell rang, and in the blink of an eye, 2 English classes had passed. Lu Ruyan put down her phone, wondering why every time she chatted with this guy, time seemed to fly by so quickly. As soon as class was over, students in the class began to leave the classroom in groups of 3 or 5 for the playground. "You guys go ahead to the playground," Zhao Chen said, grabbing his textbooks. After a pause, he added to his roommates. Then, he gently tapped Lu Ruyan's shoulder, "Classmate Xingyu, let's go to the playground together." Lin Song and the other two looked at him in surprise, unable to help but start their internal commentary. "Damn, what a guy with no sense of boundaries with the opposite sex." Although they were cursing inwardly, they still had to smile on the surface. "Brother Chuan, we'll head out first." "There's still time, Brother Chuan, you can take it slow, no rush." "Ha, we're off." After saying that, the three of them left with expressions of both envy and admiration, very tactfully making their exit. As for Lu Ruyan's roommates, they were naturally understanding as well. They wore mischievous smiles, their eyes darting between Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan. Then, they happily left first, refusing to be third wheels. "You guys." Lu Ruyan initially wanted to ask Su Jia and the others to wait for her, but they quickened their pace instead. She turned around and shot Zhao Chen a reproachful glance. "Hee hee, then let's go," he said with a triumphant smile. Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes cutely at him, huffed softly, and slowly walked out of the classroom. However, her increasingly flushed face betrayed her. At this moment, it felt as if a small drum was beating in her heart, thump thump thump. Zhao Chen smiled slightly and then matched the pace of the other person. On the tree-lined path of the campus, the two walked side by side towards the playground. Not far ahead, their respective roommates occasionally turned back to glance, quite curious. "Look, they all misunderstood. It's all your fault," Lu Ruyan said, her cheeks flushed, appearing a bit flustered. Zhao Chen scratched his head and chuckled, "Huh? Misunderstood what?" Seeing him still playing dumb, Lu Ruyan pouted and said angrily, "It's just that they misunderstood what we have. We don't have anything, the innocent are clear, there's nothing to be afraid of." Zhao Chen looked at Lu Ruyan, speaking earnestly, while secretly stifling a laugh inside. "You." Lu Ruyan was instantly speechless, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, unsure how to respond. "Ah, I'm so scared of you, you big-headed ghost. This is infuriating. Could this guy be the legendary ironclad straight man? But wait, he was quite eloquent at the mall before. Moreover, just now, he had dismissed others, wanting to go to the playground with her. Zhao Chen's actions truly left Lu Ruyan at a loss. Put. Zhao Chen couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. After a moment, he looked sincerely into Lu Ruyan's eyes, his tone gentle yet slightly domineering. "I was just teasing you, they didn't misunderstand. I just want everyone to know that I like you." In an instant, a layer of blush quickly spread across Lu Ruyan's face. Like a lotus emerging from the water, like peach blossoms after the rain. At this moment, her feelings were somewhat complex, filled with shyness, joy, and nervousness. Lu Ruyan looked down at her toes, not daring to meet his burning gaze. After a while, she finally raised her head, her face flushed as she softly said, "Actually, I have feelings for you too, but, do you often say these things to girls?" This question, laden with a sense of testing, made Zhao Chun feel inexplicably guilty. However, the concern in her words made his lips involuntarily curl up. "I've never been in a relationship before, until the first class meeting when I met you. From that moment on, I hoped you." He paused, looking at Lu Ruyan with loving eyes, a gentle smile on his lips. "I hope you become my well-known selfishness, my open favoritism. Some say that to attract someone you like, being relaxed is the top priority. But when truly facing someone you like, nervousness is the instinctive reaction." Just like at this moment, no matter how strong Zhao Chen's psychological quality was, or how calm and natural he appeared, facing the person he liked most in this life and the next, confessing would still be so nerve-wracking. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, feeling both long and short. "By Chuan, classmate." You say?" Zhao Chen's heartfelt confession flowed into Lu Ruyan's heart like a warm spring, warming her entire body. The next second, she firmly raised her head, her smile like a blooming flower, her tenderness like water. "I also like you." Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen's heart was instantly enveloped by a wave of immense joy. The two exchanged smiles, their eyes filled with each other's figures. Everything was unspoken. In the air, a warm atmosphere gradually spread. Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan, this super eye-catching pair, walked down the road, attracting many gazes. They had broken through that layer of glass paper, and their relationship was evidently much closer. As they approached the playground, Zhao Chen's lips curled up slightly, and he reached out his finger, gently hooking Lu Ruyan's finger. She turned her head, giving him a reproachful glance, her blush becoming even more vivid. "Bad guy. There are so many people around." Although a bit shy, her heart was filled with joy. Seeing that the other party did not resist, Zhao Chen chuckled and tightened his grip even more. The three in front, Lin Song and the others, were also discussing animatedly. Li Jiala wore a smug expression. "Actually, I guessed it long ago. The girl who went on a date with Brother Chuan that day is Lu Ruyan." "Oh, you really are a clever one." Kai Jichao immediately showed a look of disdain. Lin Song decisively took over, delivering a mocking skill. After the fact, boom boom. The two couldn't let Li Jiala show off. "Really, you guys believe me?" "Believe you? Not a chance." "Got it, great understanding king." After being hit repeatedly, Li Jiala turned to glance at Zhao Chen's side. In an instant, his eyes widened, and he tugged at the arms of the other two, exclaiming, "Holy crap, look behind, Brother Chuan is even holding hands." Lin Song and Kai Jichao quickly turned to look. "Wow," he hooked her finger, "Brother Chuan is amazing. In less than a month since school started, he's got a school flower like Lu Ruyan. Brother Chuan's efficiency is terrifying." The three were instantly filled with a mouthful of dog food, nearly choking on it. After a pause, Kai Jichao suggested, "When Brother Chuan comes over, let's pretend to be really envious." "Ha! No need to pretend, I really envy him. I'm crying with envy, don't you two say otherwise." Li Jiala's voice was filled with heartache. "I'm envious too." Lin Song chimed in. "You guys, fine, I am too." The three sighed together, their feelings quite complex. They feared for their brother's struggles, yet also feared for his success. When would our campus love come? Such a worthy occasion to celebrate. Let's treat Brother Chuan to a big meal. Agreed. +1. Immersed in the pleasant atmosphere, Zhao Chen was still unaware that he had been clearly arranged by the three dogs. On the other side, Su Jia and the others, who had been observing in the shadows, naturally noticed Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan's intimate behavior. "Look, that boy is indeed the vice-class leader, as expected of me. They match so well, I'll ship the CP for respect. Whoa, I also want a sweet romance." The three chattered a lot and decided to interrogate Lu Ruyan properly when they returned to the dorm. Girls are naturally enthusiastic about gossip. Upon reaching the playground, Zhao Chen actively released his grip on Lu Ruyan's finger, mainly because he was afraid his girl was too shy. It's okay, she couldn't run away anyway. Not far away, the class had gathered in groups. "Let's go over too." Lu Ruyan smiled and nodded. Then, the two returned to their respective roommates amidst the varied gazes of the crowd, of course, not without some teasing. Many had seen the two walking together, intimately heading to the playground. At this moment, who knows how many boys and girls had their hearts shattered. Ding ding ding, soon, the class bell rang. The PE teacher divided everyone into 4 rows. After taking attendance, he instructed the teams to space out and do warm-up exercises. Zhao Chen's gaze intentionally or unintentionally drifted towards Lu Ruyan, receiving a beautiful eye roll from her and the complex, disappointed looks from the surrounding girls. After 6 or 7 minutes of warm-up, the PE teacher instructed everyone to disperse and have free time. The sports committee member, Zheng Tao, ran towards the basketball court while waving and shouting, "Brother Chuan, let's go play ball together." "You guys go ahead." Zhao Chen waved his hand, politely declining Zheng Tao, then took a basketball from the equipment room and walked towards Lu Ruyan. Seeing him approach, Lu Ruyan also stopped chatting with her roommates, and the few of them looked at him curiously. Zhao Chen spun a basketball on his fingertips and smiled casually, saying, "I wonder if there's a chance to invite you to play ball with me." Before Lu Ruyan could speak, Su Jia and the others nodded repeatedly for her, like little chicks pecking at rice. Her roommates were eager to take her place and play basketball with Zhao Chen. "But, I can't, Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow, grinning, wanting exactly that you can't, otherwise how would I teach you hand in hand? "It's okay, I'll teach you." Alright. Lu Ruyan hesitated little, her pretty face slightly flushed as she nodded. Zhao Chen led Lu Ruyan to an empty basketball court, conveniently next to Zheng Tao and the others. "Wow, look over there, Chuan Go and Lu Ruyan. No wonder they aren't playing with us, there's no humanity with the opposite sex. Of course, playing ball with a beautiful girl is way better than with us. Ah, that's Lu Ruyan, so envious." The chatter from Zheng Tao's group floated over. Zhao Chen turned around, the corners of his mouth curling up, sending them a smug smile. Lu Ruyan naturally heard it too, her cheeks reddening as she curiously asked, "Why don't you go play with them?" Zhao Chen chuckled, "Do I even need to say? I definitely choose you." TCH, smooth talker. Lu Ruyan's face turned slightly red, suddenly grinning mischievously, changing the subject. "In the basketball game a few days ago, you really captivated a lot of girls, so charming." "Ah." Zhao Chen scratched his nose, sensing a sour smell in the air. Then, he asked with a light laugh, "How come I didn't know?" "So, did I captivate you?" "TCH, you're so thick-skinned." Lu Ruyan turned her head, avoiding the question. If this guy knew her answer, he would definitely be proud, and that wouldn't do. In fact, Lu Ruyan was a bit flustered. During the previous basketball game, Zhao Chen drank from the water she had drunk in front of so many people. The implication was obvious. If other girls wanted to get close to Zhao Chen, they had to weigh their own worth. After all, the vast majority of girls, whether in looks, figure, or temperament, couldn't compare to Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan took the basketball and pretended to dribble a few times. Seeing this, Zhao Chen smiled and suggested, "Not bad, how about you try shooting a basket? The hoop is so high, let me give it a try." After saying that, Lu Ruyan held the ball with both hands, aimed at the hoop, and pushed it upward with force. Her posture remained elegant, but the ball didn't even touch the net, a classic airball. Ha ha ha. Zhao Chen couldn't help but laugh, causing Lu Ruyan to pout in annoyance. He retrieved the ball, assumed a textbook shooting posture, and demonstrated it for her. Then, with a gentle flick of his wrist, swish, the ball went cleanly through the hoop. Lu Ruyan got the ball, imitating Zhao Chen, barely managing to strike a decent pose before shooting. The parabola was beautiful, but unfortunately, it went high but not far. The ball fell not far from them, another airball. Ha ha ha. Zhao Chen laughed again. Lu Ruyan, puffing up in frustration, retrieved the ball, determined to try again. Suddenly, a warm and strong arm wrapped around her. Accompanying it was a faint scent that smelled very pleasant. Zhao Chen gently held her soft, slender palm, seriously teaching her to assume the standard shooting posture. Then, he softly encouraged her by her ear, "Let's try again, okay?" The hot breath of the man brushed against Lu Ruyan's tender face. In an instant, her face turned as red as a ripe persimmon, exceptionally beautiful and captivating. Her eyes gradually became hazy, her ears felt hot, and even her breathing became a bit hurried, her heart pounding faster and faster, her whole body growing weaker. Lu Ruyan mechanically threw the ball up, but it didn't go as far as the last 2 times. Zhao Chen noticed and couldn't help but touch the back of his head. He walked over to pick up the ball, and when he turned back, he found Lu Ruyan still standing there, her face flushed. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Lu Ruyan gently shook her head. Realizing something, Zhao Chen wore a mischievous smile and walked over to her side. "Are you shy?" "Humph, I'm not." "Tisk tsk, then why is your face so red?" Lu Ruyan raised her hand and lightly slapped Zhao Chen's arm. "Bad guy, teasing me again." Although she slapped him, Zhao Chen laughed to himself and then teased, "I'm just teaching you how to shoot. Are you distracted, thinking about this and that?" His teasing immediately earned him a few playful punches from Lu Ruyan. She huffed, "Big bad guy." Zhao Chen cheerfully accepted the light punches. Hitting is affection, scolding is love. He took it as if the other was giving him a massage. "Hee, it feels pretty good, come on, a few more." Hearing this, Lu Ruyan raised her hand in the air, unsure whether to hit or not. On the adjacent basketball court, Xingtao and a few others, who had been observing from the sidelines, had expressions that were quite entertaining, their hearts filled with mixed feelings. Hiss, in broad daylight, in public, openly flirting, how dare they? What kind of decorum is this? It's infuriating. These young people have no sense of martial ethics. No, I refuse to accept this bowl of dog food. Although Kai Jichao's eyes also held a hint of envy, he still shook his head and mocked, "TCH, you jealous bunch, you're so envious, aren't you?" "I'm not. Don't speak nonsense." Kai Jichao shrugged, smiling without saying a word, feeling inexplicably proud. At least, the campus beauty was being pursued by someone from his dorm. Sitting on a bench beside the basketball court, Su Jia and her two friends were also enjoying the sweet scene of Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan flirting. Hee, this couple is so sweet, it's so nice to ship them, love it. They're a perfect match, even a campus idol drama can't compare. Hey, what do you think their relationship is at this point? Just go back and ask Xiaoyu, and you'll know. Ha ha, hee, that makes sense. Meanwhile, not far away, three familiar faces of Zhao Chen were quietly watching them. One girl spoke up first. "That girl, she can't be his girlfriend, right?" Another girl cautiously replied, "Maybe, they're just close friends." Zhang Surong bit her lip tightly, looking at Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan with a complicated expression, feeling quite uncomfortable. It turned out they were the three girls Zhao Chen had met on the playground yesterday afternoon. Coincidentally, they had physical education class during these two periods, so they happened to witness this scene. Surong, suddenly, Zhang Surong walked straight towards Zhao Chen. She didn't know where her courage came from, but an inexplicable impulse surged within her, wanting to confirm something. It was hard to come across a boy who made her heart flutter at school. Could it be he was taken? No wonder after adding him on WeChat, his attitude in chatting was so lukewarm. He was nothing like those boys who actively pursued her. What was that girl better than her? "Hi, Bai Chuan, we meet again." Zhang Surong greeted him with a smile, trying to keep her tone as normal as possible. Zhao Chen heard the voice, turned around to see who it was, paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded. "Hello, senior sister, what a coincidence. Why is it her?" This is a bit of an awkward time. Lu Ruyan, standing beside him, remained silent. She secretly assessed Zhang Sirong's looks and figure, feeling a twinge of wariness. This girl is a formidable rival. Why am I comparing myself to her? Zhang Surong pretended to be casual, smiling nonchalantly. "This young lady is so beautiful. Is she your classmate, junior brother?" After hesitating for 2 seconds, Zhao Chen turned to look at Lu Ruyan, his eyes filled with a smile, and slowly said with a firm tone, "Yes, she is my classmate, and also my girlfriend." Upon hearing this, both Lu Ruyan and Zhang Surong were taken aback. In an instant, a wave of bitterness surged in Zhang Sirong's heart. Is this really true? She stared at Lu Ruyan's eyes, wanting to see her reaction. Lu Ruyan's mouth slightly opened, her eyes filled with joy mixed with a hint of surprise. At that moment, it felt as if her heart was filled with honey, sweet and delightful. This was the first time Zhao Chen had referred to her as his girlfriend, and he did so in front of a beautiful girl. After a pause, Zhao Chen seemed to be explaining, introducing, "Qingyu, this is my senior sister from the foreign language college, Zhang Surong." Lu Ruyan shot him a playful glare, then turned to Zhang Surong and nodded sweetly. "Hello, senior sister, I am Lu Ruyan. I've heard about you from others, the famous beauty of the foreign language college. Seeing you today, it really is true." Lu Ruyan's words awakened Zhao Chen. No wonder he felt Zhang Sirong's name was somewhat familiar. Now that he thought about it, he must have heard it from his roommates in his previous life. At any other time, being praised by a school beauty would definitely make Zhang Surong super happy. But now, she couldn't feel happy at all. "You're even more beautiful. I just came over to say hello, so I won't disturb you any longer. Then take care, senior sister." "Goodbye, senior sister." After saying that, Zhang Surong waved her hand and turned to leave, a hint of bitterness creeping at the corners of her mouth. "So, what did you talk about? Surong, are you okay?" When Zhang Surong returned to her friends, seeing her dim eyes, the two softly asked. She forced a smile. "It's nothing, let's go." The two friends sighed inwardly, already guessing the answer. They thought to themselves, "Let's go back and properly comfort Zhang Surong." Kai Jicho and Su Jia, the two groups of onlookers, naturally watched the whole thing unfold. On the boys' side, everyone was chattering. "Damn, another beautiful girl, Chuangu is too much. How come they're laughing and chatting, not seeing the legendary battlefield? They love to stir up trouble. Tisk tsk, Chuan Ji's luck with girls, I'm envious to tears." On the girls' side, they were united against the outside. "Who is this woman? She doesn't come in peace. Humph, she better not try to steal my Qingyu's man." Exactly. Seeing Zhang Si on leave, Zhao Chen slowly exhaled. However, this abrupt little episode still yielded some results. When he introduced Lu Ruyan as his girlfriend, he had clearly noticed her attitude and reaction. Looking at the beautiful girl beside him, a hint of joy appeared at the corners of his mouth. Xingyu. Can I call you that, or shall you? Lu Ruyan shyly nodded. I have no classes in the afternoon, do you have any plans? Not for now, why? Lu Ruyan asked curiously. Zhao Chen smiled slightly and said, let's go watch a movie this afternoon, have dinner afterward, and then stroll around before heading back to school. Sounds good. Lu Ruyan's first reaction was to postpone it. After all, it had only been a few days since they last went out for a meal and shopping. However, with Zhang Sirong's appearance and the unspoken connection among the girls, she felt a sense of urgency. This guy is quite popular. Then it's a pleasant decision. With about 10 minutes left before class ended, Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan leisurely walked to the meeting point. The other classmates gradually arrived as well. When Zhang Tao and his group showed up, it seemed they had agreed beforehand, each of them smiling at Zhao Chen while giving him a thumbs up. Brother Chuan, impressive. Our role model. Teach us a few tricks when you get the chance, please. The others, seeing their actions, were filled with curiosity and a bit confused. Zhao Chen smiled indifferently, nodded to Zhang Tao and the others, and waved his hand as if to say, step back, young men, it's just a small matter. Showing off like the wind, always accompanying me. A sense of superiority naturally arose. Of course, to Zhang Tao and the others, this guy was really showing off, as if he were asking for a beating. Lu Ruyan watched the interaction among the group, feeling both childish and a bit shy. Unknowingly, a faint blush rose on her face, making her look charming and adorable. Her 3 roommates were secretly laughing beside her. Before long, everyone in the class had gathered. The PE teacher instructed everyone to line up and led them through some simple warm-up exercises. Ding ding ding, ding ding. The class bell and the text message notifications sounded one after the other. Zhao Chen lazily picked up his phone to check. He didn't need to think, he knew today's earnings had come in. Not much, just 20,000 yuan. After class, Zhao Chen was pondering what to eat for lunch. Suddenly, Lin Song and the other 2 approached him with mischievous smiles, eyeing him closely. What's this about? Zhao Chen asked calmly. Keep pretending, Brother Chuan, you're quick on the draw. That's Lu Ruyan, hurry up and treat us to a meal. Of course, I'll treat you generously. There's no time like the present, let's do it now since we have no classes this afternoon. These hungry guys, why not go eat a Snickers? Zhao Chen spread his hands in a gesture of surrender and smiled. Alright, I'll follow the arrangements of the 3 big shots, but I have something to do this afternoon. How about we postpone it? We can go into the city for a feast then. No need, we can just go to the North Gate Food Street. Yeah, it won't take much time, it won't delay you. These guys are quite considerate of their dad. Zhao Chen chuckled. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Long live Brother Chuan. Lin Song and the other 2 immediately laughed happily, feeling quite pleased. They thought they wouldn't have to eat in the cafeteria. Having a wealthy roommate is really great. About 20 minutes later, Zhao Chen and his roommates arrived at the North Gate Food Street of the school. This time, they didn't choose to go to the Chao Ji food stall, planning to change things up. After looking around, Lin Song suggested, how about we eat chicken? Li Jiaolu and Kai Zhichao nodded in agreement, having no objections. Zhao Chen's face darkened, and he timely added, talking about chicken but not mentioning it, let's be civilized. You old man, with your mouth full of rhymes, do you want to take the graduate entrance exam? After some banter, the 4 of them entered a pig stomach chicken pot restaurant. The pig stomach chicken pot is known as a gas station for men and a beauty salon for women. After sitting down, they ordered a large portion of pig stomach chicken pot, a heap of side dishes, as well as staple food and drinks. Soon, the dishes were served, and everyone entered eating mode. The soup was fresh and rich, the chicken tender and smooth, the pig's stomach crisp and refreshing, and the side dishes were quite fresh as well. Although it was just a small shop near the school, the taste was pretty good. During the meal, Lin Song and the others couldn't help but gossip about Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan's situation. Zhao Chen thought for a moment, and without hiding anything, candidly admitted that the 2 had just confirmed their relationship and that it still needed further development. After hearing this, the 3 of them immediately showered him with compliments. They even pretended to be experienced seniors, playfully encouraging him with a few words. Li Jiaolu got more and more excited, sharing several of his self-summarized tips on how to woo girls. Zhao Chen smiled without saying a word, silently mocking this scoundrel in his heart. I really appreciate it, but you should keep those for yourself. On the other side, after class, Lu Ruyan went to the cafeteria with her roommates. To her surprise, on the way and during the meal, Su Jia and the others didn't ask any questions. However, their eyes were full of mischief, with a hint of a smile at the corners of their mouths. It seemed they were holding back something big. After finishing their meal, Lu Ruyan and her group returned to the dormitory. As soon as they entered and the door was barely closed, Su Jia quickly pulled over a chair and unexpectedly placed both hands on Lu Ruyan's shoulders, pushing her down into the chair. Then, the roommates lined up in front of Lu Ruyan, their smiles not holding any good intentions. Lu Ruyan was taken aback for a few seconds, her face full of helplessness. She thought to herself that she could dodge the initial inquiries, but not the later ones. Hee, Xiaoyu, quickly tell us, how far have you and the vice class leader progressed? Be honest. Just give in to us, Li Shuping said while playfully shaking her fist. Seeing her roommate's determined stance, Lu Ruyan rubbed her forehead and decisively raised the white flag. Alright, I wasn't planning to hide it from you anyway, I just wasn't sure about his feelings before. Chen Yanling smiled and urged, good for you, Hana, hurry up and tell us everything from the beginning. Lu Ruyan shot her roommates an annoyed glance, paused for a moment, her cheeks slightly flushed, and began to recount slowly. I met Bai Chuan for the first time on the day of the class meeting. He greeted me, and Suja knows about this. Then the next day, we ran into each other in the cafeteria and added each other on WeChat, and after that, we chatted every day. The person who asked me out to dinner and shopping a couple of days ago was him, and those clothes were also gifts from him. Today at the basketball court, well, that's the situation, I've been honest with you all. About half an hour later, Lu Ruyan had basically revealed everything about her situation with Zhao Chun. She spoke until her mouth was dry, satisfying her roommate's curiosity. Of course, they couldn't help but offer Lu Ruyan some dating advice. This was just like what Lin Song and the others had done. The three even patted their chests, swearing to safeguard her love. What a display of loyalty! Chen Yanling, with her outgoing and enthusiastic personality, known for gathering information, reminded her warmly, Xiaoyu, you need to pay attention, sometimes be a bit more proactive. I've heard that quite a few people have their eyes on your guy. The vice class leader's conditions are quite appealing, just think about Zhang Xirong from the foreign language college this morning. I know. Thinking about her date with Zhao Qin in the afternoon, Lu Ruyan's face turned red, and she shyly said, by the way, I have no classes in the afternoon, and Bai Chuan asked me out to watch a movie, have dinner, and go shopping. Wow, another date. No wonder you're such a lovey-dovey couple in the heat of romance, how sweet. Li Shuping exaggeratedly covered her mouth and laughed. Su Jia waved her hand energetically and said, sisters, we need to give Qingyu some good advice. Bring out all the cosmetics and pretty clothes and accessories. Right, this isn't just about the two of them, it's a competition between two dorms, we can't lose. Exactly, Xiaoyu, I think you can wear. I have a pretty good concealer here. Hey, with Qingyu's dewy skin, she doesn't need that at all. Seeing her roommates with beaming smiles, so invested in her affairs, Lu Ruyan felt touched yet somewhat amused. After Zhao Chen and his roommates finished their pig-stomach chicken pot, they returned to the dorm and took a shower. The hot summer in Huacheng was still lingering. Every time they went outside, they had to shower several times a day. After eating and drinking enough, with the cool air conditioning, they gradually felt a bit drowsy. So, Zhao Chen climbed onto his bed and lay down playing on his phone. He sent a message to Lu Ruyan, agreeing to meet at 4 in the afternoon downstairs at the girls' dorm. They chatted about their experiences after class that day, finding them both helpless and amusing. Indeed, the love for gossip is a human nature that knows no gender. In the midst of their casual conversation, Zhao Chen also took the time to find a highly rated restaurant online and made a reservation for dinner. After chatting for a while, he put down his phone and happily drifted into a nap. Just after 3 in the afternoon, Zhao Chen woke up leisurely. Seeing his roommates still fast asleep, he quietly climbed down from his bed. After carefully washing up, he took out some styling spray and tidied his hair a bit. Then, he rummaged through his wardrobe for several minutes before finally changing into an outfit he was quite satisfied with, dark gray casual pants paired with a white t-shirt. Looking in the mirror, Zhao Chen couldn't help but sigh. He was really getting more handsome. Before heading out, he sent a message to Lu Ruyan and quickly received a reply. On the other end, Lu Ruyan had only taken a short nap before getting out of bed to wash up and get ready. Thinking about her second date with Zhao Chen that afternoon, her heart was filled with anticipation and joy. Of course, there was also a bit of nervousness. After all, this date was quite different from the last one. Their relationship had undergone a significant change. Normally, Lu Ruyan would go barefaced, as her natural beauty was already impressive. But today, she rarely put on light makeup and even applied a layer of lipstick. After finishing her makeup, she changed into the clothes Zhao Chen had bought for her, a French-style short-sleeved white shirt, light blue straight-leg cropped jeans, and white Chanel-style flats. Su Jia and the others unanimously agreed that this outfit was perfect for a date. It highlighted Lu Ruyan's fresh and natural temperament, making her look like a peach blossom blooming in winter, stunningly beautiful. Seeing Lu Ruyan twirling in front of the full-length mirror, Li Shuping chuckled and praised, "No need to check, Xiaoyu, you're radiating today, you must have your guy completely mesmerized." "Yeah, you've got the vice-class leader wrapped around your finger," Su Jia chimed in playfully. Lu Ruyan's face turned slightly red as she playfully rolled her eyes at the two. She wondered if that guy liked her outfit. Downstairs at the girls' dorm, Zhao Chen didn't wait long before Lu Ruyan came down with a cheerful stride. Her youthful and vibrant figure made Zhao Chen's eyes light up, leaving him frozen in place. Long, straight legs, a waist that could be grasped with one hand, and a delicate, stunning face that could bring disaster to a nation in ancient times. Put. Seeing him with a silly expression, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but laugh, feeling secretly delighted. It was worth the effort she put into her appearance. "What are you staring at, silly?" Zhao Chen came back to his senses, awkwardly touching his nose. "Isn't it that you stunned me, Qingyu? You look really beautiful today." Lu Ruyan blinked her adorable big eyes, a harmless smile on her face, and said, "Does that mean I usually don't look good? How could that be? You're the prettiest every day." Zhao Chen shook his head calmly. "Heh, women." Lu Ruyan made a sound of disdain, but her face was full of smiles, clearly pleased. "Then let's get going." The two walked to the school gate and hailed a taxi. It was a weekday afternoon, and the roads were mostly clear. Half an hour later, they arrived at their destination, the familiar Jingjia Square. As for why they chose this place again, aside from the convenience of watching a movie and dining, it was not far from another place Zhao Chen would be going to later. On the way, they had already chosen the movie and showtime. Heartflower Road, a romantic comedy about a road trip. It roughly tells the story of a male lead who, after a divorce, is taken on a road trip by his good friend, embarking on a journey of romantic escapades, experiencing a series of hilarious events along the way. Zhao Chen booked the tickets online, specifically choosing the more expensive couples hall. Although he had seen this movie in his previous life, it wouldn't hurt to watch it again with Lu Ruyan. After all, watching the movie wasn't the main focus. After getting out of the taxi, Zhao Chen looked at Lu Ruyan with a smile in his eyes and naturally extended his hand, the meaning unspoken. Lu Ruyan was momentarily stunned, her face turning crimson, then silently extended her delicate little hand and took Zhao Chen's. Soft as if boneless, fair and delicate, that was his first impression. They exchanged smiles, love overflowing in the unguarded moment. Hand in hand, they entered the mall and took the elevator to the 6th floor where the cinema was located. At this time, there were still about 10 minutes before the movie started. Zhao Chen first collected the tickets, then bought a large bucket of popcorn and 2 cups of iced cola at the cinema counter, and immediately walked into the screening room with Lu Ruyan. This couple's hall was significantly smaller than the regular ones, with 4 rows arranged in a tiered fashion, each row having 2 or 3 couple sofas. There was also a gap between each sofa, providing decent privacy. Following the ticket number, Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan took their seats in the last row, on the left side. Apart from them, there was only another couple sitting in front of them. Seeing this, Zhao Chen couldn't help but smile slightly. This way, they wouldn't be disturbed. As the lights dimmed, the movie began, and the screening room instantly turned dark, with only the bright screen flickering. Eating popcorn, sipping iced cola, and watching an interesting movie, the two were occasionally amused by some scenes. At this point, more than half of the movie had passed. The couple in front was cuddling up to each other. Zhao Chen slightly turned his head and stole a few glances at Lu Ruyan's flawless profile. Under the dim light, her face seemed to possess a mysterious charm different from usual. Looking at the girl within reach, the enchanting fragrance wafting through his nose made Zhao Chen's heart stir. He quietly extended his arm and gently wrapped it around Lu Ruyan's slender waist. Feeling her body suddenly tremble, Zhao Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and then unexpectedly kissed her cheek. A fleeting touch, a lingering mark. In an instant, Lu Ruyan felt her face flush with heat, her heart uncontrollably racing. Fortunately, the environment was dim, otherwise, she would have been discovered, and her face turned bright red to the roots of her ears. After about 10 seconds of recovery, Lu Ruyan opened her mouth to say something. "Bai Chuan, Just as she began to speak, Zhao Chen's large hand on her waist suddenly exerted force, pulling her into his embrace, and his warm lips gently pressed against hers. The sudden kiss felt like a storm, catching them off guard. Lu Ruyan's mind had forgotten how to think and didn't want to think at all. She instinctively closed her eyes and tightly embraced Zhao Chen. Lu Ruyan's lips were soft, plump, and sweet, making Zhao Chen unable to help but drown in the sensation, unable to extricate himself. A sweet kiss could bring joy to their souls, infinitely elevating the relationship between them. At that moment, they had long forgotten everything around them, submerged in a kiss filled with deep affection. After a long, long time, their lips parted. They remained in an embrace, listening to each other's breathing and heartbeat. Lu Ruyan leaned against Zhao Chen's chest, her face flushed like fire, her eyes dreamy. After a pause, she gently punched his chest a few times, her voice as soft as a whisper. You bad guy, always bullying me. Zhao Chen smiled leisurely, holding the girl in his arms tighter, his tone both gentle and firm. I plan to bully you for a lifetime, remember that. Oof. Alright then. After saying this, Lu Ruyan shyly buried her head in his chest. The corners of Zhao Chen's mouth lifted wildly, his mood indescribably pleasant, like drinking a large glass of ice-cold beer on a scorching summer day. The joyful movie time passed unknowingly in this beautiful and warm atmosphere. After watching the movie, it was nearly 7 o'clock. Zhao Chen held Lu Ruyan's hand as they walked out of the cinema, leaving Zhangjiao Plaza. Not long after, they arrived at another shopping mall nearby, Taigu Hui. Looking at the uniquely designed exterior of the mall, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but be a bit surprised. She hadn't expected to come here. Officially opened in 2012, Taigu Hui is located in the CBD core area of the Flower City, a place where every inch of land is precious, covering nearly 400,000 square meters. It consists of a large shopping mall, a 5-star hotel, serviced apartments, a cultural center, and 2 Grade A office buildings. Among these, the shopping mall is the centerpiece, gathering nearly 200 well-known brands. From global first-line brand boutiques, home living products, domestic and international fashion brands to exquisite gourmet dishes, everything is presented, including high-end luxury brands. In 2019, Taigu Hui was also rated as a national 5-star shopping center. Undoubtedly, it is the top shopping mall in the Flower City and ranks among the top 10 in the country. It is said that even the faucets in the Taigu Hui restrooms are from the well-known brand Dyson, worth over 10,000 yuan. Indeed, poverty limits the imagination of ordinary people. Wow, it's so beautiful. Standing in front of the mall's main entrance, Lu Ruyan's eyes brightened a bit, and she couldn't help but exclaim. Although she had lived in the Flower City since childhood, she had never been to Taigu Hui. Mainly because she felt as a student, she wouldn't be able to spend much here, so she simply didn't come. The main structure and appearance of Taigu Hui have won International Design Gold Awards, naturally exuding high-end elegance. Zhao Chen curled his lips, revealing a faint smile. He recalled the first time he saw Taigu Hui, his reaction was quite similar. Of course, back then, he was just there to eat. Shopping was too expensive, his wallet couldn't handle it. Zhao Chen affectionately ruffled Lu Ruyan's hair and chuckled. Are you hungry? I'll take you to eat. Sure, she replied happily. The two entered the mall and soon found a restaurant on the first floor called Chaoyu, which specializes in Chow-style private dishes. After reporting their reservation name and phone number at the restaurant entrance, the smiling waiter led them into the dining area. The interior of Chaoyu is primarily in light yellow, featuring an antique Chinese decoration style. From the incense at the entrance, the landscape and flower and bird paintings hanging on the walls, to the naturally arranged floral art displays and utensils, everything exudes a rich atmosphere of Chinese elegance in the restaurant. The waiter, quite perceptive, arranged a relatively private booth for Zhao Chen and his girlfriend. Chaoyu prepares its dishes in a blind box style. Therefore, before coming, Zhao Chen had no idea what they would be having for dinner. After they were seated, the waiter first brought them a pot of tea, a premium Phoenix Dan Song, and thoughtfully poured each of them a cup. In Chaoyang City, tea is an everyday staple in every household, and Zhao Chen naturally drank his fair share. He picked up the teacup and took a sip, finding it rich and refreshing, soothing his throat with a lingering sweetness. After putting down the cup, he casually picked up the chef's menu on the table. Tonight's dinner consisted of 6 dishes and 1 soup, along with staples and desserts. At this moment, Lu Ruyan suddenly realized the consumption level at Chaoyu should be quite high. By Chuan, this restaurant's decor looks so elegant, the prices for the dishes must not be cheap, right? Zhao Chen smiled lightly and nodded. It's indeed not cheap. Tonight's meal is 2,888 yuan per person, with each dish served individually. Lu Ruyan was taken aback. The next moment, a look of anxiety appeared on her face. All she could think about was how Zhao Chen had given her clothes a few days ago, and now he was treating her to such an expensive restaurant. He couldn't have spent all his living expenses, could he? Ah, so expensive. How about we leave before the dishes arrive and apologize to the restaurant? Lu Ruyan grasped Zhao Chen's arm, shaking it while speaking worriedly. Seeing this, Zhao Chen's lips curled up slightly, a warm feeling flowing in his heart. He shook his head, gently pinched her delicate nose, and smiled. Silly, there's no need to worry. This amount of money is nothing. For me, what matters most is that you enjoy the food. But No buts. I'm serious, you'll get used to it in the future. Zhao Chen waved his hand as if it were a trivial matter. Well, okay, but if you spend too much money, won't your family be unhappy if they find out? Seeing him so nonchalant, Lu Ruyan thought to herself that Zhao Chen's family background seemed quite good. However, she didn't want her boyfriend to be scolded by his family. No need to worry. The money I spend is all earned by myself. I've made some small investments, so don't worry. Zhao Chen said this without a hint of embarrassment. A kind lie, he believed that the system wouldn't mind. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's eyes brightened, and she smiled lightly, praising, "That's great. Bai Chuan, you're so impressive, starting to invest and make money in your first year of college." She thought that the longer she knew Zhao Chen, the more new shining points she discovered about him. Truly a treasure of a boy. Of course, just look at who I am. After saying this, Zhao Chen deliberately puffed out his chest. That boy could handle his girlfriend's compliments. Hee, and who are you? I am the boyfriend of the campus beauty, Xiao Yu. Humph, thick-skinned guy. Lu Ruyan said this, but her lips couldn't help but curl up, and her pretty face flushed with 2 shades of red. The two chatted and laughed happily. Soon, the waiter brought out the appetizers and thoughtfully introduced the dishes to them. Tonight's appetizers consisted of 2 plates of appetizers and a warming soup. The appetizers were sesame oil tea tree mushrooms and cold pig stomach shreds, with a homey taste, neither outstanding nor lacking. The warming soup was oil olive old duck soup, made with 3-year-old old duck as the base, complemented by premium oil olives and other medicinal ingredients. It exuded a rich aroma that made one's mouth water. Upon tasting, it was deliciously sweet, leaving a fragrant aftertaste that lingered. This soup is so delicious. Lu Ruyan smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped. After finishing the soup, the first course was served, the restaurant's highly praised caviar and wheat-flavored egg jelly. This dish was quite creative, with a thin layer of sweet potato crisps at the bottom, a creamy and scallion-flavored egg jelly in the middle, and a generous layer of sturgeon caviar on top. The spoon made of shell wouldn't disrupt the flavor of the caviar itself. Taking a spoonful, she tasted it, and the caviar melted in her mouth, not fishy at all, while the egg jelly was tender and delicate, and the sweet potato crisps were crispy and fragrant. The 3 different textures and flavors combined were unique yet strangely harmonious. Zhao Chen and his companion both praised the dish endlessly. After tasting the first course, the main dishes and sides were served one by one. Zhao Chen silently gave a thumbs up to the speed of service at Xiao Yu. The 3 main dishes were braised shark fin with vegetable hearts, a platter of chow-style marinated delicacies, and fried sea conch slices. The 3 side dishes were chicken broth with East Star grouper, cheese-baked matsutake mushrooms, and stewed sweet potato leaves. The staple food was particularly familiar to Zhao Chen, a famous dish from his hometown, fried rice with preserved vegetables and goose liver. The presentation of the 6 dishes and the staple was exquisite, though the portions were not large. Zhao Chen unconsciously put himself in the role of a gourmet, giving mental evaluations for each dish he tasted. The braised shark fin was fragrant, salty, and rich, the chow-style marinated platter was thick and flavorful, the fried sea conch slices were crispy and refreshing, retaining the essence of seafood, the chicken broth with East Star grouper. Overall, this dinner was worth the price. The elegant environment, fresh seasonal ingredients, and the meticulous preparation of the dishes, all complemented by thoughtful service, made the experience delightful. Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan enjoyed the food while chatting happily. Before they knew it, over an hour had passed. The attentive waiter, noticing they were almost done, brought over fruit and the restaurant's signature dessert, sarsop and bird's nest ice cream. The soft and glutinous sarsop paired with the tender bird's nest was mildly sweet and not greasy, leaving a refreshing aftertaste that was truly stunning. It also provided a perfect conclusion to the dinner. After enjoying a meal of exquisite and delicious private dishes, both felt satisfied. After sipping tea and chatting for a moment, Zhao Chen called the waiter to settle the bill. Then, with the waiter's smiling farewell, they left the restaurant. Looking at the time, it was just past 8. Remembering the main purpose of coming to the Taiguhui shopping mall, Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, "Xingyu, let's take a stroll." Sure. I haven't explored this place yet." Lu Ruyan nodded slightly, a hint of a smile on her lips. Next, they strolled leisurely, fingers intertwined. Inside the mall, various well-known domestic and international brands were everywhere. Occasionally, they spotted luxury brands like Chanel, Louis Vuitton, and Gucci. These luxury stores were generally only affordable for high-level white-collar workers or the wealthy. At that moment, Zhao Chen browsed while contemplating which store to choose. In the past, he wouldn't have had the means to even consider these luxury stores, which felt out of reach. Now, Lu Ruyan was thinking about how many years she would need to work to feel confident enough to enter these stores. Although she wasn't materialistic, girls naturally couldn't resist beautiful clothes, shoes, bags, and accessories. Just then, they came across a Cartier boutique. Zhao Chen pointed at the store and said casually, "Let's go in and take a look." Ha! Lu Ruyan had heard that some luxury store staff had an air of superiority. If they judged you weren't a potential customer, their service attitude could become quite average. Zhao Chen looked at the other person, his eyes filled with a gentle smile, and slowly said, "Let's go, I haven't bought a gift for my little you yet." "No need, you gave me clothes a few days ago," Lu Ruyan replied, her face flushed with shyness, shaking her head like a wave drum. "Hee, it's different now. Back then, you hadn't agreed to be my girlfriend yet." "No way, Bai Chuan. Be good, listen to me, let's go inside." Zhao Chen's gentle voice carried a hint of authority. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan had no choice but to compromise helplessly. "Well, okay, let's just go in and take a look." Some say that the 3 essential items for a successful man are a belt, a wallet, and a watch. Zhao Chen chose Cartier, not only to buy jewelry for Lu Ruyan but also to get a watch for himself. The Taiguhui shopping mall has many watch brands, most of which are mid to high-end. Among them, the luxury brands include Cartier, Blancpain, and Van Cleef & Arpels. Although he had over 400,000 in his bank account, he would still feel a bit stretched if he went to the latter 2 stores. The styles available for selection would probably not be too many. "Good evening, sir and madam, welcome to Cartier. My name is Su Min, how can I assist you?" As soon as they entered the Cartier store, a saleswoman in a black professional suit greeted them enthusiastically. There were some customers in the store, after all, Huacheng is a first-tier city and not lacking in wealthy people. Looking at the exquisite and elegant decor inside, along with Su Min's warm smile, Lu Ruyan's heart raced, and she tightened her grip on Zhao Chen's hand. Su Min appeared to be in her early 30s, with a dignified and graceful appearance, somewhat attractive. The first impression Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan gave her could be described as pleasing to the eye. The man was like a jade tree in the wind, and the woman was like a fish that sinks and a goose that falls. What a perfect couple. Standing in front of Lu Ruyan, she couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. However, with Su Min's years of experience, she could tell that Lu Ruyan was a bit nervous, likely her first time in a luxury store. In contrast, Zhao Chen, although dressed quite ordinarily, exuded a calm demeanor and indifferent gaze, clearly someone who had seen the world. Adding to his handsome and striking features, he was undoubtedly a high, rich, and handsome man. This year's economic environment was average, and luxury stores had also been significantly impacted. As a saleswoman, Su Min's salary and commissions had naturally decreased. She was in urgent need of wealthy young men like Zhao Chen to come in and spend wildly. If Zhao Chen knew her thoughts, he would definitely chuckle to himself. Little did she know, this was his first time in a luxury store in this life and the last. That calm and composed demeanor was all an act. However, he had his own confidence, which was the over 400,000 in his bank account and the system's cashback feature. Money does give one courage, and there's a reason for that. With enough courage, the momentum naturally follows. Zhao Chen was quite satisfied with Su Min's polite reception. He didn't encounter any condescending attitudes. Thinking of this, Zhao Chen smiled, wrapped his arm around Lu Ruyan's slender waist, and said, "Miss Su, I would like to pick out a few pieces of jewelry for my girlfriend, like earrings and bracelets. Could you please show us?" Lu Ruyan opened her mouth in surprise, unable to believe what she had just heard. Hadn't they agreed to just take a look? Zhao Chen gently patted the back of her hand and softly said, "Be good, follow my lead." Hearing Zhao Chen's words, Su Min's eyes suddenly lit up, her smile becoming even more radiant as she immediately replied respectfully, "No problem, sir and madam, please follow me." The Cartier saleswoman Su Min led Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan to the jewelry display counter in the store. A multitude of exquisite and beautifully designed accessories instantly captured Lu Ruyan's attention. As expected, girls have no resistance to pretty jewelry. "Baby, just say which one you like, and we'll try it on," Zhao Chen said, turning his face slightly and giving Lu Ruyan an encouraging look with a gentle smile. Hearing this affectionate and cute term, Lu Ruyan's cheeks suddenly flushed crimson, and she shot him a playful glare. What a rascal, there are people around. Calling her baby like that, how embarrassing. Lu Ruyan lowered her head and stared for a while, still unable to choose an accessory, seemingly a bit shy. "Miss, how about this bracelet?" Su Min, noticing her hesitation, couldn't help but take out a bracelet and recommend it. "This is from our Cartier Love series, its meaning is boundless love, and it's made of 18K rose gold. I think its pattern and design are very suitable for a young and beautiful lady like you." The bracelet was exquisitely crafted, featuring 2 interlinked rings in a rather unique shape. Zhao Chen took the bracelet, played with it for a moment, and thought that Su Min indeed had a good eye. He smiled slightly and gently took Lu Ruyan's delicate little hand, fastening the bracelet around her right wrist. "It looks beautiful, baby, do you like it?" Lu Ruyan examined the bracelet on her wrist seriously, growing fonder of it the more she looked, and she nodded shyly with a slight blush. However, upon seeing the price, she gasped. She couldn't help but take a deep breath. It cost 16,800 yuan, isn't that too expensive? It was almost equivalent to her tuition for 3 years of college. She couldn't help but feel a sense of retreat in her heart. But, she opened her mouth to say something, but Zhao Chen interrupted her without hesitation. "Miss Su, we'll take this bracelet, please wrap it up." "Okay, sir." Hearing this, Su Min couldn't help but smile brightly. She thought to herself that she hadn't misjudged, this handsome guy was indeed generous with his girlfriend. Each one, Lu Ruyan tugged at Zhao Chen's arm, anxiously whispering, "No, this is too expensive. Didn't we just say we were looking?" Zhao Chen's lips curled up slightly as he gently pinched her little face, soothingly saying, "As long as you like it, that's enough. Don't worry, this boyfriend can afford you." Lu Ruyan's pretty face flushed, and she mumbled softly, "Thick-skinned, smelly dog, who needs you to support me?" After hesitating for a moment, under Zhao Chen's insistence, she finally nodded with a smile in her eyes. At that moment, Lu Ruyan felt as if she had taken a big sip of honey water, sweet and delightful. So this is what it feels like to be cherished. It was different from her parents' care, it was special and irresistibly enchanting. Su Min, waiting nearby, watched with a smile, not wanting to disturb the two. "Then let's see if there's anything else you like." Okay. Hee, that's more like it." Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Lu Ruyan now understood that her boyfriend was indeed wealthy, completely unlike an ordinary college student. She gradually began to accept this fact in her heart. Therefore, she no longer voiced any objections, fearing to upset Zhao Chen. Before long, Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan picked out 2 more pieces from the Cartier Love series. A pair of 18K white gold earrings worth 13,800 yuan, and a diamond-studded necklace in 18K white gold, which was a bit pricier at 34,600 yuan. Zhao Chen initially wanted to choose a few more items, but Lu Ruyan immediately pouted, shaking his hand back and forth, looking quite adorable. He smiled and decided not to insist any longer. "By the way, Miss Su, I want to see some watches. Do you have any recommended styles? Both men's and women's, around 150,000 yuan each, please." Zhao Chen didn't know much about watches. After all, in his previous life, he had only worn a Casio worth 700 or 800 yuan at most. He thought about buying a watch worth 100,000 or 200,000 just to experience a taste of the wealthy lifestyle. Upon hearing his words, Lu Ruyan covered her mouth in surprise. "Oh my! That's 100,000 or 200,000, as if it were just 20 or 30 yuan. Zhao Chen's spending level once again refreshed her understanding. She didn't know how to describe her feelings, only silently murmuring to herself, "Just get used to it, just get used to it." Yes, please follow me to the watch counter," Su Min said, her excitement palpable as she smiled broadly. This handsome guy was indeed a big client. She had to provide excellent service. Her performance this month was looking promising. "Please take a look at this, our store's popular balloon series. And over here, our Pasha series watches." After leading Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan to the watch counter, Su Min displayed a radiant smile and enthusiastically explained everything. The two listened to the introductions while being dazzled by the selection. In the end, Zhao Chen chose a watch he liked. It was a Cartier Pasha series mechanical watch, model number WHPA0009, priced at 203,800 yuan. As for Lu Ruyan, with Su Min's strong recommendation and Zhao Chen's coaxing, she picked a balloon series ladies' watch priced at 126,000 yuan. Zhao Chen touched the watch on his left wrist, unable to suppress a smile, feeling quite satisfied. Seeing Lu Ruyan also fondling her watch with delight, he chuckled, "Baby, that watch looks perfect on you." It's really nice," Lu Ruyan replied with a sweet smile and a nod. "Sir, madam, your taste is truly excellent. These 2 watches on you enhance your outstanding looks and temperament," Su Min said with a beaming smile. "And, sir, I've never seen a girl as beautiful as your girlfriend. You two look so well matched together, it's truly enviable." The handsome guy in front of her was not only gentle and good-looking but also young and wealthy. Su Min couldn't help but fantasize about how happy she would be if she were the one by his side. Lu Ruyan's cheeks flushed with the compliments, and she lowered her head slightly, feeling a bit shy. Seeing her bashful demeanor, Zhao Chen felt very pleased and chuckled, "I also think I'm very lucky to have such a wonderful girlfriend." He waved his hand casually and said, "We'll take both watches, you have new ones in stock, right?" Yes, Su Min hurriedly replied, her eyes squinting with joy. She then invited Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan to a small room to rest, even kindly offering tea and snacks. After the sales assistant Sumin walked away, Lu Ruyan blinked her lovely big eyes and whispered, "By Chuan, this watch is too expensive. Can I not take it?" "No, you look great wearing it. The price isn't a problem," Zhao Chen said with a smile, gently flicking his girlfriend's delicate nose. Lu Ruyan knew she couldn't persuade him otherwise and nodded helplessly, feeling warm inside. After they rested for a moment, Sumin returned with 2 Cartier shopping bags and a POS machine in hand. "Sir, madam, sorry for the wait, your items are all packed. Additionally, I calculated that you need to pay a total of 395,000 yuan. Sumin slightly bowed, speaking very respectfully. When facing such a rare big client, she couldn't afford to be careless. Zhao Chun, hearing this, calmly took out his wallet and handed over his bank card. Although he didn't spend all the balance on the card, it didn't matter. He couldn't let them charge a higher price, could he? That would be foolish. Even with money, one shouldn't be so reckless. Zhao Chen's calm demeanor only reinforced Su Min's belief that he was a wealthy heir. She then took the bank card with both hands, completed the transaction, and asked Zhao Chen to sign the receipt. Ding ding. Hearing the notification of the deduction from his phone, Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow and silently thought, "System, I want to use the cashback feature." The next moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Received, 1 cashback opportunity deducted. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully obtained an 8x cashback. Your total expenditure this time is 395,000 yuan. Since it exceeds the cashback limit, the amount you receive back is 3 million yuan. Ding ding. At the same time, Zhao Chen's phone received a notification of the deposit. Seeing the long string of numbers in the bank's message, he was filled with a mix of surprise and excitement, and the smile on his face grew even wider. 3 million, for an ordinary person earning 10,000 a month, it would take 25 years to save up without spending a dime. Moreover, this was cash. How many people across the country could come up with that amount? Zhao Chen took a slow, deep breath to adjust his emotions. What to do with the money? Of course, keep spending. Only by spending more could the system upgrade quickly, leading to more money in a virtuous cycle. According to the system's rules, there was another cashback opportunity waiting for him this weekend. It was simply too exhilarating. Sumin beamed with a warm smile. "Sir, may I ask your surname? Could you please leave your phone number? We will set you up as a VIP. After a pause, she continued, "Also, may I add you on WeChat? Our Cartier will do our utmost to meet your needs, and if there are new products in the store, we will inform you right away." In luxury stores like Cartier, every customer who has made a purchase needs to be well taken care of. After all, once there is a first purchase, there may be a second, a third. Especially for big clients like Zhao Chun, who spend hundreds of thousands in one go. Zhao Chen thought that Su Min's service attitude and insight were quite good. She spoke nicely, and he figured he would likely come back to shop here again. So, he provided his surname and phone number and added Su Min as a WeChat friend. "Sir, madam, take care, and we look forward to your next visit." As Su Min sent them off, Zhao Chun, with a shopping bag in one hand and holding his girlfriend's hand with the other, walked out of the Cartier boutique with a beaming smile. "Oh my god, a big order worth hundreds of thousands. This handsome guy is so extravagant. And so young. If only he were my boyfriend. Wake up, don't be infatuated. Sumin, just be happy, this month's performance is secured, and the commission means a treat." Exactly, ha 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 ha. Back in the store, Sumin's colleagues expressed their envy. While she felt pleased, she also secretly resolved to take good care of this golden client. "Oh Chuan, are we going back to school?" Lu Ruyan affectionately linked her arm with Zhao Chen's, blinking her big, watery eyes. After thinking for a few seconds, Zhao Chen shook his head and smiled. "Let's keep shopping. It was rare to come here, and just buying accessories and a watch wouldn't do." Besides, he had just received 3 million in his account. A few minutes later, seeing a beautifully decorated store ahead, Zhao Chen's face lit up with interest, and he took Lu Ruyan's hand and walked over. "Good evening, sir, madam, welcome to Gucci." As they approached the store entrance, the welcoming hostess eagerly came over to greet them. She caught sight of the shopping bags with the Cartier logo in the hands of the two people and thought to herself that she couldn't let her guard down. Looking up at the large platinum-colored store sign, Lu Ruyan felt a bit dazed for a moment. How could she not know what kind of store this was? Gucci, one of the most well-known luxury brands. She never expected to step foot in here so soon. Upon entering the store, a saleswoman in her 30s with a sharp bob haircut approached with a smile. "Good evening, ladies. I'm Liang Meihon, and I'm delighted to assist you." Zhao Chen and the other person had already put on the Cartier watches they purchased while outside. Liang Meihon's gaze was far more discerning than that of a typical hostess. From several meters away, she had already noticed that these two watches were definitely worth a lot. Coupled with their looks and demeanor, they were clearly potential high-value consumers. Thus, she immediately decided to approach them, fearing that other salespeople might seize the opportunity first. Zhao Chen smiled and nodded, instructing, Miss Liang, could you help me pick out a few seasonal new outfits for my girlfriend? Of course, no problem. Ma'am, please follow me this way. Liang Meihong's eyes lit up upon hearing this. After speaking, she slightly bowed and gestured forward, her tone becoming even more polite. Zhao Chen gently patted Lu Ruyan's back, encouraging her softly, baby, go ahead, don't be nervous. Just try on whatever you like. Lu Ruyan replied with a beaming smile. She then followed Liang Meihong to the women's clothing section of the store. Zhao Chen took the opportunity to relax, sitting in the lounge area to play on his phone. Indeed, accompanying a woman shopping was quite a physical task. Ma'am, not only are your features exquisite and beautiful, but your body proportions are also perfect. I truly envy you, this is the dream of so many women. While measuring Lu Ruyan's measurements, Liang Meihong sincerely complimented her. The praise made Lu Ruyan's face flush, and she couldn't help but think that the salespeople in luxury stores really knew how to flatter. She felt immensely happy inside. After a while, with Liang Meihong's introductions and recommendations, Lu Ruyan changed into the seasonal new Gucci outfits and stood in front of the fitting mirror. As a sales associate, Liang Meihong's eye for style and aesthetics was undoubtedly very competent. Under her careful coordination, Lu Ruyan's flawless face and stunning figure were complemented by several luxurious outfits, enhancing her charm even more. Looking at her refreshed self in the mirror, Lu Ruyan felt overjoyed. She couldn't help but twirl around twice, feeling as if she had never seen herself so beautiful. Lu Ruyan wore a light gray Gucci thin jacket on top, paired with a white cotton printed t-shirt from the Lovelight series underneath. On the bottom, she had a matching light gray skirt and a pair of cream-colored low-heeled shoes. The total price for this outfit was 54,800 yuan. Upon seeing the price tags for these clothes, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but click her tongue in her heart, but she wasn't particularly shocked. After all, the Cartier jewelry and watch Zhao Chen had just bought her were nearly 200,000 yuan. In comparison, over 50,000 seemed somewhat reasonable. Lu Ruyan's spending perspective was gradually being elevated by Zhao Chen. With a sweet smile on her face, Lu Ruyan walked gracefully in front of her boyfriend. Zhao Chen looked up and, after 2 or 3 seconds of being stunned, his eyes sparkled. She was so beautiful, one glance could captivate a city, another could captivate a nation. Liang Meihong, waiting nearby, smiled and said, Sir, how does your girlfriend's outfit look? It looks perfect, absolutely perfect. Zhao Chen thought to himself, but on the surface, he simply smiled and nodded. Your girlfriend is really beautiful, with a great figure, she can pull off any outfit. If I were a man, I would definitely envy you. Lu Ruyan's face turned crimson as she shyly asked, Bai Chuan, do I look good in this? You look good, really good. After appreciating her from head to toe without restraint, Zhao Chen replied, unable to contain his joy. He then took Lu Ruyan's hand and pulled her closer, wrapping his right arm tightly around her slim waist, which had no excess flesh. Baby, you are the most beautiful. As expected from a luxury brand, the fabric and craftsmanship of the clothes were impeccable, seemingly carrying a faint fragrance. Seeing the satisfied smile on Zhao Chen's face, Liang Meihong smiled slightly, thinking that this was a sure thing. With a high, rich, and handsome guy like Zhao Chen, and such a beautiful companion by his side, he would surely be generous. Miss Liang, your taste is indeed good. Zhao Chen gave a thumbs up, paused, and then continued, But what? Please, go ahead. Hearing this, Liang Meihong's heart suddenly trembled. Could it be that he didn't want it anymore? Such a rich young man shouldn't be like that. Don't you think something is missing? Zhao Chen said, gesturing with his hands. Liang Meihong exclaimed, Ah, and immediately realized, apologizing, Sir, ma'am, I'm sorry, I overlooked that. I'll arrange it right away. How could one wear luxury clothing without a matching handbag? After bowing and excusing herself, Liang Meihong hurried to the handbag counter, carefully selecting a few options before bringing them over. After trying them all on, Lu Ruyan bit her lip, looking at the 2 bags in her hands, glancing left and right, feeling a bit conflicted. Should she choose the white one or the black one? Bai Chuan, which one do you think looks better? Seeing this, Zhao Chen patted her head, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Silly, if you can't decide, then of course, you should get both. Ha! Lu Ruyan was taken aback. Zhao Chen smiled nonchalantly and said, Miss Liang, we'll take this outfit and both handbags. All right. Liang Meihong nodded happily. Just one handbag costs 28,800 yuan, so 2 would be 57,600 yuan. With this single transaction, her sales performance had significantly improved. Before Lu Ruyan could react, Zhao Chen had decisively secured both handbags. While she felt a bit helpless, a blissful smile blossomed on her face. Well, since her boyfriend was a high, rich, and handsome man, she could only accept it calmly. Ladies, do you have any other needs? Liang Meihong asked respectfully, hands clasped together. Zhao Chen stroked his chin, paused, and said, how about this? I'll also get an outfit, something simple in style, and please help me advise my girlfriend. Sure, please move over there. Liang Meihong immediately smiled widely. She felt secretly pleased, thinking that her service was good, and this high, rich, and handsome man wanted to make another purchase. That's why, in sales and shopping guidance, attitude is the most important. She really didn't know how those with bad attitudes and condescending views on others managed to survive. Liang Meihong led Zhao Chen to the men's clothing area. It didn't take long for Zhao Chen to choose his outfit. Casual pants, a t-shirt, a light jacket, and casual shoes, altogether slightly cheaper than Lu Ruyan's, priced at 48,800 yuan. Men's outfits didn't require handbags, so Zhao Chen picked the latest wallet. A classic combination of beige and ebony, with light brown leather trim, a full zipper design, priced at 5,200 yuan. The two of them went to the fitting rooms to change back into their own clothes. After wandering around the store for a few rounds, they picked up various small items. Gucci Aviator sunglasses, Dream Series perfume, Sinful Love Series eau de toilette. Lu Ruyan casually picked out some beauty products she liked. All these odds and ends added up to nearly 53,000 yuan. Liang Meihong followed closely behind them, her mind in a daze. Just look at the two of them. It was as if they were not shopping in a luxury store but picking cabbages at a market. After a while, Zhao Chen and the others had finished browsing. Miss Liang, that's enough, please wrap everything up, Zhao Chen said with a faint smile. No problem, please wait a moment in the lounge, Liang Meihong replied, slightly bowing before turning to leave. It wasn't long before she returned with shopping bags of all sizes. Zhao Chen, without blinking, took out his bank card and paid 219,400 yuan. After the receipt was printed, Liang Meihong couldn't hide her joy. She bent down respectfully and said, Sir, Madam, thank you for your strong support of Gucci. May I ask for your surnames? Is it convenient to add you on WeChat for better service in the future? Sure. Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan each took out their phones and added Liang Meihong on WeChat. Compared to the salespeople at Cartier, her experience was clearly more seasoned, and she managed to get both of their WeChat contacts. With the successful acquisition of their contact information, Liang Meihong's smile grew even brighter. She thought to herself, clients who spend over 200,000 on a single purchase are rare. Next, she must maintain this relationship and hold tightly onto the thigh of her wealthy patron. Sir, Madam, take care, and I look forward to serving you again next time. Liang Meihong bowed as she saw off Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan outside the Gucci store. Today's shopping trip had come to a temporary end. Time was tight, and they would come back to browse again next time. As they walked out of Taiga Hui, people continuously cast glances at Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan. This handsome couple clearly looked like they had just gone on a shopping spree. The shopping bags adorned with Cartier and Gucci logos sparked envy in many girls. And then there was Zhao Chen, who radiated a high and rich aura beside Lu Ruyan, making them feel even more overwhelmed. Not far away, a young couple was present, with the girl currently enviously eyeing Lu Ruyan, occasionally glancing at Zhao Chen. When she turned to look, she found her boyfriend staring at Lu Ruyan with wide eyes, a look of infatuation on his face. She immediately felt a surge of anger and grabbed her boyfriend's ear. Are you trying to die? Sneaking glances at other girls in front of me. Look at them, buying so many things for his girlfriend, and then look at you. The girl unleashed a barrage of criticism. The boy hurriedly raised his hand in surrender, secretly thinking, if you were as pretty as her, I would grit my teeth and buy you a luxury item too. Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan waved at the roadside and hailed a taxi. Although ride-hailing services were available, taxis were still the mainstream mode of transport on the road. Driver, please go to Huacheng University, thank you. Sure thing. After getting in, the driver responded and quickly stepped on the gas. Through the rearview mirror, he stole a few glances at the young couple in the back seat. The man was handsome and dashing, while the woman was fair-skinned and beautiful. From their affectionate gestures and the gentle looks they exchanged, it was clear they were a couple. What caught the driver's attention even more was the pile of glaring luxury shopping bags. The famous Gucci brand was recognizable even to the driver. It seemed this young man was a rich second generation. He was quite polite and not at all overbearing. The driver shook his head inwardly, feeling a sense of lament. Such is life. A college student can indulge in shopping at the Taigu Hui Mall and has such a beautiful girlfriend. Unlike those poor drivers, who run from morning till night, earning barely enough in a month for someone to casually buy a few things. With mixed feelings, after dropping Zhao Chen and his companion at the entrance of Huacheng University, the driver suddenly stepped on the gas and drove off, raising a cloud of dust. Staying any longer would only add to the troubles. After getting out of the car, Zhao Chen paused for a moment, then turned and walked towards the nearby ATM. After a series of operations, he withdrew 30,000 yuan and stuffed it into Lu Ruyan's hands. "Xingyu, keep this money on you. Spend it as you like, don't be too frugal." He hadn't forgotten that she bought him clothes a few days ago, and he guessed her living expenses were probably low. Lu Ruyan looked surprised and quickly shook her head to decline, saying, "No need, I still have money. Just take it. My boyfriend doesn't want his treasure to live frugally." Zhao Chen reached out and gently pinched her smooth little face, smiling. "What treasure?" Lu Ruyan's cheeks flushed, and she murmured softly. After hesitating for a few seconds, she obediently accepted the money. She realized that she couldn't go against Zhao Chen anyway. Besides, she had already accepted such expensive watches and jewelry, so what was a few tens of thousands more? Holding on to her belief in a steadfast relationship, Lu Ruyan silently promised herself to treat Zhao Chen well in the future. "That's more like it, ha." Zhao Chen laughed heartily, feeling very pleased. Once inside the school, Zhao Chen carried all the shopping bags while Lu Ruyan affectionately linked her arm with his. It was getting late, and there weren't many students on the road. Most were couples who had just enjoyed some sweet moments on campus. The appearance of Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan drew many curious glances. With Zhao Chen's handsome looks and Lu Ruyan's beauty, plus a bunch of shopping bags adorned with luxury brand logos, they were simply eye-catching. Wow! Who is this rich guy buying so many luxury items? What a spendthrift! My goodness, Cartier and Gucci, I dream of having those. I want a rich boyfriend like that too, boo-hoo. Are they filming a drama? The domineering CEO and his beautiful girlfriend. At the foot of the girls' dormitory, the two were somewhat reluctant to part. "Xingyu, did you have a good day today?" I'm very happy being with you," Lu Ruyan replied with affectionate eyes. Hearing this, Zhao Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he chuckled, "Then don't I deserve a reward?" "Ha? What reward?" Lu Ruyan asked, puzzled. Zhao Chen pointed to his lips with a slight smile, the meaning was clear. Lu Ruyan first looked around, playfully rolled her eyes at him. Then, blushing, she stepped closer, stood on her tiptoes, and lightly pecked Zhao Chen's lips like a dragonfly touching the water. Zhao Chen touched his nose and grinned, "Is that it? That's it, you bad boy. Alright, heh, there's plenty of time ahead, so I'll head back now." I'll go up too." He handed the shopping bags to Lu Ruyan and watched her go upstairs. Then, Zhao Chen turned and walked towards the boys' dormitory area. "I'm back." After returning to the dorm, Lu Ruyan greeted her roommates with a smile. "Xiaoyu, why are you so late?" "Wow." Her roommate Su Jiahua had only said half a sentence when her gaze was irresistibly drawn to the shopping bags in Lu Ruyan's hands. "Oh my god. I'm not seeing things, Xingyu, did you strike it rich?" Chen Yanling walked over, her face full of shock, grabbing the shopping bags and exclaiming loudly. Li Shuping, hearing the commotion, quickly jumped down from her bed. "Wow. Cartier. Wow. Gucci. Tisk tsk, even the shopping bags look like they're from a different world. Let me see. The roommates surrounded Lu Ruyan, staring at the items in the shopping bag, all wide-eyed and gasping in surprise. There was no way around it, the impact was too strong. Clothes, shoes, bags. Everything was filled with the aura of luxury, and the scent of money was overwhelming. After a while, Su Jia and the others finally snapped out of their shock, swallowing hard as they looked at Lu Ruyan. After a pause, Chen Yanling tentatively asked, "Xiaoyu, these things, were they given to you by that guy from your family?" The roommates were somewhat aware of Lu Ruyan's personality and family situation. Normally, it wouldn't be possible for her to spend so much money on luxury items. Lu Ruyan nodded slightly, her expression a bit embarrassed. "Just as expected. So, how much did all these things cost in total?" Li Shuping continued to probe, her tone a bit shaky. "The Gucci clothes, shoes, and bags cost just over 100,000, and the cosmetics and other items also cost several tens of thousands. The Cartier accessories were about 60,000. And the watch on my wrist, the price, is 120,000. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Ruyan slowly revealed the figures. As she spoke, the shock in Su Jia and the others' eyes grew stronger, feeling as if their entire beings had gone numb. "Oh my god. The total for these items was over 300,000, that's way too expensive. Even if they found a good job after graduation, how many years would it take to save up that much money? It's no exaggeration to say that just those few pieces of Gucci clothing were worth more than all the clothes in Su Jia's wardrobe combined. Poverty truly limits their imagination. After Lu Ruyen finished speaking, the dormitory was silent for a full minute before it erupted into chatter again. Xiaoyu, I really envy you. The vice class leader is not only handsome and warm but also so rich. Whoa, I feel like I've eaten a lemon, it's so sour. I agree to this marriage, let's get married right here. Listening to her roommates chattering away, her arms and shoulders being shaken, Lu Ruyen felt both amused and helpless, her head buzzing. By the way, Bai Chuan also prepared small gifts for you. Lu Ruyen smiled sweetly and took out the small items she had bought from the Gucci shopping bag, offering them to her roommates to choose from. Wow, we have gifts too, thank you Xiaoyu, and your guy, he's really a big warm man. Hee hee, thanks Qingyu and your warm man. +1+1, hee hee. After discussing for a few minutes, Su Jia chose a keychain card holder. Li Shuping wanted a heart-shaped coin purse, while Chen Yanling picked a white leather card holder. The three of them happily took their small gifts, playing with them fondly. Zhao Chen gained a huge wave of goodwill from them. Knowing that these small gifts cost several thousand, Su Jia and the others were well aware. Seeing her roommates look like children who had just received their favorite toys, Lu Ruyan's smile blossomed. On the other side, Zhao Chen returned to the dormitory with a cheerful stride. Little ones, this lord has returned. The dormitory door was slightly ajar, and when he pushed it open, unsurprisingly, Lin Song was squatting on a chair, playing computer games. According to him, squatting was to prevent constipation and hemorrhoids. He was quite particular about it. Water was running from the bathroom, Kai Ji Chao was taking a shower. Li Jialu was lying on the bed, propping his legs up while playing on his phone, his smile looking lewd from any angle. When the student council was recruiting new members, he joined the management college office. He must have been charmed by some senior sister by now. The other three were not very interested in the student council or clubs. Lin Song was preparing for a crucial team fight when he heard the sound of Zhao Chen returning. He slightly turned his head to take a glance. You know how to come back, huh? I thought you were spending the night outside. But the next second, he suddenly turned his head, his small eyes widening as he fixed his gaze on the shopping bag in Zhao Chen's hand, completely forgetting about the team fight. What the hell? What the hell? Gucci? Hearing Lin Song shout, Li Jiala, surprisingly agile for his size, quickly climbed off the bed and came over. Upon seeing the shopping bag, he was also stunned. Damn, luxury goods. Let me see. Li Jiala shouted as he grabbed the shopping bag. Wow, Brother Chuan, this outfit must be expensive, right? Lin Song rolled his eyes and replied, if it's not expensive, can it still be called luxury? Li Jiala's eyes were sharp, and he suddenly spotted the watch on Zhao Chen's wrist, his eyes lighting up. He immediately asked, Brother Chuan, you just bought this watch too, right? What brand is it, and how much did it cost? Zhao Chen smirked and casually replied, oh, it's Cartier, 200,000. Damn, that's so expensive. Holy crap, a car is on Brother Chuan's wrist. Truly a rich and handsome guy. Bowed down to the boss. So envious. Zhao Chen rubbed his nose, helplessly watching the two of them banter back and forth. Glancing at Lin Song's computer screen, he smirked, Airzone, not playing the game anymore? Crap, I forgot about the team fight. I'm done for, I'm going to get reported again. Lin Song slapped his forehead and turned back to continue the battle. In less than 2 minutes, he tossed the mouse aside, bored, and ended the game, muttering to himself. These guys really can't do without me, they knelt so quickly. At this moment, several people were probably cursing him. When Kai Jichao finished his shower and came out, he was naturally amazed and envious of Zhao Chen's luxury shopping spree. Here, I prepared a little something for you guys too. Seeing everyone gathered, Zhao Chen smiled slightly and took out the gifts he bought for his roommates at the Gucci store. As a father figure, he had to pamper his little sons. The gift for Lin Song was a gray Gucci Marmont leather wallet. Kai Jichao received 2 bottles of different scented men's perfume, perfect for his reserved personality. Li Jiala was all smiles as he held a black leather belt with a double G buckle. These 3 gifts were carefully selected by Zhao Chen, all of similar value, with no favoritism. After a wave of surprise and astonishment, the roommates laughed with their mouths stretching to their ears, accepting the gifts without hesitation. Having spent some time together, they had a general understanding of Zhao Chen's personality, easygoing and approachable. Besides, although these items were definitely not cheap, they shouldn't be a big deal for Zhao Chen. Thank you, Brother Chuan, thank you, big guy, ha ha ha. Listen to me, thank you, because of you. How great is my Brother Chuan, from now on, I'm yours. Me too. Get lost, get lost. Zhao Chen couldn't help but laugh and curse. He then put away the things he bought, grabbed a towel and some clothes, humming a little tune as he walked into the bathroom. After hanging up his clothes and towel, Zhao Chen suddenly remembered he still had something to do. So he returned to his spot, picked up his phone, and opened online banking. After a series of operations, he transferred 50,000 yuan to his mom. After the transfer, he didn't forget to send a WeChat message to his mom. "Mom, I transferred 50,000 yuan to your bank card. Check it when you have time, I'm going to take a shower now." Putting down his phone, he turned and walked into the bathroom. As for why he didn't transfer a bit more money, this amount was carefully considered by Zhao Chen. 50,000 yuan is neither too little nor too extravagant, making it easier to explain to his mom later. Moreover, this money would be enough for the family to use for a while. When he returns home for the National Day holiday, he can leave more money for them then. About 10 minutes later, Zhao Chen walked out of the bathroom. Back at his spot, he picked up his phone and saw that his mom had sent several WeChat messages and there were 3 missed calls. So, he called back. "Mom, I just finished showering. Ah Chuan, why did you suddenly transfer so much money? Where did you get it? What have you been doing out there?" As expected, once the call connected, his mom bombarded him with a string of questions. "Mom, let me explain. Here's the thing, while showering earlier, Zhao Chen had already prepared his excuse. He said that with the start of the school year, freshmen needed to buy bedding and daily necessities, so he partnered with a few seniors to buy supplies and sell them at school. He didn't expect the business to be so successful that it even expanded to nearby schools. In the end, each person ended up with a profit of several tens of thousands of yuan." "Oh, so that's how it is. I didn't expect you to have such a business mind. Is it really that easy to make money? The main thing is we sold early, and our prices are cheaper than others, plus the quality is good. Alright then, Ah Chuan, just make sure you don't do anything bad. I was shocked when I saw the message just now." "Mom, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Just save your money, you can't skimp on food and drink at school. I'll transfer some back to you." "No need, I still have money on hand." "Mom, you keep it, spend it as you need." After chatting for a while and seeing that his mom finally accepted the explanation and was at ease with receiving the 50,000 yuan, Zhao Chen let out a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that if he wanted to give his parents more money in the future, he would need to come up with a more serious reason. It wasn't exactly lying, it was a kind-hearted fib. Would he really tell them the truth, that he had been reborn and had a system that sent him money every day? They would probably think he had gone crazy from studying too much. After finishing the call, Zhao Chen tidied up and climbed into bed. Lin Song and the others immediately started a pillow talk session. Unable to resist their strong curiosity and gossiping nature, Zhao Chen paused for a moment and briefly shared some details about his day, including dining and shopping. The 3 single guys listened with great interest, occasionally clicking their tongues in envy, as if they had transformed into lemon-sucking critics. They envied not only Zhao Chen's girlfriend, who was as beautiful as a campus flower, but also his financial power. On the other side, in Lu Ruyan's dormitory, they were also having a pillow talk session. The girls' gossiping fire was much fiercer than the boys'. Under the relentless questioning of Su Jia and the others, Lu Ruyan had no choice but to surrender. She helplessly recounted the details of her date today, sharing everything except for the steamy scenes in the cinema. They chatted until late at night, and only then did her roommates reluctantly let her go. Sleepiness soon washed over her. In just a few minutes, she comfortably drifted off to dreamland. Su Jia and the others, however, tossed and turned, their minds swirling with thoughts, finding it hard to sleep that night. They were all fantasizing about how happy they would be if they also had a gentle, wealthy, and handsome boyfriend like Zhao Chen. Indeed, boys and girls are different. Lin Song and the others slept soundly, dreaming of everything. The next morning, Zhao Chen got up, washed up, and then changed into the clothes and shoes he bought at Gucci yesterday, feeling refreshed as he headed out with his roommates. A night's time is neither long nor short. Most of the classmates in his class had already heard that Zhao Chen went out on a date with Lu Ruyan yesterday and went on a shopping spree, buying a bunch of luxury items. The news spread like wildfire. As Zhao Chen stepped into the classroom, he captured everyone's attention. Today, he was truly stunning. His already sharp features, paired with a full outfit of Gucci clothing and shoes, perfectly highlighted the aura of a wealthy young master. The girls looked on with sparkling eyes, their gazes dreamy. The vice class leader is so handsome, this face has killed me. This idol is nothing compared to him. Ah, Zhao Chen's clothes and shoes are all Gucci, I guessed his family was well off, but I didn't expect him to be this rich. Lu Ruyan is so lucky, I'm so envious. I wouldn't mind being a sidekick. TCH, how shameless. Meanwhile, the boys were naturally feeling a wave of displeasure and frustration. This flashy guy was once again exuding that damn charm. It hadn't even been a month since school started, and he had already stolen the class beauty away. Honestly, a batch of envy. By Chuan, there's a spot over here. Zhao Chen waved his hand, ignoring his roommate's calls, and walked straight towards Lu Ruyan, who was smiling brightly at him, flanked by 3 loyal female bodyguards. Seeing this, Kai Jichao settled into his seat, shook his head, and sighed, Chuangu doesn't want us anymore. No humanity when there's the opposite sex. The world is going downhill, people's hearts are not what they used to be. Lin Song and Li Jiala immediately echoed, expressing their disdain. Vice class leader, we specially saved a spot for you, Su Jia said with a smile while shifting her position. Chen Yanling and Li Shuping nodded with smiles. Seeing the empty circle around the 4 of them, it was easy to guess that Su Jia and the others had put in quite a bit of effort to protect Lu Ruyan. Other boys stopped in their tracks, except for the vice class leader. Then thank you. Zhao Chen smiled casually, gladly accepting the kindness, and sat down next to Lu Ruyan. Hee, no need to be polite, thank you for the gift yesterday, Chuangu. Yeah, it was so expensive, really too extravagant. Thank you, Chuangu, we really liked the gift. Hearing their words, Zhao Chen waved his hand with a nonchalant smile, saying, hey, it's nothing, thanks for taking care of Qingyu usually. Upon hearing this, Chen Yanling gently patted her rather impressive chest and joked, Chuangu, don't worry, with us around, no other boys can get close to Xiaoyu. That's right, ha ha ha. Rest assured, besides, no other boys can compare to the vice class leader. Seeing their eagerness, it was clear that they were quite taken in. Then it's hard work for you all. Zhao Chen felt quite pleased, unable to resist reaching out to gently pat Lu Ruyan's little head. The latter's face immediately flushed, playfully rolling her eyes at him. However, she showed no intention of resisting, seemingly enjoying her boyfriend's affection. This intimate scene made Su Jia and the others feel another wave of envy. During the first 2 classes of the morning, Zhao Chen didn't absorb any of the lessons. His mind was entirely focused on the beautiful girl beside him. Their hands were tightly intertwined under the table. Zhao Chen would occasionally tease Lu Ruyan, stealing little touches, causing her cheeks to flush, both embarrassed and delighted. Time quietly passed in this ambiguous and pleasant atmosphere. Ding! The class bell rang, signaling the end of the 2 classes. Zhao Chen stood up, stretched lazily, revealing the Cartier watch on his left wrist. Noticing the shiny object on his wrist, Chen Yanling asked curiously, Chuangu, is this your new watch? It looks very expensive. Zhao Chen nodded with a slight smile. However, his next words left Su Jia and the others stunned. It's alright, just around 200,000. Just? Did you hear that, people? In an instant, they didn't know how to respond to Zhao Chen's words, so they simply turned away in unison. I won't listen. Out of sight, out of mind, it was just too much of a blow. Compared to the shock of $1 million car, the impact of a $200,000 watch was even more intense. After all, a car is something you use daily, a necessity. But for most people, a watch is optional. There's some truth to the saying that the poor play with cars while the rich play with watches. With Su Jia and the others' imagination, they couldn't fathom just how wealthy Zhao Chen's family must be to afford such extravagance. They could only say that the world of the rich was something they truly didn't understand. Of course, their envy for Lu Ruyan grew uncontrollably. Chuan, do you have any plans for National Day? Lu Ruyan thought shyly to herself that if he wasn't going home and had no plans, they could date for several days. From the expectant look on her face, it was clear she hoped he would stay. Xiaoyu, I'm sorry, but I have to go home this National Day. Maybe next holiday, I'll definitely spend time with you then. Zhao Chen gently rubbed her little head, apologetically replying as he thought of his own plans. Oh, okay, it's fine. Although a bit disappointed, she understood when Zhao Chen said he had to go home. After all, opportunities to return home while studying abroad were few and far between. Anyway, at school, she saw him almost every day. He was going home, and she would have a few days of peace. Humph. Lu Ruyan thought proudly to herself. Xiaoyu, when you go home for National Day, please send my regards to your uncle and aunt. Zhao Chen's lips curled up slightly as he said with a light laugh. Same to you, please send my regards too. It seemed this little girl had no intention of hiding her existence, Zhao Chen thought with satisfaction. Alright, Zhao Chen's face broke into a playful smile. Next time there's a chance, I might just come to propose. Okay. Lu Ruyan's expression froze, and her face quickly turned a bright red. Propose what? We haven't been together for long. Her voice grew softer, her face even more flushed. I have a feeling we've known each other in our past lives. Suddenly, Zhao Chen looked seriously into her eyes and gently said. Lu Ruyan blinked her adorable big eyes, looking at the earnest Zhao Chen, and softly murmured, but, I'm only a freshman, proposing so soon. In truth, her heart had already completely recognized Zhao Chen, and she was infatuated with him, determined for this life. It was just that a proposal felt a bit too sudden. Ha 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 ha. Seeing his girlfriend's flustered and adorable demeanor, Zhao Chen couldn't help but laugh heartily. Oof. You bad guy, you're bullying me again. After a moment, Zhao Chen quickly stopped laughing, wrapped his arms around her slim waist, and leaned close to her ear, whispering, "Anyway, you can't escape this lifetime." At that moment, there were still quite a few people in the classroom, but Lu Ruyan didn't resist. She obediently leaned into Zhao Chen's embrace, feeling the warm breath on her face, her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling like stars. Those who were paying attention to the two of them, like Su Jia and the others nearby, were suddenly overwhelmed with a mouthful of dog food. I can't take it anymore. I can't handle it at all. Ah, I can't stand it. When will my true love finally come to me? Xingyu, we're leaving now. After enduring 2 more classes with great difficulty, as soon as the bell rang, Su Jia and the others wisely slipped away. They claimed it was to give Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan some space, but in reality, they couldn't take any more of the dog food. On the other side, the 3 silly roommates gave Zhao Chen a disdainful gesture. Then, they all shouted towards Lu Ruyan in unison, "Sister-in-law, hello." The latter immediately felt extremely embarrassed and hid behind Zhao Chen. During lunchtime, with classes not starting until 4 in the afternoon, there was plenty of time. Zhao Chen didn't want to take his girlfriend to squeeze into the cafeteria, so he decided to go out instead. Hand in hand, they walked out of the school's north gate, heading straight for the nearby food street, under the envious gazes of passers-by. On the way, the earnings of 20,000 yuan for the day had also arrived. H1, what are we eating? Looking at the various restaurants, Lu Ruyan felt a bit overwhelmed with choices and tossed the question to her boyfriend. Don't you have anything you want to eat? Well, how about rice bowls, dumplings, noodles? Spicy hot pot seems good too. Hearing the last option, Zhao Chen couldn't help but smirk. Hee, the spicy hot pot that's 6 yuan a bowl? Ha! 6 yuan isn't enough to eat, right? Lu Ruyan said innocently, blinking her big eyes in confusion. No, I was just saying that. How about I take you to a nice big stall? Sounds good. After a while, they arrived at the restaurant, still the familiar Chaoji Big Stall. Since the start of the semester, Zhao Chen had been here several times. The small stir-fried dishes suited his taste, and as the locals would say, they had a good wok flavor. Although Zhao Chen had 3 million in his account at that moment, he didn't develop any bad habits, like looking down on small restaurants. On the contrary, he always felt that many real delicacies were often hidden in the alleys of the city. The shop owner saw the two and grinned, clearly recognizing Zhao Chen, and called out loudly, "Handsome guy, brought your girlfriend over?" Zhao Chen nodded and chuckled, "Yeah, boss, your dishes are really good." Ha ha ha, of course. The shop owner laughed even more heartily upon hearing this. After sitting down, Zhao Chen ordered 3 stir-fried dishes, 2 meat and 1 vegetable, along with soup and rice. About 20 minutes later, all the dishes were served. The ordinary-looking stir-fried dishes were full of aroma, making one's appetite soar just from the smell. For the next while, the two happily became foodies. After finishing their meal contentedly, Zhao Chen called the waiter. Just as he was about to pull out his wallet, Lu Ruyan stepped in first to pay. "H1, I'll take care of the bill, hee. Lu Ruyan smiled, her eyes curving into a bridge. Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow, gently pinching her soft face, and chuckled, "Alright, thank you, babe." Eating out with his girlfriend paying felt pretty good. It seemed a bit like living off a woman. Although the money was his, what did it matter? Happiness was the most important. After finishing lunch at the Chaoji Big Stall, Zhao Chen took Lu Ruyan to the girls' dormitory. He then turned and walked towards the boys' dormitory area. Back in his dorm, he took a quick shower, joked around with his 3 roommates for a while, then climbed into bed to play on his phone. Suddenly, a message in a WeChat group caught his interest. This group was created at the beginning of the semester when a senior from his hometown added him, which was the Hometown Association group. Opening the message, he saw that several presidents and vice presidents of the association were inviting the freshmen in the group to a welcome dinner on Friday at 6:30 in the evening. Other students from different grades were also welcome to join the fun. Of course, there was a fee. 200 yuan for boys, 100 for girls, with a special car for round-trip transport. Such hometown association dinners, besides helping people get to know each other and strengthen relationships, also allowed the organizers to make a little profit, which was understandable. Zhao Chen rubbed his chin, pondering for about 10 seconds before replying in the group, +1. In his previous life, he had never participated in any gatherings or activities organized by the hometown association, only taking a chartered bus back home. It wasn't that he couldn't afford the 1 or 200 yuan fee, but rather because he lacked confidence. Participating in such social group activities made him feel uncomfortable all over. Now, Zhao Chen naturally had no such problems. He thought to himself that it wasn't bad to join in the fun in the past, perhaps he could meet some interesting people and things. Time passed quietly for 2 days. Today was Friday, the day of the Hometown Association's dinner. Zhao Chen had already informed his girlfriend about the gathering in advance, agreeing to spend quality time with her the following Saturday. Around 6 in the evening, Zhao Chen arrived at the school gate, ready to take a chartered bus to the dinner location. He arrived a bit late, and several buses were already filled with people, so he casually chose one. As soon as he boarded, his tall stature and handsome face immediately attracted the attention of everyone. Wow, this guy is so handsome. His looks are absolutely stunning. I'm in love. Which college is this handsome guy from? How come I didn't notice him earlier? He looks like my future boyfriend, hee hee. Many girls were captivated, their hearts racing with excitement. Some girls secretly planned to find an opportunity to get to know Zhao Chen during the dinner. If they could add him on WeChat, it would be even more wonderful to arrange to watch movies, eat, or go shopping later. Zhao Chen wore a faint smile as he walked forward, meeting everyone's gaze, and found an empty seat in the back rows. After sitting down, he was about to close his eyes and rest when a clear and pleasant female voice suddenly reached his ears. Hello, may I sit here? Zhao Chen looked up to see a cute girl with shoulder-length hair and a round face. Of course, he replied with a smile and nodded. The girl blushed, thanked him softly, and took a seat. Other girls watching this scene felt a pang of regret, wishing they had rushed over first. The girl sitting next to Zhao Chen was named Xiaoyu, a freshman majoring in accounting at the School of Management. She arrived a bit late, and by the time she got on the bus, there were only a few scattered empty seats left, mostly occupied by boys. After a quick glance, she decisively chose to sit next to Zhao Chen. There was no particular reason, purely because of his outstanding looks and charm. The other ignored boys felt a twinge of jealousy. What was so great about a handsome guy anyway? Xiaoyu, of course, was unaware of their thoughts. At that moment, she felt shy and quite nervous, occasionally stealing glances at Zhao Chen's chiseled face. Ah, so handsome, but a bit oblivious. He's sitting right next to me, yet he closes his eyes, how frustrating. As Xiaoyu's heart was filled with mixed emotions, the bus started moving. After about half an hour, the bus arrived at the dinner location. Taoyuan Mountain Villa, a restaurant serving farmhouse cuisine. The organizers of the Hometown Association had booked the largest hall in the restaurant to accommodate over 200 people. Everyone got off the bus one after another, signed in at the entrance, and entered the hall. Zhao Chen casually found a table towards the back and sat down, suddenly surprised to see Xiaoyu following him and taking a seat on his left. He didn't think much of it and offered her a polite smile. Xiaoyu smiled back, a bit reserved, and nodded. Good evening, fellow students from our hometown. Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to join this dinner. Once everyone was seated, the two vice presidents of the Hometown Association took the stage and took turns giving some polite speeches. The president, who was in his senior year, was busy and would arrive later. According to others, the president was a prominent figure at Huacheng University, coming from a well-off family and possessing outstanding abilities. He had already started his own business while in his junior year. After the speeches, dishes were served one after another, and everyone began to eat. There were 10 people at Zhao Chen's table, 3 men and 7 women. What's particularly special is that the girls' looks are more striking than one another, causing the boys at other tables to frequently turn their heads. Unintentionally, 2 other boys sat opposite Zhao Chen. 7 girls took their seats on either side of him. He sat in the center position, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. One of the boys was a chubby guy with a comical appearance, his face full of cheerful expressions. It was clear that sitting at this table surrounded by beautiful girls made him very happy. The other boy had high, sharp cheekbones and a somewhat gloomy expression. Zhao Chen's intuition told him that this person had a grudge against him, but he didn't take it to heart. His principle, if others don't offend me, I won't offend them, don't stir up trouble if there's none, and don't be afraid of trouble if it arises. The gloomy boy was named Feng Jinpeng, and he indeed disliked Zhao Chen. To be precise, he hated and envied handsome boys. This was solely because the goddess he had pined for throughout high school was finally taken away by a handsome guy. This incident made him seethe with resentment, and his anger was directed at other good-looking guys. Zhao Chen, a campus heartthrob surrounded by so many beautiful girls, immediately became a thorn in his side, filling him with jealousy. If I get the chance later, I'll definitely make you embarrass yourself in front of the girls. Feng Jinpeng plotted darkly. Zhao Chen took a few bites of the farmhouse dishes, they tasted quite good. The girl sitting to his right smiled and struck up a conversation. Classmate, what's your major? Her voice was sweet, almost like she was being coy. Business administration, Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly. Hee hee, what a coincidence, we're from the same college. I'm in tourism management. The other girls at the table looked at her with disdain. Pfft, little green tea, who are you trying to charm? But the next second, they also opened up, eager to join the conversation. Classmate, which high school did you attend? You look really familiar. Where's your hometown, classmate? Maybe we don't live far apart. You're really handsome. Do you usually go to the library or the playground? Watching the girls all engage with him, Zhao Chen's lips curled slightly, gaining a better understanding of his own looks and charm. The two boys sitting opposite him wanted to join the conversation. Unfortunately, the girls hardly paid them any attention, leaving the two feeling out of place. Feng Jinpeng's resentment grew stronger. As everyone clinked glasses, the two vice presidents of the hometown association, along with a few key members, began to toast and chat table by table. In a daze, Zhao Chen felt as if he were at a wedding banquet. After a while, it was almost their table's turn, and everyone raised their cups in anticipation. Fixating on the drink in Zhao Chen's cup, Feng Jinpeng's eyes lit up, and he suddenly had an idea on how to put Zhao Chen in his place. You younger brothers and sisters must eat and drink well. Come, let's toast everyone. The two vice presidents, one short and chubby, the other tall and thin, made for a comical combination. Wait! Just as everyone was smiling and about to clink glasses, an out-of-place voice suddenly rang out. Everyone looked at Feng Jinpeng in confusion. Suddenly becoming the center of attention, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Feng Jinpeng swirled his wineglass, staring directly at Zhao Chen, a hint of mockery at the corners of his mouth as he provocatively said, "This classmate, the two vice presidents came over to toast you personally, and you're just holding a drink like the girls. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" This gathering had arranged for red wine and drinks, and Zhao Chen had no intention of drinking alcohol, so he casually chose orange juice. Unexpectedly, this became the reason for the other side to attack him. What an idiot, how clumsy. Since you've put your face out there, if you get slapped later, you can't blame me. Zhao Chen chuckled inwardly, but his lips curled into a harmless smile as he slowly said, drinking alcohol or beverages is just a personal choice. Here's another chance for you, if you can't seize it, then there's nothing more to be done. It's fine, everyone just do as they please, the most important thing is to have fun, said the short and chubby Vice President Lu Kai, waving his hand and smiling as he tried to ease the tension. Exactly, just drink what you want, why care about what others are drinking? The girl who had spoken the least among the seven, Xiaoyu, couldn't help but chime in. After speaking, she blushed and stole a glance at Zhao Chen. Right, you're really strange. What's wrong with drinking beverages, seriously? What do you mean by acting like a girl? You should eat more fish, I see you're quite picky, hee hee. The other girls, seeing this, were unwilling to back down, each taking turns to chime in. In an instant, Feng Jinpeng's face turned red and pale from the barrage. He suppressed the urge to lash out at the girls, channeling all his resentment towards Zhao Chen. With a sneer, he mocked, could it be, your alcohol tolerance is so poor that you'll end up under the table after just a few sips, huh? At this moment, everyone could clearly sense the tension in the air. Were these two enemies? The two vice presidents exchanged glances and then fell silent. They tacitly chose to continue observing the situation before deciding whether to intervene. My alcohol tolerance is indeed average, but I probably drink a bit better than you, Zhao Chen replied lightly. Humph. Feng Jinpeng continued, anyone can talk big. If you have the guts, let's have a competition. He thought to himself that with his own alcohol tolerance, he could easily crush this pretty boy who clearly didn't know how to drink. Seeing the other party's aggressive stance, Zhao Chen decided not to be polite anymore. His tone suddenly turned cold as he said firmly, since you're so interested, I'll drink a few with you, but red wine isn't strong enough. Hearing this, Feng Jinpeng felt a surge of joy and immediately blurted out, sure, white or foreign, you choose. This pretty boy took the bait. Haha, let's see how I deal with you. In that case, let's go for some white, Zhao Chen said leisurely, then waved his hand to call over the waiter. What's the highest proof white liquor you have? We have Erguotu, Mandanlu, and Lao Baigon. The waiter listed several types of high-proof liquor. Then let's go with Erguotu, bring 2 bottles first. Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow and replied with a light smile. The waiter nodded and turned to fetch the liquor. Upon hearing Erguotu, Feng Jinpeng's eyelids twitched involuntarily, and his expression turned uncertain. Could it be that this guy knows he can't drink better than me and plans to just go all out? Soon, 2 bottles of Erguotu were placed on the table. The people at other tables, hearing the commotion, gathered around, forming layers of onlookers, eagerly watching the spectacle. Seeing this, Feng Jinpeng's face flushed with excitement. He couldn't help but fantasize that if he could step on this pretty boy, he would gain fame in the hometown association. Maybe some girls would even take a liking to him. Thinking of this, he feigned a gentlemanly demeanor, a self-satisfied smile appearing on his face. How about you choose? I'll follow your lead. Then I won't be polite, let's go straight to the bottle, whoever finishes first wins. Zhao Chen laughed casually, but his words made Feng Jinpeng's expression quite interesting. Looking around at the crowd, he could only grit his teeth and reply, alright, if you're going to act tough, you have to keep it up even if it hurts. Zhao Chen dared to accept this drinking challenge, naturally feeling confident. In his previous life, his drinking capacity was not bad. After being reborn, his physical condition was significantly enhanced by the system. A mere bottle of white liquor, he felt he could handle it. At worst, the system dad would come to the rescue, right? 2 presidents, if you don't mind, could you please act as judges? Zhao Chen turned his head and smiled lightly at the 2 vice presidents. Lu Kai nodded with a smile, I don't mind. It's rare for everyone to gather, and having an interesting competition to liven things up is quite good. The tall and thin vice president, Huang Haoshan, also chimed in with a smile. Zhao Chen nodded, then curled his lips and said to Feng Jinpeng, if you have no problem, then, let's begin. Bring it on. Next, the 2 picked up their erguotu, twisted off the caps, and got ready. 1, 2, 3. Drink! With Lu Kai's loud shout, Zhao Chen and Feng Jinpeng began to gulp down the liquor. This instantly ignited the emotions of the onlookers, who laughed and shouted, creating a lively atmosphere. After all, watching the fun is never too much trouble. Feng Jinpeng quickly took several big gulps of erguotu, with only one thought left in his mind, damn, this is so spicy. My throat is on fire. Poof. Cough cough. The next second, he was suddenly choked by the liquor. Unable to hold it in, he sprayed all the liquor out of his mouth, coughing incessantly. Zhao Chen glanced indifferently at him and continued to gulp down the liquor. Before long, more than half of the bottle was gone. He felt at ease, it was just a bit spicy. The onlookers, seeing Feng Jinpeng make a fool of himself, not only laughed heartily but also began to discuss it with delight. Some even openly mocked him. Ha, if you can't drink, don't compete, young people really are too proud. Tisk tsk, getting choked by erguotu is no fun. Trying to show off but ended up embarrassing himself. That handsome guy competing with him is almost done drinking. The girls at Zhao Chen's table were laughing uncontrollably at this moment. He totally deserves it. Turns out it's a toad yawning, what a big mouth. Ha, exactly. Cough cough cough. Feng Jinpeng looked at everything in front of him, feeling both ashamed and angry. In a moment of rage, his coughing became even more intense. Your drinking capacity is no match for your big mouth. With about a quarter of the liquor left in the bottle, Zhao Chen deliberately paused, looking at him and saying indifferently, using his own methods against him. His personality was easygoing, but that didn't mean he had no temper. Moreover, the other party had provoked him first. Gulp. Don't get too proud. I haven't lost yet. Feng Jinpeng's face turned bright red as he forced more liquor into his mouth, mumbling stubbornly. At this moment, he was internally lamenting. If he had known to eat a few more bites of food earlier, his stomach felt like it was being burned by fire, churning violently. It was unbearable. Feeling that there wasn't much liquor left in the bottle gave him some confidence. With so many people watching, he had to hold on. He must hold on. However, contrary to his wishes, Zhao Chen's light remark suddenly shattered his psychological defenses. It seems this bottle won't determine the winner, so let's have another bottle. Poof. Cough cough. As Feng Jinpeng's forced breath escaped, the liquor in his mouth sprayed out again, and the contents of his stomach followed suit. He immediately dropped the bottle, covered his mouth with his hand, shot Zhao Chen a fierce glare, and rushed out of the hall. Seeing Feng Jinpeng's panicked escape, everyone burst into laughter. Can't drink but still trying to hold on, asking for trouble. If we have another bottle, he'll probably collapse right here. Who told him to provoke that handsome guy? Ha. Zhao Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. I hope this guy learns his lesson and stops making a fool of himself. What's going on? It's so lively here. When I came in just now, I saw a classmate hugging a flower pot, throwing up all over the place. A young man of medium build, with a handsome appearance and a calm demeanor, walked over to Lu Kai and the others, smiling as he asked, "Hello, President. Hello, Senior Brother." The core members of the Hometown Association greeted the man. The newcomer was Zhou Yuxuan, the president of the Hometown Association. He had arrived late tonight due to some personal matters and happened to witness Feng Jinpeng's miserable state. Lu Kai smiled warmly and said, "Senior Brother Yuxuan, you're here. Hey, there are 2 freshmen competing in drinking, and you just saw the one who lost. It was quite a sight, huh?" Huang Haoshan said with a hint of schadenfreude. Zhou Yuxuan, curious, asked, "Oh, what happened? How did the two freshmen end up clashing?" "It's like this," Lu Kai briefly explained the situation from earlier. After he finished, Huang Haoxiang scoffed, "TCH, that guy is clearly just jealous, deliberately stirring up trouble, and he even wants to use me and Akai as his pawns, huh?" With over 1,000 members in the hometown association, those who could become vice presidents were certainly not fools. Thus, he had no good feelings towards Feng Jinpeng, and his words were filled with disdain. After listening, Zhou Yuxuan stroked his chin and chuckled. It seems that this junior brother has kicked a steel plate and is asking for trouble. Lu Kai and Huang Haoxiang nodded in agreement, lightly laughing. They had no time to mediate such clear-cut conflicts. However, the other junior brother is indeed handsome. Several girls are surrounding him. No wonder he's envied. After secretly sizing up Zhao Chen, Zhou Yuxuan praised him with a click of his tongue. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and a look of interest appeared on his face. "Looks like I've found a rather capable junior brother. I'll go say hello." With that, he walked straight towards Zhao Chen. Lu Kai and Huang Haoxiang followed, both surprised by the president's actions. They knew his temperament and perspective well. Normally, the president wouldn't casually approach others. The onlookers gradually dispersed, and Zhao Chen returned to his seat. "Junior brother, I'm Zhou Yuxuan, a senior. May I ask how to address you?" Hearing the voice, Zhao Chen turned his head to see Zhou Yuxuan extending his right hand with a warm smile. Lu Kai timely introduced, "This is our hometown association's president." Zhao Chen stood up, shook hands with him, politely greeting him as president and introducing himself. Since he had taken the initiative to greet him, he naturally wouldn't put on airs. "Junior brother, you have quite a drinking capacity." No. After one bottle of erguotu, Zhao Chen's face was just slightly flushed. "Don't be modest. Besides your drinking capacity, you're also quite hidden in other aspects," Zhou Yuxuan said with a meaningful smile. In an instant, Zhao Chen was filled with questions. Can you really see through me, even from across my pants?" "Senior brother, what do you mean?" After glancing at the watch on Zhao Chen's left wrist, Zhou Yuxuan confidently smiled. "If I'm not mistaken, your Cartier Pasha series mechanical watch is worth about 200,000 on the market." One of his major hobbies was studying various luxury watches, and he was confident he wouldn't misjudge. This statement was like a thunderclap, stunning Lu Kai and Huang Haoxiang. No wonder, it seems this junior brother's capabilities are probably not much worse than the president's. Everyone at Zhao Chen's table was also dumbfounded. 200,000? My goodness! This handsome guy not only has outstanding looks and temperament but is also so wealthy. Hiss! He's just a freshman. If at first those girls were only attracted by Zhao Chen's looks, at this moment, they had completely fallen for him. Handsome and wealthy, he was simply perfect. Senior really has good taste. After a pause, Zhao Chen chuckled and nodded. He was wearing ordinary clothes today, but unexpectedly, his watch had given him away. "Looks like I guessed right, but, Junior, how did you think of buying a Cartier watch? It's not very good at holding its value." Zhou Yuxuan shook his head to himself, seeming to find it a bit of a pity. People who play with watches have a habit of researching whether a certain watch holds its value, and Cartier watches are notoriously poor in that regard. Most models can be said to be pretty but not practical. A Cartier watch bought for 100,000 yuan might only be worth 50 or 60,000 in a few years. In contrast, other watches that hold their value, like the Rolex Submariner, might actually appreciate over time. Therefore, buying a watch can also be considered a form of investment. Zhao Chen smiled lightly, responding nonchalantly, "It's nothing, I just bought it because I liked it." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuxuan and the others exchanged glances and simultaneously gave him a thumbs up. Saying 200,000 so casually, it seemed this junior really had some strength. Regardless of personal or family background, these all counted as strength. The others listened, somewhat confused but impressed. Although they didn't understand watches, they were greatly shocked. Zhou Yuxuan and the others continued to chat with Zhao Chen for a few more minutes, then exchanged WeChat contacts, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. "Bai Chuan, you continue. If I don't take care of you, I'll organize a gathering sometime, and we'll meet again. Enjoy your meal and drinks. Bai Chuan, keep in touch." Clearly, the three were eager to befriend Zhao Chen, even changing how they addressed him. "All right, brothers, you all go about your business, and let's meet up when we have time," Zhao Chen replied with a light smile. After Zhou Yuxuan and the others left, Zhao Chen sat down and continued to leisurely eat. Having just downed a bottle of white wine, he didn't feel uncomfortable. Instead, his appetite had improved. After Feng Jinpeng, that loser, fled in embarrassment, he never returned, probably feeling utterly humiliated and his pride hurt. With that annoying guy gone, the atmosphere at the table was noticeably more pleasant. Since Zhou Yuxuan pointed out the price of the watch Zhao Chen was wearing, the girls had become even more lively and enthusiastic. As one finished speaking, another would take the stage, creating a sense of competition among them. Zhao Chen didn't pretend to be aloof or put on airs. He wore a faint smile, chatting with everyone about various topics, occasionally picking up his phone to reply to messages from Lu Ruyan. "Handsome, with your conditions, do you have a girlfriend?" A girl with big wavy hair asked, smiling, the question that all the girls were most eager to know. All the girls fell silent, looking at Zhao Chen with eyes full of anxiety and anticipation. "Yes, we're chatting right now." Zhao Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, shaking his phone. At the table, 3 or 4 girls, including Xiaoyu, instantly dimmed their expressions. Of course, how could such a quality guy not have a girlfriend? They were really overthinking it. However, the expressions of the other girls only dimmed for a few seconds before reigniting with enthusiasm. "Oof, so what if he has a girlfriend?" As the saying goes, there are only unmovable hoes, not walls that can't be dug through. In the time that followed, these girls frequently struck up conversations with Zhao Chen, expressing their admiration for him. Even more outgoing girls directly stated they wanted to go out for meals and shopping with him. Zhao Chen, however, put up a good man facade, guarding himself well, leaving no openings. He couldn't help but feel that once girls took the initiative, there was really no place for boys. Fortunately, he was able to keep himself in check. After a long time, the gathering finally came to an end. Zhao Chen's WeChat contacts had increased by several girls. Besides the ones at his table, there were also girls from other tables who specifically came over to ask for his contact information. After greeting Zhou Yuxuan and a few others, Zhao Chen boarded the bus and returned to school. The next morning, Saturday. The sun was shining brightly, perfect weather for shopping and dating. Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan each dressed carefully in Gucci outfits. Hand in hand, they walked towards the school gate, chatting and laughing. Without a car, it was still a bit inconvenient. They had to take a taxi to go shopping. Moreover, having a car represented a man's status. In today's society, having money, a car, and a house was the best configuration for a successful man. The last one was not a consideration for now, but a car was still affordable. Zhao Chen thought to himself, maybe he should find a time to buy a car? Suddenly, several honks sounded behind them, accompanied by an exceptionally loud voice. "Oh, isn't this the basketball star from Class 1 of Business? Why are you walking? No car?" A red Ford Mustang suddenly sped up from behind and stopped next to them. The driver was Luo Zicheng, the captain of the finance class basketball team that had lost to Zhao Chen's class a few days ago. He rolled down the window, leaning his arm on the car door, wearing a self-satisfied yet annoying smile. Luo Zicheng was dressed flamboyantly today, in a pink t-shirt paired with white pants, his hair slicked back so shiny that even a fly couldn't land on it, probably using half a bottle of hair wax. Adding a pair of exaggerated sunglasses, it seemed he was afraid others wouldn't know he was rich. Look at him, he must be out to flirt with girls. The reason Luo Zicheng mockingly called Zhao Chen a basketball star was because of that basketball game, where Zhao Chen had dazzled the crowd, gaining immense popularity and attracting a bunch of girls who came over to chat and ask for WeChat and QQ. If Zhao Chen had played around, he would have long become the Sea King of Huacheng University. The scene had made Luo Zicheng envious and resentful. He was practically grinding his back teeth. In his view, the spotlight that should have belonged to him was completely stolen by Zhao Chen. Moreover, the girl he liked the most had already been taken by this guy. Damn it, this grudge must be avenged. Filled with jealousy and anger, Luo Zicheng saw Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan glance back at him, then directly ignore him and continue walking forward. This left Luo Zicheng, who had planned to show off, momentarily stunned. "Wait a minute. What do you two mean? I'm in a Ford Mustang. Can I get some reaction here? This is a sports car. Do you understand what a sports car is?" Zhao Chen naturally knew about the Ford Mustang. It was 2014, and among entry-level sports cars, it was quite good, with an eye-catching American muscle car design. However, by 2016, when the Porsche 718 entered the domestic market, it overshadowed other entry-level sports cars. After all, if the price difference wasn't too great, who wouldn't want a stylish and powerful Porsche? Usually, when people saw a sports car on the road, they couldn't help but take a glance, especially on campus. But for Zhao Chen, it was just whatever. With a system by his side, he wasn't worried about not being able to afford one, so why bother looking at others? Lu Ruyan wasn't the type of materialistic girl, so she wasn't interested in sports cars either. Her mind was entirely focused on Zhao Chen. Besides, her boyfriend was quite wealthy too. Seeing that Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan ignored him and continued walking affectionately, Luo Zicheng, unwilling to give up, stepped on the gas and followed them. "Lu Ruyan, where are you going? Let me give you a ride." He paused for a moment, casting a sidelong glance at Zhao Chun, and continued with a playful smile, "But I'm driving a sports car, which only has 2 seats, you know. That basketball star next to you, if he wants to come along, will have to take the bus." It was obvious that this guy was mocking Zhao Chen for not having a car. However, the next second, he noticed the attire of Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan, and his expression froze in surprise. Although their clothes were relatively simple in style, the small Gucci logo was still visible. Luo Zicheng knew very well what kind of brand Gucci was. He couldn't help but think, this kid didn't buy a bunch of fakes online, did he? Upon taking a closer look, Luo Zicheng was even more astonished. The watches they were wearing didn't look cheap at all. Especially Zhao Chen's watch, the more he looked at it, the more familiar it seemed, as if he had seen it before while wandering around a Cartier store. Priced around 200,000? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Luo Zicheng shook his head secretly, thinking, no way, it must be fake. This kid is just an ordinary college student. How could he afford a watch worth 200,000? Even the watch he wore was only worth 3 or 4,000. A 200,000 watch was something he could only admire from afar, not touch. After entering university, his family gave him a monthly allowance of 10,000 yuan. Among college students, that was definitely a small wealthy level. However, if he asked his dad to buy a 200,000 watch, he would probably get a few punches from his dad in the next second. After all, this ordinary version of the Ford Mustang was something he had to beg his dad for a long time after the college entrance exam before he finally relented and bought it. Zhao Chun, a poor guy without even a car, could only wear fake goods to impress others. But to be fair, the current counterfeiting technology is quite impressive, looking very realistic. Luo Zicheng thought disdainfully, and the more he thought about it, the more he looked down on Zhao Chun. Xingyu, you. Luo Zicheng still wanted Lu Ruyan to sit in his car. Just as he was about to speak, Zhao Chun was ready to retort, but unexpectedly, his girl spoke up first. Lu Ruyan, who usually had a gentle personality, was rarely a bit angry. She turned to look at Luo Zicheng, furrowing her brows, and said with an unhappy expression, "This classmate, I don't know you, please don't disturb me and my boyfriend, you're being quite annoying." She really disliked this self-righteous, thick-skinned guy. Oh, of course, except for her boyfriend. She didn't even know who he was, and it was obvious that he and Zhao Chun were in a couple's relationship, yet he still came over to bother them. Wasn't that a bit problematic? Hearing her words, both Zhao Chen and Luo Zicheng were taken aback. Then, an incredulous expression appeared on Luo Zicheng's face. Lu Ruyan actually said she didn't know him? Clearly, during military training, he had run over to chat and introduced himself. Besides, this guy, who was wearing nothing but fakes and even gave them to his girlfriend, couldn't compare to him, a rich kid driving a sports car. He was just a bit better looking than him. Can good looks fill your stomach? Lu Ruyan's few words were too impactful, causing Luo Zicheng's mentality to crumble a bit. Originally, when he saw Luo Zicheng trying to poach his girlfriend right in front of him, Zhao Chen was quite furious. He was even considering whether to give this scumbag a beating. However, Lu Ruyan's response instantly made him feel as if he had just drunk an ice-cold soda on a scorching summer day, refreshing all over. He felt that his girl was cute and charming, and at the same time, he was a bit moved. Lu Ruyan tightly grasped Zhao Chen's hand, wanting to pull him forward and ignore this annoying guy, but she found she couldn't budge him. He reached out and gently patted the back of her hand, smiling slightly, signaling her to let go first. Then, Zhao Chen walked over to Luo Zicheng's car, looking down at him from a height, his expression blank, not saying a word, with a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. It had been a good 10 seconds, and Luo Zicheng felt a chill run down his back under Zhao Chen's gaze. What are you looking at? Luo Zicheng questioned, a bit bravely but inwardly trembling. Suddenly, Zhao Chen reached out, grabbing the collar of his shirt and yanking with force. If it weren't for the seatbelt, he would have nearly pulled Luo Zicheng halfway out of the car window. Hey, what did you eat for breakfast? Your breath stinks, making my girlfriend unhappy, and that makes me even more annoyed. After saying this, Zhao Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Let go. What are you doing, you bastard? Let me go. Luo Zicheng's face turned bright red, and he kept slapping Zhao Chen's arm with both hands, stammering as he spoke, his words somewhat jumbled. Oh, sorry, I used too much strength. Seeing this, Zhao Chen shrugged and released him. Heh, turns out he's just a flashy little chicken, useless. Luo Zicheng quickly rubbed his neck, gasping for breath before he calmed down. Damn, this guy is way too strong. Oof. I was just careless, didn't dodge. A surprise attack is nothing, no martial ethics at all. After a pause, he was about to say something harsh when he heard Zhao Chen coldly say, Alright, show me what you've got. Do you want to compete in basketball, fighting, or something else? Your choice. Upon hearing this, Luo Zicheng's expression suddenly stiffened. Looking at Zhao Chen's stance, it seemed he really wanted to fight. Recalling the explosive strength Zhao Chen had when he grabbed him, what a joke. If he swung at me, I'd probably end up shitting myself. No way, I can't choose that. My life is more important. As for basketball, wasn't I just humiliated a few days ago? Hearing Zhao Chen say he wanted to fight Luo Zicheng, Lu Ruyan's heart tightened, and she hurriedly stepped forward, grabbing her boyfriend's arm. Just ignore this kind of person, there's no need to fight. Zhao Chen turned his head, smiled slightly, and gave her a reassuring look. He was a cultured person, how could he possibly fight? Well, even if he really had to beat this loser, it would have to be under the cover of night. There were too many people around right now. Heh, is that all you can do, simple and crude? If you have the guts, let's do something exciting. Luo Zicheng forced himself to calm down and then provocatively said in a very disdainful tone. Zhao Chen replied indifferently, oh, like what? Humph, how about we smash each other's cars? Do you dare? But first, you need to have a car, haha. Look at you, looking so poor, and you're wearing a whole outfit of fakes to show off. How could you afford a car? Tisk tsk, the clothes Lu Ruyan is wearing must also be fake gifts from you, right? Luo Zicheng wore a smug expression, growing more arrogant with each word. So good at basketball, huh? So tough, huh? So what? In the end, you're still just a broke loser in front of me. I bet in this lifetime, you won't have the luck to drive a sports car. Listening to Luo Zicheng's insults, Lu Ruyan became even angrier. This person seemed really sick, blind even, to say that the things her boyfriend gave her were fake. She wanted to retort but was stopped by Zhao Chen's gaze. Smash each other's cars? Sounds interesting, sure, I accept. Zhao Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and agreed. He no longer wanted to waste time with this loser and decided to give him a profound lesson. How dare he say that what he wore was fake? Luxury brands are very strict about counterfeits. Oh, trying to save face? Fine, then it's settled. I'll wait for you to drive your car over. After a pause, to prevent Zhao Chen from showing up in a junk car to smash into him, Luo Zicheng coldly added with a sneer, don't say I didn't warn you, you can only use a car registered in your name, and after we smash the cars, we must compensate each other. If you're scared, then just admit defeat early. He thought to himself that this kid would probably only bring a car worth around 100,000, while his own car was worth over 400,000. As long as the other party dared to make a move, he would make him go bankrupt. It was highly likely that he would obediently bow his head and concede. Who knows, he might even take the opportunity to steal his girlfriend away. How delightful. Seemingly having thought of something, Zhao Chen's lips curled up slightly as he replied leisurely, sure, but I'm afraid that by then, you won't dare to smash. Cut it out. What do I have to be afraid of? I'm just afraid you won't dare to come. Luo Zicheng shook his head dismissively. You'll find out soon enough whether I dare to come, just wait. I'm waiting for you. Hearing the other party agree, Luo Zicheng felt particularly elated. After dropping that line, he stepped on the gas and drove away. Watching the other party leave, Zhao Chen's face broke into a meaningful smile. Today was Saturday, and just past midnight, the system had gifted him another round of cashback. He had been considering the car situation, and now with this incident involving Luo Zicheng, his interest in buying a car was further piqued. This loser had really walked into a trap. Moreover, with the National Day holiday approaching, buying a car would make it convenient to go home. To be honest, Zhao Chen was quite satisfied with his performance during the earlier conflict with Luo Zicheng. In his previous life, he had a somewhat introverted and self-deprecating personality. Even when he had conflicts with others, he usually took the approach of downplaying the situation. But now, he acted according to his own heart, neither humble nor arrogant, carefree and unrestrained. This was the kind of joyful life he had once longed for. At this moment, Zhao Chen had over 2,800,000 in his account, which was quite ample. He was looking forward to what multiplier he would draw from this cashback. However, as long as he bought an expensive car and spent a bit more money, even with the lowest 3 times cashback, the amount he would receive would still be considerable. Then it would be interesting to see if Luo Zicheng dared to make a move. Coming back to his senses, Zhao Chen noticed the girl beside him had a hint of worry in her eyes. Achuan, are you really going to smash that guy's car? Won't things get a bit out of hand? Don't worry, babe, it's just a small matter, nothing to be concerned about. I'll handle it well. After saying that, Zhao Chen mischievously smiled, suddenly wrapping his arms around Lu Ruyan's slender waist, leaning in to kiss her cheek. Lu Ruyan's cheeks instantly turned crimson, and she lightly pounded Zhao Chen's chest a few times, playfully scolding, there are so many people here, you naughty boy. I'm kissing my own girlfriend, what's there to be afraid of? This scene of public affection drew the attention of passers-by. The world is going downhill, and people's hearts are not what they used to be. Having driven a distance away, Luo Zicheng saw the two being affectionate in the rearview mirror, and he was instantly furious, cursing loudly and slamming the steering wheel. Damn it, I'm waiting to see what kind of good car this poor loser can bring, and if he dares to smash my sports car, damn. Achuan, are you really going to smash that guy's car? After leaving the school gate, Lu Ruyan still asked with some concern. She wasn't worried that her boyfriend couldn't afford a car. After all, he had spent 200,000 on a watch. She just felt that smashing Luo Zicheng's car would require compensation, and venting her anger would cost quite a bit of money, which wasn't necessary. Money doesn't come easily. System, easy money? That's me. Seeing the girl worried about his wallet, Zhao Chen felt a warmth in his heart, smiling as he ruffled her hair, replying, not necessarily, it depends on the situation. He also wanted to see if that idiot would have the guts to smash his car when he saw it. After saying this, Zhao Chen no longer offered any further explanation. Lu Ruyan, seeing this, pouted her lips and turned her head away in anger, thinking to herself that she would ignore this guy. But less than 2 minutes later, she was coaxed into a cheerful mood by Zhao Chen. What a pure and lovely girl she was. Soon, the two of them hailed a taxi by the roadside. Once inside, Zhao Chen said, "Driver, please take us to the nearest Mercedes-Benz 4S store." "No problem," the driver replied. Turning slightly, he glanced at the imposing Zhao Chen and casually remarked, "Handsome guy, are you going to buy a car? At such a young age, you can afford a Mercedes, truly impressive." Zhao Chen smiled and replied, "I'm just going to take a look." As for why he chose Mercedes, it was probably due to a past obsession. In his previous life, he had always longed to own a Mercedes car. Unfortunately, until his rebirth, the Mercedes C-Class had always been out of reach for him. Lu Ruyan beside him didn't believe he was just going to look, so she softly said, "Chuan, are you really going to buy a car?" Zhao Chen's lips curled up slightly, and he leaned closer to her ear, the fragrant scent wafting into his nose. "Baby, can you drive?" The warm breath brushed against Lu Ruyan's earlobe, causing her heart to race and her ears to flush. After a few seconds, she nodded, "I can. After the college entrance exam, I got my driver's license during the summer vacation, and I passed all the subjects in one go. Impressive, right?" He. Lu Ruyan smiled sweetly, tilting her head proudly, as if waiting for praise. "Baby, you're amazing." Zhao Chen naturally gave her face, cheerfully giving a thumbs up. After about 10 minutes, the taxi stopped in front of the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. The store featured silver gray and black as its main colors, with a simple and elegant decor style. After getting out of the car, the two of them entered the store hand in hand. Perhaps due to it being the weekend, there were quite a few people looking at cars today. Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan stood alone in the store, with no one coming to greet them. Perhaps they looked too young, not like they were there to buy a car, but more like they were just there to test drive for fun. Zhao Chen didn't mind, leading Lu Ruyan to the Mercedes-Benz E-Class display area in the 4S store. In his previous life, he had sat in a friend's Mercedes-Benz E-Class a few times. Both the safety and comfort felt quite good. Moreover, the price was reasonable. He estimated that buying a Mercedes E-Class would allow the system to upgrade to level 3, and then he could use the consumption rebate feature. Hello. Zhao Chen called out several times, but the salespeople were busy attending to other customers and ignored him. Some even glanced at the two of them before turning back to chat with others. Seeing this, Zhao Chen couldn't help but frown, feeling a bit displeased. At first, he could understand that there were many customers. Now being neglected, he had lost interest in making a purchase at this 4S store. In today's world, this kind of service attitude was unacceptable. Zhao Chen had no interest in the morbid pleasure of being ignored by others while still wanting to buy an expensive car to show off. Doing so might make others smile on the surface but secretly mock him for being foolish. With money in his pocket, it didn't matter where he spent it. "Baby, let's go," Zhao Chen said, no longer wanting to linger there, taking his girl's hand and walking towards the store exit. Stepping out of the Mercedes 4S store, the large logo diagonally across the street was particularly eye-catching. It was the BMW 4S store. Sure enough, these stores like to cluster together. If this place doesn't want me, there will be another place that does. Let's go. "Sir, madam, welcome to the BMW 4S store. Do you have a model in mind?" As Zhao Chen and the others walked into the store, a young lady in a professional suit immediately greeted them with a bright smile. The number of customers in this BMW dealership was not much less than that in the Mercedes-Benz store. However, the treatment they received was completely different. The young lady had a pretty appearance, and her service attitude was quite good. But she seemed a bit nervous, probably because she had just started in this line of work and lacked experience. Zhao Chen didn't mind this, he smiled lightly and nodded. Could you please show us the 5 Series? You have it in stock, right? Upon hearing that they wanted to see the BMW 5 Series, the young lady's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly replied, of course, please follow me. This sales consultant at the BMW 4S store was named Zheng Xiaowei. Zhao Chen guessed correctly, she was a newcomer in this field and was still in her 1-month internship. The condition for her to become a permanent employee was to sell at least 2 cars within this month, and they couldn't all be the lower-end BMW 3 Series. If they were all 3 Series, she would need to sell at least 3. Although Zhang Xiaowei looked good, her lack of experience, combined with her straightforward personality, meant she didn't engage in small talk. As a result, with only a few days left in her internship, she had only sold 1 BMW 3 Series, making her chances of becoming permanent quite slim. Zhang Xiaowei had her own principles. She didn't want to be like some sales consultants who relied on their looks to sell cars. Last time, a sleazy middle-aged man with a receding hairline claimed he wanted to order a BMW 3 Series. Not only did he try to take advantage of her with various little gestures, but he also implied that he would only place the order if she spent the night with him. Furious, Zhang Xiaowei scolded him harshly and blocked his contact. Because of this incident, she received criticism from her supervisor, who said she was too impulsive in handling matters. Zhang Xiaowei was also troubled, thinking that perhaps she wasn't suited for this line of work. Should she resign early? To avoid wasting more time here. While guiding Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan to the BMW 5 Series display area, Zhang Xiaowei casually assessed their attire. She recognized the small Gucci logo on their clothing. The Gucci bag Lu Ruyan was carrying was particularly eye-catching, and it immediately caught her attention. No woman could resist the allure of a handbag, and Zhang Xiaowei was no exception. A Gucci bag. It must be very expensive. This handsome couple, dressed in luxury clothing and carrying a designer bag, surely had money to spend, right? With this thought, Zhang Xiaowei gained some confidence in their purchasing power. However, the price of the BMW 5 Series was in the hundreds of thousands, far exceeding the cost of their clothes and bag. Would they really buy it at such a young age? Zhang Xiaowei suddenly felt that the hope of making a sale was slim. If she knew the price of the watches Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan were wearing, she certainly wouldn't have such worries. Caught between hope and despair, Zhang Xiaowei made a decision in her heart. If she still didn't make a sale in the next couple of days, it would indicate that she wasn't suited for being a car sales consultant, and she would resign proactively. At that moment, not far from the 3, there was a middle-aged woman, Zhang Xiaowei's mentor. After glancing over a couple of times, she shook her head, a look of disdain appearing on her face. This young couple clearly looked like college students. They didn't seem like they were here to buy a BMW. Based on her experience, those who truly wanted to buy were either families looking at cars or local big shots with a bunch of keys hanging from their belts. This little Zhang really had no experience and was just wasting time. It seemed she wouldn't be able to stay after her internship ended. Excuse me, sir and madam, may I ask your names? In the BMW 5 Series display area, Zhang Xiaowei asked with a smile. At that moment, she finally took a good look at Zhao Chen's appearance, and her eyes sparkled, her heart racing. His looks overshadowed those so-called young idols, and he exuded much more masculinity. Looking again at Lu Ruyan's stunning beauty, she suddenly felt a bit ashamed of herself. After all, it's often said that good-looking people tend to gather together. This guy not only looked incredibly handsome, but his girlfriend was also so beautiful. A definite winner in life. My last name is Zhao, and my girlfriend's last name is Wu, Zhao Chen replied with a light smile. Beside him, Lu Ruyan linked her arm with his, curiously looking around. Clearly, this girl was also seeing a car for the first time. All right, Mr. Zhao, MS. Wu, please look this way. Zhang Xiaowei smiled slightly and pointed to a BMW on the display. This is our latest model, the BMW 5 Series. Zhao Chen nodded and said, could you please introduce the specific features of this car? Sure, Mr. Zhao. Zhang Xiaowei quickly got into the groove and began her introduction. This car is the BMW 5 Series 525 Li Leading Edition, with a 2.0T engine, a maximum horsepower of 218, and it accelerates from 0 to 100 km per hour in 7.6 seconds. The official guide price for this model is 466,000, and the on-the-road price is about 490,000. However, we currently have a promotional event at our store. With significant discounts, you could save around 30,000 to 40,000. Zhao Chen couldn't help but smile. This girl was quite sincere. He was a bit dissatisfied with the 2.0T engine, but for a girl driving, it was sufficient. Indeed, this BMW 5 Series was prepared for his little girl. Since he was going to compete with that scumbag Luo Zicheng in terms of cars, he needed to buy a more expensive one. You two can sit inside to experience it. If you want, you can also take it for a test drive. Seeing that Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan seemed interested, Zhang Shelwei quickly seized the opportunity. Zhao Chen nodded and casually led Lu Ruyan into the car. They checked the interior and central control, adjusted the seats, and experienced the comfort of sitting in a BMW. Overall, he felt very good, so he asked his girlfriend for her thoughts. As a result, this girl just kept nodding. At this moment, she thought to herself that buying a car was a big deal, and with such a high price, she couldn't casually influence Zhao Chen's decision. Baby, come on, tell me, do you like it? Zhao Chen looked at Lu Ruyan helplessly, then reached out and gently tugged at her two rosy cheeks, causing her to blush and squirm. Alright, I think this car is great in every way, Lu Ruyan pouted in response. After all, it was a BMW, what could be wrong with it? Thinking of her dad, who only drove a Toyota worth around 200,000, she realized she had hardly ever been in such a luxurious car. Hearing his little girl's reply, Zhao Chen's lips curled up slightly. Compared to the outstanding girls on short video apps and Zaya Hongshu who often flaunted their rides in Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, and various luxury sports cars, Lu Ruyan was undoubtedly much more down-to-earth. Sensing their intention to buy, Zhang Shelwei quickly handed over her tablet as they got out of the car. Mr. Zhao, you can take a look at the more specific configurations and details of this car. After saying that, she stood by, her expression a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Zhao Chen did not take the tablet, waved his hand casually, and smiled. No need to look, I want to place an order. Sigh, still not sold. Zhang Shelwei retracted her hand with a disappointed expression. Wait, what's going on? Seeing her stunned in place, Zhao Chen couldn't help but tease. What, are you not selling it? No, we are selling it. Zhang Shelwei hurriedly waved her hands and shook her head, her eyes filled with immense surprise. Life's ups and downs are truly exhilarating. Zhao Chen nodded calmly, paused, and then pondered, but I don't want the leading edition. Not a problem, Mr. Zhao. We have the 520Li elegant model in our store, and the final price is about 30,000 less than the leading model. Zhang Shelwei secretly guessed that the leading model was a bit beyond Mr. Zhao's budget. This situation was quite common. You misunderstood. What I meant was a higher configuration, the 530Li luxury design package. Do you have that in stock? If you do, I'll take it, Zhao Chen said slowly, with a calm expression. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shelwei was momentarily stunned, and after about 10 seconds, she asked with a slightly trembling voice, we have it in stock, Mr. Zhao. Are you sure? Oh my god. It was simply unbelievable. A young and handsome guy like him, in less than 5 minutes, was ready to order a BMW 5 Series, and it was the highest-end 530 model. This car would cost no less than 600,000. Yes, I'm sure. Let's place the order. Seeing Zhao Chen nod again, Zhang Shelwei's face instantly blossomed with a smile. She then respectfully invited Zhao Chen and his companion to sit in the lounge area, serving them tea and snacks. Asking them to wait a moment, she went to prepare the purchase contract. Xiao Zhang, what's going on? Seeing Zhang Shelwei pass by with an excited expression and a cheerful stride, her mentor, Sister Wang, stopped her and asked curiously. Zhang Shelwei, thrilled and blushing, exclaimed, Sister Wang, my client is about to place an order. At that moment, she was overjoyed. Selling this car worth 600,000 would earn her a considerable commission. After work, she could finally buy that dress she had been eyeing for the past few days. More importantly, this deal gave Zhang Shelwei immense confidence, making her believe she could continue working here. Sister Wang was surprised. Is that client buying a 3 Series? In her imagination, it was already impressive for such a young handsome guy to be able to afford a BMW 3 Series on installment. It seemed Xiao Zhan was quite lucky to sell a 3 Series, which would also earn her a decent commission. However, the next second, Zhang Shelwei shook her head vigorously like a rattle drum and joyfully replied, no, it's a 5 Series, the 530 luxury version, and it costs 600,000. Sister Wang, I can't talk right now. I need to find the manager to get the contract and discuss the price. I can't keep the client waiting too long. With that, Zhang Shelwei happily skipped away, leaving Sister Wang dumbfounded, staring incredulously towards the lounge area. Then, she self-deprecatingly smiled, sighing, how could she have misjudged? If she had known, she would have rushed to attend to the client herself. Soon, Zhang Shelwei returned to the lounge area with the purchase contract. After some negotiation, the dealership offered Zhao Chen a discount of several thousand, bringing the final price to 595,000 yuan. The store would handle all the paperwork, including the license plate. Moreover, he could take the car immediately. As soon as Zhao Chen made the payment, he could drive it away. Ah Chuan, are you really going to buy it? Seeing Zhao Chen about to purchase a car worth nearly 600,000, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Although she was trying hard to adapt to Zhao Chen's spending habits, she was still shocked inside. This was 600,000, not 60, and he made the decision so quickly. Buying a car was no small matter. Wasn't he going to discuss it with his family? Of course, what's the big deal? Zhao Chen said with a mischievous smile, wrapping his arm around his little girl's slender waist and leaning in to kiss her soft cheek. Lu Ruyan's face turned shy, wanting to dodge but unable to escape. This guy was getting bolder. He even bullied me in front of others. Well, he could wait until there was no one around. Zhang Xiaowei maintained a smile throughout, not at all bothered by their intimate actions. It was a joke. In her eyes, Zhao Chen was clearly the big spender. Don't even mention kissing Lu Ruyan, even if I were to kiss her. Cough cough, with this handsome guy's looks, what's wrong with a kiss? Who knows who would benefit more? Mr. Zhao, may I ask which payment method you prefer? If you choose installment payments, the banks we support are. Before Zhang Xiaowei could finish her sentence, Zhao Chen waved his hand to interrupt. I will pay in full. After saying that, he took out his bank card and handed it over. Oh, okay. Zhang Xiaowei took the bank card with both hands, unconsciously swallowing hard, her eyes filled with shock. This handsome guy is so wealthy. Even looking nationwide, the proportion of people who can take out hundreds of thousands at once is quite low. Although the sales consultants at the 4S store hope customers choose installment payments to earn a bit more commission, she didn't mind much. She was just satisfied to make a sale. After all, whether it was full payment or installments, her commission wouldn't be less. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but feel emotional. Her boyfriend was really rich. Zhao Chen had previously checked the system panel and had already accumulated dozens of experience points. As Zhang Xiaowei swiped his bank card on the POS machine, 595,000 yuan was immediately deducted from his account. At the same time, a pleasant voice echoed in Zhao Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, the system has successfully upgraded, and the current level is 3. Daily earnings adjusted to 40,000 yuan. The multiplier for consumption rebates adjusted to 5 to 10 times, with the rebate cap raised to 5 million yuan. Host, Zhao Chen age, 19 level, 3 quota, 24 hours equals 40,000 yuan experience, 0/1000, 1 experience point equals 10,000 yuan, 1 million yuan needed for the next upgrade, consumption rebate times, 1 ding. The system has added a new feature, Holiday Critical Hit. Feature description: on national statutory holidays, the system will automatically convert the day's earnings from Huaxia coins to a larger denomination currency. For example, Huaxia coins converted to euros, the day's 40,000 yuan will be converted to 40,000 euros, and the system will issue the corresponding amount of Huaxia coins to the host based on the real-time exchange rate at noon. Wow, not bad. This upgrade took much less time than the last one. As expected, the daily earnings doubled again. Just this item alone, with 40,000 yuan coming in daily, amounts to 1.2 million a month. Calculating for a year, Zhao Chen would be a top-tier individual with a solid annual income of tens of millions. The adjustments to the consumption rebate amount and cap also made him very satisfied. Of course, if the number of times could be increased a bit more, that would be even better, Zhao Chen thought. What surprised him the most was that the system had added a new feature again. Although the trigger conditions for the holiday critical hit were somewhat limited. The statutory holidays each year may not seem many, but when counted carefully, there are long holidays like National Day and Spring Festival, which is acceptable. If he were to draw pounds or euros, the daily quota would multiply several times, which would be quite delightful. The more Zhao Chen thought about it, the happier he became, his lips curving upwards uncontrollably. Over 10 million is just the basic annual income, if consumption rebates and holiday critical hits are included. TSK, the annual income would definitely exceed 100 million. Just think of how much could be done with such a huge sum. Not to mention, in 2014, housing prices weren't as high as in later years. Even in a city among the top 4 first-tier cities, over 100 million would be enough to buy 10 high-end apartments in the city center. Before his rebirth, he couldn't even gather the down payment for a suburban house. System Daddy, a song of grateful heart is dedicated to you. After the car payment was successfully deducted, Zhang Xiaowei could no longer contain her joy, her lips curling into a broad smile. Restraint, must hold it in. It can't be too obvious in front of the guests. The procedures are almost done, and the temporary license plates are ready at the shop. The official plates will be processed for Zhao Chen within 3 working days. Only the final step remains. The car owner needs to register. Mr. Zhao, I need your ID card here to register the vehicle owner, Zhang Xiaowei said respectfully as she returned the bank card with both hands. She naturally assumed that this BMW 5 Series was purchased by Zhao Chen for himself. Little did she know, Zhao Chen turned to the side and looked at Lu Ruyan, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. Baby, take out your ID card. Surprised. Unexpected. Ha! Lu Ruyan couldn't believe her ears, standing frozen in place, unsure of what to do. Why would Chuan need my ID to buy a car? Could it be that this car is for me? Realizing this, she anxiously waved her hands. Chuan, what are you saying? Seeing her reaction, Zhao Chen reached out and affectionately pinched her delicate nose, looking gently into her eyes, smiling casually. As my girlfriend, how can you not have a car? I don't want it. I'm just a student. How could I dare to drive such an expensive car? Besides, if you don't even have a car, how can you buy one for me? No way. Lu Ruyan shook her head vigorously, her face clearly showing refusal. This is a BMW, not a cabbage. You can't just give it away. Moreover, Zhao Chen had just given her a bunch of luxury items a few days ago. No matter how rich his family is, they can't be so extravagant. If her uncle and aunt found out he treated her this way, giving her luxury items and a car, they wouldn't know what to think. They might think she's a materialistic girl. Oh dear. Why did I think of that? So embarrassing. Zhao Chen had no idea that in the blink of an eye, his little girl had thought of so many things. Alright, baby, just accept it. I'll buy my own car later, don't worry. Seeing her hesitate to take out her ID, Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow and continued with a light laugh. Besides, I'm still waiting for you to drive me to other places. You wouldn't be too scared to drive, would you? Who's scared? I'm not scared at all. Lu Ruyan huffed, then proudly lifted her head and shot him a beautiful eye roll. After getting her driver's license, she had driven before. Well, okay, it was just her dad's Camry, but driving should not be that different, right? Seeing his little girl's cute, angry expression, Zhao Chen couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch her cheek. Alright, my baby is the best. Now quickly take out your ID, someone is still waiting. Zhang Shelwei forced herself to hide her shock, smiling. No problem. At that moment, her envy was almost overflowing. Gifts of cosmetics, clothes, and bags she had seen before. But a car, especially a BMW worth 600,000, was something she had never witnessed. Wow, what does it mean to be extravagant? This is what extravagance looks like. If Lu Ruyan weren't here, she might have lost control and wanted to see if she could charm this top-tier rich guy with her looks. Lu Ruyan opened her handbag and took out her ID card, suddenly feeling a bit hesitant. Is this really okay? Just as she was about to put it back, Zhao Chen was quick, snatching the ID card from her hand and handing it to Zhang Shelwei. Here, the car owner's ID, you can process the paperwork now. Zhang Shelwei stammered slightly. Oh, okay. Please wait a moment, both of you. Then, Zhao Chen picked up a pen and decisively signed Lu Ruyan's name on the car purchase contract. After a wave of smooth operations, he smiled as he pulled his adorable little girl into his arms. Baby, soon you'll be part of the car-owning crowd, haha. If you don't like this car later, you can let uncle and auntie drive it, and I'll get you a better one. No need, this is enough, I really like it. Lu Ruyan immediately nervously refused. She hadn't even driven the BMW 530 yet, and hearing Zhao Chen already planning to get her a better car made her feel both sweet and helpless. She wasn't the type of girl who pursued material enjoyment. Since she was little, her parents had taught her not to accept things from others casually. Even though they were in a romantic relationship, they couldn't recklessly accept each other's gifts. But facing Zhao Chen's domineering and unreasonable gifting tactics, she really couldn't muster the courage to refuse. Looking at her boyfriend's demeanor, if she didn't accept it, he might get angry. If that made him dislike her, she would be very sad. Dear Ms. Lu Ruyan, congratulations on becoming a proud BMW owner. May the vast blue sky and white clouds carry your wonderful future. Half an hour later, a brief car delivery ceremony was held at the BMW dealership. Lu Ruyan's face flushed as she accepted a bouquet of flowers from Zhang Shelwei, while two staff members nearby set off handheld fireworks. The large screen in the store also displayed, "Congratulations to Ms. Lu Ruyan on her new car, welcome to the BMW family." Under the manager's lead, many staff members applauded to celebrate Lu Ruyan. This girl had never experienced such a scene and could only stand there dazed, casting a pleading glance at Zhao Chen, who was secretly laughing to the side. The latter smiled and took out his phone, asking Zhang Shelwei to help take pictures, then casually walked over to Lu Ruyan and wrapped his arm around her waist. Click! The beautiful moment was captured. The couple in the photo wore smiles full of happiness. Next, under the guidance of a female staff member, Lu Ruyan basically mastered how to operate the luxury car. After attaching the temporary license plate, The manager assured her that the remaining paperwork would be completed as soon as possible. Let's go! Zhao Chen waved his hand as he sat in the passenger seat. Lu Ruoyan, sitting in the driver's seat, nervously gripped the steering wheel, lightly pressing the accelerator as she slowly drove out. The speed. Probably not much faster than riding a bicycle. Seeing his girlfriend's cautious demeanor made Zhao Chen unable to help but laugh out loud. Bad guy, what are you laughing at? It's my first time driving such an expensive car, of course, I have to be careful, Lu Ruoyan pouted, her lips sticking out like she could hang an oil bottle. Taking advantage of her intense focus, Zhao Chen quickly pecked her cheek twice, causing her to glare at him in mock annoyance. It took 2 or 3 minutes for the car to slowly drive out of the dealership's range. Zhang Shelwei smiled and waved goodbye to the two from behind. Once on the main road, Lu Ruoyan gradually adapted, and the speed began to pick up. Even at this moment, her mood still hadn't completely settled. Her boyfriend actually gifted her a car, and it was one of the leading luxury brands, BMW. It was hard to believe. If her parents found out, they would probably be shocked. Ah Chuan, where are we going now? During a red light, Lu Ruoyan turned to look at Zhao Chen in the passenger seat, who was engrossed in his phone. Today, they had plenty of time, and she wanted to spend as much time with Zhao Chen as possible. Baby, find a suitable place up ahead and pull over for a bit. Let me check something, Zhao Chen replied with a smile as he looked up. At that moment, he was searching for local luxury car brand dealerships in Huacheng. After gifting a BMW 530 to his girlfriend, he still had around 2.3 million left in his account, which was quite a considerable amount. Moreover, calculating with a minimum cashback of 5 times, spending just 1 million would immediately yield a return of 5 million. This money, while not enough to buy a top-tier supercar like a Ferrari LaFerrari, was more than sufficient to purchase an ordinary supercar. Surely, no man could refuse a supercar, and Zhao Chen was no exception. He was too lazy to buy a car worth around 1 million just to drive for now. Since he had decided to buy a car, it was best to go all in. Fortunately, Huacheng, being a first-tier city, had a strong consumer base, so there was no shortage of top supercar brands like Lamborghini with 4S stores. After browsing on his phone for a while, Zhao Chen thought for a moment before making a decision. Surprisingly, he did not choose Lamborghini or Ferrari, let alone McLaren. Instead, he opted for Porsche. The reason was simple, it was low-key. Zhao Chen planned to drive back to his hometown during the National Day holiday after buying the car. If he recklessly drove a supercar back, it would be a bit too abrupt and ostentatious. It was better to take it step by step. Besides, a Porsche was still a good choice. Baby, I've sent you the location, let's go there, he said. Lu Ruoyan picked up her phone, and upon seeing the address, her brows slightly raised. Although she felt a bit surprised, she was already used to it. Please hold on tight, we're off, she replied with a smile, then lightly pressed the accelerator, heading towards the Porsche 4S store. The store was located in the city center, not too far from where they were. After about 20 minutes of driving, they arrived at their destination. Throughout the journey, Lu Ruoyan's eyes were filled with nervousness and excitement. It hadn't been long since she got her driver's license, and she had practiced with her dad's Camry recently, feeling somewhat out of place. But this was different. The comfortable handling of the BMW 5 Series had her somewhat enchanted, leaving her wanting more. After parking outside the store, as soon as Zhao Chen and Lu Ruoyan got out of the car, a saleswoman rushed over in a few quick steps. She was dressed in a dark gray professional suit, had an average appearance, and looked to be around 30, with a smile that felt like a breath of fresh air. Sir, madam, welcome to Porsche. Are you two here to look at cars? As a luxury car brand sales consultant, Tianwei's insight was not to be underestimated. Zhao Chen and Lu Ruoyan had arrived in a BMW 530 with a temporary license plate. Coupled with their Gucci outfits, Cartier watches on their wrists, and the Gucci handbag Lu Ruoyan was carrying, their financial power was evident. Seeing Zhao Chen nod, Tianwei politely asked, "May I ask your surname, sir? Do you have an appointment?" Generally, for luxury car brands like Porsche, customers would choose to make an appointment in advance before coming to see the cars. After all, cars worth millions had a different level of prestige and class. Hearing her words, Zhao Chen was slightly taken aback, then chuckled and shook his head. "My surname is Zhao. We decided to come on a whim. Is it not possible to see the cars without an appointment?" No, please don't misunderstand." Tianwei quickly waved her hands, her tone somewhat urgent, as if afraid Zhao Chen would feel dissatisfied. "What I mean is, if you don't have an appointment, then today I will be your sales consultant. My surname is Tianwei. I assure you that you will experience our best service throughout your visit." For luxury car brands like Porsche, the number of customers looking at cars was relatively small, so every one of them was worth pursuing. Moreover, Zhao Chen seemed like a particularly high-quality customer at first glance. "Alright, Miss Tian, thank you for your hard work today, let's go inside." Tianwei slightly bowed, her smile bright as she gestured for them to follow, her attitude very respectful. "Sir, madam, please come with me." Entering the Porsche 4S store, the luxurious and grand interior environment caught the eye, and the decor looked quite upscale. There weren't many customers in the store, which was normal. After all, the cheapest Porsche cars cost hundreds of thousands. On the way here, Zhao Chen had already decided on the model he wanted to buy, so he didn't want to waste any time. "Miss Tian, no need to trouble yourself, just take us to see the Panamera." Before Tianwei could invite the two to sit down and have a cup of tea, he got straight to the point. If the Mercedes-Benz C-Class was the car Zhao Chen yearned for in his previous life, then the Porsche Panamera was his ultimate goal. The Panamera boasts pure Porsche sports car genes. Its shape is beautiful and unique, the interior is extremely luxurious, and its handling and quietness are top-notch as well. A house and a Panamera. This phrase reveals its price, making it daunting to consider. Hearing Zhao Chen's words, Tianwei was momentarily stirred, a mix of surprise and delight. She was surprised that someone so young would want to see such an expensive car. She was pleased to sense Zhao Chen's genuine intention to buy, rather than just casually talking. Could it be? This handsome guy is a second-generation rich? But the calm and elegant aura he exuded didn't quite fit that image. Alright, please follow me." Tianwei's mood lifted instantly, and her eyes brightened a bit. Soon, she led Zhao Chen and his companion to the Panamera display area. Before them was a deep black model. The car's body was long, with smooth lines, giving it a grand overall appearance, and the coupe-like shape made it look even more stylish. The design of the front face was quite exquisite, rich in layers, while the rear design added a touch of sportiness, with the beautiful, continuous taillights that would surely be stunning when lit up at night. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is our brand new Panamera for this year. This model is equipped with a 3.0 TV6 twin-turbocharged engine, with a maximum power of up to 320 horsepower. After a lengthy introduction, Tianwei paused, intending to continue, but Zhao Chen interrupted, saying, "Miss Tian, we want to get inside the car and experience it." "Of course, feel free," Tianwei replied with a smile, and she kindly opened the car door for Zhao Chen and his companion. She didn't feel displeased at being interrupted. After all, the customer is king. This handsome guy had a clear goal and probably already knew the parameters of the Panamera. Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan got into the car. The leather seats were quite comfortable, and the 14-way adjustment function was very considerate. After looking around the interior, they were quite satisfied. The interior design was exquisite, with meticulous layout and detailed design highlighting its quality. The interior of the BMW 5 Series was already quite good, but compared to this, it fell short by more than a notch. Zhao Chen also took the opportunity to test the original Bose sound system. After closing the car windows, the auditory effect was outstanding. Seeing the two get out of the car, Tianwei smiled and approached. "Mr. Zhao, what do you think of this car?" Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow, a smile appearing in his eyes, and then said leisurely, "It's quite nice, but I want to see the top configuration version, preferably one that's available now." Generally, luxury cars are rarely available immediately, as customers still need to choose options and customize. It's not surprising to wait several months to get the car. Moreover, Porsche is well known for its customization options. The base price of the Panamera is around 1 million, and if you dare to imagine, they can customize it to a final price of 2 million, which is almost the price of 2 cars. Zhao Chen didn't have the patience to wait that long. He wanted to drive the car away today. It would be best if there was a car available. If not, he would have to reconsider. Perhaps he should spend a bit more money and buy a supercar from another luxury brand store. Hearing his words, Tianwei was first stunned, followed by waves of ecstatic joy. The top configuration, and it's available for immediate delivery. Hiss, is he going to drive it away on the spot? A big client. Zhao Chen, already tall and handsome, appeared even more imposing in her eyes. Sure, there's a top configuration car over there, you can take a look. Tianwei hurriedly pointed to a nearby volcano gray Panamera. Zhao Chen nodded, and the three of them walked over together. As they approached, he could clearly feel the uniqueness of this car. Its body was longer, the volcano gray had a nice texture, and the wheels were painted in high-gloss black metal. Opening the door, the interior, center console, and steering wheel crafted in a luxurious two-tone leather of black and volcano gray were exceptionally grand. Mr. Zhao, this is the latest top configuration Panamera of this year, the Turbo S Executive long wheelbase. It's equipped with a 4. 8 V8 engine, a 7-speed dual-clutch transmission, with a maximum output of 570 horsepower, a top speed of 310 km per hour, and it accelerates from 0 to 100 km in just 3.9 seconds. Zhao Chen listened to the introduction while observing. In an instant, a feeling of excitement surged within him. Even Lu Ruyan beside him slightly parted her lips, her eyes sparkling. One must say, Porsche really knows how to captivate. Just the appearance alone makes it hard for both men and women to resist. Mr. Zhao, if you're interested, you can take it out for a test drive. Noticing Zhao Chen's bright eyes and eager demeanor, Tianwei promptly handed him the car keys. Vroom vroom vroom, without hesitation, Zhao Chen took the keys, sat in the driver's seat, gripped the steering wheel, and started the car. A roar unique to sports cars erupted, instantly stirring his emotions and sending his adrenaline soaring. The loud sound drew the attention of everyone in the store. Although the Panamera isn't a true sports car, it boasts power and performance comparable to one. Moreover, this model is the Turbo S, a high-performance version. Test drives can't stray too far from the dealership, so they could only circle nearby, and the sales consultant had to accompany them. This was reasonable. Otherwise, if they encountered troublemakers and the car was driven away, the sales consultant would bear significant responsibility. Tianwei consciously took a seat in the back. The front passenger seat was naturally reserved for Lu Ruyan. After the three of them fastened their seatbelts, Zhao Chen no longer hesitated, a hint of excited smile slowly appearing on his lips. Then he shifted gears and gently pressed the accelerator. In one smooth motion, he drove the car out of the dealership. Hold on tight, I'm going to accelerate. Once on the main road, seeing the good conditions perfect for a test drive, Zhao Chen reminded his girlfriend and the sales consultant before suddenly flooring the accelerator. The 570 horsepower erupted instantly, and the car shot forward as if propelled by a catapult. Handsome, don't go so fast. Tianwei was startled by the sudden acceleration, involuntarily shouting in panic. Hearing this, Zhao Chen was immediately filled with black lines on his forehead, and his mouth twitched. What do you mean so fast? I'm going slow, okay? Chuan, I also think it's too fast, slow down a bit. Fine, I should listen to my girlfriend. However, he didn't expect her courage to be a bit more than he imagined. Zhao Chen smiled slightly and then slowed down, cruising around the streets near the Porsche dealership, quietly experiencing the thrill of driving the Panamera. The power was strong, the V8 engine was no joke. The chassis was super stable, with almost no bumps, the noise was minimal, the handling was top-notch. Most importantly, it turned heads everywhere. During the drive, Zhao Chen also realized that his driving skills had noticeably improved compared to his previous life. It was the first time driving such a powerful luxury car, yet he remained calm and composed, unfazed by the experience. Those who didn't know might think he often drove luxury cars. Zhao Chen naturally attributed this to the system enhancing his physical abilities. Of course, there were other reasons as well. He had already regarded this top-spec Panamera as his own. What was there to be anxious about when driving his own luxury car? After about 10 minutes, having had enough of the driving experience, Zhao Chen returned the car to the dealership. Once the three of them got out, Tianwei patted her chest and slowly exhaled. This handsome guy drove a bit too aggressively, but thankfully nothing went wrong. She then invited Zhao Chen and the other person to sit in the lounge, attentively arranging tea, drinks, and snacks for them. At that moment, her mood was a bit unsettled. Sigh, if Mr. Zhao didn't place an order, wouldn't I have just scared myself for nothing? For luxury car salespeople like her, even if it wasn't as exaggerated as not making a sale for half a year and then eating for half a year, going 2 or 3 months without a sale was still common. Of course, the commission from the top-spec Panamera that Zhao Chen test drove would be even more substantial. Mr. Zhao, may I ask if you were satisfied with the test drive experience? After taking a sip of tea, Zhao Chen smiled lightly and said, very satisfied, it truly lives up to being the top-spec version. Hearing his response, Tianwei's spirits lifted, and a flash of joy crossed her eyes. After a pause, she carefully continued, this top-spec Panamera is our flagship model at Porsche, with an official guide price of $3.22 million. Since it's fully loaded with options, plus other fees and insurance, the final price is around $4.1 million. Mr. Zhao, if you are interested in purchasing, this price can be negotiated. The more she spoke, the more uncertain she felt. A car worth $4 million, this handsome guy looked at most 20 years old. Could he really afford it? The test drive earlier was probably just to satisfy a whim. She had already prepared herself for Zhao Chen to just walk away. Well, that's normal. After all, not everyone can afford a Porsche. When she heard the price, Lu Ruyan was momentarily stunned. It seemed that ever since she got together with Zhao Chen, she often found herself in this state. She certainly knew the renowned Porsche wasn't something that could be bought for just 1 or 2 million. She thought the 600,000 BMW 530 was already quite expensive. She never expected this Panamera to exceed 4 million. Zhao Chen was also secretly taken aback by the price. However, on the surface, he smiled nonchalantly and said firmly, "I'll take this car." "Mr. Zhao, are you sure? You mean the car you just test drove, right?" Zhao Chen smiled slightly and nodded, "Yes." After confirming that he hadn't misheard, the young and handsome Mr. Zhao in front of her was indeed going to buy this top-spec Panamera. A wave of immense surprise instantly struck Tianwei's heart. In an instant, she couldn't help but smile widely. At this moment, if Zhao Chen made any slightly excessive requests, she would undoubtedly agree without hesitation. "I'm all in." Zhao Chen naturally had no ulterior motives. He wasn't some lecherous, desperate guy. Moreover, with his girlfriend's beauty in front of him, it was hard for other girls to catch his eye. "Miss Tian, I'd like to drive the car back right away. Can a temporary license plate be arranged? The other paperwork can be completed in a few days." "No problem, Mr. Zhao, you can rest assured." Tianwei, with a beaming smile, immediately responded. "That's good," Zhao Chen said with a relaxed expression. "There should be some discounts at the dealership. I'll choose to pay in full. If it were just to show off, not even negotiating the price and taking the car at full price would be foolish, wouldn't it?" Full payment. The 2 grand words suddenly left Tianwei feeling dizzy. My goodness. Hearing several million in cash come from the other party's mouth, why does it sound so ordinary? Hiss. How thick must their financial backing be? In her subconscious, she believed that clients would generally choose to pay for luxury cars worth millions in installments to ease their financial burden. Tianwei had originally planned to explain the installment payment options and the supporting banks to Mr. Zhao when signing the purchase contract. Well, that saves some trouble. She couldn't help but smile self-deprecatingly. Just 2 minutes ago, she was still doubting Mr. Zhao's capabilities. Ha, what a slap in the face, that hurt. With that thought, Tianwei's expression became even more respectful. She hurriedly nodded and replied, "Of course, please wait a moment, enjoy some fruits and snacks, and I will go apply for a discount with the manager right away." After saying that, she quickly jogged out of the break area to communicate with the store manager. Upon hearing that a customer wanted to take away the store's flagship model worth 4 million directly and was paying in full, the store manager was also shocked. He first generously praised Tianwei, then stated that he needed to personally handle such a big client. Soon, Tianwei returned, holding the purchase contract, accompanied by a slightly plump middle-aged man. "Hello, Mr. Zhao, I am the manager of this 4S store, my surname is Zhang." Manager Zhang approached with a warm smile and extended his hand. Zhao Chen smiled politely and shook hands with him. After the greetings, Manager Zhang and Tianwei sat across from Zhao Chen. "Mr. Zhao is truly young and promising. Thank you for your strong support of our Porsche. If our service is lacking in any way, please do let us know." Zhao Chen chuckled and shook his head, saying, "No, Miss Tian's service is excellent. I'm glad to hear that." After saying this, Manager Zhang turned his head and looked at Tianwei with an approving gaze. The latter also cast a grateful look at Zhao Chen, smiling and nodding in thanks. Selling this top-spec Panamera, along with Manager Zhang's affirmation, it seemed that this month's Best Employee Award was secured. After some pleasantries, they began to get down to business. Perhaps the optional features on the car were a bit overpriced, or maybe Manager Zhang truly valued Mr. Zhao as a big client. In the end, they negotiated a discount of over 200,000. After rounding off, the total price was 3.88 million. Seeing Zhao Chen sign his name on the purchase contract, Tianwei's smile nearly stretched to her ears. If no one were around, she would have definitely jumped up and down in place. Oh yeah. Manager Zhang was equally in high spirits. The better the sales performance in the store, the higher his bonuses and dividends would naturally rise. After signing the contract, Zhao Chen took out his bank card and waved it, smiling calmly. "Miss Tian, let's first charge 880,000, and the rest will be charged later." "Okay, understood." Tianwei respectfully took the bank card with both hands, unconsciously swallowing. She had no doubt about why he didn't charge it all at once. This was the request of a big client, and she would just follow it. The reason Zhao Chen wanted to split the payment into 2 transactions was naturally to use the cashback feature, while also testing the waters. Tianwei set the amount, swiped the bank card on the POS machine, and as Zhao Chen entered the password, 880,000 was successfully deducted from the card. Hearing the text message notification on his phone, Zhao Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, silently thinking, "System Daddy, I want to use the cashback." Received, as you wish. In an instant, a heavenly sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have spent 880,000 this time and received a 6x cashback. Due to exceeding the rebate limit, the consumption rebate you received is 5 million yuan. At the same time, Zhao Chen's phone received a notification of the deposit. He was slightly taken aback, but the next moment, a smile blossomed at the corners of his mouth. 5 million yuan. Once again, he had received the maximum rebate amount available. His guess was indeed correct. It had happened twice in a row, and it seemed the system was intentionally doing this. Truly, the perfect life system lived up to its name. No pretense, the host is pampered, and the highest rewards are given directly every time. Zhao Chen slowly exhaled, calming his emotions. Stay calm, it's just 5 million, there will be tens of millions and even hundreds of millions in the future. Mr. Zhao, may I ask if the remaining 3 million can be processed now? Tian Wei inquired softly. Zhao Chen smiled slightly and nodded. Soon, the second payment was successfully made. This top-spec Panamera now completely belonged to him. Tian Wei and manager Zhang exchanged relieved smiles, both letting out a sigh of relief. At that moment, the weight in their hearts finally lifted. They had seen clients who seemed eager to buy but ended up making excuses to back out. Manager Zhang, beaming with joy, then said, Mr. Zhao, on behalf of our store, I would like to thank you once again for your strong support of Porsche. It's a pleasure to cooperate. Zhao Chen replied with a light smile, pleasure to cooperate. Lu Ruyan turned to look at her boyfriend, her expression adorably dazed. Spending 600,000 earlier, and now another 3 to 4 million. This guy kept refreshing her understanding of wealth. Just how rich was he? After finalizing the car purchase contract, Tian Wei bowed and excused herself to handle the paperwork, while manager Zhang stayed in the lounge to keep Zhao Chen company. During this time, he quietly flattered Zhao Chen a few times and even added him on WeChat, expressing that he would do his best to meet any future needs. In manager Zhang's view, this kind of rich young master had plenty of wealthy friends in his circle. As long as he provided good service, there might be opportunities for further collaboration. Porsche's efficiency was significantly higher than BMW's. In less than half an hour, the paperwork was completed. Tian Wei also asked Zhao Chen if he needed a car delivery ceremony, which he declined with a wave of his hand. It was just him and Lu Ruyan now. Who would they show the ceremony to? However, posting on Moments was still an option. Zhao Chen smiled as he pulled the blushing Lu Ruyan into his arms. Their posture was very intimate, and their expressions were quite happy. Behind them was the Panamera. After asking Tian Wei to take a few photos, Zhao Chen chose one and casually posted it on Moments. He temporarily blocked family and friends to avoid some trouble. This post had no accompanying text, just the photo, but it was enough to make an impact. Not long after it was posted, Zhao Chen's phone began to buzz with notifications. Likes and comments appeared under the post one after another. The first to respond were, of course, his 3 excited friends. What the hell? Chuangu bought a car, a Porsche. My god. Congratulations, Chuangu, on your new car, you're on the peak of life now. Awesome, Chuangu, hurry back, I miss you, take me for a ride. There were also envious comments from classmates like Zhang Tao and Liang Weijie. Too rich. Chuangu, I want to touch your Porsche. Worshipping young Master Zhao, the real winner in life. For a luxury car of this level, it was hard to have one at birth, and even harder to own one in the future. Our little you is smiling so happily, hee hee. Don't forget us when you're rich, ha ha ha. Simply a perfect match, like a campus idol drama. There were also comments from Lu Ruyan's roommates. There were also some people from the same school, most of whom were girls Zhao Chen had befriended during this time. However, their feelings were quite mixed. Sigh. Such a high-quality, rich, and handsome guy was actually taken by this little girl. It was simply envy, jealousy, and hatred. The 3 presidents and vice presidents of the Hometown Association, upon seeing this post, were not surprised at all. After all, Zhao Chen could afford a watch worth 200,000. Buying a Porsche was quite normal, right? Of course, if they knew this was the top-spec Panamera worth 3 to 4 million, they would probably have a different reaction. After browsing through some comments, Zhao Chen smiled and put away his phone. Since the car issue was settled, he could drive it back. However, he didn't let Lu Ruyan continue driving her BMW 530. Instead, he temporarily parked it here. First, they would go have lunch and come back for the car later. When manager Zhang learned of this, he immediately said it wasn't necessary to go through so much trouble. The store could send someone to deliver the car to the designated location. For such a big client, this little matter was nothing. Zhao Chen didn't decline, smiling in thanks, and then left the BMW key behind. When he and Lu Ruyan returned to school, he would inform manager Zhang to send the car. Under the repeated send-offs and waves of farewell from manager Zhang and Tianwei, Zhao Chen drove the Panamera out of the Porsche dealership. And Lu Ruyan, of course, sat in the passenger seat. The car sped along the road, and the handling and powerful performance of the Panamera made him unable to help but indulge in it. Seeing the radiant smile on her boyfriend's face, Lu Ruyan's mood also became exceptionally beautiful. Compared to supercars, the Panamera was clearly superior in comfort. Sitting in a supercar for too long would leave one with a sore back. This top-spec Panamera also turned heads everywhere. Once on the road, many people instinctively glanced over, filled with surprise and envy. In any city, luxury cars are still quite rare. Aside from high-end business districts and communities in big cities, they are seldom seen. Vroom vroom vroom. Zhao Chen deliberately chose a restaurant that was a bit farther away. After getting on the expressway, he pressed the accelerator deeply, and the car immediately let out a roar. If it weren't for considering his girlfriend's feelings, he could have gone even faster. Of course, this was all under the premise of paying attention to traffic safety. More than half an hour later, the car slowly stopped in front of a restaurant. The exterior of this restaurant resembled an ancient tavern, creating a strange sense of time and space when placed alongside the surrounding modern buildings. Its name was also quite traditional, called Spring Breeze Hall, specializing in Sichuan cuisine. After Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan got out of the car, a handsome man and beautiful woman paired with a luxury car instantly became the focus of passers-by. The female staff member at the restaurant's entrance was also taken aback and couldn't help but glance a few more times. Wow, the girl is super pretty, and the guy is so handsome. She then smiled and walked over, politely asking, "Are you two here to dine at our tavern? May I ask how many people?" Zhao Chen smiled and nodded. "Just the two of us, no need to queue, right? Okay, no need to wait now, please follow me." The staff member gestured and led the way. Entering Spring Breeze Hall, the antique decor style almost completely replicated the appearance of ancient taverns from TV dramas, and all the staff were dressed in traditional costumes. Those who didn't know would think they had traveled back in time. Lu Ruyan was like a curious child, looking left and right, quite adorable. "Ah Chuan, this restaurant is so special." Zhao Chen couldn't help but smile. Yeah, the ancient style is its selling point, but the most important thing is that the food tastes good. Spring Breeze Hall didn't have a menu, all the dishes were written on large wooden boards hanging in the air. The responsibility of ordering food naturally fell to Zhao Chen, while Lu Ruyan patiently waited to eat. Soon, Zhao Chen called over the waiter and ordered several dishes. Before long, all the dishes were served, and it was time to eat. Lu Ruyan took out her phone and happily snapped several photos. Zhao Chen, on the side, held up his chopsticks, smiling silently. In their previous outings, Lu Ruyan had also taken photos but never posted them on social media. Zhao Chen had casually asked her about it, and her answer warmed his heart. "Because I want to record every moment of having a feast with you." Thinking of this, Zhao Chen raised his chopsticks, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting as he looked gently at his girlfriend. "Ah Chuan, let's dig in." "Hee, okay." The two began to happily eat, chatting as they went, occasionally praising the flavors of the dishes. The fragrant tender bamboo shoots with fish had a delicate texture, salty and slightly spicy. The 18-second stir-fried kidney was full of energy, with tender and refreshing slices. The foie gras mapo tofu had a rich sauce, spicy and appetizing. The boiled cabbage was fresh and elegant, with a strong aroma. The spicy shredded chicken cold noodles were fragrant and refreshing. Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan had hearty appetites. If it weren't for the air conditioning indoors, they would have surely been sweating profusely during the meal. After finishing their lunch, Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan rested in the restaurant for a short while. Then, Lu Ruyan called the waiter to settle the bill, cheerfully paying over 400 yuan. Zhao Chen smiled beside her, feeling pleased. He had previously given his girl 30,000 yuan, so letting her handle this small amount felt like easing her psychological burden a bit. After paying, the two walked out of the restaurant, got into their car, and set off back to school. Before departing, Zhao Chen remembered to send a WeChat message to manager Zhang, asking him to have someone bring the car to the entrance of Huacheng University. On the way, Zhao Chen turned into a gas station, filling up the car and also buying 10 fuel cards worth 1,000 yuan each, handing them to Lu Ruyan to keep in the car for later. Half an hour later, they arrived at the school gate. After waiting in the car for a few minutes, a BMW 530 slowly pulled up next to their Panamera. Seeing this, Zhao Chen got out of the car. "Sorry to keep you waiting, mister." Zhao, a male staff member, said as he got out, slightly bowing and looking very apologetic. "It's okay, I just arrived," Zhao Chen replied with a smile, then took out his Gucci wallet, pulled out 500 yuan in cash, and handed it to the man. "The trip back is a bit far, take a taxi, you've worked hard today." No, it's my duty to serve, mister." Zhao, the staff member's eyes lit up, looking pleasantly surprised. Just take it. The man hesitated for a moment, then repeatedly thanked Zhao Chun, bowing as he accepted the money. He had thought it would be a tough job, but unexpectedly, he received a reward. No wonder someone so young could afford a Panamera. Perspective is very important. After the staff member left, Lu Ruyan also got out of the car. Students occasionally passed by the school gate, casually glancing at Zhao Chen's vehicle, their envy evident in their eyes. The BMW 530, which was already impressive, was completely overshadowed by the Panamera. In the astonished gaze of the school security, Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan each drove their own cars, entering the campus one after the other. Compared to being outside, the two luxury cars attracted even more attention on campus. Students passing by widened their eyes, staring at the volcanic ash-colored Panamera, nearly drooling. Wow! A Panamera, so cool! Absolutely stunning! This is the car I've dreamed of having. When did Huacheng University gain another rich second-generation student? Not far ahead, a familiar red Ford Mustang was parked by the roadside. In the driver's seat, Luo Zicheng was beaming, and next to him sat a heavily made-up girl. Ha! What the hell? When he caught a glimpse of Zhao Chen's Panamera in the rearview mirror, Luo Zicheng's heart suddenly skipped a beat. What the hell is going on? How did a Panamera show up at school? It looks not like an ordinary version. Moreover, it had a temporary license plate, clearly not rented. He had inquired before, and at Huacheng University, aside from a few big shots, his Ford Mustang was already considered the best car. But compared to the Panamera, even the most basic version costs more than his car. Not to mention this one was clearly not ordinary, the price tag must be at least 2 million. Thinking of this, Luo Zicheng couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Although Luo Zicheng's family was relatively well off, buying him a Ford Mustang worth hundreds of thousands was already the limit. He thought to himself that if he went home and told his dad he wanted to buy a Porsche Panamera, he might get kicked out. 2 million was no small amount for his dad. As the Panamera drew closer, Luo Zicheng turned his head and rolled down the car window to get a better look. Unexpectedly, the car stopped right in front of him, followed closely by a BMW 530. The two luxury cars suddenly sandwiched his Ford Mustang in the middle. Ha! What shocked him even more was that someone he never dreamed of was getting out of the Panamera. Zhao Chen strolled over, holding a terrifying baseball bat he had casually bought on his way back to school. Lu Ruyan also got out of the car, feeling a bit worried. Could it be that her boyfriend really intended to smash someone else's car? Zhao Chen walked up to Luo Zicheng's car, a fleeting coldness in his eyes. He knocked on the car door and said with a light laugh, "Oh, isn't this young Master Luo? What a coincidence. I was just looking for you." After a pause, he continued to tease, "Look, my car is here. Are you going to smash it first, or should I?" Upon hearing this, Luo Zicheng's expression froze, his eyes wide as he stared at Zhao Chun, his mind racing with disbelief, unable to speak. After a few seconds, he stammered, This car is yours?" Seeing the fear in the other's eyes, Zhao Chun sneered, took out the car key, and pressed it to lock the car. "If you smash it, it becomes yours. You said you wanted to compete in smashing cars, right? Come on, idle." The girl beside Luo Zicheng's eyes lit up, staring intently at Zhao Chen. Wow! This kind of handsome and wealthy high-class guy is way better than Luo Zicheng, who is just tall and rich. Oh no, there's no comparison between the two. Although she didn't know much about car models, she recognized the Porsche logo. "Hurry up and smash it, it's just a 3 to 4 million top-spec Panamera, young Master Luo, you can afford it." Zhao Chen wore an innocent smile, continuing to urge him. Luo Zicheng had no time to notice that the girl he had finally caught had already betrayed him. At this moment, his mind was a mess, not knowing what to do. Are you kidding me? Smash a top-spec Panamera? It might feel good for a moment, but he couldn't afford to pay for it afterward. All the assets in his family combined wouldn't even reach 20 to 30 million at most. As Zhao Chen approached Luo Zicheng with the baseball bat, students passing by stopped to watch, becoming the front row audience. Some even took out their phones to capture photos and videos, posting them on the school forum. In no time, many people at the school knew that two rich second-generation heirs were in conflict, sparking a wave of discussions. Lu Ruyan walked firmly to Zhao Chen's side, reaching out to link her arm with his, remaining silent. She did not stop her boyfriend's actions. After all, no matter what the other party did, all she needed to do was support him. Luo Zicheng's female companion couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority upon seeing Lu Ruyan. Of course, there was also a strong sense of envy and jealousy. Luo Zicheng looked at Zhao Chen in shock, unable to suppress a gulp, and his original doubts vanished. It turned out that everything this guy and his girlfriend were wearing was genuine. Someone who could afford a car worth millions was definitely not someone he could handle. Perhaps the other party had some background and connections. He was a rich second generation, but not a foolish one. As for letting Zhao Chen smash his car, he didn't want that at all. What if he ended up losing both his girlfriend and his car? He couldn't compete with the other party in terms of money, and his background and connections were not as strong. Forget it, if he couldn't provoke them, he could at least avoid them. The best strategy is to retreat. Zhao Chen was still unaware that Luo Zicheng had automatically imagined him as a rich second generation with a powerful background and connections. If he knew, he would definitely laugh out loud. Although Zhao Chen had mocked him, Luo Zicheng didn't dare to make any more harsh remarks. He suppressed the frustration in his heart, ignoring the screams of the girl beside him, rolled up the car window, and suddenly stepped on the gas, making a hasty exit. TSK, that was fast. Zhao Chen didn't expect this loser to back down. He had quite a thick skin. He chuckled and shook his head, no longer wanting to entangle with the other party. It seemed that it would be hard to run into each other again in the future. Seeing the conflicting party decisively flee, the onlookers lost interest and gradually dispersed. It was likely that after returning to the dormitory, they would take to the school forum to voice their opinions. Chuan, let's go back, Lu Ruyan pouted, shaking her boyfriend's arm. She usually took a nap every day. Having woken up early today and wandered around for the whole morning, the girl was starting to feel a bit tired. Let's go back. You drive back to the dorm, be careful. Zhao Chen turned around, wrapped his arms around his girl, and kissed her softly. She blushed and closed her eyes in response. This scene of public affection made passers-by envious, and they quickened their pace. Rejecting dog food starts with oneself. Reluctantly letting go of each other, Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan each got into their own cars. The male and female dormitories were not in the same area. Chuan, I'm going back, bye. After flashing a smile at her boyfriend, Lu Ruyan drove towards the girls' dormitory. Zhao Chen waved his hand and then started his car, kicking up dust as he left. On the other side, Su Jia and her two friends had just come out of the cafeteria, walking back to the dormitory. They were still discussing the post Zhao Chen had made. That Porsche is so cool. I heard from others that that car costs several million. Wow. That's so expensive. Xiaoyu is the main character, how lucky. The three of them had stars in their eyes, feeling envious. When they reached the girls' dormitory, Su Jia and her friends suddenly froze. They saw a familiar figure getting out of a black BMW. They exchanged glances and then ran towards Lu Ruyan in unison. Xiaoyu! Xiaoyu! Su Jia called out, and upon hearing the voice, Lu Ruyan turned around, saw her roommates, and sweetly smiled, "Sisters, I'm back." The roommates approached the car, looking around in amazement. Chen Yanling couldn't help but ask, "Xiaoyu, where's the vice-class leader's car? And where did this car come from?" Su Jia and Li Shuping also stood by, waiting for an answer. Lu Ruyan paused for a moment, feeling a bit shy as she replied, "His car went back to the boys' dorm. As for this car, he bought it for me." Hearing this, the roommates were all stunned, looking at her in disbelief. This BMW was bought for Lu Ruyan by the vice-class leader? Su Jia and the others were blown away by this answer, unable to speak for a long time. Suddenly, Chen Yanling screamed and then hugged Lu Ruyan tightly. My god, they actually gifted a BMW. The other two also came to their senses, filled with excitement. "Qingyu, you're going to be a BMW owner now, wow. You have to take us for a ride sometime, hee. Lu Ruyan's face turned red, and she finally managed to escape from her roommate's strong embrace. Su Jia walked around the BMW, noticing the high-end interior and thought to herself that this car must be quite expensive. "Xiaoyu, how much is this car?" Lu Ruyan smiled shyly at the question, "About 600,000. "What? Wow. So expensive." Upon hearing the price, the roommates were once again shocked. With such a high-quality boyfriend, Lu Ruyan was already at a starting line that most people could only dream of. She was truly a winner in life. The girls passing by, seeing the BMW and the four girls smiling brightly beside it, couldn't help but glance over. On the boys' dormitory side, Zhao Chen parked the car downstairs and walked up leisurely, facing the astonished and envious gazes of the other boys. As soon as he returned to the dormitory, three of his friends immediately pounced on him. Chuan Gu, Chuan Ba, Hubby. The sweet nicknames made Zhao Chen's skin crawl. "What are you doing? I don't like guys, you bunch of perverts." Looking at the silly expressions of his roommates, he didn't need to guess, he knew what the three scoundrels were up to. "Alright, if you want to see it, just look. It's parked downstairs." Zhao Chen waved his hand casually and turned to walk outside. Lin Song and the others immediately followed him, giggling. The other dormitory residents, hearing the commotion, were eager to join in and quickly followed. Soon, a group of more than 10 people arrived downstairs. When they saw Zhao Chen's car, they gasped in amazement. A Porsche, so cool. No wonder it's a house smasher, a Panamera, wow, look at this beauty, who wouldn't love it? This car exudes the scent of money. So freaking awesome. Zhao Chen looked at everyone with amusement, took out the keys, and unlocked the car for them to admire this luxury vehicle. Li Jiala and a few others rushed into the driver's seat, marveling at the interior. The others also gathered around with shining eyes. Indeed, the allure of a sports car was much greater for boys than for girls. In the next dormitory, Wang Hong, with a dreamy look, touched the shiny car body and confidently said, "Chuangu, this must be the top version of the Panamera, you can't get it for less than 3 million. As he said this, he couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. That price was truly astonishing, enough to buy a decent house in Huacheng. Oh, an expert. Zhao Chen silently praised him and nodded with a smile. 388 million. In an instant, everyone gasped. 388 million. Wow, Chuangu is so rich. Li Jiala, with a big grin, rubbed his hands together and said cheerfully, "Chuangu, my good brother, if there's a chance, let me take it for a spin." Kai Jichao, hearing this, also looked at Zhao Chen with a grin. Lin Song, who didn't have a driver's license, shouted, "Chuangu, whenever you want to go for a ride, take your good little brother along." "No problem." Zhao Chen smiled nonchalantly, "As long as I'm not driving, just let me know if you want to try it, but be careful, it accelerates quite fiercely." His friends were still given some special privileges. Buying a car was meant for driving. He didn't care about the mileage, it wasn't like he was going to sell it later. What a joke, selling the car. That would be embarrassing for his system dad. Upon hearing Zhao Chen's response, Lin Song and the others immediately broke into smiles. Having such a generous and easygoing roommate was truly a blessing. The others, seeing this, felt envious but were too shy to say anything. Once the novelty wore off, and knowing the price of the car, people stopped touching it. If they accidentally broke apart, they probably wouldn't be able to afford the repairs even if they emptied their pockets. After the admiration of the luxury car ended, everyone dispersed. After returning to the dorm, Zhao Chen took a shower and climbed into bed to rest. Not long after, with the help of Chen Yanling, the class learned about Zhao Chen's extravagant behavior. Not only had he bought a Porsche worth 3 to 4 million, but he also gifted Lu Ruyan a BMW worth 600,000. Such a display of wealth ignited the entire class. People were not only shocked by Zhao Chen's financial power but also envious of Lu Ruyan's insight and luck. A woman can truly change her fate by choosing the right man. Some girls in the class couldn't help but think that if Zhao Chen was willing, they could be his lovers. Even some shameless boys wished they could be in Zhao Chen's position or even pursue him. Fortunately, Zhao Chen was unaware, otherwise, he would have felt a chill down his spine. When someone in the class saw a post on the school forum about Zhao Chen clashing with Luo Zicheng, many began to chime in with their opinions. They cheered for Zhao Chen while taking jabs at Luo Zicheng. Among them, Zhang Tao was the most enthusiastic, typing furiously and sending a flurry of comments. After all, he had a grudge against Luo Zicheng. Zhao Chen putting the other party in their place was also a way for him to vent. As the post gained traction, many learned about the price of Zhao Chen's top-spec Panamera. His reputation at school skyrocketed, making him a prominent figure at Huacheng University. At the same time, the stunning Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan became a popular couple on campus. After finishing his afternoon nap, Zhao Chen woke up. When he heard about these campus gossip stories from Li Jiala, he didn't feel overly excited but smiled calmly. Given his current circumstances, such things were reasonable. Sitting down, he relaxed. Zhao Chen continued to lie in bed, playing on his phone, when he suddenly received a WeChat message from the president of the Hometown Association, Zhou Yuxuan. "Bai Chuan, are you free tonight? I've invited 2 friends, are you interested in joining?" Zhao Chen had been thinking about finding something to do on this rare weekend. Seeing this message, he raised an eyebrow slightly. Why not go tonight? He might meet interesting people or have some special experiences. "Xian Ge, I'm free. What time and where do we meet?" "Ha, then let's meet at 8:30 tonight at Sky Bar. Don't be late." Around 6 in the evening, Zhao Chen and his roommates went to the cafeteria. While eating, people occasionally glanced at him. Being the center of attention felt somewhat burdensome. Lin Song and the others thought he was showing off. Truly, a full man doesn't know the hunger of an empty one. The Sky Bar is located in a bustling area, in a prime spot in the city center of Huacheng, surrounded by several high-end shopping malls that create a luxurious business district. It can be considered one of the benchmarks for nightclubs in Huacheng. After tidying up around 7, Zhao Chen headed out. Amidst a sea of envious and admiring gazes, he drove his Panamera slowly out of the school gate. The distance from the school to the bar wasn't very far. While waiting at a traffic light, Zhao Chen sent a message to Zhou Yuxuan, asking where they would be in the bar. Unexpectedly, the other party replied that he was waiting for him at the bar entrance. Zhou Yuxuan's attention surprised Zhao Chen a bit. The former's strength was certainly not to be underestimated. However, he could guess the other person's thoughts. Having one more friend meant one more way out. In fact, most second-generation rich kids are not as debauched as people imagine, only indulging in pleasure in bullying others. On the contrary, many of them are more outstanding than ordinary people. Their family background, connections, and resources allow them to receive a good education. They stand higher and see further. For example, the most well-known second-generation rich kid in the country, young Master Wang. Despite his reckless behavior online, in reality, he is quite low-key. Many netizens joke that if they had young Master Wang's family background, they would definitely be 100 times more arrogant than him. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the Sky Bar, a stylish volcanic gray Panamera made a dazzling appearance. Even in such a top-tier nightclub, luxury cars like the Panamera are rare, let alone this one being the top configuration. At this moment, Zhou Yuxuan wore a faint smile, chatting casually with a flattering man. Judging by his attire, the other party was clearly a marketing guy from the Sky Bar. A second-generation rich kid like Zhou Yuxuan, who is a regular at the bar, deserves to be treated well when he comes to spend. Sometimes, the bar owner even personally comes out to welcome them. The marketing guy relies on these rich kids for business, so he naturally has to lower his stance. After all, the spending of those casual customers over several months might not even match what one of these rich kids spends in a single night. Bo Chuan, over here. Seeing Zhao Chen's Panamera, Zhou Yuxuan's eyes lit up, and he quickly waved in the direction of the latter, signaling to park right at the entrance. In places like bars, luxury cars receive special treatment, usually having dedicated parking spots at the entrance. This way, guests gain face, and the owners can promote their establishment, creating a win-win situation. The more expensive luxury cars there are, the more they showcase the bar's strength. Zhao Chen smoothly drove up to the entrance, rolled down the window, and smiled at Zhou Yuxuan, saying, "Xiangu, just tell me where to go. There's no need for you to come out and wait for me." Zhou Yuxuan waved his hand nonchalantly. "You coming is already giving me face. It wouldn't be right not to come out to greet you, huh?" After a pause, he continued, "Bo Chuan, you can get out now, let's go in and chat. Just leave the car to Xiao Bo." After saying that, he turned to the marketing guy beside him. "Xiao Bo, this is young Master Zhao." "Good evening, young Master Zhao. Please rest assured, your car will be parked safely." The marketing guy, Hua Hongba, hurriedly bowed and nodded. Although he didn't know the identity of the person in front of him, being personally welcomed by young Master Zhou at the entrance was certainly not ordinary. Moreover, the Panamera he drove had a temporary license plate, clearly a recent purchase, not a rental. Zhao Chen smiled and nodded. After getting out of the car, his imposing demeanor made Hua Hongba's eyes light up. Wow, with such looks, attire, and aura, he was definitely a young master from a wealthy family. The watch on his wrist, though the brand and model were unclear, was obviously not cheap. The Sky Bar is a top nightclub in Huacheng, frequented by many second-generation rich kids. As a seasoned marketer at the bar, Hua Hongba's insight was naturally sharp. Here, having money means being the boss. He enthusiastically took the car keys from Zhao Chun, smiling flatteringly, "Young Master Zhao, I'm Hua Hongba, you can call me Xiao Bo. Welcome to come and have fun tonight. If you need anything, just let me know." "Okay, thank you," Zhao Chen nodded with a smile. In his previous life, he rarely came to places like this. Even when he wanted to drink, he would generally choose a quiet bar, let alone a top nightclub like Sky. There was indeed nothing to criticize about the service. "Bai Chuan, come on, why are you being polite with this kid? Ha ha ha. Don't worry, look, our 3 cars were also arranged by Xiao Bo." Zhou Yuxuan pointed with a smile. Zhao Chen followed his gaze and saw 3 supercars quietly parked not far away. A white McLaren 650S, a black Lamborghini Huracan, and a red Ferrari 458. So these cars were theirs. TSK, they really are rich kids, having gathered all 3 major supercar brands. Perhaps Zhou Yuxuan's seemingly casual behavior was also a way to show off. After all, the second-generation rich kids have their own little circles. Those without enough strength find it hard to truly integrate. Turning back, Zhao Chen smiled lightly and said, "Let's go, brother Xian." This calm demeanor made Zhou Yuxuan raise an eyebrow and nod secretly. "Xiao Bo, that's up to you. Be careful, this one is a top-spec Panamera, worth 3 to 4 million. It seemed Zhou Yuxuan had also heard the rumors from school. After saying that, he put his arm around Zhao Chen's shoulder. The two walked into the bar with their arms around each other, leaving Hua Hongba dumbfounded in place. Wow, a 3 to 4 million Panamera. Luckily, Joe reminded him, otherwise, if there were any bumps, he wouldn't be able to afford it even if he sold himself, and there would be nowhere to cry. It's strange, with this money, why not buy a supercar? The thought process of the rich is indeed hard to understand. Shaking his head self-deprecatingly, Hua Hongbao went to arrange parking. As soon as they stepped into the bar, a cacophony of sounds rushed into Zhao Chen's ears, mixed with the cheers and shouts of young men and women. The air seemed to be filled with the scent of hormones. The Sky Bar is primarily industrial in style, blending various elements in its decor. With over 1,000 square meters of spaciousness, a 10-meter-long bar, and at least 20 booths in sight, Zhao Chen couldn't help but marvel. It truly deserved to be the hottest top nightclub in Huacheng. It was said that when it first opened, a minimum spend of 100,000 was needed just to secure a booth. Even now, with a minimum spend of 20 to 30,000 to reserve a seat, it might be even more on weekends. Approaching the inner area, a stunning scene unfolded before them. Men and women twisted their bodies to the music, creating an incredibly lively atmosphere. The deafening surround sound, dazzling lights, and various drinks made it impossible not to get lost in it all. The bar owner was quite powerful, often inviting the world's top DJs to perform. On the DJ stage, the head-bobbing foreigner was one of them, Zhou Xiao. Zhou Xiao. As soon as they entered the inner bar, security guards in black uniforms warmly welcomed them. After respectfully calling out, they walked ahead, clearing the way for Zhao Chen and Zhou Yuxuan. With the guards escorting them, the two arrived at the center of the bar, the so-called boss booth. At that moment, two young men were chatting and smiling. One was a round-faced chubby guy, with a somewhat comical appearance. The other was a handsome young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He had a calm demeanor, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding excitement. The spacious booth had no girls around them, which was somewhat unusual. It was quite strange for a rich second-generation kid to be at a nightclub without any girls accompanying him. As Zhao Chen and Zhou Yuxuan entered, the girls around, who had been paying attention to the boss booth, immediately sprang into action. Zhou Yuxuan, a regular at the Sky Bar, was well known among the girls who often came to play. He was not like those pretentious rich second-generation scumbags. As for the person beside him, he had never seen before, but anyone who could have Zhou personally accompany them was definitely not ordinary. When the girls caught sight of Zhao Chen's appearance and attire, their eyes sparkled with admiration, and they couldn't help but act starstruck. My goodness, so handsome, and that outfit of luxury brands must cost at least several tens of thousands. A perfect high-rich handsome type, the kind of boyfriend one dreams of. I'm in love. Even just a free romantic encounter sounds delightful. Once Zhao Chen and the others entered the booth, the two men stopped chatting and looked over with curiosity. Zhou Yuxuan quickly greeted them with a smile. Come, let me introduce you. This is my fellow townsman and junior brother I mentioned yesterday, Zhao Chen. After a brief introduction from him, Zhao Chen learned a bit about the backgrounds of the three. The chubby boy with a round face was named Gao Zheneng. His father was a high-ranking executive at Yonghui, one of the top 10 supermarket chains in the country, holding a significant amount of shares, with family assets at least in the billions, making them quite powerful. Gao Zheneng was also a senior like Zhou Yuxuan, attending Nangyuan Normal University located in the university town. As for why he was studying at a normal university, it was certainly not to become a teacher. The purpose was, of course, self-evident. Zhou Yuxuan's family business was in real estate, owning a well-known real estate group along with other industries, with operations throughout the entire Nangyue province. Being from Chaozhou City, Zhao Chen had naturally heard of the Zhou family's reputation. The last one, a handsome man wearing glasses, was named Yang Peiming. Unlike the other two, Yang Peiming had graduated from university a few years ago. He was not from Nangyue province but from the Magic City. He had come to Flower City to break away from his family and develop independently. The rich second-generation circle in Flower City was not too large, and through various interactions, Zhou Yuxuan and the others got to know each other. They found that they shared similar temperaments, so they would gather whenever they had the time. However, the other two were not particularly clear about what business Yang Peiming's family was involved in. They only knew it was in investments and that the capital was quite substantial. Like Zhao Chen, he was unwilling to elaborate, and no one pressed for details. When he was ready to share, he would naturally do so. After Zhou Yuxuan's introduction, the group had a preliminary understanding of each other. Although they didn't know much about Zhao Chen's background, Gao Zheneng and the others trusted Zhou Yuxuan's judgment. A freshman who could afford a top-spec Panamera worth 3 to 4 million was indeed on the same level as them. Unlike some guys who drove entry-level sports cars like a BMW Z4 or a Ford Mustang, trying hard to fit in. What a level, wanting to be friends with them. I've heard from old Joe that Baichuan just bought a top-spec Panamera. Impressive, Gao Zhenning said with a light laugh, his tone genuinely lacking any sarcasm. 3 to 4 million was no small sum. Not buying a supercar but opting for a Panamera was, in their view, a sign of confidence, not needing a supercar to showcase one's worth. The unspoken assumptions were the most lethal. Unknowingly, Gao Zhenning and the others had come to regard Zhao Chen as a wealthy second-generation heir. Zhao Chen's lips curled slightly as he smiled casually. Ninggu is joking. I'm just a freshman, it's better to be low-key. The Panamera is just okay. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuxuan and the others burst into laughter and gave him a thumbs up. Awesome. This little brother has a bit of charm in being low-key and showing off. Thanks to old Zhou, I got to know Baichuan today. Come, let's drink. Yang Peiming chuckled as he raised his glass from the table, casually grabbing a bottle of Hennessy X. Oh, and filling the glasses for the three. Although everyone's family background is quite extraordinary, apart from Yang Peiming, who has been in business for several years, Zhou Yuxuan and Gao Zhenning still need support from their families. Therefore, they are not yet at the level of casually ordering the highest-end dragon set at a bar. After all, the pocket money given by their families each year is limited. Spending over 100,000 on a dragon set would be a bit painful. On the table, besides Hennessy X. Oh, there were also a few bottles of Royal Salute and Blue Label, totaling around 20 to 30,000, which is decent enough. The four of them raised their glasses, gently clinked them, and then downed the drinks in one go. After finishing a glass, they exchanged smiles, and the atmosphere gradually warmed up. Thanks to Brother Xian, I'm fortunate to meet a few brothers today. Come, let me toast to you all. Zhao Chen poured himself another drink, raised his glass, and downed it, prompting applause and cheers from the other three. This little brother knows how to play the game. Anyone can say polite words, but the key is to make the listeners feel comfortable. Zhao Chen wasn't lying, the three people present were indeed not ordinary. Zhou Yuxuan's family, the Haodiu Group, is a pillar enterprise in Chaoyang City, a shining brand that is quite famous in Guangdong Province. Yonghui, as one of the leading domestic supermarket chains, had a peak market value exceeding hundreds of billions. Although it gradually declined after 2021, it was still no small player. Gao Zhenning's father, as a senior executive and shareholder of Yonghui, naturally has considerable wealth. As for Yang Peiming, although the specifics are unclear, being recognized by the other two suggests he is not far behind. By the way, what were you two chatting about just now, so lively? After a few drinks, Zhou Yuxuan asked curiously. Oh, Brother Ming was talking to me about stocks. He's made quite a bit of money trading recently, and it's got me thinking about investing $1 million to play around and earn some pocket money, Gao Zhenning said, taking a sip of his drink, shaking his head and laughing. His face had turned quite red, indicating he was the type to flush easily from drinking. $1 million might be a decade's salary for an ordinary person, but for him, it was just a couple of months' pocket money. Earning money is naturally the best, even if he loses, it wouldn't hurt too much. Seeing Zhao Chen and Zhou Yuxuan looking at him, Yang Peiming smiled faintly and said, I've been lucky lately, I've indeed had some gains in the stock market. In 2014, after the stock market passed through a period of stagnation, it welcomed a bull market. Initially, Yang Peiming invested 5 million, and before long, it doubled, turning his stock account into an 8-digit number. This rapid increase in wealth almost made him lose his sense of purpose, and he was starting to think about abandoning his physical business. Oh, talking about stocks, Zhou Yuxuan nodded, suddenly losing interest. He considered himself a more conservative person and had heard or seen many who lost everything due to stock trading, especially given the poor market conditions before 2014. So he had little interest in trading stocks. It was better to manage his own company well, or else he would have to go back and inherit the family business. The stock market has risks, one must be cautious when entering. Zhao Chen, upon hearing this, became a bit interested. After all, in his previous life, he had also dabbled in stocks. Ahem, although he had been thoroughly beaten. But now it was different, he was a reborn person. The greatest advantage of a reborn person is the memory and understanding of future developments. Even if he couldn't remember all the stocks that would rise, he still remembered some well-known hot stocks to some extent. Moreover, it wasn't just stocks, there were many other profitable opportunities, such as Bitcoin, foreign exchange futures, and so on. This was his biggest advantage. Even without a system, he could rely on his memories of the stock market or Bitcoin to become a financially free wealthy person. Brother Ming, which stock did you buy? Zhao Chen asked with a light laugh after taking a sip of his drink. Oh, the Bochuan brothers are interested too. Upon hearing this, Yang Peiming's eyes lit up, and he continued, I have a good eye for liquor stocks. Recently, I invested in Wulianye and Mutai, made a profit, and I've already pulled out my principal. The remaining stocks, I'm planning to hold long-term and see how they do in a few years. However, the stock market has its risks. If you want to play, you should be cautious. Although he had made a decent profit from investing in stocks, Yang Peiming didn't want to casually recommend any particular stock to others. Not to mention that he had just met Zhao Chun. Even with old friends, it was hard to bring it up. If they made money, that would be great, but if they lost? Even if he said it was fine, there would always be a thorn in his heart. Money can sometimes hurt relationships, so why seek trouble? Wulian Ye? Mutai? Upon hearing Yang Peiming's words, Zhao Chun was taken aback. Wow, impressive. No wonder people often say the rich get richer while the poor get poorer. With such insight and family support, he could definitely achieve great things. Zhao Chen was well aware of the renowned Mutai stock. After a brief period of glory in 2007, Mutai's stock price plummeted in 2008, having in value. Although it saw some recovery in the following years, the increase was not significant, and it fluctuated, suffering a severe drop in 2013. This year, Mutai's stock price had risen again, but its unstable state made many hesitant. However, as a reborn individual, Zhao Chen knew that Mutai was a god-tier stock. Buying it would definitely mean profit. Now in 2014, Mutai's stock price had dropped to the low 40s. Yet by 2021, it skyrocketed to over 2,600. In just 7 years, it surged nearly 60 times, exceeding everyone's expectations. Simply incredible. Even if Zhao Chen forgot about other stocks, he would never forget about Mutai, a stock that could be held long-term. As long as he wanted, making money through stock trading was absolutely feasible. However, the number of stocks circulating in the market was limited. Making money was easy, but making big money was more challenging unless one acquired stocks from shareholders. Therefore, Zhao Chen didn't focus too much on Mutai. Once he had more capital, he could consider some investments. After all, there were many stocks poised for explosive growth, not just Mutai. For instance, in the U.S. market, investing in stocks like Apple, Tesla, and Microsoft would definitely yield profits. Making money off foreigners, cutting their leaks. Why not? Coming back to his senses, Zhao Chen smiled and praised, "Brother Ming, your insight is impressive. I'm also quite optimistic about Mutai." Yang Peiming laughed heartily, his spirits lifted. He pulled Zhao Chen beside him, and the two began discussing the stock market. During the conversation, Zhao Chen subtly hinted that the stocks in hand could be held long-term. If Yang Peiming could grasp this and hold on until after 2020 to sell, he would make a fortune. Not just a few million. Gao Zenon listened intently from the side, occasionally chiming in. In no time, the bond between the three grew closer. Zhou Yuxuan, however, felt frustrated, left alone to drink, unable to join in, feeling somewhat helpless. What was going on? He had brought his little brother along. As everyone drank and chatted more freely, the conversation inevitably turned to women, which excited Zhou Yuxuan and Gao Zening, while Yang Peiming wore a saintly expression, seemingly indifferent to women. Seeing Zhao Chen's surprise, Zhou Yuxuan leaned in and mischievously said, "Don't worry, Brother Ming isn't gay, he's just played too much and is tired." After saying this, he smirked and winked at Zhao Chen. The latter was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and shook his head. It's quite normal, Yang Peiming is older than them and has probably seen too much of the colorful world. Naturally, his interest in the girls isn't as intense as that of the three. "Xiaobo, the atmosphere is set, you can arrange it now. Remember to keep the quality high and make it a bit cleaner." Gua Hongba had already parked the car and, after returning the keys to Zhao Chen, had been waiting nearby. The arrangement that Zhou Yuxuan mentioned was actually the essential step for rich second-generation kids in nightclubs to pick up girls. Previously, he wasn't very familiar with Zhao Chen and was worried he might not be used to it, but now he found that they shared similar temperaments and that like attracts like. As a seasoned marketer at the Sky Bar, Gua Hongba is definitely among the best when it comes to girl resources. To better serve rich second-generation kids like Zhou Yuxuan, he even established a high-quality girl resource group. There are quite a few girls in the group who consider themselves exceptionally beautiful and want to latch onto the fast track of the rich second generation. Of course, all these girls have been carefully selected by Gua Hongba, and he has a good grasp of their basic situations. They not only have great looks and figures, but their quality is also guaranteed, and they are relatively clean. Even if they aren't particularly virtuous, they definitely won't be messing around outside. Those overly promiscuous girls absolutely cannot enter Gua Hongba's group. In simple terms, Gua Hongba is like a middleman. If a girl manages to hook up with a rich second-generation kid, she naturally has to give him a big red envelope. "Alright, Zhou Xiao, you can rest assured that I will handle this and definitely satisfy you." Upon hearing Zhou Yuxuan's instructions, Gua Hongba hurriedly responded. The boss booth at the Sky Bar can accommodate nearly 20 people. At this moment, there were only Zhao Chen and the three others, making it quite empty, and they urgently needed to find some girls to fill it up. Moreover, with more people, the few bottles of alcohol on the table wouldn't be enough to drink. These gentlemen would definitely order more drinks. Hee, the tips would surely be plentiful then. Gua Hongba happily went down to make arrangements. In no time, 8 beautiful women of various styles, both curvy and slender, made their grand entrance under his lead, walking gracefully to the boss booth. This stunning scene drew the attention of all the young men and women in the venue. Expressions of shock, envy, and jealousy appeared on everyone's faces. Damn, it's like a royal selection of concubines. Grass. The life of the rich is just so enjoyable. Some girls who considered themselves attractive saw a few rich young masters picking girls and couldn't help but feel eager, wishing to rush over and join the group. Hubby, pick me. Pick me. Among the 8 beauties, there were cute lowly types, hot figures, mature women, and office lady styles. They almost covered all styles, and all had looks above 85 points. Zhao Chen and the others found it pleasing to the eye, and even Yang Peiming couldn't help but smile slightly, stepping out of his sage mode. It seemed today he would break his vows. Xiaobo, you really have a knack for this, they are beautiful. Zhou Yuxuan couldn't help but praise Gua Hongba. The quality of this batch of girls was indeed high, he really put in the effort. Hearing the compliment, Gua Hongba immediately beamed and replied, as long as you are satisfied. Good evening, boss. The 8 beauties bowed in unison, their beautiful eyes sparkling, each one looking at Zhao Chen and the others with fiery gazes. It seems Gua Hongba had already introduced them before their appearance. Each person present was a rich young master driving a supercar. If any of them could hook one, they wouldn't have to worry about food and drink for at least a few years. With 8 beauties, there were just enough for each person to have 2. The 3 of them had no intention of competing with Zhao Chen for the girls and tacitly let the 2 most beautiful ones go to this newcomer. Zhao Chen had no objections and gladly accepted their kindness. Since he was at the nightclub, he didn't have much psychological burden. After all, men are driven by desire, it was just a game. The 2 girls chosen to accompany Zhao Chen were named Ding Meng, a cute girl with a lowly appearance and style. However, the pair of round and spectacular breasts were quite eye-catching, a perfect example of a youthful face with a voluptuous figure. The other girl, named Song Wanyao, was the most beautiful among the girls present. With her delicate oval face adorned with light makeup and a pair of enchanting fox-like eyes, she was charming without being seductive. She exuded a cool and aloof aura that unconsciously stirred a desire for conquest in others. If she were outside, she would undoubtedly be the high-cold goddess pursued by many admirers. Standing about 1.68 meters tall, with a slim waist that could be grasped with one hand, long and straight legs, and a head of jet black hair, her prominent chest could not be concealed even under loose clothing. Truly a natural beauty. Although Ding Meng had a lowly appearance, she was much more enthusiastic and proactive. As soon as she sat down, she tightly hugged Zhao Chen's arm, chattering away with her little mouth, her eyes revealing affection. Half of it was due to money, and the other half was naturally her fascination with his looks and charm. The other 6 girls felt a mix of envy and jealousy towards Ding Meng and Zhao Chen. After all, Zhao Chen was the most handsome among the 4 wealthy young men, even among all the boys present. Compared to Ding Meng, Song Wanyao seemed a bit more reserved. Although she wore a smile, it was quite stiff, and she appeared visibly anxious. Zhao Xiao, please be understanding. This girl rarely comes here and just joined the group recently. This is my first time inviting her, so she might be too nervous. Should I say a few words to her? Seeing this scene, Gua Hongba felt a pang of worry, fearing that Song Wanyao might ruin Zhao Chen's mood, and quickly leaned in to explain. After hearing him, Zhao Chen smiled and waved his hand, indicating it was unnecessary. He then turned to look at Song Wanyao, suddenly wrapping his arm around her slim waist and smiling slightly. Don't be nervous, I won't eat you. This beauty, whose looks were only slightly inferior to Lu Ruyan, piqued his interest. Song Wanyao nodded and forced a smile. She didn't resist the warm hand on her waist. Looking at Zhao Chen's handsome face, she thought that encountering such a high-value wealthy young man was at least hundreds of times better than those greasy old men. After a moment's pause, she gathered her courage, picked up a glass of beer from the table, poured herself a glass of Blue Label, and smiled at Zhao Chen. Zhao Xiao, I toast to you. Amidst the surprised gazes of everyone, she downed it in one go, exuding a sense of boldness. Good. Seeing Song Wanyao's spirited performance, Zhou Yuxuan and the others couldn't help but clap and cheer. Gua Hongba also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The other girls, seeing her so proactive, couldn't help but criticize her in their hearts. Who was she trying to impress with her earlier aloofness? What a fake! They then playfully insisted on having a few drinks with Zhou Yuxuan and the others. However, they couldn't get drunk. If they got drunk and were taken back, it would be a waste. What they wanted wasn't a one-night stand, but rather a paid, long-term arrangement would be best. After drinking a glass of wine, a faint blush crept onto Song Wanyao's cool little face, adding a touch of allure to her already charming features. Seeing this, Zhao Chen couldn't help but draw closer, his hand around her waist giving it a gentle squeeze. Although slender, it wasn't bony. Instead, it had a bit of softness, which was quite nice. At that moment, Song Wanyao also let go of her psychological burdens. She had come here tonight to make some quick money. If she continued to act reserved and upset this wealthy young man, it would be a loss. Thinking this, Song Wanyao became even more proactive, a sweet smile appearing on her face as she began chatting with Zhao Chen about various topics. On the other side, Ding Meng, who was tightly hugging Zhao Chen's arm, felt a surge of jealousy at the sight. That nasty woman, wasn't she just acting all high and mighty? Now that she saw Zhao Xiao liked her, she immediately climbed up the ladder. Humph, it made her furious. Could it be that the rich young men nowadays have changed their tastes and prefer this kind of contrast *tch? Ding Meng secretly scoffed in her heart. Isn't the lowly cute? Isn't a youthful face with a voluptuous figure appealing? This woman, isn't she just a little older than herself? What's so great about that? Ding Meng's cute little face puffed up in anger. Seeing Zhao Chen engrossed in conversation with Song Wanyao, she thought this wouldn't do. She needed to find a topic to attract Zhao Xiao's attention. Wow, Zhao Xiao, your watch is so nice. What brand is it? Ding Meng nudged Zhao Chen's arm with her ample chest, looking at him with starry eyes, shifting the topic to the watch. As soon as she said this, everyone's attention was drawn over, all looking at Zhao Chen's left wrist. Earlier, they had been busy discussing stocks, and now with the girl shining on the scene, no one had noticed what watch Zhao Chen was wearing. The only one who knew, Zhou Yuxuan, hadn't mentioned it either. At this moment, seeing Zhao Chen's watch, Yang Peiming couldn't help but exclaim. Bai Chuan, your watch is a Cartier Pasha automatic mechanical watch, right? This familiar style could probably only be produced by Cartier, which started in jewelry. Gao Zheneng chuckled and took over the conversation. How much does this watch cost? Unlike Zhou Yuxuan and Yang Peiming, who knew watches well, he was purely curious. For him, wearing a watch was just for show. To put it bluntly, it was to show off, and any watch of a similar price would do. Gao Zheneng wore a Rolex Submariner, famously known as the Green Water Ghost, which cost over 70,000, bought cheaply from a friend introduced by Zhou Yuxuan. As for Zhou Yuxuan, he wore a Breguet automatic mechanical watch, brought back from abroad by a friend, costing nearly 150,000. Zhao Chen smiled and nodded, voluntarily taking off the watch and handing it over. Brother Ming has a good eye. Yang Peiming took it, and together with Gao Zheneng, they took a look, then shook their heads with a smile. This watch must be around 200,000, right? How did you think of buying a Cartier watch? It doesn't hold its value. Zhao Chen secretly laughed at this. Their words were similar to what Zhou Yuxuan had said before. Indeed, these watch enthusiasts loved to study whether watches held their value. Zhao Chen chuckled and nodded. Yeah, 200,000. I don't really understand these things, I just thought it looked nice, so I bought it. If I need anything in the future, I'll have to consult Brother Ming and Brother Xian. The three of them exchanged smiles and gave a thumbs up together. Spending 200,000 so casually, this little brother really has some strength. Ding Meng stood by, stunned. Although she didn't quite understand, she was greatly shocked. She just thought that watch was pretty, but didn't expect it to be so expensive. 200,000. No wonder he's a rich young master, spending money so casually? The other girls also wore expressions of shock. Song Wanyao bit her lip, feeling a mix of emotions. The money she desperately wanted to earn was just a number in someone else's mouth. This kind of gap was simply life-altering. No problem. I have a friend in Modu who loves collecting watches. As long as the price is right, he can get almost any watch. I'll introduce you to him later. Look at my Lang Platinum, it only cost me over 300,000. Saying this, Yang Peiming even extended his hand to show off the watch on his left wrist. Lang Platinum is an important representative of German watches, and this model has an official price of 440,000. He bought it from a friend, and the price was indeed much lower. But friends, for them, taking a small advantage is nothing. Zhou Yuxuan also chimed in with a smile. Brother Ming really knows his watches. I was introduced to them by him. Zhao Chen curled his lips and raised his glass to toast Yang Peiming. Then thank you, Brother Ming. Many rare watches are indeed hard to find on the market. Later, he wanted to change to a better watch, but without connections, it probably wouldn't work. Now that he knew Yang Peiming, he had gained another channel. No wonder it's said that once a person has money, friends and connections will increase. In the following time, the few of them hugged the girls while drinking, chatting, and having a good time. Zhao Chen reached out with his other hand to hug Ding Meng, taking advantage of the situation. With one girl on each side, he enjoyed the blessings of having multiple partners. The lowly girl pouted playfully, but her jealousy towards Song Wanyao diminished significantly. Humph, her figure was still quite attractive. Seeing that Ding Meng seemed to really like his Cartier watch, Zhao Chen handed it to her to play with. This made the girl beam with joy. Although this girl was a bit of a green tea type, she was pretty enough. Green tea or whatever had nothing to do with him, he had no intention of taking her seriously. Hee, girls from the nightlife scene. Just for fun, no emotional investment. Just drinking and chatting would get boring over time. Zhao Chen thought for a moment, and a smile slowly appeared on his lips. He waved his hand, and the marketing guy Gua Hongba, who was waiting nearby, immediately rushed over. Young Master Zhao, do you have any instructions? Gua Hongba asked with a fawning smile, bowing slightly. In the nightclub business, reading the room is an essential skill. This rich second generation who drives luxury cars and wears expensive watches is definitely someone he needs to please. If he serves well and the guy is in a good mood, a little tip could cover his expenses for several days. Zhao Chen took out his Gucci wallet, pulled out a bank card, and handed it to him. Xiaobo, could you help me exchange some cash? Since he wanted to have a good time, he needed cash. Exchanging cash isn't uncommon in nightclubs, and Gua Hongba wasn't surprised. At that time, online payments hadn't fully taken over, and ATM cash withdrawals had limits. Therefore, they usually kept some cash on hand to accommodate certain wealthy customers who wanted to tip or play games. When Zhou Yuxuan and the others came to play before, they had also exchanged cash. Gua Hongba respectfully asked, "No problem, how much do you want to exchange?" After a pause, Zhao Chen stated a jaw-dropping amount. 200,000. 200,000? Gua Hongba couldn't help but swallow hard. Since the bar started offering cash exchange services, he had never seen anyone ask for 200,000 at once. Even Zhou and the others usually exchanged just a few thousand at a time. Now, in 2014, the average monthly income in Huacheng was only about 5 to 6,000. 200,000 would take most people several years of hard work to earn. Sitting next to Zhao Chen, Ding Meng and Song Wanyao both gasped, their mouths forming an O shape, their eyes unable to hide their excitement. If young Master Zhao exchanged 200,000 in cash, that meant they would also have a share. Wow! The more, the better. The other girls at the table naturally heard Zhao Chen and Gua Hongba's conversation, looking at Ding Meng with envy and jealousy. How infuriating! Why wasn't it them sitting next to young Master Zhao? They felt they had missed out big time. Zhou Yuxuan and the others were also astonished. This young brother's performance seemed very much like that of a nightlife veteran. If Zhao Chen knew their thoughts, he would definitely be secretly amused. He was far from a veteran. It was his first time stepping into such a high-end nightclub. Had he never seen a pig run after eating pork? The most important thing was that he had money in his pocket, giving him plenty of confidence. Hearing that Zhao Chen wanted to exchange 200,000 in cash, Yang Peiming smiled and said, "Bai Chuan is so generous, I must join in. Xiaobo, how about this, exchange 100,000 for me too." Seeing this, Zhou Yuxuan and Gao Zheneng also expressed their intention to exchange 50,000 each. They weren't unable to afford 200,000. They just wanted to give Zhao Chen, their new friend, a proper welcome. The four of them were about to exchange 400,000 in cash, which excited the 8 beautiful women present. If divided equally, each person would get 50,000. My goodness, is this what it means to be a rich second generation? Truly extravagant, impressive. Thank you, brothers. Zhao Chen raised a glass to the three and thanked them with a light smile, feeling a sense of admiration for their high emotional intelligence. They handled matters with grace, making others feel comfortable. Soon, Gua Hongba returned, carrying a heavy suitcase. It contained 400,000 in cash, and it was quite substantial. After Zhao Chen and the others swiped their cards, Gua Hongba opened the suitcase and laid out the cash in front of them. There were 20 stacks of 10,000 in front of Zhao Chen. Ding Meng and Song Wanyao were mesmerized, frozen in place. It was the first time they had seen so much cash right in front of them. The sheer visual impact was overwhelming. A large pile of red bills instantly captured everyone's attention. The young men and women unconsciously swallowed hard, feeling a sense of shock. What was going on here? Was the rich second generation just throwing money around? Should they be prepared for this? If it weren't for the burly men in black surrounding the boss's booth, some of the girls might have rushed over, eager to offer their company. A subtle smile crept onto Zhao Chen's lips, and he felt quite satisfied. Since they were at the nightclub to have fun, they should enjoy themselves to the fullest. However, with the money in place, there was hardly any alcohol left, and that simply wouldn't do. As soon as Gua Hongba arranged the cash, he saw Zhao Chen wave him over again, his tone slightly excited. "Young Master Zhao, do you have any other instructions?" Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow, pointed at the empty wine bottles on the table, and chuckled. "What about the Shenlong set here?" Upon hearing this, Hua Hongbao's heart raced with excitement. It was coming! The Shenlong set was a standard feature of high-end bars, the most prestigious drink, consisting of 5 or 6 colors of Ace of Spades champagne. It was a must-have item for rich young men trying to show off in bars. The 5-color Shenlong set was relatively common, but the 6-color version was quite rare. The black-gold version of Ace of Spades in the 6-color set was globally limited. Only top nightclubs had stock, and naturally, the price soared. In nightclubs, a regular bottle of Ace of Spades typically sold for 8,888 yuan. If bought outside, the price would be at most one-third. Even with the black gold version, it would only be a few tens of thousands. However, if one wanted to show off or maintain a certain image while out, they had to pay the price. The Sky Bar had the 6-color Shenlong set, priced at 128,888 yuan. Even though Zhou Yuxuan and the others had been there many times, they had only ordered the Shenlong set twice in total. "Young Master Zhao, our bar has the 6-color Shenlong set, priced at 128,888 yuan. Ding Meng, who often frequented nightclubs to attract rich young men, felt incredibly impressed upon hearing this. The 6-color Shenlong set. It might not even be encountered once a month. Coupled with the stacks of cash in front of her, wow, today was truly lucky. She never expected to meet such a handsome and wealthy high-class man. Ding Meng tightly wrapped her arms around Zhao Chen's arm, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him, playfully saying, "Young Master Zhao, you are so rich." As she spoke, she slowly moved Zhao Chen's large hand upward, suddenly grasping something soft. On the other side, Song Wanyao didn't quite understand the significance of the 6-color Shenlong set. She was just shocked by the exorbitant price. After all, this was only her second time in a bar. The first time was because she was feeling down and was encouraged by friends to come and relax, but unexpectedly, her good looks and charm caught Hua Hongbao's attention, leading him to introduce her to this hidden project. Initially, Song Wanyao strongly refused, but faced with reality, she had no choice but to compromise. The events happening around her required a large sum of money. To make quick money, she joined Hua Hongbao's WeChat group, the so-called socialite group. Unexpectedly, on her first outing, she encountered a wealthy guest like Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen glanced at Ding Meng with a playful look. "The touch is nice, this girl really knows how to behave." He turned to Hua Hongbao, who looked respectful, and said with a casual smile, "One set isn't enough, how about this, Xiaobo, bring 2 sets. Hua Hongbao's heart suddenly trembled, feeling dry and parched. With these 2 sets of the 6-color dragon set, just the commission would be several points, not to mention achieving the performance targets. Zhao Xiao is not just a rich kid. This is a golden patron, Dad. Forcing himself to suppress the urge to call him Dad, Hua Hongbao excitedly replied, "Alright, Zhao Xiao, don't worry, we'll make sure to give you the best treatment at our bar." Zhao Chen nodded lightly with a smile. After that, Hua Hongbao happily went down to make arrangements. Originally, Zhou Yuxuan was planning to ask Hua Hongbao to get more drinks since there wasn't much left, but unexpectedly Zhao Chen directly ordered 2 sets of the 6-color dragon set, which was a bit impressive. He chuckled and teased, "H1, this won't do, you've stolen all our thunder, how are we supposed to pick up girls now?" "Ha ha ha, exactly." Gao Zhenning and Yang Peiming also laughed in agreement. The 3 of them were quite satisfied with Zhao Chen's extravagance. This little brother is quite generous. If we're going to play, we should play to the fullest. Today, since I have the honor of meeting a few brothers, let me take the lead for once, hee hee. Zhao Chen joked lightly, causing the 3 to burst into laughter. Of course, when you have money to pay, everyone is happy. If you don't have money, then you're just a fool. Hearing that Zhao Chen ordered 2 sets of the dragon set, the girls sitting next to Zhou Yuxuan couldn't help but feel even more envious and jealous. They almost wished they could kick Song Wanyao and the others aside and sit on Zhao Xiao's lap themselves. This feeling of being the center of attention was what they enjoyed the most. Under Hua Hongbao's careful arrangement, the debut of the dragon set was bound to be very high profile. Since Zhao Xiao ordered 2 sets, they had to make sure he was comfortable. First to appear were a row of girls dressed in maid outfits, holding shining neon signs, twisting their waists and striding in with long legs. Following them were 12 cheapao beauties holding shiny spade boxes, exuding a charming allure with an inexplicable grace. At the back were the younger brothers pushing a drinks cabinet, filled with a dazzling array of drinks and snacks. This grand scene immediately attracted everyone's attention. To prevent any accidents, Hua Hongbao added security. A total of 6 burly men in black guarded the boss's booth, exuding a strong presence. At this moment, the bar's dazzling lights all focused on the boss's booth. Among them, Zhao Chun, handsome and striking, was flanked by Song Wanyao on the left and Ding Meng on the right. Everyone in the venue, let us warmly welcome Zhao Xiao to the Skyboss booth. Summon the dragon. Hua Hongba, his face flushed, stood on stage, holding the microphone and shouting excitedly, wishing Zhao Xiao and his companions Zhou Xiao, Gao Xiao, and Yang Xiao to hold the heavens in their left hand and cover the earth with their right, roaming freely between heaven and earth. Scream! Amid the lively blessings, the atmosphere in the venue was stirred up, and young men and women cheered loudly. The celebration team arrived in front of the boss booth, with the girls lining up in front of the four wealthy young men. Accompanied by music, they spontaneously twisted their bodies, the sparklers in their hands spraying sparks freely. Under their encouragement, many men howled and whistled. What a lively and festive scene! Everyone's gaze was focused on the boss booth, especially on Zhao Chen. Ding Meng beside him had a flushed face, her heart racing, trembling with excitement, almost wishing to sit on Zhao Xiao's lap. At first, Song Wanyao wasn't quite used to it, but under the influence of the atmosphere, her cool little face gradually became flushed. Women all have a sense of vanity, and she was no exception. Both of them felt that being in this place and encountering a wealthy young man like Zhao Chen was an incredible stroke of luck. A set of 6-color Divine Dragon outfits costs 128,888 yuan, and 2 sets would be nearly 260,000. Young Master Zhao waved his hand and casually spent it. It was so carefree and cool. How could one not be captivated? The girls around stared enviously at those sitting in the booth, their eyes revealing jealousy and admiration. They wished they could take their place, sitting next to a few rich young men and enjoying such a spectacle. In the vibrant nightlife of the club, with Song Wanyao and Ding Meng, 2 beautiful girls, in his arms, surrounded by many other attractive women, Zhao Chen felt the envious gazes of the men around him. In an instant, his previously modest vanity exploded. No wonder the wealthy love to spend money like water. This feeling is indeed intoxicating. Although he spent hundreds of thousands for him, following his heart and ensuring his own happiness was enough, it made his rebirth worthwhile. Ordinary people would certainly find it hard to accept. However, Zhao Chen now earned a fixed income of 40,000 a day, not to mention the cashback and holiday bonuses. With future system upgrades, it would be even more. Spending hundreds of thousands in one night didn't seem particularly excessive. For someone like Zhou Yuxuan, this extravagant scene was merely a form of daily entertainment. The lively and festive unveiling ceremony of the Divine Dragon outfits lasted about 10 minutes. It was supposed to be only a few minutes, but since Zhao Chun ordered 2 sets, Hua Hongba decisively doubled the time. The large table in the booth was filled with drinks, snacks, and fruits. The money that was originally on the table was moved to the sofa by Zhou Yuxuan and others. As for Zhao Chun, he directly handed the money to Song Wanyao, telling her to hold it and just listen for instructions later. Seeing the 20 stacks of cash in Song Wanyao's arms, Ding Meng's jealousy was impossible to hide. Although it was just for temporary safekeeping and not a gift, why wasn't it given to her? Ding Meng didn't dare to express any discontent towards Zhao Chen and could only vent all her resentment on Song Wanyao. That detestable woman, she wanted to grab her hair and scratch her to death. Song Wanyao, bewildered, accepted the heavy cash. The distinct smell of money almost made her lose herself in it. Just thinking about how this money could cover most of her mother's medical expenses made her want to take the money and run away. However, in such a public place, with 6 burly men in black surrounding the booth, even if she felt impulsive, she didn't dare to act recklessly and could only obediently sit next to Zhao Chun, ready to follow his orders. A small table was specially added next to the booth for placing things. Fortunately, the boss booth was large enough, otherwise, it would feel cramped. Many young men and women had already taken out their phones to take pictures and record videos, as such scenes were rare. If they were lucky enough to get close to the booth, it would be even more delightful. Posting a photo sitting in the boss booth while enjoying the Divine Dragon outfits on social media would be equivalent to a socialite successfully sharing a luxurious hotel presidential suite. It showcased their standing on the same consumption level as the wealthy, greatly satisfying their vanity. Those infatuated admirers wanting to pursue them would have to pay a higher price. To put it simply, it was about driving up the price. Of course, while they thought this way, very few dared to act on it. The 8 beautiful girls surrounding the 4 rich young men, along with the 6 security guards in black in front, quelled everyone's impulses. If luck ran out and they offended a rich young man, they would end up regretting it. After the introduction ceremony, the girls were preparing to leave when Zhao Chen signaled Hua Hongba to stop them. More than 10 girls suddenly had expressions of surprise, thinking Zhao Chen wanted them to stay and keep him company, which was something they eagerly anticipated. However, Zhao Chen turned to Song Wanyao, smiled slightly, and said, "Yao, distribute 1,000 each." Hearing such an affectionate address, Song Wanyao's face turned red, and she softly responded with an Then, she took out 2 stacks of cash from her arms, suppressing her heartache, and handed each of the girls and the little brothers 1,000. Thank you, young Master Zhao. Thank you, boss. There were a total of 18 girls performing and serving drinks. Adding the 2 bar boys, the tips alone amounted to 20,000. They were overjoyed to receive the money, bowing repeatedly in thanks. Oh my! They never expected young Master Zhao to be so generous, directly giving 1,000 in tips. It wasn't over yet. Besides this group, the 4 accompanying bar boys waiting nearby and the 6 security guards stationed in front were also not overlooked by Zhao Chen. Considering their hard work, he gave each of them 1,200 in tips. Just the tips alone had already cost 32,000. The girls sitting next to Zhou Yuxuan were all wide-eyed, practically drooling. Zhou Yuxuan and his friends also wore faint smiles. This little brother was truly extravagant and quite capable. Thank you, beautiful. Thank you, young Master Zhao. The bar boys and security guards received the tips with both hands, their faces filled with gratitude. They were the most ordinary characters in the nightclub, usually not receiving much attention. The bar boys were somewhat better off, as they could receive a little tip from happy customers. But the security guards basically earned a fixed salary with no extra income. At this moment, Song Wanyao felt quite pleased. Although this cash belonged to Zhao Chun, distributing it from her hands and seeing the smiles on others' faces was truly enjoyable. Seeing the scene of distributing tips, Hua Hongba approached with a smile. Generous people were not uncommon in nightclubs. However, he had never seen someone as extravagant as young Master Zhao. Wow, even the security guards received high tips. It was truly a fair distribution. Impressive. The more than 30 staff members who received tips praised Zhao Chun, almost elevating him to a status beyond the heavens. After the flattery, everyone, with joyful expressions, respectfully bid farewell to Zhao Chen and exited the booth. Once everyone left, Hua Hongba leaned closer, bowing respectfully as he asked, "Young Master Zhao, are you satisfied with my arrangements?" "Very satisfied." Zhao Chen smiled and looked at Song Wanyao again, instructing, "Yao Yao, give 1,000 to Xiao Bo." Hearing about the 1,000 in tips, not only Song Wanyao but even Hua Hongba was momentarily stunned. When Song Wanyao, with a slight tremor in her hand, handed him a stack of cash, he nearly buckled at the knees, wanting to kneel and call Zhao Chen dad. Wow! 1,000 in tips for one service, it was even more affectionate than his own father. How magnificent is our young Master Zhao. Thank you, young Master Zhao, I appreciate it. Hua Hongba hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Although he performed well in the store, receiving 1,000 was still a difficult feat. He never expected that Zhao Chen's tip would be 1,000. This feeling of being valued was truly overwhelming, making his attitude towards Zhao Chen even more enthusiastic and respectful. Zhao Chen waved his hand, looking at Zhou Yuxuan and the others, and smiled casually, "Brothers, let's all open it up?" In fact, with the dragon set ordered, it didn't have to be opened. The unopened Ace of Spades champagne could be stored in the bar, allowing for a grand display once, and the next time it could still be enjoyed with a grand entrance ceremony. After all, spending over 100,000 is no small amount, so naturally, one has that kind of privilege. Not to mention, Zhao Chen ordered 2 sets of the 6-color Divine Dragon suit. Therefore, some people, who don't have much money but still want to show off, will order a Divine Dragon suit just once, keeping it for show-off later. It's really a calculated move. This is considered an unspoken rule of the nightclub. However, storing alcohol is one thing, since it's bought with one's own money, how to enjoy it is up to them. But a small group of people actually rents alcohol, which is quite shameless, spending a few thousand to rent a Divine Dragon suit just to enjoy the spectacle. Forcing themselves to show off in front of the girls is too shameless, and there's a high suspicion of trying to deceive for a hookup. Therefore, to seasoned nightclub goers, if you order a Divine Dragon suit but don't open it, it's very likely you're fishing for attention. Conversely, if you order and open it, then you're a true wealthy person. Hee, the alcohol you ordered, you must be the one in charge, Zhou Yuxuan said with a laugh. Yang Peiming also chuckled and added, "Just so you know, my alcohol tolerance isn't great. If I can't finish it, I'll just collapse." "Haha, feel free, since we've ordered, why leave it?" Zhao Chen replied lightly, then turned to Hua Hongba, "Xiao Bo, open everything." Xiao, are you sure?" Hua Hongba was momentarily stunned by his words. With so many bottles of alcohol, Zhao Chen and the others probably wouldn't finish them. If it were him, he would at most open one set and save the other for next time to maintain his prestige. This is a 6-color Divine Dragon suit worth 128,888 yuan. Zhao Chen looked up and casually glanced at him. "Are we keeping it as a decoration? We can just order again next time we come." Upon hearing this, Hua Hongba immediately felt a deep respect and admiration. With this kind of momentum, it seems Zhao Xiao is even more powerful than Zhou Xiao. It looks like next time Zhao Xiao comes, the prestige will be undeniable. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Gua Hongba nodded repeatedly in agreement, his attitude more respectful than towards his own father. Then, he instructed the nearby waiters to open all 12 bottles of Black Label champagne in 6 colors. Bang bang bang, watching each bottle of Black Label champagne being opened, especially the 2 limited edition black gold bottles worth tens of thousands, Gua Hongba felt a pang of heartache. Money, it's all money. These rich kids really treat cash like it's just paper. Once the alcohol was opened, Gua Hongba wanted to pour a glass of the cheap alcohol that came with the divine dragon suit to toast the 4 wealthy young men, especially this new sugar daddy. However, Zhao Chen reached out to stop him. Xiaobo, if you want a toast, pour this kind of alcohol? Why drink the cheap stuff? If it's not enough, just order more. Zhao Chen smiled and waved, and the waiter who had just received a tip hurried over to fill Gua Hongba's glass with Black Label champagne. This kind of generous and extravagant rich young man is truly lovable. Gua Hongba raised his glass, a bright smile on his face, and said, Zhao Xiao, thank you for your care today, I toast to you. I'll drink it all, you do as you please. After saying that, he tilted his head back and downed the drink in one go. Zhao Chen also smiled and clinked glasses with the 2 girls beside him. In fact, the taste of Black Label champagne is just so. It's not particularly stunning. As for why it's so expensive, part of it is due to hype. The other part is that it looks quite classy, and the bottle is pretty nice. After toasting Zhao Chen, Gua Hongba toasted the other 3 wealthy young men, maintaining the same respectful attitude. Zhao Xiao is the sugar daddy, but he can't forget that these 3 are also fathers. Zhao Chen's series of big spending, the divine dragon suit plus 200,000 in cash, resulted in nearly 460,000 spent on this trip to the bar. The 2 girls beside him were utterly shocked. Song Wanyao's feelings at this moment were very complex. She had just graduated from university this year, and due to her outstanding appearance, she attracted many second-generation rich suitors during her college years. However, at that time, she was quite proud and looked down on the rich kids in school. Therefore, she had never accepted any advances, nor had she ever been in a relationship. Later, when she entered society, an unexpected turn of events led her to be quite short on money, and she couldn't help but feel a bit of regret. Although second-generation rich kids were not uncommon, those as generous as Zhao Chen were rare. The rich kids in school were indeed very wealthy compared to ordinary people, driving luxury cars and wearing expensive watches. But in reality, the pocket money given by their parents was also limited. For top-tier rich kids like Gao Zheneng and Zhou Yuxuan, who came from affluent families, their monthly living expenses were at most a few $100,000. If one were to spend recklessly like Zhao Chen, it would be manageable once in a while, but too much would be unbearable. Unless they were like Yang Peiming, who had already started a business, where family support increased, and the money at their disposal would be more ample. Even the most famous second-generation rich kid in the country, Wang Xiao, only received 5 small goals from his father after graduating and returning home to practice entrepreneurship. Moreover, this money couldn't be spent recklessly, otherwise, if old Wang found out, he would definitely get a beating. But Zhao Chen, as Gua Hongba had previously introduced, was quite young, seemingly just starting college? Hiss. It's really hard to imagine. What kind of wealthy family could afford him to spend money like this? If she could just follow him and be his lover, wouldn't everything be easily resolved? A strange thought inexplicably popped into her mind. Song Wanyao was taken aback and secretly scolded herself. How could she be so shameless? Song Wanyao, you came here to make a quick buck. Once you earn it, you won't come to such places again. This memory would be deeply buried in her heart in the future. Zhao Chen, of course, was unaware of the thoughts of the beauty beside him. In the gaps between drinking and chatting, he casually took a few photos of the table filled with drinks and snacks and sent them to the dorm group. The photos of the Ace of Spades champagne, along with a few pairs of long legs vaguely visible, instantly excited the 3 guys in the group. Wow, the legendary dragon set? Xuangu is out there flaunting his cash again. I'm so envious I'm crying. Xuangu, my dear brother, extend your leg. Bring your little brother along for such good times in the future. Zhao Chen's lips curled slightly as he casually replied in the group, what's the big deal? Next time, we'll all come to have fun. Long live Xuangu. Long live plus 10,086. Love it, love it. Zhao Chen smiled slightly, put down his phone, and then stood up, pulling Song Wanyao towards the dance floor. The remaining hundreds of thousands in cash were finally handed over to Ding Meng as desired. The stack of red bills in her arms was too tempting. Her heart raced. If it weren't for the few black-clad men guarding around the booth, she might have had the thought of running away with the money. Ding Meng felt both happy and displeased. What displeased her was why Zhao Xiao only brought that green tea bitch. Since they were at the nightclub, how could they not dance? It was already 10 o'clock at night, the opening time had arrived, and it was the peak moment of the nightclub. Zhou Yuxuan and the others had long since pulled their two girls to the dance floor to party. With the opening performance, light show, and falling confetti, the atmosphere in the entire bar instantly reached its peak. The dance floor at Sky Bar was very spacious, quite rare in the country. As soon as the girls from the Atmosphere group saw Zhao Chen and the others, their eyes lit up. They swayed their bodies to the music while gradually approaching him, sending flirtatious glances. They had also participated in the Dragon Set's entrance ceremony earlier, naturally receiving generous tips from Zhao Xiao. The girls smiled brightly, reaching out their hands to pull Zhao Chen and Song Wanyao into the joyful crowd. Originally a bit awkward, Song Wanyao gradually became infected by the atmosphere and started to bounce around. Zhao Chen was even more so, with several girls from the Vibe crew constantly rubbing against him. It was simply tempting fate. Young people come to dance mainly to relieve stress. Although he didn't have much stress, it was nice to have some fun. Zhao Chen embraced Song Wanyao while casually draping his arms around a few girls, enjoying the perks of being surrounded. Under the guidance of the Vibe crew girls, the atmosphere in the entire bar became increasingly heated. While dancing in the dimly lit dance floor, it was inevitable that there were many eyes around. As the most beautiful girl in the venue, Song Wanyao naturally became the target of many nightlife enthusiasts, with her slender waist, curvy hips, and pretty face making people drool. Occasionally, someone would deliberately get close, only to be stopped by the guardian beside her. Seeing Zhao Chen holding Song Wanyao, his eyes shot out a fierce glare, and not far away were several security guards in black watching them closely. The men, driven by lust, reluctantly suppressed their impulses. Forget it, don't compete with a rich kid for a woman, it would be disastrous if they got beaten up. This was the benefit of tipping. If it were someone else, the security guards wouldn't bother. As long as the bar's order wasn't disrupted, it was none of their business if someone took advantage. With a tip of 1,200 yuan each, these bar security guards had clearly turned into Zhao Chen's personal bodyguards, at his beck and call. Zhao Xiao, you should dance too. Song Wanyao was clearly getting into it, her usually cold face now filled with joyful smiles. The pressure from home over the past few days had made her feel suffocated. At this moment, she was ready to let loose on the dance floor. Sure. Zhao Chen replied with a mischievous smile, tightening his grip around Song Wanyao's slender waist and locking eyes with her. Their breaths mingled in the air, feeling each other's warmth, along with Zhao Chen's large hand roaming on her back. Song Wanyao bit her lip tightly, feeling uncomfortable all over, her heart slightly resisting. Looking at Zhao Chen's handsome face adorned with a wicked smile, her gaze gradually became hazy, and her breathing quickened. She hurriedly turned her head to the side, not wanting him to see her flushed cheeks. Feeling Zhao Chen's hand sliding down, Song Wanyao's body trembled suddenly, and she couldn't help but blurt out, "Zhao Xiao, please behave yourself." Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen frowned slightly, his interest waning. She was so easy to tease that it diminished his excitement. The nightlife scene was different from the outside. In such places, he wouldn't treat these girls with the same tenderness and care as he would his girlfriend. If they wanted to have fun, they could all enjoy it together. If not, they could just stay aside. Zhao Chen suddenly let go, took 2 steps back, and waved to the girls from the Vibe crew nearby. The girls immediately rushed over with delight. They were more than happy to entertain this rich kid while leaving Song Wanyao behind. If they could make Zhao Xiao happy, they might get a bigger tip. They looked down on Song Wanyao in their hearts. Coming to the nightlife scene to make a living, what was she pretending for? To put it bluntly, even if she was a prostitute, she still wanted to maintain a facade. Watching Zhao Chen dance with the other girls, Song Wanyao suddenly felt a wave of regret, her heart filled with a sense of loss. After half an hour of dancing, Zhao Chen felt satisfied. He waved goodbye to a few girls and turned to head back to the booth. Seeing him neglect her, Song Wanyao hurriedly followed. Zhao Xiao. Song Wanyao lowered her head, looking very uneasy, and nervously said, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to disturb your fun." This was only her second time in a nightclub. She had never experienced the scene in the dance floor earlier. Zhao Chen's actions felt as if he was about to devour her, leaving her in a state of panic. But at this moment, she was even more afraid of being cast aside. After all, a high-class rich guy like this is not someone you can easily encounter. The situation at her home required a considerable amount of money. Only by getting close to the generous Zhao Chen could she hope to resolve it. As she spoke, the grievances in Song Wanyao's heart surged, and her eyes instantly filled with tears. She looked pitiful. She tried to continue speaking through her sobs, but suddenly, Zhao Chen reached out and pinched her chin, gently lifting her little head. "No way, little girl, making it sound like I did something to you. Looking at the woeful Song Wanyao made Zhao Chen feel a bit speechless and amused. He wasn't really angry, he just found it uninteresting. Everyone was out to have fun, and here she was, acting like a pure little princess after already being in the game. There was no need for that. No, that's not it. Song Wanyao shook her head, her pretty face filled with grievance. This pitiful appearance had a different kind of beauty. It stirred something in Zhao Chen's heart. Forget it, beauty is justice. He could be a bit more lenient with beautiful women. Alright, let's go back. No crying, or I'll have Xiaobo take you away. Zhao Chen half-jokingly warned, causing Song Wanyao to nod repeatedly. Then, she wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and took the initiative to tightly hug Zhao Chen's arm. Feeling the soft touch from her arm, Zhao Chen's lips curled up slightly. This woman might be a bit foolish. However, her capital was indeed substantial. Perhaps, this is the reason behind the beauty's logic. At the boss's booth, Zhou Yuxuan and the others had already returned. At this moment, they were playing a game of tearing paper towels with 6 girls, along with a few other hot girls they had picked up from the dance floor. Tearing paper towels with your mouth is a well-known flirty game in nightclubs. The rules are very simple. Each person passes a paper towel to the next using only their mouths, and the paper towel gets smaller and smaller until someone can't tear it anymore and has to face a punishment. The essence of this game isn't the punishment but the fact that it's easy to kiss while passing the paper. Zhou Yuxuan and the others didn't participate. If they accidentally kissed someone, it would be like opening the door to disgust. Pure disgust. So, they happily acted as spectators. Letting the 10 or so girls play by themselves created quite a steamy scene. The girl who lost the game had to take a shot, but she also received a 500 yuan tip. The size of the paper towel varied each round, and it had to be torn little by little. Under Zhou Yuxuan's supervision, the girls dared not cheat. So, it was unlikely that the same girl would always end up with punishments and rewards. Although they had to drink, it depended on what they were drinking. This was Ace of Spades champagne, not to mention the tips. The girls were almost going crazy, wishing they had more mouths. This lively scene made Zhou Yuxuan and the others laugh heartily. Sitting beside them, Ding Meng looked on with envy. Even though Zhao Chen wasn't there, she didn't dare to join the game on her own. After all, she belonged to Zhao Chen tonight. Bai Chuan is back. Seeing Song Wanyao, who had some tear stains on her face but was still tightly holding onto Zhao Chen's arm, Zhou Yuxuan exchanged glances with the others and then burst into hearty laughter. TSK, Bai Chuan, what did you do to this beauty? Hee, you made her cry. Don't be afraid, beauty, we'll take care of you. Speak boldly, haha. The three teased playfully. Unexpectedly, Zhao Chen was quite the rascal. Hearing this, Zhao Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips. He was still considering whether to explain when Song Wanyao hurriedly waved her hand and said, No, Zhao Xiao didn't do anything to me. I just thought of some unhappy things. Oh, Zhou Yuxuan and the others all exclaimed in unison, casting a meaningful glance at Zhao Chen. Bai Chuan, how about we wrap it up now? Young man, you know what I mean. Seeing the increasingly ambiguous expressions on their faces, Zhao Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. What the heck, wrap up? We haven't even had enough fun yet. After saying that, he ignored the 3 clever ones and pulled Song Wanyao back to their seats. Zhao Xiao, I've missed you so much. Upon seeing Zhao Chen return, Ding Meng appeared very excited. Her golden master had finally come back. Zhao Chen turned to Ding Meng, hugged her tightly, and chuckled. Made you wait so long, bored, right? This girl was becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. At least she was much more sensible than Song Wanyao. Not at all, I'm not bored at all. As long as Zhao Xiao remembers me, that's enough. Ding Meng flashed a sweet smile and replied in a delicate tone. Not bad, very obedient, I'm quite satisfied. Zhao Chen curled his lips, deliberately raising his voice so that Song Wanyao beside them could hear. Being obedient naturally comes with rewards, take 20,000 for yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, the surprised expression on Ding Meng's face contrasted sharply with the bewildered look on Song Wanyao's. Thank you, Zhao Xiao. Love you to death. Ding Meng beamed as she hugged Zhao Chen and planted several kisses on his face. Then, happily, she tucked away 2 stacks of cash that didn't originally belong to her. Wow, her wait had indeed paid off. Zhao Xiao was truly generous, 20,000. Enough to get her favorite bag. However, on the other side, Song Wanyao slightly lowered her head, tightly pursing her lips, feeling quite uncomfortable inside. Why was it that this Ding Meng, who clearly did nothing, received 20,000 from Zhao Chen? And what about her? She had been touched all over by him and didn't even get $100. This was too much, too unfair. Zhao Chen had no time to care about Song Wanyao's feelings. He just wanted to teach this girl a lesson. If she wanted to make money in the nightclub, she had to completely let go of her reservations. Only by being obedient would there be rewards. I Chuan, let them both join in. Forget it, Shen Ge, you guys have fun. Zhou Yuxuan and the others were having a great time playing games with the girls, and when they wanted Zhao Chen's two girls to join, he smiled and politely declined. He had no interest in being a spectator. If they were going to play, he had to join in too. However, he didn't disturb the elegance of his new friends, and Zhou Yuxuan and the others didn't insist. They drank, chatted, and played their own games, which was fine. If you didn't play with the girls in a nightclub, would a few guys just play all night? Zhao Chen glanced at the pile of cash, having tipped over 60,000, leaving him with over 130,000. If he played according to Zhou Yuxuan's style, they would probably be playing until dawn. Comfortably leaning back in the soft booth, Zhao Chen pulled Song Wanyao and the other girl closer, raised an eyebrow, and smiled. How about we play a game? Sure, Zhao Xiao, I love playing games the most, he. Ding Meng's eyes lit up at his words. Hey, it seemed Zhao Xiao was ready to splash some cash again. She just didn't know how much she could rake in from this rich young man tonight. Song Wanyao's heart tightened, and she nodded in delight as well. She secretly reminded herself why she was here, of course, to make quick money. As long as she could make this rich young man happy, she was sure to get something. During the time on the dance floor, her reactions had already displeased him a bit. Now she had to seize the opportunity and perform well. Looking at the eager expressions of the two girls beside him, Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow and chuckled. The game is very simple, roll the dice and compare the numbers. You two take turns playing with me. If you lose, you have to drink a glass of wine. If I lose, you have to kiss me. As he spoke, he mischievously tapped his own cheek. Zhao Xiao, you're so bad. How can a punishment for losing be a kiss? As soon as she finished speaking, Ding Meng pouted playfully and added, but I really like it. Zhao Chen couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Really? You say it so skillfully. Do you often say this to others? No way. I'm the most well-behaved. Alright, don't interrupt. I haven't finished my sentence. A playful smile appeared on Zhao Chen's face as he turned to glance at Song Wanyao beside him. He noticed her eyes darting away, her face flushed with shyness. Since you kissed me, there must be a reward. If I lose once, the winner can take 2,000 yuan. Are you tempted? Gulp. Upon hearing his words, both Song Wanyao and Ding Meng widened their eyes in surprise, instinctively swallowing. They exchanged glances, as if a fierce fire was burning in their eyes. What? A kiss for 2,000 yuan? They could kiss until the end of time, just worried that Zhao Chen couldn't handle it. Song Wanyao and Ding Meng nodded repeatedly, clearly eager. Losing just meant drinking a glass of wine, while winning was a huge profit. Although Zhao Chen might take advantage of them, he was handsome and rich. It was hard to say who was taking advantage of whom. Zhao Chen waved his hand, instructing the waiter standing by to bring over 3 dice cups and 9 dice. The first round began with Ding Meng. She shook the dice cup while chanting, big big big. Then she opened it to reveal Zhao Chen rolled 10 points, while Ding Meng rolled 12. Ding Meng won this round. In an instant, she smiled brightly, leaned in close to Zhao Chen, and gave him a hard kiss on the cheek. After Zhao Chen nodded in acknowledgement, Ding Meng happily pulled out 20 crisp red bills from the pile of cash. Seeing this, Song Wanyao's expression also became a bit excited. Winning once meant 2,000 yuan, which was much more thrilling than the paper-tearing game next to them. However, to her surprise, when it was her turn, she lost. She could only watch helplessly as the smiling waiter filled her glass. Looking at Zhao Chen's teasing smile and Ding Meng's gloating expression, Song Wanyao could only grit her teeth and down the drink in one go. Alright, let's continue, Zhao Chen said with a light laugh, starting the next round. After 5 rounds, Song Wanyao was dumbfounded. Ding Meng had won 5 rounds in a row, easily pocketing 10,000 yuan, her face blooming with joy. And her? She had lost 5 times, drank 5 glasses of wine. Fortunately, the alcohol content of the champagne was not high, and the glasses were small. After 5 glasses, Song Wanyao's face was just a bit flushed. But comparing herself to others was infuriating. Others were winning money while she was just drinking, looking like a fool. She couldn't help but suspect that Zhao Chen was deliberately playing her. Why was she so unlucky when it was her turn? Finally, in the 6th round, Song Wanyao won against Zhao Chen. In an instant, her face lit up with excitement, and she couldn't help but shout, I won. Her enthusiastic voice attracted the attention of those around her. Seeing this, Song Wanyao blushed and quickly shrank back, then looked at Zhao Chen with anticipation. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, appearing non-committal. He even turned his right cheek towards her, signaling Song Wanyao to proceed with the next action. Ding Meng had kissed his left cheek, so Song Wanyao naturally had to kiss the right cheek. Once she regained her composure, she remembered that the cash wasn't immediately hers. She had to kiss this guy first. Taking a deep breath, Song Wanyao thought to herself that it was just a kiss on the cheek, nothing serious. A kiss could get her 2,000 yuan. For many people, this was a dream come true. Gathering her courage, she moved a little closer to Zhao Chun, her small head slightly leaning forward. However, at that moment, a mischievous smile appeared at the corner of Zhao Chen's mouth. Just as the other person's lips were about to touch his right cheek, he suddenly turned his head, and their lips met perfectly. TSK, one word, very smooth. Ah! Song Wanyao exclaimed in surprise, her head jerking back, her pretty face flushed. Ding Meng, watching from the side, scoffed. Hat, green tea bitch, pretending to be so pure. Zhao Xiao. Thinking of this, she stubbornly shook Zhao Chen's arm. What's so good about this woman, she can't let go at all. Unlike others, who are quite open. Looking at Song Wanyao, who had lowered her head, her mind in a mess, her face completely red, Zhao Chen smiled slightly and beckoned with his finger. Ding Meng pouted, feeling a bit displeased, but still counted out 20 bills from her cash and handed them to Song Wanyao. Thank you, Zhao Xiao. Song Wanyao accepted the money with a complex expression, biting her lip as she looked at the 2,000 yuan in her hand, feeling a mix of emotions. After all, that kiss just now was her first kiss. Looking at Zhao Chen's handsome face, her heart raced like a deer. Somehow, she felt a fluttering sensation. She didn't deny that part of it was because of the money, but another part was the impulse sparked by Zhao Chen's looks and charm in this vibrant environment. However, Song Wanyao also understood in her heart that a top-tier rich and handsome man like him would never want a woman like her. It was all just a game. After a silent sigh of resignation, her gaze gradually became resolute. If she continued to be so reserved, not only would Zhao Xiao dislike her, but she might also end up on Guo Hongbao's blacklist. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but grip the cash tightly. For her, this amount of money was not insignificant. With her current abilities, it was absolutely impossible to earn it in a day. But now, 2,000 yuan was still far from enough. Watching the changing expressions on Song Wanyao's face, Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. He never thought that he had just taken this girl's first kiss. After all, they were both in the nightlife business. Although she acted like a novice, she was a few years older than him. How many girls at this age still had their first kiss intact? Still want to play? Zhao Chen asked, a bit bored. If he let this woman linger here, it would be better to join Zhou Yuxuan and the others. Upon hearing this, Song Wanyao quickly composed herself and nodded. Of course, we have to play. Then, she looked up at Zhao Chen intently, and in the surprised gazes of Ding Meng and Zhao Chen, she suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck and pouted. Zhao Xiao, you were so bad just now. Although her tone trembled, revealing her nervousness and feigned innocence, paired with her cool little face and flattering smile, it gave Zhao Chen a different kind of pleasure. Perhaps, this was called conquest. Transforming a seemingly aloof goddess into the way he wanted, how cool. Zhao Chen smiled slightly, wrapping his arm around Song Wanyao's slender waist. Oh really? Maybe I'll be even worse from now on. After Song Wanyao completely let go of her psychological burden, this simple game gradually became exciting, the atmosphere very heated. Even when Zhao Chen deliberately played tricks, turning his head again when she leaned in to kiss him, she didn't care and directly kissed him. She had figured it out. After all, she wasn't losing anything. A kiss from a handsome guy, plus money to take. She was reaping all the benefits. What more could she say? After dozens of rounds of games, Zhao Chen didn't let the two girls continue drinking. If they kept drinking, they would probably end up lying down. At this moment, Zhao Chen's cheeks were already covered with red lip prints. He waved his hand, and Guo Hongba, who had been waiting by the booth, quickly handed over a few wet wipes. Song Wanyao and Ding Meng took them, one on each side, gently and considerately helping Zhao Chen clean his face. Zhao Chen glanced at the respectful Guo Hongba and couldn't help but feel a bit interested in this marketing guy. Don't get me wrong, it was purely a literal interest. He didn't like playing fencing. Although Guo Hongba was just doing his job for money, there was still a significant difference between being perceptive and not. Xiaobo, you're pretty good. Let's add each other on WeChat. I'll contact you when I come to play next time. If all goes well, he would definitely be staying in Flower City for quite a while. As the top bar in Flower City, even if he didn't come often, he would still visit occasionally. Having an acquaintance in the nightclub could save a lot of tedious processes. Sure, Zhao Xiao. If you have any requests in the future, just let me know, and I'll make sure to take care of it for you. Guo Hongba was instantly overjoyed. He had long wanted to find an opportunity to add this super rich young man's contact information but had been struggling to find the right moment. While the guy was over there flirting with the girls, he couldn't just go up and ask for contact details, could he? Doing that could get him in trouble. Soon, the two added each other on WeChat. After playing in the bar for so long, Zhao Chen was feeling a bit tired. He comfortably leaned back in the booth, glanced at the 6 stacks of cash on the table, and casually pulled out a stack to hand to Guahongba. Thanks for your hard work today, Zhao. Zhao Shao. Seeing the 10,000 cash handed to him again, Guahongba couldn't help but widen his eyes, a surge of the impulse to die for a friend welling up inside him. In his nightclub career, he had never seen a rich young man as generous as Zhao Chun. Adding the previous 10,000, he had already received 20,000 in tips tonight. It was something he had never even dared to imagine before. After all, he looked ordinary, and he wasn't a girl with big waves and long legs. Most of the people who came to play were men. Why would they give him so much in tips? Here, you just take it. Zhao Chen smiled casually, stuffing the money into Guahongba's hands, then turned to look at the 2 eagerly waiting girls. Since the 6th round of the game began, Song Wanyao's mindset changed, and her luck improved. On the contrary, Ding Meng fell behind. In the end, Song Wanyao ended up with 42,000. Ding Meng got 36,000, but with the previous 20,000, she had a total of 56,000, which made her extremely happy. Now there were still 5 stacks of fresh red bills left. Since they were taken out to play, there was no reason to take them back. The remaining money, you two can split it. Zhao Chen stretched lazily and said casually. This game should come to an end, the main course was next. Thank you, Zhao Shao. Thank you, Zhao Shao. The 2 girls exclaimed in surprise, each getting 25,000. Song Wanyao couldn't contain her joy. After a game, although she had been at a disadvantage, this was a solid 67,000. Many people wouldn't earn that much in a year, yet she made it in one night. Ding Meng was even more exaggerated, directly receiving 81,000, her 2 big bunny ears shaking with laughter. Zhao Chen looked at Zhou Yuxuan and the others, who had also finished the game. Gao Zhenning had already collapsed in his seat, fast asleep, while Zhou Yuxuan was also dizzy. Only Yang Peiming was slightly better, about the same as Zhao Chun, just a bit tipsy. Bai Chuan, let's stop here. Yang Peiming chuckled, and after saying that, he moved a girl who had collapsed on him aside and stood up. They had chatted for so long but hadn't exchanged contact information yet, that simply wouldn't do. The 2 exchanged contact information. Since Gao Zhenning was asleep, it was best not to disturb him. Yang Peiming said he would send Zhao Chen's WeChat to him tomorrow. As he spoke, Yang Peiming patted Zhao Chen on the shoulder and smiled. We should have treated you, but instead, you ended up spending so much money. Next time, you must let me treat you back. Ah, Minggu, of course. Although the 20-some thousand for the Shenlong set wasn't much, if he always acted like he was the one paying, it would be quite unpleasant for these rich second-generation peers. After all, showing off shouldn't be a one-man show. Then, Zhao Chen and Yang Peiming instructed the bar staff to half-drag, half-carry Zhou Yuxuan and Gao Zhenning out of the sky bar. Looking at the 2 of them, it seemed that any mischief they planned for tonight was unlikely to happen. It was already past midnight, so returning was out of the question. There were several luxury hotels nearby, and Yang Peiming made a call, quickly booking rooms for the 4 of them at a 5-star hotel. Zhao Chen didn't refuse and smiled in agreement. Before long, the hotel staff hurried over to help carry Zhou Yuxuan and Gao Zhenning back. Yang Peiming hadn't brought any girls, so it seemed he had entered his sage mode again. He turned back to Zhao Chen, who was followed by 2 girls, and with a teasing smile said, Bai Chuan, I won't disturb you any longer. The room is ready, you can go check in directly. Stay in touch, and let's hang out more when we can. Have fun. Zhao Chen nodded with a smile. No problem, Minggu, you should get some rest. After a few waves of goodbye, only Zhao Chen and the 2 girls remained outside the bar, along with Guahongba waiting not far away. Seeing the 4 rich young men dispersing, Guahongba quickly approached, cautiously asking, Zhao Shao, what should we do with the leftover drinks? They hadn't finished the drinks from the 2 sets of Shenlong. There were still 3 or 4 bottles of Ace of Spades champagne left, but all had been opened. Oh, ask the others if they want it, if not, just pour it out, Zhao Chen replied casually, smiling at Guahongba. You guys aren't planning to recycle it, are you? Rest assured, Zhao Shao, that will never happen, Guahongba exclaimed, quickly patting his chest in assurance. The Sky Bar was the top nightclub in the city. If someone found out they were reselling open drinks, they would be in serious trouble. In that case, not only Zhao Chen but even the bar owner wouldn't let them off. Moreover, Ace of Spades champagne. If given away, it could spark a frenzy. There would be no shortage of people wanting to drink it. Hearing this, Zhao Chen nodded with a smile. Ding Meng wrapped her arms around Zhao Chen's, shaking and acting coy. Zhao Shao, where are we going next? As she spoke, she shyly rubbed her head against Zhao Chen's shoulder. Zhao Chen smiled without replying, glancing back at the nervous and awkward Song Wanyao. The cheap bag she was carrying had gone from being empty to bulging. This girl, she wouldn't be trying to sneak away, would she? Seeing Song Wanyao's expression, Zhao Chen thought to himself. He had no intention of letting her off the hook. While pulling Ding Meng closer, Zhao Chen also grabbed Song Wanyao, a mischievous smile on his face. Of course, we're going to the place we should go. Tonight, he wanted to do something exciting. Killing two birds with one stone, how wonderful. Amid Gua Hongba's respectful remarks of Zhao Xiao, take care and welcome back to play next time, Zhao Chen led the two girls straight to the hotel booked by Yang Peiming. Song Wanyao looked at Zhao Chen, who was pulling them forward, with a complex expression, her mind in turmoil. Yes, she had indeed thought about sneaking away just now. The thought of what might happen next was hard for her to accept. Nervousness, fear, and a hint of anticipation. A rush of complex emotions surged within her. Although she had taken so much money from Zhao Chen, spending a night with him didn't seem like a big deal. But looking at this guy's demeanor, it was clear he didn't just want her alone. If nothing unexpected happened, the story that followed should unfold naturally. However, an unexpected event did occur. As Zhao Chen and his two companions arrived at the building where the hotel was located and were about to enter, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed his girlfriend, Lu Ruyan. He waved his hand to signal Song Wanyao to step away a bit before answering the call. Baby, what's up? Chuan, your gathering with friends is over, right? Yeah, just finished. The dormitory gate is locked now, so I'm planning to spend the night outside and go back to school tomorrow. Chuan, actually, hearing his girlfriend sounding a bit hesitant, Zhao Chen chuckled, just say it directly, baby. After a pause, Lu Ruyan softly said, actually, I came to pick you up. I'll be at the bar in about 10 minutes. Back over an hour ago, Lu Ruyan had known Zhao Chen was going to the Sky Bar for a gathering with friends and hadn't thought much of it. However, after casually mentioning it to her roommates, Su Jia and the others reacted strongly. They went on and on about how complicated the bar environment was and how various women were there looking for rich men. A guy like Zhao Chen, being a top-tier rich and handsome type, was definitely a hot commodity at the bar. The more Lu Ruyan listened, the more worried she became. After all, she knew her boyfriend's charm all too well. Seeing her expression change, Su Jia and the others earnestly advised her to rush to the bar and not give other women a chance. So, Lu Ruyan tidied herself up, freshened up, and went downstairs in front of the locked dormitory door, driving away in her BMW. Upon hearing Lu Ruyan's words, Zhao Chen was momentarily taken aback, then a smile crept onto his lips. TSK, it seemed this girl was worried about him. After several seconds of silence on the other end, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but feel anxious and softly murmured, Chuan, are you angry? Fool, how could I be? I'm so happy you came to pick me up, baby. Zhao Chen replied cheerfully. He wasn't lying, although it was a bit abrupt. He could feel her concern for him, which warmed his heart. After informing Lu Ruyan of his location, Zhao Chen hung up the phone. Seeing this, Song Wanyao and her companion hurried over. But Zhao Chen waved his hand casually and said, ladies, something came up. You two can head back first. The two almost thought they had misheard. Zhao Chen had spent so much money on them tonight. Not doing anything? Was this charity? The thoughts of a rich person were truly hard to fathom. Goodbye, Zhao Xiao, make sure to remember me, okay? You have to find me next time. Thank you, Zhao Xiao, goodbye. After confirming that Zhao Chen wasn't joking, Song Wanyao and her companion exchanged farewells and left. Watching the graceful figures of the two girls walk away, Zhao Chen couldn't help but shake his head. What a pity, he wouldn't be spending a wonderful night with them tonight. Oh well, his girlfriend was the most important. He didn't feel much guilt about having fun outside. In this rebirth, living freely and doing as he pleased was his principle. As the host of a perfect life system, he would surely stand at the pinnacle of the world in the future, so it was impossible for him to have only one woman by his side. He wasn't a scumbag, his heart was just shattered into several pieces, each piece loving a different girl. Zhao Chen could only guarantee that Lu Ruyan, as the regret of his past life, would always hold the largest piece of his heart. After bidding farewell to Zhao Chen, Ding Meng raised her hand to hail a taxi by the roadside. As soon as she got in and settled down, she eagerly opened her group chat with her girlfriends, inviting a bunch of people out for a late-night snack. She thought to herself with delight that she would show off in front of her sisters later. After putting down her phone, Zhao Chen's handsome face involuntarily appeared in Ding Meng's mind. She secretly lamented that it was a pity he wasn't both rich and handsome. If there was another chance, she would definitely not let him go. As for Song Wanyao, she did not leave immediately. For reasons unknown, she inexplicably walked to a corner to hide and secretly observed Zhao Chen's movements. She wanted to know who he was waiting for. Standing downstairs in the building, the slight tipsiness Zhao Chen had felt began to dissipate. After about 10 minutes, a familiar BMW entered his line of sight. Zhao Chen smiled slightly and walked straight over. After parking, Lu Ruyan turned off the engine and got out, her face beaming as she stretched out her arms and hurried into her boyfriend's warm embrace. Zhao Chen happily held Lu Ruyan tightly. The soft warmth in his arms brought a wave of enchanting fragrance. Not far away, Song Wanyao watched this scene, reminiscent of an idol drama, feeling a pang of bitterness in her heart. No wonder Zhao Chen could resist her allure and resolutely choose to let go. It turned out, his girlfriend was so pure and beautiful. Usually proud of her own looks and charm, Song Wanyao now felt a sense of inferiority. Along with that came a strong feeling of envy. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly, wondering how many good deeds this woman must have done in her past life to have such a quality boyfriend in this life. As for Zhao Chen's extravagant lifestyle, she automatically ignored it. In her subconscious, it was not surprising for capable men to be surrounded by beautiful women. As long as they treated their own women well, that was enough. After observing for a short while, Song Wanyao shook her head and turned to leave, her expression somewhat melancholic. Zhao Chen had long noticed her sneaking a look and casually glanced at her back without taking it to heart. He slightly lowered his head, looking tenderly at his little girl in his arms, and chuckled, "Baby, don't just stand outside. My friend booked a room for us to rest, let's go upstairs." Lu Ruyan replied softly, her face flushed. Coming over in the middle of the night to pick up Zhao Chen, she was naturally prepared for a night out together. The room booked by Yang Peiming was at the Four Seasons Hotel in Huacheng, a high-end luxury hotel. The building was located in the Huacheng International Financial Center, right in the heart of the Huacheng CBD, with the main building standing 103 stories above ground and 4 below, towering over 430 meters. From a distance, the building appeared tall and slender, like a shining giant tower, with an interior decor that exuded a sense of high quality. Hand in hand, Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan entered the building and took the hotel's direct elevator to the lobby on the 70th floor. The 70th to 100th floors belonged to the Four Seasons Hotel, a height sufficient to capture the beautiful views of Huacheng's central axis and the Pearl River. Upon entering the hotel lobby, the opulent and high-end decor dazzled Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan. The enormous open atrium allowed them to gaze up at the sky, giving a feeling of being surrounded by countless stars at night, mesmerizing and enchanting. The hotel lobby also featured 4 artistic wooden walls, representing spring buds, summer dew, autumn grains, and winter snow, symbolizing the passage of the seasons and the enjoyment of a pleasant life. Lu Ruyan's eyes sparkled as she couldn't help but look around. "Good evening, sir and madam. May I ask if you are here to check in?" the receptionist politely inquired. Hearing this, Zhao Chen smiled and nodded. "Yes, do you have a reservation, sir?" When the front desk clerk saw Zhao Chen's appearance and attire, her smile became even more enthusiastic. In this society, as long as you have money, most people will only offer you praise and smiles. "Yes." Zhao Chen immediately provided his and Yang Peiming's names. "Sir, I see that you have booked our hotel's luxurious Riverview suite. Could you please provide your ID for check-in?" Upon discovering that Zhao Chen had reserved an executive suite for nearly 6,000 yuan for the night, the front desk clerk's heart trembled, and her attitude became even more respectful. What a wealthy and handsome young man, she truly envied the girl beside him. Zhao Chen was a bit surprised, he didn't expect Yang Peiming to book him an executive suite. How courteous, how considerate. Zhao Chen took out his Gucci wallet, pulled out his ID, and handed it to the front desk clerk, while Lu Ruyan also retrieved her ID. Seeing his girlfriend's actions, a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. It seems this girl came prepared tonight. Soon, the front desk clerk completed the check-in process. "Sir, madam, our Four Seasons Hotel provides butler service for you. Please follow that colleague to your room." Guided by another staff member, Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan arrived at the luxurious Riverview suite on the 92nd floor of the building, where they also met their butler. Her English name was Lucy, around 30 years old, quite beautiful, and exuding a capable aura. However, at that moment, Zhao Chen had no mind to care about anyone else's looks. No one could compare to his own girl, right? "Mr. Zhao, M.S. Wu, if you need anything, feel free to let us know. We won't disturb you any further. Wishing you both a pleasant evening." After briefly explaining the services, the staff and the butler took their leave. In the over 100 square meter luxurious Riverview suite, only Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan remained. "Wow, it's so big and beautiful," Lu Ruyan exclaimed joyfully as she walked around the room. The suite was designed in a Chinese style, with white walls adorned with inkwash paintings, carpets featuring cloud patterns, and various exquisite and elegant furniture. The floor-to-ceiling glass windows offered a breathtaking view of the city's dazzling nightscape, pleasing to the eye. Under the soft warm lighting, the entire suite was filled with a cozy atmosphere. Seeing Lu Ruyan standing by the glass window, Zhao Chen smiled and walked over. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist from behind and whispered softly in her ear, "Baby, do you like it?" I love it." Feeling the warm breath by her ear and something pressing against her backside, Lu Ruyan's face turned exceptionally rosy, her body feeling a bit weak as she leaned against her boyfriend. The two quietly admired the night view outside the window, where silence spoke louder than words. Zhao Chen leaned forward and gently kissed Lu Ruyan's cheek. She turned around, gazing affectionately at Zhao Chen. Then, she wrapped her arms around his neck, stood on her tiptoes, and couldn't help but kiss him. Zhao Chen responded passionately. In front of the glass window, the handsome couple shared a deep kiss, beautiful as a painting. After a moment, reluctantly parting their lips, their breaths and heartbeats quickened. "It's getting late, how about we take a shower and rest early?" Zhao Chen said slowly, trying to keep his tone calm despite the beautiful scenery and the lovely girl before him, which made it hard to control his feelings. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan shyly lowered her head and softly replied. Then she added, "I just took a shower before coming out, you go wash up. I'll wait for you." "Alright." Zhao Chen chuckled and walked into the bathroom with a cheerful stride. The spacious, bright, and tidy bathroom, with bath products from Orlane and even a Dyson hairdryer, showcased the luxury of the Four Seasons Hotel. In the center of the bathroom stood a large oval bathtub. Zhao Chen's mind couldn't help but wander, imagining a pair of mandarin ducks playing in the water. How beautiful that would be. No rush, one step at a time. He took off his clothes and entered the rainforest shower, meticulously cleaning his body from top to bottom. About 20 minutes later, Zhao Chen emerged from the bathroom, bare-chested and wrapped in a towel around his waist. The room's lights were off, and with the light spilling from the living room, he noticed Lu Ruyan already lying on the 2-meter-wide bed, covered by a blanket. Beside the bed was a chair, neatly stacked with the clothes Lu Ruyan had just worn. Thinking of his little girl being completely bare at that moment, Zhao Chen felt a wave of heat rush through him. He gently lifted the blanket and slipped in, tenderly embracing Lu Ruyan. Her smooth, delicate body trembled slightly. If it weren't for the dim light in the room, her fiery complexion would have been hard to hide. The two youthful bodies pressed closely together. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. The garden spring colors cannot be contained. "Bai Chuan, baby, what is it? Be a little gentler with me." I will. I love you so much, you must love me forever. Baby, I love you." The moon and clouds were playing. After a while, the moon hid behind the clouds, a thin layer blocking its light. The moonlight was hazy. Tonight's night was truly beautiful. Soon, the moon passed through the clouds, coming in and out. This was a game belonging to the moon and clouds, and they were enjoying it. Until the sun rose, the moon descended, and the red dawn filled the sky. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, spilling onto the 2-meter-wide bed, waking Zhao Chen from his dreams. Groggily waking up, he found himself holding something soft. Unable to resist, he gently squeezed it. It was soft and delicate, a very nice touch. As a man, having something in hand made it easier to sleep well. At that moment, his little girl's fair, smooth long legs were draped over him. Directly opposite was her flawless little face, full of temptation. As he exerted a bit of force, Lu Ruyan's tightly closed eyes fluttered slightly, then she opened them in a daze, looking at Zhao Chen, who was smiling, and the large hand moving on her body. Lu Ruyan's little face suddenly flushed, and she shifted closer to Zhao Chen. Neither of them spoke, quietly enjoying this sweet and warm moment. Last night was Lu Ruyan's first time. No matter how gentle and considerate Zhao Chen was, he still wore her out. At this moment, she felt a slight ache in her lower body. However, from now on, she was completely Zhao Chen's woman. Thinking of this, her heart filled with joy. Their eyes met, and Lu Ruyan shyly smiled, giving Zhao Chen a kiss. Feeling something rapidly expanding under the blanket, Lu Ruyan was instantly frightened, her face losing color. Again? She knew just how formidable Zhao Chen had been last night. Not only was it thick and long, but his stamina and energy seemed limitless. She felt weak all over. If it happened again, she wouldn't be able to bear it. The enhanced physical condition from the system was no joke. Zhao Chen was not one to exhaust his resources. He gently pinched Lu Ruyan's little face. "Get up, little pig." By the time Zhao Chen entered the bathroom, Lu Ruyan finally got up from the bed. Looking at the fresh red mark on the white sheets, her pretty face instantly turned bright red. It seemed to signify her growth, transforming from a youthful girl into a true woman. While Zhao Chen was in the bathroom, Lu Ruyan got dressed and, after some thought, mustered the courage to call for the butler service. "Hello, may I ask what you need?" The voice of the housekeeper, Lucy, came through the phone. Lu Ruyan felt a bit embarrassed and said, Hello, could you come over for a moment?" "Sure, please hold on." After hanging up the phone, within a minute, housekeeper Lucy gently knocked on the door. Lu Ruyen hurried over to open the door and glanced towards the bathroom, secretly relieved. Lucy smiled broadly at Lu Ruyen. With several hickeys on her neck, it was easy to guess what happy events had occurred last night. However, as someone who had been through it, she was already used to it, so she wasn't surprised. As a client in the executive suite, she naturally needed to be treated with care. Lucy respectfully asked, "Miss Wu, is there anything you need?" Lu Ruyen, with a shy expression, looked at the smiling Lucy, paused, and softly murmured, Could you get me a pair of scissors?" Scissors?" Housekeeper Lucy was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly understood, quickly agreed, and turned to leave. When she returned, she handed Lu Ruyen a pair of scissors. Knowing that the young girl was shy about such matters, Lucy didn't say much and bowed to take her leave after providing the scissors. When Zhao Chen came out wearing a bathrobe, the bed had already changed dramatically. The quilt was thrown aside, the sheets scattered on the floor, with a large section cut out in the middle. Zhao Chen's lips curled up slightly as he looked at Lu Ruyen with amusement, provoking a playful pout from her. "What are you doing? It's my first time. I have to keep it, right?" To this, Zhao Chen naturally agreed repeatedly, coaxing his little girl. He wouldn't mind if Lu Ruyen tore the bed apart. After all, she was his woman, and pampering her was all that mattered. After enjoying some tender moments with his little girl, Zhao Chen called for housekeeper Lucy to arrange for meals to be sent to the room and to take the clothes changed last night for dry cleaning. Ding dong! Not long after, the doorbell rang. Zhao Chen called out to come in, and housekeeper Lucy entered the suite with a waiter pushing a food cart. In 2 or 3 minutes, the dining table was set up. "Mr. Zhao, Miss Wu, please enjoy your meal. If you need anything else, just let me know." After saying this, housekeeper Lucy and the waiter took their leave. Both of them felt envious of Lu Ruyen. Not only was she beautiful, but she also had such a handsome and wealthy man. The table was filled with delicacies: Australian Angus M5 beef tenderloin roasted with lychee wood, confit cod filet, Marseille seafood soup, apple crisp with ice cream. The sight made Lu Ruyen's appetite surge, and a sweet smile spread across her face. In the warm and pleasant atmosphere, the two chatted while eating, filling their stomachs. At exactly 12 o'clock, a mundane $40,000 was credited to Zhao Chen's account. His heart was calm, as he had nearly 6 million lying in his account at that moment. After finishing the meal, housekeeper Lucy also returned with the dry-cleaned clothes. After the two tidied up, they prepared to head back to school. As soon as they opened the door, housekeeper Lucy had been waiting outside for a long time. Seeing them come out, she approached with a smile and asked, "Mr. Zhao, are you checking out?" Zhao Chen smiled lightly and nodded. One must say that the 5-star hotel was very attentive in terms of service, and this housekeeper was indeed good. Of course, it might also be because he was staying in a luxurious Riverview suite. Checking out didn't require a trip to the hotel front desk, the housekeeper could handle it. Yang Peiming had already paid for the room. The lunch just now, in order to leave a good impression on Zhao Chen, the hotel waived the small change and only charged 2,500 yuan. As for the cut-up sheets, they were simply ignored. Are you kidding? Are we really going to ask the big client in the executive suite for compensation for damaged sheets? After checking out, Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyen went downstairs. Lu Ruyen got into her BMW and dropped him off at the entrance of the Sky Bar. Zhao Chen's Panamera was still parked there. The entrance of the Sky Bar during the day was desolate, completely different from the bustling scene at night. At this moment, only 2 security guards were yawning, listlessly guarding a few luxury cars that hadn't left yet. Yang Peiming's McLaren 650S had already driven away. Meanwhile, the Lamborghini Huracan and Ferrari 458 were still parked next to the Panamera. It seemed that Zhou Yuxuan and Gao Zhenning hadn't gotten up yet. Perhaps this was the difference between the entrepreneurial rich second generation and those who hadn't graduated yet. The former were more disciplined, while the latter lived freely. Young Master Zhao. Seeing Zhao Chen walking in hand with Lu Ruyen, one of the security guards quickly perked up, stood straight, and saluted. The other security guard beside him followed suit, saluting as well. The story of young Master Zhao's extravagant spending last night had already spread among the bar staff. Even the guards stationed at the boss booth each received a tip of 1,200 yuan. Damn, that was impressive. It was said that the 4 rich young men had placed 400,000 yuan in cash on the table. One could only imagine how much the women accompanying them had gained. But unfortunately, he wasn't one of the women and could only drool with envy. Zhao Chen nodded at the 2 security guards at the bar entrance and smiled. "Thank you for your hard work." "Not hard at all. Serving young Master Zhao is our duty." Zhao Chen smiled, then opened the car door, got into the Panamera, and drove off in a cloud of dust. Lu Ruyan followed closely behind in her BMW. The two security guards waved goodbye from their spot, still murmuring to themselves, "I really envy these rich kids. The women around them are all more beautiful than the last. The gap between people can sometimes be bigger than that between people and dogs. Forget it, not talking about this. You got so much in tips last night, you have to treat us. Ha ha ha, no problem, let's go eat and get a foot massage." Sounds good. More than half an hour later, Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan returned to school. "Brats, I'm back." As soon as he stepped into the dormitory, Li Jiala rushed over, complaining, "Brother Chuan, you're living the good life, staying out all night and partying, while I'm here taking the blame for you." Zhao Chen was puzzled and asked in surprise, "What happened?" Upon hearing this, Li Jiala began to vividly recount the whole story. Kai Jichao and Lin Song occasionally chimed in. Only then did Zhao Chen learn about what had happened that morning. Although it was Sunday, due to the National Day holiday, they had to make up classes. Zhao Chen had originally planned to skip class, so he hadn't paid much attention. However, Lu Ruyan, the good girl, had also skipped class for once. During the 2 morning classes, the teacher randomly called on students to answer questions, effectively taking attendance. As luck would have it, the teacher called out Zhao Chen's name. Lin Song stood up heroically to take the blame. Just a few minutes after sitting down, he heard the teacher call his name, and he was momentarily dumbfounded. The classmates couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Kai Jichao shook his head and stood up helplessly. Who would have thought that the teacher would then call Kai Jichao's name right after? Some students couldn't help but laugh out loud, leaving the teacher confused. Li Jiala gritted his teeth and then stood up. A dramatic scene unfolded as the teacher, as everyone wished, called out his name. Ha 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 ha. Li Jiala anxiously looked around, but no one stood up to help him. Save me, save me. There was no choice, only about 10 boys had shown up in class today, and the others were also afraid of being called. Thus, the teacher decisively marked Li Jiala absent on the attendance sheet. After listening to his roommate's stories, Zhao Chen's mouth curled up wildly. By the way, was Qingyu mentioned? No, Li Jiala replied irritably. Seeing the increasingly resentful look in his eyes, Zhao Chen smiled and waved his hand. Thanks, guys, I owe you a big meal. Upon hearing this, Li Jiala snorted. That's more like it. Alright, you're really on the ball, Chuan Gu. Kai Jichao and the others were also grinning. On the girls' dormitory side, after Lu Ruyan returned to her roommates naturally began chattering away with gossip. The lively Chen Yanling even hinted at wanting to know if anything wonderful happened last night. Lu Ruyan was at a loss for words, feeling extremely shy. Seeing her bashful demeanor, Su Jia and the others exchanged smiles and decided not to press further. After all, this girl is quite sensitive. Ding ding. At that moment, a message notification sounded in the dormitory. Li Shuping picked up her phone and saw it was a message from the class group. As the vice class leader, Zhao Chun, who was a bit neglectful of his duties, had sent a group announcement for the first time. After reading the content, she exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, what's wrong?" Su Jiao looked over curiously. Lu Ruyan, who was tidying up her things, also casually asked, "What is it, Shuping?" You guys quickly checked the class group message, that person from Xiaoyu's family. Li Shuping's tone was very excited, said they want to organize a group activity. Upon hearing this, the other 3 also picked up their phones. It turned out that Zhao Chen was fulfilling his promise made during the election for vice class leader. Since everyone became classmates, they hadn't had a group meal yet. With the National Day holiday approaching, it was just the right time to gather. Zhao Chen didn't want to hold the meal at a farmhouse or some tourist spot, that would be a bit dull. Moreover, if something dangerous happened, he couldn't bear the responsibility. After thinking it over, Zhao Chen chose Yuanquan as the dining location. This was the top spa club in Huacheng, combining dining, drinking, and entertainment all in one. Excluding dining, accommodation, or service items, the entrance fee alone was 298 yuan per person. In his previous life, Zhao Chen had been there once and had a very good impression. The free fruits and drinks at Yuanquan were all high-end, even the mineral water was Evian. However, the dining and spa massage aspects were a bit pricey. But the price didn't matter, since he was taking everyone out for a meal, he wanted to make a good impression. However, even though it was a group meal, Zhao Chen couldn't cover all the expenses, he decided to collect a symbolic 30 yuan from each person. Those who wanted to go would report to their dorm leader, who would then summarize and report to class leader Lu Ruyan. The group announcement also specifically mentioned that each person could bring one family member, just needing to pay an additional 30 yuan. It didn't matter if they were male or female, girls could bring other girls. As for the boys, they could also bring other boys. As soon as Zhao Chen's message was sent out, the entire class group instantly became lively. Some eagerly signed up and praised Zhao Chen's generosity, while others lamented their regrets. Damn it, if I had known, I wouldn't have run away early. By leaving, it was equivalent to missing out on free food and fun. It was so frustrating. Of course, while some liked this generous vice-class leader, there were also those who were dissatisfied with him. The former acting class leader, Zhang Qidong, couldn't help but snort when he saw the group announcement. Since he said he would treat, why charge money? Qidong, hurry up and report to the class leader. I checked, this yuanquan is super high-end and amazing, with everything you can eat, drink, and play. Hurry up, hurry up. Zhang Qidong was the dorm leader, and his 3 roommates urged him. I'm not going, you guys go report yourselves. Zhang Qidong glanced disdainfully at his excited roommates, a smirk of contempt appearing on his lips. Look at you all, so unambitious. What's wrong with being high-end and awesome? So what if I go for a trip? Isn't it just saving on the ticket price? He really doesn't believe that Guy is willing to cover other expenses for so many people. It's just a ticket, I can afford it. No need for you to act all high and mighty. Hee, could this guy be colluding with the owner of that spring place, teaming up to make money off everyone? If they save on the ticket, they'll just make it back in other ways. After saying that, Zhang Qidong patted his backside and left. He put on a facade of being above the mundane world. However, to his roommates, this guy seemed to be suffering from jealousy, and it was pretty serious. Seeing Zhao Chen pass the pot to her, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but hum softly. This bad guy wants to slack off again. But even so, she still accepted her classmates' private messages one by one, asking them to make notes for counting the participants. Class monitor, I'm sending it to you. Xiaoyu, all 4 of us in our dorm are joining, hee. After tallying up, excluding Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan, there were a total of 35 classmates in the class who signed up for the dinner. Besides Zhang Qidong, who looked down on participating, the other 2 had already skipped class and gone home, now regretting it. Originally, there were more than 2 people. Others who wanted to skip class saw the group announcement and decisively chose to withdraw. Missing out on such a good thing would be a huge loss. Plus, a few classmates would bring their family members, resulting in a final group of around 40 to 50 people. Su Jia and the others shook their heads. TSK, just the ticket price alone would cost quite a bit. They said it was 30 yuan per person, but that was just a tenth of the ticket price. In the end, Zhao Chen would still have to cover the difference himself. Truly a top-notch rich and handsome guy, so generous. The spring spa was not far from the school, about 6 or 7 kilometers away. After Lu Ruyan reported the number of participants, Zhao Chen sent a message in the class group, asking everyone to carpool and meet at the spring entrance at 4 in the afternoon. He reminded everyone to bring clothes since they would be staying overnight. As soon as he sent the message, a flurry of OK and thumbs-up emojis flooded in. Everyone sincerely admired Zhao Chen's generosity. Clearly, everyone now understood the level of the place they were going to. Although the 298 yuan ticket was affordable for most, spending 30 yuan to go with roommates or partners felt different. Playing together with so many people was a unique experience. For Zhao Chen, the vice class monitor, everyone almost cheered in praise, feeling extremely fortunate to have chosen him. For such a vice class monitor, I want a dozen. Brother Chuan, I'm coming. Chuan Gu, when are we leaving? Big brother Chuan, I'll remember this. If you tell me to go east, I'll never go west. After announcing the meeting time, several classmates from the neighboring dorms rushed into Zhao Chen's 606 dormitory. Looking at the crowd blocking the dorm, Zhao Chen couldn't help but shake his head and laugh, scolding, "What the heck? Why is everyone coming to find me? Hurry back and get ready. You should take a taxi over there early this afternoon." You don't expect me to pay for your taxi, do you? Everyone burst into laughter, teasing and joking for a while before gradually dispersing. A group of them made plans to carpool, a few people sharing one car. For a 6 or 7 kilometer trip, with the discounts from ride-hailing services, it wouldn't cost much. After sending the group off, Zhao Chen didn't forget to message his counselor, He Hong, inviting her to join. He Hong really wanted to go, but with the National Day holiday approaching and many tasks at hand, she could only politely decline. Zhao Chen didn't think much of it. He could invite the counselor next time for the gathering. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhao Chen finished getting ready, sent a message to his girlfriend, and then headed out. The 3 dogs quickly followed him, eager to hitch a ride in his car. Who wants to sit in the front? Upon hearing this, Lin Song and the others began to compete for the front passenger seat. Although it was only a 6 or 7 kilometer journey, the experience of sitting in a luxury car was quite different. After some debate, Li Jiala, beaming with joy, emerged victorious. Lin Song and Kai Jichao had to settle for the back seat. Let's go! Zhao Chen chuckled at his roommate's enthusiasm and started the car. Lu Ruyan's roommates naturally took her car as well. Soon, the Panamera and BMW 5 Series met at the school gate. Everyone rolled down their windows to greet each other before heading towards Yuanquan. 20 minutes later, the two cars parked in the designated lot for Yuanquan. After getting out, Zhao Chen smiled and instructed, "How about this? You all greet the classmates, and Xingyu and I will go in first to make arrangements." They had arrived the earliest since they drove themselves. The other classmates had not yet arrived, so Lin Song and the others waited outside, allowing the 3 boys and 3 girls to bond a bit. Seeing a few nods, Zhao Chen took Lu Ruyan's small hand and walked into the lobby of the tall building before them. The building housing Yuanquan had over 20 floors. The first to 12th floors were a spa and leisure center, while the 13th floor and above housed a luxury hotel. It was said that this building belonged to their boss, and it looked quite impressive. "Welcome to Yuanquan." As soon as they entered the lobby, a cheerful waitress rushed over. "Sir, madam, may I ask if you two are here for bathing or accommodation?" In terms of service, Yuanquan could be considered a benchmark for spa clubs in Huacheng. This was also why Zhao Chen chose this place for their gathering. "Hello, could you please have the manager of the bathing department come over? I need to discuss something with him." Upon hearing Zhao Chen's request, the waitress was momentarily taken aback. However, judging by their attire, it was clear they were not the type to cause trouble. So, she smiled and replied, "Sure, please wait a moment." After that, she led Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan to the waiting area, and soon other waitstaff brought tea and snacks. Zhao Chen couldn't help but nod in approval. The service was indeed attentive. Before long, the manager of the bathing department, Ma Bo, hurried over. Upon seeing Zhao Chen chatting with Lu Ruyan, he greeted her warmly. "Hello, sir, I am Ma Bo, the manager of Yuanquan. How can I assist you?" Zhao Chen stood up, shook hands with Ma Bo, and then explained why he had asked him to come. When Ma Bo learned that Zhao Chen was bringing nearly 50 people, his expression showed surprise. Yuanquan occasionally hosted groups, but none as large as Zhao Chen's. Ma Bo appeared experienced in handling group bookings. As he listened to Zhao Chen's requests, he instructed his assistant to take notes. However, when he realized that these 50 or so people were Zhao Chen's classmates, Ma Bo maintained his composure but was secretly astonished, beginning to scrutinize Zhao Chen more seriously. After all, a spa club could be considered a type of hotel. Having navigated the hotel industry for many years, Ma Bo's discerning eye was well honed. Zhao Chen clearly looked like someone who wasn't short on cash. It was likely that this spending would be significant. Once Zhao Chen finished outlining his requirements, a warm smile spread across Ma Bo's face. "Mr. Zhao, let me confirm with you. According to what you said, we will set up a separate self-service dining area for you, which will be open only to you and your classmates during fixed time slots. The hotel upstairs will also prepare enough rooms for you in advance, but I'm very sorry that the entertainment facilities can only be shared with other guests. Since these are fixed facilities, if other guests want to use them, we have no way around it. I hope you can understand." After listening, Zhao Chen nodded to show his understanding. "I understand. When the time comes, you can tally up everyone's expenses and report the total to me." "Okay, no problem." Ma Bo nodded in agreement, then paused before continuing. "Mr. Zhao, we warmly welcome you and your classmates to our source spring. I regret that we couldn't fully meet your requirements. How about this? To express our apologies, we will charge the ticket price at 228 yuan per person. Originally, the price was 298 yuan per person. Although group purchases usually come with some discounts, it certainly wouldn't be this much. Typically, the discount is only around 20 or 30 yuan, so the price of 228 yuan is indeed quite generous. After all, once inside, as long as you don't order expensive items, services like spa treatments and massages won't cost too much. Saving 70 yuan per person for 50 people adds up to quite a bit." Ma Bo's approach left a good impression on Zhao Chen, who smiled and nodded in agreement. For a moment, both host and guest were pleased. Zhao Chen then paid a deposit of 50,000 yuan. The ticket price and subsequent expenses would be deducted from this amount, with any excess refunded. After all, the hotel can't just rely on words to arrange everything for you. In the face of such a large sum of money, it's not uncommon to encounter people trying to cheat. Ma Bo escorted Zhao Chen out, preparing to have a few staff members arrange things for Zhao Chen's group. Suddenly, a figure pushed the door open, and Ma Bo tensed up, quickly bowing to greet. "Hello, boss." "Hello, boss," the other staff members echoed. The boss who entered was dressed in a suit and white shirt, wearing silver-rimmed glasses, with a handsome appearance and looking quite young. He nodded slightly in response and was about to walk inside. At that moment, Zhao Chen also curiously turned his head, and their eyes met. Bai Chuan, Ming Gu. Both were momentarily stunned, then their faces lit up as they stepped forward to shake hands. The person everyone called boss was none other than Yang Peiming, a new friend Zhao Chen had met not long ago. "Hey, you brat, why didn't you let me know you were coming here first?" Yang Peiming chuckled, patting Zhao Chen on the shoulder. As he spoke, he glanced at Lu Ruyan beside Zhao Chen, a flash of admiration in his eyes. "Bai Chuan, this is my girlfriend, Lu Ruyan. Xiaoyu, this is Minggu. Minggu." Lu Ruyan smiled slightly and nodded at Yang Peiming. Zhao Chen was quite pleased with her graceful and appropriate demeanor. It seemed she was happy that Zhao Chen acknowledged her as his girlfriend in front of others. The girl tightened her grip on Zhao Chen's arm. "So, it's your sister-in-law." Yang Peiming chuckled and nodded. "You really are lucky." Even with Yang Peiming's extensive experience with women, he had to admit that Lu Ruyan was indeed extremely beautiful. However, he had no intention of crossing any lines. A friend's wife is off limits. After a brief introduction, Yang Peiming learned from Ma Bo about Zhao Chen's purpose for being there and couldn't help but look at him with some reproach. "Bai Chuan, do you look down on your brother? You came to support me and still spent unnecessary money." Zhao Chen rubbed his nose and smiled wryly. I just found out. I never expected that the ceiling of this spa in the Flower City would actually be owned by Yang Peiming. One word, impressive. Just this building alone is worth at least a few small goals, not to mention it will continue to appreciate in value in the future." "Oh, right, my bad." Yang Peiming instinctively patted his forehead. He had just met Zhao Chen last night and hadn't introduced his business to him yet. Deep down, Yang Peiming quite liked this younger brother. Don't get me wrong, it's not that kind of liking. For people like them, it doesn't matter how much money you have. The most important thing is to have a good vibe and be to their taste. Unless there are too many entangled interests that cannot be separated, otherwise, for someone who doesn't fit their taste, no matter how rich they are, he wouldn't bother with them. Yang Peiming looked at the anxious manager, Ma Bo, who was lowering his head, and said lightly, "Did you pay the deposit? Hurry up and refund the money." "Yes, boss." Ma Bo quickly replied respectfully, but he couldn't help but feel shocked. He never expected that this seemingly capable young man actually knew their boss, and it seemed their relationship was quite close. "Big brother, why didn't you say it earlier? If I had known you knew the boss, I wouldn't have had to say so much. I could have just gone in and spent freely. The entire building is the boss's property, bought for 160 million. Plus, with the lavish renovations, a lot of money has been invested. Calling the boss a top-tier rich man is not an exaggeration. I heard the boss isn't from Manhwa province but is a second-generation rich kid from the Magic City. However, we subordinates wouldn't dare to ask recklessly. Anyway, we just need to know that the boss is very wealthy. If the tasks assigned aren't handled well and leave a bad impression on the boss, that would be disastrous." Wait, Brother Ming." Zhao Chen quickly waved his hand, looking serious. "I came here to spend. If you waive my bill, what would that look like?" "Hey, you little brat, don't be so polite with me." Yang Peiming wanted to casually mention Zhao Chen's extravagant deeds at the bar. They hadn't been polite with Zhao Chen while drinking, but now they were being courteous. However, seeing Zhao Chen's girlfriend beside him, he held back his impulse. In front of someone's official girlfriend, one should still give their brother some face. Since Zhao Chen introduced her as his girlfriend, it was clearly more than just a fling. Zhao Chen smiled casually. "The fees still need to be paid, but the other arrangements, you can decide, Brother Ming. I'll say it in advance, if you waive everything for me, I might not come next time." Damn. Hearing this, Yang Peiming couldn't help but laugh and curse, then looked at him helplessly. All right, it's up to you, kid. Here's the deal. I'll arrange for someone to take your classmates upstairs, and we'll discuss the rest later. Then, Yang Peiming had Ma Bo set up a large sign at the hotel entrance with Zhao Chen's name on it. As long as it was Zhao Chen's classmates, there would be someone to receive them. After Zhao Chen took Lu Ruyan out, Yang Peiming thought for a moment and waved to Ma Bo. "Come here for a second." Ma Bo hurriedly jogged over and respectfully said, "Boss, do you have any instructions?" Then, Yang Peiming said something that left Ma Bo dumbfounded. "You count how many guests are still in the bathhouse, and then clear the place out. To show my apology, let's do this, double the ticket price as compensation, and if anyone has spent money inside, waive all their bills. Clear the place within half an hour. I hope there isn't a single outsider left, understood? Boss." Ma Bo was instantly stunned. There should be several hundred guests inside. Today is the weekend. Although it's still early, there are quite a few guests arriving now. After all this, it means they haven't made a single cent, and they still have to suffer a loss of hundreds of thousands. Didn't hear what I said? Yang Peiming glanced at Ma Bo indifferently, causing the latter to shiver and hurriedly nod in agreement. Understood, boss, I'll arrange it right away. Ma Bo's actions were very swift. After Yang Peiming finished speaking, within half an hour, all the guests in the entire building, except for those staying in the hotel upstairs, were politely asked to leave. Although some guests were not very satisfied with Yuan Quan kicking them out, they were compensated with double the ticket refund and free consumption. This way of handling things really left no room for complaints. Basically, the guests were quite satisfied. At the lobby entrance, Zhao Qin was greeting the classmates who were arriving in taxis one after another. Suddenly, he turned around and saw the guests continuously walking out, and after a slight pause, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Clearly, he also realized what Yang Peiming had done. Although he was quite grateful for Yang Peiming's actions and held him in high regard, it really wasn't necessary. After all, the place inside was so large that their few dozen people couldn't even fill one floor. Not to mention that the bathing center had so many floors. However, one had to admit that if only their few dozen guests were left in the building, with all the staff surrounding them, it would indeed feel quite nice to think about. After a pause, Zhao Chen walked back into the lobby and happened to see Ma Bo apologizing to the guests and compensating them with double ticket refunds. Young Master Zhao. Upon seeing Zhao Chen enter, Ma Bo let the nearby staff continue handling things and hurriedly jogged over. Don't blame him for being opportunistic. If he could serve this esteemed guest well today, perhaps the boss would be so pleased that this year's bonus would double. Manager Ma, where's Ming Ge? The boss went upstairs to arrange things first. Should I go call him for you? Ma Bo replied respectfully. Oh, no need. Zhao Chen waved his hand, glancing at the long line waiting for ticket refunds, and said somewhat helplessly, Ming Gu, this is too polite. Hee, it's because young Master Zhao is here, it's only right. Zhao Chen shook his head and stopped speaking, then took out his bank card from his wallet and walked over to the counter where he had just paid the deposit. The front desk lady clearly knew that the boss had an extraordinary friend visiting. Better to clear the place than to do business. This was quite a show of face. Seeing Zhao Chen approach, she hurriedly bowed and asked, Mr. Zhao, is there something you need? How about this, consider it that I booked the entire place today. Can you calculate how much it would cost? 1 million or 2 million? Zhao Chen said with a serious expression. Business is business, they are here to make money, not to do charity. He recognized Yang Peiming as a friend, but friends shouldn't be treated this way. Having just met for a couple of days, making the other party lose so much money made him feel uneasy. Young Master Zhao. Young Master Zhao. Seeing Zhao Chen about to pay, Ma Bo was immediately alarmed and quickly ran over. He then grabbed Zhao Chen's hand while signaling the front desk staff to quickly step aside. Paying was absolutely out of the question. The 50,000 yuan deposit Zhao Chen had just given was already the maximum the boss could accept. If they took more money, with the boss's temper, he would probably have to go through the resignation process today. His family of 4 was relying on this job for their livelihood. If he lost it, where would he find such a good job? Ma Bo was the manager of the bathing department, and there were several leaders above him, with quite a few at his level. In this building, he could barely be considered mid-level or above. But even so, with his salary and bonuses, he earned around 400,000 to 500,000 last year. Based on the current performance, it is estimated that there will be more bonuses this year. If he loses his job, how will he pay off his several million in mortgage and hundreds of thousands in car loans? Xiao, please don't give me any money. Just help me out, okay? You know how the boss is. If you give me money again, I definitely won't be able to keep this job. Ma Bo's face was filled with despair, and his pleading tone made Zhao Chen feel a bit reluctant. Damn! Is it now a difficult thing to give money? After a moment of stalemate, Zhao Chen had no choice but to look at him helplessly. Alright, I won't give you any more, Manager Ma. You can let go of me now, go back to your work. After saying that, Zhao Chen shook his head and turned to walk out the door. Thank you, Xiao. Thank you, Xiao. Ma Bo expressed his gratitude with a full face of appreciation and then instructed the lobby staff to go out and welcome Zhao Chen's classmates. He also asked the other customers who wanted to come in to stay back. The entire venue was booked today, and no new customers could enter except for Zhao Chen's classmates. However, the store prepared a 100 yuan voucher to offer, which could be directly deducted from the entrance fee for their next visit. In terms of service, they would rather take a loss than ruin their reputation. This was also the fundamental reason why Yuanquan remained popular in the years to come. At the lobby entrance, the scene of customers continuously coming out attracted the classmates who were still outside chatting. Li Jiala, seeing this, exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, why are all the customers coming out?" The others were equally puzzled, and Lin Song joked, could it be that Chuan Ge booked the whole place? It shouldn't be that extreme. Even if he was rich, he wouldn't spend like that, right? This building is quite large, not to mention filling it with their classmates, even the entire college could fit in. Moreover, which hotel would dare to drive away customers who came to support them? Once that gets out, would they still want to do business in the future? Xiao Yu, do you know? At this moment, Chen Yanling curiously asked the nearby Lu Ruyan, probably only she would know the reason. Seeing the curious looks from everyone, Lu Ruyan shook her head. She hadn't heard her boyfriend say anything about booking the whole place. After thinking for a moment, she slowly spoke, I don't know, but the owner of this place is Bai Chuan's friend. Friend. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. Sure enough, friends of rich people are all rich. Ahem. Of course, that excludes them, the poor folks. Li Jiala couldn't help but walk over to ask the smiling waitress nearby. After learning from her that Yuan Quan had cleared the venue, he returned with an excited expression. Oh my. Everyone, they really cleared the venue. Li Jiala swallowed hard, pointing at the building in front of him, and said in shock, the staff said that this building is only hosting our classmates today, and absolutely no outsiders will be allowed. And they also said, all our expenses today are completely free. What the hell? My God. Upon hearing this, everyone stood frozen in place, then opened their mouths wide, their eyes filled with shock. The family members nearby who heard this news were equally dumbfounded. Is this what other people's class leaders are like? It's simply outrageous. If only they had such a class leader, they would wake up laughing in their dreams. This matter was soon spread to the class group by the big-mouthed Chen Yanling. In an instant, the entire class group erupted in excitement. Are you kidding? Such a large spa was directly booked by their class? And not only booked, but everything food, drinks, and entertainment was free? This is simply like a dream. The students who attended were excitedly sharing funny pictures and jokes in the group chat, while those who didn't go were sighing in disappointment. Brother Dashwan, if I take a flight back now, will I make it in time? Woo woo. Why did I go home early? So silly. Class monitor, I want to go back to school. For a moment, the class group was buzzing with energy. Zhao Chen's phone kept vibrating, and looking at the string of messages in the group, he felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. It's okay, if you can't make it this time, there will be another opportunity next time. Brothers and sisters, we just started our freshman year. The days ahead will definitely be even more exciting. After sending these two messages, the class group fell silent. The next moment, messages shouting long live Brother Chuan, and Brother Chuan is awesome, flooded the chat. Yes, this is just the beginning of freshman year. Over the 4 years of college, there will surely be plenty of opportunities ahead. Many secretly vowed that they would never return home early during the next holiday. Before long, a large group of over 52 people, including more than 30 classmates and their families, marched into the lobby under the guidance of the waitstaff. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Spring Source. 10 beautiful waitresses stood in a row, bowing to everyone in unison. The sight made the single male students swallow hard. They were all freshmen, fresh out of high school, and had never seen such a spectacle. As for the male students with family members, they couldn't help but gasp in awe. Of course, it was all thanks to the female students. Amid the warm greetings, everyone felt a bit lightheaded. The bathing center, of course, had separate areas for men and women. Guided by the waitstaff, about 20 boys entered the bathhouse located on the first floor. The men's bath had over 30 waitstaff, equivalent to one-on-one service, with a few extra staff members. The incredibly enthusiastic attitude of the waitstaff left everyone pleasantly surprised. Wow! Chanel! In the women's area, with the attentive service of the staff in the changing room, Su Jia, dressed in a bathrobe, was about to dry her hair when she saw the array of luxury brands on the bathing counter and was momentarily stunned. Hearing her exclamation, the other girls curiously gathered around. In an instant, a series of gasps erupted. Shiseido, Lancome, Furman, L'Occitane, Kerastase, Chanel, Gucci, all kinds of high-end skincare products were available, even the hairdryer was a Dyson. These can be used freely, and if you like, you can take them with you when you leave, said a smiling waitress nearby. Normally, Spring Source wouldn't showcase so many luxury skincare products. After all, the cost was significant, and they certainly couldn't be taken away. With a ticket price of 298 yuan, they couldn't make everything high-end, right? Otherwise, after a few years, even with Yang Peiming's wealth, he would probably go bankrupt. However, today was a special occasion. After quickly clearing the area, the bathing center brought out all the high-end skincare products they had been saving. These were usually only provided to customers after paid services and were all brand new and unopened. They had gone to great lengths to entertain Zhao Chen and his classmates. Hearing this, the girls were instantly thrilled. They couldn't wait to thank their perfect class monitor. Of course, they could take the skincare products with them. Hey, those few students who wanted to take the hairdryers were going too far. After a quick shower, Zhao Chen looked at the clear hot spring pool, which was obviously just filled with fresh water, bubbling away. He didn't linger and, after changing into a specially customized disposable silk bathrobe from the bathing center, went out to meet the girls in the first floor lounge area. Next, Ma Bo began to introduce the facilities inside the spring to everyone, leading Zhao Chen and his group up to the second floor. The overall decor of the bathing center exuded an ancient Chinese courtyard charm, with an elegant style that looked very comforting. The second floor was a resting area, equipped with free tea, snacks, and fruits, along with specialized audiovisual reclining chairs. In the year 2014, it felt particularly high-tech. It was said that Yang Peiming had specially ordered these from abroad. Not only could you watch TV and movies, but there was also an automatic massage function, along with a one-button call feature. Free fruits, drinks, or meals could be ordered, and the staff would bring them over. Aside from paid meals, no other fees were charged. For the customers coming in to spend, this was quite an enjoyable experience. Staying overnight in the resting area was also possible, with just a 28 yuan overnight fee. The third floor was the service area, which included various paid services like massages, spa treatments, and more. However, today, everything was free. Hearing this, the male compatriots who often dreamed of going to the Big Sword couldn't help but feel excited. After some thought, they decided to suppress their impulses and listen to Manager Ma's introduction first. There was plenty of time today, enough for them to enjoy themselves. After all, it was bound to happen sooner or later. In such a place, services often cost 4 figures. What they had never dared to imagine before was now coming true one by one. It was exhilarating. Chuan Go Yyds. Upon reaching the 4th floor, there was a business discussion area, meeting rooms, a reading bar, and a dedicated golf room for guests who wanted to conduct business or enjoyed golfing. The 5th floor was an executive lounge, which, although not as good as Sky, still looked quite nice. Moreover, all regular drinks and coffee were free, aiming for comfort and elegance. As for the upper floors, they were leisure and entertainment areas. From the 6th to the 9th floors, there were dedicated KTV rooms, a gym, a cinema, an arcade, and an esports area that most bathing centers definitely lacked. Although there weren't many computers inside, about 40 to 50, they were all high-spec and equipped with Apple monitors. Normally, you would have to wait to play here, but now, there was no need. Most boys were deeply attracted at first sight. How many first-year boys don't love playing games? Even a few girls wanted to join in. Lu Ruyan's roommate, Chen Yanling, was one of them. Everyone quickly made plans to team up for a game. Seeing this, Zhao Chen smiled slightly. It seemed they could organize a class battle in League of Legends. As for the 10th to 12th floors of the building, these 3 floors were dining areas. There were 3 types of restaurants, Chinese, Western, and mixed, for everyone to choose from. Generally, to avoid waste, only 1 or 2 restaurants would be open. But today, all 3 restaurants were open, and the entire process was self-service ordering. The restaurant had already closely coordinated with suppliers for all ingredients, ensuring that whatever you wanted to eat, you could have. If you got tired from playing, the luxurious suites or executive suites on the 17th and 18th floors were available for everyone to rest, with rooms that were definitely spacious enough. As for Zhao Chen, Yang Peiming naturally arranged a presidential suite for him. In summary, today, all 300 staff members of the bathing center would be at the service of these 52 people. After listening to Ma Bo's introduction, everyone fell into silence, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. Everything happening today felt like a dream. It didn't feel like a spa center, it was simply like being in a palace. Some classmates began to take photos and videos around the bathing center, capturing the beautiful moments of today. Some even posted on QQ Space and Moments, showing off their impressive class monitor. If there were Douyin now, perhaps Zhao Chen could even trend on hot searches. At this moment, Yang Peiming walked over, followed closely by a middle-aged man with a respectful expression. After an introduction, this man was Zhong Xinmin, the general manager responsible for the bathing center on floors 1 to 12. He was also Ma Bo's direct superior. By Chuan, if you have any issues in the future, just look for old Zhong. Even if I'm not here, you can still find him. He will definitely help you arrange everything clearly. Yang Peiming adjusted his glasses and smiled casually. That's right, young Master Zhao, next time you come to play, please be sure to let me know in advance so I can make full preparations for you. Today was too rushed, and I'm very sorry for the inadequate hospitality. Zhong Xinmin nodded repeatedly, bowing slightly. Although he was the general manager, he was essentially a senior worker, having to act according to the boss's mood. Naturally, he had to treat Yang Peiming's friend, who seemed to be a very close one, with seriousness. Then I'll trouble you, Manager Zhong. Zhao Chen smiled and shook hands with him, and they exchanged contact information. Boss, young Master Zhao, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll go get busy. Go ahead. Yang Peiming nodded, then looked at Zhao Chen with a smile, patting his shoulder. Alright, now that you know, treat this place like home. Come whenever you want, don't be polite with me. Brother Ming, why are you clearing the place? This is too polite and too grand. Receiving such a warm welcome from Yang Peiming made Zhao Chen feel a bit embarrassed. It was truly hard to refuse such hospitality. Hey, we're brothers, no need for such formalities. Yang Peiming waved his hand casually, then turned to Ma Bo, who was waiting nearby. Manager Ma, have the arrangements I mentioned been made? Yes, boss, everything is arranged, Ma Bo said with a serious expression, hurriedly adding, all 3 restaurants are open, and I've called back the chefs who were on leave today. Good. Yang Peiming smiled with satisfaction. But we can't shortchange them. Let's do this, count today as overtime, 3 times. No, 5 times the salary. Understood, boss. The conversation between Yang Peiming and Ma Bo left the classmates nearby in a daze. The class monitor's friend. Is this the legendary big shot? What a powerful aura. After everything was arranged, Yang Peiming invited Zhao Chen to his private tea room on the 20th floor of the building. His beautiful secretary gently served tea to the two, sweetly saying, Young Master Zhao, please enjoy the tea. Zhao Chen thanked her with a light smile. Watching the beautiful secretary sway her waist, her graceful figure made him a bit envious of this older brother. This is what enjoyment looks like. Compared to Yang Peiming, he was just an ordinary person. Look at him, so many employees, such a large enterprise. And what about him? Aside from a few million in his bank account, a fully equipped Panamera, and a girlfriend who was a campus beauty, he had nothing else. What's wrong? Interested? Seeing Zhao Chen's intrigued expression, Yang Peiming teased with a smile, if you're interested, I can have Xiaolan give you her contact information. From there, it's up to you. Don't worry, I've definitely never touched her. Zhao Chen was instantly at a loss for words, shaking his head to explain, Brother Ming, where are you going with this? I'm not that eager. Ha ha ha, you little rascal. Yang Peiming smiled slightly, took a sip of tea, and said sincerely, to be honest, I don't have many friends in this city of flowers. Although we haven't known each other for long, I feel a special connection and hope you don't mind my taking the initiative today. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen replied with a serious expression, not at all, I should thank Minggu for your warm hospitality today. The layout of this tea room is quite elegant and unique, and the decor of the bathing center downstairs is filled with traditional Chinese courtyard style. This shows that Yang Peiming is indeed a cultured person. The entire 20th floor has been specially renovated for Yang Peiming. He only occasionally stays here and doesn't come often. Today, he came to check the accounts, taking advantage of the upcoming National Day holiday. He didn't expect to run into Zhao Chen bringing people over to have fun. It was quite a coincidence. Zhao Chen took a sip of tea and asked with a light laugh, Minggu, the Yuanquan project must have required a significant investment, right? Yang Peiming nodded with a smile, extending 3 fingers. This building, along with the renovations, cost nearly 300 million in total. And I bought it when the property prices were still low. Zhao Chen couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. For him, 300 million was definitely a huge sum. It seems that among the 3 wealthy second-generation friends he just met, this one is the most capable. No wonder Zhou Yuxuan and Gao Zening looked up to Yang Peiming. However, considering the future development trends of Huacheng, this 300 million will definitely be worth it. After all, as one of the 4 major first-tier cities, a building not far from the city center could easily double in price. Hey, don't think I say this so lightly, Yang Peiming said self-deprecatingly, when I bought this building, I had a big argument with my old man. If the money hadn't already been in my hands, Yuanquan probably wouldn't exist. For him, 300 million is not a small amount. At that time, the building was up for auction, and the 170 million price tag was already pushing Yang Peiming's limits, so he gritted his teeth and took the plunge. Fortune favors the bold. Even if he ended up losing money, at most it would be a few tens of millions, which he could afford. If he made a profit, it would be more than a couple of 100 million. Zhao Chen nodded in agreement, saying firmly, I believe it will definitely appreciate in the future. No worries, let's talk about the future later, Yang Peiming said with a carefree smile, then curiously asked, by the way, Baishuan, have you considered starting a business? Based on Zhao Chen's performance at the bar yesterday, he inferred that the other party's family background must be quite good. A wealthy second generation like him, even if still in school, should have entrepreneurial ideas, especially since his family can provide financial support. Starting a business with money and without money is not on the same level. The starting point for the former is always beyond what the latter can compare to. However, not all wealthy second-generation individuals want to start a business. For example, Zhou Yuxuan and Gao Zhenning. The former dabbles in small ventures while waiting to inherit the family business. After entering university, he has been busy chasing girls, and this time, he took his new girlfriend to travel around during the National Day holiday. The latter is even more carefree, directly going abroad to hang out with friends. These two clearly have little interest in entrepreneurship, but as long as they don't mess things up, relying on the industries left by their parents is enough for them to live a carefree life of eating, drinking, and having fun. As for Yang Peiming, his family situation is more complicated. However, in terms of family wealth, he is not comparable to Zhou Yuxuan and the others. To put it this way, his family's assets are several times more than the combined wealth of the two. However, this wealth is not solely his. Unlike Zhou Yuxuan and the others, who are the only children in their families and can do whatever they want, Yang Peiming has an older brother. Although the two brothers have a good relationship and there is no open strife or petty squabbles like in larger families, there is still some competition behind the scenes. Who doesn't want the recognition of their elders? No one wants to be seen as a useless rich second generation living off others. After graduating from a prestigious university abroad, Yang Peiming returned home with the startup capital provided by his family and came to Huaqing to start a business. His brothers stayed in Modu. The two brothers chose different paths, one focused on physical enterprises while the other ventured into the internet, both determined to achieve great success. Starting a business, of course, I've thought about it, but I just haven't figured out the direction yet. Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Once I have a clearer idea, I'll definitely ask Brother Ming for advice. Who wouldn't want to start a business and be their own boss? However, he felt that his current funds were still insufficient. Rather than forcing himself to open a small company that might struggle to hire enough employees and constantly worry about finances, it would be better to wait until he had sufficient capital before diving into the business world and meeting those big players. No matter which field he entered, if he was going to do it, he wanted to be the leader in the industry. With 8 years of memories and insights about the future, Zhao Chen was undoubtedly more capable of seizing opportunities than most people. However, who could guarantee absolute success? At this moment, the power of money became crucial. As long as he had enough money in hand, he would have the confidence to do anything. Of course, no problem. If you don't mind later, consider it a share from your brother. Yang Peiming waved his hand and laughed heartily. After some small talk in the tea room, Zhao Chen planned to take his leave. Yang Peiming had other matters to attend to later, so he didn't insist on keeping him. Before leaving Yuanquan, he specifically instructed Zhong Xinming to make sure Zhao Chen and the others were well taken care of. Zhao Chen took the elevator to the 6th floor, which had a dedicated esports room. Not only were there attendants ready with warm towels for hand wiping, but there were also free freshly squeezed juices and snacks available at any time. The high-end computer setups and attentive service attracted some wealthy gaming addicts who would spend 298 yuan just to play games at Yuanquan for a day. At this moment, there were already about 10 guys in the esports room playing together, their mouths filled with curses. Others were scattered across various floors. Some had plans to go soak in hot springs, others to get a spa, and there were couples hiding in the darkened cinema watching movies. Even foodies rushed to the 2nd floor to devour the high-end fruits. Today, due to Zhao Chen's arrival, the variety of fruits on the 2nd floor was significantly greater than usual. Cat Mountain King durian, milk strawberries, Chilean cherries, Peruvian blueberries, and other premium fruits. Most college students could hardly afford to eat such fruits even once a month, but today they were freely available. Moreover, as long as you instructed the attendants, they would promptly deliver fruits to you on any floor, making it incredibly enjoyable. Zhao Chen's 3 roommates were all playing games. Li Jiala and Kai Jicha were engaged in an internal class battle, while Lin Song was in a different situation. He was clumsily duo-queuing with Chen Yenling. Due to nervousness, his hands trembled slightly, his face flushed red, and his gameplay was somewhat awkward. However, under Chen Yenling's gentle encouragement, Lin Song managed to regain his formidable skills. Even though he wasn't familiar with the jungle position, with his skills, he was still racking up kills in this silver-gold match. Wow! Lin Song, you're amazing! After 20 minutes, Lucian had secured 25 kills, making Chen Yenling's eyes shine with admiration as she clapped and praised him. She looked at Lin Song with a slightly flushed face, her eyes seemingly filled with admiration. It's okay, I guess, Lin Song smiled sheepishly, scratching his head. For some reason, seeing Chen Yenling's playful and generous demeanor stirred something inexplicable in him. Lin Song, let's keep playing. I want to try to reach gold. Sure, leave it to me. In the realm of League of Legends, as a king-level player, Lin Song found it incredibly easy to help a girl reach the gold rank. Hearing the conversation between the two, Zhao Chen couldn't help but smile slightly. It seemed they had a bit of chemistry. If his roommate and Lu Ruyan's roommate ended up together, he would certainly be happy about it. At this moment, League of Legends was gaining traction with the build-up to the S4 World Championship, attracting more and more esports enthusiasts, showing signs of explosive popularity. Compared to the previous S3 World Championship, the audience numbers for S4 had increased several times over. It's important to note that this growth represented millions of real people. Various capital sources had also caught the scent of opportunity and were flocking to this new competitive arena. Starting from the S5 season, the salary cap for professional League of Legends players suddenly skyrocketed, and with the influx of foreign investment, the highest earners could make tens of millions annually. This attracted countless young people with esports dreams, officially ushering in the esports era. Although it was often said that Prince Wang was the main driving force behind the success of esports, he could at best be considered a figurehead pushed forward by capital, merely one part of the whole. Many hands make light work. Without the help of other capital, he alone wouldn't have been able to create much of a wave. Meanwhile, Tencent had found its strongest ally in the gaming ecosystem. Acquiring Riot Games was probably one of the smartest decisions made by the management. The vitality of this game exceeded everyone's expectations. Now, with top-tier games like Crossfire, League of Legends, and Dungeon Fighter Online in hand, Tencent was crushing all domestic gaming companies in the gaming field. In the following years, the only game that could challenge the status of League of Legends burst onto the scene, and at the time, it was incredibly popular. Even though it was a buyout game that required payment to play, it still attracted a multitude of players. Unfortunately, due to poor management and rampant cheating, it gradually declined. With some time still before that game was released, Zhao Chen pondered whether he should get in on the action. After all, before the official launch, no one knew if the game would become a hit. Moreover, with the foresight of later generations, while he couldn't guarantee he would do better than Bluehole, he was sure he wouldn't do too poorly. If all else failed, he could always throw money at it. Lost in thought, Zhao Chen shook his head slightly. He had strayed a bit too far. For now, he should focus on upgrading the system and raising his level as soon as possible. Only with sufficient cash flow could he do more things. Brother Chuan is here. Upon seeing Zhao Chen approach, Li Jiala called out, causing everyone to turn their heads. Brother Chuan, come play. Class monitor, take me to the top. In an instant, Zhao Chen felt a surge of excitement and immediately organized a proper class battle. Among the classmates and their families, except for Lin Song, the highest rank was only Diamond. The winning side of the internal battle would report their QQ numbers, and each person would receive 500 QQ coins. Lin Song was banned from participating due to his exceptional skills. Stimulated by the prizes, everyone played with great enthusiasm and excitement. After a while, once the class battle concluded, Zhao Chen stood up and stretched. Ma Bo, who had been waiting nearby, quickly approached and respectfully asked, "Young Master Zhao, it's dinner time. Would you like to eat now?" Thank you for your trouble." Zhao Chen smiled and nodded. "Not a trouble at all." Ma Bo replied with a beaming smile, then signaled to a nearby waiter. Unbeknownst to them, it was already past 6 in the evening. Everyone was feeling a bit hungry, and under the guidance of the waiter, they collectively headed to the restaurant. They checked out each restaurant, and according to personal preferences, some chose Chinese cuisine while others opted for Western food. The group dispersed, each going their own way. Zhao Chen chose Chinese food. Entering the restaurant, Lu Ruyan and Su Jiao were already there. Upon seeing him come in, Lu Ruyan quickly waved at him. "Bai Chuan, over here." Zhao Chen smiled slightly and took a seat next to his girl. Su Jiao looked at Zhao Chen with excitement and said, "Class monitor, the waitress said we can take the skincare products from the bathhouse, is that true? Bai Chuan, is that okay?" Before Zhao Chen could respond, Lu Ruyan expressed her concern. With so many of them eating and drinking Yang Peiming's offerings, they were also planning to take things away. Although Zhao Chen and Yang Peiming seemed to have a good relationship, Lu Ruyan didn't want her boyfriend to feel awkward. "It's fine, just take them," Zhao Chen said with a carefree smile, gently patting Lu Ruyan's small hand. "Since they've been brought out, if you want to take them, go ahead, no need to worry about it." He accepted Yang Peiming's friendship and sincerely acknowledged this new friend in his heart. He would definitely return the favor when the opportunity arose. These items were nothing significant to them. Thank you, class monitor." Upon hearing this, Su Jia's eyes lit up, and she immediately began discussing skincare products with Lu Ruyan cheerfully. Seeing Zhao Chen seated at the dining table, the waitress quickly jogged over. Lu Ruyan and Su Jia had been waiting for Zhao Chen and hadn't ordered yet. "Good evening, Mr. Zhao, what would you like to eat?" The waitress handed her iPad to Zhao Chen, secretly observing him with curious eyes. Because of this wealthy young man, they were all on edge today, afraid of making any mistakes. In any restaurant, some ingredients are usually in limited supply or simply unavailable. Today was different. Almost all the ingredients on the menu were prepared. Various high-end ingredients, such as abalone, lobster, and king crab, were all available. Zhao Chen usually preferred lighter flavors, but today he wanted to try Sichuan cuisine. While browsing the menu, he asked, "Do you have Sichuan dishes?" "Yes." The waitress quickly nodded. "We have a Sichuan chef brought in from a 5-star hotel, and the food is delicious. Would you like to try it?" "Sure, then let the chef arrange it for us, just make it as home-style as possible, not too spicy." Zhao Chen handed the iPad back to the waitress and then looked at Lu Ruyan and Su Jia. "Can you handle Sichuan cuisine? Do you need to change it?" "It's fine. No need to change." The two nodded. They could also accept the flavors of Sichuan cuisine. The waitress then respectfully withdrew. Upon learning that this young Master Zhao wanted Sichuan cuisine, the Sichuan chef in the kitchen immediately perked up, ready to showcase authentic Sichuan dishes for Zhao Chen. After about 20 minutes, the dining table for the three was gradually filled with dishes. Sliced beef and spicy broth, cold pot fish made with wild yellow croaker, mapo tofu made with Boston lobster, twice-cooked pork made with local black pig. A dazzling array of dishes made from various precious ingredients was laid out. Zhao Chen couldn't help but shake his head. Was this really home-style cooking? Which family's home-style cooking could withstand such preparation? Although the dishes weren't exactly home-style, the flavors were indeed impeccable. Zhao Chen couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the chef in his heart. After Su Jia, the foodie, finished 2 large bowls of rice, she patted her little belly unladylike. "So good with rice, really delicious." Just as Zhao Chen hadn't finished eating, Li Jialu and a few others who had just finished their Western meal came over to find him. "Wow, you guys are eating so lavishly." Seeing the table full of red, oily Sichuan dishes, even though they had just filled their stomachs, they couldn't help but want to have a taste. However, thinking about it was one thing, their stomachs couldn't handle it. They were already about to burst, and eating more would make them throw up. The taste of the Western food here was unquestionable, with fresh ingredients and top-notch quality. French baked snails, Spanish cheese lobster, Wellington steak, a variety of Western dishes, one word, satisfying. In short, today's spa trip will be something everyone can brag about for a while. It will definitely become an unforgettable memory from university, perhaps even deeply etched in their minds for a lifetime. After dinner, everyone began sharing photos of the meal in the group chat. Numerous food pictures flooded the chat. Many were planning to have a late-night snack later. This place is open all day, and you can order food to be delivered directly to your designated floor. Looking at the tempting food photos and videos, those who didn't come were left drooling with regret. "If only I had known today, I wouldn't have left early. Next time, I won't run off ahead." This was the shared sentiment of those who didn't come, and even Zhang Qidong was no exception. Watching the food in various entertainment photos and videos shared in the class group, and then hearing that Zhao Chen had booked the entire bathing center with all expenses waived, made him feel incredibly jealous. "Damn it! If I had known, I wouldn't have left. Don't say it was just 30 yuan, I would have gladly paid 200. After enjoying the Sichuan feast leisurely, Lin Song, who followed Chen Yanling to eat Japanese food, also came down. Seeing the shy expressions on their faces, everyone exchanged knowing smiles. It seems that before long, there will be 2 fewer single dogs in the world. Li Jiala and Kai Jichao felt a mix of envy and blessings, but couldn't help but secretly criticize. "Traitors! We agreed to stay single together, and yet you secretly got a partner." After finishing dinner, everyone went to the second floor, the best place for photos. Ma Bo specially invited a photographer to take their group photo. Zhao Chen naturally stood in the center, right next to Lu Ruyan. The two smiled brightly, full of spirit. "Come on, everyone, look at the camera. Is the watermelon sweet?" "Sweet." They happily took several group photos. Then, the boys and girls all pulled Zhao Chen for individual photos. Whether single or in a relationship, the girls practically wanted to stick to Zhao Chen. Lu Ruyan's mouth could have been greased with oil from her envy. In the following time, everyone moved between the KTV room, bar, spa room, arcade, and other places. They played until 11 at night, and as some started to feel sleepy, the staff arranged for them to sleep in the luxurious suites or executive suites upstairs. This delighted everyone. Usually, they wouldn't splurge on such luxurious rooms. "Chuan, I'm sleepy." At this moment, Lu Ruyan, who had been playing with her classmates until 11:30, came to find Zhao Chen. She looked at him with droopy eyes, her eyelids fighting to stay open. Su Jia and the others had already gone back to their rooms for beauty sleep, even specifically asking the technicians to come to their rooms for facials. Clearly, when it comes to enjoying this kind of thing, girls are better than boys. A bunch of boys come to such a place and only know how to play games? I really don't understand. Isn't spa, skincare, and massage more enjoyable than playing games? These are all free, the opportunity is right there, and they don't take full advantage of it. How can that be? At this moment, Zhao Chen was in a solo match with a skilled player, and he was about to win. But seeing his little darling's pitifully cute appearance, he couldn't focus on the game anymore. He tossed the mouse aside and handed it to Li Jiala next to him. You guys play, I'm going up to rest first. Zhao Chen took Lu Ruyan's little hand and said to the others, if you want a late-night snack, remember to order, but don't stay up too late. If you play all night without sleeping, don't come next time. After lunch tomorrow, everyone will gather to leave. Don't delay others' business, understood? Understood. Everyone responded in unison. After today's group activity, Zhao Chen's words felt like a decree to everyone. The presidential suite of Yuanquan was decorated similarly to other five-star hotel presidential suites. However, all the items inside were from various luxury brands, making it far more extravagant than those in other hotels. The cosmetics and skincare products in the bathroom were all brand new and unopened. Just picking up a bottle revealed it to be SK2's Miracle Water. Basic luxury brands like Dior and Chanel went without saying. Items like IBC bathrobes and Dyson hairdryers were standard. On the living room's wine cabinet, there were even a few bottles of Romani Conti wine, accompanied by several bottles of Ace of Spades champagne and 2 bottles of Mutai. Red wine, white wine, and foreign liquor were all available. One could say that no matter what kind of wine a guest preferred, it was all there. If that wasn't enough, the restaurant or bar could deliver more directly, and all these wines could be taken away. Not to mention, just those few bottles of Romani Conti wine were worth more than all the Ace of Spades champagne combined with the 2 bottles of Mutai. This presidential suite, even at a cost of 88,888 yuan for a stay, would still be a great deal. Of course, the reason this presidential suite was so lavishly arranged was that it was not open to the public. It was specifically reserved for important guests of Yang Peiming. However, at this moment, Zhao Chen was no longer concerned about these trivial benefits. Although the wines were not cheap, he could afford them. For him, nothing was more important than his little girl right now. Once they entered the room, Lu Ruyan's drowsiness seemed to dissipate significantly. She smiled brightly, extending her arms to wrap around Zhao Chen's neck, rising on her tiptoes to ask for a kiss. Ever since they shared a bed last night, Lu Ruyan had become increasingly proactive. This time, Zhao Chen had no reservations. Ah! With a gasp, Lu Ruyan was pressed onto the pristine white sheets by Zhao Chen. Looking at Lu Ruyan's shy and adorable expression, Zhao Chen, in a moment of madness, tore open the little girl's bathrobe. Lu Ruyan did not resist. Instead, she gazed at him with soft, flowing eyes. This little girl had no idea how much temptation her appearance held in Zhao Chen's eyes. Soon, the two began to kiss passionately. In the heat of the moment, Zhao Chen kissed down from her small mouth, her little face, and then to Lu Ruyan's neck, continuously moving downward. Finally, shyly blocking him with her hands, her face flushed, she pouted, "Don't." Zhao Chen's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he picked Lu Ruyan up in a princess carry and walked into the bathroom. He planned to start with a little water play before things got heated. What happened next was naturally a matter of course. H1. Turn off the lights. Okay. As the lights went out, the entire room seemed to fall silent. After a while, this silence was broken. In the dim environment, the sound of the bed shaking violently echoed. In the night sky, the moon seemed to feel embarrassed and shyly hid away. In the blink of an eye, it was already mid-morning. At this time, the master bedroom of the presidential suite appeared in disarray. The blankets were carelessly strewn on the floor, and there was a tattered bathrobe nearby. All of this seemed to testify to the wonderful story that had unfolded last night. On the big bed, Lu Ruyan tightly hugged Zhao Chen, her little head nestled in his arms, soundly asleep. In her dreams, her brows occasionally furrowed slightly, making her look even more endearing. After all, Lu Ruyan was just beginning to experience the joys of love. The pain and pleasure of last night made her involuntarily intoxicated, and she felt a genuine joy from the depths of her heart. This also deepened her attachment to Zhao Chen even more. Even in sleep, Lu Ruyan clung tightly to Zhao Chen, as if afraid he would run away. As the force of her subconscious grew stronger, Zhao Chen was forcibly awakened by her. Being held so tightly by his little girl almost made it hard for him to breathe. Looking at her slightly furrowed brows, a hint of heartache appeared in Zhao Chen's eyes. Lu Ruyan's body was of a more sensitive type. Even though there was occasional pain from last night's reckless encounters, she stubbornly endured it, fearing it would affect the wonderful moment. Thinking of this, Zhao Chen smiled gently and leaned in to kiss her eyes. Lu Ruyan opened her eyes in a daze, and upon seeing Zhao Chen, it seemed she recalled the storm of the previous night, shyly burrowing into his embrace. Zhao Chen smiled and held her, stroking her smooth back. "Baby, does it still hurt?" Hearing Zhao Chen's question, Lu Ruyan wrinkled her pert little nose, lifted her head, and looked at him with a hint of grievance. This bad guy didn't know to be a little gentler last night. It still hurt down there. Seeing the pitiful expression on his little girl's face, Zhao Chen smiled slightly and gently tapped her forehead. "It won't hurt anymore. Next time, hubby will definitely be gentler." Upon hearing Zhao Chen say such shameless things, Lu Ruyan let out a soft whimper and reached out to pinch his thick-skinned face, which was as solid as a city wall. Suddenly, it seemed she thought of something, her face turning red as she looked at Zhao Chen and said softly, "What if we have a baby?" Zhao Chen was momentarily stunned, then suddenly remembered that he had been a bit too eager these past 2 nights and hadn't used protection. Looking at the hopeful and nervous expression in her eyes, Zhao Chen naturally wouldn't say anything to disappoint her. He also reached out and gently pinched her soft little face. "What else can we do? Of course, we'll have the baby. That way, I'll have one more treasure in the future." The matter of having children is most feared for its economic pressure, especially for young couples who can barely support themselves, let alone a child. However, money was certainly not a problem for Zhao Chen. Not to mention 1 child, even 10, he could still afford. Otherwise, who would inherit his vast fortune in the future? Moreover, if it were Lu Ruyan and his baby, it would definitely be adorable, considering both parents were top-notch in looks. As he thought about it, Zhao Chen found himself looking forward to it. Lu Ruyan felt sweet inside but huffed lightly. "Then the baby can't be as naughty as you." Alright, I'll do as you say. It's best if they look as cute as their mother." Zhao Chen laughed as he held her in his arms, jokingly saying, "Baby, how about we have a few more?" "Oomph, no way, I'm not a little pig. Ha 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 ha." In the sweet warmth, the two exchanged smiles, snuggling together. After a while of tenderness, they finally got out of bed. Looking at the messy big bed and the bathrobe on the floor, and then at herself, who was completely bare, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but shyly cover her little face. Under Zhao Chen's playful gaze, she endured her sore body and quickly ran to the bathroom to hide. Since Lu Ruyan's bathrobe had been torn by Zhao Chen, he had to call for room service to bring up a new one. After Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan finished washing up, they finally stepped out around 11 in the morning. Although they missed a hearty breakfast, this kind of life, as long as Zhao Chen wanted it, could be had every day, so naturally, he felt no regret. Around noon, after everyone enjoyed a delicious lunch, they gathered to count heads and prepare to return to school. Until they left, everyone still felt a bit reluctant. They looked around, seemingly wanting to forever remember this scene in their hearts. This carefree life, unfortunately, can only be experienced for a day. It's too short, truly making one savor every moment. When Zhao Chen saw the heavy expressions that appeared on everyone's faces, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted as he slowly said, "What's the matter? Don't look so glum, give me a smile. Next time we have the chance, we can come again." Wow. Long live the class monitor. Upon hearing this, everyone instantly brightened up, shouting in unison for the class monitor. Beside them, Zhong Xinmin and Ma Bo walked over with beaming smiles. "Young Master Zhao, I hope this arrangement meets your expectations. If you have any suggestions, please do let us know. I promise we will do better next time." Zhao Chen reached out to shake hands with the two, chuckling lightly. "What suggestions could I have? I'm very satisfied. Thank you both for your hard work today." "Not at all, it's our duty. You're too polite, as long as you're satisfied, that's what matters." Hearing his words, Zhong Xinmin and his companion felt a sense of relief. As long as this esteemed guest was satisfied, all their efforts were worth it. "We bid farewell to young Master Zhao. We welcome all esteemed guests to visit again next time." After the pleasantries, Zhao Chen and his group walked out of Yuanquan amidst the enthusiastic send-off from the staff. Seeing this, Zhong Xinmin and his companion couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. They had finally sent this esteemed guest off and could now relax a bit. Next time he comes, they would need to prepare more. If he spoke a few good words in front of the boss, it would probably lead to a raise or a bonus, which shouldn't be a problem. Just as he was about to get into the Panamera, Zhao Chen's phone suddenly vibrated. Taking it out, he saw a WeChat friend request with the name Song Wanya noted. Zhao Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. After casually clicking to accept, the other party quickly sent a message. "Young Master Zhao, I am Song Wanyao. May I ask if you are free today? I would like to invite you for a cup of coffee, and I have something to discuss." Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow, thought for a moment, and looked at Lu Ruyan, who was chatting with Su Jia and others nearby. "Xiao Yu, you guys go back first. I have something to attend to and need to go somewhere else. Okay, you take care, be safe on the road. Alright. Zhao Chen bid farewell to his classmates and asked the 3 boys to take a taxi back to school. Then, he got into the Panamera and briefly replied to Song Wanyao, I'm free now, where? Upon seeing the location Song Wanyao sent, the corners of Zhao Chen's mouth suddenly curved upward. He had a premonition that he would have some entanglement with this woman. The facts proved him right. The room. With a roar, the Panamera started and headed towards the address provided by Song Wanyao. At the People's Hospital in Huacheng, after sending the WeChat message, the conflicted expression on Song Wanyao's face had completely vanished. She seemed relieved, filled with anticipation for her future life. There was also a hint of longing for that bad man. After receiving such a large tip from Zhao Chen at the Sky Bar, she had thought about many things throughout the day. She wanted to become his woman. That way, all problems would be easily resolved. Perhaps it was her pride at play. Song Wanyao struggled internally for a long time. However, in the face of reality, she had no choice but to bow her head. The tens of thousands of yuan in tips Zhao Chen had given her had all been handed over to the hospital to settle her previous debts. However, the high surgical costs were still unresolved. Song Wanyao truly felt helpless, and by some twist of fate, she thought of Zhao Chen. So, she found Guo Hongba and got his WeChat. Sitting in the cafe near the hospital where she had arranged to meet Zhao Chen, Song Wanyao deliberately put on light makeup. The cold expression paired with her stunning beauty caused the men in the cafe to glance over occasionally. She sat in her chair, head down, staring at the steaming coffee in front of her, lost in thought. She had just met Zhao Chen, and they hadn't even exchanged contact information before. Yet, the image of that man kept appearing in her mind. His mischievous smile, his gentleness, and the carefree way he walked away. At that moment, Song Wanyao couldn't quite grasp Zhao Chen's feelings. After all, she had never interacted with a rich young man like him before. She had only heard numerous rumors about wealthy second-generation heirs being fickle. If she took the initiative to approach him and he didn't want her, what would she do then? Thinking of this, Song Wanyao bit her lip, feeling inexplicably dejected. Even if Zhao Chen didn't want her, she had still received several thousand yuan in tips, which seemed like quite a gain. But why couldn't she feel happy at all? Knock knock. At that moment, a light sound came from the table. Someone was tapping on it. Song Wanyao looked up in surprise. Zhao. However, before she could finish saying Zhao Xiao, her voice halted, her brows furrowing as she looked at the person in front of her. A young man with slicked back hair and a self-satisfied smile was standing there, addressing Song Wanyao. Hello, beautiful. Are you alone? The man was dressed in a well-fitted suit, sporting a big pompadour. He looked like a white-collar worker from a nearby office building. Song Wanyao's face returned to its cold demeanor, expressionless as she stared at the man beside her, not saying a word. She was aware of her advantages in looks and figure, and she knew how much that could attract men. Over the years, even while still in college, there had been no shortage of men trying to strike up a conversation with her. She had some experience in dealing with such advances. Sure enough, under Song Wanyao's icy gaze, the white-collar man felt a bit uneasy. Without saying a word, he hurriedly laughed awkwardly and left. He had been firmly rejected, leaving him quite frustrated. After driving away the nuisance, Song Wanyao felt a sense of relief but also grew increasingly anxious. That moment of surprise had made her realize what she truly wanted. Was it to continue living a life of poverty, worrying about making ends meet for a mere 100,000 or two? Or was it to live a wealthy life, free from financial worries? The answer seemed quite clear. Moreover, although that guy was a bit of a flirt, he shouldn't be the type to abandon someone, right? Song Wanyao let out a small breath, her gaze gradually firming up. Song Wanyao, you can do this. At that moment, she sensed someone approaching her again, thinking it was that previous guy, and her brows furrowed in annoyance. How persistent could he be? How annoying. Song Wanyao suddenly looked up and said, please don't bother me, or else. But when she looked up, she saw a man she had been longing for, looking at her in surprise. Oh, or else what? Zhao Chen found it amusing. He had hurried over, not to be scolded. Ah. No, it's not. Song Wanyao stammered, her face turning red in an instant as she looked at Zhao Chen. She wanted to stand up and explain, but Zhao Chen pressed her down, then sat down beside her. Looking at the man beside her, who still wore that mischievous smile, Song Wanyao's heart raced, her palms trembling slightly. Compared to their first meeting, this time, she felt even more nervous. Sensing Song Wanyao's tension, Zhao Chen took her somewhat cold little hand and glanced around the cafe at the men who occasionally stole glances at them. Zhao Chen's lips curled slightly, and he suddenly understood. It wasn't hard to guess that with this woman's looks, it must be quite difficult not to be approached in such a place. The two sat together in silence for a long time. Zhao Chen simply smiled at Song Wanyao's delicate face, as if trying to see a flower blooming from it. You came so quickly. Finally, Song Wanyao mustered the courage to ask, then quickly lowered her head to look at her little hand tightly held by Zhao Chen. A warm feeling continuously flowed from their hands, gradually calming her nervous heart. To see my little Yao Dao as soon as possible, I can't be slow, Zhao Chen said with a slight smile, gently placing his hand on Song Wanyao's chin, trying to lift her face. Their eyes met. Song Wanyao's eyes were filled with shyness, her gaze constantly darting away. After teasing her a bit, Zhao Chen took a sip of the coffee he had prepared for her and asked with a light laugh, "So, tell me, what did you want to say by asking me out?" Song Wanyao looked up at him, took a deep breath, her eyes filled with longing. "Zhao Xiao, could you lend me 200,000? I can be your lover for a while." After saying this, Song Wanyao's face turned crimson as she lowered her head, a wave of shame washing over her. Zhao Chen looked at the nervous and awkward Song Wanyao. Although he was surprised, it seemed he had anticipated it. This woman had been somewhat restless the night before, and it appeared to be due to money. "Can you tell me why you need 200,000? You know, that's not a small amount." Although he could casually spend hundreds of thousands without a second thought, if someone wanted to take money from him, they should at least provide a reason. 200,000 may not sound like much, but for many, it would take a lifetime of hard work to save that amount. Zhao Chen did not directly agree, but he also did not refuse, which gave Song Wanyao a glimmer of hope. She bit her lip, her eyes instantly filling with tears. Everything was because of money that she had come to this point. Song Wanyao graduated this year from the School of Economics and Management at Manhwa University. Manhwa University is quite different from the ordinary key universities where Zhao Chen studied. It is a legitimate 211 and 985 institution. Graduating with excellent grades from there, Song Wanyao could be considered a top student. No wonder she carried a bit of pride. Graduating from university marked a new starting point for entering society and having a bright future. However, reality is often very cruel. An unexpected piece of bad news disrupted all of Song Wanyao's plans. At that time, she had just found a job, and in Huacheng, graduates from Manhwa University were still in high demand. In 2014, a salary of 6,000 during the internship was already considered decent, and there was significant room for advancement after becoming a full-time employee. For Song Wanyao, it felt satisfying, but her mother's sudden serious illness shattered her originally ordinary yet beautiful family in a single day. Song Wanyao's family was relatively average. This year, her parents spent nearly 200,000 to open a breakfast shop in Huacheng. Although they had spent all their savings, they managed to run it quite successfully. The elderly couple hoped to save money for a few more years to prepare a dowry for Song Wanyao. Unexpectedly, her mother went from a sudden cold to acute pneumonia, and her condition worsened within days. After entering the ICU, they discovered a lung tumor, and combined with the health issues her mother had accumulated from years of hard work, it completely took a toll on her body. The costs of several days in the intensive care unit not only drained the family's already meager savings but also forced them to reluctantly transfer ownership of their breakfast shop. The more than 100,000 they received in return was quickly consumed, yet there was still no improvement. The doctor said surgery was necessary, and with post-operative treatment, they needed to prepare at least 300,000. The father and daughter pondered and decided to discuss selling their old family home. No matter what, they had to get their mother treated. However, when their mother found out, she firmly opposed it. The old house was not large, at most 60 square meters, and it was located in a rather remote area. Given the local housing prices, selling it for 250,000 would be considered a good deal. If they sold the house and still couldn't cure her, her passing would be a relief. But what would happen to the father and daughter left behind? The mother even threatened to die, which left the father and daughter in a difficult position. As the saying goes, when poor in the bustling city, no one cares. When rich in the deep mountains, distant relatives come. Most of the relatives of the poor are also poor. The father borrowed from all the relatives around, but in the end, he could only gather a few tens of thousands, which was far from enough. Thus, Song Wanyao resolutely quit her job. With her current salary, it would take too long to save enough to save her mother. Song Wanyao also convinced her father to let her think of a solution first and not to sell the house for the time being. Her father, an honest and simple rural man, naturally trusted his hardworking and talented daughter. Since last week, Song Wanyao began to ask friends and classmates if there were any ways to make a lot of money in a short time, but she couldn't find anything. It was unrealistic to expect to earn 200,000 or 300,000 quickly. Such opportunities don't just fall from the sky. For a young and beautiful woman, aside from resorting to robbery, there was probably only one way left. It was a path of no return. Once stepped on, there would be no turning back. Even if she managed to get out later, she could never wash away the stains of the past. In the midst of her inner turmoil, to relieve the pressure, Song Wanyao was rarely taken to a bar by a friend. She initially thought of having a couple of drinks to relax, but unexpectedly, she was spotted by the sharp-eyed Gua Hongba, who recognized her as a valuable resource. After Gua Hongba's introduction, Song Wanyao tossed and turned all night, ultimately gritting her teeth and agreeing. This method was at least much better than the other desperate alternatives. What followed was the story that unfolded at the Sky Bar. When Song Wanyao was called out by Gua Hongba for the first time, she met Zhao Chen. This man could potentially change her fate. After hearing Song Wanyao's story, Zhao Chen fell into deep thought. The story sounded somewhat cliché. However, observing Song Wanyao's expressions and eyes during her narration, it seemed unlikely that she was fabricating it. To go this far for her mother, even though it is often said that filial piety is paramount, very few can truly do it. Most people, after putting in effort and seeing little hope, would simply give up. If what Song Wanyao said was all a lie, then that would be even more impressive. This tearful woman in front of him could perform so convincingly. He would have to applaud her and even felt an impulse to start an entertainment company for her. TSK, such talent should not go without a few Best Actress awards. Seeing Zhao Chen silently sipping his coffee, Song Wanyao's mood fluctuated, feeling anxious. After thinking for a moment, she pressed her lips together and cautiously said, "Zhao Xiao, if you don't think highly of me, could you consider lending me some money? I can pay you back a little each month, okay?" Her words were met with another silence. Just as Song Wanyao was about to give up hope, she finally heard a voice like a heavenly melody. 200,000. I can give you, Zhao Chen slowly said. Ah, really? Song Wanyao was suddenly filled with a mix of surprise and joy. She and her father had managed to scrape together a few tens of thousands. With the addition of the 200,000, her mother's surgery costs would be covered, and the post-operative recovery should also be no problem. Of course it's true. Zhao Chen quietly looked at Song Wanyao, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, and then reached out to wrap his arm around her slender waist. Song Wanyao obediently leaned her head on Zhao Chen's shoulder, not daring to move an inch, fearing to provoke his displeasure. After all, he was now her benefactor. Seeing her delicate and obedient demeanor made Zhao Chen feel a pang of pity, and he held her even tighter. I don't need you to pay me back. I don't need to pay you back? Song Wanyao was slightly taken aback, looking at him in disbelief. Zhao Chen chuckled and nodded, a hint of inscrutable light in his eyes. Money, I can do without, you. I want. Upon hearing this, Song Wanyao's body stiffened, biting her lip as she looked up at Zhao Chen, her heart a mix of emotions. Even if she didn't say it, Song Wanyao didn't actually dislike Zhao Chen at all. In fact, she felt a faint liking for him. When she heard Zhao Chen wanted her, an inexplicable joy surged within her. But just thinking about her situation and Zhao Chen's background made her feel a bit despondent. Did she really deserve him? At that moment, Song Wanyao suddenly had a flash of insight, since she herself knew she wasn't worthy of Zhao Chen, and he wanted her. Did that mean he liked her a little too? Her heart began to race again. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. The ancients did not deceive me. Zhao Xiao, do you mean to keep me? 200,000 was indeed a tempting amount. If it meant being his lover for a while, that could be acceptable. But if he wanted to buy her life, that seemed a bit cheap. Song Wanyao looked at Zhao Chen with a complex expression, her lips nearly biting through the skin. Just thinking about it, she almost opened her mouth to refuse, but she couldn't muster the courage. If she turned him down this time, it wouldn't be so easy to meet again next time. Moreover, time was running out. Her mother needed to have the surgery as soon as possible. Don't put it so harshly, talking about keeping or not keeping. Zhao Chen shook his head with a smile, then continued, what I mean is, I want you to be my woman. This was a spur-of-the-moment thought. He truly admired Song Wanyao, who had beauty, figure, and temperament. A woman like her would surely evoke possessiveness in any man. Moreover, if what she said was true, she was so dedicated to helping his mother. In terms of character, she was definitely not lacking. Since he had encountered her, he might as well lend a hand. If she went astray for the sake of money, it would be even worse. It would be better for her to be with him. At this moment, it was Song Wanyao's turn to lower her head and fall silent. I don't mean to force anyone. Seeing her reaction, Zhao Chen generously explained, this 200,000 is inconsequential to me, but you should know what it means to you. How about this, you take the 200,000 back to your mother for her treatment, and then seriously consider whether to be with me. You can choose not to agree, and I won't continue to pester you. I'll consider this money as doing a good deed, you understand, right? Song Wanyao was stunned, looking at Zhao Chen with disbelief. If she didn't agree, she wouldn't have to pay the money back? This guy has such a big heart, no wonder he's a rich young master. However, if you agree, from now on, you will be my woman. Pocket money, a house, a car, you won't lack for anything. I only have one condition, no one else can touch you except me. Otherwise, I will be very angry. Zhao Chen said this with a beaming smile, but it sent a chill down Song Wanyao's spine, and she instinctively shook her head. Xiao Xiao, is everything you said true? Song Wanyao thought for a moment, then mustered the courage to ask. It felt like a dream. The cheap thoughts in her heart were swept away, and inexplicably, she felt an impulse to agree right away. Thinking of this, Song Wanyao's pretty face turned a rosy red. Being someone else's lover, although it sounded embarrassing, the person in question was Zhao Chun, a top-tier rich and handsome man, and she had quite a good impression of him. Being his lover didn't seem like a bad thing at all. After taking a sip of coffee, Zhao Chun smiled casually and said, "You don't have to agree right away, you can go back and think it over. Give me your bank account number, and I'll transfer it now." With this tactic of feigned indifference, relying on his charm and the magic of money, he didn't believe Song Wanyao could resist. Even if she ultimately didn't agree, he would only lose 200,000. Moreover, he didn't even know who would bear the loss in the end. Soon after, Song Wanyao tentatively sent her bank account number to Zhao Chen. Upon receiving it, he smiled and picked up his phone to make the transfer. Before long, Song Wanyao received a text from the bank confirming the deposit. Looking at that string of numbers, she couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. He really transferred it. 200,000. Zhao Chen's nonchalant action of transferring money stirred a complex feeling in Song Wanyao's heart. This guy is so confident he has me under his thumb? Isn't he afraid I'll take the money and disappear without a trace? Xiao Yao, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. I'll wait for your news. After finishing his coffee, Zhao Chen released his arm from around Song Wanyao's slender waist and said with a smile. After saying that, he stood up and turned to walk out casually. Zhao Xiao. Wait. A surge of courage suddenly welled up in Song Wanyao's heart, and she blurted out. Zhao Chun, with his back to her, stopped in his tracks, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He then turned back to his seat and chuckled. What's wrong, Xiao Yao? Zhao Xiao, I agree to be your woman. After a pause, shedding her psychological burden, Song Wanyao lifted her head and smiled shyly. The beauty's smile was as radiant as a flower. In that moment, Zhao Chen was momentarily stunned by her charm. Coming back to his senses, he joyfully pulled her into his embrace, inhaling the faint fragrance of her body. Don't worry, I'll treat you well from now on. Song Wanyao nodded with a flushed face. Thank you, Zhao Xiao. Call me Bo Chuan, and my woman doesn't need to thank me. Feeling Zhao Chen's warm embrace, Song Wanyao's eyes curved slightly, and a stunning smile blossomed on her face. She had a premonition that her choice was not wrong. At this moment, Zhao Chen was also in a very good mood. Song Wanyao's appearance was absolutely top-notch, and he liked her personality as well. That was enough. Even if he kept her like a canary, he could afford it. In this rebirth, he could do as he pleased, without needing to say any grandiose empty words. In his delight, Zhao Chen kissed Song Wanyao's cheek, making her blush even more. As Song Wanyao's man, he certainly had to assert his claim in front of the onlookers who were always paying attention to them. The white-collar man who had just been snubbed by Song Wanyao felt his expression twist involuntarily at this scene. 1 second, she had been cold to him, and the next, she seemed to want to cling to Zhao Chen. This display of affection was enough to drive him mad with jealousy. However, he didn't dare to make any moves. Just a moment ago, he had seen that Zhao Chun had arrived in a Panamera, which was currently parked at the coffee shop entrance. The white-collar man could only grumble inwardly, damn it. All the beautiful women in the world are being taken by these damn rich second-generation kids. After confirming their relationship, Zhao Chen and Song Wanyao walked out of the coffee shop hand in hand. The once aloof and cool woman had now become a little woman. Song Wanyao occasionally turned to look at Zhao Chun, her face displaying a joyful smile. In the past few days of worry, everything dissipated in the last moment, leaving her feeling exhilarated and as if her wishes had been fulfilled. Perhaps, this is the true thought in her heart. She simply could not escape this temptation. Since she had made her choice, Song Wanyao would no longer feel regret. After all, from now on, everything about her would be decided by the man beside her. Xiao Yao, do you have anything to do later? If not, why don't you accompany me to a place? Zhao Chen asked with a light smile after pulling Song Wanyao into his arms and stroking her silky hair. Having just captured this beauty, he was already finding it hard to resist. Sure. Song Wanyao thought to herself that with her father in the hospital, she could go a little later. Zhao Chen and she left the cafe and got into the Panamera. Song Wanyao curiously examined the car's interior, her eyes sparkling with excitement. For some reason, she felt a sense of being the mistress. Perhaps, this is what belonging feels like. It was inconvenient in the cafe, but now sitting in the car, with the protection of the tinted glass, Zhao Chen felt a bit reckless. Song Wanyao was wearing a short skirt today. Zhao Chen smiled and placed his right hand on her smooth, delicate thigh, mischievously rubbing it. Zhao Xiao. Oh no, Baishuan, where are we going now? Song Wanyao's face gradually flushed, her expression shy as she asked. You'll find out soon, Zhao Chen replied, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly in a playful smile. Boom! With that, he stepped on the gas and sped away. Before long, the Panamera entered the underground parking lot of a tall building. After parking, Zhao Chen casually took Song Wanyao's hand and rode the elevator to the lobby on the first floor. Upon seeing the grand lobby filled with various modern elements and the prominent logo, Song Wanyao suddenly realized where she was. This is the Hilton Hotel. In an instant, her emotions became chaotic, her heart racing. Was this bad guy going to devour her right now? Isn't that a bit too hasty? Sir, madam, are you here to check in? The receptionist's eyes lit up as she stepped forward to ask enthusiastically. What a pair of exceptionally good-looking young couple. Zhao Chen smiled and nodded, then led the dazed Song Wanyao to the front desk. Sir, do you have a reservation? The front desk attendant wore a sweet smile. Zhao Chen shook his head and then chuckled. Please help me book an executive suite, thank you. Hearing this, the front desk attendant smiled even more warmly, and after checking the price, she immediately replied, Sir, the price for the executive suite today is 4,288 yuan. Zhao Chen chuckled and nodded, thinking it was quite cheap. He had expected it to be 5 or 6,000. As for why he didn't book the presidential suite, it wasn't that he couldn't afford it. Besides, he didn't plan to stay overnight tonight, and the place where he had his first time with Lu Ruyan was just an executive suite. Song Wanyao's importance in Zhao Chen's heart was far less than that of his official girlfriend. Alright, our Hilton provides butler service. Please follow me, and you can check in later in the room. Guided by the attendant, Zhao Chen and Song Wanyao held hands and went to the executive suite on the 28th floor. Mr. Zhao, MS. Song, if you need anything, feel free to let us know. We won't disturb you any longer. After quickly completing the check-in, the butler and attendant bowed and left. In the over 100 square meter executive suite, only Zhao Chen and Song Wanyao remained. The air gradually filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Song Wanyao's face was flushed as she lowered her head, her fingers intertwining nervously. Seeing her shy demeanor, Zhao Chen smiled slightly. I'm going to take a shower first. With that, he walked straight to the bathroom. During the waiting time, anxious and restless, Song Wanyao kept doing psychological construction for herself. What should come will eventually come. Moreover, since she chose to be the other person's lover, she had to have this awareness. After glancing around the luxurious executive suite, her mood gradually calmed down. This life without worries about money was exactly what she wanted. So what was there to be conflicted about? As long as she obediently stayed with Zhao Chen and won his favor, given his way of doing things, she was sure she wouldn't be treated poorly. I'll go take a shower too, Song Wanyao said softly upon seeing Zhao Chen walk out of the bathroom in a bathrobe. Go ahead. Zhao Chen then comfortably leaned back on the more than 2-meter wide bed, playing with his phone. About 20 minutes later, Song Wanyao emerged from the bathroom, also wearing a bathrobe. The stunning figure of the beauty fresh from the bath caught Zhao Chen's eye. After her shower, Song Wanyao's complexion was rosy, droplets of water clung to her hair, making her look even more enchanting. Her skin was fair and delicate, her features exquisite and perfect, with a pair of long, straight legs and a graceful, curvy figure. The loose bathrobe inadvertently revealed a hint of spring, making one's blood rush. Xiaoyao, come here, Zhao Chen said, patting the edge of the bed, not hiding the appreciation in his gaze. Song Wanyao walked over slowly, sitting nervously at the edge of the bed. Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, then smiled as he leaned closer to her, taking her small hand. He sweetly called her Xiaoyao and baby, coaxing her. Women need to be coaxed, especially at such moments. Under Zhao Chen's gentle advances, Song Wanyao gradually relaxed and fell into his charm. The two began to kiss, and Zhao Chen's large hand was not idle, roaming over her body. When their lips finally parted, both of their breaths had quickened. Looking at Song Wanyao's flushed face, shy and timid, Zhao Chen's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he pulled open her bathrobe. Her flawless body was fully revealed, and after feasting his eyes, Zhao Chen chuckled as he pressed down on her. In the room, faint, enticing moans echoed, rhythmic, like a beautiful song being sung. Ahem, all you handsome gentlemen present, please feel free to imagine 1,000 words of detail. After a long while, the wind and rain gradually ceased. Holding the already deeply asleep Song Wanyao, Zhao Chen's lips curled up slightly, a sense of satisfaction swelling in his heart. However, when he saw the splash of bright red on the sheets, he couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. Turning to glance at Song Wanyao, whose cheeks were slightly flushed, a slender jade arm was exposed, and even the sheets couldn't cover her magnificent figure. Zhao Chen's gaze became somewhat complicated. He never expected that the woman he met in the bar would be a first-timer. During their earlier pleasure, her inexperienced movements and pained expressions were definitely not feigned. To be honest, this was indeed a surprise. After all, there is a significant difference between land cultivated by others and land cultivated by oneself. Men, to some extent, care about this. Zhao Chen tightened his embrace around Song Wanyao's arm unconsciously. He leaned down to kiss the forehead of the girl in his arms, a slight smile on his lips. Since it was like this, from now on, she would truly be his woman, not just a dispensable lover. Zhao Chen admitted that he was not a devoted good man, but he was also not a scumbag who casually toyed with others' feelings and bodies. Moreover, Song Wanyao was excellent in every aspect. It now seemed that her decision to earn money for her mother's treatment was 100% genuine. Looking down at the beautiful girl in his arms, Zhao Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. The pressure this girl bore was simply too heavy. However, with him around in the future, he would never let her suffer like this again. This was Zhao Chen's lifelong promise to Song Wanyao in his heart. Warm fragrant jade in his embrace, a delightful scent wafting through his nose. Amidst his thoughts, drowsiness gradually crept in. Zhao Chen simply closed his eyes, indulging in a sweet afternoon nap. After a blissful sleep, Zhao Chen opened his eyes and sat up against the headboard. These past few days had been a whirlwind of indulgence. His body felt no fatigue, instead, he was brimming with energy. Song Wanyao seemed to still be asleep, but her slightly trembling eyelashes betrayed her. Seeing this, Zhao Chen couldn't help but smile slightly, then reached out to gently pat her perky bottom. "Little Yao Yao, little pig, stop pretending to be asleep." As soon as the words left his mouth, Song Wanyao's ears instantly turned bright red. She slowly opened her eyes, looking at Zhao Chen's mischievous grin, feeling a wave of shyness wash over her. "Oof, this guy is really too naughty." Zhao Chen smiled gently, affectionately stroking Song Wanyao's hair. Song Wanyao stared blankly at the man before her, as if she could feel her importance in his heart growing heavier. After a moment's thought, she understood the reason. Song Wanyao shifted her body, then wrapped her arms around Zhao Chen's waist, pressing herself tightly against him. This little girl secretly sighed, having given her body to this man. She could only hope that he would treat her a little better in the future, and that would be enough. Zhao Chen's body slightly trembled, as if he understood Song Wanyao's thoughts, and a soft spot in his heart was suddenly touched. So, he held her tightly, leaning in closer to her ear, whispering gently, "Silly girl, don't worry, you are my woman, and from now on, all problems will be mine to handle." Upon hearing Zhao Chen's words, tears instantly filled Song Wanyao's eyes. She bit her lip, afraid to speak, fearing that if she did, she would burst into tears. She could only hold Zhao Chen tightly, wishing she could meld into him completely. All the hardships and grievances of this time were shattered by Zhao Chen's tender words. At this moment, Song Wanyao's love for Zhao Chen surged like a tide. The two embraced tightly. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. After a while of tenderness, having comforted Song Wanyao, Zhao Chen looked at her perfect silhouette hidden beneath the covers and couldn't help but reveal a mischievous smile. He scooped Song Wanyao up in a princess carry and leisurely walked into the bathroom. Song Wanyao offered no resistance, only shooting him a playful glare with her beautiful eyes. Having given her whole self to this man, what was there to resist? The couple frolicked in the water, enjoying themselves immensely. Faced with endless springtime temptations, Zhao Chen forcibly restrained his impulses. He was a good man who cherished the delicate. Song Wanyao had just tasted the rain. If they did it again, she might not even be able to walk. After a delightful couple's bath, they donned bathrobes and exited the bathroom. Zhao Chen then called the hotel butler, asking him to arrange for a meal to be sent over. After all, the two had just endured a high-intensity battle. Before long, the butler and a server pushing a food cart entered the suite. "Mr. Zhao, MS. Song, please enjoy your meal. If you need anything, feel free to let us know." After quickly setting the dining table, they bowed and took their leave. Before leaving, the butler glanced at the rosy-cheeked, beaming Song Wanyao, feeling a twinge of envy. It seemed like Cinderella had met her prince. If it weren't for his age, he would have definitely tried his luck with a high, rich, and handsome man like Zhao Chen. After closing the door, looking at the table full of delicacies and the flowers adding to the ambience, Song Wanyao clearly appreciated it. Seeing how much Zhao Chen valued her, a sweet smile lingered on her face. Thank goodness her man wasn't the kind to pull up his pants and deny everything. Zhao Chen had ordered Western cuisine, pan-seared Hokkaido scallops, slow-cooked Angus beef short ribs, sea urchin square pasta, white asparagus soup. Since they didn't plan to stay overnight, he didn't order wine, only juice and sparkling water. Song Wonyao looked at the large table of delicious food and couldn't help but swallow. Zhao Chen noticed and couldn't help but chuckle. Xiaoyao, let's dig in. During the enjoyable meal, Zhao Chen occasionally teased Song Wonyao, causing her to pout playfully. Ever since they had deeper conversations, Song Wonyao no longer maintained her cold, aloof demeanor in front of her man. This made Zhao Chen secretly pleased, feeling a sense of conquest in his heart. Before they knew it, most of the delicious dishes had been devoured by the two of them. Baby, I have to go back to school later, I can't stay with you. If you want, you can continue to rest here, just call the butler if you need anything. After enjoying the wonderful meal, a while later, Zhao Chen held Song Wonyao in his arms, stroking her long black hair, and said with some regret, "It's a pity I can't spend more time with such a beauty I've just accepted." However, there was no helping it, there was still Lu Ruyan back at school. Sometimes, having more girlfriends could be quite tiring. Of course, he was enjoying it now. Back to school? Song Wonyao was slightly taken aback, then pursed her lips tightly, looking up at Zhao Chen, feeling a bit wronged. Just a moment ago, he had said she was his woman, and now he wouldn't stay a little longer. Oof, he must be going back to accompany his girlfriend. Seeing Song Wanyao's pitiful expression, Zhao Chen couldn't help but chuckle as he tapped her nose lightly, saying with a smile, "Be good, I have class tomorrow morning. I'm a good student, and I need to go home for the National Day holiday." "Humph, you're clearly a bad guy." Upon hearing this, Song Wonyao couldn't help but laugh and tease back, her feelings of grievance dissipating significantly. "Alright then, I'll wait for you to come back." Looking at Song Wanyao's cute and innocent appearance, Zhao Chen smiled and kissed her soft little face, saying, "My Yao Yao is so good." Song Wonyao buried her head shyly in Zhao Chen's embrace. "What does it feel like to have a high-cold goddess with an exquisite figure softening in your arms?" Zhao Chen could only say. It was very smooth. Song Wonyao came to a realization. For now, her position in Zhao Chen's heart was certainly not comparable to Lu Ruyan, the official girlfriend. So she had to be obedient and must not provoke her man's displeasure. As Zhao Chen prepared to leave, Song Wonyao reluctantly left the warm embrace. However, she didn't plan to stay in the room any longer, otherwise, she would be left alone. So, Zhao Chen called the hotel butler, and when the butler heard that they were checking out, he was momentarily stunned. They had only stayed in the over 4,000 yuan executive suite for an afternoon. These rich second-generation kids really didn't treat money seriously. Although he thought this, the butler quickly processed the checkout and respectfully escorted Zhao Chen and Song Wonyao to the underground parking lot before turning to leave. Boom! The cool Panamera slowly drove out of the parking lot. After dropping Song Wonyao off at the hospital entrance, there was a bank ATM not far away. Zhao Chen strode over, inserted his bank card, and withdrew 50,000 yuan, stuffing it into Song Wanyao's hands. "Bai Chuan, this." Zhao Chen chuckled and interrupted, "Keep this cash on you for emergencies. If 200,000 isn't enough for the surgery, I'll transfer more to you." Upon hearing his words, Song Wanyao's eyes immediately turned slightly red. Zhao Chen's next words made her want to cry. "Xiaoyao, remember, you are my woman, and your mother is my mother." As soon as he finished speaking, Song Wonyao suddenly hugged Zhao Chen, pressing her lips against his. The two shared a passionate kiss, completely unconcerned about the gazes of those around them. Zhao Chen's presence was like a dazzling ray of light, illuminating Song Wanyao's path ahead. It made her realize her direction in life. From now on, she would live for Zhao Chen. "Xiaoyao, I'm going back now. Drive carefully." After waving goodbye to her man, Song Wonyao walked into the hospital. Zhao Chen had no intention of following her inside. Fortunately, the girl was sensible enough not to bring it up. He didn't know what to say to Song Wanyao's parents for now. Anyway, giving them money would suffice. He couldn't exactly say that he spent over 300,000 to make their daughter his woman. He estimated that Song Wanyao's mother, who was in the ICU, would probably stand up and kick him out. He hoped that after the fees were paid, Song Wanyao's mother would successfully undergo surgery and recover her health. As he sped back to school, Zhao Chen thought to himself. Watching the Palamara drive far away, Song Wonyao let out a slight sigh. Hearing Zhao Chen's words just now had nearly melted her heart. Song Wanyao's entire demeanor brightened, her eyes radiating a brilliant light. Now, not only did she have an extra 200,000 in her bank account, but she also had 50,000 in cash on her. Her mother's treatment costs were no longer a problem. "Yao Yao, you're here." At the entrance of the ICU, Song Jianzhang, who was sitting outside eating dinner, couldn't help but smile when he saw his daughter. He held a half-eaten steamed bun in his hand, unwilling to even buy pickles to eat. He thought that saving a little was better than nothing. "Dad." In an instant, Song Wonyao could no longer hold back, tears streaming down her face. Her father was not yet 50, but during this time, for her mother and for the family, he had aged nearly 10 years in an instant. He looked like a man in his 60s. How could she possibly hold it together? Seeing his daughter in tears, the honest and simple Song Jinjiang panicked. He quickly hid the bun behind him and walked over to look at his red-eyed daughter, nervously asking, "What's wrong, Yao Yao? Is someone bullying you?" These days, he had been so worried about his wife's illness that he might have neglected his daughter's feelings. Sigh. It was all his fault for being useless. Now their savings were gone, and the borrowed money was almost spent. With the surgery deadline approaching, the money was still far from being gathered. He had completely run out of options and had contacted an agent yesterday, preparing to sell the house. If he waited any longer, it would only drag down his wife's condition. No matter whether she opposed it or not, he had to get her treated first. As long as she was alive, there was hope. Unfortunately, he could no longer leave anything for his daughter. He didn't know what the future would hold. Song Wanyao kept shaking her head, and after a long time, her emotions finally stabilized. Looking at her worried father, she couldn't help but hug him, recalling the grievances she had suffered these days, and with a choked voice said, "Dad, our family has money now." Have money? I've gathered the money for Mom's surgery. Upon hearing this, Song Jinjiang stared blankly at his daughter. Then, as if he thought of something, his eyes instantly turned red, and he grabbed Song Wanyao's shoulders, looking at her with red eyes. "Yao Yao. You. Although he was honest, he wasn't foolish. Even if his daughter was a top student at a prestigious university, how could a young girl possibly have access to 200,000 or 300,000? Besides that kind of thing, what else could it be? Once involved in that kind of thing, his daughter's life would be ruined." Song Wanyao pressed her lips tightly together, and seeing her father's incredulous yet sorrowful gaze, she hurriedly explained, "Dad, what are you thinking?" "It's not what you think." Then that is." Song Jinjiang immediately breathed a sigh of relief, but then he became puzzled again. This was not a small amount of money. He really wanted to know how his daughter had managed to gather it. Looking at her father's confused expression, Song Wanyao's little face turned rosy. "It's just, my boyfriend lent it to me. She could only use Zhao Chen as a shield. After all, the money really was given to her by him." Boyfriend? Upon hearing this, Song Jinjiang was even more puzzled. His daughter had been in college for 4 years, yet he had never heard of her being in a relationship. In fact, there was a time when he and his wife even doubted their daughter's sexual orientation. How did a boyfriend suddenly appear out of nowhere? Seemingly afraid that her father wouldn't believe her, Song Wanyao quickly took out her phone, opened Zhao Chen's Moments, and handed it to Song Jinjiang to see. Fortunately, Zhao Chen had posted photos. Otherwise, she would have had to call Zhao Chen to ask him to explain himself. "Dad, look, this is my boyfriend, Zhao Chen. I didn't tell you before because we had a little argument, but we've made up. I borrowed money from him because I had no other choice, but don't worry, I will pay him back." Song Jinjiang took the phone and looked at the photo. It was a picture of Zhao Chen after a basketball game, taken with Zhang Tao and the others. Perhaps due to his striking looks, Song Jinjiang immediately noticed the most handsome one among them, Zhao Chen. This young man seemed quite compatible with his daughter. "Yao Yao, is this him?" Song Jinjiang pointed at Zhao Chen, and Song Wanyao shyly nodded. Song Jinjiang's expression relaxed a bit. This young man was quite handsome. He knew his daughter well. Although she was his biological daughter, she hadn't inherited their looks at all. When she was little, Song Wanyao was a stunning little beauty. Growing up, even if she wasn't a celestial beauty, she was still considered quite attractive by many. After looking at Zhao Chen a few more times, Song Jinjiang couldn't help but frown. This boy seemed rather young. "Yao Yao, is he really your boyfriend?" "Of course. He's just 3 years younger than me." "Dad, don't worry. Just think about it. If he weren't my boyfriend, how could he lend me so much money?" Song Wanyao shook Song Jinjiang's arm and acted cute. "But he's just a student. How could he have so much money to lend you?" Song Jinjiang still found it hard to believe. Seeing this, Song Wanyao had no choice but to take back her phone and said, "Because he's a rich second generation, his family is very wealthy." Although she didn't know the specifics of Zhao Chen's family situation, based on the high spending at the bar a couple of days ago and the 250,000 today, her man definitely wasn't from an ordinary family. What a joke! Could an ordinary family casually spend 6 or 70,000? In fact, Zhao Chen might not even be an ordinary rich second generation. Now that she thought about it, it seemed like she had really hit the jackpot by being with him. Song Wanyao wanted to scroll through Zhao Chen's Moments to see if there were any photos of Primera. At that moment, she noticed a pure and cute girl in Zhao Chen's Moments. Looking at Lu Ruyan snuggling next to Zhao Chen, Song Wanyao's expression stiffened for a moment. Although she had anticipated that Zhao Chen wouldn't have only her as a woman, seeing Lu Ruyan still made her feel a bit uncomfortable. Shaking off the unnecessary thoughts in her mind, Song Wanyao quickly calmed her emotions. She clicked on the photo of Zhao Chen and Primera together and waved it in front of Song Jianjiang again. "Dad, look, he's very wealthy, this 20-some thousand is nothing to him." For a moment, Song Jianjiang furrowed his brows tightly, looking at his daughter, who was pretending to be relaxed, and sighed softly. "Since you two are together, when is it convenient to bring him over for your dad and mom to meet? We can't just take his money without giving anything in return, we must pay him back." He knew in his heart that although Song Wanyao made it sound easy, getting that money would definitely not be so simple. Not to mention just being boyfriend and girlfriend, even as a married couple, sometimes they would argue endlessly over money. However, he did not voice this thought. Now, with his wife's condition becoming increasingly urgent, he could not afford to think too much about anything else. The family urgently needed this money, and Zhao Chen's willingness to lend it to Song Wanyao made him feel grateful towards Zhao Chen. It's easy to add flowers to a brocade, but it's rare to send charcoal in the snow. "Dad, don't worry, I will pay him back," Song Wanyao said with a smile, nodding her head, then added, "But, what's wrong? You don't oppose us being together, do you?" "What do I oppose?" Song Jianjiang shook his head and chuckled, gently ruffling his daughter's hair like when she was little. "This is your own choice, just don't regret it. When you have time in the future, you must bring him over. I want to thank him in person." Song Wanyao nodded slightly, instinctively glancing towards the window. It seemed as if she could see that mischievous man outside. Not regretting it. Even if she had to choose again, she would probably make the same choice. A glimmer seemed to flash in Song Wanyao's eyes. The hesitation in her heart suddenly solidified. Yes, she does not regret it. On the other side, Zhao Chen drove his Panamera back to school. With the recent frequency of his Panameras appearances, he was almost becoming a celebrity at Huacheng University. After all, students who could afford such a car were few and far between, let alone a Porsche. Those who loved to gossip in school almost all knew that there was a top-tier rich second generation in the management school driving a fully loaded Panamera worth 4 million. It was simply impressive. Zhao Chen did not return to his dorm but drove directly to the girls' dormitory. Before long, Lu Ruyan came down the stairs with a cheerful step. Amidst the envious and jealous gazes of many girls, she got into the passenger seat of the Panamera. For the next while, the two strolled around the school, hugging and kissing. With the National Day holiday approaching, Lu Ruyan was particularly clingy at this moment, not letting go of Zhao Chen's neck. After a while of warmth, they finally returned to the dorm. Although he had a new woman, he could not neglect Lu Ruyan, his official girlfriend. Back in the dorm, Zhao Chen naturally faced a round of indirect questioning from his three gossipy roommates. He laughed it off. For now, he couldn't let his roommates know that he had another woman outside. He needed to maintain the image of a virtuous and upright son. The next day, after 2 classes in the morning, the National Day holiday officially began. After class, Zhao Chen sent his little girl back to the dorm. Lu Ruyan's home was not far from the school, about half an hour's drive. However, since dating Zhao Chen, she hadn't gone home. She missed her mother's cooking very much and planned to stay at home for a few more days during this holiday. After all, this bad guy wouldn't accompany her to play. Moreover, regarding Zhao Chen as her boyfriend, she now had an extra BMW under her name. Given her parents' personalities, she would have to explain it well. Compared to Song Wanyao, whose family was deep in debt and whose mother was still in the ICU, Lu Ruyan's family background was undoubtedly much better. Her family lived in the center of Huacheng, both parents had stable jobs, and she had been pampered since childhood, leading a happy and fulfilling life. Lu Ruyan's roommates, Li Shuping and Chen Yanling, rushed to catch a chartered bus home after class. Su Jiao was also going home. She was from Huacheng, and the reason she hadn't left yet was of course to wait for Lu Ruyan. Since her roommate had a BMW, it was only natural for her to hitch a ride for a while. Under the girls' dormitory, Zhao Chen and Lu Ruyan were being all lovey-dovey for quite a while, leaving Su Jia speechless not far away. "You two, please stop showing off your affection. Have mercy." Among the 4 in the dorm, Xiaoyu and Xu Ping both had boyfriends, and it seemed like Yanling wouldn't be far behind. By then, she would be the only one left, a single dog for 18 years, sob. "Baby, I will miss you. If you miss me, just video call me anytime, okay?" Zhao Chen kissed Lu Ruyan's pretty face and chuckled as he reminded her. Lu Ruyan pouted slightly, "Then you have to think of me every day." Of course. After a reluctant farewell, Lu Ruyan and Su Jia got into a BMW. "Chuan, I'm leaving now. Be careful on the road, let me know when you arrive." Watching the BMW drive away, Zhao Chen slowly let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that being a responsible playboy wasn't as easy as it looked. After saying goodbye to Song Wanyao and Lu Ruyen in succession, Zhao Chen also prepared to head home. He didn't have much luggage. Once he got back to the dorm, grabbing a change of clothes would be enough. Zhao Chen didn't plan to take a bus or high-speed train. Instead, he would drive his Panamera back, enjoying the feeling of driving a luxury car home. As the saying goes, wealthy people do not return home, like a brocade-clad figure walking at night. He had made it in life, and he certainly couldn't forget about his parents and younger sister at home. A couple of days ago, when his mom called him, he had already mentioned that he was going back. This time, Zhao Chen wanted to surprise his parents and improve their living conditions. His family was quite ordinary, but it wasn't bad either. In short, they didn't have a lot of money, but they weren't lacking in small amounts. Although his parents didn't have stable jobs, they owned a small convenience store across from an elementary school. Moreover, the store was in their own building, a 3-story small building right across from the school. The first floor was the convenience store, while the second and third floors were where Zhao Chen, his parents, and younger sister lived. The house wasn't big, but it was very cozy. As a child, Zhao Chen was seen as a life winner in the eyes of other kids. For children, nothing was cooler than having a convenience store. Zhao Chen's childhood was fulfilling. He could take whatever he wanted to eat, at most getting scolded a bit by his temperamental mom. Although the store didn't earn much in a year, it was enough to support the family. In a good year, they could make over 200,000, and in a bad year, still over 100,000. In summary, Zhao Chen's family was quite happy and complete. However, in his previous life, Zhao Chen had caused his parents a lot of worry. After graduating, for the first 2 years, he could still send some money to his parents and sister every month, and give a big red envelope during the new year. In the following 2 years, due to his reckless actions, he found it hard to take care of himself and ended up with considerable debt. There was no money left to send home, and sometimes he even had to rely on his parents for support. Looking back now, he truly felt guilty. Living life again, Zhao Chen didn't want his parents to worry about him anymore. This time, he wanted his dad, mom, and sister to live a prosperous life. Back in the dorm, Li Jialu and Lin Song had already left, leaving only Kai Jichao still packing his things. He was from Wanchang, not far from Hua City, so he wasn't in a hurry to go back. "Oh, Chuangu is back." Seeing Zhao Chen return, Kai Jichao greeted him with a smile. After chatting for a few minutes, Kai Jichao shouldered his bag and left. The once lively dorm was now left with just Zhao Chen. For a moment, he felt a bit unaccustomed. Zhao Chen shook his head, shaking off the unpleasant emotions. Then, he simply grabbed a pair of casual pants and a t-shirt from the wardrobe, slung his Gucci bag over his shoulder, locked the door, and left. Outside the dormitory, Zhao Chen got into his Panamera, casually placed his backpack in the passenger seat, started the car, and slowly drove out of the school. Anyway, since there was nothing else to do, he planned to set off for home. From Huacheng City to his hometown of Chaoyang City, it was nearly 400 kilometers. Leaving early would help him avoid the rush hour traffic. After driving out of the school gate, Zhao Chen withdrew 30,000 yuan from a nearby ATM and put it into his backpack once he got in the car. Before long, the Panamera was on the highway. The weather was clear, the 4-lane road was wide, and the car was in good condition. Zhao Chen's lips curled up slightly as he pressed down hard on the accelerator. Vroom! Vroom! Accompanied by the roar of the engine, the car shot forward like a wild horse that had broken free. Ensuring safety, the Panamera overtook one car after another. The V8 engine was indeed impressive. Ding! The notification of 40,000 yuan arriving in his account chimed. Immersed in the joy of driving, he had unknowingly spent over an hour. Zhao Chen continued driving for a short distance before turning right into a service area. He was a bit hungry and planned to have lunch here before hitting the road again. After finding a parking spot, Zhao Chen walked while replying to WeChat messages. Lu Ruyen was on her way home and would arrive soon. They had only been apart for a little over an hour, and this girl was already starting to miss her boyfriend. Zhao Chen felt a mix of amusement and warmth in his heart. Song Wanyao also messaged him, saying that she had completed the payment yesterday, and the hospital had arranged for her mother to have surgery the day after tomorrow. Zhao Chen smiled, just about to reply to the two girls' messages when his steps suddenly halted, and his gaze unconsciously drifted to the side. A few meters away, by the flower bushes, a short-haired girl was crouched down, quietly sobbing. From the way she trembled, it was clear she was very sad, as if something terrible had happened. With the National Day holiday approaching, the service area was bustling with people. Everyone was in a hurry, merely glancing at the girl as they passed by, with no one bothering to check on her, leaving her to cry alone. Perhaps everyone thought it was better to avoid trouble. What if she was trying to scam money? They couldn't be blamed. The infamous elder assistance case that shocked the nation in 2006 came to mind, and it was truly frustrating. The service area staff were also too busy to care about such matters. Zhao Chen initially thought about just walking away. After all, it was a festive season, and the service area was a mix of people. If he got entangled in some trouble, it would surely ruin his good mood. However, after looking a little longer, he found himself drawn to this girl, who seemed somewhat out of place in the world around her. Although he couldn't see her exact features, her quiet sobbing, frail figure, and the obviously cheap, thin t-shirt she wore inexplicably tugged at his heart. Zhao Chen let out a slow sigh. Forget it, he thought, he might as well go take a look. Perhaps she really had something difficult going on. He wasn't trying to play the good guy, he just happened to come across her and wanted to ask. If he could help, he would. If not, there was nothing he could do. He had no intention of being a hero. If he couldn't solve the problem, he would just apologize and leave. Zhao Chen stepped forward, and the girl seemed to sense someone approaching, quickly stopping her sobbing but still burying her head in her knees. The slight tremble of her delicate body proved that she had indeed been very sad just moments ago. You. What happened? Are you okay? Zhao Chen asked curiously. In such a public place, what could have happened to make her so upset? The girl paused for a moment, seemingly surprised that someone would care about her. After a few seconds of silence, she slowly lifted her head. The moment she raised her head, something soft deep within Zhao Chen's heart seemed to be touched. Her skin was a delicate white with a hint of pink, her small face tender, her nose straight and pert, and her eyes, resembling peach blossoms, were slightly swollen from crying. All these features combined to form an exquisite face that made him feel an involuntary sense of pity. If one were to describe her in a line of poetry, it would be the purest water brings forth the lotus, naturally unadorned. Among all the girls Zhao Chen had ever seen, she was the only one whose beauty could rival that of his beloved Lu Ruyan. The girl looked at Zhao Chen with a pitiful expression, her face filled with regret and anxiety. After a pause, she spoke to Zhao Chen in a voice full of innocence, her eyes brimming with tears. I lost my bag. Hearing the familiar accent, Zhao Chen was momentarily taken aback and instinctively replied in the dialect of his hometown, Are you from Chaoyang? The girl was startled by his words, then quickly nodded, raising her little head to examine Zhao Chen, and said with a choked voice, Uncle, can you help me? I want to go home, boo-hoo. Uncle? Upon hearing this term of address, Zhao Chen couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He was indeed dressed somewhat maturely today, in casual pants paired with a polo shirt, and he hadn't shaved, leaving a bit of stubble. But he was still a 19-year-old youth. How could he be called an uncle? This little girl actually called him uncle. Zhao Chen forced a stiff smile. Looking down at the somewhat worn but clean backpack in the girl's arms, he asked in confusion, isn't your bag right here? No, it's another small bag. The girl began to gesture frantically to describe the shape of the bag. When Zhao Chen learned that the small bag contained 2,500 yuan, he suddenly understood. No wonder she was crying so hard, she had lost all her money. If it were the old him, even if he didn't cry, he would definitely feel sad and regretful for a while. Although he didn't know the girl's specific situation, her attire suggested that her family background was likely not very good. However, losing something in a service area, that would be a bit tricky, and he didn't know if there were any surveillance cameras where she lost her wallet. Today was indeed a peak time at the service area. With so many people around, finding something wouldn't be easy. Crying here won't help. How about this? I'll accompany you to the duty room to ask. Seeing the girl looking so pitiful and helpless, and considering she was from his hometown, plus being so beautiful, ahem. Zhao Chen swore by his conscience that his decision to help her was definitely not for that reason. Zhao Chen decided to accompany her to take a look. Upon hearing this, the girl bit her lip and quickly stood up to bow to Zhao Chen. Uncle, thank you. Zhao Chen hurriedly reached out to support her, smiling casually, no need to thank me, it's just a small effort. I'm just accompanying you to ask. Whether we can find it is still uncertain. It was only when the girl stood completely upright that Zhao Chen could see her full appearance. She was not very tall, probably under 1.6 meters, significantly shorter than Lu Ruyan. Perhaps due to malnutrition, her figure was quite frail. While she wasn't just skin and bones, her weight definitely wouldn't exceed 40 kilograms. Her delicate little hands made Zhao Chen feel a pang of heartache. After getting to know her, Zhao Chen learned that the girl's name was Yu Yu. She was a freshman at Huacheng University of Finance, and indeed, she was from his hometown, living in a small village near Chaoyang. Although she didn't specify her family situation, Zhao Chen could roughly guess. Uncle, where is the duty room? Yu Yu wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, looking at Zhao Chen with a bit of confusion. Her expression of grievance, with her lips tightly pressed together, made Zhao Chen feel an impulse to hold her in his arms and comfort her. Just thinking about her lost bag made Yu unable to hold back her sorrow. She felt that today was the unluckiest day of her life. Yu came from a poor family, but she excelled in her studies and was one of the few college students in the village. Her parents had gone to work on a construction site years ago, but due to an unexpected accident, they both tragically lost their lives. However, the construction site owner ran away, and the family received not a single penny in compensation. Only she, her grandmother, and her younger sister were left, living together in reliance on one another. The lost bag contained her living expenses and over 1,000 yuan she had earned from working in the school cafeteria for a month. She had intended to use it to improve the lives of her grandmother and sister, but due to her own carelessness, she accidentally dropped it while on her way to the restroom in the service area. By the time she realized it, she had searched for a long time but found nothing. Yu's heart was filled with guilt and regret. The more she thought about it, the sadder she became, and she couldn't help but squat by the flower bushes and cry. She was inexperienced in the world and had always lived in the countryside. This was her first time in a big city, having come here for college. How could she know that if she lost something, she could ask at the duty room? Seeing Yu pouting, looking like she was about to cry again, Zhao Chen patted her little head and smiled to comfort her. "Don't worry, I'll take you there right now." This little girl. She had even introduced herself and called him uncle. Well, if she wanted to call him that, so be it. Who could resist such a pitiful sight? Okay. Yu nodded. She could only place her hopes on this seemingly handsome uncle now. "By the way, what bus did you take to get to the service area? I'm worried that if we take too long, it might delay your return home," Zhao Chen casually asked. I looked for my bag for quite a while, and I couldn't find the bus I took." "It should have left already," Yu said, revealing a heartbroken expression. So she was a little scatterbrained. Zhao Chen rubbed his forehead, secretly laughing to himself. "Let's go to the duty room first. We'll talk about the bus later." "Okay, uncle, I'll listen to you." Then, Zhao Chen took Yu to the service area's duty room. As soon as they entered, a cacophony of sounds filled their ears. During the peak return period of the holiday, various situations easily arose with so many people around. Besides a male and female staff member on duty, there were several others present. There was even an irritable guy who started arguing with the male staff member, making Zhao Chen shake his head in disapproval. Noticing that Yu seemed a bit scared, Zhao Chen quickly whispered a few comforting words to her. After waiting for nearly 10 minutes, the people handling the matters gradually dispersed, and it was finally their turn. "Little sister, don't worry, as long as it's on the surveillance, we should be able to find it," the young lady assisting them said, looking at Yu, whose eyes were red from crying. However, while she said that, the difficulty was indeed considerable. The flow of people in the service area was simply too large today. Moreover, the surveillance footage from where Yu lost her bag was not very clear. They could only see that someone had indeed taken her bag. It was almost impossible to find it in a short time. The young lady sighed slightly. "How about this? You leave a contact number here, and if someone turns in the item, I will notify you immediately." Yu bit her lip, a sad expression appearing on her face. She was just a bit naive, not foolish. It was clear that her bag would be very hard to find. However, this time, Yu did not cry anymore. She was a strong girl. She had already been sad enough. Crying further wouldn't bring her bag back. Sigh, everything had to look forward. Hadn't she gotten through the past like this? Seeing that Yu didn't respond, the young lady continued to ask, "Little sister, what is your phone number? Let me record it. Don't worry, we will do our best to help you find it." Zhao Chen also turned to look at Yu. "Although it is somewhat regrettable, there is nothing that can be done. He is not omnipotent and cannot directly find the thief who stole Yu's bag." Seeing Yu looking a bit dazed, Zhao Chen gently tapped her shoulder to bring her back to her senses. Hearing that he needed her phone number, Yu's pretty face instantly turned bright red as she stammered while looking at the two of them. "I'm sorry, I don't have a phone." Upon hearing this, both Zhao Chen and the young lady were taken aback. They never expected that in this day and age, there would still be college students without a phone. At the very least, Zhao Chen had never seen one. Noticing Yu's somewhat guilty expression, as if she felt embarrassed for not having a phone, Zhao Chen quickly said, "Just take my phone number, and you can notify me later." "No problem," the young lady responded swiftly. Both of them wanted to ease Yu's emotions. After recording the number, Zhao Chen and the young lady walked out of the duty room. Yu turned around and bowed to him again. "Thank you, uncle, I'm really sorry to trouble you." Zhao Chen waved his hand, suddenly feeling an indescribable sensation in his heart. "Don't mention it, besides, I couldn't really help you." This girl's family situation seemed to be worse than he had imagined. Yu shook her little head and looked up at him with a radiant smile. It's already great that you can help me, uncle. Although she felt down, Yu didn't want to make others unhappy because of her. She was already very satisfied that Zhao Chen could help her look for her bag. Looking at Yu's sweet smile, Zhao Chen suddenly noticed that she had a pair of very cute little canine teeth when she smiled. It made her look beautiful and even more charming. Yu's smile also affected Zhao Chen, and his mood couldn't help but improve. He gently leaned down, smiling as he looked at her pretty face. You look really good when you smile, so smile more in the future. Yu's little face flushed red, and she shyly lowered her head, burying it in the backpack she was holding, feeling a bit too shy to speak. Zhao Chen looked around, pondering how to help Yu solve her problem. Give her money? For him, it was indeed a small matter. But not every girl wants to accept money from a stranger. After thinking it over, Zhao Chen looked at Yu and gently asked, "Do you want to go home?" "I do." Yu raised her head at his words and nodded her little head. Of course, she wanted to, having been away from her grandmother and sister for a month. She was a bit afraid they would not adapt, not eat well, or not stay warm. What should she do then? But just thinking about it wouldn't help. She only had a few dozen coins left. "I happen to be going back to Chaoyang. Why don't you come back with me? Go back together?" Seeing Yu's puzzled expression, Zhao Chen smiled and explained, "I'm driving back to Chaoyang, and there are no other people in the car. If you want, you can come back with me, and I'll take you straight home. If you don't want to, that's fine too. There should be buses back to Chaoyang at the service area. I can help you find out which ones have available seats. There is no such thing as a free lunch." The reason Zhao Chen proposed such a condition was, of course, because of Yu's looks. If it were another girl with an ordinary appearance, he might help, but at most, he would just help her get to the city center of Chaoyang. Upon hearing that Zhao Chen wanted to take her home, a look of conflict appeared on Yu's face. Of course, she wanted to go back, but would it be too much trouble for the uncle? Noticing Yu's hesitation, Zhao Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking he might be too eager. "Don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person. How about this, I'll still help you ask about other buses. It's better to go back sooner." No. Hearing that Zhao Chen wanted to ask others, Yu hurriedly shook her little head. "I know for sure that you're not a bad person, uncle. You're the first person to help me." Yu looked seriously at Zhao Chen, and when she saw him smile warmly, her little face instantly turned red. She quickly lowered her head, nervously tugging at the strap of her backpack, and said softly, "But, will it be too much trouble for you, uncle?" Hearing that Yu didn't mistake him for a bad person, Zhao Chen let out a sigh of relief and couldn't help but smile. "Of course not. I have a phone here. Why don't you call your family to let them know?" "No need. I trust you, uncle." Yu lightly bit her lip. Her family didn't have a phone. In the past, she had to call the village chief for help to relay messages to her grandmother. Now, she didn't want to worry her grandmother. Uncle must be a good person. Looking at the cute and naive expression on the girl's face, Zhao Chen couldn't help but smile helplessly. Luckily, she ran into him. What if she had met a bad person and got scammed? It seemed he needed to remind her to be more careful in the future. "I'll eat something first, and then we'll set off. By the way, have you eaten?" Zhao Chen casually asked while walking into the service area. "Goo goo." Before Yu could respond, her stomach had already answered, causing her to blush and lower her head. After losing so much money earlier, she had no appetite. Besides, the prices in the service area were higher than outside, and she couldn't bear to spend money. "Let's go, I'll treat you to a meal." Seeing her reaction, Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a smile. "Uncle, that's not good." Yu replied shyly, her face flushed. "It's fine, just listen to me." After hesitating for a moment, Yu finally nodded, her face still red. Inside the service area, after looking around at the stalls, Zhao Chen suddenly found himself struggling to choose. Then he spotted McDonald's and led Yu straight inside. There were indeed quite a few customers at McDonald's. After finally finding a seat, Zhao Chen let Yu sit down first while he went to order. "Xiao Yu, is it okay if I call you that? What do you want to eat?" That's fine, you decide, uncle." Yu had no idea what was good to eat. She had heard the name McDonald's from her roommates and had seen it on the way, but she had never eaten there. The thought of spending 20 or 30 yuan made her feel pained. After a while, Zhao Chen returned with 2 plates full of food. The plates were piled high with fries, spicy chicken wings, and McNuggets. Yu's eyes lit up, and she instinctively swallowed. After inserting a straw into the Coke and handing it to Yu, Zhao Chen smiled slightly. "Xiao Yu, let's dig in." Perhaps it was her first time eating at McDonald's, but Yu found every dish particularly delicious. Her eating style was both reserved and elegant, yet her appetite was quite good. Having a pretty girl to share a meal with was also a delightful experience. In the midst of their meal, Zhao Chen received a message from Lu Ruyan that she had arrived home safely, and the weight in his heart finally lifted. Unknowingly, the 2 large plates of food were nearly finished. After finishing their meal and using the restroom, the two prepared to set off. They left as soon as they decided. Zhao Chen had stayed in the service area for nearly an hour. As they walked to the parking area, Yu was stunned when she saw Zhao Chen's striking volcanic gray Porsche parked among the many ordinary cars worth a few $100,000. The best car she had ever been in was a taxi. That was just last month when she was registering as a new student. She couldn't find her way to school, was unfamiliar with the area, and had no phone, so she had no choice but to take a taxi. It cost her quite a bit, which made her heart ache. Opening the car door for Yu, Zhao Chen smiled gently and gestured, "Xiaoyu, get in." Yu had not yet recovered from the shock, and after a slight daze, she adorably stuck out her tongue. "Oh, okay." Then, she carefully sat in the passenger seat. Zhao Chen also got into the car, took Yu's backpack, and placed it on the back seat along with his own. Yu looked at the top-of-the-line Panamera with curiosity, examining its luxurious and flashy exterior, the opulent interior, and the comfortable leather seats. Even someone as clueless as her knew that this kind-hearted uncle must be very wealthy. This kind of car must cost at least several $100,000, right? With her imagination, that was all she could think of for now. After all, several $100,000 was also an astronomical figure for her. Once Zhao Chen fastened his seatbelt, Yu suddenly smiled brightly and said to him, "Uncle, you're really rich." Zhao Chen was taken aback. If it were another woman saying this, it might have had other implications. But with the innocent smile on this girl's face, it was probably just a literal statement. "Ha, I guess I am quite wealthy," Zhao Chen replied with a casual smile, then turned to help her fasten her seatbelt. His actions made Yu's heart race. Watching Zhao Chen seriously buckle her seatbelt, she grinned, revealing a pair of small tiger teeth, and didn't forget to give him a good person card. "Uncle, you're really a good person." Zhao Chen's mouth twitched. That phrase didn't sound very pleasant. Amidst the roaring engine, the Panamera started up, slowly leaving the service area and merging onto the highway towards Chaoyang City. They had spent some time at the service area, but fortunately, although there were many cars on the road, it wasn't too congested, which relieved Zhao Chen a bit. More importantly, he was no longer alone on this journey. "Uncle, where do you live in Chaoyang? Uncle, did you come from Flower City too? Uncle, are you still studying?" After casting aside her bad mood, Yu seemed to return to her usual cheerful self, chattering away. Life was already tough enough, why not face it with a smile? If it weren't for the importance of the bag she lost, she might not have even cried. After all, she was a strong girl. Hearing the series of questions from this girl, Zhao Chen felt a black line slowly appear on his face. He had thought Yu was a shy and introverted girl, but now it seemed, wow, he had brought back a chatterbox. However, having such a little talker made the originally boring drive much more interesting. Zhao Chen drove while answering the curious girl's questions. The two gradually became more familiar with each other. He asked Yu why she didn't use a mobile phone. After all, in this day and age, even if one couldn't afford a brand-name phone, using a knockoff or even an old Nokia wouldn't be a problem, right? It would only cost 1 or 200 yuan at most, and at least she could make calls, which would be convenient for contact. However, Yu's answer left him in a long silence. She said she knew that 1 or 200 yuan could buy a phone, but if you added the phone card and the monthly fees, that would be a significant expense for her. Although not having a phone was somewhat inconvenient, the money saved could buy new clothes for her grandmother and sister. After hearing Yu's words, Zhao Chen didn't know what to say. He could only keep his eyes on the road, feeling inexplicably stifled. Seeing Zhao Chen's gloomy expression, Yu bit her lip and cautiously said, "I'm sorry. Uncle, am I being stingy? Not even willing to buy a phone? How could that be? Xiaoyu is not stingy at all." Zhao Chen quickly shook his head, gently patting her little head with his right hand. "I think you're great." Hearing Zhao Chen's compliment, Yu smiled, revealing her cute little tiger teeth. The heavy atmosphere that had originally surrounded them dissipated like smoke. Zhao Chen then started joking with her, "And hey, don't call me uncle anymore. I'm only a year older than you, okay? A year older is still older." Upon hearing Zhao Chen's words, Yu's brows curved slightly, showing a lovely arc. "I'm going to call you uncle, 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 hee." Zhao Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes, paused for a moment, and couldn't resist chuckling. "Then I'll call you little Yu, little Yu, little Yu, ha ha ha." Yu's pretty face instantly turned red, and she turned her head away, softly saying, "Uncle, you're so bad." While speaking, she secretly glanced at Zhao Chen. "Just calling me Yu or little Yu is fine. Why do you have to call me little Yu?" Hearing this, Zhao Chen chuckled. The entire car was suddenly filled with a cheerful atmosphere. While chatting, Yu suddenly asked, "Uncle, what is your dream?" "Dream?" Zhao Chen was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and looked at her. "Why are you asking this all of a sudden?" "Oh come on, just answer it," Yu said in a somewhat spoiled tone. A dream." Zhao Chen pursed his lips and thought for a moment. "To be honest, I really don't have any dreams right now." "Maybe. A dream is to be richer?" He then shook his head again. "But that's not really a dream. With the system he had, even if he did nothing, he would still become richer." "What kind of dream was that?" Yu showed a puzzled expression, tilting her little head to look at him, seemingly not quite understanding. Zhao Chen continued with a smile, "My real dream is probably to have no worries, to do as I please, and to be carefree." "No worries, carefree." After repeating it, Yu nodded as if she understood. "It feels like you're saying something really impressive, uncle." "Don't talk about me, what about you? What is your dream?" Zhao Chen threw the question back to Yu. Upon hearing Zhao Chen ask about her dream, the little girl seemed to have stars sparkling in her eyes. "Me? My dream is to open a milk tea shop in my hometown in the future." "A milk tea shop?" Zhao Chen couldn't help but be a bit surprised. This dream was quite rare. However, it was quite practical. If a milk tea shop was well run, it could be quite profitable. Of course, if the business was bad, then there would be losses. "Yes." Yu nodded her little head vigorously, speaking with some longing. "Milk tea is so delicious. When I have money in the future, I want to drink as much as I want. I also want to treat my grandma and sister to drink as much as they want." The first cup of milk tea she had was treated by her roommate. As an outstanding representative of cuteness, she was the most favored among the 4 sisters in the dormitory. Although she always waved her hands to refuse, she couldn't resist her roommate's enthusiasm, who insisted on letting her try it. After taking her first sip, she was somewhat stunned. It was a flavor she had never experienced before. It felt like she had taken a sip and arrived in paradise. The taste was so wonderful, like delicacies from the mountains and seas, making her addicted. But milk tea was so expensive. Her roommate said it cost 10 yuan a cup. To save money to go home, she was reluctant to spend money on meals at school, let alone spend 10 yuan on milk tea. After such a long period of poverty, she had learned to restrain herself. At noon, she would take advantage of working in the cafeteria to snag a free lunch from the cafeteria ladies. In the evening, she would eat steamed buns with pickles, and by the end of the month, she wouldn't even spend 100 yuan. The money she saved could be used to buy things for her grandma and sister. She just didn't expect. She would throw her bag away at the station. She was just a fool who couldn't do anything right. Seeing Yu's mood drop again, Zhao Chen quickly changed the subject and chuckled. "Oh, you have a grandmother and a younger sister. What about me? Aren't you going to treat me to milk tea?" Yu came back to her senses, looked at Zhao Chen's smiling face, and nodded vigorously, grinning. "Of course. If you want to drink, uncle, just come find me anytime." While speaking, she patted her small chest with bravado, which warmed Zhao Chen's heart. Through indirect hints, he had basically understood Yu's family situation. Her parents had passed away, and she had a grandmother and a younger sister at home. Although there was support from the village, it was barely enough to make ends meet. No matter what she did, Yu was frugal. "By the way, Xiaoyu, how did you decide to come to Huaqing for school?" Zhao Chen asked curiously. With Yu's grades, she could have chosen Chaoyang University as well. After all, the strengths of the 2 schools were comparable. Moreover, studying locally would allow her to return home occasionally to take care of her grandmother and sister. "I wanted to go to Chaoyang University too, but my grandmother insisted I come to Huaqing," she said. After a pause, Yu continued, "She said Huaqing is the provincial capital, a very big city, and that studying here would offer me better opportunities." Yu was a filial girl, and after some serious thought, she felt her grandmother's words made sense. Wanting to provide a better life for her grandmother and sister, coming to Huaqing for university might indeed be the right choice. Zhao Chen raised his eyebrows in surprise. He hadn't expected an elderly woman who had lived in the countryside for so long to have such insight. This grandmother was truly wise. If she hadn't sent Yu to Huaqing for school, the 2 would never have met. A subtle smile curved Zhao Chen's lips. Better opportunities, wasn't that referring to him? Zhao Chen turned to glance at the charming and lovely Yu, a gentle smile appearing on his face. If she hadn't met him, he could almost foresee Yu's future life. Perhaps, after 4 years of university, she would consider pursuing a master's degree. During the long process of preparing for exams, she would gradually learn to grow, becoming more confident, even becoming a female master's or doctoral student. But most likely, Yu would lean towards seeking a job right after her undergraduate studies, and with a degree from a prestigious university, the job she found would at least not be too bad. After saving enough money, she would return to her hometown to open a milk tea shop. When her grandmother passed away, and her sister grew up, she would find someone she liked to spend the rest of her life with. Perhaps, that was the simple yet beautiful life Yu was meant to have. However, that was just an ideal life. The harsh reality was often cruel. Without family support, pursuing a master's degree was a distant dream for her. It was incredibly difficult for a child from a poor family to rise above. And how many girls wandering outside could truly manage to support themselves while also supporting their families? As a man with a big heart, Zhao Chen admitted he had inappropriate thoughts about Yu. But more than that, he felt a deep sense of pity for her. He pitied her past, her present, and wanted to take on her future. He wanted her to no longer worry about the daily necessities of life, to not have to hesitate to buy a new piece of clothing for her grandmother and sister, or even to spare her phone. He had the ability to give this girl a better, even the best life, so why not pursue it? Zhao Chen let out a slight breath, firming his resolve. This girl, he was determined to have her. It wasn't just a game. If he were irresponsible towards a girl like her, he wouldn't be able to respect himself. Their conversation gradually came to a close, and the car fell silent. Yu comfortably leaned against the seat, her small face secretly turned towards Zhao Chen, quietly watching his handsome figure as he drove, her gaze inevitably becoming a bit dreamy. Uncle, could he be an angel sent by heaven, here to save her? On the other side, after dropping Su Jiao off at home, around noon, Lu Ruyan drove her BMW back to her own neighborhood. The house her family lived in was located in the central area of Flower City, but it was an old-style residential building. Although there was no underground parking lot, there was an open-air parking lot. Her father was an old employee of the Flower City Power Supply Bureau, and though not too high-ranking, he was considered a leader. This apartment was allocated to them during the previous housing distribution system. At that time, they were also given 2 parking spaces, one of which was usually used to park the Toyota Camry her father bought years ago. The other parking space was usually vacant, or used when relatives or friends came over. Upon entering the parking lot and seeing that there was no familiar black sedan in the parking space, Lu Ruyan let out a slight sigh of relief. It seemed her father hadn't returned yet. If he caught her red-handed, it would indeed be hard to explain. Her initial thought was to wait until she got home, prepare herself mentally, and then explain everything to her parents. The first step of her plan, safely getting home, was a success. Asterisk. Just as Lu Ruyan carefully parked the BMW in the vacant space, preparing to unbuckle her seatbelt and turn off the engine, a familiar black sedan drove towards her. I am gazing at the moon above, how many dreams are flying freely. Sitting in his beloved car and humming a tune, Wu Jisong wore a relaxed and comfortable smile. As an old employee of the Power Supply Bureau, a 9-to-5 office worker, he had been living quite a good life. A gentle and beautiful wife, a well-behaved and lovely daughter. Both he and his wife had stable jobs, a house, a car, and savings. In the eyes of friends and family, he was undoubtedly a winner in life. Tomorrow was the rare 7-day National Day holiday, and today his precious daughter was coming back. Although he video-called every week to check if his daughter had lost weight or if her studies were tough, he missed her dearly after nearly a month without seeing her in person. Today, Wu Jisong specifically took half a day off, thinking of getting home early to prepare a delicious meal for his wife and daughter. That's right. Besides being an ordinary office worker, he was also quite the household expert, excelling at cooking, washing dishes, and cleaning. Otherwise, how could he have married such a beautiful wife and have an even more beautiful and lovely daughter? However, when he arrived at the parking lot, the tune Wu Jisong was humming suddenly stopped, and his brows furrowed. How was there a black BMW parked in his 2 parking spaces? Wow! And it was quite overbearing. The BMW had crossed the parking space lines, taking up both spaces. After living in the neighborhood for so many years, it was the first time he had seen such a brazen person. Wu Jisong's good mood was instantly ruined, and he couldn't help but feel a bit angry. You could say that if you took up 1 parking space and parked there for half a day or a day, that was a minor issue he could accept. Whether or not to pay was irrelevant. But taking up both of his family's parking spaces was too much. Where was he supposed to park? Wu Jisong turned the steering wheel and suddenly parked his car in front of the black BMW. Then, he got out of the car, ready to see if the owner had left a phone number. But he noticed that there seemed to be someone still sitting inside the car, and it appeared to be a woman. Wu Jisong became even angrier. It wasn't that he looked down on female drivers. His wife drove very well and was quite cultured. But it didn't change the fact that there were quite a few bad apples among female drivers. The term road killer originated from female drivers. He had previously been hit by a female driver, but fortunately, her car was not going fast, just a slight brush. Otherwise, he might not even be able to stay here humming a tune. He could park in 2 spaces. He wanted to ask which master taught him that. Just then, the car owner was present, and he could go up and have a good discussion. At that moment, Lu Ruyan, who had just unbuckled her seatbelt, widened her eyes as she saw her father blocking the car in front of her. She got out of the car angrily, and her heart sank. She hurriedly turned her head, trying to play ostrich and pretend not to see, but at that moment, Wu Zhizong had already gently knocked on the car window. "Hello?" After knocking several times with no response, Wu Zhizong leaned closer to the window in confusion. He saw that the female driver in the driver's seat had turned her head away, seemingly doing something. Although he felt that the figure of this female driver looked somewhat familiar, he didn't think much of it. "Please don't pretend you can't hear me, okay? Please get out of the car. You parked in my family's parking space and took up 2 spots. What does that mean?" In an instant, Wu Zhizong's anger began to rise. Occupying 2 parking spaces was already excessive, and now she was pretending to be deaf and blind? Lu Ruyan, who had turned her head away, knew she couldn't hide anymore. After taking a few deep breaths, she turned her back to search for the door handle and gently opened the car door. When Wu Zhizong saw the door finally open and the female driver was about to get out, he was ready to step forward to reason with her when the female driver suddenly turned her head, her face flushed, and softly called out to him, "Dad, you." Wu Zhizong was about to speak, but when he saw that familiar and adorable face, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. "Xiaoyu?" At 12:30 in the afternoon, Wu Zhizong, with his hands behind his back, was pacing back and forth in the living room. From time to time, he glanced at his daughter sitting on the sofa, her face radiating obedience. At that moment, his mood was beyond words. The female driver who had taken up 2 parking spaces, taught by who knows which master, turned out to be his precious daughter. It seemed he had some credit in this. Cough, never mind, let's not mention that. After all, his precious daughter parking in 2 spaces at their own home didn't seem too excessive, right? But that brand new black BMW left him a bit dumbfounded. As someone who owned a car, although Wu Zhizong couldn't afford an expensive one, he did his research. He was the type who couldn't buy luxury cars but knew everything about them. Sometimes slacking off at work, he had read various car magazines and newspapers in the past and was well versed in all the current automotive websites. He dared to say that in the field of automotive research around this neighborhood, he, Old Wu, claimed 2nd place, and no one dared to say they were first. The car his precious daughter was driving was precisely the latest model of the BMW 530 luxury version. According to market prices, it wouldn't be less than 600,000. After all, the Wu family was just an ordinary family. Perhaps if they bit the bullet, they could afford a 300,000 car. But doubling that to 600,000 was something he couldn't even dare to think about. A car is not like a house can be lived in for a lifetime. But can a car be driven for a lifetime? Old Wu had only dared to sit in his own Camry, fantasizing that maybe one day he would have the chance to drive a luxury car and live that indulgent life. But he never expected that his daughter would take the lead and drive a luxury car before him. Especially when he learned from his daughter that this BMW was a gift from her boyfriend, he couldn't accept it even more. His first reaction was, his precious daughter, whom he held in his hands for fear of dropping, and in his mouth for fear of melting, actually had a boyfriend. Why hasn't she come back yet? Wu Zhizong murmured softly. He was waiting for his wife to return, watching their daughter alone. As a representative of fatherly love, he really couldn't find any words to blame her. Only by pretending to be a strict mother could Lu Ruyan's mom manage this little girl. Just then, as he finished speaking, the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed through the door. Lu Ruyan peeked over, pouting her lips, preparing for the impending interrogation. She never expected to be caught red-handed by her dad. Moreover, she had parked in 2 spaces. How embarrassing. If the bad guys found out, they would definitely tease her. What's going on? Why did you call me back so urgently? With the sound of the door opening, Lu Ruyan's mother, Zhang Weining, stepped inside. She was a Chinese teacher at a nearby elementary school, and this year she happened to be teaching 1st grade as the homeroom teacher. 1st graders were really hard to manage. Today's parents were more formidable than ever. Those mischievous kids, if you said a word to them, would go home and tell their parents, who might show up at school in a couple of days. Just now, she had encountered such a situation, which made her quite irritable today. Although Zhang Weining was already in middle age, she had taken good care of herself and looked like an intellectual woman in her 30s, with a standard oval face. Lu Ruyan had completely inherited her mother's genes in this regard. Seeing his wife return, Wu Zhizong's expression brightened, and he quickly began to explain the situation. When he learned that their daughter had come back driving a BMW worth 600,000, Zhang Weiniang's expression mirrored Wu Zhizong's earlier shock. But soon after, Zhang Weiniang's brows furrowed, and she angrily approached Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan, how many times have I told you, girls need to learn to love themselves? What on earth is going on? Speak honestly to me. There were too many temptations in college, and Zhang Weiniang was somewhat aware of that. With Lu Ruyan's looks, unless she attended a completely enclosed girls' school, it was unlikely she wouldn't be pursued in college. It was perfectly normal for college students to date. Her anger stemmed from the fact that Lu Ruyan had accepted such an expensive gift. Even if it was just temporarily borrowed, that was unacceptable. Moreover, wealthy boys usually weren't good-looking and only knew how to use sweet talk to win people over. She had experienced this herself when she was young, but in the face of money, she had chosen love. And wasn't she living happily now? She just never expected to have a child who was so materialistic. Lu Ruyan's 6 years in elementary school were spent under Zhang Weiniang's maternal authority. Deep down, she was still a bit afraid of her mother. After all, when she was disobedient as a child, it was her mother who spanked her. As for her father, she felt closest to him because he treated her the best. Seeing her mother scolding her, Lu Ruyan quickly cast a pleading look at her dad. When Wu Zhizong saw his precious daughter looking aggrieved, his originally stern heart softened instantly. He quickly held back his angry wife. Alright, the child has grown up. How can we still treat her like when she was little? However, when he saw Zhang Weiniang glaring at him, Wu Zhizong coughed twice and looked at Lu Ruyan with a serious expression. Xiaoyu, why don't you tell us what happened? Don't worry, Mom and Dad won't blame you. Lu Ruyan puffed up her little cheeks in frustration and then recounted everything about her and Zhao Chen to her parents in detail. Of course, she skipped over certain inappropriate details. To avoid them not believing her, she even pulled out a photo of herself with Zhao Chen from her phone. The couple listened to their daughter's words as if they were hearing a fairy tale, and they couldn't help but be stunned. Looking at her daughter dressed in luxury brands Gucci, Cartier, even Zhang Weiniang, who had never bought much luxury goods, knew that this outfit alone must cost at least 6 figures. Xiaoyu? You mean, that BMW is in your name? Wu Zhi asked, his eyes filled with disbelief. Although Lu Ruyan had said earlier that the car was a gift from her boyfriend, whose name it was under mattered greatly. If it was under Zhao Chen's name, it could only be considered a loan. Lu Ruyan would merely have the right to use it. But if it was in Lu Ruyan's name, then the car would completely belong to her. She could sell it anytime she wanted. Even if they broke up later, if Lu Ruyan didn't return the BMW, it would definitely be lost to them. Wu Zhi had always thought it was just a matter of letting his daughter drive the car. He never expected it to be a genuine gift. Hiss. This kid spent so much money on his daughter just for dating. What kind of wealthy family is this? Although his precious daughter is indeed priceless. Not to mention Lu Ruyan, even Wu Zhi himself would probably be stunned by this pile of expenses. Zhang Weiniang stared at the photo on her phone, her expression somewhat dazed. The handsome boy standing next to her daughter, posing intimately, seemed to differ greatly from her imagined rich second generation. The couple exchanged glances. A quick mental calculation revealed how much this boy had spent on their daughter. The Wu family was just an ordinary household, yet here was a boy casually gifting a car worth 600,000 and a full set of luxury goods. Who could bear that? Even though people often say not to measure love with money, very few can truly do so while willing to spend so much on a girl. This seemed enough to prove that this kid really liked their daughter. Xiaoyu, do you really like him? Zhang Weiniang asked Lu Ruyan seriously. She had to admit, the boy was indeed very handsome. At least on the surface, they looked quite compatible. Wu Zhi also leaned in, taking a closer look at their photo together. No matter how much he didn't want to admit it, he still felt they matched well. However, he couldn't help but feel a bit resentful about his precious daughter being taken away by another man. TCH. Xiaoyu's mom, look at this kid, how can he be more handsome than me? Seeing his wife glance over, Wu Zhi quickly wrapped his arms around her, wanting to show off their affection in front of their daughter. Shameless. Zhang Weiniang shot him a glare, breaking free from his embrace, and then turned to look at their daughter. Lu Ruyan, sitting obediently on the sofa, blushed when she heard her mother's question, but still mustered the courage to nod firmly. Mom, I like him, even if he has no money, I still like him. If she could, she would want to have a love with Zhao Chen that was unrelated to material things. But what could she do if that bad guy played tricks? If she rejected him and he stopped liking her, what would she do? She really liked him. Zhao Chen accepted all of her, so she should accept all of him too. And besides, is being wealthy really a bad thing? Many loving couples ultimately fall under the pressure of materialism. At least, they wouldn't have to face such troubles. Seeing their daughter's serious expression, the couple had no more words to say. Wu Ji sighed and unconsciously touched his daughter's little head. It seemed like after going to college, his precious girl had grown up. Now there was one more man standing in front of her. He was no longer the only one. Thinking of this, he felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. However, they were not stubborn parents. As long as their daughter truly likes him, they have no objections. Nowadays, with the emphasis on free love, it seems that parents like them can no longer interfere. Moreover, the boyfriend their daughter found really has no flaws at all. After the misunderstanding was cleared up, the family of three sat together, and the couple asked about Zhao Chen's specific situation. When they inquired about what Zhao Chen's family does, Lu Ruyan was momentarily taken aback. Regarding this, it seemed she really didn't know. However, in her mind, she was dating Zhao Chen, not his family, so why should she care about that? All she could say was that Zhao Chen's family was from Chaoyang. As for the rest, she wasn't too clear. Upon hearing that he was from Chaoyang, the couple shook their heads helplessly. If she were to marry in the future, they hoped the two wouldn't return to live in their hometown. Otherwise, it would be quite a hassle to see their daughter. Around 3:30 in the afternoon, a somewhat travel-worn volcanic ash-colored Palamara safely drove away from the toll station in Chaoyang. After getting off the highway, Zhao Chen pulled the car over to the side of the road for a moment. He slowly lowered the window and turned to look at the scenery outside. A gentle breeze brushed against his cheek, causing his eyes to involuntarily squint. Returning to his hometown for the first time in this new life gave him a feeling as if he had crossed into another world. And it was so beautiful that it seemed every cell in his body was joyfully dancing. Zhao Chen smiled slightly. Perhaps this was the sense of belonging to home. No matter how big Flower City was, it wasn't his home. Wow, we're in Chaoyang. At that moment, Yu was also leaning against the car window, her eyes filled with long-lost excitement. Just thinking about seeing her grandmother and younger sister soon made her heart leap with joy. Xiaoyu, where's your home? I'll take you back first. Back in Chaoyang, Zhao Chen was quite familiar with the roads. After all, when he had just gotten his driver's license, he often drove his dad's Volkswagen Sagitter around. There was no way he would let Yu go back alone. He wanted to at least get familiar with this girl's home situation first. Yu knowingly gave Zhao Chen her address. After saying it, she blushed as she looked at him. Having already troubled the uncle so much, it seemed there was nothing wrong with troubling him a bit more. Moreover, she wanted to spend a little more time with Zhao Chen. Although Yu's hometown was also considered part of Chaoyang, it was somewhat far from the main urban area, located in a small village in a township called Yujia Village. Most of the residents there share the surname Yu, hence the name. Since most of them have the same surname, the villagers are somewhat related to each other. The village was actually quite good to Yu's family. With just an elderly grandmother and two little girls left at home, during festivals, meat, eggs, and oil were never lacking. There was no choice, their family had no main source of income, and everything relied on village and state assistance. Each year, along with village subsidies, they received a total of 5,000 yuan to support all household expenses. Yu's grandmother was old and in poor health. Even if she wanted to farm, she was already unable to do so. Even Yu going to university in Flower City was only possible because the villagers had managed to gather enough money for her. As the village head grandpa said, no matter how poor one is, education should never be neglected. With such good grades, Yu was admitted to a key university. How could the uncles, aunts, and grandparents not support her? When they heard that their son and daughter-in-law had tragically passed away, the old man was so heartbroken that he unfortunately passed away as well. The motivation that kept the grandmother strong was to raise these two granddaughters. Yu grew up in such an environment, but she felt that her life was actually quite good. When it's cold, she has clothes to wear. When she's hungry, she has food to eat. Compared to many children who go hungry and are poorly clothed, she is quite happy. Moreover, she has her grandmother and younger sister with her, so she doesn't feel lonely at all. It takes about half an hour to get to the small town where her family village is located. Since today is a peak travel period, Zhao Chen and Yu are moving slowly on the road, wasting some time. Around 4:30 in the afternoon, the two arrived in town. The cool Panamera drove along the town streets, attracting the attention of passers-by, who turned their heads in surprise and pointed at the luxury car. Although economic conditions have improved, it's still quite rare to see a car of this caliber in a small town. Yu looked at the expressions of the onlookers, feeling a bit at a loss, and turned to Zhao Chen to ask, "Uncle, why is everyone looking at us?" Zhao Chen had long since gotten used to this feeling of being in the spotlight, so he joked, "Maybe they're admiring how beautiful our little Yu is." "Oof, Uncle, you're the best at lying." Yu wrinkled her little nose. She wasn't foolish, she was gradually realizing that this car was definitely more expensive than she had imagined. However, when they reached the fork in the road leading to Yu's village, Zhao Chen found himself in a bit of a dilemma. The roads in town weren't too bad, but driving on the small road to Yu's village made him hesitant. The bumpy road, with the Panamera's low chassis, would likely require a tow truck if he drove in. Zhao Chen could only park the car in front of a small supermarket in town and said to Yu, "Little Yu, it's a bit troublesome for me to drive down that road. See if there are any motorcycles around, call one over." Zhao Chen's grandparents also lived in the countryside. Here, people going to the countryside usually prefer motorcycles if they aren't driving themselves. They call it hailing a motorcycle. Okay. Yu smiled as she opened the car door and jogged off to find a motorcycle driver. Zhao Chen also got out of the car, locked the Panamera, and glanced at the small supermarket. In his mind, since Yu had a younger sister, she must be quite young. It wouldn't be good to go to someone's house empty-handed, so he should buy something. Inside the small supermarket, Zhao Chen bought a box of Wangzhe milk, a box of milk suitable for the elderly, a large bag of snacks, and several kinds of fruit. The items weren't expensive, totaling just over 300 yuan, but they represented his goodwill. Uncle Yu. When Yu arrived on the motorcycle and saw the 2 boxes of milk and the bags of items in Zhao Chen's hands, she was momentarily at a loss for words. Zhao Chen was so nice to her, treating her to a meal and bringing her home from so far away. Now he was buying so many things for her family. She didn't know how to repay Zhao Chen. "It's nothing, just bringing some food for grandma and my sister," Zhao Chen smiled casually, glancing at the little girl whose eyes were slightly moist, and affectionately patted her head. Arriving at the Panamera, Zhao Chen opened the back door and slung both Yu's and his backpack over his shoulder. The motorcycle driver they called over was from Yu's village and had some familial ties with Yu. Seeing Zhao Chen taking things from the Panamera, his eyes widened. Although the Panamera looked less glamorous after a long trip, its exterior was still enough to impress many people. Such a luxury car was rarely seen in this small town. "Little Yu, is this your boyfriend? Wow, that's impressive, driving such a nice car." Being from the village, the motorcycle driver naturally knew about the situation of the 2 sisters from the Yu family. With their parents having passed away early, Yu's family situation was well known in the village. At the same time, they were quite famous because both sisters were exceptionally beautiful. If it weren't for the fact that she was too young back then and her grandmother was a bit difficult to deal with, the threshold of their home would have been trampled long ago. After all, in the entire Yu family village, there were only these 2 girls who could be so charming. TSK, it's different for kids who have gone to university. In such a short time, she has already caught a golden son-in-law. That car must be worth quite a bit, right? Yu's face turned red as she secretly glanced at Zhao Chen, lowering her head shyly without responding. Would the uncle be angry if he heard this? A wild girl like her surely wouldn't be liked by him. Thinking of this, Yu couldn't help but feel a bit downcast. She wasn't quite sure what it felt like to like someone. But now, when she looked at Zhao Chen, she felt a genuine joy from the bottom of her heart. I wonder, does this count as liking someone? At that moment, Zhao Chen adjusted his backpack and walked over with his things. Seeing Yu sitting on the back of the motorcycle, he couldn't help but chuckle. "You found it pretty quickly." Before Yu could say anything, the motorcycle driver suddenly asked, "Young man, are you Xiaoyu's boyfriend?" Hearing the driver ask such a question, Zhao Chen was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly realized. It seemed this person was likely a relative from Yu's hometown. Looking at Yu's flushed face, their eyes met just in time. The girl hurriedly turned her head away, her ears turning a bit red. Seeing this, Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow and directly smiled, nodding, "Yeah, uncle, I am Yu's. I'm her 4th uncle. That car of yours must be quite expensive, right?" "It looks very stylish," the motorcycle driver asked curiously. Yu, sitting on the motorcycle, was startled when Zhao Chen actually admitted to being her boyfriend to this distant relative. But somehow, the sweetness in her heart was almost overflowing. What kind of feeling was this, making her a bit flustered? Zhao Chen also sat behind the motorcycle, gently wrapping his arms around Yu, holding the milk and bag to prevent her from being blown away by the wind. To outsiders, the 2 looked quite affectionate. Feeling Zhao Chen's warm and broad embrace, Yu instinctively shifted her little bottom back a bit, unable to resist getting a little closer to him. Then she lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking about. Hearing the motorcycle driver's question, Zhao Chen really didn't want to answer. But seeing the eager look in his eyes, he helplessly replied, "The car is quite stylish, it cost nearly 4 million. "What? 4 million? So expensive?" the motorcycle driver exclaimed, clearly in disbelief. Yu also lifted her head, looking at Zhao Chen in shock. 4 million? How much is that? After the shock, the motorcycle driver started the motorcycle and headed down the country road. At this moment, Yu Yu's thoughts were a bit chaotic, her mind constantly calculating how much 4 million was. She didn't think Xiaochen would lie. If he said 4 million, then it must be 4 million. In her imagination, she thought the uncle was already quite wealthy. She never expected he was much richer than she had imagined. The town wasn't far from Yu Yu's home, about 2 or 3 kilometers away. In less than 10 minutes, the motorcycle brought the two of them near Yu Yu's house. Originally, Yu Yu had agreed with her distant fourth uncle on a price of 5 yuan, but when she wanted to pay, Zhao Chen reached out to stop her. Zhao Chen was definitely going back today, but it wouldn't make sense to walk. It would be troublesome to call for a car later, so he simply handed the motorcycle driver 100 yuan, asking him to wait a moment and then take him back to town. The motorcycle driver was naturally very willing. Sometimes, he wouldn't even earn 100 yuan in a day. Don't say just to let him wait for a while, even waiting a day is fine. However, while thinking this way, some polite words still need to be said. Oh, come on, we're all relatives, why bother with money? That's too polite. That said, his hands moved quickly, grabbing the money Zhao Chen handed over. He also left his phone number, saying to contact him when leaving, and he would come right away. Giggling, hey, you all come over and eat. On the other side, Yu Yu's twin sister, Yu Huan, was currently in the yard feeding the chicks. Seeing the chicks not eating the rice, she angrily put her hands on her hips, her little face puffed up in annoyance as she glared at the chicks. The two stared at each other, seemingly trying to see who would yield first. The family was not well off, so grandma bought 2 piglets and some chicks from the neighbor to raise. The roosters would be raised for meat, while the hens would be kept for laying eggs and raising chicks. When the piglets grew up, they would be sold for money, which could help with household expenses. Previously, Yu Yu and Yu Huan had raised them together. Now that Yu Yu had gone to college, all the burdens fell on Yu Huan. The two sisters had been in the same class since elementary school. In high school, when Yu Huan's grades were not good, Yu Yu chose to stay in the regular class with her sister instead of going to the advanced class. Although the sisters had a deep bond, Yu Huan's grades never improved. Even with Yu Yu's help, during the college entrance exam, she only scored enough to get into a vocational college. The family's situation clearly could not support both girls going to college. The village could only raise enough money for one. At that time, Yu Huan decisively stepped forward to give the opportunity to her sister. She knew her studies were poor and that she might not learn much in college. She definitely wanted to leave this chance for her sister. The clever little girl had her thoughts on learning directed elsewhere. When she was younger, she was the little king of the village, often leading the boys in her gang to run around the mountains and fields, truly a mischievous child of the Yu family village. However, as she grew up, Yu Huan became much more restrained. After becoming more sensible, she realized her family's poor conditions and didn't want to cause trouble anymore, settling down to be a good girl at home. As they grew older, the two sisters became increasingly beautiful. With Yu Yu in college, Yu Huan had also reached adulthood. In the village, girls who didn't go to school were already at the age of discussing marriage by 18. Not to mention family conditions, at least in terms of appearance, there were no girls more beautiful than the two sisters in the entire Yu family village, even when including the surrounding villages and the town. As a result, many suitors came to propose. Some even had decent conditions, with cars and houses in town. However, all were rejected by the sisters' grandmother. For such a major life event, this old lady didn't want to meddle. In her youth, she had also met her late husband through free love. At that time, they were considered unconventional for their era. Therefore, she valued free love. Perhaps she had grown accustomed to hardship. No matter how good the conditions others offered, they couldn't move her heart. Grandma even made it clear that everything was up to her granddaughter. As long as Yu Huan was persuaded, anything could be discussed. If she wanted to marry, then marry. If she didn't want to, then just stay with her. After all, it wouldn't reduce her meals. To this, Yu Huan naturally disagreed. She didn't want to marry those people. The boys all looked rather unpleasant. Moreover, the way they looked at her made her uncomfortable, as if they wanted to devour her. Although she hadn't seen much of the world, she understood a lot. Compared to her silly sister, the young girl was quite proud. If she wants to marry, she must marry someone from the city, and it has to be someone she finds suitable. In other words, looks must pass her test. Moreover, he must agree to take her grandmother to enjoy a good life. Otherwise, she would rather stay with her grandmother and never marry. At this moment, Yu Huan, who was playfully competing with a chick, seemed to hear footsteps and curiously jogged to the courtyard door, just in time to bump into Yu Yu, who was walking over. Sister! Huan! The two sisters, who relied on each other, hadn't seen each other for over a month, and they both widened their eyes in surprise before happily embracing each other. Zhao Chun, who was following closely behind Yu, was momentarily stunned by the scene. The two sisters, looking like they were carved from the same mold, were hugging each other. If it weren't for one having short hair and the other long hair, Zhao Chun really wouldn't be able to tell who was the older sister and who was the younger one. Their appearances were almost identical, and their figures were quite similar too. The only noticeable difference, aside from their hair, was a small beauty mole on the left side of Yu Huan's face. If it weren't for Zhao Chen's keen eyesight, he probably wouldn't have noticed it. A flash of astonishment crossed his eyes. He never expected that the sister Yu mentioned was actually a twin sister. This was simply too thrilling. No, too exciting. That doesn't seem right either. Forget it. In any case, it felt like a sense of relief. Yes, relief. Fortunately, he came, otherwise, such beautiful twin sisters would be buried in this small village, unknown to outsiders. That would truly be a waste of beauty. Sister, I miss you so much. After the embrace, Yu Huan wiped her eyes and said somewhat aggrievedly. The two sisters had spent 18 years together, and suddenly not seeing each other for over a month made it hard for her to adjust. Previously, her sister had always taken care of her and their grandmother, but now it was her alone caring for their grandmother. She felt so clumsy, unable to do anything right. She almost overfed her little piglet to the point of bursting, which made her feel guilty for a long time before she got over it. Didn't I come back? Yu gently wiped away her sister's tears. Upon closer inspection, Yu Huan was actually a bit taller than Yu. Perhaps all the nutrition had gone to her sister, making Yu Huan appear healthier. Seeing this scene, Zhao Chen's gaze softened even more. At that moment, Yu Huan finally noticed Zhao Chen behind Yu. Seeing an outsider present, she quickly dried her tears and curiously looked at Zhao Chen. This was the first time Yu Huan had seen such a handsome boy, and when he smiled at her, her little face flushed with shyness as she stole a glance at him. Then she looked at her sister, her eyes spinning as if she had discovered a little secret. This boy was carrying her sister's backpack. Could it be that the two? Big brother, are you my sister's boyfriend? Yu Huan asked without any shyness, causing Yu's face to instantly turn bright red. Before Zhao Chen could respond, Yu stepped forward and playfully pinched her sister's face, pulling it to the sides. Don't say nonsense, big uncle is not my boyfriend. After saying this, she subconsciously glanced back, and when she saw Zhao Chen's faint smile, her expression became even more bashful. Hey! I won't say it anymore, be gentle, it hurts. Yu Huan's little face was pinched and hurt a bit, and she kept begging for mercy. After the two sisters played around for a while, Yu Huan was released and touched her red face, feeling wronged. She didn't believe her sister's words. He was carrying your backpack and even brought you home. And you say he's not your boyfriend, humph. Definitely too shy to admit it. And calling him big uncle? Is this big brother very old? He doesn't look it at all. Oh, you little Yu. It hasn't been long since starting college, and she actually brought her boyfriend home. The two sisters were born less than half an hour apart. Being twins, they were delivered via cesarean section, and the medical conditions at that time were not very good, which caused their mother quite a bit of suffering. Yu Huan couldn't help but look up and glance at Zhao Chen again, only to find him looking back at her, his originally mischievous eyes starting to shy away. For some reason, she always felt that this big brother's smile held a deeper meaning. Hello, you must be Xiao Yu's sister. I'm Zhao Chen, a friend of Xiao Yu. Zhao Chen smiled slightly and stepped forward to greet her. Looking at the pair of identical yet distinctly different sisters, Zhao Chen inexplicably felt as if he were in a dream. All he could say was, twins, nice. Hello, I'm Yu Huan. Yu Huan smiled, revealing her white teeth, and extended her small hand to shake hands with Zhao Chen. Although she didn't have the little tiger teeth like Yu, she was still very cute. The two gently shook hands, feeling Yu Huan's slightly chubby little hand. Although they looked the same, the feeling was completely different from that of Yu. This gave Zhao Chen a sense of novelty, and he secretly sighed. No wonder the brother's heart is moved. This world is just filled with too many temptations. Grandma, sister is back. Yu Huan turned around and shouted into the house. Immediately, their grandmother, who had already heard the commotion, happily walked out. Oh, my good granddaughter is back. Grandma! Yu hurriedly ran into the house and tightly hugged her grandmother. Their grandmother's surname was Lin, and she had married over from the neighboring Lin family village. When she was young, due to the lack of education in her family and being the third child, she was given the name Lin Sanmei. As she grew older, calling her Sanmei became inappropriate, so people in Yu family village generally referred to her as Old Lady Lin. After the two of them hugged, Old Lady Lin then noticed Zhao Chen standing in the yard with Yu Huan. Oh, we have a guest? Come in, sit down. Seeing Zhao Chen, Old Lady Lin warmly invited him in. Hello, Grandma, I'm Zhao Chun, a friend of Xiaoyu. Zhao Chun set his things down and introduced himself with a smile. Oh, you could have just come without bringing anything. Old Lady Lin was thin, with many wrinkles on her face. At just 66 years old, she looked quite old. She smiled as she looked at Zhao Chen and Yu Yu, thinking the same thing as Yu Huan. Could it be that this boy is the boyfriend brought back by her eldest granddaughter? At that moment, Yu Huan also hurriedly stuffed the rice into the little chicks' mouths, fed them, and then scampered over. The four of them sat down in the house. Once Zhao Chen entered, he noticed that the house was completely different from the modern renovations in today's countryside. It still had the style of the 70s and 80s. Perhaps due to years of neglect, there was a considerable hole in the ceiling, and it seemed that on rainy days, they would have to use a bucket to catch the rainwater. Yu Huan brought a stool for Zhao Chun, and after receiving a thank you from him, she smiled happily and even blinked her big eyes at her sister. Yu Yu pouted. This annoying Huan just knows how to curry favor. It should have been her welcoming the uncle. The few of them sat together, and Yu Yu, who had been happy at first, gradually became a bit downcast, lowering her head to tell her grandmother and sister about her glorious deed of losing her bag at the service area. As she spoke, her eyes filled with tears. Just thinking about the lost money made her feel incredibly sad. Old Lady Lin and Yu Huan also learned why Yu Yu had come back with Zhao Chun. However, regarding Yu Yu losing the money, the two of them could only sigh repeatedly. Old Lady Lin shook her head, gently patting Yu Yu's small head, while glancing at Zhao Chen. Xiao Chuan, can I call you Xiao Chuan? Of course, Grandma, you can call me whatever you like. Ah, thank you. There are still many kind-hearted people in this world. Hearing this, Zhao Chen waved his hands repeatedly. It's just something within my ability, it's nothing much. Yu Huan also turned her head, looking at Zhao Chen gratefully. Thank you, Brother Zhao. Although he didn't understand why the little girl added a little in front, Zhao Chen didn't argue at that moment. Seeing the somewhat sad expressions on the family's faces, he didn't know what to say. 2,500 yuan wasn't much for him, but for this family, it was a significant amount. As Yu Yu recounted her story, Old Lady Lin and Yu Huan's attitude towards Zhao Chen became even warmer. However, since they rarely had guests at home, there wasn't much to offer Zhao Chen. They could only present the fruits and snacks Zhao Chen had brought as a gesture of hospitality. Zhao Chen kept a smile on his face, but seeing the situation at Yu Yu's home, he felt a pang in his heart. Although his grandmother lived in the countryside, they were not poor at all. His father was the eldest son, with younger uncles and aunts below him. The three siblings were quite filial and had pooled money together to build a new house for their parents in the village. Though the decoration wasn't luxurious, it was still among the best in the village. Occasionally, when the old couple missed their grandchildren, they would stay with each of the three siblings for a while, enjoying family bliss, truly a rural version of life winners. However, here, in an environment that starkly contrasted with his grandmother's home, a wave of bitterness surged in Zhao Chen's heart. If he lived in such an environment, could he really be as strong as the two sisters from the Yu family, instead of giving up on himself? Huan, look, I bought you new clothes, they're not lost. After feeling sad, Yu wiped her tears, then opened the backpack Zhao Chen had brought back, her face regaining a smile as she happily took out the new clothes she had bought for her sister and grandmother. Although she had lost her money and belongings, she had always remembered the new clothes for her sister and grandmother. While at the service area, she had carried the backpack carefully. When Yu Huan saw the new clothes, she began to squeal with excitement, wanting to try them on. Old Lady Lin, seeing this, also smiled happily. Though they felt sorry about Yu Yu losing her money, they wouldn't blame her. Yu Yu was clever, but she had always been a bit careless, often forgetting things, and they had gotten used to it. Rather than criticize, it was better to face everything with joy. This was the life experience of the three generations of women over the years. Watching the two sisters happily comparing the clothes, each costing no more than 40 or 50 yuan, Zhao Chen's expression became somewhat complex. Perhaps only by coming here in person could one witness the simplest joys of life. He was fortunate to see such happiness with his own eyes. Equally fortunate, he had the ability and opportunity to change their lives. While the two sisters whispered to each other, Zhao Chen began to converse with the grandmother beside him. He wanted to learn more about their family situation. Old Lady Lin didn't hide anything from Zhao Chen, slowly sharing their circumstances. Yu Yu had been sensible since childhood, while Yu Huan, though mischievous when young, had become much more obedient as she grew up. After a while, having listened to the sisters' stories, Zhao Chen sighed inwardly, feeling quite complicated. Licking his somewhat dry lips, a strong feeling suddenly blossomed in his heart. If he didn't do something, he would truly feel unworthy of his current wealth and of being reborn. However, not to mention Yu Huan, even with Yu Yu, he hadn't known her for long. If he suddenly proposed to improve their living conditions, it might backfire. He wasn't that foolish, everything had to be done slowly. After chatting with Grandma Lin for a while, Zhao Chen glanced at the time. It was 5:30 in the afternoon, and it was getting late, so he prepared to leave. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Chen picked up his backpack, which contained 30,000 yuan he had withdrawn from the ATM before leaving Flower City. He took out all 3 stacks of bright red bills and placed them directly on the table to prevent Grandma Lin from refusing. "Grandma, this is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you can accept it. I have something to attend to, so I won't disturb you any longer. I'll come to see you next time." "Oh dear, Xiao Chuan, this won't do." Seeing so much money, Grandma Lin was immediately taken aback, waving her hands repeatedly. She hurriedly grabbed the money, trying to stuff it back into Zhao Chen's bag, but he deftly dodged her. The 2 sisters from the Yu family, witnessing the scene, rushed over in a hurry. "Uncle!" Yu called out anxiously. Seeing Zhao Chen about to leave with so much money for them, her eyes, which had just dried, turned red again. Yu Huan, even more direct, ran over and grabbed Zhao Chen, saying, Xiao good, you can't leave." While speaking, she puffed up her little face and looked at him. "I haven't cooked for you yet, don't go. And you can't give money." Seeing the little girl's adorable expression, Zhao Chen couldn't help but chuckle and pinched her cheek. "You don't need to cook now, we can eat next time. But you should take the money and buy some good food to eat, so you can grow up healthy and chubby, okay? Uncle, please don't go yet, you haven't eaten." At this moment, Yu also came over, holding onto Zhao Chen's shirt and not letting go. "Xiao Chuan, eat before you leave, and take the money back." Looking at the 2 girls' eager expressions in Grandma Lin's hand that was trying to shove the money into his pocket, Zhao Chen was at a loss. After a moment of stalemate, he took a step back, dodging Grandma Lin's hand, and said with a light laugh, "All right, I'll eat here, but you have to accept this money to buy some meat. If you don't take it, I'm leaving right now. I won't come back again." Seeing Zhao Chen's firm attitude and her granddaughter's reluctant expression, Grandma Lin thought for a moment and finally accepted the money. "Ah, Xiao Chuan, thank you from this old lady. Make sure to finish your meal before you leave." "Okay, Grandma, no problem." Zhao Chen nodded with a smile, feeling relieved. This time, Yu didn't bring back any money, so the situation at home must not be good. Although it was a bit abrupt, this 30,000 yuan would be enough for them to manage for a while. Hearing that Zhao Chen would eat before leaving, Yu's face immediately brightened with a smile. Only Yu Huan continued to hold his hand, pouting. When Zhao Chen looked over, she suddenly made a funny face at him. Xiao good, you're so bad." After saying that, she let go of his hand and ran to the kitchen to cook. On the other side, Grandma Lin felt a bit unwell, so she returned to her room to rest, leaving only Yu and Zhao Chen. Yu sat beside Zhao Chen, her little head lowered in disappointment. "I'm sorry, uncle, my family." Zhao Chen had come all the way from such a distance to bring her back, but they had nothing at home, not even anything to offer him. Moreover, now that they had accepted Zhao Chen's money, she didn't know how to repay him. 30,000 yuan. Yu had never seen so much cash in her life. "What are you sorry for?" Zhao Chen smiled and rubbed her little head. Seeing that Yu didn't show any signs of resistance, he shamelessly reached out and gently held her thin little hand. "I think this place is quite nice. Look, you have a grandmother who loves you and a sister who loves you. It's very warm here." Seeing that Yu's expression had eased a bit, Zhao Chen spoke again. "By the way, do you have any plans for the holiday in the next few days?" "Plans?" Yu blinked her big eyes in confusion. What plans could she have? It was definitely feeding pigs and chickens, helping with housework. "How about in a couple of days, I take you and your sister to the city for some fun? If Grandma is okay with it, she can come along too." He was planning to take the 2 sisters out to see the sights and broaden their horizons. It could also help cultivate their relationship. Looking at Zhao Chen's serious expression, their eyes met, and Yu couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. Asking herself, she realized she really enjoyed being with Zhao Chen. Hearing that he wanted to take her out, she was naturally very willing, but she couldn't help but think, would this be too much trouble for Zhao Chen? He was only doing this because he felt sorry for her. After thinking it over, Yu pressed her lips together and decided to be bold. After all, she had already troubled Zhao Chen a lot. It seemed that troubling him a little more wouldn't matter. Perhaps this is what they call more debts, less worries. Yu smiled sweetly, showing her cute little tiger teeth, her eyes slightly curving. "Okay, uncle." Not long after, Yu Huan's meal was ready. There were 3 dishes and a soup, with the 3 dishes being proper vegetables, and the soup was tomato and egg soup. With Zhao Chen around, Yu Huan specially went to her old hen to get 2 eggs to boil, almost getting pecked by the hen. "Little Zhao Gij, hurry and try it, is it good?" Yu Huan eagerly handed Zhao Chen a bowl filled with rice, her face full of anticipation, wearing an expression that seemed to say, "Praise me." Seeing this, Zhao Chen couldn't help but chuckle. What Huan made must be delicious. Really good. After taking a bite, Zhao Chen gave her a thumbs up, praising her repeatedly, which made Yu Huan shyly hide in Yu's arms, feeling a bit embarrassed. Having eaten too many big meals recently, Zhao Chen's taste buds had become spoiled. The dishes Yu Huan made were actually just average. After all, their family's conditions were like that. Pursuing deliciousness was less practical than just filling their stomachs. However, Zhao Chen still finished 2 big bowls of rice, and the 4 of them worked together to clear the 3 dishes and soup. Seeing her cooking so well received, Yu Huan giggled and told Zhao Chen to come over again next time. She wanted to cook for little Zhao Gij. Happy times always seem so short. After dinner, it was already 6:30, and Zhao Chen was finally about to leave. Little Zhao Gij, goodbye. Remember to think of me, okay? Yu Huan waved goodbye to Zhao Chen, and upon seeing her sister standing in the yard, quietly watching Zhao Chen's departing figure with a heavy heart, she had a mischievous idea. Yu Huan's little eyes twinkled as she quietly approached Yu from behind and shouted, "Hey!" Ah! Yu was startled and turned to see her grinning sister. Annoyed, she reached out to grab her, gently pinching her little face. "You naughty Huan. You scared me to death." Being pinched by Yu Huan, unfazed, grinned and asked, "Sister, do you like little Zhao Gij?" Who likes him?" Yu's face turned red in an instant, and after stammering a reply, she frowned at her sister's fox-like teasing smile. Oh, this stinky Huan must be laughing at her. Thinking of this, Yu also showed her little tiger teeth fiercely. "I don't like anyone, I like my little Huan the most. Come here, let me give you a kiss." She pretended to bite Yu Huan with her little tiger teeth, scaring her into running all over the yard. The 2 sisters started to play around in the yard, and soon, cries for mercy echoed throughout. On the other side, after saying goodbye to the 2 sisters, Zhao Chen called the motorcycle driver, apologizing. After all, he had promised to wait a bit, but this wait had indeed been a little long. However, the motorcycle taxi driver didn't mind at all. Earning 100 yuan in 2 hours was nothing to him. Besides, he wasn't just waiting idly, he had just run home to have a meal. Sigh, those 2 girls really have it tough. On the road back to the town, the driver began to tell Zhao Chen about the 2 sisters. Although Zhao Chen had already heard about them from his grandmother, he didn't interrupt and listened with a smile. Perhaps their previous lives had been hard, but everything would change after meeting him. This was what Zhao Chen wanted to do, and it was something he had to do. When they arrived in front of the small supermarket in town, Zhao Chen was surprised to see a few children gathered around a Panamera, looking at the stunning luxury car with curiosity and awe. Even in 2014, let alone in 2023 before his rebirth, it was rare for rural kids to see a car of this caliber. Although they were gathered around, only the bolder children dared to reach out and gently touch the Panamera's body, but they didn't dare to take any further action. Compared to the city, there weren't many mischievous kids in the countryside. When the children saw Zhao Chen approaching, they turned to look at him and nervously stepped back. Zhao Chen smiled, gently pressed the car key, and as the dazzling headlights lit up, the children seemed to realize the owner had arrived. "Big brother, is this your car?" "Yes." Zhao Chen nodded with a smile and slowly opened the car door. The children immediately leaned in to look inside, their mouths agape in unison. "Wow, so cool." The children were quite young, the oldest being around 10. At this age, they were full of dreams, just like Zhao Chen's previous dream of getting into Tsinghua or Peking University. If he hadn't worked hard in his final year of high school, he might have ended up roasting sweet potatoes. Zhao Chen opened the car door but didn't get in. He wore a warm smile, looking at the children beside him, and pointed to the Panamera. "Want to take a look inside?" "Really? Can we?" The children were momentarily stunned, looking at Zhao Chen in disbelief. When they saw him nodding with a smile, they couldn't help but cheer. "Thank you, big brother." After happily thanking Zhao Chen, they moved closer, their small hands touching the fully equipped Panamera. Although some of the children's hands were a bit dirty, Zhao Chen didn't mind. While the children admired the Panamera's beauty, he opened the other 3 doors. The 2 pairs of doors spread out like wings, making the car look like it was about to take off, which made the children gasp in amazement. Once the novelty wore off, everyone politely got out of the car and thanked Zhao Chen again. One of the leading children paused for a moment, mustered his courage, and asked Zhao Chen softly, "Brother, your car is so cool. I want to drive one like this in the future. Do you think I can?" Hearing this, Zhao Chen ruffled his hair and smiled encouragingly. "Of course you can. Keep it up. You can definitely do it. Having dreams makes anyone remarkable." Although this dream seemed distant, who could say what the future held? Having dreams and full of hope was the motivation to move forward. "Goodbye, brother." As Zhao Chen started the car, the Panamera drove away from the town, leaving amidst the children's farewell voices, heading towards the main urban area of Chaoyang. At around 7 in the evening, at Chaoyang's 6th primary school, the Qingchuan convenience store across from the school gate was preparing to close. Zhao Chen's father, Zhao Liping, was tidying up the small toys and snacks displayed at the store entrance. For students and teachers, holidays were indeed a joyful time. But for small business owners like them who relied on the school for business, it wasn't so pleasant. During long holidays or summer and winter breaks, their business would be quite bleak. After all, the students are on vacation, who would buy their things? So generally, during the winter and summer breaks, Zhao Liping would usually choose to close the shop and simply take his wife and children out to have fun. Whether it was the surrounding areas of Chaoyang or tourist attractions in nearby provinces, even big cities like the capital or Magic City, the family of 4 had almost been everywhere. In this regard, Zhao Liping was quite carefree. In his words, taking the kids out not only meant eating, drinking, and having fun, but also broadening their horizons. It was beneficial for the children in the long run. As for money, as long as it was enough, that was fine. He didn't have a lot of money, but he wasn't short on small amounts. Every year, aside from helping his son and daughter save a bit for their future marriage funds, the remaining money, after daily expenses, was spent taking his wife and children out to enjoy life. So Zhao Chen had a very happy childhood. Stinky kid, can't even call your mother during the holidays. Let's see how he talks to me when he needs living expenses. This was Zhao Chen's mother, Yang Jing. Although her name contained the character for quiet, she was anything but. Her temper was a bit fiery, giving off a strong mother tiger vibe. After Zhao Chen made mistakes in his childhood, there would occasionally be a mixed doubles match of sorts. Under normal circumstances, it was usually a women's singles match. While Yang Jing scolded her son for being thoughtless, she didn't forget to help her husband manage the stall. The kid is grown up. It's only been a short while since he went out. Why call every day? Zhao Liping smiled and comforted his wife. He was gentle by nature and had long since gotten used to his wife's temper. Over the years, Zhao Chen had rarely seen his parents argue. Even when they did, it was usually his father who surrendered first, while his mother just held her ground. After a quarrel, the two would quickly make up. However, although Yang Jing had a fiery temper, she generally made decisions on small matters at home, while Zhao Liping took charge of the big ones. Moreover, she didn't handle the finances. The family's financial power was firmly in Zhao Liping's hands. Just as the couple was tidying up the stall, a volcanic ash-colored Panamera drove towards the convenience store. Its exhausts sound quite loud, causing the two to turn their heads in curiosity. "Oh wow, that car is impressive," Zhao Liping exclaimed. Although middle-aged men typically didn't favor sports cars, it didn't stop him from loving cars. Even if he didn't know the exact price of this car, just from its appearance, he could tell it was definitely expensive. Although they lived in the Chaoyang urban area, it wasn't in the city center, at most belonging to the second or third ring. Luxury cars were common, but Porsches were still quite rare. Moreover, this car had a license plate starting with UA, which he knew was from Huacheng, where his son studied. Which rich kid is showing off in such a nice car? Yang Jing scoffed, glancing dismissively. For her, it didn't matter how nice someone else's car was. She wouldn't envy or be jealous. Living her own life well was enough. As the couple was about to carry their things into the house, the car slowly stopped in front of their store. As the car door opened, a familiar face appeared. "Dad! Mom! I'm back!" About 10 minutes later, in the living room on the second floor of Qingchuan convenience store, Zhao Chun, who had helped his parents bring things inside, went upstairs first. Zhao Liping and Yang Jing exchanged glances and quickly followed him. Looking at Zhao Chen's calm and composed demeanor, Yang Jing was slightly taken aback. Had he changed so much in just a month of college? Unable to resist, she reached out to touch her son's handsome face and joked, "Oh, whose handsome son is this? Hey, if it's not yours, then whose is it?" Zhao Chen grinned, casually tossing his backpack onto the sofa. Tap tap. A series of footsteps echoed. Zhao Baiqing, who had just finished showering on the third floor, heard voices from downstairs and hurriedly ran down. "Brother, you're back." Just as she turned around, a petite figure dove into Zhao Chen's arms like a fledgling returning to its nest. He smiled and lowered his head, affectionately ruffling his sister's hair. "Xiaoqing, have you missed me during this time?" "Yes, I missed you so much." "That's more like it." Hearing this, Zhao Chen couldn't help but smile wider, a warm feeling swelling in his heart. The siblings had grown up together, sharing a very close bond, and this was the first time they had been apart for such a long time. Zhao Baiqing's eyes were clear and bright, revealing her liveliness and vivacity. Her skin was fair with a rosy glow, exuding the essence of youth from within. Her shiny black hair reached just about her waist, complimenting her petite and delicate figure, making one feel a surge of affection at first glance. Although her looks might not surpass those of the women Zhao Chen had encountered, she was at least a class beauty. After all, Zhao Chen's parents were also of above-average looks. Zhao Liping had a square face with thick eyebrows and big eyes, while Yang Jing had a dignified and graceful appearance. "Son, what's going on with that car?" At this moment, Zhao Liping could no longer contain his curiosity and began to ask about the situation, while Yang Jing's expression also turned serious. "Whose car did you borrow? How can you just borrow someone else's car? What if something happens to it?" They knew their own family matters. They couldn't even afford such luxury cars, let alone Zhao Chen, this young boy. She didn't even dare to think that the car could belong to Zhao Chen. She only dared to assume it was borrowed. At the same time, she felt a bit angry. How could this child be so bold? If something happened to the car, it would probably empty their family's savings. Why is it that the older he gets, the less sensible he becomes? Seeing the expressions on his parents' faces, Zhao Chen realized they had misunderstood. Especially his mother. If he didn't explain soon, she would probably turn around and start looking for a clothes hanger. "Dad, Mom, come, sit down first, let me explain slowly." In such matters, one couldn't be too hasty. Zhao Chen calmly spoke, helping his parents to sit on the sofa. As for why he suddenly had money, Zhao Chen naturally couldn't bring up the system. Such a fantastical story would be hard for anyone to believe. Before returning home, he had already thought of a way to handle it. This method was Bitcoin. After all, this thing, as long as you search online, you can roughly understand its price trends. He just needed to say he happened to buy some at the lowest price. Now that he sold it, he could basically make it sound plausible. At least it sounded much more reasonable than winning the lottery. Moreover, the money was right there. It wasn't stolen or robbed, so they would surely believe him. The couple sat on the sofa, listening to their son recount his story of getting rich, their expressions somewhat dazed. Their son, who loved playing games and surfing the internet, suddenly came back one day saying he had bought some Bitcoin online. Now, because the market had risen, he had made a lot of money. What were they feeling? What else could they feel but disbelief? Zhao Baiqing was also stunned beside them. At this moment, this little confused girl finally realized what had happened. Her brother not only made a lot of money but also drove home a luxury car worth millions? She quickly walked to the balcony, leaned over to look down, and when she saw Zhao Chen's cool ride, she couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Seeing that their parents were skeptical of his words, Zhao Chen handed over the registration for the Panamera. After all, the car was under his name, that couldn't be fabricated. After a pause, he showcased the Cartier watch on his wrist worth 200,000, pointed to the Gucci outfit he was wearing, and casually opened his online banking. When Zhao Liping and the others saw the bank card balance starting with a 4 and totaling 7 digits, their eyes widened in disbelief. They had never seen so much money in their lives. Moreover, this was real cash, not some fixed asset. "Mom, Dad, now you should believe me," Zhao Chen said, touching his nose and chuckling lightly. In short, it was just one thing: your son has become a wealthy man. Looking at their smiling son and then at the string of evidence in his hands, the couple was left in a daze for a long time. Their son had only been in college for a little over a month, and now he had turned into a little tycoon? How could they believe that? But the evidence was irrefutable. The driving license, the watch, and the bank balance of over 4 million were all right there, leaving them no choice but to believe. Zhao Baiqing blinked her big eyes in a daze. Didn't that make her the sister of a little tycoon? "Son, I can't be dreaming, right?" Zhao Liping swallowed hard. He had saved diligently for many years to prepare for Zhao Chen's future marriage, the bride price, and buying a house, but he had only managed to save just over 1 million. That was less than a quarter of Zhao Chen's bank balance. Moreover, part of that money was reserved for their daughter. He had originally planned to wait for the boy to come back during the holidays and take him to look at houses. While he was still able to work, he could help his son pay off the mortgage for a few more years. After all, the housing prices were rising too rapidly, increasing by thousands at a time, and now they had reached 5 figures. If they didn't buy a house soon, with their meager savings, they would really be unable to afford a good location. But now it seemed, it might no longer be necessary for him. Zhao Liping felt quite complicated, unsure whether to feel relieved or disappointed. Moreover, this kid said that not only did he have these millions, but there was even more money in other accounts that he hadn't withdrawn. He had only sold a small amount of Bitcoin and still had many left. This statement left the couple in shock. The Zhao family was about to get rich. "Of course, it's not a dream," Zhao Chen said seriously as he hugged his parents and sister. In his previous life, he had caused his parents a lot of worry. Because of his struggles, they had even gained some gray hair. In this life, he wanted to ensure that his parents and sister lived a better life. Not only did he want to enjoy a perfect life, but his parents and sister should enjoy it with him. Dad, Mom, your son is rich now. Our lives will get better and better. You raised me for so many years, now it's my turn to support you. Hearing this, both parents couldn't help but tear up. The usually composed Zhao Liping's eyes were slightly red as he affectionately patted Zhao Chen's head. My son has grown up. Yang Jing burst into tears, overwhelmed with emotion. Being a sentimental person, she felt immense joy knowing her son, whom she carried for 10 months, had succeeded. Good son, seeing you succeed makes me happier than anything else. Oh dear, Mom, why are you crying over such a happy thing? Zhao Baiqing quickly laughed and comforted her, even though her own eyes were red. The family of four embraced each other, and a warm atmosphere filled the room. Seeing that his parents had accepted the news, Zhao Chen gradually relaxed, silently thanking the system in his heart. Thank you, system. Without the system, there would be no current self. Although he didn't know why he was chosen to be reborn, he felt nothing but infinite gratitude. After accepting that their son was wealthy, Yang Jing looked at the Porsche Panamera parked at their doorstep with newfound appreciation. Behind the Panamera, there was also a black Volkswagen Jetta. This was the car that Zhao Liping had bought for over 100,000 in 2010 after some hesitation. After more than 4 years of use, it still looked as good as new. The maintenance had been excellent, at least much better than the somewhat dirty Panamera that had been to the countryside. The Jetta was considered a very ordinary model within the Volkswagen brand, and compared to the Panamera, it was like comparing a small witch to a great witch. Occasionally, passers-by would glance at the Porsche with curiosity. Learning that the three of them hadn't eaten yet, Zhao Chen quickly stopped his mother when she was about to heat up the leftover lunch and stir-fry a couple of dishes. Mom, don't bother, let's eat out. Although they hadn't seen each other for a month in this life, adding the previous life, it had been over half a year. At that time, he had been in a slump, too embarrassed to go home and see his family. They would only occasionally catch glimpses of each other through video calls. Soon, Zhao Chen took his parents and sister to a nearby restaurant, casually ordering 6 dishes and a soup. Although he had already eaten at Yu Yu's house, it was fine to have another meal with his family. Happiness. At the dinner table, Zhao Chen picked up his juice and stood up, his face serious. Dad, Mom, you've really worked hard for this family. From now on, let your son work hard with you. Zhao Baiqing also stood up, raising her juice with a beaming smile. And me. Hearing their children's heartfelt words, the couple exchanged smiles, their eyes slightly moist. It was a mix of emotions, moved, gratified, and a beautiful longing for the future. Cheers! The family of 4 clinked their juices together. Zhao Chen smiled like a child, filled with joy. In this life, he would definitely not leave any regrets. After dinner, the family of 4 went to the riverside, leisurely strolling and chatting. When they returned home, after taking a shower, Zhao Chen and his family enjoyed tea, chatted, and watched TV, laughter occasionally echoing in the house. Home was a happy harbor, and he cherished these warm moments even more now. Of course, he didn't neglect his 2 women. The WeChat chats had been non-stop. Although their house had 3 floors, it wasn't particularly large. The first floor had a small shop, the second floor was the living room, dining room, and kitchen, while the third floor was the family's bedrooms. Zhao Chen's room had sheets and blankets that looked very clean. They were obviously newly changed, with a faint scent of lavender. Late at night, after ending a video call with the beautiful girl Lu Ruyan, Zhao Chen lay quietly in bed. Looking at the familiar yet strange ceiling, reflecting on the stories of the past few days, he felt a moment of daze. From the pure and lovely Lu Ruyan, the aloof and elegant Song Wanyao, to the adorably silly Yu Yu and the charmingly cute Yu Huan. These days had been truly wonderful, almost worthy of a book. But he was enjoying this life. Having lived again, was he supposed to just lie in bed waiting for the system to give him money? Living life with flavor was what he wanted. The next morning, Zhao Chen woke up from his dreams and sat up in bed. On the wall beside him were posters of his favorite slam dunk and Pokemon from middle school. Zhao Chen smiled slightly, truly nostalgic. He remembered the first time he brought his girlfriend home in his previous life. To avoid being called childish, he had torn down all the posters. Looking back now, he realized he had been a bit too cautious. Perhaps it was because it was his first relationship, and he wanted to leave a good impression on others. After all, mature and steady men were always quite likable. While he was lost in thought, time passed noon. Ding! Congratulations, host! It has been detected that today is the National Day 7-day holiday, triggering a holiday critical hit. The system is randomly selecting a holiday exclusive currency for you. The system's voice suddenly rang out, startling Zhao Chen. Before he could recover, a large spinning wheel popped up in front of him, adorned with various currency symbols that dazzled his eyes. He only recognized a few, like the euro, pound, and dollar. The rest were completely unfamiliar. The wheel began to spin rapidly, and after 5 seconds, it stopped on a currency symbol featuring 5 Chinese characters. Congratulations, host! For the next 7 days, your daily earnings of 40,000 yuan will automatically convert to 40,000 Omani Rials. During the daily settlement, the system will automatically convert it to domestic currency based on the current exchange rate. Omani Rial? What currency is that? Zhao Chen had never heard of this obscure currency. Although the system claimed the exchange rate would be high, it didn't seem like it could be that high. After searching online, he was stunned when he saw the exchange rate at first glance. He almost thought he was mistaken. 1 to 18. 36? 1 of someone else's currency equals 18 of ours? Wow! This is incredible. System Daddy, I'm sorry, I apologize. Ding! At the same time, Zhao Chen's phone emitted a soft sound, indicating that today's earnings had just arrived. He had originally planned to use his phone's calculator to do some math, but it seemed unnecessary now. Zhao Chen quickly opened the text message. China Merchants Bank, dear user, your account ending in 0880 has received a deposit of 733,400.00 yuan, and the current balance is 5,244,288 yuan. Over 730,000 in a day? Zhao Chen couldn't help but be stunned. This wasn't even the main point. The more important thing was that he now had over 5 million in his account, which was enough to upgrade the system again in the next couple of days. Once the system upgraded, based on past patterns, daily earnings would double again. This was simply exhilarating. That meant over 1.46 million in daily deposits. During the 7-day National Day holiday, he could rake in over 10 million. Just one question, who else? He had originally thought that this holiday boost wouldn't earn much, but now it seemed he had underestimated it. Zhao Chen lay on his bed, excited for quite a while. After today's earnings arrived, he became increasingly impatient. He wanted to spend. He wanted to spend money. Delaying the upgrade by a day meant losing 730,000. Rounding it off, that was almost 100 million. Zhao Chen took a deep breath to calm his emotions. After some calculations, he felt it was a pity that there weren't many opportunities to upgrade today. After all, he still needed nearly 5.6 million in spending experience to upgrade. However, his bank account wasn't enough. There was still a gap of over 300,000. If he added tomorrow's earnings, it would definitely be enough. However, having over 5 million didn't mean he could spend it freely. But no matter what, he had to upgrade as soon as possible. When Zhao Chen finished washing up and went downstairs, his mom had the door wide open, chatting with the neighbor who had come to visit. The small shop was closed today, not only because of the holiday but also because Zhao Chen had specifically informed his parents yesterday. Today, he wanted to take the whole family out for a stroll. With over 5 million in his pocket, he felt very confident. He thought about getting his dad a new car, buying his mom some bags, clothes, and cosmetics. As for his sister, clothes and shoes would be plentiful. Then he would see what else his family needed. Anyway, he had just one word in mind: buy. No woman doesn't love beauty. Now that her son had money and was willing to spend on her, Yang Jing was naturally very pleased, repeatedly praising him as her good son. However, Zhao Liping was initially somewhat opposed. After all, Zhao Chen had money, but he couldn't just spend it recklessly. Just look, buying a Porsche alone cost nearly 4 million. What if they eat away at their savings and end up with no money in the future? If they develop a lavish lifestyle, their family's wealth won't be able to withstand such spending. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to go back. He wanted to ask his son if he had any plans, like starting a company or doing some business. If it's just about spending money, Zhao Liping felt that money definitely wouldn't last long that way. As a father, even if his son is wealthy now, he has the responsibility to advise him. However, Zhao Chen seriously told him about his plans to return to Huacheng after the National Day holiday, which reassured Zhao Liping. Hearing that his son had already prepared the money to start a company and that this money was for their expenses now, Zhao Liping felt a bit lightheaded. This was the peak of satisfaction. Downstairs, Aunt Li, the owner of the fried skewer shop next door, was chatting with Yang Jing. Oh, I wonder which family this car belongs to, it's really showing off parked here. During their conversation, Aunt Li suddenly changed the subject to the luxury car that had just parked by the roadside. She had closed her shop early yesterday and naturally hadn't seen Zhao Chen drive back. Upon hearing this, Yang Jing couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. She belonged to the type of person who loved to show off. Her son had succeeded, and she was afraid others wouldn't know. She pretended to sigh and shook her head. Oh, it's really hard to find parking here. There's no choice. Xiaochuan can only park here. What? Sister Jing, this car belongs to your Xiaochuan? Aunt Lee immediately caught the implication in Yang Jing's words, her expression froze, and her eyes widened in disbelief. No matter how ignorant she was, she could tell that this car was definitely expensive. At least, it must be worth 7 figures, right? The Zhao family can afford such a car? She found it hard to believe. They were neighbors and knew each other well. She had known the Zhao family for a long time, and old Zhao was quite a straightforward person. How could he buy such an ostentatious car for his son? Even if he wanted to buy it, he couldn't afford it. Just as she was about to say something to ease the situation, Zhao Chen walked out. Mom, Aunt Lee. Seeing the two standing at the door, Zhao Chen greeted them with a smile and walked out on his own. Then, under Aunt Lee's astonished gaze, Zhao Chen opened the car door and got into the driver's seat. He was planning to take the car for maintenance. Fortunately, Chaoyang City had a Porsche 4S store, so he didn't have to go to another repair shop. Mom, I'm taking the car for maintenance. You two get ready. We'll set off as soon as I get back. Okay, you go ahead, Yang Jing replied. The two watched as Zhao Chen's Panamera drove away. Aunt Lee opened her mouth, suddenly at a loss for words, her eyes filled with a strong curiosity as she looked at Yang Jing. Gossip. The spirit of gossip. She could guarantee that no one in the neighborhood knew about this. Of course, she wanted to get the first-hand information. My goodness, it seems like the Zhao family won the lottery and got rich? Yang Jing smiled slightly. Regarding her son's wealth, the family of 4 had already agreed on a unified statement last night. It was certainly impossible to keep it hidden for long. After all, isn't it foolish to hide wealth instead of enjoying it? Having money isn't a bad thing. Their family didn't have any poor relatives borrowing money everywhere, so it wasn't a big deal if it got out. Moreover, if someone wanted to borrow money, they would have to get Zhao Chen's approval first. According to the family rules, whoever has money is in charge. Now that Zhao Chen had money, it was naturally his turn to take charge. Besides, they were quite willing to let it be known. After all, who wouldn't want their son to be the envy of the neighbors? However, matters regarding Bitcoin were definitely not something to be casually discussed. The couple still couldn't quite understand what Bitcoin was all about. The two discussed for half a day and finally agreed to say that Zhao Chen took the money to start a company outside. The company was thriving and made some money. Anyway, Zhao Chen really intended to start a company later. After hearing Yang Jing's words, Aunt Lee's expression could only be described as wonderful. She clicked her tongue and sighed, Sister Jing, your little Chuan is really impressive. If my girl had half of Chuan's ability, that would be great. Don't say that, Nana is also very good. Yang Jing replied with a smile, her tone inevitably a bit smug. However, she quickly stopped the conversation, fearing that Aunt Lee would start matchmaking for her daughter. What a joke! The old Zhao family didn't even look at her daughter before they became successful, let alone after. Moreover, with her son's looks and temperament, given his current wealth, he would need to find a wife who looked like a fairy. In the future, they would have to make the old Zhao family's genes even more beautiful. However, if nothing unexpected happens, it is estimated that within a day, the entire street will know about the old Zhao family's success. Generally speaking, a new car needs its first maintenance after reaching 3,000 to 5,000 kilometers. Although Zhao Chen had not yet driven 5,000 kilometers, after a long highway trip, the car was dirty, so he decided to wash it first and then do the maintenance. Mr. Zhao, rest assured, we will take good care of your car today. After handing the car over to the Porsche maintenance center and hearing the manager's words, Zhao Chen, who had spent 5,000 yuan on maintenance, nodded and smiled, alright, then I'll trouble you. Coming out of the Porsche dealership and looking at the spacious road, Zhao Chen couldn't help but touch his nose. Almost forgot. Since the car is being maintained here, he still has to take a taxi? Although taking a taxi home isn't something to be embarrassed about, it somewhat diminishes his identity as a wealthy man. It seems that when he returns to Huacheng to start his company, he will need to hire a driver or an assistant. With his wealth increasing, his quality of life should also improve. Subsequently, Zhao Chen hailed a taxi by the roadside to go home. Since he had left in a hurry, he hadn't even eaten lunch. Yang Jing specially made him a bowl of noodles, paired with luncheon meat and 2 sunny side-up eggs. The taste of his mother's cooking was simply wonderful. Brother, eat slowly. Hee, I'm afraid this little piggy will try to snatch it from me. Humph, you're the pig. Watching Zhao Chen slurp up the noodles while bickering with their daughter, the couple exchanged smiles. No matter how wealthy or capable Zhao Chen was outside, in their eyes, he would always be a child. In between bites, the family of 4 also discussed buying a car. At first, when Zhao Chen said he wanted to buy a car for himself, Zhao Liping actually refused. After all, his own Sagitter could still be driven for several more years. There was no need to change to a new car and spend so much money. He was a frugal person, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to save so much money for his children. If it weren't for his wife being a bit extravagant, he could have saved even more. But Zhao Chen's insistence was hard to resist, and in the end, Zhao Liping agreed. If they were going to buy a car, it had to be a good one. Although there was the Phaeton under the same brand as his father's Sagitter, it wasn't very recognizable. Even though its handling and interior were quite good, Zhao Chen eliminated it first. After all, buying a luxury car would be meaningless if it wasn't to show off. Low-key? Reserved? No, he didn't need that. He wanted to avoid the standard face-slapping moment where people who didn't know any better would say he was rich but only bought his dad a lousy Volkswagen. As for supercar brands, they might be very appealing to young people. But for a middle-aged man like Zhao Liping, even if a supercar was placed in front of him, he would feel embarrassed to drive it. As for Porsche and Maserati, those brands lean more towards the younger crowd, and Land Rover had its own issues. After considering all this, there weren't many brands left to choose from. Bentley, Rolls-Royce, and the high-end S-Series from Mercedes-Benz became Zhao Chen's options. Although he couldn't afford a Rolls-Royce Phantom or Cullinan, a Ghost was still within reach. Bentley was a bit cheaper than Rolls-Royce. However, both options were directly vetoed by his father. He said that driving a Rolls-Royce or Bentley was too ostentatious. After all, they still had to live here, and it wouldn't be good for the neighbors. Seeing his father's serious expression, Zhao Chen felt a bit helpless. To be honest, he had feelings for this place, but he couldn't possibly live here for a lifetime. However, when Zhao Chen mentioned Mercedes-Benz, Zhao Liping raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. Whether in the past or present, Mercedes-Benz had a way of capturing a man's heart. In the 1990s, the Tiger Head Benz became the dream car for many men born in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. Zhao Liping was no exception. But in the past, Mercedes-Benz was a luxury for him. He hesitated for 2 days before deciding to buy a Volkswagen Sagitter, let alone a Mercedes-Benz. Even the cheapest Mercedes was much more expensive than his Sagitter. At this moment, hearing that his son wanted to buy him a Mercedes made him very happy. Without hesitation, he decisively decided on a Mercedes. According to Zhao Liping's idea, buying a Mercedes worth 400,000 to 500,000 was just about right. It had the prestige, the comfort, and compared to Bentley or Rolls-Royce, it could save a lot of money. Seeing the father and son decide to buy a Mercedes, Yang Jing had no objections. She was delighted that her son wanted to buy a car for her husband. What was there to oppose? Mom, take some time to learn to drive, and I'll buy you a car too. How about a Porsche? Zhao Chen said, reaching out to gently scratch his sister's nose, smiling indulgently, and you, Xiao Chang, after you graduate from high school, get a driver's license, and I'll buy you a car too. Hearing this, Zhao Baiqing immediately smiled with her eyes curved. I don't need it, brother, I can just call you to pick me up. Being Miss Qing's exclusive driver is my honor. He. Watching her children joke around, Yang Jing smiled and declined. Oh, your mom is already this old, what do I need to learn to drive for? However, despite her words, her expression clearly showed some interest. Yang Jing was a generous person, whether it was for herself or her family, she was very willing to spend. Her husband and children's clothes, shoes, and other items were all bought by her in the past. They weren't necessarily expensive, but they were definitely not cheap. In his previous life, when Zhao Chen was in college and ran out of money, he would go to his mom. Although he would often get scolded, after the scolding, the money would arrive on time. Especially when she learned that her son was dating, she was worried that Zhao Chen wouldn't have enough money and would neglect the girl. Yang Jing would transfer him money from time to time without any hesitation. Zhao Chen wanted to decline but couldn't, feeling both helpless and warm-hearted. After discussing, the family of four closed the shop and took a taxi to the largest Mercedes-Benz 4S store in the area. Today was the first day of the National Day holiday. Many people chose to stay home to rest for a day before going out to have fun the next day. Chaoyang, as the most prosperous city in eastern Guangdong province, often experienced traffic jams, not just during holidays but even on weekdays. The four of them sat in the car, stuck in traffic for over 10 minutes before finally arriving at the 4S store. Many people chose to look at cars during the National Day holiday, and Mercedes-Benz, as one of the most popular luxury car brands, naturally had a lot of foot traffic. Especially now that people's living conditions were improving, families in Chaoyang who could afford a Mercedes-Benz were at least six-figure earners without a doubt. Of course, being able to afford it was one thing. Whether to consider a Mercedes-Benz is another matter altogether. Fortunately, this Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership is large enough, otherwise, walking in to see a crowd packed to the brim would likely leave customers with a poor experience. Hello everyone, welcome to the Mercedes-Benz Center. Upon seeing a family of four enter, a well-dressed female salesperson immediately jogged over, her makeup slightly smudged by sweat. Although the store has central air conditioning, the sheer number of customers today made her feel parched while introducing the cars. Not only was her body tired, but her heart was weary as well. As a top salesperson at the Mercedes-Benz 4S store, Chen Xianshan had consistently ranked in the top 10 for sales. Occasionally, she even broke into the top 3, and sometimes even clinched the first place. It was supposed to be her time to shine, but this October seemed to be playing a joke on her. The National Day holiday was expected to be a peak sales period, and she and her fellow salespeople were eager to seize the opportunity to make a big profit. After all, in the sales industry, even for popular cars like Mercedes-Benz, it often felt like they could go half a year without a sale, only to make up for it in the other half. Last month was the off-season, and overall sales were poor. In terms of performance, she could barely manage to stay in the top 10, and the commission she earned was just enough for daily expenses and to pay off her mortgage and car loan. Naturally, she wanted to return to her peak during the National Day holiday. However, the reality was that from 8 in the morning until now, she hadn't sold a single car. She couldn't tell if it was just her bad luck, with the clients she received not being promising, or if fate was deliberately targeting her, sending potential buyers to her colleagues instead. The top-performing colleague had already signed 6 deals today. Although they were all for the lower-end B and C class models, the store manager had praised them publicly. After all, the cheapest Mercedes still costs over $200,000, and every little bit adds up to a significant total. As for her, she had already attended to over a dozen clients, but not a single one was willing to sign a contract. After a busy half-day, she had earned nothing. If she missed the golden opportunity of the National Day holiday, it would be a long wait for the next peak in customer traffic. If she couldn't sell a few cars this month, would she have to live on air? She still had car and mortgage payments to make. Seeing the Zhao family of 4 appear, Chen Xianshan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The most frequent visitors these past few days had been families, but none had placed an order, leaving her somewhat disheartened. If it weren't for the other salespeople being busy and the manager watching from the side, she really wouldn't want to approach them. She could only hope that this family would surprise her. Despite her thoughts, Chen Xianshan maintained a pleasant demeanor. After all, as an experienced salesperson, even if her attitude was good, it didn't guarantee a sale. But if her attitude was poor, there would definitely be no chance. After briefly registering the Zhao family, she smiled and led them to the seating area. The dealership staff immediately served them tea. Chen Xianshan looked at Zhao Liping, who was clearly the head of the family, and smiled warmly. "Uncle Zhao, which model of our Mercedes are you interested in? If you're unsure, I can introduce you to some options." She appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old, and while her looks could only be described as average, her enthusiastic smile exuded warmth and comfort. Zhao Liping had come to check out the Mercedes E-Class sedan. He hadn't even considered the B or C class models, let alone his son. Just as Zhao Liping was about to respond to Chen Xianshan's inquiry, Zhao Chen suddenly interjected, "No need to discuss the others, let's talk about the S-Class." Both of them were momentarily taken aback by this statement. Zhao Liping looked at Zhao Chen in surprise and said helplessly, "Son, just getting an E-Class is enough. The S-Class, isn't that a bit extravagant? Dad, I think we should go all the way. The only one worth looking at is the S-Class." Zhao Chen continued to persuade, "Just trust me this time, okay?" How could he buy his dad a Mercedes and settle for an E-Class? If he was going to buy one, it had to be the expensive S-Class. Later, when he had more money, he could get his dad a Maybach or a Rolls-Royce to drive around in. Hearing his son's words, Zhao Liping's heart raced a little, and he couldn't help but feel excited. What man doesn't have dreams about cars? The old Tiger Head Benz was once a dream he could only look up to. Now that the Tiger Head Benz was gone, the S-Class was a continuation of that dream. For him, it was incredibly tempting. "Son, won't it affect your business?" Yang Jing, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but ask with concern upon hearing Zhao Chen wanted to buy an S-Class. She knew that a Mercedes S-Class would cost at least over $1 million. "Mom, it won't, don't worry, your son has money." Zhao Chen replied with a light laugh, patting his chest with bravado, which made Yang Jing scold him playfully. "You little brat, now that you have money, you like to show off." Sharing a glance with Zhao Liping, the couple shook their heads and laughed. Every parent wishes for their child to succeed, but they never expected Zhao Chen would surprise them so much so soon. Listening to the conversation of the family of 4, Chen Xianshan, who was standing aside, couldn't help but be dumbfounded. If it weren't for the fact that these 4 didn't look like scammers, she would have thought she was hallucinating due to poor sales today. An S-Class. Even in their store, on a bad month, they might not sell a single one. But did this family really have the strength to buy an S-Class? At that moment, Chen Xianshan finally took a good look at Zhao Chen, who had been speaking. She had thought it was Zhao Liping making the decisions, but now it seemed she had been hasty. Although she was in sales, her income was quite decent, and she occasionally visited luxury stores. Even if she couldn't afford anything, it was nice to have a look. At this moment, she noticed the expensive watch Zhao Chen was wearing and couldn't help but swallow hard. So this handsome guy was the big client. After realizing that Zhao Chen was the real decision-maker, Chen Xianxian quickly shifted her tone and praised Zhao Liping and Yang Jing. "Uncle, auntie, you are really blessed to have such a filial son." As she spoke, she gave a thumbs up with a look of admiration. "With such a capable young man, you two can enjoy life in peace." Hearing an outsider praise their son, Zhao Liping and Yang Jing couldn't help but smile, feeling very happy. While speaking, Chen Xianxian looked at Zhao Chen and said enthusiastically, "You really are a young talent. Are you here to see our S-Class? How about we go take a look at the actual cars? Talking here for so long can't compare to seeing them in person. What do you think?" Seeing his parents smiling brightly, Zhao Chen was quite satisfied with the saleswoman's pitch. He nodded in agreement. This Mercedes Center was quite large, located in the central area of the second ring of Chaoyang City, truly the largest Mercedes 4S store in the area. The entire building was painted silver, exuding a sense of nobility. The first and second floors were showrooms, with all kinds of sedans, SUVs, and sports cars available. However, the cars displayed on the first floor were usually the cheaper models, like the C-Class and E-Class. Once on the second floor, it was a true feast of luxury cars. Models like the Mercedes G-Class, S-Class, AMG, and more were all there, far more expensive than those on the lower floor. Chen Xianxian led the family of four to the second floor showroom. Zhao Chen casually glanced around. After reaching the second floor, the number of people in the exhibition hall suddenly decreased. After all, those who can afford luxury cars priced over $1 million are still a minority. Out of curiosity, Zhao Chen's gaze first fell on the Mercedes sports car. Perhaps everyone has different tastes, but to him, the Mercedes SL series was the ugliest sports car he had ever seen. The several display cars of the Mercedes S-Class were also placed in the exclusive S-Class area. Chen Xianxian led the four of them over and first pointed to the white Mercedes S320L series display car located at the outermost edge. "Mr. Zhao, look, this is our new model launched in May this year, the Mercedes S320L, a business model. 3.0T, 272 horsepower, V6 engine. It will definitely meet your daily needs." Looking at this luxury car, which resembled a suited thug, with the prestigious Mercedes emblem, Zhao Liping's eyes seemed to sparkle, and he couldn't help but step forward to touch the cold car body. Even though he had seen it many times through pictures or videos, seeing this dream car of middle-aged men in person still made him marvel. Just thinking about possibly owning this dream car made Zhao Liping feel grateful for having such a good son. Although he himself had no ability to buy such a car, he had raised a good son who could buy it for him. While introducing the car's configuration, Chen Xianxian smiled and said, "This car, being our new model, is also very reasonably priced, with a base price of 930,000, making it one of the few S-series models that doesn't exceed $1 million. If you need, I can also calculate the total price for you. It's definitely the most favorable in the S-Class." Of course, she had one thing she didn't say: this car was indeed the most affordable in the S-Class, but it was also the one with the worst configuration. This was the new model Mercedes launched to attract money, specifically for those small business owners who wanted to buy a Mercedes S-Class but couldn't afford the 400L model. "Look, we also have a model that can be had for around $1 million. Moreover, compared to other models, the 320 looks exactly the same, it's just lacking in the interior. When driven out, people would see it and think, wow, a Mercedes S-Class. That would certainly boost one's prestige." Although she hoped Zhao Chen would buy a more expensive S-Series, she considered his age. If he started looking at cars that were too expensive, what if it scared him away? She didn't want to miss out on a big sale again. Zhao Chen didn't respond but instead walked around the car with his father, then asked, "Dad, what do you think?" After serious consideration, Zhao Liping nodded and said, I think this car is good." In his view, with a total price just over $1 million, it was already very good for a Mercedes S-Class. Even the lowest configuration of the Mercedes S-Class is still a Mercedes S-Class. Zhao Chen nodded and looked at Chen Xianxian, who was smiling beside them. "Sister Chen, which is the best model in the S-Class?" Chen Xianxian was slightly taken aback. Although she didn't know why this handsome guy was asking about the most expensive model, she still answered without hesitation, "Also a new model launched in April this year, the S600, please follow me." After saying that, she led Zhao Chen and the others to the most central black Mercedes in the S-Class display area. It must be said that, in Zhao Chen's eyes, the black Mercedes S-Class was the most attractive. While the white one seemed youthful, the target demographic for the Mercedes S-Class was mature, stable, and wealthy men. Why be young? The black body paired with the emblem looked high-end, elegant, and simply the standard configuration for mature men. Of course, this standard configuration came at a considerable price. Mr. Zhao, the Mercedes S600 you are looking at is also our flagship model in the S-Series. There are low-end models, and naturally, there are high-end ones as well. If the 320 model is aimed at attracting more quality customers who want to buy a Mercedes S-Class, then the 600 model embodies the pinnacle of luxury in the S-Class lineup. With a 6.0 TV12 engine producing 530 horsepower, it boasts power that surpasses most sports cars, achieving a 0 to 100 km/h acceleration in just 4.6 seconds, making it the top tier of the S-Class series. This display car is fully equipped. Not only is the power top-notch, but the interior is also of the highest standard. Features like seat ventilation, heating, and massage are standard for the S-Class. Chen Xianxian graciously opened the car door, inviting Zhao Liping to sit inside and experience it. As Zhao Liping took the driver's seat and gazed at the luxurious interior, his astonishment was evident. The steering wheel, inlaid with walnut, and the massive dual screens paired with the Burmester sound system, create an atmosphere of comfort and enjoyment. Our model is also equipped with steering assistance, road assistance, 360-degree panoramic imaging, night vision mode, and heads-up display to ensure your safety and smooth driving. After introducing the features of the driver's seat, Chen Xianxian turned back to support young Jing, saying, "Auntie, and this lovely little sister, why don't you take a look at the back seat? You will definitely love it." For a top-tier luxury car, the experience of the rear passengers must also be considered, and it is even more important. After all, those who can afford a Mercedes S-Class usually have a driver. If the back seat isn't comfortable for the owner, would the car be solely for the driver's enjoyment? This car is a 4-door, 4-seat model. In the back seat, features like seat ventilation, heating, and memory settings go without saying. There are 2 luxurious LCD screens, built-in small tables, electric sunshades, an independent sunroof for the rear, independent air conditioning, and electric privacy curtains, everything you could want. In the middle of the seats, there is even a small refrigerator. Of course, this is not standard. If you want to add it, it's not very expensive, just 20,000 yuan. After introducing all the features of the car, even Chen Xianxian felt a bit tired. There's no denying that the car has an overwhelming number of features, but it justifies the price. Among all Mercedes models, aside from the Maybach bearing the Mercedes badge, there are probably not many models that can surpass this one. After the 3 of them got out of the car, Zhao Liping and his wife clearly had expressions of interest on their faces, which made Chen Xianxian secretly pleased. She then looked at the smiling Zhao Chen beside her, feeling uncertain about this handsome young man's intentions. After all, he was the one making the decisions. Did he want to buy it or not? How much is this car? Zhao Liping pointed to the Mercedes S600 beside him. Compared to the earlier base model 320, the difference in experience between the 2 cars was like heaven and earth. Even Zhao Liping felt an impulse to buy it at that moment. The feeling of sitting in it was simply exhilarating. Uncle Zhao, as you can see, we have selected the highest configuration for this model. The base price is 2.688 million. Chen Xianxian smiled as she revealed a number that left the couple and their daughter dumbfounded. 269,000? That's still the base price. Zhao Liping couldn't help but click his tongue. If you add in luxury car purchase tax and commercial insurance, it would probably be hard to get away without spending around 3 million, right? Just thinking about it made Zhao Liping want to shake his head. Spending 3 million on a car, he couldn't even imagine it, even now that his son had money. Seeing the expressions on the couple's faces, Chen Xianxian had a good idea of the outcome. This car was indeed too expensive, and she didn't expect to sell it. However, there should still be opportunities for the 320 or the higher-end 400 and 500 models. Just as she was about to suggest that they check out other models, Zhao Chen suddenly said, "Dad, Mom, Xiaochang, what do you think?" This made the 4 of them look over. Zhao Liping hesitated and said, "It's nice, but the price." Yang Jing also wanted to shake her head, but Zhao Chen suddenly stepped forward and took his mother's hand, smiling at Zhao Liping. "Dad, I think the price is still reasonable. Look, the back seat is so comfortable. In the future, when we drive, we can take Mom and my sister out to have fun, and all 3 of you will enjoy it." "Mom, Xiaochang, don't you think so?" Zhao Baiqing was still in shock from the price. Yes." Seeing that she couldn't out-argue her son, Yang Jing could only nod. However, she had also sat in the back seat of this car, and it was indeed quite comfortable. In Chen Xianxian's expression of utter shock, Zhao Chen looked at her and smiled casually. "Sister Chen, calculate how much the fully equipped S600 costs in total." I want all the options, so give me a good price. The so-called bear car price definitely has some leeway. There are not many people who can afford a Mercedes S600. After all, those who can afford it would likely consider more luxurious models like Bentley, Rolls-Royce, or Maybach. Zhao Chen estimated that there was at least 100,000 difference in the bear car price. Although he had money, why should he let all of it go to the seller? Naturally, he wanted to save as much as possible. 100,000 yuan could buy a lot of meat, right? If you can't confirm, then please have your manager come over. But I have a request, I want the car on the spot. I think this display car is quite nice, so let's go with it. Okay. Chen Xianxian stammered in response. When she finally processed what Zhao Chen had said, her face turned a bit red from excitement. It was truly a case of not opening for half a year, but when they did, they hit the jackpot. She never expected that heaven would open its eyes. After half a day without a single sale, she was now directly rewarded with a big harvest. This was the most expensive model in the Mercedes S-Class. Even without calculating, she knew the final price would definitely not be less than 3 million. Just the commission would be quite substantial, far exceeding what her colleagues made from selling 6 cars yesterday. Saying one car is worth 10 is not an exaggeration. She had only one thought now: this handsome guy must be incredibly rich. If Zhao Chen took a liking to her and wanted to take her out for dinner or a movie, she felt she would definitely accept. After looking at the car, Chen Xianxian took the 4 of them to the lounge and calculated the price for a long time. Upon hearing that the customer wanted to buy the fully equipped Mercedes S600, the manager of the 4S shop quickly jogged over to discuss the price with Zhao Chen and the others. In the end, after adding various taxes and insurance, they settled on 3.02 million. When they learned that Zhao Chen would pay in full, the 4S shop voluntarily rounded it down to a total of 3 million. The store also offered an additional 5 years of free maintenance, various small gifts from the Mercedes 4S shop, and free license plate registration, etc. The vehicle management office had a partnership with the Mercedes Center. In less than an hour, all the procedures, including the license plate registration, were completed for the 4 of them, which was quite speedy. After all, such big clients were indeed rare. Uncle Zhao, congratulations on getting your new car. As she handed a bouquet of flowers to Zhao Liping, Chen Xianxian couldn't hide her excitement. She knew that hard work would yield rewards. If she had slacked off because she hadn't made any sales for half a day and hadn't noticed this family of 4, she might have missed the opportunity to sell a fully equipped Mercedes S-Class. That would have been enough to make her want to die. The car sales industry has certain unspoken rules. The most famous one is the difference in treatment between cash payments and loans. Most salespeople often recommend that customers take out loans to buy cars, and naturally, there is some profit in it. However, compared to the full payment of 3 million that Zhao Chen made, the small commission earned from the loan seems rather insignificant. Selling a car worth 3 million certainly earns Chen Xianxian a considerable commission, enough to buy a luxury handbag. At the same time, the entire 4S dealership sales staff and some customers learned that someone had made a big purchase of a Mercedes S600 today. The salespeople couldn't hide their envy and jealousy. Customers went from surprise at first to shock upon learning the price of the S600, causing quite a stir at the Mercedes Center. This was the first top-of-the-line Mercedes S600 sold by this dealership in Chaoyang. For the 4S store, it was a milestone. After the paperwork was completed, Chen Xianxian thoughtfully asked if they wanted to hold a car delivery ceremony. Although Zhao Liping wanted to keep a low profile, he couldn't resist the insistence of Zhao Chen and the others, who insisted on holding a ceremony for him. In the following time, under the watchful eyes of most customers at the Mercedes Center, the staff of the 4S store lined up in an orderly fashion. Zhao Liping stood in front of his Mercedes S600, holding flowers and smiling awkwardly. Beside him, Yang Jing and Zhao Chen couldn't contain their smiles, taking out their phones to capture this rare moment. As the store manager hung up a banner, the entire Mercedes Center held a grand ceremony for Zhao Liping's car delivery. Congratulations, Mr. Zhao. Enjoy your new car. With the store manager clapping, the salespeople, including Chen Xianxian, followed suit, cheering loudly. Congratulations on becoming a distinguished Mercedes-Benz owner. May the 3-pointed star illuminate your career in future. The car delivery segment concluded with a family photo of the 4 of them with the Mercedes S600. Around 3 in the afternoon, when Zhao Liping drove his precious son in his newly bought luxury car onto the road, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling of being surrounded by so many people was indeed exhilarating, but it was also a bit suffocating. He had never been the center of attention like that before. Zhao Chen sat in the passenger seat, while Yang Jing and her daughter comfortably lounged in the back seat, enjoying the pleasant experience. Son, I have to say, even though we spent 3 million, I think it's worth it. Enjoying the cool breeze from the independent air conditioning and sipping on the Evian mineral water that the forest store had filled the fridge with, Yang Jing couldn't help but sigh. The only downside to expensive things is that they are expensive. This remark made Zhao Chen and the others laugh simultaneously. For a moment, the entire car was filled with laughter and joy. Zhao Chen felt a sense of accomplishment. This feeling was much more comfortable than when he bought the Panamera by himself. Being happy alone could never compare to the happiness of the whole family. Xiao Chuan, where to next? Zhao Liping hummed a tune, feeling quite relaxed as the driver. The feel of this car was simply unmatched, far surpassing his Volkswagen Sagitter. TSK, the V12 engine was incredibly powerful. How about we go check out the newly opened Wanshun city? Zhao Chen continued, Dad, you bought your stuff, but Mom and my sister haven't bought anything yet? After spending 3 million, his spending experience also increased by 300 points. However, he was still 260 points away from upgrading the system. Although he currently had over 2 million left in his account, it wasn't enough for an upgrade. But tomorrow it would be, so he needed to spend more today. He planned to buy more things for his mom and sister in one go. Chaoyang Wanshun City is a high-quality shopping center developed by the Fortune Global 500 company China Resources Group. The architectural style of Chaoyang Wanshun City is quite unique, perfectly blending the traditional Chao-style ancient architecture with modern design. It possesses both a sense of modern technology and a weighty ancient feel. Zhao Chen felt that, compared to other Wanxiang cities, this one was indeed much more visually appealing. After its official opening, Chaoyang Wanxiang City quickly became a landmark building in Chaoyang. Well, it is destined to become the top choice for trendy street photography in Chaoyang, without a doubt. Of course, at this time, Wanxiang City had not fully opened. It was originally planned to be completely operational by October 31st. However, due to the recent National Day holiday, to create a buzz for the mall, it was almost in a state of full operation. No matter the time, there were always people eager to see the excitement. Before its completion, Wanxiang City had already attracted significant attention from the people of Chaoyang. Now that it was basically in a state of full opening, coupled with the National Day holiday, there were naturally many tourists coming to shop. In fact, there were even more visitors from outside the city. The reason Zhao Chen chose Wanxiang City was mainly because it housed many luxury brands. Gucci, LV, Versace, Givenchy, and so on. It was the place with the highest number of luxury brands in Chaoyang's shopping malls. Moreover, nearby was the Chaoyang Guojin Center, also a landmark. Together, they gathered most of the world's top luxury brands. As long as you could name it, you could almost find it here. Son, with the situation today, it should be inconvenient to park at Wanxiang City, right? Zhao Liping said. Although the underground parking lots of both Wanxiang City and Guojin were large with many spaces, it depended on the time. During the National Day holiday, it was one thing to have many people, but having many cars was the most critical issue. Sometimes, it could take 1 or 2 hours just to find a parking spot. It's fine, Dad, I have a way. You go ahead first, Zhao Chen smiled and said, then made a call to Liang Meihong, the Gucci sales associate in Huacheng. After all, he was a Gucci customer, having spent over 200,000 in one go. He should at least get some preferential treatment. Besides the underground parking, there were also parking spaces on the ground level in Wanxiang City. However, these were generally exclusive spots for the major stores, reserved for their esteemed guests to park their luxury cars. For example, Gucci definitely had its own exclusive parking spots. Although Huacheng was somewhat distant from Chaoyang, Zhao Chen had never shopped there. But he believed that since they were all under the same brand, Liang Meihong would have a way to help. Moreover, he was going there to shop today. Alright, no problem, Mr. Zhao, don't worry, I will contact them, and within 5 minutes, I will definitely give you a satisfactory response. Then I'll trouble you, Sister Liang. You're welcome. After hanging up, Zhao Chen's phone rang again shortly after. This time, it was a staff member from Gucci at Chaoyang Wanxiang City, speaking very politely. The other party said they had reserved a ground parking spot for him. When he arrived, he just needed to provide his phone number to the mall staff. Zhao Chen thanked them for this. It must be said that the benefits of having money were now evident. He no longer had to scramble for a parking spot like everyone else. Bro, your demeanor just now was like that of a domineering CEO in a novel, Zhao Baiqing said, blinking her cute big eyes and smiling. Ha ha ha. The other three couldn't help but chuckle at this. Zhao Liping and his wife thought to themselves that their son had changed completely since going to university. Besides being wealthy, he carried himself with a calm and composed demeanor, exuding an extraordinary aura. In that moment, a strong sense of pride surged within Zhao Chen's family. There are just too many people. On the other side, in front of the south gate of Wansheng City Mall, Su Lin, wearing round-framed glasses and looking somewhat petite and cute, couldn't help but stomp her foot while watching the bustling crowd. She had arranged to meet her friend here and had hoped to browse this trendy new landmark in Chaoyang. However, she didn't expect there to be so many people. How could one shop like this? Was it about looking at goods or people? If she had known, she wouldn't have come out during the National Day holiday. Staying at home would have been so much better, lying on the sofa, snacking, drinking beverages, and watching TV dramas. Wouldn't that be delightful? Why bother coming out into the heat and the crowd? Su Lin sighed, but then she remembered that it had been 2 months since she last saw her good friend, and this was a rare chance to catch up during the holiday. There was no choice but to endure it. Just then, Su Lin's phone vibrated. Looking at the message from her friend, it said she had arrived nearby and asked where Su Lin was. Su Lin felt a bit puzzled and scanned her surroundings. She was currently in an empty parking spot on the ground level. There weren't too many people around, so she should be visible at a glance. Hey, Lin! A playful voice suddenly rang out behind her. Hearing the familiar voice, Su Lin's face lit up with joy, but when she turned around, her smile froze a bit. Xiaoyi? Oh my god, is that really you? Looking at her friend, who had changed so much, Su Lin widened her eyes in disbelief. Even though girls change a lot as they grow up, this transformation was just too drastic. The stunning beauty before her, with a hot figure and fashionable attire, was really her old friend who used to wear a school uniform and sport a ponytail, dressing simply? The difference from studying dance was indeed remarkable. Why wouldn't it be me? Wow, Su Xiaolin. You come back from college and forget about your old friend. Su Yuni laughed and hugged Su Lin, a high school classmate and best friend. At 1.7 meters tall, she enveloped Su Lin, who was just over 1.5 meters, highlighting their height difference perfectly. Passers-by couldn't help but be drawn to the two of them, mainly looking at the tall beauty. It was unavoidable, she was just too stunning. Su Lin felt her face flush as she struggled to break free from the embrace. Not to be outdone, Su Lin began to retaliate. After a bit of playful tussling, the two good friends embraced each other, sharing stories about the fun things that had happened during their time apart. Xiaoyi, how did you dress up like this? Teach me, okay? Su Lin pouted and shook Su Yuni. Looking at her friend's exquisite makeup paired with her already beautiful face, Su Lin thought she looked absolutely stunning, even more so than a celebrity. No girl doesn't love beauty, and Su Lin naturally wanted to look pretty too. Su Yuni smiled and was about to speak when a mall security guard suddenly jogged over. Ladies, could you please make way? A car is about to come through. Since they were standing in a parking spot, a large Mercedes-Benz couldn't park properly. Oh, sorry. The two quickly apologized and moved aside. After thanking them, the security guard directed a Mercedes-Benz S-Class to slowly approach the parking spot, almost perfectly and steadily parking without any deviation. The ground-level parking spots were smaller compared to the underground ones, making it quite a test of skill. Compared to a certain MS. Wu, the skill level was undoubtedly much higher. As for the approaching Mercedes, the two friends didn't show much reaction. After all, there were plenty of luxury cars in Wansheng City today, with several Ferraris and Lamborghinis also making appearances. What was one Mercedes-Benz among so many? But just then, as a young man got out of the back seat of a luxury car, Su Yuni, who was casually glancing at Su Lin while talking, suddenly sensed something was off. After stealing a couple of cautious glances, her expression froze, looking quite adorable. Xiaoyi, what's wrong? Su Lin noticed her best friend's expression and felt a bit puzzled. Following her gaze, she looked at the young man who was chatting and laughing with a middle-aged couple and a pretty girl. TSK, she had to admit, this guy was really handsome. However, he looked a bit familiar? That puzzled her, but she couldn't quite recall who he was. Could it be that Xiaoyi has a crush on him? Su Lin smirked. This could be a bit tricky. Clearly, the young man was out with a family of 4, asking for WeChat or QQ in front of his parents. How shy. Xiaoyi, how about I help you? Su Lin thought for a moment and said with a light laugh. Back in high school, she was known for being a little matchmaker. If her best friend really liked him, she might as well go and help her get his contact information. Lin, you didn't recognize him? Su Yuni looked at Su Lin in surprise, pointing at the handsome young man not far away. It's Xiao Chen from your class. Ha! Su Lin exclaimed, her voice so loud that it drew the attention of people nearby. She quickly covered her mouth, staring wide-eyed at Zhao Chen. Girls change a lot by 18, but how come guys do too? Zhao Chen was a bit handsome before, but he shouldn't be this handsome, right? Zhao Chen's attention was also drawn by the sound. When he saw Su Lin and Su Yuni, he couldn't help but be taken aback. His impression of his high school classmates was not very strong anymore. In his previous life, after entering university, he had little contact with his high school classmates. He had never participated in any reunions, only keeping in touch with a few close friends. Counting the 4 years of university and over 4 years after graduation, it had been a full 9 years since he last saw most of his high school classmates. How could he possibly remember who these two were? Although he didn't recognize them, it didn't matter much. What caught his attention the most was Su Yuni, who was standing next to Su Lin, tall and graceful. His first impression of her was stunning. She had a very nice face shape, the kind that girls are fond of, not the cookie-cutter influencer look. Her skin was like jade, her nose was high and straight, her eyes were like autumn waters, and her slightly upturned, rosy lips were captivating. Her figure was curvy, with a slim waist and wide hips, making her proportions quite astonishing. Especially her upper body, Zhao Chen estimated it to be slightly smaller than Song Wanyao's, but just the right size, paired with those long, straight legs. It was a body that could be described as a golden ratio. With a beautiful face and a great figure, combined, she was a standard beauty, a rare gem. Zhao Chen's eyes lit up. Wanxiang City was indeed a hub for trendy boys and beautiful girls. On his first visit, he got to see a beauty of this caliber. However, he also felt a wave of hesitation. With his parents and sister present, he felt a bit shy about approaching her. Otherwise, with his nature of being quite sociable, he would definitely want to get her WeChat and get to know her first. This flawless figure was indeed hard to resist. After hesitating for a few seconds, Zhao Chen sighed inwardly, thinking it was better to let it go. Just as he was about to leave with his parents and sister, missing this golden opportunity, the cute girl standing next to the beauty suddenly waved excitedly at him. Zhao Chen! You are Zhao Chen, right? Hearing Su Lin call his name, Zhao Chen was slightly taken aback, and then he heard her say, "No way, you don't remember me? I'm Su Lin." Hearing the name, Zhao Chen suddenly realized and remembered. No wonder this little cutie looked a bit familiar. It turned out to be the mascot of their class in high school. "Oh, it's Su Lin. Sorry, my memory hasn't been great lately." Zhao Chen apologized, greeted his family behind him, and hurried over. Yang Jing and Zhao Liping also saw the classmate waving at Zhao Chen. Especially when Yang Jing saw Su Yuni, a sly smile suddenly appeared on her face as she nudged Zhao Liping's arm. "Hey, old Zhao. Look, there's something going on. Do you see that little girl? Isn't she pretty?" Zhao Liping nodded honestly. "She's quite good-looking, but didn't Xiao Chuan say she's his classmate? Tisk tsk. Are you stupid?" Yang Jing shot a glare at her husband and put her hands on her hips. "So what if they're classmates? Are you saying that now that they're in college, they can't date?" Zhao Liping's mouth twitched, and he muttered softly, "You only know how to criticize me. Why don't you tell Xiao Chuan to bring her home?" "Mom, you really have a strong desire to be a mother-in-law," Zhao Baiqing chimed in with a grin, seeing her dad at a loss. Hearing this, Yang Jing couldn't help but snort. "You little brat, you want another sister-in-law early, don't you?" "That's true, he. Ignoring the family's conversation, Zhao Chen had already walked over, awkwardly smiling as he extended his hand. "Oh, long time no see, old classmate." Back in high school, he and Su Lin had a decent relationship. This girl was lively and knew how to get along, making her quite popular in class. Su Lin rolled her eyes at his words. She then reached out her small hand, and they shook lightly before quickly letting go. "Long time? It's only been a little while since graduation, and you, a busy person, have already forgotten us." Zhao Chen laughed, wanting to move past this topic. Just as he was about to invite Su Lin and the beautiful girl beside her to dinner, he noticed Su Yuni smiling at him. "Zhao Chen, don't you remember me?" "Huh?" Zhao Chen looked at Su Yuni with some confusion, trying to search his memory. He should be certain that he didn't know this beautiful girl at all. Otherwise, how could he forget someone so pretty and with such a great figure? Seeing Su Yuni and Su Lin giggling together, looking at him without speaking, Zhao Chen forced a smile. "Beauty, don't tease me, do we really know each other? If we do, let's add each other on WeChat first." Saying this, Zhao Chen quickly took out his phone to add Su Yuni on WeChat. His skillful technique made Su Lin slightly open her mouth, as if she was meeting him for the first time. Although she had said it many times, she still wanted to point out that these two just went to college, right? The change was a bit too much. She remembered that Zhao Chen used to be quite reserved. Although he was handsome, as far as she knew, Zhao Chen hadn't dated anyone in high school. Back then, he only played with a few good buddies and had little contact with girls. It seemed he hadn't even figured things out yet. Seeing Zhao Chen wanting to add her on WeChat, Su Yuni was also taken aback. But she quickly reacted, looking at him with a hint of amusement, her eyes carrying a mix of resentment and pride as she said, "Zhao Chen, you've changed. While speaking, she also took out her phone and added Zhao Chen on WeChat. Looking at the cute profile picture named Sinyu Yinyan, Zhao Chen skillfully opened her moments to search for her photos. When he saw the pictures from a few months ago where she posed with Su Lin and a few classmates, looking at that familiar face and comparing it to how she looked today, Zhao Chen's pupils couldn't help but slightly constrict as he said in disbelief, "Wait, you are Su Yuni from the next class." In Zhao Chen's memory, Su Yuni should have been wearing a plain school uniform, with her hair tied in a ponytail, and a few teenage pimples on her face. Back then, she often came to his class to find Su Lin and liked to secretly watch Zhao Chen, quickly pretending to be indifferent whenever he turned around. How could she have transformed into such a stunning beauty? Zhao Chen's memory of Su Yuni wasn't very deep, as she didn't seem that attractive at the time. Although she occasionally talked to him, he could somewhat guess her thoughts. But he was a typical looks-oriented guy, and with his focus on having fun in high school, he had no intention of dating, so he deliberately played dumb. After entering university, their contact almost completely ceased. The only thing Zhao Chen knew was that Su Yuni went to university in the Magic City. As for what she was studying, he had no idea. Seeing Zhao Chen's awkward expression, which mirrored her own when she had just seen Su Yuni, Su Lin couldn't help but chuckle. "Haha, don't mention it, I didn't recognize Xiaoyi just now either." This. Really? Zhao Chen shook his head with a bitter smile, never expecting that he would have a day of being blind to beauty. If he had known Su Yuni would grow up to be this beautiful, he should have pursued her back then. However, it didn't seem too late now. Long time no see. Looking at the now even more handsome Zhao Chen, Su Yuni felt a moment of daze. That's right, she had liked Zhao Chen since high school. But back then, she was just an ugly duckling, lacking the courage to express her feelings. She didn't even dare to add Zhao Chen on WeChat or QQ. She only dared to check his QQ space occasionally as a visitor to see what new updates he had. After graduating high school, she learned that Zhao Chen went to university in Flower City while she went to the Magic City. The distance between them was vast, and there would be no chance for contact. She knew in her heart that she could basically say goodbye to Zhao Chen for the rest of her life. As her mindset gradually changed, Su Yuni became more and more confident and started to learn how to dress up. She attended the Drama Academy in the Magic City, majoring in dance. Years of dancing kept her figure in perfect shape, and she learned makeup techniques from her senior sisters. Thus, the ugly duckling transformed into a beautiful swan. Her feelings for Zhao Chen also faded more and more. After experiencing the glamorous world of the Magic City, Su Yuni realized how important it was to have enough money in this world. With her looks and figure, finding a wealthy second-generation rich kid was not a difficult task. However, Zhao Chen didn't seem to show any signs of wealth during school. He appeared to be just an ordinary kid from a regular family, like her. Yet, Su Yuni still felt a bit unwilling. Back in high school, Zhao Chen wouldn't even spare her a glance. She really wanted to know what expression Zhao Chen would have if he saw her now. Regret? Or disappointment? In any case, she would definitely look at him with a disdainful expression, making him regret not pursuing her back then. "I stand before you, how much do I resemble the past?" However, after reuniting with Zhao Chen, Su Yuni's mindset changed once again. This was the man she had liked for 3 years. From the first moment she laid eyes on him in high school, she had fallen for Zhao Chen. How could she just give up? He seemed to have become even more handsome, captivating her at first sight. And after entering university, Zhao Chen also seemed to have become wealthy. His parents could afford such a luxurious car. In Chaoyang, a family like that was already enough to surpass 99% of people. Zhao Chen wore a watch on his left wrist, although Su Yuni didn't recognize the brand. But she knew that beneath its luxurious exterior, the price was certainly not cheap. Su Yuni's gaze gradually became a bit hazy. She suddenly didn't want to give up. She wanted to seize this man and make him repent for his past decisions for a lifetime. Yes, only in this way could she, Su Yuni, take her revenge. "Wow, you're getting more and more beautiful," Zhao Chen said with a smile, extending his hand, his eyes revealing his admiration for Su Yuni without any concealment. He had never imagined that a classmate from the next class would turn out to be so stunning. Lu Sun once said that everyone has a pair of eyes that appreciate beauty. For instance, when one sees a beautiful flower, they can't help but want to pick it. He was no exception. "You too, you're getting more and more handsome," they both said as they reached out their hands and shook firmly. Just as Zhao Chen was about to let go, he noticed that Su Yuni's palm was still tightly gripping his, her eyes showing a hint of stubbornness. "This time, you should take a good look at me, right?" Seeing the expression on this girl's face, Zhao Chen inexplicably felt a pang of heartache. He then stopped struggling and stared intently at her pretty face. Watching this pair of lovebirds shamelessly flaunting their affection, Su Lin, who was nearby, felt a bit displeased. "Hey, you too. I'm still here. With her shout, the two came back to their senses and quickly released their hands. Soo-Yooni's face flushed. Once her stubbornness faded, she felt a bit shy. How could she have been so bold just now? Su-Lin, your voice is still so loud. Zhao Chen couldn't help but smile, not minding that this girl interrupted their reunion. His parents were still waiting for him, so he couldn't stay long anyway. After all, there would be plenty of time in the future. They had already added each other on WeChat. The rest didn't need to be said. After chatting for a while, learning that Zhao Chen was taking his parents out to eat and shop, Su-Lin and Su-Yooni felt a bit envious. Wow, Bai Chuan, I didn't expect your family to be so wealthy, they said. They were really out shopping, but if asked to visit a luxury store in Wanxiang City, they wouldn't dare. There was no way around it. The weight in their pockets determined their courage. The weight was clearly insufficient. Zhao Chen smiled lightly and said to the two, what about you? After you finish shopping, why don't we go eat together? We haven't seen each other for a while, or I can accompany you while you shop too. Both of them felt a bit tempted, especially Su-Yooni. But seeing Zhao Chen's parents still there, her gaze dimmed. Forget it, uncle and aunt are still here, we won't disturb you. Su-Yooni bit her lip, showing a somewhat fragile expression as she looked at Zhao Chen, then added, can we do it next time? Sure, no problem. Zhao Chen smiled slightly, still enjoying the brief sensation of their handshake. Although it was a bit of a pity, it was indeed time to leave. Then you all have fun, I'll head off first, bye, bye. Su-Yooni quietly watched Zhao Chen's departing figure. After seeing Zhao Chen again post-graduation, the knot in her heart that had been tied for so long seemed to have been suddenly untied. It felt like a breath of fresh air. Seeing her best friend's expression, Su-Lin couldn't help but smile, feeling happy for Su-Yooni. Although Su-Yooni had never said she liked anyone, Su-Lin had always known, and even other classmates knew too. This silly girl thought no one had noticed. She often stole glances at Zhao Chen, her eyes sparkling without any attempt to hide it. Anyone who saw her would know what she was thinking. Unfortunately, the man was indifferent, while the woman had feelings. Su-Yooni had always been reluctant to express her true thoughts, believing she was hiding them well. Su-Lin was also secretly anxious. She even thought about calling Zhao Chen over, so Su-Yooni could confess to him properly. If he agreed, then great. If not, it would save Su-Yooni from worrying about it all day. But she also knew that at that time, she couldn't do that. Because back then, Su-Yooni was actually a bit insecure. If she did that, it would definitely hurt her. However, it seemed that the situation had taken a turn for the better. Both of them had changed significantly, to the point that it was almost hard for her to accept. Su-Yooni had become beautiful, incredibly beautiful. Even as a girl, Su-Lin felt her heart flutter. And Zhao Chen had also become more handsome, and suddenly richer. This made the two people, who originally didn't seem to match, appear to be a good fit now. Su-Lin was very happy to see this transformation, sensing that Su-Yooni had a chance to fulfill her long-held wish. Hey, shall we? Su-Lin suddenly interrupted Su-Yooni's thoughts, gently nudging her and joking. Did you notice how Zhao Chen was looking at you just now? His eyes were sparkling. Is he interested in you? Hearing her best friend's words, Su-Yooni's face turned red, and she retorted, don't talk nonsense, Lin. As she spoke, she couldn't help but lift her chin, feeling secretly proud. She was no longer the same as before. No matter how stubborn Zhao Chen was, he ultimately couldn't escape from her grasp. Su-Yooni clenched her fists. No matter what, during this 7-day National Day holiday, she had to win this guy over. After thinking it over, Su-Yooni decided to take the initiative. Just as she was about to discuss ways to get Zhao Chen out with Su-Lin suddenly jogged over to the Benz parked nearby. This guy is really rich now, his family drives a Benz. I never would have guessed he was a rich second generation. Taking advantage of Zhao Chen and the others leaving, Su-Lin wanted to see what kind of car Zhao Chen's family owned. However, she wasn't familiar with cars. She knew the Benz logo, but not much more. She could only look at the S600 model on the back of the car and quickly searched it on her phone. Seeing this, Su-Yooni walked over. Although she wasn't particularly materialistic, which girl wouldn't want to live a life without worries about food and clothing, without financial troubles? Zhao Chen being wealthy was certainly a big plus. Noticing Su-Lin staring at her phone in a daze, Su-Yooni curiously asked, how is it, Lin? Su-Lin didn't speak, just swallowed hard and handed her phone to Su-Yooni. Looking at the model that matched the Benz perfectly and the price estimate from the all-knowing internet, Su-Yooni couldn't help but widen her eyes. 3 million? Just for a Benz, it actually costs 3 million? I didn't expect his family to be this rich. Su-Lin replied, equally stunned. A Benz worth hundreds of thousands and one worth 3 million were not on the same level. Zhao Chen's family was actually this wealthy. He must be more than just an ordinary rich second generation, right? They had never seen what a million looked like, let alone 3 million. The two exchanged glances, and Su Lin suddenly grabbed Su Yuni's hand, her eyes sparkling as she looked at her. Shall we? Go for it. If they could get Zhao Chen, then with their relationship, they could freely go to his house for food and drinks in the future. With a family that rich, he surely wouldn't mind. Su Yuni nodded firmly, for the first time expressing her intentions in front of her best friend. Lin, can you help me? Tell me. Su Lin nodded eagerly. Su Yuni felt a bit shy but still mustered the courage to say, it's just, can you invite Gui Jiaxing and the others out? It would be nice for all of us high school classmates to get together. Gui Jiaxing was Zhao Chen's best buddy from high school, and they were also partners in skipping classes, commonly known as friends who would ditch school to go online. Even in the last life, whether in college or after starting work, the two often kept in touch and occasionally met up for food and fun. The main reason Su Yuni wanted to invite them out was, of course, to find a way to get Zhao Chen to come out as well. If she were to invite Zhao Chen alone, what if he still acted indifferent towards her like before? That would be so embarrassing. Moreover, if she had to invite him herself, she would feel quite shy, so finding a compromise was the best option. That guy. Upon hearing this, Su Lin couldn't help but frown, feeling a bit resistant. Gui Jiaxing had been trying to pursue her since high school, but she didn't like him at all and had already rejected him many times. Yet, he still clung to her relentlessly. Every Valentine's Day, he would come downstairs to give her flowers, and he would always show up with gifts on her birthday. It would be impossible not to feel touched. Su Lin also wanted to find an opportunity to have a serious talk with Gui Jiaxing. If they really felt suitable for each other, then they could try being together. However, she didn't expect it to come so soon. Su Yuni actually wanted her to take the initiative to find that guy. Lin, please. Su Yuni put on a pitiful look and shook Su Lin's small hand. Su Lin rolled her eyes, thought for a moment, and finally nodded in agreement. Fine. For the happiness of my best friend, I'll be a good person today. That guy really is getting lucky. Hearing Su Lin agree, Su Yuni happily hugged her, making the little short girl experience that suffocating feeling once again. On the other side, after bidding farewell to the two old classmates, Zhao Chen walked into the Wanxiang City Mall with his parents and sister, and naturally, his mom began to interrogate him. For instance, who was that tall, beautiful girl? Where does she live, and what do her family members do? From the looks of it, she seemed eager to check Su Yuni's household registration thoroughly. Now that her son had grown up and was capable, it was naturally time for him to date. While she was still young, she wanted to hold her grandchild sooner. Zhao Chen felt quite helpless about this. If he knew all this, would he still need his mom to ask? He could just bring Su Yuni over to call her mom directly. Then, Zhao Chen took his family to the Gucci store in Wanxiang City. Since they were being so polite, he felt he should take care of their business a bit. Today was the National Day holiday, and even Gucci was somewhat crowded. This was Zhao Chen's first time seeing so many people in a luxury store, and he found it quite novel. It seemed there were still quite a few wealthy people around. Hello, Mr. Zhao, welcome to Gucci. After Zhao Chen provided his membership account, someone immediately came over to attend to the three of them. From the voice, it should be the staff member who had called him earlier. Although Zhao Chen hadn't shopped at the Gucci in Chaoyang, he had spent quite a bit at the Gucci in Huacheng. Hearing his colleagues in Huacheng talk about Mr. Zhao's extravagance, the sales associate here definitely didn't want to miss out on this big client. As for the items sold in the Gucci store, Zhao Chen had bought almost everything he liked and could afford. And for things he didn't like, he wouldn't buy them either. As for things he couldn't afford, that was naturally out of the question. This time at Gucci, he mainly came to buy things for his parents and sister, while also trying to accumulate some shopping experience to upgrade the system as soon as possible. With the enthusiastic service from the sales associate, the total expenditure came to 560,000 for the four of them. Clothing, bags, cosmetics, and various small items were all included. Zhao Liping initially refused to accept it no matter what. However, after the sales assistant picked out a suit for him to try on, he looked at his mature and handsome self in the mirror, and amidst the teasing laughter of the three of them, he ended up taking a set. Zhao Baiqing, on the other hand, got 2 outfits and 2 pairs of shoes, and of course, 2 small bags to go with them. It was her first time receiving such valuable clothing. The girl was so shocked that she looked adorably dazed, and after a while, she felt quite pleased inside. Having a handsome, wealthy, and doting brother was truly the happiest thing in the world. The rest of the expenses were mostly on Yang Jing. Holding onto these items worth hundreds of thousands made her heart race, and her face blossomed with a smile. Auntie, you are really lucky. Although she had heard this many times today, each time it made Yang Jing very happy. After the four of them checked out, the other customers in the store couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of so many bags in their hands. Wow, which rich family is this? Even if they were wealthy, they couldn't possibly spend like this. It was like shopping at a supermarket, buying cabbage. However, Zhao Chen was still a bit dissatisfied. Although 560,000 had been spent, it was still far from reaching the standard for a system upgrade. He was nearly 2 million experience points away from leveling up. He initially wanted to have his mom pick out a few more items, but his parents said he was being too wasteful, that what he had already bought was more than enough, and they couldn't carry any more. Zhao Chen had no choice. He couldn't possibly tell them that he had to spend a certain amount of money today. That would not be being rich, that would be being crazy. Once outside the store, Zhao Chen scanned the area. When he wanted to gather more spending experience, he immediately spotted the most outstanding brand among the many luxury stores: Hermes. Although the Hermes store was in a very prominent location on the street, there weren't many customers. In 10 minutes, only a few people came in and out. It was completely unlike Gucci, which was always packed during holidays, with a constant stream of customers. Perhaps this is the difference between mass luxury brands and top-tier luxury brands. If LV, Gucci, and Chanel are considered mass luxury brands, then Hermes is undoubtedly the top-tier luxury brand. There are indeed not many customers brave enough to spend at Hermes. Naturally, Hermes is most famous for its classic leather goods and bags. Most customers come to Hermes specifically for these. However, aside from the usual luxury items, Hermes also sells things that other luxury stores do not. For example, teacups, ashtrays, furniture, even dice. If you haven't been there, you would never imagine a luxury store selling these items. But they not only sell them, but they also sell them at exorbitant prices. For instance, a deck of playing cards for 1,000, dice for 8,000, and chess sets for over 10,000. These items are absolutely unacceptable for most people. What materials are they made of to be sold at such high prices? Even so, some people still buy them. Or perhaps, this is the inherent prestige of luxury goods. You might think they are not worth it, with no cost effectiveness, but the wealthy find them quite meaningful and use them to draw a line between themselves and ordinary people. For Zhao Chen now, it was the same. As long as he felt it was appropriate, he didn't need to consider the price, he would just buy it. Since he rarely came here, Zhao Chen also planned to see what this top-tier luxury brand was really like. He had heard that Hermes bags hold their value well. Carrying one for a few years not only gives face but also allows for a good resale value if one wants to sell it secondhand. Unlike other brands, whose secondhand prices plummet. However, Zhao Liping and Yang Jing refused, saying they wanted to put the things in the car. Zhao Chen could go by himself. The three of them would wait for him in the car. Upon entering the Hermes store, the environment was quite serene, lacking the noise of Gucci from earlier. Hello, sir, welcome to Hermes. I am Luna, please feel free to let me know if you need anything. A sales associate with a keen eye immediately approached. Having interacted with wealthy clients frequently, she could discern, through their eyes, tone, and body language, whether the person entering was a precise customer for Hermes. When Zhao Chen walked in, there was no hint of surprise in his gaze. He calmly surveyed his surroundings, exuding a composed demeanor. Although he wore ordinary clothes, the watch on his left wrist had already given him away. Wealthy individuals occasionally enjoy playing it low-key, which is quite reasonable, the sales associate thought to herself. Zhao Chen smiled and nodded, looking at her. Dressed in a well-fitted professional outfit, she appeared polished and capable. Even in mid-heeled shoes, her long legs were accentuated. Compared to the Gucci sales associates, she seemed much more attractive. Well, at least in terms of first impressions of Hermes, Zhao Chen would give her a score of 90. Retracting his assessing gaze, Zhao Chen smiled slightly and said, "I'd like to see your clothing. Do you have any new arrivals?" Upon hearing this, the sales associate's eyes immediately lit up. After all, most people who come to browse Hermes are primarily interested in their bags. These are their most famous and cost-effective products. Unlike bags that still hold value in the second-hand market, clothing, being consumables, is difficult to resell after wearing once, making it lack any real cost-effectiveness. This is also a subtle rule Hermes uses to distinguish between the truly wealthy and the pretenders. Looking at Zhao Chen's handsome and imposing features, the sales associate's gaze softened, and her smile became increasingly warm. She quickly invited Zhao Chen to the fitting room. "Please wait a moment, I'll get you the right size." Unlike most cramped fitting rooms, Hermes fitting rooms are quite upscale. They are spacious and comfortable, carpeted with high-quality rugs, and furnished with sofas and tea tables. It's enough for socialites to enjoy afternoon tea here, chatting and trying on clothes, while leisurely spending their wealthy time. Additionally, the fitting rooms serve another purpose. When Hermes VVIP clients arrive, these rooms are specially designated, denying entry to other customers. They prepare the client's favorite teas and desserts and arrange dedicated sales personnel to recommend items they would like. Whatever the client wishes to do, as long as Hermès can accommodate it, they will fulfill every request. Even if you enjoy playing mahjong, they can set up a table for you. Whether you need 3 players or just 1, they can find companions for you. Of course, Zhao Chen was not yet entitled to such treatment. To become a VIP client of Hermès, one must spend over 1.5 million. Above VIP, there is VVIP, which requires spending tens of millions to attain. The higher the threshold, the better the treatment. Such exclusive privileges are typically reserved for VIPs. Soon, the sales associate brought over the new clothing and thoughtfully measured Zhao Chen's size. She even knelt while taking his measurements. For luxury stores, as long as Zhao Chen made a purchase, they would record his size for future visits to facilitate his selection. For Hermès, it was quite normal for a sales associate to kneel while assisting a customer. This was charmingly termed kneeling service. Seeing the beautiful sales associate do this, Zhao Chen felt quite pleased, but he was somewhat uncomfortable and quickly urged her to stand, leaving her feeling grateful. Zhao Chen's taste in choosing clothes wasn't very high, leaning more towards the typical straight man's style. He didn't really understand any trendy elements or fashion styles, but as long as the sales assistant understood, that was enough. She put together an outfit for him. Looking at his handsome figure in the full-length mirror, perhaps it was an illusion brought on by the higher price. In any case, he felt it looked better than what Gucci had put together for him. However, since he was going to buy, Zhao Chen decided to indulge himself. He wanted men's items, and he wanted women's items too. After all, he had quite a few women in his life now, and it wouldn't hurt to prepare some small gifts for them occasionally. I'll take this t-shirt. This outfit is nice, I'll take it. These pants are a bit thick, but the weather is getting cooler, so fine. Zhao Chen kept trying on and picking items, and as the pile of clothes beside him grew larger, Luna couldn't help but be astonished. All these items added up to hundreds of thousands. He just casually tried a few things and decided? She had seen wealthy people before. It was quite common to see rich women sweep away hundreds of thousands in bags at Hermès, but this was the first time she had seen someone spend so much on items other than bags. Zhao Chen was treating Hermès like his own wardrobe. In the end, he stopped only when there were no more clothes in the store that satisfied him. The store calculated the total price, which came to 366,000 yuan. Zhao Chen remained unfazed, pulling out his wallet and swiping his card to pay, the whole process smooth and effortless. After the bill was printed, the sales assistant couldn't help but swallow hard. The look in her eyes seemed to shine with admiration. This handsome young man was incredibly wealthy. Luna quietly stood by, occasionally glancing warily at her colleagues around her. After Zhao Chen's extravagant spending of over 30,000, there was no doubt he had become a valued customer at Hermès. What Luna needed to do now was to keep this big client steady. She aimed to get Zhao Chen to VIP status as soon as possible. Although Hermès didn't lack wealthy customers, they certainly lacked salespeople. The more customers spent, the more commission they would earn. Didn't she see her colleagues eyeing Zhao Chen with envy? Zhao Chen's spending spree had made them green with envy. Some sales assistants even wanted to try their luck, seeing if they could win Zhao Chen over with their looks. If she let Zhao Chen slip away to another sales assistant because of her negligence, she would have a lot to regret. Coming back to her senses, Zhao Chen remembered his main purpose and turned to the sales assistant, smiling as he asked, "Now I'd like to see the women's bags. That shouldn't be a problem, right?" It should be noted that Hermès bags cannot simply be bought by paying the price of the bag, because Hermès bags are so famous, especially the BKC series. However, their production is extremely limited, making them precious. Thus, the peculiar rule of matching purchases was born. When buying a bag worth 100,000 yuan, typically, that bag won't be sold alone, you need to make a matching purchase. The matching purchase ratio usually ranges from 1 to 1 to 1 to 2, the higher the value of the bag, the greater the matching purchase ratio. This means that for a 100,000 yuan bag, even at the lowest ratio, you would need to spend 200,000 yuan to buy it. Of that, 100,000 is for the bag, and the other 100,000 must be spent on other items besides the bag. This is the unspoken rule of Hermès, or rather, the clear rule. Just like with Porsche, you can never expect to buy a Porsche at the sticker price, you must choose options. However, although the matching purchase rule is criticized, it still doesn't deter many wealthy people's enthusiasm, especially women. Because Hermès has a high threshold, it reduces the chances of wealthy women or rich young ladies encountering the same bag. Some fake socialites might grit their teeth and spend 20 to 30,000 at nearby luxury stores like LV or Gucci to buy a bag. But to get their hands on Hermès? Forget about needing to buy a new bag with matching items, even second-hand ones are hard to come by. They might as well be eating dirt to afford one. Therefore, most of these fake socialites carry basic models from Gucci or LV, which have very obvious logos, and it's rare to see an Hermes bag. Just this point undoubtedly elevates Hermes' prestige, making its status higher than that of other luxury brands. Upon hearing Zhao Chen's words, the sales assistant was momentarily stunned, and after realizing, she quickly nodded, "Of course, no problem. So, Mr. Zhao, shall I go get a few styles for you to see?" Zhao Chen had already spent over 300,000, so he naturally didn't need to worry about matching items for now. Unless he wanted to buy too many bags, in which case he would definitely need to match again. Otherwise, breaking the rules would make it difficult for her to do her job. "Alright, then the Birkin and Kelly bags," Zhao Chen said with a calm smile. "These two bags are among the best-selling styles of Hermes and also offer the best value for money. Some bags, after being bought for a while, can sell for even more than their purchase price, allowing for a profit." Of course, he didn't think he would ever have a day where women would sell bags for him. He could only say that carrying such bags would add a bit more prestige. Okay. Before long, 7 Birkin and Kelly bags were brought over by Luna. Hermes bags are not only scarce for customers but also considered rare stock for the store. If Zhao Chen hadn't spent so much money, even seeing them would have been a challenge. These bags were among the few Kelly and Birkin bags in the store's inventory. There were 3 Birkin bags and 4 Kelly bags. Perhaps Zhao Chen was a bit too straightforward. He couldn't really tell how much better Hermes bags looked compared to those from Gucci. But women love them. As for which one he wanted to buy more? Only children make choices, adults, of course, want them all. "I'll take them all, please wrap them up." One was for his mother, and as for the rest, it goes without saying. Zhao Chen was quite satisfied. At least he didn't face the embarrassment of being unable to buy something despite having money that would really affect his mood. All of them? Luna was instantly dumbfounded, unable to believe her ears. This Mr. Zhao wants them all? The price of these 7 bags, while not outrageous individually, totaled nearly 600,000. The most expensive was a Birkin 25, worth 150,000. Even the cheapest Mini Kelly was priced at 58,000. Plus, the matching items required for purchasing them. Some bags don't follow a 1-to-1 ratio in the matching rules. Calculating it all, even with the maximum discount and considering Zhao Chen had already spent over 300,000, he would still need to match another 600,000 worth of items. Spending nearly 1.6 million in one day? What kind of tycoon is this? Is that not possible? How much matching is needed? Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow. He still had over 1.8 million in his account. If he couldn't even get these bags, he would really have to say that Hermes was robbing people. Of course, it's possible. Luna swallowed hard and quickly explained the matching requirements to Zhao Chen. Upon learning that around 1.2 million would suffice, Zhao Chen calmly nodded. Then that's fine. I'll go look at some other things for now. Please pack these bags for me. Zhao Chen's extravagant purchase also drew the store manager's attention. Luna personally came over to accompany Zhao Chen, recommending selected items for the big shot. Although his spending did not yet qualify for the Hermes VVIP status since VIPs must have a cumulative spending of over 10 million to qualify and there were time restrictions, such as if one did not purchase anything from Hermes within a year, the VVIP status would automatically be voided. However, Zhao Chen's substantial spending today was indeed rare among all Hermes boutiques nationwide. This kind of big client had all the potential to become a VVIP. Once one became a VVIP, there were many benefits for the wealthy. For instance, rare Hermes bags would be available for purchase exclusively to VIPs, without the need for allocation. If there were any bag styles needed that the local store did not have, Hermes would even ship them directly from France, delivering the bags right to your doorstep. The other sales associates looked at Luna with envy and jealousy. What kind of divine luck was this? The clients they served, spending over 10,000, were already considered good. And Luna? The handsome guy she was serving spent a whopping 160,000. Just from the commission, she would be rolling in money. Who on earth was this young master from Chaoyang? This was outrageous. Am I the client with the highest single purchase since you opened this store? Zhao Chen asked the store manager with a smile while waiting for the allocation. Of course, Mr. Zhao, the store manager replied with a smile. He had been transferred from another branch, and although there were many clients who had spent more than Zhao Chen cumulatively at his previous store, he had never seen someone spend nearly 160,000 in a single day. Choosing an additional 60,000 worth of items was quite exhausting for Zhao Chen. He simply let the store manager and the sales associate help him pick out more suitable small gifts. Among them were items like bag straps. A Hermes strap, even the cheapest, cost around 6,000 to 7,000. In fact, when calculating the 60,000 for the selected items, it seemed he couldn't buy many straps, not even 100. When all of Zhao Chen's items were packed up, and he looked at the sofa in the fitting room piled high with goods, the few other customers in the store stared wide-eyed in shock. What was going on? Was Hermes having a clearance sale, and someone was sweeping everything up? Did I mistakenly walk into a supermarket instead of a luxury store? After paying 120,600, everything piled on the sofa, including 7 Hermes bags, belonged entirely to Zhao Chen. The store manager politely added Zhao Chen on WeChat. Now, Zhao Chen was also a VIP client of Hermes. In the future, during holidays and festivals, small gifts would naturally be plentiful. At this moment, Zhao Chen not only became Luna's ideal male god but also stirred feelings of admiration and longing in the eyes of the other sales associates. This was no rich young master, he was clearly a father figure. There were indeed many wealthy people shopping at Hermes, but most were affluent ladies. The men who came were mostly accompanying women. Young men like Zhao Chen, who came alone, were quite rare. The sales associates in this line of work appeared glamorous, working in top luxury stores, requiring proper attire and superior looks and temperament. But if one were to speak honestly, it was somewhat tragic. They were the group that could most easily approach the wealthy, yet they were also the ones who could feel the rigid hierarchy of the wealthy class. The rich could casually wave their hands and buy things that took them a long time to save for, which they could only buy with great pain. The bags that women outside dreamed of, although they encountered them daily, they could only watch with longing. The salespeople at Hermes are also human, and if there's a chance to rise to the top, they certainly don't want to miss it. Luna, who was attending to Zhao Chen, immediately offered her attentions after he finished paying. Mr. Zhao, this is my WeChat. If it's convenient for you, could you add me? In the future, if there are new arrivals in the store or if you have any other requests, I will do my utmost to fulfill them. Looking into Luna's sincere big eyes, filled with hope, the softness in her voice combined with her professional attire and stunning appearance made it hard for a man to resist. If it were the early days of Zhao Chen's rebirth, he might have been moved by this woman. But now, Zhao Chen smiled and nodded, adding Luna on WeChat. Of course, he just placed her in the same list as the sales associates from Gucci or Cartier. As for going further, he didn't have much time to get to know this sales associate better. He still needed to strategize for his 2 little treasures back in the countryside and reconnect with his old classmates. He wasn't a fool. Ignoring a beautiful woman to spend time with these women would be a bit low. After buying so many things, one person definitely couldn't carry it all. The store manager originally planned to have Zhao Chen leave his address so they could deliver everything to his home. But considering the capacity of his dad's new car trunk, which should be able to hold this pile of stuff, he decided it wasn't necessary. He simply had 4 staff members carry the bags and accompany him to the parking area. Mr. Zhao, take care. In the respectful voices of Luna and the store manager, Zhao Chen walked ahead with 2 light bags, while the 4 staff members followed him out of the store. This spectacular scene drew the astonished gazes of tourists in Wanxiang City. Seeing the many items in the hands of these people made those with discerning eyes unable to resist looking up at the Hermes sign. Here. It couldn't be a fake store, could it? When this crowd finally reached the parking spot where the luxury car was parked, Zhao Liping and the others, who were chatting and laughing in the car, were also stunned. You little rascal, how much did you buy? Yang Jing glared, wanting to scold Zhao Chen for his extravagant spending. But when Zhao Chen presented the most expensive item, a 150,000 yuan Hermes Birkin bag, as if it were a treasure placed in her hands, she exclaimed, "Oh my, what a good son. You still remember your mother." Watching Yang Jing's face transform from stern to suddenly warm, the 3 of them exchanged glances and couldn't help but smile wryly. Perhaps, this is just how women are. Due to the sheer volume of items Zhao Chen bought, the trunk was a bit full, and he had to place some items in the back seat. Seeing this, Yang Jing, who was sitting in the back, was initially happy but then started to scold her little one for spending money recklessly. This unpredictable personality made the 3 of them in the car hesitant to speak. Zhao Chen felt a bit relieved inside. Thankfully, none of his women were like his mother. His dad had really worked hard over the years. The car was stuffed full of shopping bags, and the shopping spree of the Zhao family came to a temporary halt. Zhao Chen then informed his dad of a high-end private dining location nearby, and the 4 of them headed over in a grand manner. Half an hour later, they parked in the restaurant's designated spot. The family of 4, guided by the waiter, entered the restaurant's private room. After sitting down, Zhao Chen smiled and politely declined the menu offered by the waiter, directly requesting today's chef's special. Opening a mystery box always brings a sense of anticipation. Once the waiter left the room, Zhao Baiqing curiously asked, "Brother, this restaurant looks so exquisite, is it expensive?" Zhao Liping and his wife also turned to look at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen picked up his cup, took a sip of pu'er tea, and smiled lightly, saying, "It's not bad, about 3,000 per person." "Wow, that's so expensive," Zhao Baiqing couldn't help but exclaim. Zhao Chen touched his nose and smiled helplessly. His sister's astonishment came in waves today. It seemed she still hadn't fully realized that since he returned home, the family's situation had changed dramatically. "That's okay, she'll get used to it slowly." "You little brat," Yang Jing muttered under her breath. However, she didn't say anything more, clearly more accepting than her daughter. After all, her son had spent $1 million or $2 million on luxury goods alone. What was a meal costing 10 or 20,000? The four of them chatted for a while, and the dishes were served one after another. The waiter also diligently introduced the dishes. Ice-blanched geoduck, fire-blanched wagyu beef, soup-blanched conch, water-blanched Alaskan crab legs, single-origin bird's nest milk pudding. A dazzling array of exquisitely plated dishes made the family of four's appetite surge. "It's so delicious," Zhao Baiqing said with her eyes squinted in delight after tasting the wagyu beef. Zhao Chen chuckled, "If it's good, eat more." Watching his family enjoy the delicious food with laughter and chatter, a wave of satisfaction surged in his heart. In this life, he wanted to provide his family with a happy and fulfilling life. This was his responsibility and wish. After enjoying the grand meal, Zhao Chen called the waiter and paid 13,000 yuan. Although he was somewhat prepared for it, hearing the price still made Zhao Liping and the others wince. After settling the bill, the family of four left the restaurant and headed home. Around 8 or 9 in the evening, the newly bought Mercedes S600 returned steadily to the familiar area across from the 6th primary school. As the car drove by, it caught the attention of neighbors chatting by the roadside. Thanks to Aunt Lee's gossip and an afternoon of speculation, nearly everyone on the street knew about the Zhao family's newfound wealth. But knowing was one thing, everyone wanted to see just how they had become prosperous. Was it a small fortune or a big one? And now, they finally saw it. My goodness, this is completely a big fortune. They bought a big Mercedes, and it's a flagship model. It must not have been cheap. Jing, Sister Ging, what is this? As Aunt Lee exclaimed, other neighbors began to chime in with questions. The next moment naturally became Yang Jing's favorite moment to show off. After enduring countless hardships, Zhao Chen finally found relief. He escaped from the clutches of these uncles and aunts and returned to his room. Knowing that Zhao Chen had succeeded, those uncles and aunts who had watched him grow up began to set him up with potential partners. Several had just offered to introduce him to someone. Aunt Lee next door even wanted to introduce her daughter to him. Although it sounded like a joke, if Zhao Chen and his mom really dared to play along, Aunt Lee would definitely take it seriously. Even though he knew it was impossible, just thinking about it made him feel a headache. Aunt Lee's daughter, named Nana, could be considered a childhood playmate. Their relationship was quite good. Of course, it was purely a friendship. Zhao Chen treated her like a buddy. After all, that girl weighed at least 200 pounds, and when they had conflicts and fought as kids, he could never win against her. Thinking of this, Zhao Chen suddenly felt a chill. Aunt Lee's words had truly scared him. He quickly decided to make a couple of video calls to his precious ones to cleanse his eyes. Just as Zhao Chen was about to call Lu Ruyan first, the girl happened to call him via video. Everything was so coincidental that he couldn't help but smile slightly before answering the call. As the screen lit up, he saw the girl pouting at him with a little expression. Peachy-faced Lu Ruoyan filled the entire phone screen. Zhao Chen hadn't called her all day, and he hadn't sent many messages on WeChat either. This made Lu Ruoyan feel a bit anxious. After all, it hadn't been long since they confirmed their relationship, and now he seemed to be ignoring her. Given a girl's modesty, Lu Ruoyan held back during the day. But by tonight, she still hadn't received any news from the bad guy. Oof, this was becoming unbearable. What's wrong, baby? Which bad guy made you angry? Quick, tell your husband, and I'll teach him a lesson right away. Seeing Zhao Chen pretending to ask seriously, with a slightly raised corner of his mouth, Lu Ruoyan's feelings of grievance and anger had nowhere to go. She shot him an annoyed glance and huffed, "Humph, then you can slap yourself." "Oh, so it turns out I made my dear Qing you angry? Do it now." Zhao Chen feigned surprise and then playfully slapped himself. Although the force was light, the sound was exceptionally loud, making it seem like he had put in a lot of effort. Lu Ruoyan immediately frowned and nervously said, "Hey, why did you hit yourself so hard? I'm not really angry, does it hurt?" Zhao Chen definitely had to treat Lu Ruoyan specially. After all, this girl was his official girlfriend. Women need to be pampered, even lovers need to be pampered, let alone girlfriends. Seeing her anxious expression made Zhao Chen feel a bit smug. The two exchanged sweet nothings. Lu Ruoyan's slight melancholy instantly vanished, and she was coaxed into a rosy-cheeked smile, happily kicking her blanket on her little bed. "Ah Chuan, when are you coming back?" After the happiness, this little girl wanted to see Zhao Chen again. She loved lying in her boyfriend's arms, feeling him pat her head. It was a feeling she was utterly infatuated with. Probably around the 6th or 7th. "Then can I come pick you up?" "No need, baby, you don't have to come pick me up. I'll have things to do, and I might not go back to school directly." Hearing Lu Ruoyan say she wanted to pick him up, Zhao Chen quickly found an excuse to brush it off. What a joke! According to his plan, barring any accidents, he would definitely be going back with Xiao Yu. "Oh, okay then." Lu Ruoyan pouted, showing her understanding. After all, this bad guy was quite wealthy, and rich people are always busy. He must have other things to attend to. This little girl kept imagining in her mind, so Zhao Chen didn't have to say much. After chatting for a while longer, their conversation ended when Wu Zhizong knocked on Lu Ruoyan's door, calling her to come out for dinner. "Dad called me for dinner." Lu Ruoyan looked reluctantly at Zhao Chen on the screen, expecting him to say something nice. To her surprise, Zhao Chen grinned and nodded. "Yeah, baby, go ahead. When I come back, remember to wash up and wait for your husband." "Oomph, bad guy." Hearing this, Lu Ruoyan blushed and hung up the phone, covering her face in shyness. This bad guy really dared to say anything. "Oomph, washing up. All he knows how to do is mischief all day long." When Lu Ruoyan got out of bed to open the door, she found her dad standing at the door, looking at her strangely. "Xiao Yu, who are you on the phone with just now?" Wu Zhizong asked curiously. He vaguely heard something about saying goodbye and something about an egg. What was that about? Since Lu Ruoyan had talked to her, Song Wanyao naturally couldn't be left out. Perhaps, this was Zhao Chen's affectionate side. "Bai Chuan, is there something?" When Song Wanyao answered the call and saw the alluring scene on the screen, Zhao Chen was instantly stunned. There was Song Wanyao, shyly covering her body with a bath towel, her little face flushed as she looked at him. She had just returned from the hospital after taking care of her mother all day, and her body still carried the scent of the hospital ward, which was quite unpleasant. At that moment, she had been taking a shower when this guy decided to video call her. But she didn't dare to ignore it, so she had no choice but to answer. Looking at this enticing scene, Zhao Chen swallowed hard, cleared his throat, and couldn't help but say with righteous indignation, "Xia Yaoyao, that's not right. Your husband misses you. Is it wrong for me to call you? Don't you miss me? Was it just his illusion?" This woman seemed to have changed a lot. Could it be that his second development had this effect? Song Wanyao's expression changed in a panic, and she hurriedly said, "No, of course it's fine. And I miss you too." After saying that, she shyly lowered her head. After the incident at the bar last time, she still felt a bit of fear towards Zhao Chen, not daring to disobey him. Especially after becoming Zhao Chen's woman, she was even more afraid of being abandoned one day. Seeing his cool and aloof goddess flustered like this, Zhao Chen found it amusing and couldn't help but tease her. "Then how will you prove that you miss me?" "Ah," Song Wanyao frowned, looking at him with some distress. How could she prove it? She couldn't just fly to Chaoyang, could she? She wanted to, but Zhao Chen probably wouldn't like that. However, when she saw that bad man staring at the towel covering her, with an unabashed gaze, Song Wanyao's face turned red. Then, under Zhao Chen's dumbfounded gaze, she slowly moved her bath towel aside. After chatting with Song Wanyao on video for a while and feasting his eyes, Zhao Chen reluctantly said goodbye to her. When he went down to the living room on the second floor, Yang Jing and the others were already sitting on the sofa watching TV. Looking at Yang Jing's beaming and proud expression, it was clear that she had made quite an impression downstairs just now. Their son had grown up, and she was beaming with pride. Zhao Chen smiled slightly, feeling quite pleased for her. As long as his parents were happy, that was enough. Zhao Chen had no plans to go out that night. He spent a cozy time with his family, drinking tea, chatting, and watching TV. After taking a shower and returning to his room, he naturally chatted and video called his sisters. After 1 o'clock in the morning, Zhao Chen comfortably fell into a deep sleep. At 2:30, his phone suddenly vibrated with a new message on WeChat. It was from his old classmate, Su Yuni, whom he had been most concerned about during the day. "Senyu Yunyan, Zhao Chen, are you asleep?" As she sent this message, Su Yuni, curled up in her bed wrapped in a thin blanket, anxiously awaited a reply. Meeting her high school crush again today made her feel as if she had traveled through time. It seemed like the last time they met was in a previous life. After shopping with Su Lin, she returned home, scrolling through Zhao Chen's moments while secretly sobbing in her room. Zhao Chen had become even more handsome and wealthier. But someone had gotten there first. Zhao Chen's photo with Lu Ruyan at the Porsche dealership shone brightly in his moments without any concealment. After returning home from school, he set this photo to be visible to everyone. After all, he had become wealthy, and owning a Panamera as his vehicle would eventually be known to all. The girl in the photo was very beautiful. Even after her transformation, Soo-Yuni couldn't find any flaws in her. If she had to nitpick, well, perhaps her body proportions were slightly worse than hers. In the photo, the girl's gaze at Zhao Chen felt inexplicably familiar to Soo-Yuni. It was as if she could see her own shadow from the 3 years of high school. That look seemed to be exactly the same as this girl's. After crying, a flame named battle ignited in Soo-Yuni's heart. She had never given up during those 3 years of high school, so why should she give up now? She was determined not to. Moreover, finding a man she liked who could provide her with her dream life was truly not easy. Reality and dreams intertwined. As long as she could win Zhao Chen back, she would have both reality and dreams. She didn't want to miss this opportunity. Now, she had that confidence. She could also tell that Zhao Chen was very interested in her current self. She, Soo-Yuni, was going to be the bad woman who snatched someone else's boyfriend. After sending the message, Soo-Yuni waited for a long time but still did not receive a reply from Zhao Chen. After sighing, she placed her phone by her pillow and looked up at the ceiling, suddenly feeling calm. It was so late, Zhao Chen should be asleep by now. However, this did not deter Soo-Yuni's determination. She looked down at her flushed face, her palm gently stroking. After all, she should have an advantage over that woman. Soo-Yuni, go for it. Clenching her little fist tightly, Soo-Yuni quietly cheered herself on. No matter what, she wanted to win Zhao Chen over during this National Day holiday. The next day, around noon, Zhao Chen rarely slept in until this time. Sleeping late was the meaning of a holiday. It was comfortable to sleep in his own home. Usually, at this time, if he were at home, his mom would probably come to wake him up by 11 at the latest. Looking at his phone, he saw that today's earnings of 733,400 yuan had already arrived. Awesome! Additionally, his old classmate had sent him a message at 2:30 in the morning, which surprised him a bit. Zhao Chen also knew that Soo-Yuni liked him in high school. One was disdainful of others' looks and chose to bury her head in the sand, unwilling to respond. The other was afraid of rejection and had never dared to confess. But now, Soo-Yuni's change was indeed too great. He was unsure if she would still like him as before. Moreover, there were so many rich second-generation kids in Magic City. With Soo-Yuni's looks, she was bound to have plenty of admirers. Zhao Chen was not exactly a hot commodity before. He was self-aware and didn't think anyone would be thinking about him every day. Of course, he now considered himself quite desirable. From his seasoned perspective, Soo-Yuni should still be single. It was inevitable to pursue an old classmate, but there was no need to rush. Today, he had important things to do. After casually replying that he had fallen asleep last night, he saw the other party's instant reply. Zhao Chen knew that this matter was almost certain to succeed. The two chatted for a while longer. They seemed to have tested each other's true thoughts, and both were in a good mood. After washing up, he went to the second-floor living room, where his dad, mom, and sister were lounging on the sofa watching TV. When Zhao Chen came down, Yang Jing shot him a glare. "You little brat, sleeping in until noon." After scolding him, Yang Jing still got up to heat up his meal in the kitchen. Today's meal was quite good. In addition to braised meat, there were Zhao Chen's favorite salt-fried chicken wings. Watching Zhao Chen eat heartily, Yang Jing's face was filled with smiles. After finishing lunch and saying goodbye to his family, Zhao Chen went out. He first took a taxi to the Porsche 4S store to retrieve his spotless car. Then, he parked the car by the roadside, pulled up the system panel, and checked the current upgrade progress. Host, Zhao Chen, age, 19, level, 3, quota, 24 hours equals 40,000 yuan, experience, 956/1000, 1 experience equals spending 10,000 yuan, still need 440,000 yuan for the next upgrade, rebate times, 0. Closing the panel, Zhao Chen thought for a moment, then started the car and quickly arrived at a nearby chain jewelry store. After parking, he walked directly into the shop. "Hello, welcome." Seeing Zhao Chen's obviously expensive clothes and his powerful aura, a young female staff member didn't dare to be negligent and quickly greeted him with a smile. Zhao Chen didn't waste time, smiled lightly, and directly asked, "What is the price of gold bars today?" That's right, he planned to buy some gold bars to directly accumulate enough experience points for the system upgrade. This was a relatively quick method. After buying a bunch of luxury goods yesterday, he was too lazy to go shopping in the mall again. The staff member was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, then hurriedly replied, "The price is 245 yuan per gram." Wait a moment. Zhao Chen took out his phone, opened the calculator, and after a moment of calculation, he said casually, "Then help me get 1,800 grams of gold bars." Hearing this, the staff member was momentarily stunned, unable to help but open her mouth wide. She must have misheard, right? My God! 1,800 grams, what a big spender. Okay, no problem. Please have a seat, just a moment, we will prepare it for you right away. Other staff members, upon hearing that this handsome guy wanted to buy so much gold, were also taken aback. They envied the colleague who was attending to Zhao Chen. This guy must be incredibly wealthy. One big order is worth many small ones. Sigh. If only I had rushed over first. Once the staff member packaged the 1,800 grams of gold bars, Zhao Chen took out his wallet and swiftly paid with his card. This smooth demeanor made the staff member swallow hard. This young man was not only handsome but also rich. She was smitten. After paying 441,000 yuan, Zhao Chen's system officially welcomed its third upgrade. Ding! Congratulations, host, your consumption experience has reached 1,000 points, and the system is about to upgrade. Since the system is currently at level 3, in the primary stage, it will soon upgrade to level 4, the intermediate stage. The expected upgrade time is 24 hours. Having had the system for just a month, this was Zhao Chen's first time hearing that an upgrade required preparation time. It seemed he would have to wait until noon the next day to see the results. Thinking of this, Zhao Chen couldn't help but feel a bit excited. According to the system, the first 3 levels were the primary stage? If the primary stage was this powerful, then the intermediate stage, wouldn't it be a leap? Coming back to his senses, Zhao Chen picked up a bag of gold bars, smiled and nodded at the staff member, then turned and walked out of the store. The staff member sighed inwardly. After hesitating for a long time, she still didn't dare to ask Zhao Chen for his contact information. A handsome and wealthy young man like him was unlikely to be interested in her. Sigh, forget it, it's important to have self-awareness. After leaving the jewelry store, Zhao Chen got into his Panamera, casually placed the gold bars on the passenger seat, and lightly pressed the accelerator to set off. About 20 minutes later, he arrived at the Apple store in Chaoyang, spending over 17,000 yuan to buy 364GB iPhone 5S models. 1 black and 2 white. They were for Zhao Baiqing and Yu Yu, the 2 sisters. Although the iPhone 6 had already been released, it hadn't officially launched in the country yet. Even with his money, Zhao Chen couldn't buy it for now. In today's society, how could one get by without a phone? No matter where you go, it's hard to move an inch without one. Zhao Chen found it hard to comprehend how you managed to get to Huacheng to attend university without a mobile phone. After buying the phone, Zhao Chen set off for home. The main purpose of this trip had been accomplished, and there was nothing else to attend to for the time being. After parking the car downstairs, Zhao Chen glanced around. Once he saw that no one was paying attention to him, he hurriedly walked into the house. He couldn't help it, he was afraid of running into familiar uncles and aunts who would want to introduce him to potential partners. The small shop was closed today, and Zhao Liping and the others were in the living room. Zhao Chen placed the heavy gold bars he was carrying on the coffee table and chuckled, "Dad, Mom, I bought 3 or 4 pounds of gold bars, so take good care of them." Zhao Liping and his wife were both taken aback. Their surprise wasn't about the weight of the gold bars. After all, just yesterday, their son had casually swiped his card for a 3 million yuan car and luxury goods worth 1 or 2 million, without batting an eye. What were a few 100,000 yuan in gold bars compared to that? It must be said that the couple had quite a strong capacity for acceptance. Yang Jing curiously asked, "Xiaochuan, why did you buy so many gold bars?" "Oh, it's nothing. I think the price of gold will definitely rise in the future, so it's good to buy some and keep at home," Zhao Chen replied. Zhao Liping and his wife thought it made sense. Gold was indeed relatively stable in value. If their son had some spare money, buying a bit was quite good. If he wanted to make gold jewelry in the future, he could use it. Zhao Chen then took a white iPhone 5S out of the Apple shopping bag and handed it to his sister. "Here, Xiaoqing, this is for you." He had left the Xiaomi phone he initially intended for Zhao Baiqing in the dormitory drawer, too lazy to bring it back. "Wow, thank you, brother. You're the best," Zhao Baiqing exclaimed, her sweet smile lighting up her face as she eagerly tore open the packaging to play with her new phone. Zhao Chen couldn't help but shake his head and smile. This little girl wouldn't even be this happy if he bought her luxury goods. Seeing the harmonious relationship between the siblings, the couple couldn't help but smile knowingly. In the afternoon, Zhao Chen stayed home, chatting with his beloved family from time to time. Lu Ruiyan's family of 3 went out to the countryside for a spring outing. Wu Zhizhong drove his daughter's BMW 530, enjoying the thrill of driving a luxury car, and was in quite a good mood. Unbeknownst to him, his hostility towards Zhao Chen had significantly diminished. Zheng Weining could only shake her head and laugh at her husband's lack of ambition. Listening to Lu Ruiyan happily recount how her father was enjoying driving, Zhao Chen found it quite amusing. It seemed that his future father-in-law was quite a character. As for Song Wanyao, her mother's surgery had been a complete success, and she would be able to be discharged after a period of recovery. Hearing this news, Zhao Chen felt happy for her. After reminding her to rest well and take care of herself, he transferred 50,000 yuan to her, telling her to eat well, drink well, and buy some nutritional supplements for her mother. This moved Song Wanyao deeply. Her eyes instantly turned red, and her heart swelled with affection. She couldn't help but think how fortunate she was to have met a dependable man like Zhao Chen. After dinner, while Zhao Chen was chatting and drinking tea with his family, his phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, he couldn't help but smile as he answered the call. "Damn, Zhao Chen, you're quite the big shot, huh? You've been back for several days and didn't even report to Dad?" The voice on the other end was his best friend from high school, Wei Jiaxing. This guy had come to confront him. Zhao Chen suddenly remembered that during this trip home, he had been so busy dealing with various matters that he had indeed forgotten about this guy. However, even though he was in the wrong, how could he let this guy talk down to him? Among good friends, there was naturally no shortage of banter. In the past, Zhao Chen had often come out on top, leaving this guy speechless. But now that he has been reborn, his tongue has become a bit clumsy, and he finds it hard to retort this guy. After exchanging insults for a while, the two of them began to laugh amidst the banter, asking each other about their recent situations. "What are you doing at home? Come out and have some fun. I'll treat you to barbecue, hurry up." Upon learning that Zhao Chen was idling at home, Wei Jiaxing said with great enthusiasm. It had been a long time since he had seen his good brother, and he missed him quite a bit. Moreover, he had something to ask Zhao Chen for today. His lifelong happiness was in Zhao Chen's hands. Wei Jiaxing's family was quite well off. His father ran a processing factory in Chaoyang, and the family had assets worth over 10 million. Wei Jiaxing was also quite generous in his daily life. When Zhao Chen was in high school, although his family wasn't too strict, his mother was absolutely strict about money, fearing he would rush to internet cafes as soon as he had any cash. At that time, Zhao Chen's pockets were cleaner than his face. He could only hope that during the new year, his grandparents and uncles and aunts would give him some red envelopes. So generally, whether it was for internet access or meals, they operated on an A-B system, with Wei Jiaxing covering A, while Zhao Chen would just show up for B. During high school, Zhao Chen experienced the feeling of being taken along by a wealthy friend for quite a while. It wasn't until he got to university and had a bit of money that he occasionally found opportunities to treat Wei Jiaxing. However, it wasn't often, because this guy always managed to sneakily settle the bill whenever Zhao Chen wasn't paying attention. Hearing Wei Jiaxing's words, Zhao Chen readily agreed. After hanging up, Wei Jiaxing sent over the address of the barbecue place, which was called Weilu Barbecue. Zhao Chen couldn't help but smile at the name. The place was still around, which was quite nostalgic. This barbecue shop was co-invested by Wei Jiaxing and his friends. After starting university, for some reason, he suddenly wanted to start a business. After much persistence, his father provided him with 200,000 yuan as startup capital to give it a try. With nothing much to do during his freshman year, the shop quickly opened. At first, it was quite popular, with good flavors, fresh ingredients, and promotional prices that were quite cheap. Many customers came, but gradually it started to decline. Besides the shop's remote location and the prices returning to normal, there was one crucial reason. This guy and his partner often brought their friends over to eat and drink for free. Especially during the winter and summer vacations, they would indulge all day long. Eventually, they ran out of funds and couldn't keep it going. They didn't dare tell their families, so they just let it go bankrupt. Ahem. Of course, Zhao Chen was one of the friends who helped them go under. Thinking of this, Zhao Chen couldn't help but chuckle. If nothing had changed, it was likely that this time, this guy's barbecue shop would still be eaten into the ground. With Wei Jiaxing's extravagant personality, it was inevitable. Zhao Chen was now in a position to take advantage of every opportunity, enjoying himself to the fullest. Who told this guy to brag about being rich all the time? Shaking his head and smiling, after tidying up a bit, Zhao Chen headed out. On the other side, Wei Jiaxing, dressed in Nike shorts and a t-shirt, with a cigarette in his mouth and a street-style look, was anxiously watching the passing cars. Standing at the entrance of his barbecue shop, he was waiting for Zhao Chen to arrive. He initially wanted to tell this guy to take a taxi, but considering his financial situation, Wei Jiaxing felt it was better not to rush him. After all, he was all too aware of how poor this guy had been in high school. You can't be sure that after going to college, things will be the same. Although he has Zhao Chen's QQ and WeChat, he belongs to the type that never checks moments or QQ space. Or rather, he only looks at Su Lin's posts. Their communication has always been through phone calls. He thought Zhao Chen was still the same as before. Thinking of this, Wei Jiaxing couldn't help but feel sympathy for his brother. After all, his family is in business, how can he be so stingy? The reason he was so eager to get Zhao Chen to come over this time, aside from wanting to catch up, was also because of Su Lin's request. Su Lin asked him to invite Zhao Chen to go to Chaoyang Happy Valley together tomorrow. As for why Zhao Chen was invited, although he didn't ask too much, Wei Jiaxing had some understanding. Everyone could see how good the relationship was between Su Yuni and Su Lin in their class, and it was basically known that Su Yuni liked Zhao Chen. However, Wei Jiaxing also knew that Zhao Chen didn't think much of Su Yuni. He had been curious before and asked, and the guy simply replied that he didn't know. But this time, what was the situation? Could it be that Su Yuni wanted to give it a try now that they had just started college? He remembered that Su Yuni's looks were quite average, not as pretty as his own Su Lin. Zhao Chen might not say it, but his standards were actually quite high. He remembered in high school, when they discussed their aspirations, there wasn't a single girl in their class that caught Zhao Chen's eye. He had mocked him back then, wondering what kind of girlfriend this guy was looking for in the future. A fairy? However, despite his doubts, the thought of finally meeting Su Lin again excited Wei Jiaxing. Since starting college, he hadn't seen Su Lin again. After all, he genuinely liked this girl. Since the second year of high school, Wei Jiaxing had been a devoted admirer for 2 whole years. Did this girl know how he had managed all this time? He had faced so many temptations for her and never wavered in his resolve. After all, he considered himself to be somewhat handsome. Although he couldn't compare to Zhao Chen, he had his own advantages. His dad gave him 8,000 yuan for living expenses every month, plus various pocket money, and red envelopes from uncles, aunts, and grandparents during holidays, so he always had a decent amount of money. Now he had started a barbecue business, and with his dad's old 2010 Audi A6, he was one of the few good-looking guys in college. The girls chasing him could line up from the dormitory to the cafeteria. Although there was a bit of exaggeration in that, he indeed had a few pretty girls who had added him on social media. Wei Jiaxing didn't have the time to think about Zhao Chen and Su Yuni's matters. He had already taken the time to buy tickets for the 4 of them to Happy Valley. He just needed Zhao Chen to agree. Anyway, no matter what, his lifelong happiness depended on whether tomorrow's trip to Happy Valley would be successful. He believed that his good brother would definitely not abandon him in times of need. Even if he was reluctant, he had to accompany him tomorrow. Just as Wei Jiaxing was lost in thought, a volcanic ash-colored Panamera suddenly drove over and slowly stopped behind his black Audi A6. His gaze was unconsciously drawn to the Porsche, and his mouth slowly formed an O shape. Wow. Impressive. He didn't know much about cars, but he could tell that this brand new Panamera was clearly a high-end version, and the price was definitely not low. Wei Jiaxing didn't know if he counted as a rich second generation, but even if he did, he wasn't that rich. Given his family's situation, if he dared to suggest driving such a car, he would probably be beaten by his dad right away. Even the 200,000 for opening the shop was squeezed out of that stingy old man like toothpaste. He wouldn't even dare to think about a car worth several million. Now he was quite curious. This area was rather remote, and there weren't many shops around. How could a luxury sports car show up here? It couldn't possibly be here for the barbecue, could it? Thinking of this, Wei Jiaxing couldn't help but chuckle. Driving his supercar to eat skewers, something he once found unbelievable, was now actually happening right in front of him. However, when the car door slowly lifted, a very familiar face appeared with a smile, instantly making Wei Jiaxing unable to laugh anymore. The cigarette but he was holding fell from his fingers unconsciously, and as his pupils constricted, his mouth gradually opened wide. He pointed shakily at the man getting out of the Panamera. Wah! What the hell? 5 minutes later. So, this Panamera is yours? That Bitcoin thing, does it really make that much money? Wei Jiaxing listened in a daze as Zhao Chen recounted his story, feeling as if he were dreaming. A good buddy who used to be so poor that he often had to treat others suddenly became rich one day, returning like a king. If you were to ask him how it felt, it was simply absurd, like absurdity had come home. Making a movie? Zhao Chen shrugged slightly at this and smiled casually. What else could it be? My parents couldn't have been hiding the fact that we were rich from me all my life, only to tell me when I turned 18, right? Well, I think that's actually more likely, Wei Jiaxing said with a hint of melancholy, prompting Zhao Chen to roll his eyes in annoyance. Once he accepted the fact that Zhao Chen had become wealthy, Wei Jiaxing quickly adjusted his mindset. He had always been a carefree person. If Zhao Chen was rich, he felt happy for his buddy. If Zhao Chen was poor, he would do his best to help. Damn! Now that you're so rich, this meal can't be on the house. You have to pay up. Wei Jiaxing joked, extending his hand forward. Come on, hand it over. Hand over what? Zhao Chen asked, puzzled. The car keys. Wei Jiaxing said with righteous indignation. I've never driven such a good car before. Hurry up, let me have a go. From the moment he saw the Panamera, he had been itching to try it. Now that he knew it was his good buddy's car, how could he not be excited about the chance to take it for a spin? Zhao Chen's mouth twitched as he casually tossed the keys over. "You little brat, take it and scram. Hurry up and serve the food, I specifically saved room for this." "Oh, since young Master Zhao has spoken, how could we not comply?" Wei Jiaxing grinned as he took the car keys, then turned to shout into the shop, "Quick, get the meat skewers ready." By the time Wei Jiaxing got off the Panamera, savoring the experience, Zhao Chen was already inside the shop, devouring skewers. I have to say, Wei Jiaxing's barbecue shop had quite good flavors, and the chef had some skills. If it weren't for this guy's own self-sabotage, it wouldn't have reached the brink of closure. Business at the barbecue shop was pretty good today, with about 80 to 90% of the seats filled. Wei Jiaxing's partner friend wasn't there today. That guy was also quite generous, otherwise, the two wouldn't have gotten along so well. So refreshing. Damn, it's so refreshing. Back at the table, after returning the car keys to Zhao Chun, Wei Jiaxing sighed with satisfaction. The top-spec Panamera is just awesome, way better than my old car. Let's not mention the performance gap, just the attention-grabbing feeling when getting out of the car makes his vanity soar. No wonder everyone loves sports cars. The feeling of driving is just different. If you want to drive it, should I leave the car here? Zhao Chun casually asked with a light laugh. Although his tone was joking, if Wei Jiaxing really wanted to drive, it wouldn't matter. Given their relationship, saying they were like brothers wouldn't be an exaggeration. Anyway, with the system dad around, even if this car was lent to Wei Jiaxing, it wouldn't be a big deal to return to Huaqing and buy a new one. Hearing Zhao Chen's words, Wei Jiaxing couldn't help but feel a bit tempted. Saying he didn't want to drive was just nonsense, but after thinking it over, Wei Jiaxing still refused, smiling wryly. "Forget it, buddy, I'm not being polite with you. Everything else is fine, but this car, it's just too expensive." This was 4 million, even if he sold himself, he couldn't afford it. Although his family could afford it, why add to the trouble? If he really wanted to drive, borrowing it occasionally would be fine. But playing with it long term, if something happened, even if Zhao Chen didn't ask him to compensate, he would still feel embarrassed. How would he interact with Zhao Chen then? If he were rich, at least with assets in the tens of millions, he would definitely take it without hesitation. But now, he still had to weigh it carefully. Zhao Chen nodded and didn't bring it up again. Everyone has their own life and concerns. Even if he didn't care about these things, he couldn't force others not to. Thinking about tomorrow's matters, Wei Jiaxing didn't push for drinking. He still felt a bit uneasy inside. How to say it? This guy didn't look at Su Yuni when he had no money, and now that he was wealthy, driving a car worth millions, his standards must be even higher. He couldn't possibly still be interested in that girl. He wouldn't believe it even if he died. However, this matter was related to whether he could be with Su Lin, so he still planned to bring it up. At worst, he would set aside his pride and cling to this guy until he agreed. Chuan. Seeing Wei Jiaxing's hesitant expression, Zhao Chen said irritably, "Just say it, spit it out." "It's just..." Wei Jiaxing unusually became a bit shy. Although Zhao Chen already knew he liked Su Lin, he was usually bold, but when it came to feelings, he was quite shy and didn't want to share. But now, he couldn't care less. Taking a deep breath, he poured out everything about Su Lin that he had entrusted to him, not forgetting to look at Zhao Chen with a pitiful gaze. That look made Zhao Chen's skin crawl. He really wanted to slap this guy. "So, you called me over for this?" After listening to Wei Jiaxing, Zhao Chen found it somewhat amusing. He thought it was something serious. However, he didn't expect that his old classmate wanted to meet him so badly that he had to ask Su Lin for help. He remembered in his previous life, Su Lin and Wei Jiaxing had never been together. In fact, Wei Jiaxing had been straightforwardly rejected by Su Lin. That made Wei Jiaxing quite withdrawn for a long time, and he only managed to get out of it with the help of another girl. Cough, cough. That's another story. Of course, even if it wasn't for himself, for his brother, Zhao Chen felt it was necessary to go. After all, it's inevitable to go through fire and water for a brother. "Oh, it's not that, I came to find you because I missed you. This is just a small request of mine. Sure, let's go tomorrow. Have you bought the tickets?" Wei Jiaxing smiled awkwardly, just about to persuade him again when he suddenly froze, doubting if he had misheard. "Ha? You agreed?" Zhao Chen pretended to be helpless and spread his hands. "What else can I say since you said that?" As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Jiaxing immediately hugged him in delight. The force of the hug nearly toppled the table, as he held Zhao Chen tightly. "Damn! You really are my good brother. Chuan, brother loves you to death." Wei Jiaxing's face was filled with excitement. Just thinking about going to the amusement park with Su Lin tomorrow made him happier than getting 10 pentakills in an internet cafe. Seeing that this guy was about to make another move, Zhao Chen quickly reached out to stop him. Fortunately, he was strong now, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold him back. Alright, you sit down first. The surrounding guests couldn't help but look at this scene filled with bromance. Especially when they saw Zhao Chen, the handsome guy. A few girls looked on with regret. Such an exceptional handsome guy, what a waste. Once the excitement subsided, Wei Jiaxing finally returned to normal. Bai Chuan, you promised, you can't go back on your word. I'll tell Lin Lin right now. After confirming that Zhao Chen wouldn't back out, Wei Jiaxing happily sent a message to Su Lin. The excitement was so palpable that it left Zhao Chen a bit dazed. Perhaps, in returning to life, besides changing himself, he also had a mission to change the destinies of others. Besides his parents and sister, his women, and his friends, even more people would be influenced by him. Changing the future. That feeling sounded pretty good. Zhao Chen smiled slightly. Perhaps with his help, this time, Su Lin and Wei Jiaxing would have a different outcome. While drinking cold beverages and enjoying delicious grilled skewers, the two began discussing their future directions. For this, Wei Jiaxing had a lot to say. Now that Zhao Chen had money, why not come and partner with him to run a barbecue restaurant? They could work together to expand the barbecue business, making it bigger and stronger, starting with opening multiple branches in Chaoyang City. Wasn't that appealing? Who knows, they might even go public in the future, striving to be the first barbecue restaurant to list. Listening to Wei Jiaxing's ambitious words, Zhao Chen couldn't help but smile, almost bursting into laughter. Going public? They should first make sure this restaurant doesn't go under. But having ambition was a good thing, so Zhao Chen didn't discourage him. Wei Jiaxing was his best friend. Regarding future development, Zhao Chen also gave him some advice. Given this guy's personality, he definitely wasn't suited for business. Who brings people to their own restaurant to eat and drink for free every day? It would be a miracle to make money. Moreover, his partner had the same disposition. The two of them together were simply a disaster. If business wasn't feasible, then they could invest in stocks. Zhao Chen didn't elaborate much on this, just briefly mentioned two directions, mindlessly buying Bitcoin and Mutai stocks. After buying, just set them aside and keep the Bitcoin account password safe. Whether it appreciates or depreciates, wait 3 to 4 years and then check back to see if it was worth it. No need to buy too much, a few $100,000 combined would suffice. If the money wasn't enough, Zhao Chen could lend him some. Although he wasn't rich, at least he wouldn't have to worry too much about money in the future. At this point, Zhao Chen felt a bit tempted himself, but his moment hadn't come yet. Stocks wouldn't see significant gains for now, and with his limited funds, he wouldn't be interested in buying too little. Plus, Bitcoin hadn't yet reached its lowest point in the following years, so it could wait for now. But by early next year, it would be the best time to enter the market. No matter what, he had to find a way to raise money to invest. After all, he needed to make at least 100 or 80 billion first. Hearing Zhao Chen's suggestion, Wei Jiaxing's expression also became serious, no longer laughing and joking. Zhao Chen had already said so much, and he had made a lot of money through that Bitcoin thing. What reason did he have not to trust Zhao Chen? However, he wouldn't need to borrow money. He had saved quite a bit over the years, at least 300,000. Opening a barbecue restaurant would be entirely with his father's money, and if needed, he could always ask his dad for a little more. Wei Jiaxing thought to himself that he wanted to take this opportunity to be a pig riding the wave. Who knows, his future assets might surpass his father's. It was past 11 at night when Zhao Chen finally drove home. There was no way around it. After finishing the skewers, he was dragged by Wei Jiaxing to an internet cafe to play a couple of rounds of League of Legends. Just when he felt a bit restless, he didn't refuse. The reason he and Wei Jiaxing had such a good relationship in high school, aside from their compatible personalities, was because of gaming. Although Zhao Chen wasn't a gaming god, his skills were decent enough, while Wei Jiaxing was quite the pro. Since they were classmates, it was common for them to hang out and play games together. Over time, they became closer. After returning home and taking a shower, Zhao Chen chatted with his treasures for a while before going to bed. After all, he had an appointment the next day. He needed to understand his old classmates' true thoughts. It shouldn't be too much to accomplish this during the National Day holiday. The next morning, Zhao Chen was awakened from his slumber by Wei Jiaxing's phone call. Damn, this guy was too excited. After cursing a few times, Zhao Chen hung up, got out of bed, washed up, and changed into a new set of Hermes clothing and shoes. He wore black casual pants paired with a white shirt, topped with a light jacket, and white sneakers. Looking at the handsome figure in the mirror, Zhao Chen smiled slightly, feeling quite satisfied. He then went downstairs, got into his beloved car, and lightly pressed the accelerator to set off. On the other side, Su Yuni also woke up early. After learning that Zhao Chen had agreed yesterday, she was so excited that she could hardly sleep all night. Fortunately, she managed to get some sleep in the latter half of the night, otherwise, she would have had panda eyes today. Soo-Yuni lived in an ordinary community in the third ring of Chaoyang. Her parents used to work in an electronics factory, but when the factory closed down, they lost their jobs. Luckily, they had some savings and bought a small 60 square meter apartment for their family of 3. Now, the couple rented a place nearby and opened a fruit shop, which allowed them to maintain their daily life. After an hour of getting ready, Soo-Yuni looked at herself in the mirror and smiled with satisfaction. Today, she wore a pair of denim shorts paired with a black crop top, showcasing her long legs and good figure. Over it, she wore a beige decorative jacket and knee-high matte boots, enhancing her fashionable look and instantly elevating her outfit. Even she felt immensely satisfied with her appearance. She couldn't believe that Zhao Chen wouldn't be moved by such a look. She was determined to win Zhao Chen over today. After clenching her small fist to motivate herself, Soo-Yuni left the bathroom, ready to head out with the Coach bag she had saved up for and bought for 2,000 yuan. Stop! Where do you think you're going? Seeing his daughter dressed like this, Sumata, who was sitting on the living room sofa watching TV, couldn't help but frown and stop Soo-Yuni. Today, it was Soo-Yuni's mother's turn to go out to the shop, leaving only the father and daughter at home. Unlike other parents, Sumata had high hopes for his daughter. These hopes weren't about making her exceptionally capable but rather about wanting her to marry into a wealthy family so that he and his wife could enjoy a good life as well. Therefore, in investing in his daughter's future, Sumata has always spared no effort. From a young age, he enrolled his daughter in various interest classes so she could learn more. After Soo-Yuni entered high school and confirmed her love for dance, he fully supported her in pursuing it. The family's limited income was entirely devoted to Soo-Yuni's dance education. Sumata also believed that his daughter was already very beautiful. With her background in dance, finding a good family in the future would surely be easy. As her father who had raised Soo-Yuni for so long, he naturally felt entitled to enjoy the benefits as well. Therefore, before college, Sumata strictly forbade his daughter from dating. Even every time Soo-Yuni went out, he insisted she dress plainly. He simply did not want her to be exposed to the adult world too early. After graduating from college, she could find a good family. Ah, Dad, Lin invited me out to play. Seeing her father's serious and dissatisfied expression, Soo-Yuni sat on the sofa and pouted, "Please let me go, okay? I promise I'll be back before 10. 10? Sumata was taken aback and immediately shot her a glare. "I don't mind you going out with Su-Lin, but for a girl who comes back at 10, you can go, but you must be back by 8. As he spoke, he scrutinized his daughter's outfit and couldn't help but frown. "Soo-Yuni, I remind you, you're grown up now. I won't stop you from dating, but that boy must pass my test. If you casually find someone, then don't even think about stepping into the Su family home again." Hearing this, Soo-Yuni felt a surge of anger. She knew her father had always favored the wealthy, and she had been somewhat influenced by him. Previously, she liked Zhao Chen, but aside from her lack of confidence and shyness preventing her from confessing, there were also certain factors at play. She worried that if they got together, what would happen if her father looked down on Zhao Chen's family background? But now, those concerns were gone. How could her father's standards still be an issue with Zhao Chen's current situation? She didn't believe it. It was one thing for him to forbid her from dating before, but now she was determined to do so. When the time came, she would bring Zhao Chen home and shock her father. Got it. Pouting in response, Soo-Yuni stood up, grabbed her small bag, and left without looking back. Sumata sat alone on the sofa, smoking in silence, feeling somewhat troubled. Seeing Soo-Yuni dressed like that, he suspected there might be something going on. It was possible that a boy had asked her out, and Su-Lin was just an excuse. But he couldn't just keep his daughter locked up at home. She had grown up and had her own thoughts. It was hard to manage her now. If she casually ended up with a poor boy, wouldn't that be a loss for him? After spending so much money raising his daughter, she couldn't marry a poor boy, no matter what. Thinking of this, Sumata's gaze became resolute. No matter what, in the Chaoyang city area, families with only a few apartments and assets of less than 1 million should not even think about marrying his daughter. That was his bottom line. No matter how excellent that boy was, if he had no money, it wouldn't work. Lin, over here. At the entrance of Dongfeng Community, Su-Lin, who had just come down from the building, saw a black Audi parked at the door, with a familiar head poking out, waving at her incessantly. Su-Lin smiled helplessly. This guy, she hadn't even asked him to pick her up, yet he still came. Did you wait long? Su-Lin got into the car, fastened her seatbelt, and looked at Gui Jiaxing, who had dressed up specially for today. His hair was styled with wax, giving him a more mature appearance, and paired with this black Audi A6, he unexpectedly looked a bit handsome. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Su Lin's eyes. The reason she had previously hesitated to be with Gui Jiaxing was that she found him too childish at times. She preferred mature men. But now, it seemed, it wasn't so hard to accept after all. Gui Jiaxing grinned, hee, not at all, I just arrived, look, what a coincidence. In fact, he had been waiting downstairs for nearly an hour, just wanting to go with Su Lin and show off a little. Now that he had a car and money, what was there to hesitate about? Hurry up and be with him. A devoted admirer, in the end, has everything. Those who can't win over someone are the true devoted admirers. If you win them over, then you're a winner in life. Su Lin rolled her eyes at him, knowing he wouldn't speak the truth, but she didn't ask further. Looking at the interior of the Audi, she thought that being wealthy wasn't a bad thing, rather, it was a plus for Gui Jiaxing. The interior of this Audi was somewhat old-fashioned, but she actually liked this style. Glancing back at the empty back seat, Su Lin said, let's go pick up Xiaoyi. Do we need to pick up Xiao Chen? Sure, Gui Jiaxing nodded in agreement, but for Bai Chuan, he has a car, so he probably doesn't need a ride. Let's go pick up Su Yuni first. In his mind, it was already difficult for Zhao Chen to accompany him, let alone pick up Su Yuni. Impossible, absolutely impossible. To avoid any awkwardness later with Su Lin, he needed to be a bit cautious. Okay. Su Lin replied with a smile, settling into the passenger seat as Gui Jiaxing reached over to fasten her seatbelt. Su Lin smiled at him and thanked him. Between them, there seemed to be a hint of flirtation. Looking at the cute smile on Su Lin's face, Gui Jiaxing's heart raced. He simply couldn't resist the temptation of that smile, otherwise, he wouldn't have pursued Su Lin for so long. Once he regained his composure, he blushed slightly and grasped the steering wheel, slowly starting the car. In stark contrast to Gui Jiaxing's thoughts, Zhao Chen had messaged Su Yuni for her address as he was leaving, asking her to wait for him to pick her up. As the Prince of the Sea, how could he let a girl take a taxi or bus for such matters? Su Yuni was very pleased to receive the message and quickly sent him her address. Just the thought of sitting in a car with Zhao Chen made her excited. Just as she was waiting at the entrance of the community for Zhao Chen to arrive, Gui Jiaxing's car, following Su Lin's directions, slowly drove towards the entrance. The black Audi S6 came to a stop right in front of Su Yuni. She looked at the car with some confusion, thinking it was Zhao Chen's. Just as she was about to step forward to take a look, Su Lin suddenly rolled down the window and waved at her with a smile. Xiaoyi, we're here, get in the car. Lin? Su Yuni was taken aback, and upon seeing Su Lin and Gui Jiaxing, she felt a bit disappointed and quickly shook her head. No need, Zhao Chen. He said he would come to pick me up. Hearing this, Gui Jiaxing, who had been too far away to see Su Yuni's face clearly, turned to look, feeling puzzled. No way, with Zhao Chen's personality, how could he possibly come to pick up Su Yuni? But when he saw her appearance, he realized just how wrong he was. Gui Jiaxing's expression gradually turned blank. Staring at Su Yuni, who had suddenly transformed into a stunning beauty, his mind was in chaos. It was only now that he understood why Zhao Chen had agreed without hesitation when he brought it up. Just yesterday, he had felt so moved, thinking that their brotherly bond had made Zhao Chen relent. But looking at it now, there's no doubt that this kid has definitely seen the transformed Su Yuni. No wonder he didn't hesitate at all. If it were him, he wouldn't hesitate either. Damn! Cosmetic surgery, it can't be this outrageous, right? Looking at Su Yuni, Gui Jiaxing muttered to himself. She was simply more beautiful than any girl he had ever seen. Ahem. Of course, Su Lin would always be the most beautiful in his heart. What did you say? Hearing Gui Jiaxing's words, Su Lin shot him a displeased glance. Gui Jiaxing's expression changed instantly, and he said earnestly, I mean, my Lin is the prettiest. Who's your Lin? Su Lin's face flushed at his words, and she playfully slapped Gui Jiaxing's arm. Gui Jiaxing quickly made a pained expression, showing that it hurt. Outside the car, Su Yuni caught a whiff of the dog food vibe and felt inexplicably envious. If only she and Zhao Chen could be like that, how wonderful it would be. However, she didn't forget to tease, saying, Gui Jiaxing, you need to step up your game. Lin has said she would give you a chance. You little rascal. What nonsense are you spouting? Upon hearing this, Su Lin's face turned bright red, and she flailed her arms, wanting to open the door and confront Su Yuni. Meanwhile, Gui Jiaxing in the driver's seat was completely stunned, still savoring what Su Yuni had just said, his heart racing. Oh my god, could happiness really come this quickly? Ding! While Su Yuni and Su Lin were playing around, Zhao Chen drove his Panamera to the entrance of the community. He was somewhat surprised to see Gui Jiaxing's car. Didn't they agree to meet at Happy Valley? Why did this guy come here? But upon seeing Su Lin, he understood. Hearing the honk, Su Yuni and Su Lin stopped their playful antics and turned to look. When they saw the cool-looking Porsche, their eyes were involuntarily drawn to the car. In an instant, Soo-Yuni's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Although she had seen this luxury car in Zhao Chen's friend circle before, seeing it in person felt completely different. Su-Lin, who had never seen it before, slightly opened her mouth. Wow. Before she could finish her wow, the car door slowly opened, and Zhao Chen stepped out from the driver's seat. She immediately closed her mouth, staring at Zhao Chen in shock. That $3 million Benz was one thing, but now this Porsche. My goodness, how wealthy is Zhao Chen's family? Hi, good morning. Zhao Chen greeted the two with a smile. Wei Jiaxing also got out of the car, and the moment he saw Zhao Chen, he couldn't help but give him a disdainful middle finger. This guy, even if he didn't call him, would definitely follow him here, right? Damn! It felt like he owed him a huge favor. How infuriating. Taking advantage of the fact that Su-Yuni and Su-Lin hadn't moved yet, Zhao Chen walked around to the back of the Panamera, opened the trunk, and took out 2 gift bags that were neatly wrapped. Ladies, a small gift for you, please accept it. Zhao Chen, dressed in a simple Hermes long pants and shirt jacket, looked effortlessly stylish, showcasing the demeanor of a wealthy young man. He completely overshadowed Wei Jiaxing, who had styled his hair with wax. Looking at Zhao Chen's imposing figure, Su-Yuni's face turned rosy. As a beauty enthusiast, Zhao Chen's looks were simply like they were made for her heart. How could she not be moved? He looked even more handsome and dashing than in high school. Love it, love it. Thank you, Su-Lin and Su-Yuni said in unison as they accepted the bags. Zhao Chen's gaze met Su-Yuni's just at that moment. Seeing Zhao Chen smile, Su-Yuni blushed even more as she locked eyes with him. However, when they saw what was inside the gift bags, both of them were a bit stunned. In addition to the most basic lipstick and perfume, there was also a coin purse of a different color, priced around 7,000 yuan, and a long handbag worth about 13,000 yuan. No wonder it felt a bit heavy when picked up. The Hermes logo, how could these two girls, who loved beauty, not recognize it? Even if they couldn't afford it, they would still look it up online. Just the items in this one bag must be worth at least 20,000 yuan. Isn't this a bit too extravagant? Su-Lin swallowed hard, feeling hesitant to accept it. She had originally thought Zhao Chen's small gift would only be something worth a few hundred yuan. Everyone had a duty to take down the rich, so accepting something worth a few hundred yuan was no big deal. But who gives so many gifts upon first meeting? If she didn't have self-awareness, she might have thought Zhao Chen was interested in her. Su-Yuni also looked at Zhao Chen with hesitation, unsure whether to accept. She definitely wanted it, but she was afraid of leaving a bad impression on him. Wei Jiaxing, curious, asked Su-Lin how much the 2 bags of gifts were worth, and upon learning, his mouth dropped open. This casually amounted to almost 40,000 yuan? Damn, this rich guy is too much. Hey, Chuan, what about mine? Wei Jiaxing pointed at himself with a shameless grin, immediately earning a roll of the eyes from Zhao Chen. Looking at the 2 girls, who still seemed a bit shy, he smiled nonchalantly and said, "Alright, just accept it. It's not like I can take back what I've given, right? Let's get in the car and head to Happy Valley." He hadn't talked much with Su-Yuni, but sending a small gift could help build a connection. Although he had no intentions towards Su-Lin, he couldn't just give something to Su-Yuni and leave her feeling awkward on the side. For him, the gifts weren't much, just the items selected from Hermes, along with clothes and pants, added up to over 1 million. His dad's Mercedes trunk was still packed full. Besides, this was a girl Wei Jiaxing wanted to pursue, so it was only right for him, as a brother, to help out. Hee, thank you, classmate. Upon hearing this, Su-Lin and Su-Yuni exchanged smiles. Su-Lin suddenly remembered Su-Yuni's purpose. Looking at it now, Zhao Chen should be interested in Xiaoyi, right? A mutual affection. If they weren't together, it would be simply unreasonable. As the saying goes, one who eats soft food is at a disadvantage. Having already received the reward, Su-Lin naturally had to play the role of a little helper to create opportunities. The 4 of them hadn't exchanged many words when Su-Lin suddenly exclaimed, quickly pushing Su-Yuni towards the Porsche, smiling, "It's getting late. Since Zhao Chen's car has arrived, we should get going. Xiaoyi, hurry, and get in the car. We're off. Let's meet at the entrance of Happy Valley." While speaking, she dragged Wei Jiaxing and dashed back to the Audi. In just a few seconds, they drove away, leaving Zhao Chen and Su-Yuni standing in place. As their eyes met, Su-Yuni's face flushed, unsure of what to say. She had originally decided to take the initiative with Zhao Chen, but at this point, she felt a bit timid. She had never been in a relationship. How was she supposed to pursue him? "Did you wait long?" Seeing the girl looking a bit lost, Zhao Chen asked with a smile. He had to admit, Su-Yuni's outfit today was quite to his taste. The pair of long, smooth, fair legs exposed by her denim shorts looked even longer than Song Wanyao's. If only she paired it with black stockings. "No, I'm sorry to trouble you today. Su Yuni quickly shook her head. Then, Zhao Chen smiled and opened the door to the passenger seat. Su Yuni leaned down and sat in the car, admiring the luxurious interior, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. Old classmate, how much is this car? Su Yuni mustered her courage to ask, and Zhao Chen also got into the car, laughing as he replied, about 4 million, I guess. 4 million. Su Yuni swallowed hard. It was even more expensive than that big Benz from before. Oh, and don't call me classmate anymore, just call me by my name, or you can call me H1. Then you can call me Xiaoyi, okay. Su Yuni blushed and bravely looked at Zhao Chen, knowing that getting him to call her that was something she had only dreamed of for the past 3 years. Seeing the girl's gaze, Zhao Chen was slightly taken aback, feeling an inexplicable stir in his heart. The eyes are the windows to the soul, representing a person's true thoughts. He could see that her eyes seemed to be filled with him. Zhao Chen had always been aware of Su Yuni's feelings for him. To be shamelessly honest, he had previously looked down on her, but things were different now. A girl who was both beautiful and talented, and who liked him. If he let her go, it would be a disaster. Of course, that's fine. Zhao Chen smiled slightly, then, Xiaoyi? Su Yuni nodded repeatedly, her smile radiant, then shyly added, can you call me that a few more times? Zhao Chen called her name several times in a row, causing Su Yuni's little face to turn red. Suddenly, gathering her courage, she reached out and took Zhao Chen's hand, looking at him with longing eyes. Then from now on, can you always call me that, okay? Feeling Su Yuni's cool little hand, Zhao Chen was momentarily stunned. He then turned and tightly grasped her small hand, their fingers interlocking, smiling as he nodded, okay. As their hands held tightly together, the atmosphere in the car seemed to gradually warm up. Su Yuni's little face grew redder, leaning more towards Zhao Chen. Gazing dreamily at him, her throat moved slightly as she bit her lip. According to the scenarios in dramas, if this continued, as long as she took advantage of the moment to kiss him, wouldn't she be able to win over this man in front of her? Su Yuni felt a bit nervous, sweating slightly. What would she do if she was rejected? No, that couldn't happen. It would definitely work. Su Yuni, go ahead and kiss him. Watching the increasingly dreamy expression on Su Yuni's face and her body leaning closer to him, Zhao Chen's gaze flickered slightly. Goodness, this girl seemed bolder than he had imagined. If he went along with it, they probably wouldn't need to go to any amusement park. They could just change their destination to a hotel. By the way, I have something for you. Just as Su Yuni was about to pounce, Zhao Chen suddenly let go of her hand. He quickly turned, opened the car door, got out, and rummaged through the trunk, pulling out the white Hermes Kelly bag he had prepared for Su Yuni. This bag was priced around 70,000, and with the customization costs, it would easily come to at least 150 to 60,000. Returning to the car with the bag, he smiled and handed it to Su Yuni. Your bag is too small, carry this one from now on. Seeing Zhao Chen suddenly leave, Su Yuni felt a bit lost, lowering her head in her seat. Her eyes turned slightly red, wondering if Zhao Chen had left on purpose to reject her. But when she looked up, she was instantly stunned. The small white bag, paired with Hermes' exclusive design, sparkled in front of her, dazzlingly bright. Forget those previous little gifts, and now he was giving her an Hermes Kelly bag? Thanks to her senior's guidance, Su Yuni had learned a lot about the styles of luxury handbags. Even the Coach bag she was carrying was bought while shopping in the magical city with her senior. For her, an Hermes bag was like something out of a legend. But now, it was right in front of her. This guy. The feeling of grievance in Su Yuni's heart instantly vanished, and her face turned red with embarrassment. It seemed that Zhao Chen still liked her. You understand my ulterior motives, and I understand your feigned modesty. Although this time it was the other way around, she was the one with ulterior motives towards Zhao Chen. But Zhao Chen seemed to be merely pretending to be reserved. But, this bag is so expensive. If you don't want it, then I'll throw it out the window? Zhao Chen pretended to toss the bag out of the car window, and Su Yuni hurriedly stopped him. No, don't throw it. I didn't say I didn't want it. Then that's settled. Su Yuni blushed as she held the bag, stroking the patterns on it while looking at Zhao Chen. With that unabashed gaze, it seemed that as long as Zhao Chen beckoned with his finger, this girl would immediately leap over. Seeing this, Zhao Chen's lips slowly curled into a smile. That's right, he did it on purpose just now. If he had taken it directly, it would have been too boring. Today, he wanted to see just how bold Su Yuni could be. The room. With a roar, the volcanic ash-colored Panamera quickly started and headed towards Happy Valley. Where is that guy? Why hasn't he come yet? Outside the gates of Happy Valley, Hui Jiaxing and Su Lin had been waiting for a long time without seeing Zhao Chen and Su Yuni, and couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Lin. Hui Jiaxing suddenly turned to Su Lin, grinning as he rubbed his hands together. Do you think Chuan and Su Yuni are they? That kid Zhao Chen wouldn't be creating an opportunity for him, would he? Running off with Su Yuni and leaving him and Su Lin to enjoy their own little world? He could only say, that would be great. Truly my good brother. Su Lin, who was looking down at her phone, couldn't help but blush. Although Gui Jiaxing hadn't finished his sentence, they were all adults, how could she not understand what he was trying to imply? Blushing, she gently pinched him. What are you thinking about? Xiaoyi just messaged me, they're almost here. Oh, okay. Gui Jiaxing replied disappointedly. Lin. Just as he finished speaking, Zhao Chen and Su Yuni, the handsome guy and beautiful girl duo, jogged over to them. With Su Yuni's shout, they attracted the attention of countless people around. Today was October 3rd, and Happy Valley was bustling with visitors, mostly families or couples and friends out for a good time, with young men and women in the majority. Su Yuni's outfit was hard to ignore. People love to admire beautiful things, and it was rare to see a stunning beauty and a handsome guy together. It's only natural to steal a few glances. Just some of the guys might be feeling a bit envious. Su Lin grabbed Su Yuni's hand and teased, wow, you guys finally made it. Come on, what took you so long? It had been at least 40 minutes since they arrived at Happy Valley. That 40 minutes was enough time to do a lot of things. We didn't do anything. Looking at her friend's teasing expression, Su Yuni felt a bit hot on her face. She actually wanted something to happen. But someone wasn't giving her the chance. She couldn't help but glance back at Zhao Chun with a hint of resentment and then said, we just got stuck in traffic. Let's go in first, it will get more crowded later. Zhao Chen said with a light laugh. If they didn't go in soon, they would probably have to wait in line for a long time. Everyone nodded, with the two girlfriends walking hand in hand in front and the two boys following behind. Gui Jiaxing quietly leaned closer to Zhao Chen, nudged his shoulder, gave him a look, and whispered, later, let's split up. Zhao Chen also made an okay gesture, and the two exchanged encouraging glances. With the four of them together, it was far more interesting than if just two of them paired off. It was always difficult to fully express oneself with others around. Moreover, taking advantage of this opportunity, perhaps they would enter as strangers but come out with a bond. At that moment, Su Lin, who was waiting in line ahead to enter, noticed that Su Yuni had changed her bag and curiously reached out to touch it. Xiaoyi, when did you change your bag? She remembered that Su Yuni had been carrying a small pink bag just a moment ago. How did it suddenly change color, become larger, and look even better? He gave it to me, Su Yuni replied with a happy smile, generously showing the bag to Su Lin. Receiving such an extra gift indicated that Zhao Chen valued her. Today, she should have a good chance of winning him over. Although they didn't say it out loud, everyone was silently working towards the same goal. Upon learning that the bag was an Hermes Kelly, Su Lin felt a bit hesitant to hold it, fearing that she might accidentally drop it and damage it. Such an expensive bag was not something just anyone could afford. While she felt envious, she didn't harbor any jealousy. All she felt was a heartfelt blessing for her best friend who had endured hardships. The 3-year period had come to an end, it was time for a change. After entering Chaoyang Happy Valley, before Su Lin could say anything, Gui Jiaxing suddenly cleared his throat and said, Lin, are you hungry? How about we go get something to eat? As he spoke, he didn't forget to give Su Lin a meaningful look. Hearing this, Su Lin was about to suggest that everyone go eat together, but upon seeing his expression, she suddenly understood. Oh right, I'm a bit hungry. Xiaoyi. Su Lin tugged at her best friend's hand, giving her an encouraging look. Then Gui Jiaxing and I will go eat something first. You guys probably won't like what we eat, right? As she spoke, without waiting for Su Yuni to respond, she waved goodbye with a smile, saying, then we'll head off first. Remember to call me when you get tired of playing. Su Yuni stared blankly as she watched the two leave, leaving only her and Zhao Chen behind. What was going on? Why were they separating right after entering? But upon seeing Zhao Chen beside her, she immediately understood. Her best friend was creating an opportunity for her. Su Yuni's heart tightened, the opportunity had come, and she had to seize it firmly. By Chuan, they all left, so what about us? Su Yuni held her bag's shoulder strap with both hands, her smooth, fair legs tightly together, blushing as she looked at Zhao Chen, making her pretty face even more alluring. After a pause, Su Yuni mustered her courage to ask, are you hungry? How about we go get something to eat? Sure, Zhao Chen smiled. Seeing the girl's somewhat shy demeanor, he stepped forward to take her bag, and they moved a little closer. How about we eat McDonald's? Although he was curious to see how proactive she would be, he couldn't let her be the only one to take the lead. As a man, sometimes he had to be a bit more proactive. With Zhao Chen so close, Su Yuni's heart raced, and she quickly lowered her head and murmured in agreement. Then, steeling herself, she reached out and wrapped her hand around his arm under his surprised gaze. At the same time, she bit her lip and looked at him with pleading eyes. Is this okay? How could Zhao Chun, as a normal man, refuse such a request from a beautiful girl? Just like that, the two of them, like a normal couple, went to McDonald's with Zhao Chen's arm wrapped around Su Yuni. What left him both amused and exasperated was that this girl even had to wrap one arm around him while using the other to feed herself. It seemed she was afraid that if she let go, he would run away. Zhao Chen couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch Su Yuni's collagen-rich little face. Eat first, I won't run away, okay? Alright. Su Yuni, a bit shy, released Zhao Chen's hand. Eager to finish eating so she could hug the man she liked, she suddenly turned her head and, in less than a minute, devoured the hamburger in her hand. When she turned back, she wiped her hands and then wrapped her arms around Zhao Chen again. At the same time, she grew bolder, gently resting her head on his shoulder. Bai Chuan, I'm done eating. Feeling the weight of Su Yuni's little head on his shoulder, and seeing her puffy cheeks as she chewed her food without a care for her image, Zhao Chen's eyes flashed with tenderness, but he said nothing. After finishing their meal, the two of them silently held hands and walked out of the store. Su Yuni felt that today was the happiest day of her life so far, but it was also the most exhausting day. Zhao Chen accompanied her on the roller coaster, carousel, and swinging pendulum, among other rides. They played through everything they could together. Due to the long lines, Zhao Chen even paid to swap for a spot at the front. Each ride cost quite a bit extra, adding up to at least several thousand yuan. While it made her feel a bit pained, she also truly experienced what it meant to have financial power. On the carousel, she experienced a boy's embrace for the first time. Lying freely in Zhao Chen's arms, she looked up at his handsome face. That warm feeling lingered in her mind. On the roller coaster, they screamed together and then laughed at each other. In that moment, she felt as if Zhao Chen completely belonged to her. Unfortunately, although their relationship had made some progress, she found it hard to take a further step. This guy seemed to have no flaws, making it impossible for her to find an opportunity. Zhao Chen only held her hand or gave her a hug at most. The idea of kissing was completely out of the question. She was a girl. That kiss in the car earlier had already taken everything she had. Asking her to kiss him in front of so many people was quite embarrassing. Why couldn't this guy be a bit more proactive? Even though he had a pretty girl by his side, Zhao Chen hadn't forgotten about the system upgrade. As he waited eagerly, the time finally reached noon. At that moment, Zhao Chen was happily sitting on the carousel with Su Yuni. A text message announcing the arrival of earnings came as expected. China Merchants Bank. Dear user, your account ending in 0880 has received a deposit of 1,466,800 yuan. Current balance is 1,876,455 yuan. Just as he expected, the daily earnings had doubled again. However, why hadn't the system upgraded successfully yet? Just as this thought crossed Zhao Chen's mind, a familiar soft voice finally rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host, the perfect life system has successfully upgraded. Current level, level 4. Earnings adjusted to 80,000 yuan every 24 hours. The consumption rebate multiplier remains at 5 to 10 times, with the rebate cap increased to 10 million yuan. Host, Zhao Chen age, 19 level, for quota, 24 hours equals 80,000 yuan experience, 0/10,000, 1 experience point equals 10,000 yuan, need to spend 10 million yuan to level up. Account balance, 1,876,400 yuan rebate count, 0 holiday critical hit new benefit, winter and summer vacation critical hit. During winter and summer vacations, the daily fixed quota will fluctuate and increase by 2 to 5 times. Note, when winter and summer vacations coincide with statutory holidays, the system will stack a super critical hit. That is, you will receive currency at a high exchange rate of 2 to 5 times. Ding! The system has added a new feature, early withdrawal of earnings. Explanation, you can withdraw all earnings for 1 week in advance. During the withdrawal period, this feature cannot be used again, and no further earnings will be obtained. Soon, Zhao Chen digested this series of information. This upgrade, aside from needing to spend a small target to level up, which is a bit extreme, is otherwise quite good. Daily earnings have doubled again, and the upper limit for consumption rebates has also doubled. It used to be 5 million, now it's 10 million. Moreover, a holiday critical hit has also been enhanced with new benefits. Although it's still a bit far from winter and summer vacations, they do last nearly 3 months. This long period of critical hits is much more powerful than holiday critical hits, and it can be stacked. For example, if he draws the Omani Rial now, if he draws it again during the holiday period, even at the lowest 2 times, that would directly double, allowing him to get over 36 times the Huaxia currency? This multiplier sounds quite outrageous. As for the newly added early withdrawal feature, Zhao Chen finds it quite user-friendly. At least in the future, he won't have to wait for earnings every day. He can directly withdraw all earnings for a week. If he's short on cash, he can also use it for emergencies. Zhao Chen took out his phone, opened the calculator, and calculated. Today is the 3rd, and there are 4 days left in the National Day holiday. Withdrawing earnings for 1 week in advance means 4 days of Omani Rial plus 3 days of Huaxia currency. In total, that adds up to 6,107,200 yuan. If he withdraws in advance, he can get over 6 million? Zhao Chen couldn't help but gasp. If he adds that to the balance of over 180,000 in his bank account, plus 1 consumption rebate, wouldn't he already be a millionaire? Excited, Zhao Chen's face turned a bit red. Millionaires are not uncommon now. After all, in big cities like the capital and Magic City, a single apartment might cost more than 10 million. But that's just fixed assets. Can it compare to liquid cash? People with 10 million in cash flow are definitely not many nationwide. And now, he is stepping into this category. Calm down. Calm down. Those protagonists who suddenly gained hundreds of billions are not going crazy. They can accept it calmly. What's he with just 10 million in assets? That's nothing. Zhao Chen took a deep breath, and his mood gradually calmed down. However, as his mind cleared, he thought of another question. The system said it upgraded to the intermediate stage, but it doesn't seem to have upgraded much. Isn't it just mainly adding a new feature? Does it really take half a day to upgrade? Ding! The system has now reached the intermediate stage. Congratulations, host, you have officially entered the first stage of a perfect life. From now on, every time the system levels up, the host can randomly draw 1 reward for free from 5 rewards. Rewards not drawn will automatically be stored in the system item bar. If the host needs them, they can purchase the rewards at a 50% discount, but only once. After the system upgrades or after 1 purchase, the remaining rewards will be automatically deleted. The higher the system level, the more generous the rewards will be. Rewards? Zhao Chen was somewhat stunned. Is the system upgrade just about adding this so-called reward? It sounds quite impressive. He wants to see how generous this reward really is. Suddenly, a virtual big wheel appeared before Zhao Chen, displaying 5 rewards. Unlike the Penguin Company, these 5 rewards were of equal size, indicating that the probability of drawing each one was the same. More importantly, there was no area for not winning. The 5 rewards shone with different brightness, seemingly suggesting that the stronger the light, the greater the reward. Zhao Chen looked at the one with the dimmest glow. It appeared to be a car? 5th prize, supercar, Lamborghini Veneno, Poison, silver convertible description, equipped with a 6.5-liter V12 engine. It accelerates from 0 to 100 km per hour in 2.8 seconds and is hailed as the king of supercars. Limited to 14 units worldwide, 5 hardtops, 2 of which are not for sale, and 9 convertibles. This commemorative edition supercar was officially released by Lamborghini at the 2013 Geneva Motor Show, with a domestic price of about 70 million Huaxia coins, and its collectible value will be even higher. Looking at the description of the 5th prize, Zhao Chen's mouth dropped open in surprise. He had to admit, this reward was indeed impressive. The Poison even made an appearance. Nowadays, the 3 legendary cars on the internet, Ferrari LaFerrari, Porsche 918, and McLaren P1, pale in comparison to this car. The combined price of these 3 cars doesn't even match that of this one. Driving this Lamborghini Veneno would instantly elevate one's status. It goes without saying that no matter where this car is driven, it will always be the center of attention. And most importantly, this is just the lowest 5th prize. Zhao Chen swallowed hard, realizing that this system upgrade seemed to be a significant change. If he could choose, he would want to get this car right now. After all, a Lamborghini Veneno is not something that can just be bought with money. The Veneno itself is a limited edition model, and only a few can be purchased, making it extremely difficult to acquire. He currently had no assets, at most being a small millionaire. He had no connections and no money. Aside from the system, it was impossible to buy it through other means. However, thinking that even if he couldn't draw it, he could still purchase it from the system, Zhao Chen felt reassured and continued to look at the rewards that were even more impressive than the Veneno. 4th prize, a villa in Chaoyang, 8 famous families, unrenovated, description, valued at approximately 120 million. There are a total of 8 villas, each named by the owners. This villa covers an area of about 2,000 square meters and comes with a private dock and speedboat, a Lexus SUV, 2 ground garages, and 3 underground garages, a pure gold golf cart, etc., making it one of the few top luxury residences in Chaoyang. A villa worth over 100 million? It sounds quite intimidating, but unfortunately, it's in Chaoyang. Zhao Chen had heard of the reputation of the 8 famous families in Chaoyang. However, to be honest, a price of over 100 million is a bit steep for this place. After all, the average housing price in Chaoyang this year is just over 10,000. A house worth 10 to 20 million can already be considered a top luxury residence in Chaoyang. This over 100 million price is truly unimaginable. Yang Peiming's more than 20-story building only cost 160 million at the time. To dare to sell this villa for over 100 million shows quite a bit of audacity. Moreover, the villa is somewhat remote. Of course, if he won it, it would still be nice to use it for vacations occasionally. But he might not be able to afford the renovation. This is a bare shell house. Are they kidding? 2,000 square meters, how much would it cost to renovate that? Since it's a villa, the renovation definitely can't be done carelessly. Calculating it this way, even 10 million might not be enough. Thinking of this, Zhao Chen couldn't help but shake his head. This reward, although it seems to be worth more than the Lamborghini Veneno, is actually not as valuable as the Veneno itself. Even during the year Zhao Chen was reborn, it seemed that the 8 famous families of Chaoyang only sold 3 or 4 sets, making it a case of having a price but no market. Zhao Chen first dismissed this villa in his mind. It certainly looked impressive, but in terms of practical value, it wasn't very high for him at the moment. Zhao Chen continued to look at the third prize. Third prize, Capital Mansion, Jialin Jingyuan, Building 6, Introduction, total value approximately 880 million, Building 6 has 22 floors, with 2 units per floor, totaling 44 apartments. Indoor area approximately 382 to 398 square meters, 3 elevators with 2 units design, for bedrooms, 3 living rooms, 1 room with 4 bathrooms, north-south facing layout. Located within the third ring of the capital, the average selling price per unit is about 20 million. Top-notch fully furnished apartments. Note, assets obtained from the system cannot be sold within 3 years. This apartment can't compare to the villa from the fourth prize. Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, no matter how unremarkable the 8 famous families of Chaoyang were, they shouldn't be worse than a nearly 400 square meter flat in the capital. How could this third prize be worse than the fourth prize? No, wait. Zhao Chen suddenly froze, realizing he might have read it wrong. When he discovered that it was labeled as Building 6 and calculated the total value, he was stunned. Does this mean a whole building is being given away? Zhao Chen was immediately dumbfounded, unable to help but rub his eyes, doubting whether he was seeing things. Holy crap! When he finally reacted, Zhao Chen's eyes widened in shock. The difference between the third and fourth prizes was simply too great. This building in the capital was far beyond what the 8 famous families of Chaoyang could compare to. The 8 famous families would definitely be hard to sell. Even if they could sell, they would have to drop the price to get rid of them. But this building in the capital would definitely not have trouble selling. If he won the third prize today, it meant he would immediately own a whole building of capital mansions, not just one unit. With a total of 44 apartments, let alone selling them, even renting them out as a landlord, he probably wouldn't have to struggle for the rest of his life. This was solid hard asset. 880 million, with the rising property prices in the capital, it would only increase, definitely not decrease. Although according to the system, it couldn't be sold within 3 years. But that didn't matter, and only a fool would sell it now. If he needed money, he could directly mortgage the building to the bank, and the bank would treat him like a god. Talking about loans over 500 million would probably not be a problem. It was only at this moment that Zhao Chen realized what the system meant by entering the first stage of a perfect life. It turned out, this was the true perfect life. Immersed in the shock brought by the system, Zhao Chen forgot that he was still sitting on the carousel, with Su Yuni leaning in his arms. Overly excited, his heart raced, and he almost slipped off the horse. "Ai Chuan, what's wrong with you?" Su Yuni turned her head in confusion and asked. This guy, holding this beauty in his arms, how could he still be distracted? "It's nothing, sorry about that." After steadying himself, Zhao Chen's gaze became a bit unfocused. He felt that having this third prize should be enough for him. If he got it, it would directly mean over 800 million in assets coming in. At that time, he could do whatever he wanted. Wouldn't that be wonderful? No need to calculate how much profit he had every day. Not at all necessary. Ahem. Getting a bit carried away. Taking a slight breath, Zhao Chen steadied his excited emotions and quickly checked the next 2 largest rewards. Second prize, heavy asset, Peninsula Hotel in Magic City, includes all equity of the hotel. Introduction. The Magic City Peninsula Hotel project was jointly invested by Shanghai Real Estate, now Greenland Group, and the Hong Kong Island Magic City Grand Hotel Group with a total investment of approximately 2 858 billion Huaxia coins. It includes the Magic City Peninsula Hotel, Peninsula Apartments, and a shopping mall. Currently, the Magic City Peninsula Hotel is valued at about 4.5 billion, covering an area of approximately 13,898 square meters, with a total construction area of about 92,520 square meters, consisting of 15 floors and 235 guest rooms. It is located on the historic Bund of Magic City, the only new-style building on the Bund in 60 years, and is also one of the top luxury hotels in Magic City. Note, since this asset is a system gift, all benefits obtained from this asset cannot be used for system upgrade experience. Within 3 years, it cannot be sold. Looking at the introduction of this second prize, Zhao Chen suddenly felt numb. The building worth over 800 million was one thing, but how could it increase several times directly? Zhao Chen felt as if he were dreaming. It had only been a month since he got the system, and he was already exposed to such things. This is the Peninsula Hotel. It is said to have a custom Rolls-Royce Phantom fleet and is equipped with helicopters. In Magic City, it is at least among the top 3 ultra-luxury hotels. Even when Zhao Chen visited the Bund in his previous life, he only dared to stand outside the hotel and look at the Peninsula Hotel. And now, as long as he draws it, he would be the new owner of this hotel? After the excitement of the third prize building, seeing the Peninsula Hotel now made Zhao Chen feel calm, which was strange. However, no matter how excited he was, he still had to draw it. If he couldn't draw it, even if he had to pay half price to buy it, it would probably take a long time. After all, at half price, that would still be over 2 billion. And it had to be cash, which was simply outrageous. After stabilizing his mindset, the final first prize was unveiled. First prize, 5% shares of LVMH Group. Introduction. Currently, the market value of LVMH Group is approximately 58 billion euros, and 5% of the shares are worth 2.9 billion euros, which converts to about 22.591 billion Huaxia coins. Note, these shares cannot be sold within 3 years. Apart from selling, all rights including dividend rights are owned, and based on the shareholding ratio, the host will become the third largest shareholder of LVMH Group. Zhao Chen stared blankly at this first prize reward, unable to believe it. Damn! The Peninsula Hotel was one thing, but what the hell are these shares of LVMH Group? Most people might find LVMH Group unfamiliar, but for those unfamiliar with it, it is definitely just unfamiliar with the group itself. The brands under this group, I believe everyone has heard of some, more or less. LV, Givenchy, Fendi, Dior, Bulgari, Guerlain, Moët Champagne, Hennessy, Hublot, etc. From wine to spirits, from fashion to leather goods, from perfumes to cosmetics, and then from watches to jewelry, and finally to premium retail. In total, there are more than 50 world-renowned luxury brands, all under LVMH Group. This is the largest luxury goods group in the world. No one dares to claim the title of the king if they say second. However, as a publicly traded company, LVMH shares are not very dispersed, and the group's power is firmly held by the Arnault family. Although the Arnault family's shareholding does not exceed 50%, their voting rights exceed 60%. It can be said that in LVMH Group, the Arnault family has the final say. Even if Zhao Chen is lucky enough to obtain 5% of the shares, it is still not enough to threaten the position of the Arnault family. But with this share, he could leap to become one of the world's top billionaires. Joining the LVMH Group as a director would be absolutely no problem. His status would be on a completely different level compared to now. Moreover, and most importantly, this share would appreciate in value. In later years, the LVMH Group reached a market value of 300 billion euros, nearly a six-fold increase. Holding this share in his hand was equivalent to having a fortune of over 100 billion Chinese yuan. He would basically be firmly seated among the top 10 richest in the country. After a long silence, Zhao Chen finally regained his composure. Looking at the virtual big wheel in front of him, it was impossible not to feel excited. After all, aside from the least desirable fourth prize, the other four could all be considered top-notch rewards. But there was a problem. Among these 5 rewards, he could only receive one. And which one he would get was still unknown, which was the most frustrating part. Zhao Chen couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. This time, he was truly stumped. You say this system suddenly unleashed rewards, each one better than the last. It was almost enough to make him faint. The system really knows how to make an entrance. Before, he was scraping together a few million for some cashback offers, and now so many top-tier rewards had come out of nowhere. It was simply maddening. He really wanted to see what reward he would end up with. However, even if he didn't get what he wanted, he could always buy it later. Although, even at half price, he still couldn't afford the big prizes. But something like a Lamborghini Veneno, if it were half off, he could save up enough to buy it. So aside from the 5th and 4th prizes, if he could get any of the other 3 rewards, he would probably be excited for the whole day. Moreover, he heard from the system that if it upgraded again, the rewards would be even more generous. One word, awesome. However, now was not the right time to draw rewards. It would be better to wait until he got home to do the lottery. With that thought, Zhao Chen silently said to himself, "System, I want to draw later." "Okay, as you wish. Just summon me when you need to draw," the system replied promptly and considerately. As soon as the words fell, the big wheel and system interface slowly disappeared. After adjusting his emotions, Zhao Chen slightly raised the corners of his mouth. He tightened his arms around Su Yuni, who was in his embrace, and then threw himself back into the fun with this girl. At 5 in the afternoon, they concluded their trip to Happy Valley. Although Su Yuni had a great time, she still felt a bit down inside. She couldn't help but turn to look at Zhao Chen, who was holding her small hand and walking ahead, and pouted slightly. Although she used to think that just holding Zhao Chen's hand was great, now, she was not satisfied with just that. She wanted to take it a step further. Xiaoyi. The 4 met at the agreed gathering spot. To Su Yuni's surprise, Su Lin and Gui Jiaxing were also holding hands at that moment. "Wow, Lin, what's going on with you two?" Su Yuni laughed, pointing at the two and teasing. "Oh, looks like things are going well." Zhao Chen also chimed in cheerfully. "Oh, not bad. Looks like my big brother Sheng finally has someone to keep him in check." Hearing their words, Su Lin blushed and let go of her hand, mumbling softly, "Oh, it's just as you see it. We're just trying it out." Gui Jiaxing didn't say anything, just grinning foolishly on the side. It felt like a dream. He never expected things to go even smoother than he imagined. The fact that Su Lin agreed to date him made him feel like he was bubbling with joy, even happier than when he ranked up in a game. After Su Lin finished speaking, she looked at Zhao Chen and Su Yuni, and defiantly retorted, "Humph. And what about you two?" She smirked and pointed at the two still holding hands. "Xiaoyi, you two seem to be moving pretty fast, huh?" Upon hearing this, Su Yuni's face turned red. Not only did she not let go of Zhao Chen's hand, but she also tightened her grip, turning to meet Zhao Chen's gaze. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Yuni suddenly paused, looking at Zhao Chen, whose eyes were filled with laughter, and her expression dimmed a bit. She suddenly felt as if she didn't know what to say anymore. Unlike Su Lin and her partner, what were she and Zhao Chen now? They had not defined their relationship. Were they just friends holding hands? Seeing that Su Yuni's expression was a bit off, Wei Jiaxing quickly grabbed Su Lin's hand, trying to ease the tension. "Well, it's already afternoon, everyone must be hungry, let's go eat. Today, it's on me, no one fight me for it." Su Lin also realized she might have said something wrong and hurriedly nodded. Okay, Xiaoyi. Let's go quickly." Su Yuni nodded, and after adjusting her mood, she continued to hold Zhao Chen's hand as they walked toward the parking lot. Since they started holding hands, she had never let go. It was as if she was afraid that if she did, Zhao Chen would slip away. Looking at this stubborn girl, Zhao Chen sighed slightly in his heart, wondering if he was being a bit too much. Well, after dinner, he should give Su Yuni a satisfactory answer. The group drove around, searching for a place to eat. After nearly half an hour, they finally found a hot pot restaurant that had parking spaces and no waiting line. After eating, everyone prepared to disperse. Wei Jiaxing wanted to enjoy some quality time with his newly acquired girlfriend. Zhao Chen also wanted to leave with Su Yuni first, but unexpectedly, Su Yuni, who had just had a little drink with Su Lin, suddenly stood up. It seemed that the alcohol had given her courage. She looked at Zhao Chen, her face slightly flushed from the drink, and slammed her hand on the table, glancing around at the three. "Not enough. I want to drink more." Saying this, she walked over to Zhao Chen's side and hugged him tightly, making him experience what a soft touch felt like. Su Yuni looked at Zhao Chen with a pitiful expression, burrowing into his embrace. "Bai Chuan, don't go back yet, stay and drink with me, okay? Let's go drink. We won't go back until we're drunk." The three were momentarily stunned. Su Lin's mouth fell open as she looked at her best friend. After knowing her for so long, this was the first time she had seen Su Yuni like this. Zhao Chen held onto the slightly tipsy Su Yuni to prevent her from falling. "Do you really want to drink?" Su Yuni lifted her head, biting her lip as she looked at him, and nodded earnestly. I want a drink." "All right." Zhao Chen smiled as he helped Su Yuni up, holding her hand. "Then let's go drink." Jiaxing, change the venue. Wei Jiaxing and Su Lin exchanged glances and quickly agreed. "Sure, I remember there's a nice KTV nearby, let's go there. I also want to sing." The four decided, and after Gui Jiaxing settled the bill, they headed to the KTV. The KTV was not far from the hot pot restaurant, just a 5 or 6 minute walk. Being led by Zhao Chen, Su Yuni, who had barely drunk much, felt the cold wind blow and began to sober up. Remembering her earlier boldness, she couldn't help but blush. But looking at Zhao Chen's back, she tightened her small fists, her gaze gradually becoming resolute. When they arrived at the KTV, Su Yuni pretended to be drunk, snuggling closely against Zhao Chen. There were quite a few people there to sing, and both the small and medium rooms were fully booked. However, Zhao Chen wasn't short on money, so he simply booked a large room. With girls around, order some drinks with lower alcohol content. It doesn't matter if they're expensive, just don't bring me any cheap stuff. Zhao Chen wrapped his arm around Su Yuni's slender waist while instructing the manager, casually swiping his card for the most expensive KTV package at 18,888 yuan, prompting the manager to respond with immediate respect. Rest assured, sir, we will definitely satisfy you. Under the guidance of the waiter, everyone entered the private room. The room was spacious, featuring not only a large karaoke area but also a sizable restroom. As the saying goes, wealthy customers are treated like ancestors. The four had barely stepped inside when, before they could even sing a song, the table was already filled with fruit platters, snacks, various low-alcohol foreign wines, and fruit wines. Even the usually extravagant Gui Jiaxing was taken aback. He hadn't noticed just how much this guy had ordered. The two girls were also stunned. If they finished all this alcohol, they would probably have to be carried out. Bai Chuan, I toast you. I'll go first. Once the drinks arrived, Su Yuni decisively picked up a bottle. She opened it and waved it in front of Zhao Chen before downing it in one go with a bold flourish. Drinking too quickly made her choke a bit, but after a few coughs, she rallied and finished the bottle. The three others were momentarily speechless at the sight. The bottle wasn't large, only 300 milliliters, but for someone like Su Yuni, who rarely drank, it was a huge challenge. Xiaoyi. Su Lin murmured, this girl really dares now. Alright, then I'll drink too. Seeing Su Yuni's actions, Zhao Chen snapped back to reality and opened a bottle of his own, and the two began drinking together. After a while, although the alcohol content was relatively low, Zhao Chen felt the need to use the restroom due to the amount they had consumed. Just as he finished flushing the toilet, the restroom door suddenly swung open, and a figure walked in, promptly closing and locking the door behind her. Bai Chuan. Su Yuni, tipsy, leaned against the door, biting her lip. Looking at Zhao Chen, who had only managed to zip up his pants, she suddenly smiled charmingly and, under his shocked gaze, lunged at him. Watch out! Seeing Su Yuni stumble towards him, clearly drunk and on the verge of falling, Zhao Chen quickly stepped forward to catch her. Bai Chuan. Su Yuni pouted, calling out his name in a daze. As Zhao Chen held her, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck and suddenly jumped, trying to wrap her legs around his waist. However, her aim was off, and her long legs swung in the air without securing a hold, pulling Zhao Chen down with her. Silly girl. Watching Su Yuni in this state, Zhao Chen couldn't help but chuckle. He supported her bottom with one hand while wrapping the other around her waist, holding her in the restroom. They were face to face, so close that they could hear each other's breathing clearly. Su Yuni looked at Zhao Chen with a grin and suddenly leaned in closer, rubbing her cheek against his face, giggling sweetly, and called out again, Bai Chuan. I'm here, Zhao Chen replied, tightening his embrace. He let her relax completely in his arms, enjoying the sensation of her body against his. He had to admit, this girl was indeed a dancer. Su Yuni slowly lifted her head, their eyes locking. Suddenly, her eyes turned red, fully displaying the genuine emotion of a woman who could cry at any moment. With a quivering voice, she said, I really like you. I've liked you for a long, long time. But why don't you like me? After saying these words, before Zhao Chen could respond, Su Yuni's sobs stopped abruptly, and with a stubborn look on her face, she gazed at him. I don't care whether you like me or not, or if you have a girlfriend, anyway. I want you. As soon as the words left her lips, Su Yuni wrapped her arms around Zhao Chen's head and clumsily kissed his lips, the scent of alcohol and fragrance rushing into Zhao Chen's mind. Su Yuni knew she was drunk, but she could also say she wasn't. Only her body was intoxicated, her mind was completely clear. She knew exactly what she wanted to do. She didn't care whether Zhao Chen had a girlfriend or what role she was playing as a third, fourth, or fifth party. She just wanted to take advantage of the alcohol, boldly and completely win over Zhao Chen, the man she had liked for 3 whole years. At that moment, Zhao Chen also began to respond to her actively. He had initially wanted to see how proactive this girl could be, but now it seemed there was no need to wait any longer. It was right there in front of him. If he hesitated, would he still be considered a man? The girl's kiss was a bit awkward. As an experienced driver, Zhao Chen naturally guided the still inexperienced Su Yuni into a French kiss. He slowly took a few steps forward, placing her on the sink. After a long while, their lips parted. Su Yuni looked at Zhao Chen with dazed eyes, tightly wrapping her legs around him. Using the skills she had learned from years of dancing, she wouldn't let Zhao Chen get too far away. At the same time, she took off her beige jacket and tossed it aside. She gently touched her moist lips with her hand, raised her fair neck, and looked at him with an alluring gaze. So, do you still like me? Zhao Chen smiled as he reached out to stroke Su Yuni's long hair, not answering immediately. He leaned down and gently kissed her lips again, his large hand not idle. Feeling this different kind of stimulation, Su Yuni, her face flushed, turned her head away, not allowing him to continue kissing her, pouting slightly. You still haven't answered me? Seeing her cute and charming demeanor, Zhao Chen smiled slightly, leaned into her ear, gently biting her little earlobe, and softly reassured her, my little E is the prettiest, how could I not like you? From now on, be my woman, okay? No matter what, I'll give you the best. Okay. Hearing this, Su Yuni instantly couldn't hold back her tears. Overwhelmed with emotion, her voice became a bit hoarse. She wrapped her arms around Zhao Chen's neck again, feeling a sense of sweet relief after hardship. These few words were what she had dreamed of hearing. She didn't know how long it had been, but Su Yuni stood on the ground, feeling a bit sore in her waist and back. There were still fresh strawberries left on her neck from Zhao Chen. Although her body felt uncomfortable, her mood was still wonderful. Looking at Zhao Chen, who picked up her jacket from the ground, patted it off, and handed it to her, her beautiful eyes were filled with sweetness. At least, this man already belonged to her. Don't wear it. It fell on the ground. Wear mine instead. Zhao Chen smiled, taking off his coat and draping it over Su Yuni. Although a small strapless top could be worn out, he didn't like his woman being ogled by others. Fortunately, he hadn't used much force earlier. Otherwise, Su Yuni would have had to wrap the coat tightly around herself today. Su Yuni sweetly responded. Although her head was still a bit dizzy, it seemed that after being kissed by Zhao Chen, the effects of the alcohol had dissipated a lot. Then, the two of them held hands and opened the locked bathroom door. Just in time, they caught Su Lin and Gui Jiaxing, who were eavesdropping at the door. Ahem. Well, Lin, the weather is really nice today, how about we go have a drink? Yes, the weather is nice, I think that's a good idea. The two caught on the spot exchanged awkward smiles. Not daring to look at Zhao Chen and Su Yuni, they sheepishly walked towards the sofa. On the way, Gui Jiaxing couldn't help but glance back at Zhao Chen. His eyes were filled with complex emotions, seemingly filled with a deep sense of regret. Was it only half an hour? My brother seems to be in good shape, how could he be so weak? Zhao Chen instantly understood the look in his eyes, his mouth twitching as he shot him an annoyed glare. What a joke. When has it ever taken him just a few hours to resolve things? This time, aside from a brief check on his little mistress's health, he really hadn't done anything right. This is a bathroom, and a KTV at that. What if there are cameras? That would be trending in no time. Leading Su Yuni back to the sofa, he didn't explain anything. But looking at Su Lin and Gui Jiaxing's expressions, the two knew that everything seemed to need no explanation. An explanation is just a cover-up, and a cover-up is just a fact. It's better to admit it outright. Su Yuni had completely changed from her earlier reckless drinking. In the astonished gazes of Su Lin and Gui Jiaxing, she naturally sat in Zhao Chen's lap, nearly breaking his composure as he had just calmed down. The anger from earlier hadn't even faded. At this moment, this girl was actually provoking him. She really hadn't tasted it yet, had no idea how formidable her brother was, right? Zhao Chen wrapped his arms around Su Yuni's slender waist, conveniently using her to shield his embarrassment. He picked up his glass and poured more wine. Come on, why are you all just staring? The party's not over yet. The three poured their drinks as well. By now, Su Yuni had already taken Zhao Chen down and didn't want to drink anymore. She turned and kissed Zhao Chen on the cheek. Drink a little less, don't get drunk. For her, the alcohol content in this fruit wine was still quite high. Hearing this, Zhao Chen smiled and kissed her cheek. Alright, just this one cup, okay? Watching the affectionate actions of the two, the other new couple felt a chill. Wei Jiaxing looked at Su Lin with hopeful eyes, clearly wanting to have a similar experience. Su Lin quickly crossed her arms and replied with a firm no way. Just having confirmed their relationship, she couldn't accept such intimate gestures yet. Though she felt the question was a bit unnecessary, Su Lin still cheerfully asked, you too, what's this? Upon hearing Su Lin's question, Zhao Chen and Su Yuni exchanged smiles. Su Yuni didn't respond verbally but gave them the answer through her actions. Under the gaze of Su Lin and Gui Jiaxing, who dared not look directly, she reached out and wrapped her arms around Zhao Chen's neck, kissing him deeply. In just half a day, the four of them had transformed from mere friends and classmates into a much closer relationship. After a few more drinks, neither couple continued drinking. Zhao Chen definitely didn't want the leftover alcohol and was too lazy to store it at the KTV. However, to avoid the KTV from reusing it, he still had the two girls open all the remaining bottles. After singing for a while longer, it was 10 o'clock, and the four were ready to leave. Boss, do you need a designated driver? As they stepped out of the KTV, a driver on a folding bike immediately approached them. Seeing the four with flushed faces, he thought there might be business coming his way. Nowadays, designated driver apps hadn't become popular yet. Most people looking for a designated driver had to go to KTVs or bars to find work. However, not many actually made good money. Most drivers were just part-timers. Zhao Chen glanced at him, tightly holding onto his new treasure. Drinking and driving was definitely not an option, and parking the car here would be quite troublesome. A designated driver would work, but the back seat of the Panamera wasn't particularly comfortable. Thinking this, Zhao Chen felt he should buy a more suitable car for riding in and hire a personal assistant or driver. Doing everything himself was quite exhausting. Yeah, do you have any friends available? Help me call another one, we have 2 cars here. After his thoughts, Zhao Chen smiled and nodded. The designated driver was delighted to hear this. Yes, yes, yes. A few minutes later, 2 designated drivers followed the 4 people to the place where they had parked near the hot pot restaurant. Looking at the black Audi A6 in front of them, the 2 designated drivers cast envious glances at the 4. Driving such a nice car at such a young age, how impressive. Bai Chuan, we're leaving now. Shall we? Bye. After Gui Jiajing and Su Lin waved goodbye to the 2, they got into the back seat of the Audi and drove away. The remaining designated driver, who had greeted Zhao Chen earlier, smiled and asked, "Boss, where's your car?" With an Audi A6 as a reference, the designated driver was quite curious about what car Zhao Chen was driving. For a designated driver, driving a good car is also a pleasure. Moreover, the most important thing is that while driving a good car, there's a chance to earn more money. Generally, bosses who drive nice cars are less likely to haggle over prices and might even give a little extra tip. Unlike some guys who drive ordinary cars, who are stingy and insist on bargaining hard. Over there, Zhao Chen pointed to a volcanic ash-colored Porsche not far away, causing the designated driver to pause for a moment before exclaiming, "Whoa, a Panamera?" Even after working as a designated driver for several years, the opportunity to actually drive luxury cars is rare, especially a luxury coupe like the Panamera. Looking at the style of this car, it probably costs at least 2 to 3 million. Wow, it turns out this guy is the real wealthy one. Su Yuni pouted, snuggling against Zhao Chen's arm, and said sweetly, "Bai Chuan, are we going back now?" She wanted to spend more time with Zhao Chen, and even if she didn't go home tonight, she wouldn't mind. But it was already so late, her phone was probably blowing up with calls from her dad. Luckily, she was clever and had turned her phone off earlier. At this moment, the designated driver noticed Su Yuni's appearance and figure. Although she was covered up by Zhao Chen's coat, her tall stature and nearly perfect looks left him momentarily speechless. The designated driver quietly swallowed. These rich second-generation kids. It's one thing to drive luxury cars, but to be with such a beautiful girl is truly enviable. Zhao Chen smiled and gently touched Su Yuni's hair, saying, "Let's send you back. It's getting late, and we don't want your family to worry. Be good." "Okay." Su Yuni pouted in response. Then, Zhao Chen pulled out 5 bright red bills from his wallet and handed them to the designated driver with a surprised expression. "Master, thank you for your trouble." "Not a trouble at all, thank you, boss." Su Yuni's big eyes twinkled as she suddenly had an idea and smiled, saying, "Master, please drive slowly, we're not in a hurry." The designated driver seemed to understand her intention and cheerfully replied, "Sure thing." Zhao Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, a faint smile appearing on his lips. This girl really cherishes the time spent with him. After Zhao Chen and Su Yuni got into the back seat of the Panamera, the designated driver started the car and headed towards the community where Su Yuni lived. Looking at the luxurious interior, the designated driver was even more convinced that this car must cost several million. He focused intently, slowing down the speed and driving carefully. No joke. With such an expensive car, if anything happened, it would be disastrous for him. In the back seat of the Panamera, Su Yuni leaned softly against Zhao Chen. Looking up at the handsome face of the man, she murmured, "Bai Chuan, I feel like I'm dreaming right now." "Silly girl, go home and have a good sleep, and you'll know if it's a dream or not." Zhao Chen smiled and pinched Su Yuni's cute face. He paused for a moment, as if recalling something, and then softly asked, "By the way, babe, when are you going back to school?" Su Yuni blinked her big eyes in confusion. "On the 7th. Pouting a little, she looked at him with some reluctance. "I want to spend a few more days with you." After all, she and Zhao Chen studied in different cities. Once the holiday was over, they would be in a long-distance relationship. She certainly wanted to take advantage of the time to solidify her feelings with Zhao Chen. Ideally, she would give herself to him and have a baby, so he would never dare to abandon her. From the very beginning, Su Yuni had planned it this way in her heart. Since she had made up her mind, she would cling to him for a lifetime. Although dancing was her interest, Zhao Chen was her dream. In the face of her dream, interests became unimportant. However, now that she was truly with Zhao Chun, she found herself somewhat hesitant to ask him who that girl in his friend circle was. If she asked, it would only make things awkward for everyone. What if Zhao Chun chose another woman over her? Wouldn't that mean all her efforts were in vain? Anyway, in the end, it would definitely be her by Zhao Chen's side. She was confident. Zhao Chen smiled faintly and leaned down to kiss Su Yuni, saying, "If I have to go to the Magic City then, I might as well accompany you back, depending on the situation." He hadn't drawn the rewards from the system upgrade yet. If luck was on his side and he won the second prize, a stay at the Magic City Peninsula Hotel, he would definitely have to go and inspect his property. Really? Su Yuni looked at Zhao Chun with surprise, and upon learning that he might accompany her to the Magic City, she couldn't help but rise from his embrace. She sat back on him, tightly wrapping her arms around his head. "Wow! I'm so happy." Due to her excitement, Zhao Chun found it a bit hard to breathe. Although it was far less suffocating than the deep sense of breathlessness he felt with Song Wanyao, it was still quite a different flavor. The scene was so stunning that the driver in the front seat couldn't help but glance at them through the rearview mirror, his tongue clicking in amazement. Although he couldn't see the details clearly, the breathtaking sight made him want to exclaim, "Are young people nowadays this bold? Driver, could you please wait a moment?" About half an hour later, the Palamara arrived at the entrance of the community where Su Yuni lived. Having just established their relationship, even when they got home, Su Yuni still held Zhao Chen's hand tightly, unwilling to let him go. Although Zhao Chen said he might accompany her back to the Magic City, it was only the third today. How was she supposed to get through the next few days? If Zhao Chen hadn't said he had something to do tomorrow and told her to stay home and play for a day, she would have wanted to move into Zhao Chen's house right then. The driver couldn't help but feel speechless. These young people, really, they were all lovey-dovey in the car just now. Now that they were home, they could just go inside, but they insisted on having a good kiss outside first. "Back in my day, we didn't play like this." Just as the driver was about to turn and respond helplessly, he saw Zhao Chen hand over 5 red bills. In an instant, he performed a real-life Sichuan opera face-changing act, grinning as he accepted the money, bowing and nodding repeatedly. All right, you two take your time chatting, I can wait a little longer." Seeing the driver's change of expression, Su Yuni couldn't help but chuckle, her lips curving up slightly. Since being with Zhao Chun, this girl had completely understood the magic of money. Sumata had always adhered to the principle of raising his daughter in wealth. Although their family conditions weren't particularly good, he had never skimped on Su Yuni when it came to food, clothing, and other necessities. As for her attire, not to mention luxury goods, at least it wasn't cheap street vendor stuff, most of it cost hundreds or even thousands. After Su Yuni went to university in the Magic City, she thought about how it was a big city and the cost of living must be high. Sumata gritted his teeth and decided to give his daughter a monthly allowance of 3,500 yuan, hoping to broaden her horizons and prevent her from being deceived by some poor boys who only had superficial appearances. If the conditions he provided were not even comparable, how could they dare to pursue his daughter? But even so, Su Yuni found it hard to imagine Zhao Chen's world. Luxury cars worth millions were common, and bags worth over 100,000 were casually given away. The cash in his wallet seemed endless, and even going to Happy Valley required the ability to cut in line with cash. Although Su Yuni didn't count, considering they cut in line for about 10 attractions, each position cost 200 yuan, totaling several thousand yuan. After all, she was just a child from an ordinary family. Zhao Chen was the boy she had liked for so long. Coupled with his immense wealth and generosity, how could she not be infatuated? After getting out of the car, Su Yuni pulled Zhao Chun into the community. It was almost 11 o'clock, and there weren't many people in the community. Most of the shops on the street had already closed. The dim streetlights flickered slightly, as if they were about to go out. Su Yuni boldly hugged Zhao Chen and kissed him as if they were alone under her building. They both felt a bit dizzy from the kisses. At some point, Zhao Chen's hand had moved from her back to other places. All right, be good. If this goes on, I won't want to leave, he said, playfully pinching Su Yuni's little face, feeling helpless against this fiery little girl. Would he even be able to go home and sleep well? If this temptation continued, he really wouldn't be able to hold back. Su Yuni let out a soft whimper, burying her little head in Zhao Chen's arms and moving restlessly. She pouted in grievance, I just want you to spend more time with me. However, Su Yuni knew in her heart that if Zhao Chen stayed any longer, it probably wouldn't be good. It was already nearly 3 hours past the time her dad had set. If she kept this up, her clingy dad would probably call the police. She believed that with her dad's personality, he could really do something like that. It would be so embarrassing. She knew it was wrong to turn off her phone, but who could blame her for wanting to spend more time with Zhao Chen? Suyuni took a step back, reluctantly shaking Zhao Chen's hand and said sweetly, "Bai Chuan, I hope I can go back to the Magic City with you then." "Baby, I hope so too, but it depends on the situation," Zhao Chen replied. Hearing him call her baby again made Suyuni smile with her eyes curved. She didn't want to fall too deep either, but he called her baby. As she watched Zhao Chen's figure disappear from view, Suyuni turned to head upstairs. This community was made up entirely of old buildings, with no elevators. Her home was on the 8th floor, so she had to climb many flights of stairs each time, which was quite exhausting. Especially this time during the National Day holiday, she, a small girl, had to drag a heavy suitcase up to the 8th floor. It felt so uncomfortable. However, just as she reached the corner on the 2nd floor, she saw a figure she really didn't want to see right now. "Dad, what are you doing here?" Suyuni smiled awkwardly and instinctively took a step back, hiding the bag and gift bag she was holding in her left hand behind her. Sumata glanced at Suyuni, who was still wearing Zhao Chen's thin Hermes coat, his eyes filled with unspoken disappointment. He smoked silently, exhaling a puff of smoke, and under the dim light, his large face appeared exceptionally dark, almost as black as coal. It was already past the agreed time of 8 o'clock, and the usually punctual Suyuni not only hadn't returned but her phone had also been turned off the entire time. At that time, Sumata had a strong premonition. His daughter was very likely in a relationship. Teenage girls in love are all rebellious. This statement was absolutely true. In the past, Suyuni would come home at the time Sumata said, but now, for an outsider, she actually broke her promise to her father. He had planned to have a good talk with Suyuni when she returned, but unexpectedly, the girl hadn't come back even after 10 o'clock. It was so late, and the phone was unreachable. Sumata was completely restless, and his heart couldn't help but panic. What if Suyuni wasn't dating but had encountered danger instead? His daughter was so beautiful, it was inevitable that she would attract some bold and lecherous individuals. Leaving his wife at home, Sumata decided to go downstairs to take a look. If he still couldn't get through on the phone, he would just call the police. As soon as he reached downstairs, he happened to see Zhao Chen and Suyuni being affectionate. This old father witnessed the whole scene. He even saw that kid reaching for places he shouldn't, making him want to shout out loud to stop their actions. Sumata didn't know whether to feel angry or disappointed at that moment, but he thought he still had some rationality. Logically speaking, Suyuni was already an adult, and this was a society that valued free love. Even he, as her father, shouldn't interfere too much. However, he didn't want his daughter to meet the wrong person at this age. Even though the light was a bit dim, he had to admit that the kid was quite handsome. His daughter had good taste. But then the problem arose. What good was it to just be good-looking? Can handsomeness be eaten? The thing he feared the most had indeed come true. The father and daughter were stuck in the hallway for a long time. Suyuni pouted, looking at her father who had finished one whole cigarette and was about to light another. Unable to help herself, she reached out and snatched the cigarette from his hand. Seeing her father's expression, she thought it was because she was late that he was upset, so she quickly lowered her head and apologized. "Dad, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to turn off my phone. Come upstairs with me." Sumata took a deep breath and turned to go upstairs. Seeing this, Suyuni had no choice but to follow, her little face filled with bitterness. It seemed that her ears wouldn't escape punishment today. When she was little and misbehaved, her parents would spank her on the bottom and the palms. But since high school, they hadn't hit her again. Even when she did something wrong, they would just scold her at most. They climbed the stairs to their home, and after opening the door, Suyuni's mother, Sun Fong, was waiting at the entrance. Seeing the father and daughter return, she said irritably, "Suyuni, what's wrong with you today? I couldn't reach you on your phone, and you came back so late? You think you've grown up, and your parents can't control you anymore, right?" Sun Fong was already in a bad mood after encountering a troublesome customer at the fruit store. Not only did she not make much money, but she also lost a bit. Now seeing her daughter come back in the middle of the night made her even angrier. Unable to help herself, she reached out to pull Suyuni over to vent her frustration, but when she saw her daughter's outfit, she was momentarily stunned. "Whose clothes are you wearing?" Sun Fong reached out and tugged at the clothes. The style of the jacket was clearly that of a boy's. As the saying goes, a couple's hearts are united. Like Sumata, Sun Fong also wanted her daughter to choose a wealthy partner. Ideally, she hoped that Suyuni would find a well-off boy and stay with him, so that in the future, her in-laws wouldn't gossip. Who else could it be? Come on, tell me, who was that boy just now? Once they got home, Sumata's mindset relaxed a bit. As long as his daughter honestly admitted it and proactively broke up with that kid, he would let it go. They were all going to college in the Magic City. They had to find a wealthy son-in-law from there. How can I just search blindly here? He didn't believe this kid's family could be that wealthy. If his demands were met, his daughter definitely wouldn't be acting so secretive today. From his judgment, this kid was most likely his daughter's high school classmate. During the holiday, who knows what kind of charm he used to enchant his daughter. Ah, you found out. Hearing her father's words, Soo-Yuni's little face turned red. Just now, she and Zhao Chun hadn't done anything inappropriate downstairs, had they? Could it be that her dad saw everything? Soo-Yuni swallowed hard. No matter how bold she was, just thinking about her embarrassing moments with Zhao Chen being discovered made her shy. Su-Mata plopped down on the sofa. Sun Fong, upon hearing about their daughter from Su-Mata, furrowed her brows and sat down beside him. The couple adopted an interrogative stance. Today, they would get to the bottom of this, and Soo-Yuni wouldn't get off easy. Xiaoyi, what did I tell you? If you want to date, you must be cautious. Sun Fong said earnestly, boys can date a few times without it mattering, but for us girls, absolutely not. Hearing her mother's words, Soo-Yuni pouted, feeling a bit defiant. How was she not cautious? She had been more cautious than anyone could be. Soo-Yuni placed her bag and clothes on the dining table, but she still hadn't taken off Zhao Chen's jacket. It wasn't that she was cold, it was just that there were too many of Zhao Chen's marks on her. If she took it off, her parents would definitely start nagging again. Explain how you two met. He's my high school classmate. Soo-Yuni mumbled. She knew her parents' thoughts, they just wanted her to find a rich man, right? She had actually opposed this idea before, but now, she was more than willing to accept it. Mainly because her Zhao Chen was wealthy. High school classmate? The couple exchanged glances, frowning simultaneously. After confirming their suspicions, Su-Mata became even angrier. What was wrong with his daughter? Why was she looking for a high school classmate? Among those silly boys from high school, how many were wealthy? They say people should aim high, so why was she still looking down low? Suppressing his anger, Su-Mata asked in a deep voice, what does his family do? Seeing this, Sun Fong nudged her husband to soften his tone. Soo-Yuni was in her rebellious phase. If their daughter got angry and refused to listen to them, they couldn't just lock her up. If it came to that, they wouldn't have many options. Seeing her father's questioning expression, Soo-Yuni felt a bit angry too, but she still patiently shook her head. I don't know. She seemed to remember hearing that Zhao Chen's family ran a small convenience store, but now it seemed more like a joke. After all, which convenience store could afford a 3 million yuan Mercedes and a 4 million yuan Porsche? Don't know? Already dissatisfied with what that kid had done to his daughter downstairs, hearing Soo-Yuni say she didn't know what his family did made Su-Mata's anger flare up. He slammed the table, stood up, and shouted angrily, Soo-Yuni, I don't care what your relationship with that kid is, from now on, stop all contact immediately. What kind of indecent person dares to be with my daughter? If I see him again, I'll definitely break his legs. Sun Fong quickly pulled her husband back down and echoed, Xiaoyi, you're still young. Your main goal now is to study hard and gradually broaden your horizons. Don't let a moment of impulse lead to a lifetime of regret. Soo-Yuni was somewhat frightened by her father's attitude, and hearing her mother's words made her stubbornness flare up. He's my boyfriend, why do you have to say such things about him? Am I inexperienced? Soo-Yuni was so angry that she laughed instead, quickly walking to the dining table to grab the items Zhao Chen had sent. After saying so much, don't you just like money? She picked up the gift bag from Zhao Chen and handed it to Sun Fong, pointing at the perfume and lipstick inside. See this? He gave it to me, Hermes perfume, 1,200 yuan, and lipstick, 500 yuan. The couple was somewhat stunned, looking at the perfume and lipstick in the bag. Although they were indeed not cheap, Su-Mata still angrily said, so what? Just because he gave you something worth over 1,000 yuan, you're all smitten with this little thing? What's the rush? This wallet and the long wallet. Soo-Yuni took out the wallet and the long wallet from the bag. One is 7,000 yuan, the other is 13,000. Together, that's over 20,000, is that enough? After saying that, without waiting for the couple to respond, she held up the Kelly bag. Still not enough, right? This bag, although I don't know how much it costs, I could sell it for over 100,000 now. Don't you want to know what his family does? I really don't know what they do, we just officially got together today. But his dad drives a 3 million yuan Mercedes, and he drives a 4 million yuan Porsche, is that enough? Do you want me to call him over to explain what his family does? Soo-Yuni shouted, somewhat out of breath, clearly agitated. She could accept her parents liking money. Who doesn't like money? She liked it too. But she couldn't accept her parents talking about Zhao Chen like that, calling him a good-for-nothing. How could she be so ignorant? If she were ignorant, would she have liked Zhao Chen since high school? After finally getting together with Zhao Chen, what if he heard these words and decided he didn't want her anymore? If her parents meddled, she would never forgive them for the rest of her life. Listening to Soo-Yuni, the couple's expressions gradually became dazed, as if they were listening to a foreign language. What was this about 20,000, 100,000, millions? Did I see it wrong? Sumata asked, somewhat uncertain. But looking at his daughter's angry expression, it didn't seem like she was faking it at all. He might come to pick me up to go back to the Magic City in a few days. You can ask him then. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep. Here, this bag is all money. You can take it. Suyuni threw the bag into her mother's arms, sulking as she went into her room and slammed the door shut, leaving the couple in the living room, staring at the bag in a daze. Let me see. Although their daughter, who had never yelled at them like that before, had just scolded them, Sumata was no longer angry. He was a rather materialistic person. His daughter received such an expensive gift. He not only didn't feel it was too much but thought it was because his daughter was charming that she received it. Wow, is it really that expensive? He took the bag and looked at it, still somewhat in disbelief. A bag that could sell for 100,000? Sun Fong also came back to her senses, took out her phone to search for the brand of the bag, and upon seeing the information, couldn't help but gasp in shock. Don't say 100,000, this brand has bags worth hundreds of thousands. Hearing this, Sumata unconsciously swallowed hard, no longer speaking, just looking down at the bag in his hands and the bag of gifts. Sometimes, it takes a very short time to dislike someone, but it also takes just a short time to like someone. Sumata's fondness for Zhao Chen suddenly skyrocketed like a rocket. The original gloom and anger were instantly swept away, and his eyes began to shine. That 3 million yuan Mercedes, that 4 million yuan Porsche. Now it seemed he had completely misunderstood his precious daughter. He thought, how could his daughter's taste be poor? It turns out this isn't some poor kid, but a genuine golden son-in-law. Back in her room, Suyuni immediately called Zhao Chen, tearfully recounting her experiences. After listening to Suyuni's complaints, Zhao Chen couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and disbelief. He never expected Suyuni to have such parents. However, for him, it was actually a good thing. Such a father-in-law was the easiest to deal with. Moreover, Suyuni was an only child, beautiful, and her family must have high hopes for her. Zhao Chen could understand that. His woman was priceless. Wasn't it just money? He had plenty of that. After returning home, Zhao Chen spent time with his family, drinking tea, chatting, and watching TV as usual. He video called his loved ones, sharing sweet words and affection. Late at night, he lay quietly in bed. After being tormented in turns by 3 women, his heart had become incredibly strong. Now, without a doubt, he had entered a moment of enlightenment, his mind solely focused on the system's grand rewards. Women could wait for now. Taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling, Zhao Chen summoned the upgrade reward wheel. Following the system's guidance, he extended his finger and clicked, causing the virtual wheel to spin. Ding! Random reward is being drawn, please wait. In those tense and thrilling seconds, Zhao Chen felt as if a century had passed. He didn't dare blink, staring intently at the wheel, fearing something might go wrong. Finally, after a few seconds, the wheel gradually slowed down. It passed the Lamborghini Veneno and slowly moved past the villas of the 8 famous families of Chaoyang. Under Zhao Chen's wide-eyed gaze, it stopped at the intersection of the Capital Jalan Scenic Area icon and the Magic City Peninsula Hotel icon. Just then, the pointer of the wheel slightly moved and landed on the Magic City Peninsula Hotel icon. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have won the second prize. Magic City Peninsula Hotel includes 100% ownership of the hotel, excluding the Peninsula Apartments and Shopping Mall. The remaining rewards have been stored in the system's item bar, and the host can choose to purchase them at any time. Next, please enjoy your perfect life. As the system's voice faded, the virtual wheel disappeared. Still in a state of ecstasy, Zhao Chen suddenly felt a weight in his hand, as if something had been added. Looking down, he found an unremarkable envelope. Zhao Chen seemed to realize something, his fingers trembling as he opened the envelope, but he was stunned to see the blank pages inside. According to the norm, shouldn't there be a share transfer document or something? Zhao Chen was a bit dumbfounded. Could it be that he had been tricked by the system? Reminder to the host, since there are no enterprises under the host's name, the Magic City Peninsula Hotel cannot be listed under the host's assets for the time being. Please create a company as soon as possible, and the system will automatically transfer the Magic City Peninsula Hotel to the host's company. As the system's voice ended, the blank pages in Zhao Chen's hand gradually revealed text. It was a system-customized share transfer document. After Zhao Chen created a company, he would only need to sign his name on the share transfer document, and then he could bring this world-renowned hotel under his control. After hearing all this, Zhao Chen felt no rush. After careful consideration, he thought of a very important question. He knew nothing about the situation of the Magic City Peninsula Hotel. Even if the system completed the acquisition, could he directly manage this large hotel? The answer was impossible. Even if he held 100% of the shares, he could manage it, but it would still take some time. After all, before the acquisition, the Magic City Peninsula was a hotel of the Peninsula Group, not private. And after the acquisition, it became private, which made things a bit complicated. The Peninsula Hotel in Magic City belongs to the Peninsula Group, which is a subsidiary of Hong Kong Island Magic City Grand Hotel Limited. This company is controlled by the Kadori family of Hong Kong Island. However, it is said that the Kadori family's stake in the Shanghai Peninsula Hotel is just over 50%, with the remaining half still held by Greenland Group. The recent separation of the Magic City Peninsula Hotel from the Peninsula Group was also jointly transferred by the Kadori family and Greenland Group. Managing a hotel is certainly easy for such large corporations. But what about him? Zhao Chen is currently a lone commander, with no one capable under him. The management team of the Magic City Peninsula is mostly from the Peninsula Group, and if an acquisition occurs, most of the senior executives will definitely resign, leading to a shortage of staff. Moreover, what worries Zhao Chen is how he is supposed to manage such a large enterprise that has suddenly been handed to him. Originally, he had planned to slowly build a company from the ground up. Now, with this sudden leap, he feels overwhelmed. Ding! Please rest assured, host. Although the Magic City Peninsula Hotel is now under your name, according to the transfer agreement, the Peninsula Group will fully manage it on your behalf. If you wish to take control, you can manage it freely. It seems the system sensed Zhao Chen's thoughts and prompted him again, making him instantly overjoyed. The system's implication is that he only needs to enjoy it, leaving everything to professional managers, without worrying about how to manage the hotel? Zhao Chen felt a bit dazed. It seems that from this moment on, he has struck it rich. At around 2 in the morning, Zhao Chen still couldn't sleep, lying in bed excitedly scrolling through his phone. It was all information about the Magic City Peninsula Hotel. Although it wasn't his property yet, it was only a matter of time. As the new owner of the Magic City Peninsula Hotel, he certainly needed to understand his own enterprise well. Ahem. Of course, he was mainly interested in the hotel's Rolls-Royce fleet. This would save him the money to buy a Rolls-Royce. As the hotel owner, he could just requisition one to Huacheng later. Plus, the prestige is solid, with several 8 plates from Shanghai, which money might not even be able to buy. As he looked at all the services and facilities included in the Peninsula Hotel, Zhao Chen's excited heart gradually calmed down. With sleepiness creeping in, he slowly drifted off. But even in sleep, a faint smile remained on his lips. He believed that tomorrow would surely be a wonderful day. The next day, Zhao Chen got up around 9. After all, there were things to do today. The first task was to register a company. He still felt uneasy until the hotel was officially in his hands. Only when it truly belonged to him could he perhaps experience the sense of achievement of owning a top luxury hotel in the country's largest city, Magic City. Moreover, as the saying goes, a man should always have his own career. With the system in place, perhaps he wouldn't need to worry about money or exhaust himself every day to develop the company. But he must have this career. It symbolizes a man's face in the outside world and represents a man's business card. Just like when he was at the bar with Yang Peiming and the others. Why did Zhou Yuxuan and Gao Zheneng follow Yang Peiming? It wasn't just because Yang Peiming was older and wealthier than them. It was also because he had his own career, appearing mature and stable. Compared to them, he had become a higher-level figure. When walking outside, people would call him Manager Yang, Boss Yang. Unlike the other two, who, in most people's eyes, were just rich second-generation kids with money but no ambition. At first, Zhao Chen planned to wait until National Day to go back, to enjoy himself a bit longer, and save up more money before making preparations. But there was no choice, the system was forcing him to grow stronger, and he had to establish a company as soon as possible. Son, you want to start a company? Upon hearing that Zhao Chen was going to establish a company, Zhao Liping and his wife both looked surprised. After learning that their son had money, to be honest, they had been a bit restless these past few days. They feared that their son might make some mistakes one day. Although they weren't exactly poor suddenly becoming rich, their family had only been an ordinary household with a modest savings before. Seeing Zhao Chen spend money so lavishly, with millions flying out at a time, it was indeed hard for them to adjust. However, upon hearing that Zhao Chen was going to start a company today, they felt somewhat relieved. After all, there was a significant difference between having a career and not having one. Especially during holidays, relatives and friends would always ask what their son or daughter was doing. Of course, Zhao Chen was still young and in school, so he didn't have to worry about these issues yet. But precisely because he was young and suddenly had money, they were a bit worried that Zhao Chen might not be able to handle it. If he continued to consume without restraint, no matter how rich he was, there would always be a day when he would run out of money. Only by doing business and starting a company, whether he made a profit or a loss, would it at least be meaningful. Right, starting a company. Zhao Chen smiled and nodded, picking up a crispy, fragrant fried dough stick and putting it in his mouth, casually asking, "Dad, are you interested in doing something big?" "Huh? I mean, how about we open a supermarket?" Zhao Chen looked at his father's eyes, which gradually widened from confusion, and a gentle expression flashed across his face. This time he returned, besides buying a car, he also wanted to buy a house for his family in Chaoyang. After all, due to his schooling, he wouldn't be able to stay in Chaoyang for long. However, it was the same, buying a house for his family was equivalent to buying one for himself. Based on his current conditions, he would need at least a large flat of over 300 square meters. With the current housing prices in Chaoyang, as long as it wasn't too luxurious, spending 4 to 5 million to buy a well-decorated, move-in ready house was still quite feasible. But when this idea was brought up, it was immediately vetoed by Zhao Liping and Yang Jing. Their reason was quite simple. They had already gotten used to living in this place. Since Zhao Chen could remember, they had always lived here. For nearly 20 years, the neighbors had become like family. If they suddenly moved to an unfamiliar place, they wouldn't adapt well. Moreover, at their age, they no longer pursued better living conditions. Right now, they felt quite satisfied. They had a car, a house, and savings, they lacked nothing. Although Zhao Chen had money now, Zhao Liping wouldn't touch the 100 or so thousand saved for him. Better safe than sorry. If Zhao Chen suddenly ran out of money in the future or failed in business, at least that money could still help him a little. For them, as long as they had relatives and friends to drink tea and chat with during their free time, that was enough. Hearing his parents' reasoning, Zhao Chen was momentarily at a loss for how to refute it. His parents' thoughts were certainly different from his. He didn't want to say much, he would just wait until he had more money and needed to buy then. However, while they could forego the house, Zhao Chen felt that the supermarket was indeed necessary. He knew that his father was eager to expand the small shop. For instance, opening a small supermarket had been his father's dream. Unfortunately, he didn't have much capital. Zhao Liping was a cautious person. Or rather, he was someone who was quite content with the status quo. He didn't dare to take risks. In business, gains would certainly come with losses. If he succeeded, that would be fine, but what if he failed? The savings were meant for his children, he couldn't touch that money. The other funds were only enough for the small shop and the family's daily expenses, which kept him in a state of maintaining the status quo. Zhao Chen, on the other hand, wanted to help his father fulfill this dream. Moreover, to be honest, he didn't plan to develop his own company in Chaoyang. He would eventually return to Huacheng. If he only had the Magic City Peninsula Hotel after starting the company, it would indeed seem a bit shabby. Furthermore, in the short term, Zhao Chen certainly wouldn't make any major changes at the Magic City Peninsula Hotel. Everything would remain the same, so the company would essentially be an empty shell. Although having one more supermarket didn't seem like much, at least it could hire a few more employees, preventing it from being a complete shell. Great, great, let's open a supermarket. Zhao Baiqing clapped her hands and cheered beside him. Her thoughts were very simple. She was just thinking that if their family opened a supermarket, there would be plenty of snacks to eat in the future. Hearing Zhao Chen's words, Zhao Liping's expression gradually became excited. "Xiao Chuan, is it really possible? Won't it delay your own matters?" Zhao Liping's face flushed with excitement. It was impossible to say he didn't want to open a supermarket. After all, he had been in the retail industry for over 20 years. A supermarket was just an upgraded version of a small shop. The owner of a small shop was a small boss, while the owner of a large supermarket was a big boss. Who wouldn't want to be a big boss? On the other hand, if his son opened a supermarket, he felt he could at least make some money. Even if his son failed in business later, having a supermarket under his name could help his son recover some losses. Therefore, Zhao Liping really couldn't find a reason to refuse the idea of opening a supermarket. He just worried about holding Zhao Chen back. After all, starting a supermarket required a significant amount of capital. If it delayed Zhao Chen's company, it would be counterproductive. Yang Jing, standing nearby, was also quite surprised, and the couple quickly sat down next to Zhao Chen. After inquiring further, they learned that Zhao Chen had no issues with funding, and his company's current main objectives were also not yet determined. After discussing, the couple exchanged glances and nodded in agreement with smiles, feeling a surge of pride in their hearts. After breakfast, Zhao Liping and Zhao Chen drove to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to register the company. Regarding the company's name, Zhao Chen thought for a long time and decided to use his last character, Chuan, combined with the character Qing from Lu Ruyan. He wanted to establish a group company under the name Qing Chuan. Qingchuan evokes a sense of tranquility and ease, a feeling of calmness and leisure. As for the company's goals, while they wouldn't be exaggerated to the point of being out of this world, they still aim to become a leading enterprise globally. The first company was named Qingchuan Capital Limited, abbreviated as Qingchuan Capital. Due to his limited funds, it was indeed fitting to call it Limited Capital. With the help of the staff, Qingchuan Capital was officially established, with a registered capital of 100,000 yuan. Zhao Chen served as the chairman, holding 99% of the shares of Qingchuan Capital. The remaining 1% was under Zhao Liping's name, but in reality, it was also Zhao Chen's. Although 100,000 yuan seemed a bit meager these days, many people were starting companies just by paying a handling fee. He was doing quite well. After sorting out the company matters, Zhao Chen withdrew a week's worth of system earnings in advance. 6,107,200 yuan was instantly credited to his account, and his card balance suddenly approached 8 million. With this substantial amount of money in his pocket, his confidence immediately surged. However, in the remaining week, aside from the consumer rebate opportunity he just received today, he should have no other income from the system. As for the location of the supermarket, Zhao Liping certainly did not want it to be too far from home for convenience. Zhao Chen simply found a rental agency and, in an office building near his home, spent 200,000 to rent an office of over 200 square meters. This would serve as a temporary office for Qingchuan Capital and the newly opened supermarket. The company was in its infancy. Aside from opening a supermarket, there was not much business to conduct in Chaoyang for the time being. He didn't need any employees for his own company at this stage. As for the supermarket staff, he didn't need to worry about that either. His father confidently said he would handle it himself, and Zhao Chen naturally wouldn't dampen his enthusiasm. After all, his father had been in business for so many years. Although it was his first time opening a supermarket, he still had some experience. Moreover, this was his father's career, and it was good for him to roll up his sleeves and do it himself. However, since they were going to open a supermarket, funding and location were very important. They already had the funds, with 5 million prepared. Now, the issue to consider was the location. They spent an afternoon with the agent looking at all the shops available for rent or transfer in the vicinity. They finally settled on a shop that was about 1,400 square meters and was currently up for transfer. This shop was located near a residential area and close to a subway entrance. It had previously been a supermarket and was said to have had good business. However, it seemed the supermarket owner later went bankrupt due to failures in other businesses. All the goods in the supermarket had been mortgaged, leading to its closure. Nevertheless, the decoration of the supermarket was still intact, and if Zhao Liping took over, he would only need to make some adjustments before it could open. Since the landlord was also in urgent need of money, they offered the two a favorable price of 600,000 a year, with a 2-year lease. After discussing, the father and son decided to rent it. Zhao Chen did not hesitate and directly negotiated a 5-year lease with the landlord. They would rent it first, and when they had the money later, they would buy the shop. Seeing Zhao Chen so generous, the total rent for 5 years came to 3 million. The landlord generously waived 100,000, charging only 2,900,000. After securing the supermarket's location, they had 2,100,000 left in reserved funds. At 1,400 square meters, it could definitely be considered a large supermarket. Zhao Chen estimated that the remaining money might not be enough. Renovation, employees, and most importantly, sourcing channels were the most troublesome issues. Sourcing channels were crucial. After all, the quality and price of the goods determined whether the supermarket would be profitable and its reputation. If it was just losing money while making noise, then what was the point of doing business? They might as well just give away money on the street faster. With Zhao Liping's current connections, opening a large supermarket was still quite challenging. After thinking it over, Zhao Chen decided to call Gao Zening for advice. This heir of Yonghui Supermarket should have some solutions. After all, Yonghui Supermarket was the leader among domestic chain supermarkets. Of course, Zhao Chen had no intention of opening a chain supermarket. The reason for opening a supermarket was purely to help his father fulfill his dream. Making money was secondary. As long as his father was happy, that was enough. The chain supermarket industry in the country was difficult to enter without significant investment. Not to mention that international giants like Walmart were struggling to develop in the country. Even the second largest player, Carrefour, had also faced setbacks in the domestic market. Although there was a trend of making a comeback, Carrefour had still lost a considerable amount of money in the Huaxia market. The reason for this situation was that there were simply too many supermarket brands in the country. Every province is filled with towering mountains, and the competition is quite fierce. Not to mention large chains like China Resources Vanguard, Artimart, Yonghui, Lianhua, and Walmart. Even in their Chaoyang area, there's a Funing Ego chain. With his current amount of funds, what can he do? It's better not to get involved in their fights. Hey, Bai Chuan, what's up? The voice of Gao Zheneng came through the phone, but it sounded quite noisy on the other end. Although everyone around was speaking English, Zhao Chen didn't need to guess, he knew exactly where this guy was. It seems that even when abroad, Gao Zheneng's playboy heart can't be restrained. This guy plays even harder than Zhou Yuxuan. Although Zhou Yuxuan changes girlfriends as quickly as changing clothes, at least he has girlfriends and rarely goes out to mess around. But Gao Zheneng is more of a hedonist. He has no dietary restrictions and plays however he likes. He never talks about feelings, it's all about money for him. Once the money is right, feelings will follow. For him, having a girlfriend is just too troublesome. Brother Ning, where are you? Zhao Chen asked with a smile. Although they hadn't seen each other since their last meeting, they occasionally chatted on WeChat. Yang Peiming mentioned that when Zhao Chen took his classmates to book a venue, Zhou Yuxuan and Gao Zheneng said they wanted to drink with Zhao Chen again when they returned. Last time, since it was their first meeting, everyone didn't drink too heavily. It was just those two who played games with the girls and drank a bit more. Wait a minute, hold on. At that moment, Gao Zheneng was at a high-end bar in New York, USA, with friends. The noise around was too loud, making it hard to hear on the phone. After calling out to his friends, Gao Zheneng went to the restroom. At that time, it was 4 p.m. in China and 3 a.m. in the USA. Gao Zheneng and his friends were preparing to take their companions back to the hotel when unexpectedly, Zhao Chen called him. He had a pretty good impression of Zhao Chen. Of course, they weren't close friends, but they got along well. After some small talk, Gao Zheneng casually hugged a foreign girl who had followed him and laughed. You're in Chaoyang now? It's a holiday recently, why go back? Came to New York. I'll buy you a plane ticket, brother will take you to enjoy some capitalist life. Ha, don't mention it, let's save it for next time. If there's a chance, I'll come again. After Zhao Chen laughed and declined, he finally got to the main topic. Brother Ning, I have something to consult you about. Hearing Zhao Chen mention something serious, Gao Zheneng raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but laugh. I was wondering when you'd have time to call me. So, what's the matter? Zhao Chen laid out his idea of opening a supermarket in Chaoyang. Gao Zheneng was a bit surprised and joked. You want to open a supermarket? Oh, that's great. Are you planning to compete with our Yonghui? Not at all, just a small play, nothing serious. Gao Zheneng chuckled and after pondering for a moment, he said, Bai Xuan, I'm still in New York, and I probably won't be back for a few days. But don't worry, I'll make a call to help you ask. How about this? Let your supermarket directly connect with our Yonghui's channels in Chaoyang. It'll save some trouble. I'll have the manager over there contact you shortly, okay? Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you, Brother Ning? Zhao Chen was a bit flattered. If that happened, all the troublesome matters would be resolved. If his dad's supermarket could connect with Yonghui's channels, aside from hiring staff to get the supermarket up and running, there wouldn't be much else to consider. After all, the prices suppliers offer Yonghui are definitely much more favorable than those for individual supermarkets. Hey, we're like family, why say such things? I actually think this is quite troublesome. But you know, Yonghui doesn't allow franchising, and there's nothing I can do about that. Otherwise, if you want to open a supermarket, just franchise with us and wait to collect the money, Gao Zheneng said with a light laugh. He was a person who valued loyalty, otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten along with Yang Peiming and the others. Although he had only known Zhao Chen for a short time, helping out a little wasn't a big deal. Moreover, this matter was quite simple for him. Alright, then I won't be polite. Thank you, Brother Ning. When you come back, I'll treat you to a drink. No problem, but I get to choose the place. Of course, that's fine. After saying that, both of them burst into hearty laughter. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Chen smiled slightly, feeling a bit emotional. One must admit, connections are incredibly important in today's society. If he hadn't known Gao Zheneng, he wouldn't have had this kind of network. Helping his dad open a supermarket, even with money, would definitely require a lot of effort. But now, it was all settled with just a few words. Zhao Chen couldn't help but feel fortunate that he had attended the Hometown Association dinner back then. Otherwise, he might not have had the chance to meet Gao Zheneng and the others. However, the three brothers he met in Huacheng had been quite helpful to him, and they got along well. As the saying goes, one should repay kindness with kindness. If there's an opportunity, everyone should reciprocate. Hello, may I ask if you are Mr. Zhao Chen? As the saying goes, when the higher-ups give an order, the subordinates run around. Soon, a strange number called Zhao Chen's phone. It was the manager of the Yonghui supermarket Chaoyang branch, speaking very politely. After all, This was a matter personally instructed by the big boss at headquarters, so he couldn't afford to be careless. However, the supermarket had just signed the lease contract, and the renovations hadn't even started, so there was no rush for the supply chain. Upon learning about Zhao Chen's situation, the Yonghui manager politely asked him to contact him anytime once he was ready. He assured Zhao Chen that he would help them get everything sorted out. Meanwhile, after signing the lease contract, Zhao Liping began to worry about the supermarket's supply chain issues. He noticed his son making a few phone calls but didn't pay much attention. He was preparing to call an old buddy to see if he had any solutions. However, when his son returned from the calls and told him what had happened, he was instantly stunned. Yonghui Supermarket's channel? Zhao Liping looked at Zhao Chen in shock, as if he were meeting his son for the first time. As someone in the retail industry, how could he not know about Yonghui Supermarket, this giant? It was one of the top chain supermarkets in the country, with several branches in Chaoyang alone. Zhao Liping never expected that his son would know someone from Yonghui Supermarket, and certainly not at a high level. That would be impossible. If it weren't for Zhao Chen standing right in front of him, unchanged in behavior and appearance, Zhao Liping would have doubted whether this was really his son. The rent was paid, the supply chain issue was resolved, and all that was left were the renovations and hiring employees, among other trivial matters. Zhao Chen left all of that to his dad. To prevent running out of funds, in addition to the remaining 2,100,000, he transferred an extra 2 million to his dad's account. Calculating it all, he had invested 7 million in this supermarket alone, so opening it was definitely not a problem. However, it would take a considerable amount of time to recoup the costs. Although he felt a bit embarrassed to take his son's money, he thought about it as leaving a foundation for his son. Zhao Liping didn't decline and accepted it all. In just one day, Zhao Chen spent 7 million, which was the most he had spent since his rebirth. However, he felt very fulfilled with how he spent that money. Since the foundation of the previous supermarket was still intact, this new supermarket only needed some adjustments. Letting his dad stay here to discuss with the renovation company about how to remodel his new territory, Zhao Chen left first. After parking the car downstairs, his mom went to chat with some neighbor. Zhao Chen strode up to the third floor, took out a file bag from the drawer of his desk in his room. Looking at the equity transfer document for the Magic City Peninsula Hotel provided by the system, Zhao Chen took a deep breath and carefully signed his name on the document. After signing, the equity transfer document did not glow or disappear. Everything remained as ordinary as before. No response? Zhao Chen was slightly taken aback, then shook his head with a wry smile, realizing he was a bit too anxious. Since he had signed his name, the system couldn't possibly deceive him, he just needed to wait patiently. He put the equity transfer document back into the file bag, lay down on the bed, and quietly emptied his mind. Suddenly, his phone rang. He thought it was a call from the Magic City Peninsula Hotel. Zhao Chen took a deep breath, clicked to answer, and heard a strange female voice on the other end. "Hello, is this Zhao Chen, Mr. Zhao?" Hearing this, Zhao Chen glanced at the phone number. Starting with 400, it couldn't be a spam call, could it? Nowadays, spam calls weren't as frequent as in later years, but they still existed. He couldn't help but chuckle and teased. "Go ahead, are you selling houses or cars?" "I'm not selling insurance," came the reply. On the other end, Yao Shifei was momentarily stunned by Zhao Chen's teasing, then found it somewhat amusing. "Mr. Zhao, please don't misunderstand, I'm not a salesperson. I'm Yao Shifei, a client manager from China Merchants Bank's private banking division. I'm here to invite you to join our private banking service. I wonder if it's convenient for you right now." Yao Shifei's tone was very respectful. She had just become a client manager at the private banking division and was still a complete newcomer in this field. Zhao Chen was her first prospective client, and with the task indicators given to her from above, she naturally didn't want to miss any potential clients. In the past month, Zhao Chen's bank account had a high and stable flow. Moreover, the sources of income were all legitimate, coming from a fixed dividend from an international private equity firm, Fengyun Capital. Yao Shifei didn't know how strong Fengyun Capital was, but she knew that based on the changes in Zhao Chen's account flow, it would only keep increasing, and he would eventually become one of their major clients. Such high-quality clients had to be captured early to avoid being snatched away by competitors. Private banking? Zhao Chen was slightly taken aback. He hadn't considered these issues since he became wealthy. After all, private banking was something that felt very distant from his previous life. Private banking accounts are different from regular bank accounts. They are specifically set up for high net worth individuals, and the benefits sound quite appealing. Things like high-limit credit cards, dedicated financial advisors, higher deposit interest rates, and various privileges such as VIP lounges, airport transfer services, and birthday gifts. However, for truly wealthy individuals, these things are merely optional. For elite individuals with some savings, especially those who travel for business frequently, these benefits could save a considerable amount of money over a year. Of course, while the benefits are good, the entry threshold is also high. For instance, China Merchants Bank requires a net worth of 10 million to join their private banking service. Although Zhao Chen's card only had a few million left, his balance had recently surpassed the 10 million mark. Moreover, with stable cash flow and fixed dividend income, he often received large sums of money. It's not a problem to apply a little and become a private banking client. Mr. Zhao, are you free now? Are you in Chaoyang? I think we can schedule a time to discuss this in detail. After briefly introducing the benefits of joining the private bank, Yao Shifei still wanted to personally visit Zhao Chen to handle the business. When it comes to service, it must be said that no domestic bank can compare to China Merchants Bank. However, after listening to Yao Shifei's introduction, Zhao Chen appeared somewhat uninterested. The offerings of private banking simply did not attract him. What financial advisors? The reborn Zhao Chen was his own best financial advisor. Randomly buying stocks yielded returns that were no less than giving money to the bank for investment. As for the so-called high-limit credit cards, having $1 million would be the limit. $1 million was completely useless to him now. As for value-added services like VIP lounges and airport transfers, those were even more useless. Tasteless to eat, but a pity to discard. Given his current assets, merely being an ordinary private bank client could hardly satisfy him. Zhao Chen chuckled lightly and said, "Manager Yao, I heard that your bank has authorization from American Express. Why don't you apply for a Centurion card for me? I'm quite interested in that." The Centurion card, also known as the American Express Centurion Black Card, is recognized as the king of cards in the world. The explanation for the privileges of this credit card from American Express is simply 4 words: whatever you ask for. This means that as long as you have money, there is nothing that American Express cannot handle. Although it is not absolute, it does prove the card's power. The Centurion Black Card issued abroad has no credit limit. Theoretically, you can purchase any valuable item, including super luxury goods like yachts and airplanes. Of course, there are consumption risk control limits. If you exceed the risk control limit, the card will not be frozen. Instead, bank staff will confirm the cardholder's identity and then complete the payment. Holding a Centurion Black Card is also a symbol of status, representing that the cardholder has truly entered the upper class. Due to domestic market conditions, American Express has not issued the Centurion Black Card in China. Instead, it has collaborated with China Merchants Bank, Industrial and Commercial Bank, and Minsheng Bank to issue a somewhat inferior version of the Centurion card domestically. The limits are usually between 2 million and 10 million, and the benefits are somewhat curtailed. However, the whatever you ask for service and meticulous concierge service are still present, making it quite prestigious to hold. The Centurion card is a more high-end service compared to private banking. It does not accept proactive applications but is personally invited by the bank. Invitees are at least billionaires. Hearing Zhao Chen's audacious words, Yao Shifei on the other end of the phone smiled stiffly. The number of people holding a Centurion card in the country is extremely rare. Even private banking clients are 1 in 100. It's not something as common as cabbage that one can just apply for. This client is a bit too difficult to deal with. Yao Shifei sighed inwardly but still did not want to give up, speaking softly, "Mr. Zhao, I don't have the authority for the Centurion card. How about we need to discuss? There might still be an opportunity." "Then forget it, I still have to go to Magic City, so I probably won't have time. Let's talk next time." Upon hearing that there was no opportunity for the Centurion card, Zhao Chen immediately lost interest, casually finding an excuse and hanging up the phone. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Yao Shifei's mouth twitched, almost wanting to slam the table. Joining a private bank is a good thing. Why be so dismissive? Her first client was too difficult to handle. "Han Shu, what's wrong?" At that moment, Yao Shifei's colleague and friend, Huang Yun, who was also a client manager, walked over. Seeing the helpless expression on Yao Shifei's face, she couldn't help but laugh and placed her hand on her shoulder, giving it a gentle squeeze. "What's wrong? Encountered a tough nut?" In our line of work, there are all kinds of quirky clients. You have to learn to get used to it. After all, her good sister had just taken over the client manager's duties and would definitely feel out of place. Wealthy people can be much more difficult to deal with than ordinary folks. Especially those with peculiar preferences, they are the hardest to handle. Over the years, Huang Yun had seen and encountered many such clients, so there was nothing surprising about it. Yao Shifei was still young and had plenty of opportunities to grow gradually. Huang Yun was 33 this year, with a rather average appearance. However, paired with her exquisite makeup and professional attire, she appeared mature and capable, exuding a certain charm. In contrast, 26-year-old Yao Shifei seemed much more innocent. Yet, in terms of looks, she completely outshone Huang Yun. With her big eyes, fair skin, and gentle voice, she possessed the softness typical of Jiangnan women, complemented by a somewhat naturally dazed expression. She was undoubtedly the belle of the Chaoyang branch of the bank. No, Sister Yun, I was just thinking if I'm not suited for this profession. Yao Shifei shook her head, lightly biting her lip, looking somewhat at a loss. Her first client, Mr. Zhao, could be called quirky, but he wasn't really that odd. After all, his attitude was quite good, he was just a bit difficult. He even said he didn't want to join the private banking service and wanted to apply for a Centurion Gold card. But that wasn't something she could decide. Moreover, even if he wanted to apply, did he have the assets for it? Yao Shifei shared her troubles with Huang Yun, asking how she should respond politely if she encountered such clients in the future. She figured her attitude must have been wrong earlier, as she had basically rejected the client's request, which led to the call being cut off. Hearing Yao Shifei's words, Huang Yun looked a bit surprised, then covered her mouth and chuckled. If he's making such demands, then you should invite him to the bank. Huang Yun continued to tease, this is a Centurion big client. If you introduce one to the bank, the president would come out to praise you. Upon hearing this, Yao Shifei couldn't help but smile wryly, pulling Huang Yun and playfully complaining, oh, Sister Yun, please don't laugh at me. Quickly tell me, what should I do if I encounter this again? Also, I don't want to give up on this client, I feel there's still hope. Huang Yun smiled, gently smoothing Yao Shifei's hair, and suggested, clients like this are usually very confident in themselves. You can't directly tell him no, you have to go along with him. If he insists on applying, you can invite him to the bank to verify his assets. If he really qualifies, then everyone will be happy. If he doesn't qualify, he probably won't have much to say then. And since he's already at the bank, do I really need to teach you the rest? Some people, for the sake of face, would definitely agree to join. As for those who don't agree, that's fine, it just proves they aren't the ideal clients for our bank. Yao Shifei nodded repeatedly, suddenly enlightened, I see. She then didn't forget to compliment Huang Yun, Sister Yun, you're really amazing. Huang Yun playfully rolled her eyes at her and tapped her little head. What's so amazing about this? After doing it for a long time, it's all the same, this is called experience. Then, with interest, she asked, hey, where is that Centurion big client of yours? Why not check his assets? What if he qualifies? Have you checked? Yao Shifei shook her head in confusion. This is the list and basic information my supervisor gave me. I haven't checked. Oh my. Huang Yun rubbed her forehead and said helplessly, Hanshu, I need to criticize you a bit here. As a client manager, how can you not understand our clients? Although we are a high-end private bank, clients come in all sorts. Forget it, let me check for you. After saying that, she helplessly clicked on the computer in front of Yao Shifei and began to look up the asset information under Zhao Chen's name according to the first name on the list. Zhao Baichuan, oh my, only 19 years old. Huang Yun's expression showed some surprise. Whose rich second generation is this? As Huang Yun logged onto the website, Zhao Chen's companies and assets were immediately listed. Qingchuan Capital. Looking at the unfamiliar company name, Huang Yun shook her head slightly. The name is quite special, but it seems to be just a shell company. Then, she checked the enterprises controlled by Qingchuan Capital. The first thing that caught her eye was a company called Qingchuan Supermarket. Without thinking, this supermarket's scale definitely couldn't be considered large. Hanshu, I feel like your client. Huang Yun was about to say that Yao Shifei's client was somewhat lacking in strength when the very conspicuous hotel name below the supermarket suddenly caught her eye, leaving her momentarily stunned. Sister Yun, what's wrong with my client? Yao Shifei's view was somewhat blocked by Huang Yun, unable to see the full screen, so she could only stand up slightly to look at her. Huang Yun didn't respond, her lips trembling slightly. Unable to help but swallow, she found it hard to believe what she was seeing. Seeing this, Yao Shifei couldn't help but feel puzzled. She was somewhat nearsighted and couldn't see clearly without her glasses, so she had to lean in closer. Once she saw the content on the screen, she, like Huang Yun, stood there with her mouth slightly agape, stunned. It seemed like a long time passed before they both came to their senses, exchanging a glance before suddenly finding themselves at a loss for words. Sister Yun, am I dreaming? Yao Shifei never expected that such a high-level client would actually come to her. I wish I were having such a dream. Huang Yun murmured, looking at Yao Shifei with an indescribable feeling in her eyes. What could be said? It could only be said that fools have their blessings. At that moment, the words 100% ownership belonging to one of Qingchuan Capital's properties, the Modu Peninsula Hotel, seemed to be shining on the screen. Not long after hanging up the phone with the bank, the phone rang again. Zhao Chen frowned in displeasure. How could it still not be over? Picking up the phone, he was slightly taken aback to see Modu on the caller ID. Instantly, a smile appeared on his lips. Finally, what was meant to come has arrived. Hello, may I ask? Is this Zhao Chen, Mr. Zhao? Zhao Chen answered the phone, and a somewhat anxious voice of a middle-aged man came from the other end. As the general manager of the Modu Peninsula Hotel, Tan Zhongyu never expected that changes between the groups would come so abruptly. The hotel industry is an old traditional industry, especially for top luxury hotels like the Peninsula Hotel, which belong to established conglomerates. It is hard to expect any major changes. For Tan Zhongyu, this was also an extremely stable job. As long as he performed well, the group would keep him in this position. Being the general manager of the Modu Peninsula Hotel, Tan Zhongyu's qualifications and abilities were naturally not lacking. Moreover, with an annual salary of several million, he could step into the top tier even in Modu. Not to mention, holding the title of general manager of the Peninsula Hotel, it was a job that brought great face, whether among family, relatives, friends, or outside. But just now, he received a notification from the Peninsula Group. From this moment on, the Magic City Peninsula Hotel officially separates from the Peninsula Group. It has been entirely sold to another company called Qingchuan Capital. Although he had never heard of this company, there is no doubt. From now on, their only superior will be one person, the chairman of Qingchuan Capital, Zhao Chen. This person holds 100% of the shares, wields life and death power, the true big boss. The change came too quickly, so fast that it caught him completely off guard. After learning the news, Tan Zhongyu sat alone in his office for a long time, lost in thought. Now in middle age, he had long since grown accustomed to his current life, no longer as driven as the young. Let alone switching jobs or resigning, he didn't even dare to think about it. All he had ever wanted was a stable job, a high income. He thought he could work until retirement. But he never expected the change to come so swiftly. The boss has changed. As a working professional, Tan Zhongyu understood even more that in the workplace, there is no room for sentiment. Especially in a company where one person holds power, the boss's words are like a decree, absolutely not to be questioned. If he were still at the Peninsula Group, even if he made a mistake, it would take multiple meetings to fire him. However, now, with just one word from Zhao Chen, he could be packing his bags and leaving immediately. No one wants to experience such a sense of disparity, but he had no choice but to face it. If Zhao Chen were to fire him, there would certainly be no position for him back at the group. He would be like a discarded piece, pleasing neither side. After a period of extreme tension, Tan Zhongyu calmed himself down and prepared to call the new boss to introduce himself, at least to get familiar. After all, first impressions are always crucial. Although he knew that there might be personnel changes with this new boss, after all, no one wants to see their own people not in charge of their own industry. But what he needed to do now was to avoid being fired by Zhao Chen and maintain his job at the hotel for the time being. Even if it meant a demotion, it didn't matter. Time would prove to the new boss that he, Full Tan, was capable of becoming the general manager of the Magic City Peninsula. Who is this? Hearing the voice on the phone address him as Director Zhao made Zhao Chen raise an eyebrow. It seemed that the agreement for the change of ownership of the Magic City Peninsula Hotel had already taken effect. However, hearing the title Director Zhao from someone else was a first for him, and it sounded quite pleasant. Director Zhao, hello, I am Tan Zhongyu, the general manager of the Magic City Peninsula Hotel. You can just call me Old Tan. I'm calling you this time mainly regarding some work arrangements that need your approval. The notice from the Peninsula Group has already been issued, and from now on, the Magic City Peninsula Hotel officially belongs to you. Zhao Chen's voice sounded unexpectedly young, which surprised Tan Zhongyu and made him feel uneasy. If the boss were a middle-aged person around his age, or someone more mature, generally speaking, they wouldn't make significant changes in a heavy asset industry like hotels. Maintaining the status quo, earning steadily, and collecting profits each year would ensure his position as general manager was basically secure. But with a young person in charge, everything could be uncertain. Just like his son, with a free-thinking mindset, always wanting this and that, it was common for outsiders to guide insiders. To make a name for themselves, there was a high possibility of making major changes to the hotel. Moreover, this young boss was backed by a top-tier consortium. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to have the strength and capability to acquire the Magic City Peninsula Hotel from the Peninsula Group. Perhaps even if such a large Peninsula Hotel were to fail, they wouldn't care much. Old Tan, is it? I'm glad to meet you. From now on, we will be colleagues. Zhao Chen was not polite either, chuckling as he said, how about this, let's not say too much over the phone. Add me on WeChat, and we can discuss the details later. Please also inform the hotel staff. Although I have acquired it, everything will remain the same, and there won't be any special changes. Zhao Chen's 2 sentences brought Tan Zhongyu a sudden surprise. His previously tense mood was instantly relieved. It seemed he had underestimated this young boss. He was a bit different from what he had imagined. Tan Zhongyu quickly agreed while also expressing his loyal attitude. Everything would be based on President Zhao's requirements. He would be President Zhao's chief steward, and he would definitely take good care of the hotel for Zhao Chen. What Zhao Chen wanted was exactly this assurance. Now, asking him to manage the Magic City Peninsula Hotel was like asking him to do something he knew nothing about. Moreover, why would he go to such lengths? Not to mention that those big bosses usually hire professional managers to run their companies. He only needed to set the general direction for the company. If he had to do everything himself, it would defeat the purpose of being a boss. The Magic City Peninsula Hotel would develop just fine as it was. Perhaps in the future, when he had sufficient funds, he would try to upgrade the hotel to become the best in all of Huaxia and even the world. But for now, there was no need to seek change. After this initial heart-to-heart between boss and subordinate, Tan Zhongyu's attitude became even more respectful. After all, having confirmed this person would be his future benefactor. After hanging up the phone, Tan Zhongyu quickly added Zhao Chen on WeChat and began to report on the current financial situation and various information about the Magic City Peninsula Hotel. After chatting with Tan Zhongyu on WeChat for a while, Zhao Chen went to the living room on the 2nd floor, where his family had returned. They had discussed the night before that they would go to their grandparents' house for dinner tonight. Brother, who were you talking to on the phone just now? You looked so serious. I think I heard something about a hotel? Zhao Baiqing asked curiously, her big eyes wide open. Zhao Liping and his wife turned to look as well. Zhao Chen did not hide it, smiling lightly as he said, "Oh, I just invested in a hotel over in the Magic City." A hotel. A hotel. Zhao Liping and Yang Jing couldn't help but exclaim in unison. Making money in the hotel industry is not that easy. Opening a hotel in Chaoyang requires at least a few million in investment. Not to mention in a big city like the Magic City, where rent is extremely high and costs are steep. Newly opened hotels generally lose money in the early stages. So many want to enter this business, but very few actually make a profit. Even if they do make money, it's usually not much. Unless they can reduce the largest portion of rent, the chances of making a profit increase significantly. This young kid, how did he choose this industry? Money burns fast. Although they thought this way, Zhao Liping and his wife did not want to undermine their son's confidence. They just gave him a few serious reminders. Zhao Chen had returned this time, appearing much more stable and mature. They believed their son should know what he was doing. Xiao Chuan, you need to take it easy, step by step, don't take too big of a leap, just earn money slowly. Yeah, your dad is right. Hearing his parents' words, Zhao Chen smiled and nodded, Mom and Dad, don't worry. Around 5 in the afternoon, after the family of 4 got ready, they took Zhao Liping's luxury car and set off for their grandparents' house in the countryside outside Chaoyang. On the way, Zhao Chen got out of the car and spent over 20,000 yuan to buy 4 bottles of mutai, several pounds of high-quality tea leaves, as well as some high-end fruits and nutritional products. In addition, he withdrew 200,000 in cash from the bank. This was all prepared for his grandparents. Naturally, Zhao Liping and his wife felt a great sense of comfort. Having such a filial son was more precious than anything else. More than half an hour later, the 4 of them arrived at their grandparents' house. Zhao Liping had previously arranged with his younger siblings to gather here. At this time, they had already arrived. Zhao Chen's family of 4 made a dazzling entrance in their newly purchased Mercedes S600, causing everyone to widen their eyes in surprise and freeze in place. In the living room on the 1st floor, after a while, Zhao Liping, beaming with joy, explained the situation to the relatives sitting in a circle. After hearing his words, everyone turned to Zhao Chen, who was smiling. So, this big Benz was bought for you by Xiao Chuan, and he has another 4 million Porsche for himself? My goodness, how long has Xiao Chuan been in college? He's so capable. Uncle Zhao Liwen couldn't help but exclaim. Aunt Zhao Lishuan chimed in with a smile. I've always thought Xiao Chuan was smart and quick-witted since he was little. Just look at him, right? Ha, I think so too. Cut it out. You're just following my lead. Brother Chuan is amazing. I want to be like you in the future. The compliments from the elders and the flattery from his peers made even Zhao Chun, no matter how thick-skinned, feel a bit overwhelmed. Meanwhile, his grandparents watched the scene with smiles, feeling deeply comforted. With children and grandchildren all around, the family was harmonious, and the children were all exceptionally filial. Now, their eldest grandson was even more outstanding, which made the old couple genuinely happy. Watching the lively scene before him, Zhao Chen couldn't help but smile. No matter the past or present, every time this big family gathered, it filled his heart with warmth and joy. Zhao Liping's family had suddenly become wealthy overnight, and while the other two families were certainly envious, they did not feel jealous. In this big family, everyone supported each other, living in harmony and love, without any petty squabbles. This feeling was truly wonderful. During dinner, Zhao Liping generously opened 2 bottles of Mao Tai he had brought. In no time, several men were happily toasting each other, drinking until their faces turned red, feeling quite at ease. If it weren't for Zhao Chen needing to drive later, they would have wanted him to join in. At the table, the grandparents, along with the 2 pairs of uncles and aunts, occasionally encouraged Zhao Chen to strive for success and to take his younger siblings along in the future. Zhao Chen naturally smiled and agreed. His peers were all quite decent, and he could help them out when the opportunity arose. The delicious family dinner was filled with laughter and joy. At 11 o'clock at night, Zhao Liping's family deliberately stayed until the end before leaving. Before they left, Zhao Chen took a heavy bag from the car and handed it to his grandparents. No, we have enough money, you and your grandmother keep it, Grandpa Zhao Chita said, surprised as he opened the bag, immediately pushing it back. Grandma Jiang Meisha echoed, I know Xiao Chuan can earn money now, but you're studying away from home, and you'll need money for many things. Keep it for yourself. Mom and Dad, keep it. This is Xiao Chuan's intention. Yes, you two should take it. Enjoy yourselves, no need to be too frugal. Zhao Liping and his wife comforted them with smiles. Zhao Baiqing also chimed in cheerfully, Grandpa and Grandma, don't worry, my brother is really capable now. Ha 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 ha. After several rounds of persuasion, the grandparents finally accepted the money. Seeing the contented smiles on their faces, Zhao Chen felt very happy inside. The next day, October 5th, around 9 in the morning, there would be no system notification of earnings credited at noon today. Thinking of this, Zhao Chen felt a bit unaccustomed. The system's newly introduced early withdrawal feature saved him trouble, but it also took away some of his enjoyment. Perhaps, this was his own kind of worry. As he went down to the second floor, Zhao Liping was sitting on the living room sofa with Yang Jing, enthusiastically discussing the supermarket's renovation and opening. Seeing this, Zhao Chen couldn't help but smile faintly and chose not to get involved. This was his parents' business. He had already helped them solve the biggest problem. All that was left was to wait patiently. Zhao Chen casually picked up the Mercedes key from the table and chuckled, Dad, I'm taking the car. If you need to go out later, you can drive mine. Go ahead, I'll stick to the old car. Driving your Porsche at my age would be ridiculous, Zhao Liping said with a smile, shaking his head. There was nothing wrong with young people driving sports cars, but for a man in his 40s to do so, people would have something to say. Zhao Chen found himself amused, thinking how funny it would be if his dad drove the Panamera to a business meeting. He laughed as he walked downstairs, and Yang Jing hurriedly followed, calling out, Where are you going? Are you coming back for lunch? That brat, always wandering around without doing anything productive. He was almost 20 and still hadn't even gotten a girlfriend. The neighbors, the Zhang family, were about to have a grandchild. I'm not coming back, you guys eat, Zhao Chen said, holding the 2 Apple phones he had bought earlier, waving his hand without looking back as he walked out the door. He started the Mercedes S600 and comfortably settled into the driver's seat. Listening to the unique sound of the V12 engine, he had to admit that in terms of comfort, this car was indeed several streets ahead of the Panamera. Moreover, compared to the Panamera, the Mercedes S600 could handle the bumpy country roads. However, in terms of looks, the Panamera still held an absolute advantage. As for why he was driving his dad's car today, aside from wanting to test the handling, the most important reason was, of course, to pick up the 2 sisters from the Yu family in the countryside. He had indeed been delayed by various matters these past few days, and with Su Yun's sudden appearance, Zhao Chen's plans had been thrown into disarray. He had originally promised to take them to Chaoyang on the 30th, but now it was already the 5th. Zhao Chen could only sigh inwardly about the delay. The 2 sisters didn't have phones and it was inconvenient to contact them. They might have been waiting for a long time. On the other side, Yu, as usual, would sit in the yard after 10 in the morning. While feeding the little chicks running around, she eagerly awaited Zhao Chen to come pick her up. Whenever she heard a vehicle passing by, she would run out to see if it was Zhao Chen. She even dreamed about Zhao Chen coming, waking up in the middle of the night, feeling both shy and excited. However, after waiting for 5 days from the 1st to the 5th, her mood began to gradually decline. Uncle, is he not coming to pick her up? The things he said before must have just been to comfort her. What was she thinking? She and Uncle were from two different worlds, with no possibility at all. She was so clumsy, short and thin, not even comparable to Huan. Uncle was so handsome, friendly, and wealthy, how could he possibly like her? Moreover, her family was in such poor condition. For Uncle to come to her house for a meal and sit for a while, and even give them 30,000 yuan, was already very kind of him. She wanted to repay Uncle, but she didn't know how to do it. That 30,000 yuan was probably Uncle's way of encouraging her to go back to school. The more Yu thought about it, the more lost she felt. She lowered her little head, biting her lip tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. But she still really wanted to see the uncle one more time. Just once would be enough. She wanted to properly say thank you to him again, and also give him a hug. Yeah, it's time to eat. At that moment, Yu Huan, who had finished preparing lunch, walked over. Seeing her sister in such low spirits, she couldn't help but pout, feeling quite upset inside. When she heard that brother Zhao was going to take them to the city to play, she was very happy. Compared to her sister, Yu Huan liked to play more, but their family was struggling financially, and she had never been to the city. Just thinking about how handsome brother Zhao would take them to the big city made her happy for a long time. However, after waiting for several days, he still hadn't come. Maybe he was just lying to them. That brother Zhao was really bad. Not only did he deceive her, but he also tricked her silly sister. Even though she felt very disappointed herself, seeing her sister so sad made her feel even worse. She had even made him delicious food back then. Thinking of this, Yu Huan angrily sat on a small stool beside her, planning to wait until Yu's mood improved before taking her to eat. Anyway, she didn't like that brother Zhao at all now. If he dared to stand in front of her, she would definitely bite him to death. Chirp chirp. At that moment, a little chick ran to Yu Huan's feet and chirped up at her. Seeing this, Yu Huan pouted and reached down to grab it, gently flicking the little chick's head. This is what you get for not listening. This is what you get for not listening. It seemed she wanted to vent all her frustration on the little chick, causing it to scream in pain. Alright, Huan, stop messing around, let's go eat. Seeing this scene, Yu wiped her tears and quickly grabbed Yu Huan's hand, taking the little chick and putting it back on the ground. The little chick immediately ran away in a panic, looking at Yu Huan as if it had encountered a devil. It swore that the next time it came to find this woman, it would be a dog. The two sisters were just about to head back inside when a honking sound suddenly came from outside the yard. Yu instinctively wanted to go out and take a look, but Yu Huan pulled her back. Oh, what are you going to see? He won't come. Yu Huan pouted, not letting her sister go. What was the point of looking? It would just be a false hope. Her sister was going back the next day, and if they missed the bus, they would miss school. She didn't want her sister to worry about such things anymore. Even though brother Zhao was really bad for deceiving them, Yu Huan was still grateful that he brought her sister back safely and even gave a large sum of money to the family. In this regard, that brother Zhao was still a good person. I'm just going to take a look, Huan, please let me go see. Yu pleaded, knowing full well that the hope was slim, but she still wanted to take a look. Just as the two sisters were entangled in their argument, Zhao Chen suddenly pushed open the yard gate and appeared at the door, smiling and greeting the two sisters who turned to look at him. Hello, I'm here. Compared to the rare luxury car like the Palmera, the Mercedes-Benz was definitely one of the most well-known vehicles in the countryside, especially with the extraordinary aura of the brand new S-Class. When Zhao Chen drove from the town to the village, he undoubtedly became the most eye-catching one, attracting a lot of attention. The roads in Yu family village were not easy to navigate. If the Palmera were to drive in, it would probably be stuck in no time. But the S600 handled it as if it were flat ground, with hardly any vibrations at all. Humming a little tune and listening to the music from the Berlin sound system, Zhao Chen felt very cheerful at the thought of seeing the twin sisters again after a few days. He missed that girl who always called him uncle. It was quite endearing, especially with a quirky little sister. It simply doubled the longing. Zhao Chen had a good memory and drove to just outside Yu's house. After parking the car and honking the horn, he picked up the phones he was going to give to the two sisters, along with the fruits, snacks, and nutritional products he bought on the way, turned off the engine, and got out of the car. When he pushed open the gate and greeted Yu and her sister, he was met with their astonished faces. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Zhao Chen wondered as he touched his own face. It couldn't be that after just a few days apart, the sisters wouldn't recognize him, right? Just as he finished speaking, Yu Huan, who was dragging Yu along, suddenly let go of her hand. Yu immediately ran towards Zhao Chen, but as she got closer, she hesitated, afraid that her actions might scare him, and cautiously looked up at him. "Uncle." Yu struggled to find her words, and the tears that had been building up suddenly spilled over. Her voice choked as she said, You came." The 5 days of waiting had brought her mood to rock bottom. Seeing Zhao Chun, whom she had been longing for, made her tears fall uncontrollably. But this time, they were tears of surprise and excitement. "What's wrong, Xiao Yeye?" Seeing the little girl run over and start crying, Zhao Chun was a bit startled, and he couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. Sigh, it was all his fault for not being punctual. This little girl must have waited a long time. Zhao Chun hurriedly pulled her into his arms, gently patting her back, and softly said, "I'm here now. I'm sorry, I was delayed by something a few days ago." Yu quickly shook her little head to indicate it was fine. At the same time, she turned around and hugged him tightly, refusing to let go no matter what he said. After finally seeing Zhao Chun, she didn't want him to leave her again. She admitted that she had inappropriate thoughts about her uncle. She also knew she wasn't worthy of him, but she just couldn't bear to let go. Uncle's embrace was so warm. Yu Huan slowly walked over, her gaze somewhat unfriendly as she stared at Zhao Chen. Seeing Yu's tearful expression, Zhao Chen realized that he had become a big liar deceiving a pure girl. He felt embarrassed and was about to greet the approaching Yu Huan. But unexpectedly, she suddenly grabbed his hand tightly, rolled up the sleeves of his shirt, and then opened her mouth to bite down on his arm. Yu Huan angrily thought to herself that today she would transform into a little dog that bites. Ow! Yu Huan bit down hard, making Zhao Chun feel a slight sting, and the bag with the phone accidentally fell to the ground. However, he didn't stop her, he just looked at her with a wry smile as she fiercely bit him. The cute face that looked exactly like Yu's, combined with that fierce little glare, gave him a different kind of thrill. Huan, no! At that moment, Yu also noticed her sister biting Zhao Chen and quickly reached out to stop her sister's misbehavior. But Zhao Chen reached out to stop her, saying apologetically, "Let her bite. It's all my fault for making you wait so many days after promising." He indeed had come late, and he had to admit his mistake. Otherwise, if the sister got along with him but the younger sister disliked him, it would be a loss. Zhao Chen was quite aware of this. This tactic was called a self-inflicted injury strategy. It's not uncle's fault. Yu shook her head repeatedly, looking somewhat angrily at Yu Huan. Huan, if you don't let go, I'm going to get mad." The first bite Yu Huan took had already calmed her down, and the pressure of her bite was gradually easing. She felt a bit regretful inside. How could she bite little Zhao Gij? Didn't she also quite like little Zhao Gij? But now that she had bitten him, she couldn't find a way to back down, so she buried her little head and continued to bite Zhao Chen's hand, though she didn't apply any more force. After hearing her sister's words, Yu Huan also breathed a sigh of relief and quickly let go. However, the next second, upon seeing the row of teeth marks on Zhao Chen's hand, still stained with a hint of blood, she was taken aback. As fear surged within her, Yu Huan's eyes instantly turned red, and she looked up at Zhao Chen with concern. "A little Zhao Gij, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." As Yu Huan spoke, tears streamed down her face, and she was so anxious that she started to cry. She was just a bit angry that Zhao Chen had stood them up. When she said she would bite him to death earlier, it was just in anger. She never intended to truly hurt Zhao Chen. Now that she had actually done it, and bitten him so hard, how could she face Zhao Chen again? Seeing Yu Huan cry, Zhao Chen, the biggest victim, couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. How is it that the one who got bitten isn't crying, but the one who did the biting is? Fortunately, this little girl didn't have her sister's little tiger teeth. Otherwise, his hand would probably need a trip to the hospital. Seeing her sister wiping her tears, Yu was also extremely anxious. This bad Huan actually bit the uncle so hard that it bled. But at that moment, she didn't dare to approach, fearing she might touch Zhao Chen's wound. Alright, don't cry anymore, be good, I'm fine. Zhao Chen quickly pulled the girl into his arms to comfort her, wiping the tear stains off her face while also touching the bite marks on his hand, signaling her to look. "See, it just looks scary, it doesn't hurt at all." While speaking, he also pulled Yu Huan into his embrace, softly soothing her. One could only say he was both pained and happy. This little girl really did bite hard. But holding both of them, cough, one could only say it was quite wonderful. After a while, when Yu Huan's emotions had calmed down, she realized she was still in Zhao Chen's arms and hurriedly wriggled free. With her head down, she shyly looked at her feet, not daring to meet Zhao Chen's gaze. This little Zhao Gij is so bad, actually hugging her. Yu also blushed and took a few steps back, softly asking, "Uncle, have you eaten? Come eat with us." "Sure." Zhao Chen smiled and nodded, looking at the still shy Yu Huan. "It must be our little Huan who cooked, right? It must be delicious." Yu Huan couldn't bear to look at him, so she turned her head away, but the corners of her mouth, which couldn't help but lift, betrayed her inner joy. Oh, Xiao Chuan is here? At that moment, Grandma Lin, who hadn't seen her two granddaughters for a while, came out to the yard to check. She happened to see Zhao Chen standing in the yard talking to the two sisters. Good morning, Grandma. Sorry to bother you again. Oh, what are you saying? I'm very happy you came. Grandma Lin smiled and quickly invited the two sisters to bring Zhao Chen inside. Today's meal wasn't very lavish. Even though Zhao Chen had given 30,000 yuan a few days ago, the family was used to saving, with only one meat dish and two vegetable dishes. If you hadn't gone to town yesterday to buy 2 pounds of pork, there probably wouldn't have been any meat at all. This only strengthened Zhao Chen's resolve to help the sisters. It was still not too late to replenish their nutrition. If they continued to be malnourished, it would be hard to make up for it later. After finishing the meal, Grandma Lin glanced at the large pile of items on the side table and couldn't help but say, Xiao Chuan, it's already great that you came, and you bought so many things, it's too extravagant. Grandma, it's nothing. Zhao Chen smiled, stood up, and took out 2 phones from the bag, firmly handing one to each of the sisters. Yu and her sister were about to refuse, but Zhao Chen's next words stopped them. It's always inconvenient without a phone. Just like these past few days, I wanted to contact you but had no chance, making you wait for so long. Just take them, okay? The sisters exchanged a shy glance. Then, Yu's expression gradually became resolute as a thought suddenly emerged in her mind. The more things she accepted from the uncle, the more she would owe him, giving her more reasons to get closer to him in the future. This could be considered a different approach. Moreover, with the phones, she could call the uncle later. Thinking of this, Yu's little head spun quickly as she hugged the phone tightly to her chest. It felt as if this was the uncle she liked, and she happily revealed her little tiger teeth, giving Zhao Chen a sweet smile. Thank you, uncle. Upon seeing her sister accept the phone, Yu Huan joyfully opened the phone box and took out the black iPhone 5S. Thank you, little Zhao brother. For them, especially for Yu Huan, having a phone was something previously out of reach. They could only envy others using them, and now that they could have one, how could she not be happy? Seeing the two sisters accept the phones, Zhao Chen breathed a sigh of relief, glad he didn't have to persuade them further. Old Lady Lin watched with a smile, not interrupting the three. She understood Zhao Chen's intentions clearly. However, she could sense that Zhao Chen was not a bad person. As long as he wasn't a bad person, she wouldn't stop it. If her granddaughter could really have a chance with him, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Grandchildren have their own fortunes, this old lady shouldn't meddle unnecessarily. The two sisters, using a phone for the first time, were a bit bewildered, so Zhao Chen took on the role of a teacher. As he taught them how to use the phones, he watched their almost identical little faces light up with realization and happy nods, filling him with a sense of accomplishment. One was a bit clumsy but was at least a student at a key university. The other, though not academically strong, had a particularly quick mind. Thus, both sisters picked up the skills quickly. Zhao Chen inserted the 2 phone cards he had bought into the phones, activated them, and registered their QQ and WeChat accounts. The sisters added Zhao Chen as their first friend. When Zhao Chen said he would take the sisters to the city of Chaoyang for some fun, old Lady Lin did not object. However, when Zhao Chen invited her to join, she declined. Old Lady Lin kindly glanced at the sisters still fiddling with their phones. I'm old and don't want to move around. If you want to go, just go. Xiao Chuan, I'm really sorry to trouble you. Although Yu family village wasn't very far from Chaoyang City, Yu and Yu Huan had never taken the time to explore it properly. Even Yu had only passed through on a bus to university, which made old Lady Lin feel quite guilty. Her 2 granddaughters had grown up like this, and she felt responsible as their grandmother. Grandma, don't say that. It's not a trouble. Zhao Chen didn't press the issue further. Elderly people have their own thoughts. He couldn't force them to go, after all. Of course, whether he was happy about it was another matter. After a while, Zhao Chen led the 2 sisters out of the house, ready to head to Chaoyang City. Old Lady Lin also came out and, seeing Zhao Chen's luxury car parked not far away, nodded silently. Although this country grandmother had little experience, she knew that such a car was not something just anyone could afford. Zhao Chen was a city boy, at least much better than the families that had come to propose marriage recently in the town. Old Lady Lin's eyes flashed with a look of satisfaction. Although emotions were important, it would naturally be even better if her granddaughters could find a good family. After bidding farewell to old Lady Lin, the 2 sisters obediently took their seats in the back of the Mercedes. Looking at the luxurious interior of the car, both girls were momentarily stunned. Even the usually lively Yu Huan felt a bit hesitant to move around. Although she wasn't very worldly, Yu Huan was not as foolish as her sister. This car looked incredibly expensive. Zhao Chen fastened the seatbelts for the 2 girls and took the opportunity to explain how to use the functions in the back seat. They couldn't help but click their tongues in amazement. The car had so many features. Although some were flashy, top luxury cars indeed achieved a near-perfect level of comfort, especially in the back seat. The weather in Chaoyang was a bit hot today, around 30 degrees. The air conditioning was on, and the cool breeze hit their faces. When they saw the two ice-cold drinks taken from the small refrigerator in the middle of the back seat, both sisters seemed to sparkle with excitement. Especially when they learned that they could watch movies in the back seat, the identical expressions of excitement on Yu and Yu Huan's faces made it all worthwhile for Zhao Chen. The Mercedes slowly started, carrying the twin sisters toward the city center. Even on the muddy road, the two sisters in the back seat did not feel any bumps. It's been several days since we last met. Did you miss me? I missed you so much, Zhao Chen said with a slight smile, glancing at the sisters in the rearview mirror. Little Zhao Gij, you have no idea how much my sister missed you. She couldn't even eat or drink, tsk. Yu Huan giggled, causing Yu to hurriedly blush and shout, Huan Huan. Just as Yu Huan was about to continue speaking, Yu pounced on her. The two sisters began to playfully tussle again, making Zhao Chen unable to help but laugh. The car drove from the village to the town and gradually into the city. Yu Huan, who had never seen a big city before, slightly opened her mouth, gazing through the car window at the bustling buildings and streets, her eyes sparkling brighter. Beside her, Yu, since Zhao Chen's arrival, had shaken off the gloom of the past few days. She chattered away, introducing her sister to the sights, appearing quite experienced. In reality, it was only her second time in Chaoyang City. The first time she came, she had no time to look around, so none of the things she introduced matched up. However, for her, it was enough to deceive her clueless sister. Humph, who told that brat to bite her uncle earlier? Her sense of revenge was quite strong. Yu Huan was left nodding in confusion, seemingly completely believing her sister's words. Zhao Chen, catching a glimpse in the rearview mirror, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hearing Zhao Chen's laughter, Yu blushed and quietly called him stinky uncle. In an instant, Yu Huan realized her sister was teasing her and immediately pounced on her angrily. As they played, the sister's fair skin was exposed, giving Zhao Chen quite the visual feast. After driving for another half hour, they soon arrived at the center of Chaoyang City. Zhao Chen parked the car in an outdoor parking space near Zhongshan Road, and the three of them got out one after another. Since they were going to take Yu and her sister shopping, they naturally chose the most bustling place. This area was not only close to major shopping malls like IFC in Wanxiang City, but also had a variety of delicious snacks, making it a great place to shop in Chaoyang. Of course, there were also many people, especially beautiful women. As Zhao Chen stepped into the area, he immediately spotted several attractive girls walking by. However, Zhao Chen, after resisting the temptations of his several women, now has an almost 99% resistance to other women. Moreover, his eyes can no longer accommodate any other woman. Looking at the bustling crowd, Yu Huan's expression was clearly a bit tense. This was originally the most prosperous area of Chaoyang, and with the National Day holiday, it was much livelier than the market in their town. She had only ever strolled through the town's market before, never having seen such a scene. Especially since some people occasionally glanced at them, those seemingly ill-intentioned looks made her feel a bit timid, and she quickly tugged at her sister's clothes, closely following behind her. Compared to her younger sister, Yu was in a much better situation, as she was already an adult who had seen the world. Yu forced herself to appear calm as she held her sister's hand, giving her an encouraging look while involuntarily glancing at Zhao Chen. Uncle, where are we going? Yu and Yu Huan stood still, looking at the scenery around them, their faces showing confusion. Dressed in cheap t-shirts, they felt somewhat out of place in this area filled with tall buildings. A gentle look flashed in Zhao Chen's eyes as he gently took hold of Yu's other small hand, smiling to comfort her. I promised to take you out to have fun, and now that we're here, let's take a look around. Huan, where do you want to go? He knew that the two sisters, with their simple minds, had spent a long time in the countryside and had never been to a big city. Even when Yu went to university, she probably spent most of her time at school and had never visited such bustling places, so they would definitely feel out of place. What Zhao Chen needed to do was help them adapt and gradually get used to their upcoming life. They were adults now, and their capacity to accept new things was certainly strong. Moreover, seeing the two sisters in their cheap clothes standing on this bustling street made him feel quite uncomfortable. They deserved better. I don't know, little Zhao Gij, you can decide. Yu Huan hid behind her sister, peeking out to glance at Zhao Chen, her cute little face flushed, contrasting sharply with her earlier biting demeanor. Zhao Chen could almost imagine that if he were to nurture this little girl, she would likely grow into a fearless little witch. Alright, then come with me. Seeing the two sisters nod in agreement, Zhao Chen smiled and nodded back, leading Yu ahead. You seem to have completely adapted to Zhao Chen holding her hand, showing no signs of resistance, her small hand naturally resting in his. However, being led by her favorite uncle on the street still made her shy. She lowered her head, not daring to look ahead, almost bumping into a tree. Meanwhile, Zhao Chun, while holding Yu Yu's hand, noticed the younger sister following closely behind and shamelessly extended his other hand towards Yu Huan, wanting to pull both sisters along. Yu Huan shyly looked up and tentatively reached out her small hand, which Zhao Chen grabbed. Seeing the mischievous smile on Zhao Chen's face, Yu Huan pouted slightly. This naughty brother just likes to take advantage of people. She wasn't her silly sister. The little girl understood quite a bit. Girls shouldn't be casually held by boys. If they held hands, wouldn't that mean they were in that kind of relationship? The more Yu Huan thought about it, the redder her little face became. However, it seemed she didn't dislike this feeling. Ever since her sister brought Zhao Chen home for the first time, he had left a deep impression on her. She had never seen such a handsome boy, and he had always been very gentle with them. Even when she bit him, he didn't blame her at all, instead comforting her. Most importantly, he even praised her cooking. Yu Huan lightly bit her lip, lowering her head, her mind a chaotic mess, not knowing what jumbled thoughts were swirling around. However, after Zhao Chen took her small hand, the tension in her heart seemed to ease a lot. Little Zhao Gij, Yu Huan whispered softly. Zhao Chen seemed to inexplicably walk into her heart and slowly take root there. What's wrong? Her soft murmur was heard by Zhao Chen and Yu Yu, who looked over curiously. Seeing Zhao Chen also holding his sister's hand, Yu Yu couldn't help but pout slightly. Although the two sisters had understood sharing since childhood, as the older sister, she wanted to give everything to her younger sister. But now, she was a bit reluctant to share her uncle with Huan Huan. This was her uncle alone. And no, it's nothing. Yu Huan quickly shook her little head and looked up, giving the two a bright smile. Zhao Chen reached out and ruffled her hair, joking, "Don't daydream, be careful not to bump into a tree like Yaya." Stinky uncle. Yu Yu's little face turned red, and she playfully tried to tickle Zhao Chen with her other hand, making Yu Huan giggle. And so, Zhao Chen held one hand of each of the twin sisters as they walked down the road, instantly becoming the center of attention. Upon seeing this scene, the passers-by around were somewhat stunned. Although both girls were petite and dressed quite ordinarily, their beautiful faces were hard to ignore. Their cheeks were rosy, and even without makeup, they could be considered stunning. Most importantly, the two looked almost identical, differing only in one having short hair and the other long hair. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't notice that Yu Huan had a small beauty mark. When they left home today, Yu Yu had even specially tied her sister's hair into twin ponytails, and with so many people watching, her blushing face looked even cuter. Little Zhao Gij, why are they all looking at us? Yu Huan almost buried her head in Zhao Chen's embrace. She was quite shy being stared at by so many people. Silly Huan Huan, of course, it's because we're twins, Yu Yu explained proudly. She was now someone who had seen the world. Whenever they went to town together, it was always like this, just with fewer people. However, seeing her sister daring to take advantage of her uncle made her feel even more possessive, drawing her closer to Zhao Chen. The two sisters were secretly competing, which made Zhao Chen feel secretly pleased while also starting to think about how to handle things in the future. Should he favor the older sister a bit more or the younger sister? That was a question. After all, it was hard to keep things balanced. Along the way, Zhao Chen took the two sisters to IFC Mall, and seeing their excited expressions when they encountered the iconic animal sculptures made him feel happy as well. Knowing that the two sisters usually were reluctant to spend on food and clothing, Zhao Chen's primary goal today was to take them to pick out some nice clothes. Just like in Wanchang City, there were plenty of luxury stores at IFC Mall. After spending more than 2 hours, Zhao Chen took the sisters through LV, Chanel, and Burberry, spending nearly 200,000 in total. From Zhao Chen's perspective now, he was still being a bit frugal. After all, he wanted to upgrade the system, and the road ahead was still long. He was still nearly 97 million away from the small target needed for the upgrade. However, there was no way around it. The sisters were unwilling to ask for more, so he could only take it slow. Currently, his card balance was only around 600,000. Although the Peninsula Hotel in Magic City was his property, according to the system, the income from the hotel couldn't be used as consumption experience. As for whether there would be any bugs in that, he could only wait and see later. In addition to what they were wearing, Zhao Chen also bought each of the two sisters a small Chanel bag worth 18,000, delicate and exquisite, perfectly suited for them. Of course, this was just an entry-level model, but for now, the two sisters looked a bit out of place carrying luxury bags, as they hadn't yet developed the habit of using them. Once they got used to it, naturally, they would prepare for Hermes bags and the like. After all, what woman doesn't like bags? Although Zhao Chen didn't let the sisters focus on the price, Yu Huan still sneaked a few glances. Just those few glances revealed that even the cheapest clothes started at 4-digit prices beginning with 5 or 6, and some even reached 5 digits, which scared her quite a bit. Even though she had learned from her sister a few days ago that Zhao Chen was very wealthy, she still couldn't quite grasp the concept of being rich. How rich is rich? Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions? But now, she suddenly understood a lot. It turned out that little Zhao Gu was just like the rich people portrayed in TV dramas. The kind that was very bad and would marry several wives. Yu Huan reached out to touch her rosy little face, thinking, why did I go there? Upon learning the price, Yu was also taken aback and quickly grabbed Zhao Chen, saying she didn't want it was too expensive, and he should return it. If he really wanted to buy something, he should get something cheaper. No way, you two have already worn them, so they can't be returned. Zhao Chen gently smoothed out the wrinkles on Yu's clothes and pulled Yu Huan up again, saying, look, Huan likes it so much, and our Yu likes it too, right? Alright, just accept it. We still have more to do next. Hearing that they couldn't return it, the two girls had no choice but to accept. However, when they saw their beautiful reflections in the full-length mirror, along with the enthusiastic compliments from the sales staff and Zhao Chan's unabashedly affectionate expression, they felt sweet inside. After leaving the mall, the twin sisters had completely transformed from two country bumpkins into images of fashionistas. Dressed in LV and Chanel, paired with Burberry boots, their already pretty faces looked even more charming. Especially when each of them carried 2 bags and held Zhao Chen's hand, the surrounding men couldn't help but widen their eyes, exclaiming in disbelief, wishing Zhao Chen, who was at the center of the two sisters, would hurry up and leave so they could take his place. When the women saw the bags the sisters were carrying, they couldn't help but swallow hard. Where did this male god come from? He was handsome and rich, no wonder he could attract 2 girls. They wanted to join in too. While leisurely enjoying the attention of passers-by, Zhao Chen took the 2 sisters on a journey of eating, drinking, and having fun, strolling through snack streets, playing claw machines, and tossing rings, allowing them to experience fresh things they had never encountered since turning 18. As they spent time, energy, and money, the relationship between the sisters and Zhao Chen grew closer. After Zhao Chen helped Yu Huan win a toy from the claw machine, she boldly kissed his left cheek, blushing as she said it was a reward for helping her. This move almost broke Zhao Chen's defenses. He really wanted to grab this little girl who could bite and kiss and give her a good kiss in return. Seeing her sister kiss her uncle without permission, Yu immediately felt a bit dissatisfied. She insisted on pulling Zhao Chen to help her win one too, and then she kissed his right cheek, saying it was an advance reward. This sultry scene made Zhao Chen enjoy it as well. After getting tired from shopping, the 3 of them walked into a movie theater, ready to watch their first movie together. This year is 2014, and in today's era, for the domestic film market, let alone movies with $1 billion in box office, even those with 500 or 600 million can be considered true industry leaders. Movies that break $1 billion are few and far between, and the idea of surpassing $2 billion is a luxury beyond reach. No one could have imagined that a few years later, the domestic box office would explode, with films casually raking in $2 to $3 billion, and box office records being broken from time to time, constantly raising the ceiling for blockbusters. Reborn and returned, Zhao Chen couldn't help but feel a bit nostalgic looking at these unfamiliar movies in the cinema. The National Day holiday is considered a major release period, and there are quite a few films showing, but aside from 1 or 2, he didn't recognize any of the others and had no impression of them at all. This year's domestic film market is rather bleak, with only a few truly famous films. If Zhao Chen were to name the popular films from 2014 in his previous life, he really couldn't come up with many. To be honest, if Zhao Chen were to choose for himself, he definitely wouldn't want to watch them. After all, he had seen almost all the famous films, and as for the lesser-known ones, well, you can guess why they were not famous. In the end, he had no choice but to pick a comedy to watch. Comedy, after all, as ordinary viewers, they didn't care about the core message, as long as it was enjoyable and made them laugh, that was enough. This was, after all, the first time for the 2 girls to watch a movie in a cinema, and he certainly wanted to leave them with a relatively pleasant impression. Since the regular afternoon show tickets at nearby cinemas were almost sold out, and there were no adjacent seats available, to conveniently take care of the 2 sisters, Zhao Chen waved his hand and directly bought a couple's seat in the VIP theater. One ticket was 100 yuan, and since each seat was for 2 people, he specifically bought 2 seats, spending money for 4 people, 400 yuan for a movie. No other meaning, he was just that generous. Entering the dark corridor of the theater, Yu felt a bit scared of the dark and tightly held onto Zhao Chen's arm. Yu Huan, on the other hand, was a bit bolder, happily walking ahead and acting as a pioneer for her sister. Upon reaching the theater, the lights suddenly brightened, and seeing the enormous screen in front of them, the 2 sisters gasped in surprise. Then, Yu Huan found their assigned seats on the movie ticket. The couple's seats in this theater were large double sofas, spacious enough that even 3 or 4 people could sit comfortably. However, since Zhao Chun had given Yu Huan a ticket for another couple's seat, seeing Zhao Chen and her sister sitting together in one seat while she was left alone made her feel a bit unhappy. "Sister!" Waving her hand at Yu Huan wanted her sister to come over and sit with her, but seeing her silly sister clinging to Zhao Chen and completely ignoring her, her little face immediately puffed up in anger. They say love makes one forget friends, but how could he forget his sister? Thinking of this, Yu Huan rolled her eyes. If her sister wouldn't come over, she could just go sit next to little Zhao Gij. That's what you get for ignoring me earlier. So she decided to sit next to little Zhao Gij. At that moment, Zhao Chun, who was pondering how to get Yu Huan to sit over, suddenly felt a breeze pass by and turned to see Yu Huan plopping down right next to him, each sister occupying one side. Yu was momentarily taken aback, then revealed her little tiger teeth at Yu Huan and whispered threateningly, Huan, your seat isn't here." Yu Huan proudly lifted her chin and pouted, "The ticket doesn't say I have to sit there, so why do you get to sit with little Zhao Gij?" Yu's face immediately turned red, and she stammered as she thought of a reason for herself. I'm afraid of the dark." This stinky Huan, it was so hard for her to be alone with the uncle, and she actually came to stir up trouble. She decided that within this minute, she wouldn't like stinky Huan anymore. "But I'm also afraid of the dark." Yu Huan revealed her white teeth, grinning at Yu, while internally complaining, "Afraid of the dark? With this much light, where is it dark?" At the same time, she didn't forget to look at Zhao Chun, blinking her big eyes pitifully. "Little Zhao Gij, can I sit here?" Watching the two sisters put on this court drama, Zhao Chun couldn't help but chuckle, then affectionately pinched Yu Huan's little face. "Of course you can, my Huan can sit wherever she likes." He was more than happy about it. It seemed that apart from little little Huan's progress was also quite fast. With her face blushing from Zhao Chen's pinch, the bold Yu Huan suddenly felt a bit shy. She sat on the sofa, fidgeting, her little bottom pressed against Zhao Chen, and stopped talking. Yu puffed up her cheeks, watching her sister's antics with both eyes and heart filled with anger. She didn't want to share the uncle, and seeing her sister's demeanor, it was clear she was trying to share. But she didn't dare to say it out loud, so she also pressed close to Zhao Chen, feeling sulky. Watching the two sisters sulking and not speaking, Zhao Chen felt a bit helpless. Could it be because of him? This screening room was a special couples theater, with not many seats, probably just a dozen sofas. The 3 of them arrived the earliest, and soon, other couples started to come in. It was a rare holiday, and although the ticket price was quite high, thinking about being able to hold his girlfriend while watching a movie and sneakily doing some naughty things, the price seemed irrelevant. Wow, is it this exciting? However, when the couples who entered saw Zhao Chen sitting with the twin sisters, they were all a bit stunned. Especially the male companions who were staring at the Yu sisters, while their girlfriends were secretly pinching their love handles, couldn't help but look at Zhao Chen with envy and jealousy. "Damn! You're sitting next to 2 such beautiful girls, and they're twins, how shameless can you be?" Zhao Chen's position was in the 3rd row, considered the best viewing spot in the theater. Feeling the occasional glances from the men in the theater, the 2 beautiful girls seemed to understand a lot, their little faces turning crimson. As the lights dimmed and the prelude advertisements began to play on the big screen, they finally relaxed. Watching a movie in a theater was a completely different experience compared to watching it on a TV. The sisters gradually became engrossed, focusing on the content on the big screen. In contrast, Zhao Chen seemed a bit bored. After all, he had seen this movie before, and could immediately think of the subsequent content, making it feel like there was no experience at all. However, when the film reached the funny parts, he became less bored. Ha ha ha. Accompanied by laughter in the theater, the 2 sisters giggled along, their delicate bodies shaking with laughter, instinctively squeezing into Zhao Chen's embrace. Zhao Chen curled his lips, made up his mind, and boldly reached out his hand, wrapping one arm around each of them, pulling the sisters into his embrace, enjoying the feeling of their soft bodies against him. Perhaps it was because the lights were off, the dim lighting, combined with the large gaps between the seats, made everyone bolder. Occasionally, faint gasps could be heard. After laughing, Yu Huan then felt a large hand around her waist, causing her pretty face to blush uncontrollably. She glanced at the seemingly calm Zhao Chun, as if nothing had happened. Little Zhao Gij actually hugged her secretly. So naughty. A mischievous look flashed across Yu Huan's face as she decided to give Zhao Chun a little punishment. Her small hand quietly reached behind Zhao Chen, in the direction of Yu, and gently pinched Zhao Chen's lower back before quickly retracting her hand with lightning speed. At the same time, she didn't forget to glance at the screen, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth, as she now knew nothing at all. Zhao Chen, who had been pinched for no reason, suddenly jolted, turning his head in surprise to look at Yu, who showed no reaction and continued watching the movie. Well, this little yaya, she wouldn't think she could escape after pinching him, would she? She was acting as if she didn't know. That absolutely wouldn't do, he had to get back at her. Zhao Chen didn't think there was anything wrong with hugging Yu. He tightened his left arm around her, pulling her a little closer, which made Yu look over in confusion. The movie was quite loud, and to ensure Zhao Chen could hear her, Yu leaned in a bit closer and softly said, "Uncle, what's wrong?" Seeing the little girl come closer, a wicked smile appeared on Zhao Chen's face. Hee, if you're not being honest, then don't blame me for not being honest either. Taking advantage of Yu leaning in, Zhao Chen suddenly moved forward and planted a heavy kiss on her smooth cheek, leaving the little girl stunned, staring at him blankly. "Uncle." "He kissed me first." Yu's small mouth slightly opened, her heart racing like a little deer. Although she had already kissed Zhao Chen's cheek once, that was different. It was a reward for uncle, not a kiss of love. So what did this kiss mean? She didn't know, all she knew was that she seemed unable to focus on the movie anymore. Meanwhile, Yu Huan, who was secretly observing, was also a bit dazed, instinctively shivering, her little face turning bright red in an instant. Why did little Zhao Gij kiss my sister? And she felt something too? Until they walked out of the cinema, Yu's little face was still a bit flushed, her small hand held by Zhao Chen as they walked forward, occasionally turning her head shyly to glance at him. At that moment, Zhao Chen was discussing the funny parts of the movie with Yu Huan, and the smile he showed while talking to his sister made Yu a little mesmerized. Ever since Zhao Chen kissed her, she hadn't paid any attention to the latter half of the movie, her mind constantly replaying the feeling of his kiss. She didn't dislike uncle kissing her at all. But after that kiss, it seemed like he didn't want to kiss her again. This made her wonder if her face had some kind of smell. "Sister! Little Zhao Gij is calling you." Her sister's shout brought Yu back to her senses. It turned out Zhao Chen had called her several times, but she had been dazed and didn't respond. "Ah, uncle, what is it?" Yu smiled shyly, her lips pressed together in an exceptionally cute manner, causing Zhao Chen to smile slightly as he pulled her closer. "I asked if you were hungry? Let's go eat." He noticed her behavior and refrained from taking the opportunity to go from kissing her cheek to kissing her lips, mainly out of fear of scaring her. Such things couldn't be rushed, it had to be like boiling a frog in warm water, progressing gradually. Compared to his old classmates, Zhao Chen was much more patient with the twin sisters. Ahem. Mainly because Su Yuni was a bit too enthusiastic, sometimes even more aggressive than he was. If he were to be more proactive, that little girl would probably eat him alive. Staring blankly into Zhao Chen's eyes, Yu suddenly felt as if her little secret had been seen through by him. Her little face turned red, and she stammered, "Okay. Yu Huan's suspicious little eyes were fixed on her sister. Seeing this, Yu shyly reached out and pinched her face. "Stinky Huan, what are you looking at? That hurts." "I wasn't looking at anything, I just thought you seemed a bit strange." Yu Huan pouted her little face in a plea for mercy. She just felt that her sister was a bit off. If she liked Brother Zhao, then she should just say it. Why keep it all to herself? Brother Zhao had already kissed her sister, so he must like her too. When Brother Zhao kissed her sister earlier, she felt something too, a tingling sensation that almost made her think she was sick. However, she wasn't the one involved, so her feelings couldn't be as profound as her sister's, and soon she was drawn back into the movie, forgetting all about it. At that moment, Yu Huan felt an impulse to help her sister express her feelings. But when she saw the unmasked threatening look in her sister's eyes, she pouted and held back. After Yu let go of her hand, Yu Huan rubbed her little face and, sulking, hugged Zhao Chen beside her, burying her little head in his arms. "Brother Zhao, sister is bullying me. Let's not take her out to eat anymore, okay?" If her sister was bullying her, then she had to get back at her. "Humph, don't you like Brother Zhao? Then I will like him too." Yu Huan was a bit taller than Yu, probably around 1.60 m, yet she clung to Zhao Chen like a child, plus her cute little face rubbing against him made his heart nearly melt. It was really too hard, who could resist such temptation? After some playful antics, Zhao Chen took the two sisters to enjoy an authentic Cantonese meal. During the meal, watching the two sisters happily devouring their food, Zhao Chen felt it was worth more than anything. However, after a while, Yu suddenly put down her chopsticks, looking a bit shy as she glanced at him. Uncle. What is it?" "Well, could we?" Yu bit her lip, feeling quite embarrassed. Huan and I will eat a little less and take our share home. I want to let Grandma try it too." Her face was slightly flushed. After all, it was Zhao Chen's money they were spending, and asking to take some home felt a bit excessive. Hearing her sister's words, Yu Huan also stopped eating, looking eagerly at Zhao Chen. Although she didn't say anything, Her actions showed she shared her sister's thoughts. Looking at the two little cuties, a soft light flashed in Zhao Chen's eyes, and he gently said, "Of course, that's fine. But you can't eat less, you have to eat more, or I won't agree to the takeout." The sisters exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with bright smiles, and they said in unison, "Thank you, uncle." "Thank you, brother Zhao." Zhao Chen smiled warmly at their words. "All right, then you two eat up." After the three finished their meal, Zhao Chen had the restaurant prepare a few more dishes to take back for Grandma Lin to try. Around 6 in the afternoon, the Mercedes started again, carrying the two sisters on their way home. If he could, Zhao Chen would have liked to take the sisters to play a bit longer in the city, as the night in Chaoyan was even more beautiful. But since the two granddaughters were with him, if they returned home late at night, Grandma would inevitably worry being alone at home. In the car, the sisters happily hugged the dolls Zhao Chen had won for them, singing along with the music. However, as they got closer to home, the atmosphere in the car gradually became somber. Watching Zhao Chen quietly drive from the driver's seat, both sisters felt a sense of reluctance. After this return, when would they see Zhao Chen again? They didn't dare to think about it, but reality forced them to. Even after getting out of the car, the sisters still wore a look of melancholy. "What's wrong? Are you unhappy?" Zhao Chen asked, a bit puzzled, as he helped them carry their things. They had been so happy just a moment ago, but now they looked like they were about to cry. "Uncle." Yu Yue bit her lip, suddenly unsure of what to say. She recalled the scenes from today when Zhao Chen took them to Chaoyan, everyone laughing and having a good time, as if it were a dream. And now, the dream was over. It seemed she should return to reality. Uncle seemed to be far away from her again. Little Zhao Gij. Yuan's eyes glistened with tears as she leaned against the car door, looking pitifully at Zhao Chen. This trip to Chaoyang made the little girl experience the splendor of the big city and deepened her attachment to Zhao Chen. She heard her sister say that little Zhao Gij was also a college student studying in Huacheng, and that her sister would have more opportunities to meet Zhao Chen in the future. But what about her? Would it be difficult for her to see little Zhao Gij again? Just thinking about it, Yuan pressed her lips together, looking as if she were about to cry. Seeing the expressions on the two sisters' faces, Zhao Chen felt a mix of amusement and helplessness. He quickly set his things down, walked over, gently wiped the tears from their faces, and comforted them both in his arms, saying, "All right, don't cry. It's my fault for not making it clear. I'll be coming again the day after tomorrow." "The day after tomorrow?" The two sisters were taken aback, looking at him simultaneously. "Really?" "Yes, doesn't little you have school? I'll come to pick you up then, and you can come with me." Hearing Zhao Chen's words, Yu Yue's little face lit up with joy, but Yuan beside her looked a bit dejected, lowering her head as if lost in thought. Noticing Yuan's expression, Zhao Chen gently ruffled her hair and asked softly, Huan, do you still want to go to school?" "School?" Yuan looked up and, under Zhao Chen's surprised gaze, shook her head. "Little Zhao Gij, I don't want to. What would happen to her grandma if she went to school? Besides, her grades were poor, and she didn't like burying herself in books. Going to school. As long as her sister was there, that should be enough. What if it's to go to Huacheng with your brother and sister?" Zhao Chen patiently explained, "I'll take you to Huacheng to study. If you don't want to go to high school, we can go straight to college, okay?" Upon hearing this, Yuan's eyes showed some hesitation. Meanwhile, Yu Yue's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Zhao Chen. It could be said that Zhao Chen's two sentences struck deep into her heart. At this stage of her first year, Yu Yue worked hard in the cafeteria not only to earn money for herself but also to save some to send back home. There was one thing she wanted to accomplish that she hadn't mentioned to anyone. That was to work and save money for a year to cover her sister's upcoming tuition fees. Yu Yue originally planned to return home after the National Day holiday to spend some quality time with her grandma and sister, and she wouldn't be going back for the rest of the year. She intended to work more during the long holidays of winter and summer breaks to earn extra money. The tuition for repeating the third year of high school wasn't cheap, even in town. It would cost several thousand yuan. Her sister's grades were poor, and she didn't like studying, so Yu Yue had made the worst-case scenario. School was a must, but at worst, she could let her sister attend a vocational school. The tuition fees, along with living expenses, would require at least a five-figure sum to be sufficient. Now was the era of overflowing information online. Making money was said to be easy yet not easy, and while it seemed difficult, there were indeed easier ways. But Yu Yue had no other thoughts. She felt like an ordinary college student, diligently working part-time jobs to earn money, which was the most ideal way. However, ever since she met Zhao Chen, all her plans seemed to have been disrupted. She was now somewhat unclear whether losing her bag at the service area was a stroke of luck or misfortune. Seeing the two sisters frozen in place, Zhao Chen smiled and patted their little heads. Don't just stand there silly, let's go inside first. There's something I need to discuss with Grandma. With that, he picked up his things and entered the yard, and the two sisters quickly followed. Upon seeing Zhao Chen carrying a large bag filled with various items and even packing food for herself, the old lady couldn't help but start a round of nagging. In front of the two sisters, Zhao Chen helped the old lady into the inner room and seriously discussed the matter of Huan going to school with her. He knew that she was the most important person to the two sisters. Only by winning her over could he have the chance to take Huan to Huacheng. Zhao Chen's initial plan was to simply take the old lady and Huan with him to Huacheng. He would buy a house for them to stay in first, and then figure out the school situation for Huan later. However, he thought about how the elderly might not adapt well to Huacheng after being used to living in Chaoyang. So, he came up with a second plan, which was to buy a house near his own home for the old lady to live in. The neighbors were very familiar, and with his parents around, there would be someone to look after her. If the old lady found it inconvenient, they could also hire a caregiver to take care of her. Hearing that Zhao Chen wanted to support Huan's education and take her to the big city to study, Grandma Lin appeared somewhat excited, tightly grasping Zhao Chen's hand, her eyes brimming with tears. Xiao Chuan, would this be too much trouble for you? If her second granddaughter had the opportunity to go to school, how could she possibly keep her by her side? The old lady had never been to school, or rather, in the past environment, she had no chance to attend. Back then, she had studied with a teacher in the countryside for a few months, learning a few characters. Otherwise, she might not even recognize her own name. Therefore, she understood the importance of knowledge even more. Her eldest granddaughter had gone to university, while her second granddaughter had always stayed by her side, unable to go to school due to lack of money, which sometimes kept her awake at night. Grandma, please don't say that. Zhao Chen held the old lady's wrinkled hand. Huan is still young. Although I'm only a year older than her, I know she shouldn't stay here. She should go to school. How about this? Seeing that Grandma Lin had indirectly agreed to let him take Huan to Huacheng, Zhao Chen couldn't help but feel a bit delighted and quickly shared his subsequent plans. However, to his surprise, both of his proposed methods were outright rejected by the old lady. She smiled and patted Zhao Chen's hand. Xiao Chuan, I know you're a good kid. As for Xiao Huan, I'll talk to her and let her go with you. I trust you. But as for this old lady, there's no need. Saying this, Grandma Lin turned to look at her old, worn house, especially at the portrait of her deceased husband hanging on the wall. A smile appeared on her aged face as she gently shook her head. I'm old, I don't want to go out. She remembered clearly that she married into Yujia village at the age of 20. Back then, she was still a young girl. Now, she was already 68 years old. Thinking back, it had been a full 48 years. 48 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and she had long regarded Yujia village as her home, her hometown. Her granddaughters had grown up and had their own lives. For their futures, they could go far away. But she was unwilling to leave. The folks here were quite nice, and the land was good. Leaving her homeland was difficult. Following her gaze, Zhao Chen found himself at a loss for words, all the reasons he had prepared falling flat. At this moment, he didn't know how to persuade her. This home held all of the old lady's hopes. Taking her away would be harder than ascending to heaven. Grandma Lin turned back, quickly got up, and said, all right, I can still move around. It's no problem. Huan will only cause trouble at home. It's better for you to take her. Xiao Chuan, I'll leave everything to you. Looking into the old lady's serious eyes, Zhao Chen let out a slight sigh and then nodded heavily. Grandma, don't worry, I will take good care of Huan. As he spoke, he was also pondering how to handle the situation. At this moment, old lady Lin stepped out and called over the two sisters who were whispering outside. Upon hearing what Grandma said, the sisters were both stunned. Especially when they heard that Grandma wouldn't be going with them. Yu Huan suddenly burst into tears, wiping her tears and saying she wouldn't go and wanted to take care of Grandma. Unexpectedly, the usually kind old lady Lin sternly scolded Yu Huan, startling both little girls, and even Zhao Chen, who had just come out, was a bit taken aback. Under the old lady's severe reprimand, Yu Huan still lowered her head and agreed, but the tears kept flowing. On one side was her longing for the future, and on the other was her worry for Grandma, leaving Yu Huan unsure of how to choose. Yu, seeing this, felt a bit anxious and couldn't help but look at her uncle, whom she regarded as her pillar of support. Zhao Chen did not disappoint her, pulling Yu Huan aside and reassuring her that he would definitely make arrangements for Grandma before they left. Hearing Zhao Chen's words, Yu Huan stopped crying and looked at him pitifully. Little Zhao Gu, is it true? You wouldn't lie to me, right? Zhao Chen smiled slightly. Of course not. How could I lie to my Huan? So, can you trust me? Yu Huan nodded heavily, wiped her tears, and suddenly, under Zhao Chen's surprised gaze, leaned in and kissed him on the cheek, shyly lowering her head, not forgetting to give Zhao Chen a good person card. Little Zhao Gu, you are so nice. After receiving good person cards from both Yu and Yu Huan, Zhao Chen could only smile helplessly. It was not until nearly 10 o'clock that he drove away in his Benz, waving goodbye to the two sisters who were reluctant to part. Along the way, Zhao Chen's thoughts wandered far away. He was a worldly person. Pursuing a carefree and easy life was something he had always wanted and had to do. As the system's level increased, his abilities grew, and his wallet became thicker. Besides changing himself, he also wanted to change the people around him. However, he didn't expect to hit a wall in front of old Lady Lin. He had originally thought that everyone in the world was like him, but now it seemed there were exceptions. Zhao Chen shook his head. Although it was troublesome, it wouldn't defeat him. For the sake of his twin sisters, it seemed only right to put in a little more effort. Remembering how Yu Huan shyly kissed him and sweetly thanked him made Zhao Chen unconsciously smile. Everything was worth it. After returning home, Zhao Liping and his wife were sitting on the sofa in the second-floor living room with his sister, drinking tea, chatting, and watching TV. Although Dad was preparing for a new supermarket, he and Mom were not planning to give up the small shop. They would hire 2 employees to help out, so they wouldn't have to watch it themselves, and they could still earn some money in a year. Even if the mosquitoes were few, it was still neat, not to mention this wasn't even mosquito legs. Among the shops near 6th Elementary School, the Qingchuan small shop had the best business. This livelihood definitely couldn't be given up. It could earn over 100,000 a year. Zhao Chen actually understood in his heart that even if his parents knew he had money, they would still worry. This was their way of leaving him a safety net. The next day, October 6th, was also the second to last day of the National Day holiday. Early in the morning, Zhao Chen drove his Panamera to Su Yuni's neighborhood. Today was an important day for him. In addition to using his rich time management experience to send Su Yuni back to the Magic City, Zhao Chen also wanted to take a good look around his own properties. Moreover, it was related to whether his plans after returning to Flower City could be carried out smoothly. Tan Zhongyu had asked him yesterday for permission to suspend operations at the Magic City Peninsula Hotel today. All customers with reservations were given some compensation and politely asked to leave. Zhao Chen thought for a moment and agreed. He wanted to show his girlfriend around his hotel without being disturbed. Wealth brings freedom. As for their son running around and not coming home these days, Zhao Liping and Yang Jing were at a loss. After all, the kid had the means now. Plus, with the supermarket business keeping them busy, they naturally had less control. In this regard, Yang Jing even joked with Zhao Chen, saying that since he had money, he should bring home a few more daughters-in-law. Don't girls love luxury cars? He should at least charm a few more. Hearing this made Zhao Chen's handsome face flush. Counting all the girls he was pursuing and those he hadn't fully pursued yet, there were already 5. He just didn't know what kind of expression his mom would have when he brought them all home. It would definitely be quite a spectacle. On the other side, Su Yuni and Su Mada were also standing at the entrance of the community, waiting for Zhao Chen's arrival. Looking at his daughter, who was holding a small suitcase and appeared very excited, Su Mada couldn't help but curl his lip. She forgets her dad as soon as she has a boyfriend. This kid, he really didn't know who taught her that. He didn't oppose Zhao Chen taking his daughter back to the Magic City. As for why he followed, it was naturally to see if what Su Yuni said was true. If Zhao Chen was really as wealthy as Su Yuni claimed, he would happily send them off. But if Su Yuni was lying, then he would make that kid understand just how formidable he, Su Mada, was. Just as he was thinking about how to deal with Zhao Chen if Su Yuni was lying, a volcanic ash-colored Porsche quietly pulled up and slowly stopped at the entrance of the community. Seeing the cool luxury car in front of him, Su Mada's expression froze. Could it be? This is the 4 million yuan luxury car his daughter mentioned? It does look quite handsome. As the door of the Panamera slowly opened, the familiar face that made him gnash his teeth in anger 2 days ago appeared before him. Bai Chuan! With an excited shout, Su Yuni threw herself into Zhao Chen's arms, hugging him tightly, her small face filled with longing. I miss you so much. Do you miss me? Of course I do, but haven't we only been apart for 2 days? Zhao Chen chuckled as he pinched her little cheek. This girl had completely transformed into a little clingy one. Just yesterday, while he was out shopping with the Yu sisters, she had sent him no less than 20 messages. Although he didn't have to reply, compared to Lu Ruyan, she seemed much more needy. Even Lu Ruyan had only sent him messages and video calls about 10 times in these days. As for Song Wanyao, the cool and aloof sister, unless he contacted her, the times she reached out were few and far between. But thankfully, this was the case, which kept him, the handsome guy, from being too busy. Otherwise, dealing with so many women would indeed be quite a challenge. At this moment, Zhao Chen noticed Sumata standing beside them. He looked at the middle-aged man who was openly staring at him. Without needing to guess, he already knew who it was. He patted Su Yuni's smooth back, causing her to look up in confusion, and only when she saw Zhao Chen's gaze did she suddenly remember that her dad was still there. Su Yuni hurriedly pulled away from Zhao Chen's embrace, her face flushed as she took his hand and walked towards the dark-faced Sumata. She glanced at Sumata with a bit of uncertainty. Just thinking about her dad witnessing her being affectionate with Zhao Chen made her feel shy. "Dad. This is my boyfriend, Zhao Chen. By Chuan, this is my dad. Hello, uncle, I'm Zhao Chen." After Su Yuni finished the introductions, Zhao Chen smiled and greeted Sumata. Sumata responded with a faint adopting a parental demeanor that made him look quite proud. Although this guy looks quite wealthy, he won't admit to their relationship until he gets some benefits himself. "Dad." Seeing Sumata's attitude, Su Yuni couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed and angrily said, "It's Baichuan's first time here, you." Before she could finish, Zhao Chen smiled and interrupted her, then turned to Sumata, "Uncle, it's a bit rushed for our first meeting, and it's my fault for not preparing well." As he spoke, Zhao Chen suddenly walked towards the palamara, opened the trunk, and took out the prepared gifts. Just as Su Yuni had said, her dad was indeed someone who favored the rich over the poor. It didn't matter, he loved this kind of father-in-law the most. For someone like him, the first step was, of course, to throw money at him. However, giving money was too cliché and could easily be off-putting, so naturally, he chose to give gifts instead. The daily favorites of middle-aged men were nothing but cigarettes, tea, and alcohol. Especially according to Su Yuni's description, her dad was quite the chain smoker. Zhao Chen held 2 bags of gifts and slowly walked towards Sumata. One bag contained 2 bottles of Mutai liquor, while the other held 5 packs of Hangshangxia cigarettes, worth 5,000 yuan, along with a few boxes of single bud tea costing over 1,000 yuan per pound. "Just a small gift for our first meeting, I hope uncle can accept it, as a way for me to show my filial piety on behalf of Shui." Upon seeing what Zhao Chen was holding, Sumata was momentarily taken aback, glancing over, and once he realized what it was, he froze in place. 2 bottles of Mutai, 5 packs of Hangshangxia, and tea. Was this really just a small gift? Sumata's mouth slightly opened, and an indescribable sense of happiness flooded over him. Whether Zhao Chen had money was important, but what mattered more was that he was willing to spend it. Now it seemed that this future son-in-law was not only wealthy but also very generous. Unexpectedly, his daughter's shabby high school had produced a dragon from a shallow pool. His precious daughter had indeed caught a golden turtle. Sumata swallowed hard, and before the somewhat anxious Su Yuni could speak, his tense face immediately broke into a very warm smile. "Oh, Baichuan, right? Now that you're here, why bring anything? It must be heavy, come on, let uncle take it." Sumata cheerfully called out, taking the heavy bags from Zhao Chen's hands, looking at him with a somewhat emotional expression. "Uncle feels a strong connection with you at first sight." Hearing this, Zhao Chen and Su Yuni exchanged glances and couldn't help but want to laugh, but in front of this elder, they felt it inappropriate to say much, so they could only nod and smile. "Have you had breakfast? Why not come up and eat something? Let's have a good drink together." Seeing their expressions, Sumata didn't feel embarrassed at all and laughed warmly a few times, completely different from his earlier demeanor. Zhao Chen quickly waved his hands. "No, uncle, I've already bought the plane ticket, it wouldn't be good to miss the flight. Next time, I'll come and properly visit uncle and auntie. I hope you won't mind this time since I wasn't well prepared." "Oh, what are you saying? I'm very happy that you came, I don't mind. Sumata felt even more satisfied upon hearing this. If Matai and Hangshangxia were considered small gifts, then what would be a big gift? For Sumata, the allure of these 2 items was far greater than the 100,000 yuan handbag that Su Yuni had. Moreover, from Zhao Chen's words, it seemed that there would be even bigger gifts next time. Thinking of this, Sumata smiled at Su Yuni, his tone somewhat earnest. "Shui, I think this kid Baichuan is great. You two should take good care of each other, go on, hurry up, don't miss your flight." Su Yuni tried hard to suppress her laughter, only able to nod her little head and hold Zhao Chen's arm tightly. By the time the 2 of them got into the car and looked out through the window, Sumata was still smiling and waving goodbye to them. Baichuan. Once inside the car, Su Yuni looked at Zhao Chen with a hint of emotion. Her father's personality was just like that, and there was nothing she could do about it, but the fact that Zhao Chen could go this far for her moved her deeply. This meant something. It showed that Zhao Chen really cared about her. She was falling more and more in love with this man. In a moment of passion, she tightly embraced Zhao Chen, who hadn't even had time to fasten his seatbelt, and kissed him fiercely. For a moment, the car was filled with the scent of hormones. Seeing that the Palamara hadn't started yet, Sumata didn't mind and cheerfully turned to leave, carrying his 2 bags into the community, humming a little tune. We're just ordinary folks, really happy today without a doubt. In his heart, Zhao Chen had already transformed from a punk he wanted to break the legs of into a son-in-law he had recognized. If his daughter dared to do anything wrong to Zhao Chen later, he would probably be even more agitated than Zhao Chen himself. After a long while, Suyuni leaned back in her seat, slightly disheveled, breathing heavily, and looked at Zhao Chen with a charming gaze. Her jacket had long been taken off by Zhao Chen, and her little bustier was almost torn apart by him, her long legs constantly rubbing against him. Bai Chuan. Seeing Zhao Chen, who was feeling uncomfortable, Suyuni placed her delicate little hand on her red lips and looked at him seductively. How about we change our plans? Zhao Chen's breathing was a bit heavy, and upon hearing her words, he couldn't help but smile, leaning in to kiss her little mouth again. After their lips parted, holding Suyuni's small face, Zhao Chen ultimately chose to calm down. It was okay to be impulsive, but it wasn't necessary. After all, they had already agreed on a time over there, and this delay could take half a day. Although he was the boss, making so many people wait would still have a negative impact. He released his hand from Suyuni's face. Forget it, there are still people waiting for me in the Magic City, let's talk after we get there. But, Suyuni looked down mischievously, her delicate hand gently pointing. What about it? Although she was inexperienced, she understood. Quite a bit, actually. If a boy held it in, it could lead to trouble. In the blankness of Suyuni's mind, it seemed like a long time had passed. The Palamara safely drove into the Chaoyang Kapok Airport parking lot, and it wasn't until the car stopped in a parking space and turned off that Suyuni finally lifted her head, looking at Zhao Chen with a pitiful expression. She had clearly done it according to the method shown in the film. It shouldn't have taken this long, right? Her hands were sore, her cheeks were sore, yet this guy still hadn't made much of a move. Seeing the little girl's aggrieved expression, Zhao Chen unbuckled his seatbelt, cleared his throat, and gently rubbed her small face without blushing or skipping a beat, smiling as he said, "Alright, baby, let's go, we're here. If we don't leave now, we'll miss the flight." He hadn't expected that this little girl could be so bold, but excitement aside, her technique was a bit lacking and needed more practice. The two got out of the car, and Suyuni clung to Zhao Chen, insisting on being held for a while in the parking lot, wanting him to comfort her properly. After all, she had just done such a thing for Zhao Chen, a little bit of willfulness shouldn't be too much to ask. A few minutes later, Zhao Chen, pulling a small suitcase and holding Suyuni's hand, went to check in. He had bought a business class ticket, which had a dedicated channel, so they didn't have to slowly queue in the economy class line. As for why he didn't buy a first class ticket, it was because domestic flights were generally short, and only a few large aircraft had first class sections, so even if he had the money, he couldn't buy one. Of course, business class was just as convenient, with priority boarding and flight attendant service, and on aircraft without first class, there wasn't much difference. During the National Day holiday, tickets to the Magic City were not cheap at all. 2 business class tickets cost Zhao Chen 10,000 yuan. At 9:30 in the morning, the two of them boarded the plane early with other business class passengers, settling into their seats amidst the warm greetings of the enthusiastic Southern Airlines flight attendants. This was Suyuni's first time flying business class, and she seemed a bit unaccustomed. Compared to the economy class passengers, the service from the business class flight attendants was undoubtedly several levels higher. After changing into the provided slippers and reclining their seats, the two lay back and exchanged knowing smiles. "Bai Chuan, I'm so happy," Suyuni murmured. Everything felt like a dream. Not only was she with the person she loved, but she could also enjoy this kind of life. Traveling in a luxury car, flying in business class, and carrying a bag worth over 100,000 yuan. She didn't have to worry about money or count every penny. Compared to the life she had once imagined, this seemed even better. "By the way, Bai Chuan, what are you going to the Magic City for?" At that moment, Suyuni remembered why Zhao Chen was accompanying her to the Magic City. Although she secretly hoped Zhao Chen would say he was going just to see her, reason told her that couldn't be true. Who would travel so far just to send someone off? "Of course, I'm here to see my precious." Zhao Chen chuckled and pinched her cheek lightly. Any man would surely say something like that. Hearing this made Suyuni's little face break into a smile, but amidst her joy, she also sensed something was off, so she hugged him a bit reluctantly. "Hey, come on, tell me. I'm really curious." After being with Zhao Chen, she naturally wanted to know about her boyfriend's family situation. Although Zhao Chen was wealthy, as his girlfriend, she surely had the right to know what his family did, right? Seeing Suyuni pretend to tickle him, Zhao Chen couldn't help but plead, alright, I'll tell you." There was no need to hide it from each other. They would find out once they arrived in the Magic City anyway, so it was better to give her a heads up. "I invested in a hotel in the Magic City, and while I'm sending you back, I'll also take a look over there. A hotel! Soo-Yuni exclaimed in surprise, her expression brightening immediately. Given the lavishness Zhao Chun had shown in recent days, the hotel he opened in the Magic City would surely not be simple. She wanted to ask about the scale of the hotel but was afraid Zhao Chun wouldn't like her asking too much, so she cautiously inquired, "Can I go see it? If my precious wants to go, of course you can." Zhao Chun smiled casually, then leaned closer to Soo-Yuni's ear, "And today, you better not think about running away." Upon hearing this, Soo-Yuni's ears instantly turned red, and she couldn't help but give him a shy glare, her eyes filled with bashfulness and anticipation. No matter how bold she was still a girl. It was natural to feel shy when her boyfriend suddenly said something like that. However, it seemed she had been looking forward to this for a long time. Zhao Chun didn't specify what kind of hotel it was, just telling her to see for herself when the time came, which added a touch of mystery and made her even more excited. What would her boyfriend's hotel be like? Could it be a 4-star? Surely it wouldn't be a 5-star, right? At 12:30 in the afternoon, the plane safely landed at Shanghai Pudong Airport. The two, having taken a short nap, woke up leisurely and looked out the window at the country's largest metropolis. Zhao Chun smiled. He had been here in his previous life, but that was purely as a tourist. Now it was different. On this expensive land, he at least had a business of his own. He just didn't know if this business would bring him any surprises today. On the other side, Tan Zhongyu, the general manager of the Peninsula Hotel in Magic City, was anxiously waiting with his subordinates, occasionally glancing at the flight information on the terminal screen. Besides Tan Zhongyu, his beautiful female secretary, along with 2 other vice presidents and the HR director of the Peninsula Hotel, stood nearby. A few elite individuals in suits, accompanied by a secretary and 2 drivers, were particularly eye-catching. Due to the tension, and with the weather being nice in Magic City today, beads of sweat appeared on Tan Zhongyu's chubby face. His female secretary wanted to wipe his sweat, but he shot her a glare, causing her to quickly retreat. "Clumsy, step aside." If the boss saw this, who knows what he would think. "Yes, Mr. Tan." The secretary dared not retort and could only retreat with a look of grievance. The others, seeing this, also dared not interject, only muttering to themselves that old Tan was really something, trying so hard to please the boss. Tan Zhongyu kept his gaze straight ahead, fully aware that in the workplace, especially in the now privately owned Peninsula Hotel, the boss's first impression of him was crucial. If the boss saw the scene of the secretary wiping his sweat, he might think that old Tan was seeking comfort. The Peninsula Hotel was large and prosperous, and with old Tan at the helm, although the results were good, if someone else took over, even if they were slightly less capable, it probably wouldn't be much worse. Therefore, he had to leave the boss with a perfect impression of someone who could endure hardship and get things done. Before boarding, Zhao Chen had sent him the flight information, telling him to come a bit earlier. But the moment Tan Zhongyu received the message, he immediately brought his team to the airport, arriving 2 hours early, demonstrating their management's respect for the boss while also showing the boss their management's spirit. "Mr. Tan, the boss's flight has arrived." At this moment, prompted by Vice President Zhang Yan beside him, Tan Zhongyu's expression suddenly tightened, and he turned to call out to everyone, "Hurry, get ready, we mustn't have any mishaps." With Tan Zhongyu leading, everyone became a bit tense. Since Zhao Chen had specifically instructed him not to prepare any flashy banners, he didn't, otherwise, the banners would have been hung high already. The chairman of the Peninsula Hotel personally arriving in Magic City deserved a grand welcome. Before long, a young man and woman appeared at the exit, hand in hand, dragging a small suitcase and looking around. Soo-Yuni seemed a bit curious. She had heard Zhao Chen say that the hotel management was coming to pick them up, but she didn't know what to expect. Tan Zhongyu, already prepared, saw Zhao Chen come out and immediately shouted, "Mr. Zhao." They had video called the night before, so Tan Zhongyu naturally recognized Zhao Chen's appearance. With his shout of "Mr. Zhao," countless people turned to look, and Zhao Chen also noticed Tan Zhongyu's direction. Seeing the management team behind him, he couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. This old Tan, who had promised him to bring fewer people, ended up bringing so many. Soo-Yuni slightly parted her lips in surprise, looking at her boyfriend's hotel, which seemed quite impressive. The people there to pick them up had a strong presence. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Tan." Not at all, Mr. Zhao, just call me old Tan. I wouldn't dare to call myself anything in front of you." As they approached, the two shook hands, and a flattering smile appeared on Tan Zhongyu's face, which intrigued Soo-Yuni. Zhao Chen chuckled and pointed at him. "Ha, old Tan, that's a bit much." Saying this, he turned to the management team beside Tan Zhongyu and smiled. "Thank you all for taking the time to pick me up. Did we delay you?" "No, how could that be? Hearing the new boss speak, the two vice presidents and the HR director quickly waved their hands and respectfully called out boss. However, apart from Tan Zhongyu, everyone was meeting this new boss for the first time. Although they had known the name for a while, seeing such a young boss inevitably stirred up great waves in their hearts. The Magic City Peninsula Hotel was no small enterprise. Now it was completely in the hands of a young person. Just who was this new boss, and how powerful could he be? After some pleasantries, Zhao Chen had gotten to know the hotel's upper management, and for the remaining people, he would have to see them at the hotel later. As for the female secretary next to Tan Zhongyu and the two drivers, there was naturally no need for him to get acquainted with them. Zhao, the car is ready. Shall we head out now? Tan Zhongyu asked with a smile, while the female secretary had already gone over to take the suitcase from Su Yuni's hands. Their overly respectful attitude left Su Yuni both flattered and curious. What kind of hotel had her boyfriend opened? These people certainly didn't look like they were cultivated from an ordinary hotel. Alright, let's not linger here. Let's go, Zhao Chen said with a light smile. The two drivers quickly led the way, and under Tan Zhongyu's guidance, everyone headed to the parking lot. Upon entering the parking lot and seeing the two cars waiting there, Su Yuni was instantly stunned. The imposing front, paired with the flying goddess emblem and the almost illusory double R logo. If she wasn't mistaken, these should be the most expensive luxury cars, Rolls-Royces, right? Su Yuni couldn't help but swallow hard. These two Rolls-Royces were in the Peninsula Hotel's exclusive Peninsula Green, with custom extended bodies, and the bold license plates Hue 88878 and Hubi 88878. Su Yuni was left speechless. She turned to Zhao Chen with a somewhat weak expression, pointing at the two cars. Bai Chuan. What is this? Zhao Chen was admiring his two luxury cars. He had to admit, aside from not being too fond of green, this extended Rolls-Royce Phantom was indeed impressive. Hearing Su Yuni's words, he turned around with a smile and ruffled her hair. These are the cars for my hotel. Come on, let's get in and talk. At that moment, the drivers had already opened the doors and were respectfully waiting aside. Zhao Chen pulled the stunned Su Yuni along, and they both got into the car. Sitting on the leather seats of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, looking at the starry sky ceiling and the burl walnut paneling, they indulged in luxury and comfort. Tan Zhongyu took the initiative to sit in the passenger seat, while the other management members went to sit in the other car. As the car started and headed towards the Magic City Peninsula Hotel, Su Yuni finally learned what kind of hotel her boyfriend owned. Looking at Zhao Chen, who wore a smile, she suddenly felt a bit unfamiliar. After all, the name of the hotel, 6 words long, was something she had never imagined. Magic City Peninsula Hotel. That was the one located on the Bund, offering a view of the Huangpu River, one of the most luxurious hotels in the Magic City. And it was actually her boyfriend's property? Coincidentally, she had recently accompanied her senior to visit, though it wasn't for an overnight stay. The Peninsula Hotel had its own shopping mall called the Peninsula Boutique Gallery, which housed many luxury brands, including Chanel, Breguet, Harry Winston, and other high-end stores. While her senior treated her to afternoon tea, she also took her to browse the Chanel store in the Peninsula Boutique Gallery. Seeing her senior casually buy a bag worth nearly 20,000, she had felt an overwhelming sense of envy at the time. But now, Zhao Chen suddenly told her that not only was the Peninsula Boutique Gallery his, but the entire Magic City Peninsula Hotel was his. This sudden, enormous surprise left her dazed and unable to collect herself for a while. The Peninsula Hotel was not far from their school, probably just 5 or 6 kilometers away. This was her boyfriend's property. Although she had not yet married Zhao Chen, did it mean that she was somewhat of a hostess? However, after the surprise, she began to feel a bit scared. With Zhao Chen being so wealthy, did she really have the charm to be with him for a lifetime? The only way to ensure he wouldn't abandon her seemed to be just one. Zhao Chen, who was chatting with Tan Zhongyu, suddenly turned to look at her. Seeing Su Yuni's constantly changing expression, her small face showing a hint of fear and confusion, Zhao Chen couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. He had wanted to give this girl a surprise, but now it seemed more like a shock. Shall we? Zhao Chen took her small hand, bringing Su Yuni back to her senses. Remembering her earlier thoughts, her little face instantly turned bright red. What's wrong? I remember your school should be not far from the hotel, right? Su Yuni nodded in confusion. Yes, why? Zhao Chen's lips curled slightly, not responding immediately, but instead looking at Tan Zhongyu, who was smiling and turning to them, and introduced, Lao Tan, this is my girlfriend, Su Yuni. A simple sentence made the astute Tan Zhongyu instantly understand, and he quickly nodded and joked, Zhao, you are the boss, so Miss Su is naturally the hostess of our hotel. Saying this, he hurriedly handed his business card to Su Yuni, telling her to call him if she needed anything. If she didn't want to stay at school anymore, living and eating at the Peninsula Hotel would be completely fine. The Peninsula Hotel had 2 Michelin-starred restaurants, Ilong Pavilion and Sirali, 1 Chinese and 1 Western. Besides these 2 most famous restaurants, there were also 5-star chefs skilled in various cuisines, able to meet all guests' needs. Enjoying Michelin meals, staying in luxurious rooms, receiving personalized service, and having access to various luxury brands collaborating with the Peninsula Hotel, including Rolls-Royce pickups, was simply effortless. As the hostess, Soo-Yuni should naturally enjoy such treatment. Baby, I probably won't be coming to the Magic City much lately, so I'll need you to keep an eye on the hotel for me, Zhao Chen said as he leaned in closer and hugged Soo-Yuni, softly saying, "Don't be polite, this is your husband's property, and it's yours too. You'll be the hostess from now on, so perk up." Hearing Zhao Chen's words, Soo-Yuni turned to look at him, the affection in her eyes indescribable. The hostess of the Peninsula Hotel in the Magic City. How many girls could only dream of such fortune, yet she had obtained it so easily. This made her feel an overwhelming sense of happiness, but also an increasing urge. If it weren't for the presence of others, she would have wanted to completely devour Zhao Chen right then and there. Soon, 2 Rolls-Royce Phantoms drove into the Peninsula Hotel in the Magic City one after the other. The once bustling hotel lobby, filled with luxury cars, was today tightly closed, with only a few security personnel waiting outside, the entrance deserted. Closing for a day was still a significant loss for both the Peninsula Hotel and Zhao Chen. After all, a day of closure meant a loss of over $1 million in revenue. But he insisted on doing it. Aside from wanting some peace and quiet, there was no other reason. Having money meant being willful. It was his private hotel, so of course, he would enjoy it however he wanted. Under Tan Zhongyu's lead, the hotel lobby doors slowly opened, and hundreds of staff members who had been waiting for a long time stood in their designated positions. Before entering, Tan Zhongyu stepped back, allowing the 2 to go in first. As Zhao Chen and Soo-Yuni stepped into the hall, a warm round of applause immediately erupted throughout the room. "Welcome home, President Zhao." Zhao Chen glanced over and saw 2 rows on either side. The first row on the left was filled with young women. Although they were all dressed in professional attire, their makeup was exquisite, each one adorned beautifully, their gazes towards Zhao Chen filled with surprise and an indescribable meaning. No one expected the new boss to be so young. Moreover, he was so handsome. Most importantly, he was so wealthy. This was the Peninsula Hotel in the Magic City, worth billions. Whoever could get close to him might just transform into a phoenix. Undoubtedly, at that moment, Zhao Chen had become the dream lover of most single and non-single women present. The only downside was that the beautiful girl he was holding onto was quite a distraction. Most of the women present were from the lobby, guest rooms, dining, and human resources departments, but the most eye-catching were the 10 or so female housekeepers from the suites. As housekeepers of the Peninsula Hotel, they were naturally selected for their looks. They were all smiling brightly at Zhao Chen, and when they noticed his gaze, a few of the stunning ladies, who had certain advantages in some areas, instinctively showcased themselves to the new boss. Looking at the radiant girls in the front row, Zhao Chen couldn't help but chuckle. This old Tan really was treating it like a selection of concubines. However, he didn't seem to mind it that much. Standing on the right were the handsome young men of the Peninsula Hotel, all standing tall and proud, seemingly waiting for Zhao Chen's inspection, which made him nod in approval. As expected of a high-end hotel, the employee's demeanor was quite impressive. Seeing that Zhao Chen seemed satisfied with his arrangements, Tan Zhongyu, who was walking behind, let out a sigh of relief, a brilliant smile spreading across his chubby face. The usually stern Tan seemed almost like a Maitreya Buddha today, which made everyone feel a bit unaccustomed. Soo-Yuni, on the other hand, was completely dazed at first, her mind a muddle. She had never been surrounded by so many people in her life. Not realizing how many there were until she looked, she was taken aback. How could there be so many employees at the Peninsula Hotel? However, the girl quickly regained her composure. After all, she was a dance student, and girls who love to dance naturally enjoy being the center of attention. Especially when she thought of herself as the hostess of the hotel, she felt braver, wrapping her arm around Zhao Chen as they walked down the center, her face breaking into a sweet smile, seemingly greeting the many curious onlookers around them. Boss, President Zhao, Chairman. At that moment, the management team of the hotel hurried over to greet them. Although the titles varied, they were undoubtedly all addressing the same person. At this point, Zhao Chen had also gotten to know the senior management of his hotel. Aside from Tan Zhongyu and the 2 vice presidents standing behind him, all the department directors and managers were present, with not a single one daring to take a leave of absence. As the saying goes, a new official takes office with 3 fires. Having finally reached the management level of a high-end hotel, who would want the new boss's fire to burn them? Of course, with so many people, it was unrealistic for Zhao Chen to get to know each one individually. As the boss, he didn't need to know them, he just needed them to know him. This was also the purpose of gathering all the employees together. However, beyond that, he naturally wanted to stabilize the morale. Although everything would remain unchanged after the change of ownership, as the new boss, he still wanted to bring some new changes to the hotel. To ensure everyone could hear clearly, Zhao Chen was just about to ask Tan Zhongyu to help him find a microphone. At that moment, a mature foreign woman in her 30s, with blonde hair and blue eyes, quickly handed him the microphone. "Boss, the microphone is here." "Thank you, you are." Taking the microphone, Zhao Chen felt a bit curious upon seeing this foreign woman. Although she wasn't particularly beautiful, she exuded a mature and elegant charm. In domestic companies, it's not common to see foreign employees, but in high-end hotels, especially ones like the Peninsula, there are quite a few foreign staff. After all, wealthy foreign guests who come to stay in Shanghai usually choose hotels of this caliber. At this time, it is essential to have staff who understand foreign languages to receive them. "I am Lisa, the head of the housekeeping department, boss. It's a pleasure to meet you." Lisa smiled generously and extended her hand, leaving the surrounding management stunned. This American woman really had guts. A small supervisor dared to shake hands with the chairman. "Don't you understand the hierarchy?" Zhao Chen didn't have such thoughts. He shook hands with Lisa and quickly let go, looking at the enthusiastic Lisa and smiling as he gave her a thumbs up. "Your Chinese is quite good. Thank you for the compliment." After a brief exchange, Lisa was quickly pulled back by the housekeeping manager. Zhao Chen picked up the microphone, looking at the rows of employees in front of him, wearing a friendly smile. "Good afternoon, everyone. Have you eaten?" Reporting to Mr. Zhao, "We have eaten." Everyone responded in unison, but seeing such a young chairman ask this question somehow struck them as a bit amusing. Some couldn't hold back their laughter, and those standing behind Zhao Chen, like Tan Zhongyu, immediately turned dark-faced, glaring at the laughing employees. Among them, a young girl was almost brought to tears by Tan Zhongyu's glare. Zhao Chen didn't mind. Establishing authority is a long-term matter, especially at his age. The only thing that could earn people's respect was his identity as the boss. "You all have eaten, but I haven't yet." Zhao Chen made a joke, prompting another round of laughter. He smiled and waved for the laughter to stop, then said seriously, "So next, I'll keep it brief." Seeing Zhao Chen's serious expression, the employee's demeanor also became solemn. Even those who had been whispering just moments ago dared not make a sound now. Watching the lobby fall silent because of Zhao Chen's words, Su Yuni gazed at him with dreamy eyes, thinking, "What should I do? I am liking this man more and more. If I had to leave him, I would surely die. I have just taken over this hotel, and you must all be very unfamiliar with me, just as I am with you. Today is also my first time meeting all of you. However, my impression of you is quite good. You are completely different from the rigid and serious Peninsula Hotel I had imagined. I have always believed that no matter what industry we are in, the first point is that we must be full of vitality. While making money, we must also love this industry. I am very happy to see such vibrant people, and I am also comforted that in the future, we can grow together. As a qualified capitalist, inspiring people is certainly necessary. Boosting employee enthusiasm can improve the hotel's performance. After all, in the end, it's Zhao Chen who profits." As Zhao Chen's words fell, the audience erupted into warm applause, and the management behind him looked astonished, clapping in disbelief that such words could come from a young person. The scion of a wealthy family is indeed different. Zhao Chen smiled and made a gesture for silence, and the room quieted down again. "Alright, thank you all for waiting so long today. It must have taken a lot of time to line up like this, right? I appreciate everyone's contributions to the Peninsula Hotel over the past few years, and I hope that in the days to come, we can move forward together. So, starting now, I announce that all employees' fixed salaries will increase by 10% every month." As Zhao Chen said this with a smile, the entire room fell into an extraordinary silence, as if a pin drop could be heard. But 2 seconds later, the whole hall erupted into a deafening cheer, with men and women of all ages shouting in unison, "Long live President Zhao!" No matter how passionately Zhao Chen spoke on stage, for the ordinary employees, no amount of words could compare to the 3 words, salary increase. The employees looked at Zhao Chen with excitement, especially the female employees, who seemed as if they wanted to devour him. In the hotel industry, unless one is promoted, getting a salary increase is harder than reaching the sky. Moreover, the Magic City Peninsula Hotel used to be under the jurisdiction of the Peninsula Group, and the capitalists from the island side, while wealthy, were notoriously stingy. Not to mention anything else, some employees in the hotel were still earning the minimum wage of Magic City, which was quite pitiful. Although a 10% increase isn't much, it adds up to a significant amount over a year. This boss is truly impressive. Hearing Zhao Chen's words, the management exchanged glances, stunned by the sudden surprise. The fixed salaries of ordinary employees weren't high, so a 10% increase wouldn't show a noticeable change. But for the management, a 10% increase was quite substantial. Especially for the higher-ups with higher salaries, they were all beaming with joy. This salary increase was said to include all employees, so surely it included them, right? With this increase, their annual salary would at least rise by 6 figures. Who wouldn't like free money? Among them, only the financial director looked a bit anxious. How much would the hotel's expenses increase with this 10% salary hike? This young boss was indeed quite reckless. However, he had no objections, as this was the boss's money, not his. Besides, he was also a beneficiary. President Zhao, will our also be increased? Tan Zhongyu asked cautiously. As Zhao Chen's chief steward, he needed to clarify this matter. Hundreds of employees were one thing, but an increase for the management would be quite significant. What? Zhao Chen laughed and patted Tan Zhongyu's shoulder, jokingly saying, "Old Tan, aren't you an employee of the hotel? You wouldn't be happy about a salary increase? Then just increase the others' salaries. As for you, let's put that on hold for now." Upon hearing this, the other higher-ups burst into laughter. Tan Zhongyu's face turned bitter. It was truly a case of a mute eating bitter herbs, with no way to express his grievances. If only he had known, he wouldn't have asked. Why did he have to open his mouth? If President Zhao took it seriously, he would miss out on a salary increase worth several $100,000 a year, resulting in a significant loss. Alright, I was just joking with you. Zhao Chen smiled. Since we're increasing salaries, everyone must get a raise, no one can be left out. On this matter, Old Tan, you should communicate more with the finance department. Compared to ordinary employees, he actually valued the management more. Ordinary employees could be easily replaced with a simple recruitment notice, but the management was different. Without a certain level of capability, they truly couldn't handle the responsibilities of managing a large hotel. Yes, President Zhao. Tan Zhongyu quickly nodded in agreement, his chubby face regaining its smile. He almost wanted to slap himself. Also, I heard some of our employees are still earning the minimum wage? Zhao Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. For employees of the Magic City Peninsula Hotel to still be on the lowest wage standard in the entire Magic City was somewhat insulting. Other bosses might not care, and might even prefer lower wages. A qualified capitalist would love for an employee to do the work of 3 or 4 people while earning the minimum wage. But he couldn't afford to be indifferent. In this rebirth, with a system by his side, he no longer needs to struggle to start a business and make money. As a boss, he naturally needs to have a vision. There's no need to be a miser. The years spent as a corporate slave before his rebirth were already hard enough. Putting himself in others' shoes, he felt it was necessary to raise the salary standards at the Peninsula Hotel in the Magic City. Of course, it shouldn't be a sudden increase, but rather a gradual one. Well, that is indeed the case. Hearing this, Tan Zhongyu awkwardly nodded. You know, before you acquired the hotel. Alright, I understand. Zhao Chen waved his hand, interrupting. How about this? Have the finance department prepare a salary increase plan for me today. It doesn't need to be too much, but it can't be like before. A prestigious hotel like the Peninsula should not have its employees earning the minimum wage. That's unacceptable. Okay, Mr. Zhao, I'll take care of it right away. Tan Zhongyu's expression tightened, and he nodded repeatedly. This was the first order issued by the boss since taking over the hotel, and with such a boss around, it seemed the employees' happy times were about to begin. Next, Zhao Chen announced the end of the meeting, allowing everyone to return to their posts and fulfill their duties. Although the hotel was not open to the public today, it still needed to operate internally. Bo Chuan, you're amazing. Once everyone had dispersed and only a few staff members were left to serve the two, Su Yuni blushed and pounced into Zhao Chen's arms, playfully asking for a hug. She had recorded Zhao Chen's speech earlier on her phone and planned to watch it every day. Her man was so handsome. She was in love. After finally prying the love-struck girl away, Zhao Chen realized he was a bit hungry since he hadn't eaten much on the plane. Guided by the staff, the two headed straight to the Michelin one-star restaurant, Surili, located on the 13th floor of the hotel. Welcome, boss. The restaurant specialized in French cuisine, and naturally, it was the renowned chef Ulil, born in France, who personally welcomed the boss. After shaking hands with Zhao Chun, Ulil began noting the preferences of the boss and his wife while asking, "Boss, do you have any dietary restrictions?" Zhao Chen and Su Yuni exchanged glances and smiled, shaking their heads. "No, just serve your best dishes." Okay. While Ulil prepared the dishes, Zhao Chen looked out at the scenery. It had been sunny earlier, but now the clouds were thickening. However, it seemed like a good choice to go to the outdoor terrace to enjoy the view. So, Zhao Chen took Su Yuni up to Sir Ely's terrace and had the waiter replace their small table with a larger one. Sitting on the terrace on the 14th floor, they overlooked the beautiful scenery of the Huangpu River, Suzhou Creek, and the stunning view of the futuristic Pudong skyline. It wasn't the liveliest night, but it looked particularly stylish. With a cool breeze blowing and a charming beauty sitting beside him, the bartender served Zhao Chen a signature cocktail, the Oriental Paris, filled with lychee and jasmine fragrance, while Su Yuni received a little guangliang tea with dried longan and cherry brandy. Savoring the unique aroma of the cocktails, they exchanged smiles, feeling very pleased. Cheers! Su Yuni deliberately intertwined her hand holding the glass with Zhao Chen's, signaling for a toast. Zhao Chen, wanting to tease her, shook his head and smiled, refusing, but her adorable pout made him unable to resist laughing, and he ended up clinking glasses with her. After drinking, Su Yuni rested her head on Zhao Chen's shoulder, the slight upward curve of her lips revealing just how happy she was at that moment. This scene, which felt like a dream to most women, was easily realized for her. Thinking about how she could treat this luxurious hotel as her own backyard in the future, she couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. When she had some free time, she could invite 2 or 3 good friends for afternoon tea, enjoy a spa treatment, and savor delightful Michelin meals. After dinner, they could stroll through the Peninsula Boutique Gallery, and if they got tired at night and didn't want to go home, they could stay in a luxurious suite, with a special luxury car to pick them up the next day. Such days would be simply wonderful. If her father, who loved wealth and despised poverty, saw Zhao Chen owning this hotel, he would surely want to live there every day. So, to avoid embarrassing her father, she decided it was best not to tell him for now. This kind of good fortune was something she could enjoy alone. Soon, waiters began to approach, each carrying a tray. Due to Zhao Chen's arrival, the chef had personally prepared the dishes, which were naturally extraordinary. Lobster and abalone needed no further elaboration, they were delicious. What Zhao Chen specifically praised was a charcoal-grilled tomahawk steak. Made from Australian grain-fed M9 ribeye, it had an excellent texture and was arguably the best steak he had ever eaten. Bai Chuan, come, open your mouth. Ah. Su Yuni cut a piece of beef and fed it to him, slightly opening her mouth, signaling Zhao Chen to do the same, which made him chuckle. He then mimicked her action and took a bite of the beef. Hee, is it good? Su Yuni looked at him with eager anticipation. Couples were like this, wanting different answers for what they ate and what their girlfriend personally fed them. It's delicious, of course, the one my baby fed me is the best. Zhao Chen smiled and tapped Su Yuni's little nose, making her beam with joy as she gazed at him affectionately. As they enjoyed their sweet lunch, their feelings for each other gradually warmed, almost overflowing. After the meal, since Zhao Chen had important matters to attend to, Su Yuni didn't continue to disturb him and obediently went to the spa center for her treatment. Zhao Chen, on the other hand, was led by the Vice President Zhang Yan to the chairman's office. Upon entering, the Financial Director, Human Resources Director, and General Manager Tan Zhongyu were quietly waiting. President Zhao, boss. Seeing the two enter, they greeted Zhao Chen one after another. Don't just stand there, everyone take a seat. Zhao Chen smiled lightly and nodded, casually surveying the layout of the chairman's office. It was evident that after the previous chairman left, Tan Zhongyu had intentionally redecorated it to suit his youthful aesthetic, making it feel less rigid and serious. He couldn't help but admire Tan's meticulousness, he was indeed worthy of being reused. Everyone quickly complied, sitting on the nearby sofa, waiting for Zhao Chen's instructions with a somewhat formal demeanor. Zhao Chen also took a seat in the boss's chair, his smile gradually fading, his handsome face devoid of any expression, paired with the nameplate on the desk that read, Chairman of the Magic City Peninsula Hotel Group, Zhao Chen, which exuded an extraordinary authority. The others exchanged glances, and at Tan Zhongyu's signal, the Human Resources Director Xiao Jianhua quickly stood up. The reason he was here this time was also due to the change of boss. With a new boss, the boss's secretary and the board secretary naturally had to be replaced as well. Of course, the position of board secretary was very important, and everything had to be decided by Zhao Chen himself. He would only provide reference opinions and a selection list. Moreover, as a man, it was natural for him to prefer female secretaries. So this time, after the general manager informed him of the hotel changes, he had already carefully prepared a list before the new boss arrived. If Zhao Chen was not satisfied with these candidates, it was no problem, he could continue to select. Anyway, I believe not many people can refuse the job of the secretary to the chairman of the Magic City Peninsula Hotel. Moreover, for Zhao Chen, having a secretary is quite necessary. After all, the hotel is so large that as the chairman, he cannot be watching everything all the time. A secretary can act as the chairman's eyes, helping him handle various affairs. Any instructions from the chairman can also be communicated through the secretary, eliminating the need for the chairman to personally attend to every matter. In short, it emphasizes convenience. As the saying goes, when there's work, the secretary does it, when there's none. Xiao Jianhua smiled as he respectfully handed a few lists to the desk. Boss, here are the lists organized by our HR department for your review. Chairman, please have some tea. At this moment, Tan Zhongyu's little secretary also carefully brought over a cup of hot tea, her delicate voice causing Zhao Chen to look up involuntarily. Upon seeing Zhao Chen looking at her, the little secretary's heart-shaped face revealed a shy smile, and she couldn't help but feel her heart race, suddenly having the illusion that perhaps the chairman had taken a liking to her. If the chairman really liked her and wanted her to be the secretary, how wonderful that would be. Although the chairman and the general manager were only one level apart, one was the master and the other the servant, and their statuses were completely different. If she became the secretary, even the general manager Tan Zhongyu would have to treat her politely. Just imagining how he used to scold her at the drop of a hat made her smirk. He definitely wouldn't dare to do that anymore. Not bothering with the little secretary's wild thoughts, Zhao Chen had no other ideas. Although the little secretary was quite pretty, she wasn't enough to captivate him. Just seeing her reminded him of the source he had in Flower City, the stunning feeling he had when he met Secretary Yang Peiming. Of course, it wasn't that Secretary Yang Peiming was particularly beautiful, but rather that the other party had a secretary. The moment he saw Yang Peiming with a secretary, he felt a pang of envy. After all, secretaries were usually reserved for big bosses, and at that time, he had almost nothing, not even a company, let alone a secretary. He thought he would have to wait a while to have a secretary, but unexpectedly, it was coming so soon. It left him momentarily dazed. Coming back to his senses, he looked at the list Xiao Jianhua had handed over, took a sip of hot tea, and casually asked, "All these people have accepted to go to Flower City, right?" After this trip back, he definitely wouldn't be returning to Magic City for a while. As his secretary, she naturally had to go back to Flower City with him, otherwise, what was the point of hiring a secretary? Cough. Even if she had nothing to do, it would be nice to have someone to look at. All have accepted, Xiao Jianhua hurriedly replied. We also have corresponding housing and travel subsidies here, which will definitely eliminate any worries. That's good. Zhao Chen nodded with a smile and then formally looked at the 8 lists Xiao Jianhua had given him. The moment he saw the contents of the lists, Zhao Chen was quite surprised. He had to admit, these were all talents. On this list, all 8 candidates for the secretary position were high achievers. In terms of education, they all graduated from 985 universities at the very least, and their ages ranged from 24 to 28, with 2 having returned from top universities abroad. It truly was a case of droughts killing the crops and floods drowning them. These talents were hard to come by for many small companies, yet he could choose freely, and there were even more to spare. Perhaps this is the greatest disparity between people. Besides the basic resume information, there were also their 1-inch photos. In terms of appearance, even Zhao Chen, whose standards had become extremely picky, couldn't find much fault. Especially with everyone's life photos mixed in, gentle, sweet, cute, aloof, there were all kinds of types, making Zhao Chen secretly admire Xiao Jianhua's thoughtfulness. This HR director is quite a clever person. Choosing the best among the best is a tough decision, but for Zhao Chen, it didn't seem difficult at all. After a brief thought, he pointed to one of the life photos. Alright, no need to choose anymore, let's go with her. A master's graduate from the prestigious Shanghai Jiaotong University, Shen Shanshan, a native of Hangzhou, is 24 years old this year. She belongs to the category of fresh graduates who haven't found a suitable job yet. Among the 8 girls, Shen Shanshan's resume could be considered the least impressive. However, Zhao Chen felt that it was actually acceptable. After all, being at the bottom still meant she was a highly educated master's degree holder, and in terms of potential, Shen Shanshan definitely had it. Moreover, it's best to cultivate a secretary from within. Although the others had more work experience compared to Shen Shanshan, they were trained by other companies, which Zhao Chen didn't particularly like. Just to be clear, he absolutely did not choose Shen Shanshan because she was the prettiest. Okay, boss. Xiao Jianhua flashed a lecherous smile, thinking he had seen through Zhao Chen's true nature. But in reality, he was only on the 2nd level, while Zhao Chen had already reached the 5th. Newcomers need to be trained, after all. If Shen Shanshan performs well, there's a chance she could become his right-hand woman in the future. The matter of choosing a secretary came to a temporary close, but Zhao Chen wouldn't see his little secretary for a while. After Shen Shanshan joined, she would still need to undergo some training. He hadn't even sorted out his accommodation and office in Huacheng yet, so he needed to prepare for a while before anything else. The most important purpose of his visit this time was related to the next matter. After the HR director took his leave, the finance director came over with the financial statements. Checking the accounts was, of course, the most important thing for the boss. Especially for Zhao Chen, who was currently short on funds, it became even more crucial. He only had a few $100,000 in his pocket, which felt quite uncomfortable. Even if he counted the unused consumer rebates, if he drew 10 times that, it would only add a few million, far from enough for his expenses. How much he could scrape from the Peninsula Hotel in Shanghai would determine whether he could truly indulge after returning to Huacheng. Although the profits from the Peninsula Hotel, according to the system, couldn't be used as experience, it wouldn't hinder his spending and the initial costs of starting a company. With a hint of anticipation, Zhao Chen held the financial statements in his hands, feeling a bit excited. But when he saw the contents of the report, his brows immediately furrowed. Upon seeing this, the office fell silent. Tan Zhongyu and the others didn't dare to breathe, and the little secretary standing nearby instinctively held her breath. The atmosphere was quite terrifying. After flipping through a few pages, Zhao Chen put down the report, rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat complicated. How should he put it? The situation at the Peninsula Hotel seemed a bit different from what he had imagined. According to his thoughts, with such a large enterprise as the Peninsula Hotel in Shanghai, not to mention anything else, pulling a few $100 million from the books should be a piece of cake. He didn't even need much, just pulling out $200 million would be enough. Then he could have a house, a company, and the Lamborghini Veneno he had been dreaming of. But now it seemed he had been a bit naive. In the last fiscal year, the Peninsula Hotel's revenue was only $490 million, not even reaching $500 million, and the profits were all divided among the major shareholders. This year, the revenue had increased somewhat. Now, in early October, the revenue had already reached $450 million, but it was still far from what he had imagined. The report was filled with a jumble of various expenses, which gave him quite a headache. He decided not to continue looking at it and turned directly to the financial director. So, Director Hu, how much money does the company have on the books right now? Upon hearing the question, the financial director, Hu Xiaojun, quickly responded, report to the chairman, there is about $260 million left in the company's account. If you want to withdraw funds, my suggestion is, Hu Xiaojun cautiously added, at least leave $100 million. Of course, as a company fully controlled by Qingchuan Capital, Zhao Chen could withdraw all the funds if he wanted. However, if he withdrew everything, the Peninsula Hotel in Magic City would definitely not be able to continue operating. Fund turnover was a common occurrence, and Hu Xiaojun didn't think there was anything wrong with Zhao Chen withdrawing funds. He just wanted to offer a suggestion to let Zhao Chen withdraw as little as possible, as it would not be beneficial for the hotel's development. Zhao Chen remained silent, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table, glancing at the several people sitting upright, contemplating how much money would be appropriate. It would be impossible to say he wasn't disappointed. He could only say that high-end hotels, while looking glamorous on the surface, really didn't make much money. Despite the $450 million in revenue sounding substantial, it was far too little compared to the scale of the Peninsula Hotel. Just look at the years to come, those big online influencers, not to mention their sales figures, even their profits would far surpass the Peninsula Hotel's revenue. Moreover, this was just revenue. If the annual profit were calculated, Zhao Chen estimated that even 20% this year would be considered a lot. Although he could withdraw funds now, if the Peninsula Hotel ran short later, he, as the owner, would still have to make up the difference. It seemed that the imagined financial freedom had not been realized, but rather added some pressure. However, in the face of this industry, such pressure seemed trivial. Not to mention, once the 3-year system lockup period ended, if he needed money and sold the hotel, recovering $4 to $5 billion would likely not be a problem. How about this? I'll take $100 million, and the rest, I won't touch. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Chen calmly extended a finger. It seemed that $100 million was just a drizzle in his mouth. Although it was less than the initial $200 million, a small target shouldn't be considered too little. At least in Huacheng, it would be enough to buy a few villas. Moreover, making money from money was the most correct choice. Hearing that Zhao Chen only wanted $100 million, Hu Xiaojun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, nodding with a smile in agreement. If too much was withdrawn, it would definitely be harmful to the Peninsula Hotel's development. As a senior executive, he naturally didn't want the company to decline. Once the amount was decided, Hu Xiaojun immediately arranged for someone to handle the procedures for Zhao Chen. The funds would definitely not arrive today, and it was expected to be credited tomorrow or the day after. Moreover, this money would enter Zhao Chen's account in the form of dividends, and he would have to pay 20% income tax on it. Therefore, to ensure that Zhao Chen could receive $100 million in his account, the hotel would actually need to pay out more than just 100 million. However, the remaining funds would be enough to cover the hotel's daily expenses. After receiving this accurate information, Zhao Chen felt relieved. Once he had a 9-digit deposit, with his pockets bulging, he would be able to accomplish more things. After resolving the issues with the secretary and funds, Tan Zhongyu dismissed everyone else and stayed alone with Zhao Chen in the office to discuss the matter of adjusting hotel employees' salaries that Zhao Chen had just mentioned. After Zhao Chen made this request, he immediately organized a team and spent over an hour preparing a plan. Adjusting salaries was not something that could be changed overnight. Suddenly doubling the pay of lower-level employees was not Zhao Chen's original intention. After all, he runs a hotel, not a charity. Moreover, doing so would undoubtedly create an imbalance in the mindset of other employees. Therefore, salary adjustments are also implemented with a gradual annual increase. After Zhao Chen's recent salary increase for all employees, the minimum wage level in the Magic City is certainly out of the question. However, even a 10% increase in the minimum wage doesn't amount to much. Thus, salary adjustments are also structured: the lower the salary, the greater the annual increase, while the higher the salary, the smaller the increase. Beyond a certain limit, increasing fixed salaries is naturally impossible unless there is a change in position or outstanding performance that warrants further discussion. After hearing Tan Zhongyu's method, Zhao Chen smiled with satisfaction. Alright, let's do it this way. I trust you to handle it. Thank you for the compliment, President Zhao. Tan Zhongyu also breathed a sigh of relief. Receiving such praise from the boss meant that this operation to safeguard the work had come to a successful conclusion. Once Tan Zhongyu and the others had all taken their leave, the empty room was left with only Zhao Chen. Leaning back in the boss's chair, he looked at the brand new Apple computer on the desk and couldn't help but shake his head. This thing can't even play League of Legends. He didn't know what it was bought for. Complaining aside, Zhao Chen still moved the mouse and searched online for what was on his mind. Now that he had secured funding, he could start preparing for a new company upon returning. If the Magic City Peninsula Hotel wasn't profitable, then he would create something that could make money. Although he had ideas for his entrepreneurial goals back in Huacheng, he worried about the potential butterfly effect. However, after searching for a while, the situation was exactly the same as in his previous life. The entrepreneurial goals he had in mind had not been discovered or fully explored, which made Zhao Chen feel a surge of joy. Success or failure hinged on this moment. With work matters temporarily settled, Zhao Chen naturally began his joyful time. It was rare for him to visit his own hotel, so how could he not enjoy it? He went to the Peninsula Spa Center, where he found Su Yuni, who had just finished her spa treatment and was about to look for him. She ended up joining him for another session. Of course, this time, the little girl was just a spectator. Sitting beside this domineering man, a smile appeared on Su Yuni's delicate face as she thought to herself how wonderful it would be if she could watch him forever. But unfortunately, Zhao Chen could only accompany her for one day. The thought of this made Su Yuni feel a bit down. If she had known, she would have applied to go to Huacheng too. That way, even if they couldn't be together every day, at least she could see him when she missed him. When Zhao Chen finished his spa treatment and saw his little girl looking gloomy, he pulled her into his arms and kissed her cheek, chuckling, "Why the sudden unhappiness?" Su Yuni pouted, hugged Zhao Chen back, buried her head in his chest, and told him why she was upset. She also looked up at him with a pitiful expression and asked if she could go to Huacheng to see him since she missed him. The thought of Su Yuni going to Huacheng, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wouldn't that mean they would all be gathered at one table? Zhao Chen couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. It was hard to come by a treasure not in Huacheng. If she went over, things would get a bit chaotic. If all 5 were together, just thinking about having to deal with them for 5 days a week. Cough cough. Although it sounded like a joke, it was indeed quite challenging to take care of each woman. He now felt that having multiple women was somewhat troublesome, but he simply couldn't resist the allure of these little treasures. What could he do? He could only honestly comfort them one by one. Rubbing Su Yuni's little head, Zhao Chen spoke gently, carefully comforting her. When she missed him, she would call, and he would immediately fly over to see her, making all sorts of promises that eased her mood significantly. Watching her boyfriend patiently comfort her, Su Yuni leaned in and kissed him, giggling that it was a reward for him. The next moment, Zhao Chen immediately kissed her back, leaving her blushing and flustered before he stopped. Just thinking about tonight's reserved program made Zhao Chen hold his breath, resisting the urge to devour this charming little fairy right then and there. After finishing the spa, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. With nothing else to do, Zhao Chen took Su Yuni to stroll through the Peninsula Hotel's most famous Peninsula Boutique Gallery. Although it wasn't open to the public today, all the shops were still operating. It would be impossible to say that the employees of these shops had no complaints about Zhao Chen. After all, aside from the Peninsula Boutique, which belonged to the hotel, the other shops were all rented out. Closing for a day, especially during the peak National Day holiday, meant they lost quite a bit of income. However, there was nothing they could do, the situation was beyond their control, and since it was only one day, no one dared to say much. At that moment, however, the Brigitte Boutique welcomed an unexpected guest. Mr. Zhao. Welcome. Seeing Su Yuni linking arms with Zhao Chen as they walked into the store, the board staff quickly jogged over to greet them. The manager of the Brigitte Boutique also rushed over. As the most notable figure of the day, they had been part of the crowd during the grand welcome for all the hotel employees at noon. Especially Zhao Chen's generous act of giving all employees a raise made them envious. Why couldn't they have a boss like that? Seeing the biggest boss of the Peninsula Hotel arrive made them realize that an opportunity to make money had come. Zhao Chen smiled and nodded, then, under the enthusiastic reception of the manager, he went to sit in the VIP room. He had come to Brigitte not only to browse but also to change to a new watch. After all, while the Cartier Pasha mechanical watch was not cheap, it no longer seemed to match his status. Moreover, Cartier watches generally lean towards a more feminine design, even the men's watches seemed similar. At first, he didn't mind wearing it, but after a while, it became increasingly displeasing to him, so he simply gifted the 200,000 yuan Cartier watch to Su Yuni. At that moment, it was sparkling on her right wrist. As one of the world's top luxury watch brands, Brigitte's status in the watch industry was incomparable to that of Cartier. Brigitte is known as the ancestor of mechanical watches and is also referred to as the king of watches. There is a particularly powerful statement that proves Brigitte's status. In the world, any brand of mechanical watch, whether manual or automatic, has at least two technologies, inventions, patents, or devices that come from Brigitte. If you were to remove everything that belongs to Brigitte, no watch would be able to function properly. It was this last statement that captivated Zhao Chen. Coincidentally, his hotel's mall also had a Brigitte boutique, so how could he not come and take a look? As for another reason, it was, of course, the unused consumption rebate. Even though 100 million would be credited in the next couple of days, that money couldn't be used for upgrading experience, it had to rely on system rewards. Brigitte has three extremely complex inventions: the minute repeater, perpetual calendar, and tourbillon. Rather than just watches, they are more like works of art. Since he was going to buy, he certainly wanted to buy something good. This Brigitte boutique didn't have the minute repeater or perpetual calendar, but out of respect for Zhao Chen, the manager still brought out a prized piece. The double-flying tourbillon rotating watch, inspired by the mysterious solar system, features a case made of 95% pure platinum. The double tourbillon spun simultaneously on the surface of the solar system pattern, and the exquisite craftsmanship made Zhao Chen's eyes light up. He liked the name of this watch, and he liked the watch itself. Seeing Zhao Chen's satisfied expression, the store manager also smiled. This watch was generally not for sale to the public. In other words, even if you had money, you might not be able to buy it. But Zhao Chen held the position of chairman of the Peninsula Hotel in Magic City, which indicated that he was qualified to own this mechanical watch. "I'll take this watch, please wrap it up," Zhao Chen said without asking the price. As long as he liked it, he could afford any expensive watch. If necessary, he could just charge it to the company. Although he didn't have a hobby of collecting watches, occasionally adding a few expensive ones to wear was quite a prestigious thing. "Sure, Mr. Zhao," the store manager replied respectfully, instructing the staff to pack it carefully. Su Yuni, standing nearby, curiously asked, "How much is this watch?" "Madam, this is one of the most expensive watches from Brigitte, and only entrepreneurs of Mr. Zhao's status are worthy of it," the store manager said with a smile. "As for the price, we have a unified price across all our stores worldwide, priced at $328,000. When she heard that string of numbers, Su Yuni was still a bit puzzled. Following Zhao Chen, she had gained quite a bit of knowledge. This watch was said to be so impressive, yet it was only over 300,000? But upon hearing $, she couldn't help but swallow hard. Over 300,000 $. That meant this watch was equivalent to a house of over 100 square meters in a good location in Chaoyang. Her man was wearing a house on his wrist. Although the price of this double-flying tourbillon watch was not cheap, it was still within Zhao Chen's acceptable range. Its craftsmanship was excellent, and with Brigitte's reputation, it was far better than the depreciating Cartier. Moreover, good things have no flaws. If one had to point out a flaw, it might just be that you weren't rich enough. According to the current exchange rate of 6.58 for the $, Zhao Chen took out his bank card and paid 2,158,240 yuan, a neat amount, securing the watch. Originally, he didn't have enough money in his card, but fortunately, he had just transferred 2 million from his father to avoid the embarrassment of insufficient balance. A watch costing over 2 million felt completely different from a 200,000 Cartier on his wrist. Mr. Zhao, your card, the Brigitte store manager respectfully handed over the Bank of China gold card with both hands. Zhao Chen took the card, raised an eyebrow slightly, thinking that with his current status, using a regular gold card seemed a bit too lowly. This was arranged when he withdrew cash for Song Wanyao last time. Coming back to his senses, Zhao Chen curled his lips, silently chanting, "System, I want to use the cash back." Received. Ding. Congratulations, host, your consumption amount this time is 2,158,240 yuan, and you have drawn a fivefold cashback, with a maximum refund limit of 10 million yuan. Sure enough, every time he used the cashback, he could get the maximum limit. System Daddy. Awesome. With the vibration of his phone, the notification of 10 million arriving after 2 days made Zhao Chen unconsciously smile. This feeling was just right. Receiving notifications of funds arriving every day brought a sense of fulfillment that no one could compare to. Host, Zhao Chen, age, 19, level, 4, quota, 24 hours equals 80,000 yuan, experience, 532/10000, 1 experience equals spending 10,000 yuan, still need 9,468,000 yuan to upgrade, account balance, 10,366,280 yuan, rebate times, 0. The savings in his hands had returned to the 10 million mark, but this time Zhao Chen felt no excitement like the first time. If he was excited about 10 million, how would he handle the 100 million that would arrive in the next couple of days? He would surely be thrilled to death. However, the system's experience points for spending still gave him a headache. Even if he spent all the money he had, it would still be a drop in the bucket, far from upgrading. Based on the current daily earnings from the system, even with the weekly spending rebates and occasional holiday bonuses, it would likely take at least a month or two before he could upgrade again. He had originally wanted to choose a Brigitte watch for Suyuni, but the girl didn't like any of them. She preferred the Cartier Pasha mechanical watch that Zhao Chen had given her. This was quite normal. Brigitte styles for women seemed too old-fashioned, suitable for older ladies. For younger girls, a fashionable Cartier was the obvious choice. After browsing Brigitte, Zhao Chen accompanied Suyuni to Chanel. While she tried on clothes, he sat on the sofa playing on his phone. When he scrolled through Yang Peiming's moments, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, a playful smile appearing on his lips. He immediately called this old buddy. "Hey, Bo Chuan? What wind blew today? You actually called me." Yang Peiming sounded a bit surprised to receive Zhao Chen's call. After days of contact through WeChat and phone calls, their relationship had grown closer. He just didn't expect Zhao Chen to suddenly call him. In the past few days, Yang Peiming had already returned to the Magic City and was busy dealing with family matters. Of course, it wasn't about fighting over inheritance, but rather, blind dates. There was no way around it. They were getting older, nearing 30, and neither of the brothers was married yet, so their parents were eager for grandchildren. Since Yang Peiming didn't have a girlfriend, it was natural for them to arrange blind dates for him. Just the day before yesterday, he had attended a social gathering, and yesterday he met several real socialites with his mother. Today, he was attending another gathering, which was really giving him a headache. His older brother had found a reason related to business that required him to be in Hangzhou, leaving Yang Peiming to fight alone in the sea of socialites. This had him quite distressed. Yang Peiming also wanted to use his brother's method to escape, but his father had shot him down. His brother was in the internet business, which was still in a growth phase, and sometimes needed to be present for company matters, so he couldn't leave. But Yang Peiming was different. He was in a physical business, and his father was well aware of his situation. Although the bathhouse he managed was decent, it seemed there were many things he didn't need to be personally involved in. The other cafes and gyms were purely hands-off for him. So, he could only obediently stay in the Magic City for blind dates. It seemed that unless he started dating someone, his parents would definitely not let it go. "Ha ha, Manga, I heard you're looking for a partner? Am I suitable?" Zhao Chen joked, as Yang Peiming's recent moments post was about seeking a partner. It even listed the conditions for marriage after dating. Things like a monthly allowance of 50,000 yuan during dating, which would increase to 200,000 yuan after marriage, and 1 million for a daughter, 2 million for a son, and so on. It was a direct price list, marking a new era for seeking partners on social media. Zhao Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "What a guy. Sure, if you can give birth to a son, come on over," Yang Peiming teased back, following Zhao Chen's lead. The two exchanged jokes and chatted for a while. "What? You said you're in the Magic City?" Hearing that Zhao Chen was in the Magic City, Yang Peiming was momentarily taken aback, then laughed and scolded, "You brat, You come to the Magic City and don't come find me. Are you looking down on your brother? How could that be? I just called you, didn't I? Do you have time now? Come over for a drink. Come over to you. Yang Peiming was surprised. It seemed this kid had a place in the Magic City. Hello, young Master Yang, can I have a drink with you? Before he could respond, a woman dressed like a socialite slowly walked over to young Peiming, her charming face breaking into a warm smile. Although the refined and gentle young Peiming didn't quite fit her aesthetic, it didn't matter because this guy was rich. The second son of Shushing Real Estate, with only one older brother, a rare diamond bachelor. Although Shushing Real Estate only developed around the Magic City in Hangzhou, it was still a publicly listed company worth over 20 billion. Moreover, the Yang family held nearly half of Shushing Real Estate's shares, firmly controlling the company. In this cocktail party, he was practically a rare high-quality stock. Old Master Yang had his two sons only at 30, now they were both over 60. It was said that Old Master Yang had mentioned that in the future, the family business would be split equally between the two brothers. If one could be with Yang Peiming, marrying into a wealthy family and enjoying riches and honor would surely be a given. Seeing the woman approach, Yang Peiming glanced at her coldly, said nothing, and simply gave her a face that said keep your distance. That indifferent gaze made the socialite a bit scared, and she hesitated, not daring to step forward. At that moment, a young man with a very sunny appearance walked over. Seeing their actions, he couldn't help but smile, picked up a wineglass from the nearby table, poured out the wine, and filled it with some grape juice, then gently clinked glasses with the socialite. Beautiful lady, my buddy here has a bit of a bad temper, so let's not disturb him. Shall we step aside for a chat? Seeing the man's handsome face, the socialite nodded blankly and instinctively followed him. This guy is really out of control. Seeing this, Yang Peiming shook his head helplessly. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Chen was puzzled as to why this brother hadn't replied for so long. When he heard Yang Peiming say, no problem, send me an address, and I'll be there soon. Yang Peiming felt quite bored. Having a drink with his little brother wasn't a bad idea. He really couldn't stand the high-quality women at this cocktail party anymore. His mom set him up with this event, but didn't she know to find some decent ones? After all, he had mixed in these circles long enough. Could he not tell the real socialites from the fakes? It would be more reliable to look for a partner through his social circle. This kid, I knew it, he's staying at the Peninsula Hotel. After hanging up, seeing the location Zhao Chen sent, Yang Peiming smiled slightly. Speaking of which, his family just happened to have a high-end property in Huangpu district that hadn't sold out yet. This was good, this kid seemed quite wealthy. If he sold it a bit cheaper, maybe he could get him to help with the family business. Just as he was about to get up and leave, he saw the handsome man who had just left with the fake socialite walking back over. Old Yang, you can't do this, how can you scare off the beautiful lady? Hee, did you play too hard a few years back? The handsome man raised an eyebrow at him, teasingly saying, is your health not good? Do you want me to help you find a doctor? I know several famous traditional Chinese doctors, they're really effective for that. Get lost. Yang Peiming rolled his eyes, too lazy to deal with this guy. This was Lu Xingran, Yang Peiming's childhood friend, who had dragged him to this cocktail party as a shield. Of course, Lu Xingran was more than happy about it. He was the quintessential playboy of the Magic City. He had a good temper, was quite playful, and had a great social circle. Moreover, his family was quite powerful, running an investment company, and they were even wealthier than Yang Peiming's family. Hey, don't go. Where are you off to? Seeing Yang Peiming about to leave, Lu Xingran quickly pulled him back. Auntie has given me a mission. If you don't take a girl away today, you can forget about leaving here. As he spoke, he leaned closer to Yang Peiming's ear. How about that girl from earlier? I even got her WeChat for you. What do you think? Pretty brotherly, right? Yang Peiming rolled his eyes helplessly. You really have no standards. You want even someone like that? So what? Lu Xingran grinned proudly. She's just a fake socialite, not a fake woman. I can tell she doesn't have much experience. So, what do you say? Want her? Yang Peiming pouted and shook his head. It wasn't that he couldn't, he just didn't want to waste time on a woman with no future. I'm not chatting with you anymore, a friend called me to drink, and I need to head over. Which friend? Do I know him? Lu Xingran asked curiously. Their circles in the Magic City were quite similar. If Yang Peiming knew someone, he probably did too. Not from the Magic City, it's a little brother of mine from Flower City. Then I'll go too. You just drank, so I can be your driver. Lu Xingran was intrigued. Yang Peiming's friend coming to the Magic City was someone he wanted to meet. Plus, he didn't understand why his friend would go to Flower City to start a business, especially opening a bathhouse. It was quite baffling. Why not develop honestly in the Magic City instead of that place in Flower City? Seeing Lu Xingran insist on going, pulling him along as if he wouldn't let him leave, Yang Peiming had no choice but to slap his hand away. Get lost, go drive. And hey, watch your words later, this little brother is only 19, don't scare him. Oh, 19? Quite young. Old Yang, when did you develop this hobby? Ouch, that hurts, be gentle. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Xingran was kicked in the butt by Yang Peiming and hurriedly ran out of the banquet hall with a forced smile. After coming out, Yang Peiming's Bentley was temporarily parked in the parking lot, and the two of them got into one of Lu Xingran's three great cars, the Porsche 918. With a booming sound, the Porsche 918 sped towards the Magic City Peninsula Hotel. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen had also notified the hotel's front desk, preparing to welcome the upcoming guests. Sitting in the lobby tea room, he was having afternoon tea with Su Yuni, waiting for Yang Peiming's arrival. Besides wanting to drink a few glasses with Yang Peiming, he also wanted to discuss his entrepreneurial plans with him. Yang Peiming's family was in the Magic City, and being wealthy enough to buy a building in Flower City meant his connections were extraordinary. Although he had the funds for his startup, as the saying goes, many hands make light work. Collaborating with Yang Peiming would not only strengthen their relationship but also repay a favor. Additionally, he wanted to expand his vision. Of course, he would take the larger share, but being greedy wasn't a good habit, and having partners could help reduce his pressure to a minimum. After all, entrepreneurship was one aspect, and enjoying life was another. Before long, the reception staff welcomed Yang Peiming and Lu Xingran, who arrived in the Porsche 918. After stating their names, since they were esteemed guests of the boss, the reception staff directly allowed them to park in the hotel's Rolls-Royce designated parking space for convenience. As they were led to the lobby, both of their expressions were quite interesting. Looking around, they wondered what was going on at the Magic City Peninsula Hotel today. Aside from the staff, how is it that there isn't a single guest? Although they are not regulars at the Peninsula Hotel, they have visited a few times. Even though the prices at the Peninsula are among the highest in the hotel industry in the city, there are usually guests coming and going, so it's impossible for there to be no guests at all, right? Hey, have you been booked out today? Lu Xingran asked curiously, but then realized something was off. If they had been booked out, how did Yang Peiming's little brother call him over? Moreover, the Peninsula Hotel has never had a case of being fully booked out. Even for grand banquets, it wouldn't be possible to book the entire place, right? And it seems like there aren't even any guests staying overnight? No, sir, we are just pausing operations for one day and not accepting guests. Not accepting guests? Yang Peiming was also a bit curious. Then what about us? The receptionist smiled broadly. You two are esteemed guests of our boss, so of course, it's different. Boss, both of them were taken aback, and Lu Xingran looked at Yang Peiming in disbelief, his mouth agape. Oh wow! This old Yang is really something. He actually knows the owner of the Peninsula Hotel and even tricked him by saying he was just a little brother. He then shot him a look that said he was being dishonest, leaving Yang Peiming looking confused as well. But the moment they saw Zhao Chen, it seemed all the puzzles were solved. Sitting across from Zhao Chen, looking at the empty lobby with only the four of them, Yang Peiming's mouth twitched as he looked at Zhao Chen as if he were a monster, uncertainly saying, "So, the Peninsula Hotel is yours?" Zhao Chen smiled subtly and nodded. To be precise, it's just the Peninsula Hotel in the city. I just took over not long ago, so I hope Brother Ming doesn't mind. Regardless of whether they are friends or not, sometimes it's necessary to show a bit of strength appropriately. Wow, that's impressive. Brother, this hotel must have cost a lot, right? Lu Xingran said, becoming familiar and looking at Zhao Chen with burning eyes, as if his eyes were shining. Although at first, he was more attracted to Su Yuni, who was sitting next to Zhao Chen. After taking a glance, he lost interest. One reason was that he didn't have the habit of poaching others' partners. The other reason was that this woman was not someone who could be easily swayed. Just from the way she looked at Zhao Chen, this playboy could tell how deep their feelings were. Plus, with such substantial backing, it was likely that her background was even more impressive than his. Although he was a playboy, he still had self-awareness. Moreover, since she was a friend of Yang Peiming, she was naturally his friend too. Zhao Chen smiled and nodded. Indeed, it cost quite a bit. Although he didn't spend the money himself, it seemed that the system had indeed acquired it properly. So that counts as his spending, no problem. You definitely can't get it for less than 3 to 4 billion, brother, Lu Xingran said, giving a thumbs up, which made Yang Peiming beside him shake his head with a wry smile. He never expected that a friend of a friend he met in the city would have such substantial strength. He originally thought Zhao Chen's family background was at most similar to Zhou Yuxuan's, but now it seemed he had been short-sighted. Just the Peninsula Hotel alone was worth at least half of his family's assets. How wealthy could Zhao Chen's real family background be? It was simply unimaginable. Yang Peiming shook his head with a smile, unable to help but exclaim, "You kid really doesn't show your true self." However, with this new understanding, he began to value Zhao Chen even more. After all, when comparing friends with strength and those without, everyone would choose the former. Not at all. How can I compare with Brother Ming? I'm still quite inexperienced. Zhao Chen smiled as he looked at Lu Xingran. By the way, I haven't asked, who is this brother? Yang Peiming suddenly remembered, still too astonished earlier to introduce him. This is my. Before he could finish, Lu Xingran beamed a bright smile and extended his hand. Buddy, let's get to know each other. I'm Lu Xingran, 2 years younger than old Yang. Don't call me brother, just call me by my name or old Lu. Zhao Chen shook his hand. Although he was somewhat surprised by this big brother's enthusiasm, he smiled and said, Zhao Chen, nice to meet you. After the two became familiar, Yang Peiming helplessly explained, this guy is my childhood friend, everything is good about him, just a bit chatty. Oh come on, that can't compare to our Ming, Bai Chuan, let me tell you, just now. Once Lu Xingran started talking, he couldn't stop, revealing all of Yang Peiming's embarrassing moments, making Yang Peiming both exasperated and everyone else laugh heartily. After getting acquainted and after Zhao Chen showcased his abilities, he finally understood the family backgrounds of Yang Peiming and Lu Xingran. One was the second son of a company worth over 20 billion, the other came from a family involved in investment, with assets of at least 100 billion, and he was the only child in the family. Hearing this, Zhao Chen couldn't help but click his tongue, truly a hidden dragon and crouching tiger in the Magic City. Just getting to know these two, and they had such backgrounds. However, now, with the identity of the owner of the Peninsula Hotel, Zhao Chen's status seemed to rise a level compared to these two rich second-generation heirs. Of course, they were all peers. After chatting and laughing, at Zhao Chen's suggestion, the four of them got into the hotel's Rolls-Royce Phantom and drove to the Huangpu River Happiness Pier. The Peninsula Hotel's luxury yacht, Princess 54, worth 15 million, was quietly docked at the pier. Stepping inside the yacht and looking at the magnificent decorations, Zhao Chen nodded to himself. Although this yacht couldn't compare to a cruise ship, it was still quite impressive. The size was just right, not to mention 4 people, even 20 could fit comfortably. Everyone sat on the U-shaped sofa chatting, and Su Yuni playfully tugged at Zhao Chen's hand, sweetly asking to see their yacht, not wanting to interrupt the conversation among the 3 men. Men, after all, prioritize their careers. Su Yuni loved seeing Zhao Chen in serious mode, especially that moment at noon when he spoke in front of so many employees. He was simply too handsome. Go ahead, darling. He affectionately kissed her, watching her leave with her long legs and perfect figure, while the two beside him felt a bit envious. Even they rarely encountered such a gem. Especially Yang Peiming, who had been pressured to marry recently, couldn't help but wonder where Zhao Chen found these women. The last time he saw that stunning beauty at Yuanquan was one thing, but now another one just as good had appeared. If it were him, with a girlfriend of that caliber, he could get the marriage certificate the next day, which would be a good explanation for his family. Soon, the 3 of them also opened up. The talkative Lu Xingran kept sharing interesting stories from the rich second-generation circle, while the other 2 occasionally chimed in, finding it quite entertaining. Among the rich second-generation people Zhao Chen had met, Lu Xingran was the most unique. Although Zhou Yuxuan was also quite talkative, his level of chatter was not on the same scale as Lu Xingran's. It was estimated that it would be hard to find such a quirky character in the entire rich second-generation circle. As the yacht slowly started and gradually sailed to the center of the Huangpu River, the sky darkened, and the night view of the Bund in the Magic City became even more beautiful. The chef on the yacht prepared a delicate dinner for everyone. It was rare to meet new friends, especially ones with such strength, and Lu Xingran shouted that he wanted to drink. Hearing this, Zhao Chen smiled and took out 2 bottles of Romanée-Conti Grand Cru red wine that he had prepared earlier, which he had brought from the hotel lounge. Generally, such high-end wine would not be available on a yacht. This wine is considered one of the finest and most expensive among Romanée-Conti, with an annual production of about 4,000 bottles, priced at around 180,000 per bottle, and the price increases year by year. Even at the Peninsula Hotel, the stock is limited. Even the few bottles of Romanée-Conti in Yang Peiming's presidential suite at the spa are just the more common variety at 21,000 per bottle, and together, they don't even match the price of this one. Not to mention ordinary people, even among the rich second generation, few can afford it. Yang Peiming and Lu Xingran are knowledgeable, and when they saw the wine Zhao Chen brought out, their eyes immediately lit up. Bai Chuan, 2 words, straightforward. Lu Xingran exclaimed loudly, taking the wine glass handed to him by the waiter, taking a gentle sip, and smiling. Today, I'm also benefiting from old Yang's influence. being able to drink such good wine. I'm very happy to meet Brother Ran today. Come on, everyone, let's toast. Zhao Chen also smiled and raised his glass. After the 4 clinked glasses, Lu Xingran didn't forget to say, "Hey, Bai Chuan, this won't do. I told you not to call me brother. Why aren't you listening?" "No way, you must drink a self-punishment cup." Alright, I'll take it, then I won't be polite, Xingran." Zhao Chen laughed and drank another cup. This wine is expensive, and there's indeed a reason for it. The liquid is infused with the fragrance of rose petals, and the taste is as smooth as velvet, filled with a mysterious allure. Zhao Chen even felt a sense of addiction. Compared to this wine, those he had drunk before were no different from water. Ha ha ha, what a character. Seeing Zhao Chen down the drink, Lu Xingran spoke in a Beijing accent. His mother is from the capital, so he naturally knows a bit of the dialect. The group was in high spirits, and although Lu Xingran's sudden appearance didn't affect Zhao Chen's plans, he could tell that this person was easy to get along with. Since they were going to do business, the more capable people, the better. After clinking glasses with the two again, Zhao Chen smiled and pointed to the rippling river outside the boat. "Brothers, I wonder if you're interested in collaborating on something big." "Oh?" The two were taken aback, looking at the river, and Lu Xingran couldn't help but ask with interest, "Bai Chuan, do you mean to partner in business?" Yang Peiming was also surprised. "Are you starting a business?" According to his thinking, Zhao Chen already owned such a large enterprise as the Peninsula Hotel in the Magic City. Why rush to start a business? Shouldn't he just focus on running the hotel well? "That's right, I also want to join the internet army." Zhao Chen nodded, looking at the two with a helpless shrug. "There's no way around it. You should know that the hotel industry doesn't make much money. So to make money, I need to think of another industry to get into." "That's true, the internet does make money." The two laughed heartily but nodded in agreement. It is indeed the case, the hotel industry looks glamorous, but it's quite difficult to actually make money. Yang Peiming deeply resonated with this, as his family had also run a hotel before. However, they happened to encounter a financial crisis, which led to its closure, losing over 100 million in funds, and afterward, his father never touched the hotel industry again. "So what direction do you want to start your business in? Tell us about it." Lu Xingran asked curiously. His family specializes in investments and is quite well known in the Magic City. They had once invested in Alibaba's C round, but unfortunately, they were later outmaneuvered by Boss Ma and got kicked off the bus. They made some profit, but it wasn't much, which left his father quite frustrated later on. You should know that not long ago, Alibaba successfully went public on the US stock market, with a market value of $230 billion. Back in 2004, during Alibaba's Series C financing, they raised $102 million, with SoftBank leading the investment with $80 million, and Lu Xingran's father also contributing $5 million, acquiring about 1.5% of the shares. Even though the shares were continuously diluted afterward, if they had held on until the IPO, they would have at least made a profit of $1 billion. Unfortunately, they couldn't hold on until then and were forced to cash out for $100 million. Although the principal had multiplied by 20 times, if they had persisted, it could have been at least 200 times. Over time, that would amount to several billion Huaxia coins, making it hard for his father to swallow this loss. Lu Xingran's family had invested significantly in internet companies over the years, and after reflecting on their pain, they wanted to rise from Alibaba's failure. As long as they could support a unicorn company, referring to startups valued at over $1 billion, it would be a guaranteed profit. But perhaps due to bad luck or poor judgment, many of the companies they invested in disappeared along the way, resulting in considerable losses. Zhao Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and chuckled. "To be honest with you too, the entrepreneurial direction I'm considering is in the transportation sector." "Transportation sector?" Lu Xingran exclaimed in surprise, drawing the attention of the other two. Su Yuni also widened her eyes, looking at this peculiar rich second generation, unable to help but curl her lips slightly while tightly wrapping her arms around her man's. She leaned against Zhao Chen's shoulder, nudging her little head against him, her lips curving up slightly. Indeed, her man was the most handsome. "What are you shouting about?" Yang Peiming frowned. "Can't you let Bo Chuan finish speaking?" "No." Seeing their expressions, Lu Xingran awkwardly waved his hand. "Brother Bo Chuan, let me clarify, I don't have any objections to you." Saying this, he continued seriously, "I just want to say that entering the transportation sector now, no matter how excellent you are, it's a dead end. The transportation sector is just ride-hailing apps. Are you planning to follow the path of Kuaiti and Didi? Old Yang should know, right? I remember telling you, Bo Chuan, to be honest, our family is also one of Kuaiti's shareholders." Zhao Chen was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, and seeing Yang Peiming nodding, he was somewhat surprised. This guy was actually a shareholder of Kuaiti. Nowadays, Didi and Kuwaiti were practically at each other's throats. The aftermath of their battle had already wiped out 30 to 40 ride-hailing companies in the market. For Liu Xingran's family to invest in Kuwaiti was quite impressive. No, it should be said, they had quite a bit of money. Now with the cash-burning war between Kuwaiti and Didi, since you've chosen this direction, you should be aware of it. We're just minor shareholders, but when you calculate the money burned, it's at least 100,000 a day, and by the end of the year, Kuwaiti is expected to burn through 800 million, even 1 billion. After a pause, Liu Xingran frowned and said, "Brother Bo Chuan, it's not that I look down on you, but if you want to join, can you really afford to burn that kind of money?" Currently, the cash-burning war between Kuwaiti and Didi had exceeded 40 million in a single day, and it didn't seem to be the limit. There would be another major battle at the end of the year and the beginning of next year. Because of the cash burn, these two platforms occupied over 95% of the ride-hailing market, leaving no room for other companies to survive. Most importantly, this battle in the transportation sector wasn't just between Kuwaiti and Didi, it also involved the two major internet giants in the country, Alibaba and Tencent. Didi was backed by Tencent, while Kuwaiti was backed by Alibaba. Relying on the two largest platforms in the country allowed for more traffic to join while also avoiding a lot of unnecessary capital consumption. Liu Xingran didn't believe Zhao Chen had the capability to join in. Even if this Peninsula hotel were sold, it probably wouldn't last long, because Zhao Chen's desire to capture user spending is definitely much greater than that of these two companies. Moreover, Liu Xingran has also attended internal meetings at Kuwaiti, and this money-burning war won't last long. If there are no clear results by early next year, both sides will likely call a temporary truce and discuss a merger. Once a merger is reached, the domestic travel sector will truly have a dominant player, leaving no room for any other companies to survive. Beside him, Yang Peiming was also deep in thought. He didn't know much about the internet, but he had a general understanding of the competition between the two giants in the travel sector. Now, after Liu Xingran's explanation, he understood even more the difficulties of starting a business in the travel field. He couldn't help but glance at Zhao Chen and cleared his throat. "Bai Chuan, are you really going to give it a try?" Although he felt it was unnecessary, if Zhao Chen really wanted to go for it, he would support him. However, the support would definitely be limited. After all, the money invested would be like throwing it away. Who would dare to invest more? "Brothers," Zhao Chen shook his head and smiled, "let me finish my words. The travel sector I'm talking about isn't ride-hailing. Right now, I have no ability to compete with those two companies. That would be like courting death." Just as Liu Xingran said, if he were to enter the ride-hailing business now, competing with Didi and Kuwaiti would be pure madness. He had no platform, no traffic. He had no money either. He wasn't foolish. Moreover, ride-hailing couldn't make much money. In the future, Didi could be said to have been completely built up by capital investment. Even after going public, it didn't earn much. The invested money was almost equivalent to its market value. What he wanted to do was a truly profitable industry. Once it was done, not to mention more, earning 2 to 3 billion, or even in US dollars, shouldn't be a big problem. Both of them were taken aback, and Liu Xingran blinked, quickly closing his mouth, waiting for Zhao Chen's next words. "I wonder if you two have ever ridden a bicycle." Zhao Chen smiled slightly and said something that surprised both of them. They exchanged glances and shook their heads simultaneously. Given their family backgrounds, they hadn't even ridden a bus, let alone a bicycle. "What I want to do is neither cars nor electric bikes," Zhao Chen said firmly, "it's bicycles. But what money can be made from bicycles? Do you want to be the biggest bicycle dealer on the internet?" Liu Xingran asked in confusion, wondering if Zhao Chen intended to sell bicycles online. Was that reliable? The bicycle industry was barely surviving. The famous Phoenix brand bicycles were said to be on the verge of bankruptcy. Zhao Chen wanting to enter this industry seemed not much different from diving into ride-hailing. "No, I don't mean selling bicycles." Zhao Chen grinned and said clearly, "It's renting bicycles. More accurately, it's shared bicycles." This year is 2014, and the pioneer of shared bicycles, OFO, is still nestled in the capital, having just established the company not long ago. Not to mention expansion, even maintaining the company's development was a struggle, and it could only shrink within the Peking University campus. The bicycles under its name were either rented or second-hand bicycles bought to test the development path of the company. The establishment of Mobike, which would later be sold to Meituan for a total price of $3.7 billion, was even further off. Mobike was founded in 2016. So, now Zhao Chen only needs to establish a shared bicycle service to take the lead and seize the opportunity. Shared bicycles wouldn't truly attract capital participation until 2016, so getting a 2-year head start is crucial for him. With funding, connections, and a rough understanding of future development paths, what reason would there be for failure? Although Zhao Chen knew that if his shared bicycle venture succeeded, it was inevitable that history would be accelerated, attracting capital involvement. Perhaps various competitors like Mobike or OFO would also emerge ahead of time. But he did not feel that he would lose to others. If anyone dared to block his path to wealth, he would make sure they knew that he was the boss in this industry. Moreover, shared bicycles were merely a stepping stone for him, the first step in accumulating successful capital. If the timing was right, he wouldn't hesitate to sell, just like Mobike, asking for a high price. After all, the ceiling for shared bicycles was only so high, no matter how much money was poured in, it couldn't break through that threshold. At that time, he could invest that money into more important ventures, which would be even better. Although having a system at his side could allow him to sit back and wait for death, slowly waiting for system upgrades, what he gained would certainly not be less than what he would earn through hard work. But Zhao Chen always felt that the system was just an aid. To truly succeed, he had to rely on himself and work hard with the system. If he did nothing, life would be too boring. Seeing Yang Peiming and the others starting to take an interest in the shared bicycle model, Zhao Chen began to discuss the operational model of shared bicycles and the entrepreneurial prospects in detail. He also didn't forget to throw out the concept of a unicorn, confident that the shared bicycle company he created would become a rare global unicorn. He wasn't afraid of the two spreading the news. Even if they ultimately chose not to cooperate with him and went off on their own, he wouldn't be intimidated. After all, there would definitely be no shortage of future competitors. One more or one less didn't matter. The most important thing was that he had the confidence to outlast anyone. Zhao Chen's eloquent words made the two increasingly interested. Especially Lu Xingran, who was no fool. On the contrary, having been born into a wealthy family, he appeared even more astute. As a businessman, he naturally sought profit, and he was no exception. He wouldn't be like Yang Peiming, who would invest even if Zhao Chen was truly messing around. Of course, this was also due to the fact that Zhao Chen and he had not yet developed a strong relationship. But listening to Zhao Chen's entrepreneurial model, Lu Xingran suddenly felt it had great potential. Sharing, that word was quite appealing. Shared bicycles. Not only charging fees but also collecting deposits. If the user base reached a certain scale, the amount of deposits could be terrifying. He might not know about other places, but how could he not know about the Magic City? Traffic jams were a common sight, and if a shared bicycle suddenly appeared, it would definitely be popular. It solved the commuting troubles, especially for office workers and students, who would not hesitate to spend a little money to use a bicycle. Old Yang's little brother was indeed impressive. He actually thought of this model. Amazing. Lu Xingran's eyes grew brighter, and before Zhao Chen could finish speaking, he excitedly grabbed his hand. Brother Baichuan, please let me join. Although he had heard about Zhao Chen's shared model, he had no intention of starting his own business. His family was in investment, and he was a legitimate angel investor. Although he hadn't had the chance to invest in many companies yet, he understood best that it was essential for insiders to do insider work. They, as outsiders, only needed to provide money and wait for returns. Moreover, Lu Xingran also wanted to acquire more shares, not forgetting to pat his chest and say in a very tempting tone, "So, let me state my conditions. I don't want to be a major shareholder, just a minor one will do. On my end, without mentioning anything else, I can guarantee effective promotion in both the Magic City and the capital. Old Zhang's family also has connections in Hangzhou. With our combined efforts, it won't take long to establish a foothold in the Yangtze River Delta and the capital for you. And if things develop well in the future, I can also introduce you to Goldman Sachs and Sequoia Capital. You've heard of these two big names, right?" Listening to Lu Xingran's words, Zhao Chen's eyes lit up. If they could first occupy the most prosperous cities, the strategy of surrounding the countryside with cities would definitely be feasible. Moreover, with Huaqing as the base, they could radiate to other cities from these three first-tier cities. If Yang Peiming and Lu Xingran were to help wholeheartedly, it would definitely save a lot of effort compared to going solo. However, he wasn't too concerned about Goldman Sachs and Sequoia Capital later on. As long as the company made a name for itself, there would be plenty of investment banks and capital coming to the door, and they could be selective then. But the question arose, how much equity should the two shareholders give up? That needed to be discussed. Anyway, his bottom line was that his own shareholding could not be lower than 67%. The absolute controlling stake in the company must be in his hands. Furthermore, future financing would require dilution of shares, and he would choose whether to co-invest based on the situation. Only by making the pie bigger could the returns be greater. Even if Yang Peiming wasn't particularly interested in the internet, seeing Lu Xingran's actions, he could roughly understand that this was a promising industry. He had his own plans. Since everyone was going to participate, he certainly couldn't be left out. It was just right, he could find a reason to deal with his parents. Chuan, how about this? It's getting late today, let's discuss it in detail after we return to Huacheng, okay? No problem, I was thinking the same. I just wanted to discuss it with you two today. Hey, what about me? You guys are going back to Huacheng, what am I supposed to do? Lu Xingran said anxiously, causing Yang Peiming to roll his eyes at him. You can just come along later, we never said we would leave you behind. Hearing this, Lu Xingran finally felt relieved, and seeing that Zhao Chen had no objections, he couldn't help but smile broadly. Compared to Zhao Chen, he seemed even more eager now. After all, this industry had great potential. If things went well, he could make 100 million or two. That was no small amount, especially for him. After all, he still didn't have control over the family's finances, and the funds he had on hand were really not much. Yang Peiming then looked at Zhao Chen and continued, from what you said, should we also let a Xian and a Ning get involved? Zhao Chen nodded, smiling, that's right, if Xian Gu and Ning Gu want to join, I hope they can come on board. Yang Peiming nodded with a smile, that's good, with a Xian's help, there will definitely be no problem on the Huacheng side, and a Ning has quite a few channels as well. It seems that our cooperation will yield great results. The few of them laughed heartily, temporarily deciding on the partnership, and they would invite Zhou Yuxuan and Gao Zheneng later. Whether the 4 rich second-generation heirs plus 1 first-generation entrepreneur could succeed remained to be seen. By the way, what should we call this shared bicycle? Lu Xingran suddenly asked. Zhao Chen smiled, looking at Su Yuni, who was acting as a listener and seemed a bit confused. With her surprised expression, he softly said, let's call it Xing Yun Bicycle. The name of the shared bicycle didn't matter much, as long as it wasn't hard to pronounce. If it was meant to be popular, it would be popular regardless. But Zhao Chen's words Xing Yun Bicycle undoubtedly captured Su Yuni's heart completely. The tenderness in the girl's beautiful eyes seemed to turn into a watery glow as she quietly nudged Zhao Chen, her little expression filled with excitement. Bai Chuan, are we really going to call it Xing Yun Bicycle? Then I want to be your first user. Okay, of course, no problem. Hearing Zhao Chen's response, the girl happily hugged him tightly. The two people beside them couldn't help but shake their heads and smile, having no objections. After all, Zhao Chen was the boss and major shareholder of the company. As long as it could make money, what it was called didn't matter. Moreover, Xing Yun Bicycle sounded quite nice. The discussion about starting a business came to a temporary pause. It's better to start a company sooner rather than later. The three agreed to meet on the 8th in Huacheng, and the location was naturally chosen to be in Yang Peiming's building. Once the formalities were concluded, they began the drinking session. 2 bottles of Romanicanti weren't enough, and since the red wine wasn't satisfying, Lu Xingran shouted for other drinks. Today was a happy occasion, and he vowed to drink with Zhao Chen until they were both drunk. So, Zhao Chen had the waiter bring over a few bottles of Hennessy and Moët champagne. As a result, after a few drinks, this guy immediately revealed his true self, slumping down on the sofa and falling silent. A classic case of 3 drinks down left the other 2 speechless. Brother Ming, since Xingran is like this, let's not go back today, stay at my hotel, Yang Peiming said without hesitation, nodding and smiling in agreement. Alright, let's stay at Zhao Xiao's hotel today. The yacht gradually approached the shore, and the driver and waitstaff, who had been waiting on the shore, quickly jogged over to carry Lu Xingran to the car. Yang Peiming also got into a car with him, leaving Zhao Chen and Su Yuni standing alone on the shore. The two admired the bustling river view, then, ignoring the curious glances from passers-by, they embraced and kissed passionately. Su Yuni seemed determined to reclaim the time alone with Zhao Chen. Even if her little mouth got swollen from his kisses, she wouldn't let go. Finally, when she was a bit breathless, she released him, gently shaking Zhao Chen's hand. Her face flushed as she softly said, Bai Chuan, it's already late. Let's go back and rest. By the end, her voice had become so soft that Zhao Chen could barely hear the last 2 words she said. But looking at Su Yuni's shy and expectant expression, he seemed to know without guessing what this girl, who was even more proactive than him, was thinking. Alright, let's go. At Su Yuni's exclamation, Zhao Chen suddenly stepped forward, scooping her up in a princess carry, playfully shaking her little bottom and teasing, carrying my little piggy, oh, you're so heavy. I can barely hold you up. So annoying. There are so many people here. Su Yuni's face turned bright red as she playfully protested, quickly burying her head in Zhao Chen's embrace, muttering, I'm not heavy at all. She was 1.7 meters tall and weighed only 95 pounds. Was that really fat? This big bad guy actually called her a pig. Just wait until they got back, she'd teach him a lesson. With that, Zhao Chen carried Su Yuni towards the parked Rolls-Royce Phantom, drawing countless curious glances from passers-by. 10 minutes later, the car drove into the hotel, and before it even came to a stop, Zhao Chen continued to carry Su Yuni into the lobby. "Hello, chairman. Hello, boss." Amidst the greetings and envious gazes, Su Yuni proudly lifted her chin, tightly wrapping her arms around Zhao Chen's neck as he carried her all the way to the presidential suite of the Peninsula Hotel. The presidential suite, also known as the Peninsula Suite, spanned an impressive 400 square meters, making it one of the largest even among presidential suites. The price was equally staggering, at 138,888 yuan per night. Compared to the executive suite Zhao Chen had stayed in, the price was 20 times higher, and of course, the quality was incomparable. Gently placing Su Yuni on the oversized double bed, Zhao Chen smiled tenderly, took off his coat, and didn't rush to pounce on her. He simply gazed quietly at the little beauty who was about to be devoured by him. She wore a skirt that accentuated her hip curves, paired with a white off-the-shoulder top that revealed a segment of her snowy white shoulder. The newly bought Chanel pendant fell into the magnificent abyss, captivating yet making one yearn. A pair of straight, fair legs were perfectly aligned, showcasing a curvaceous figure that exemplified the golden ratio. Coupled with Su Yuni's shy yet desire-laden expression, propped up on her small hands, she smiled at him, still teasing him even after being pushed onto the bed. Zhao Chen felt a surge of impatience, wanting to leap forward in lavish affection on the beauty before him, but before he could move, he saw Su Yuni suddenly stand up from the bed. "What's wrong?" Zhao Chen asked, puzzled. Given the current rhythm, shouldn't they be going straight for a home run? Noticing her man's eagerness, Su Yuni smiled triumphantly. It seemed she was still quite charming. She gently tapped Zhao Chen's chest with her delicate hand, looked up at him with soft eyes, and said softly, "Don't rush, I want to show you something." With a puzzled look from Zhao Chen, Su Yuni jogged to the door to grab her small suitcase, then brought it into the bathroom. Seeing Zhao Chen about to follow, she quickly pushed him out, pouting, "It'll be ready soon, no peeking." She then shut the door tightly, leaving Zhao Chen curious about what this girl was up to. Before long, the mystery was quickly unraveled. As the bathroom door slowly opened, Zhao Chen's mouth slightly agape, he was instantly stunned. "How do I look? Am I pretty?" Su Yuni smiled at her boyfriend. At that moment, she was dressed in a pure white ballet costume, her silky long hair elegantly tied up, and she gracefully twirled in front of Zhao Chen. In just a few minutes, the alluring little fairy had transformed into a pristine little swan. The rapid change in style caught Zhao Chen off guard. Ballet was a dance Su Yuni had only started learning after entering university. So far, apart from her teacher and classmates, no outsider had seen her dance, and her classmates were all girls. Therefore, this time, she wanted to give Zhao Chen all her firsts. Watching Su Yuni, now a ballet dancer, appear before him, she seemed even more beautiful than usual, with an indescribable feeling added to it. It was a feeling he very much liked. Beautiful. Zhao Chen watched, somewhat mesmerized, nodding his head, unable to resist wanting to pull Su Yuni into his embrace. But just as he took a few steps forward, he saw her smile gently and wave her finger at him, retreating a few steps back. At the same time, the classic ballet music, Swan Lake, suddenly filled the room. As the music played, Zhao Chen's footsteps halted, watching Su Yuni dance gracefully, her clothes swirling with her movements, her eyes sparkling with charm. Like a newly bloomed lotus emerging from the water, she was stunningly beautiful, every pose and gesture exuding allure. Zhao Chen gradually became entranced, the dance was beautiful, and she was even more so. At that moment, no words of admiration seemed sufficient compared to his quiet appreciation. After Swan Lake, the music from The Nutcracker and Sleeping Beauty followed in succession. During the dance, Su Yuni slowly approached Zhao Chen. When she reached him, the music faded away, and the room fell silent, her fair hand resting on his chest. Zhao Chen wrapped his arms around her slender waist, and as they gazed into each other's eyes, their expressions were filled with affection. At that moment, silence spoke louder than words. Then, without a word, Su Yuni gently pushed Zhao Chen away, slowly shedding her clothes, and dove into her man's embrace, wrapping her delicate arms tightly around his neck. The next morning, at 8 o'clock, the morning sun of the buns spilled onto the bed. Zhao Chen woke up and looked down at Su Yuni, who was tightly hugging him like an octopus, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. This girl really was something else. Last night, Su Yuni not only danced but also showcased exceptional martial arts skills. She almost overshadowed him. It was the first time he had been pushed to such an extent by his own woman. Fortunately, in the end, he managed to maintain his dignity as a man, having outperformed her. Remembering the madness of last night, Zhao Chen couldn't help but worry about the girl's body. Could it be that those who study dance are all this strong? Perhaps his movements as he got out of bed were a bit too vigorous, waking Su Yuni from her dreams. The first thing she saw upon opening her eyes was her beloved man looking at her, causing her eyes to curve slightly as she pouted, wanting a kiss. Zhao Chen leaned in and gave her a peck, but before he could react, Suyuni flipped over and pinned him down, glancing back with a smug little expression on her face. This part is not suitable for children, let's skip it. Under Zhao Chen's surprised and excited expression, the two spent another hour in the room, unabashedly enjoying each other's company, until they finally emerged from the suite at 10 in the morning. Yang Peiming and Lu Xingran had already left after sending Zhao Chen a message. Guided by the suite's butler, the two went to the lobby restaurant for breakfast, displaying their affection along the way, much to the disappointment of the well-dressed butler's sister nearby. After finally snagging the job of looking after the boss's room from her colleagues, she had hoped to catch the boss's eye a few more times, but all the attention was stolen by that little enchantress beside him. It was disheartening, her heart felt so tired. Today, the Peninsula Hotel in Magic City resumed operations, bustling with activity, a stark contrast to yesterday's emptiness and coldness. Looking at the throngs of people in the lobby, if it weren't for the hotel deliberately reserving a spot for them, they might have had to wait a while for breakfast. This was because the Peninsula Hotel's policy did not allow guests to share tables. In this situation, Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. Although the Peninsula Hotel might not make much money, it could at least maintain a balance and earn some profit, which was enough for him. In the future, for company team building or entertaining friends and family, this place would be an excellent choice. In short, as long as it looked good, that was all that mattered. While having breakfast, Suyuni held a fork and kept her gaze on Zhao Chen. Her eyes never left him, and she almost knocked over the water cup beside her, which made Zhao Chen chuckle. He reached out and pinched her little face, and seeing her aggrieved expression, he understood her feelings. Girls, no matter how proactive they are, after having just taken a piece of someone's heart, it's natural for them to have some small thoughts. Zhao Chen quickly moved to sit beside Suyuni, holding her in his arms and comforting her gently. In less than 2 minutes, a sweet smile returned to Suyuni's face, but she still reluctantly tugged at his sleeve. You have to remember to come see me often. As she spoke, she shyly leaned her head on his shoulder. Next time, I want to learn more dances. I'll dance for you. Hearing this, Zhao Chen smiled brightly and kissed her cheek. I'm looking forward to it. After breakfast, today was the last day of the National Day holiday, and Zhao Chen had to leave, while Suyuni had to return to school. A waiter carried the suitcase and placed it in the trunk of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Seeing Zhao Chen about to leave, Tan Zhongyu and several other executives who had come to see him off gathered at the door, watching as Zhao Chen got into the car and drove away. The hotel was not far from the Magic City Drama Academy. In less than 15 minutes, the Rolls-Royce Phantom quietly stopped at the entrance of the academy. Zhao Chen wanted to escort Suyuni into the school before leaving, but she refused. This farewell is for a better reunion next time. Suyuni lifted her small face, her eyes slightly red. I want you to miss me more, so there's no need to see me off. Otherwise I won't be able to bear you leaving. Looking at Suyuni's tearful expression, Zhao Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. In his previous life, he would have definitely been with one of his girlfriends for a lifetime. But now, he had greater responsibilities. He reached out to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes, holding her in his arms, and softly said, if you miss your husband, just call me, and I'll fly over immediately. No matter how big the issue is, nothing can stop me from seeing our little E, okay? Suyuni instantly broke into a smile, sniffing and nodding firmly. It was just a short time apart, not a permanent goodbye, and they could still video call each other. Besides, she had already captured Zhao Chen's heart. He would definitely not abandon her. Remembering the craziness of last night and this morning, a happy smile suddenly blossomed on Suyuni's face. Who knows, she might even be having Zhao Chen's baby. By then, she would cling to the father of her child, no matter how those other women tried to stir trouble outside. After all, she was the grand lady of the Zhao family. The driver had already gotten up to retrieve her luggage, quietly waiting by the car door. After getting out of the car, Suyuni took the suitcase, smiled and waved at Zhao Chen, then turned to leave. Watching Suyuni depart, Zhao Chen kept his gaze on her until she entered the school gate and her figure disappeared. Only then did the car door slowly close with a nod from Zhao Chen. At 11:30 in the afternoon, Zhao Chen boarded the plane back to Chaoyang. For him, today was destined to be a busy day. On the other side, after entering the campus, Suyuni's mood gradually calmed down. Once the emotions of parting eased, she could start enjoying her wonderful life in the days to come. Before leaving, Zhao Chen had also transferred her 200,000 yuan as pocket money. Although the Peninsula Hotel was nearby and Suyuni could go there anytime without spending money, Zhao Chen felt that having some regular pocket money was still very necessary. Moreover, what his other women had, Suyuni naturally couldn't have less. With the unprecedented 200,000 yuan in her pocket, Suyuni felt like she was floating, excitedly pulling her small suitcase towards the dormitory. She couldn't wait to share the news of her new boyfriend with her best senior sister and wanted to treat her to a big meal. If it weren't for her senior sister helping her regain her confidence, there might not be the current Soo-Yuni. Without the current Soo-Yuni, she wouldn't have met the man she loved, nor would she have such opportunities. Soo-Yuni's dormitory was quite special. It was a two-person room, and her roommate was not a classmate from the same year but a senior sister 1 year older than her. Thanks to this, they quickly became close. There was no awkward atmosphere of 4 girls in a dormitory with 6 groups, nor the traditional scheming against each other. After the school started, their relationship had been very harmonious, and they had become good friends and sisters. However, in the past, Soo-Yuni still felt a bit inferior when interacting with her senior sister. After all, her senior sister was a standard rich beauty, a proper person from the Magic City, and it was said that to make it convenient for her to attend school, her family even bought her a more than 200 square meter luxury apartment off campus. As a result, after they got along well, her senior sister stayed in the dormitory with her during school, never once going back to her own place to keep her company. Now, with the help of her own man, she could finally cast aside her feelings of inferiority and get along well with her senior sister. When Soo-Yuni returned to the dormitory, she found the door wide open. She curiously walked closer to take a look and found her senior with her back to her, rummaging through things as if searching for something. As a dance major, long legs were definitely a must. Watching her senior's perfect curves from behind, especially the way her hips were accentuated while squatting on the ground, even as a woman, Soo-Yuni couldn't help but feel a flutter in her heart. TSK, her senior's figure was simply too unfair. Soo-Yuni chuckled to herself as she set down her suitcase and quietly approached. Taking advantage of Tang Ruoshi's unawareness, she suddenly covered her eyes with her hands and said in a rough voice, "Guess who I am?" Tang Ruoshi was caught off guard and jumped in surprise. When she recognized the voice and felt the fragrant little hands on her face, she couldn't help but respond with annoyance, "How would I know who you are? Could it be a little cat? A little dog? Or perhaps, a little pig? Ruoshi, you're so mean." Hearing Tang Ruoshi call her a little cat, little dog, and little pig, Soo-Yuni wrinkled her little nose and let go of her hands. It wasn't fun at all. Her senior was just as mischievous as her boyfriend, actually calling her a little pig. Tang Ruoshi shook her head with a smile, helplessly getting up. "You." She turned to look at her junior, who was about to speak, but was somewhat startled by the sight of Soo-Yuni. "Good girl, did you get beauty injections?" Tang Ruoshi cupped Soo-Yuni's little face with both hands, staring at her with wide eyes, looking somewhat incredulous. Perhaps it was because she was newly married. After being pampered by Zhao-chun, Soo-Yuni's already pretty little face had transformed from its previous innocence, adding a touch of allure, making her look even more stunning. Tang Ruoshi's teasing left Soo-Yuni a bit dazed, and she quickly shook her head, saying, "No, what beauty injections would I get?" Tang Ruoshi didn't respond, just looked at her with a meaningful smile. "Oh, I see." Soo-Yuni felt a bit shy under her gaze and stubbornly shook Tang Ruoshi's hand. "Hey, what do you know? Hurry up and tell me." "Hey, I'll tell you later, I'm busy." Tang Ruoshi pulled her hand away and ignored her, turning back to continue searching for her things, not forgetting to ask, "Shaoi, do you know where I put my car keys? I remember they were in the cabinet, we just left for a week, how could they be missing?" She was asking about the keys to her BMW Mini, which she usually kept in the dorm. The car was parked at school, and they occasionally used it as a means of transportation when going out. She had 2 cars, a Porsche Panamera and a BMW Mini. However, a few days ago, her luck wasn't great. She, the road killer, had encountered a rival and crashed into their car. Not only did she have to pay for damages, but her own car was also towed for repairs. Now she could only take the little Mini out. Seeing Tang Ruoshi still rummaging through her things, Soo-Yuni couldn't help but roll her eyes. She casually searched through the messy pile of books and pulled out the car keys, spinning them in her hand. "Is this what you mean?" Her senior was great in every way, but her memory seemed a bit lacking, always misplacing things. Soo-Yuni had long since gotten used to this over the past month. Tang Ruoshi turned around and smiled awkwardly. "Aha, my baby is the best." As she spoke, she stepped forward to hug Soo-Yuni and wanted to kiss her, but the latter blocked her face with her hand, preventing the kiss. "Soo-Yuni, something's off with you." Seeing Soo-Yuni's actions, Tang Ruoshi said fiercely. Sniffing the scent on Soo-Yuni, she suddenly exclaimed and quickly let her go. "What's wrong?" Seeing Tang Ruoshi's actions, Soo-Yuni couldn't help but wonder if she had some kind of bad smell, and quickly asked, feeling a bit confused. "No, I smell nice. I can smell it." Tang Ruoshi struck a detective pose, pinching her little face, the sour smell of love. "Come on, tell me, which wild man has managed to win over our 516 flower?" "Ruoshi Jia." "What wild man?" Suyuni said, pouting and blushing. Zhao Chen is not some wild man. Really dating someone? Is he from our school? Is he from the Magic City? Tang Ruoshi fired off her soul-searching questions, looking at Suyuni with a scrutinizing gaze. At that moment, she noticed something was off. Oh, Suyuni, what's going on? You've turned into a little rich lady? Grabbing Suyuni's collar and looking at her Chanel outfit, Tang Ruoshi was a bit surprised. That outfit must not be cheap. Especially that diamond necklace. It seemed to be the latest from the Chanel Camellia Pursuer collection, right? The price seemed to be around 80,000? She knew about Suyuni's family background. Although she didn't mean to look down on her, with her conditions, she definitely couldn't afford it. So there could only be one truth. This little girl must have a boyfriend. Oh my, where did she find such a rich second-generation heir who was so generous? As a little rich lady, Tang Ruoshi probably understood the situation of most rich second-generation heirs. They look glamorous, driving all kinds of luxury cars and supercars, but when it comes to actually taking out some money, they have nothing to show for it. Just like her, her monthly pocket money was only a few tens of thousands, which was hardly enough. Unless she acted cute and spoiled with her parents, she could only buy the things she loved. To buy Suyuni's outfit, it would take at least 100,000. Tang Ruoshi nodded secretly. It seemed that her junior's boyfriend really cared about her. But that was normal. If she were a man, she would have long since taken this cute and beautiful girl for herself. No one else would have a chance. At that moment, she was most interested in who Suyuni's boyfriend was. Maybe she even knew him. Come on, do you have a photo? Tang Ruoshi scratched Suyuni, making her plead for mercy. She picked up the bag next to her, causing Tang Ruoshi to be surprised again. Hermes Kelly bag? Especially when she saw the watch that inadvertently peeked out from Suyuni's hand holding the bag, Tang Ruoshi reached out again. Although she recognized it as Cartier, she didn't know the specific model, but it was definitely not cheap. Wow, your guy is a big spender. Looking at her junior's series of luxury items, Tang Ruoshi couldn't help but click her tongue. These things were quite expensive for her too, costing hundreds of thousands. If she guessed correctly, her junior must have just started dating during the National Day holiday, right? It hadn't been long, yet he had already given so many gifts. Which rich second-generation heir was so generous with money? As Suyuni blushed and showed Tang Ruoshi a photo of the two of them together, her confusion was finally resolved. Although she didn't know him, looking at the handsome man in the photo, Tang Ruoshi nodded in recognition, surprised. He is indeed quite handsome. A wealthy and generous guy who is also so handsome is an absolute rarity in this society. Tang Ruoshi couldn't help but envy Suyuni's luck. Where could she find such a man? She could use one too. She just wanted to change her car, a Ferrari would do. Who cares if her dad wouldn't buy her one? She could just find a man willing to buy her one. As long as the looks are acceptable, it doesn't matter if he's a few years younger or older. It's best if he's richer than dad. Although my sister doesn't have any skills, finding a capable husband is enough. It will drive that old man crazy. Gaining the approval of her senior, Suyuni happily held her phone and softly explained to Tang Ruoshi the story of their relationship. Hearing that Suyuni had liked Zhao Chun for a full 3 years made Tang Ruoshi feel a pang of sympathy and hugged the girl, also feeling happy for her. She still remembered their first meeting at the start of the school year. That timid little girl had grown up. She had become confident, beautiful, and loved. How wonderful. So, he's from Chaoyan like you? Tang Ruoshi asked curiously. What does his family do? They seem quite wealthy. He runs a hotel. Mentioning this made Suyuni recall Zhao Chen's spirited conversation with two other rich second-generation heirs on the yacht last night, and her gaze became a bit dreamy. She suddenly missed Zhao Chen so much. What to do? A hotel, huh? Tang Ruoshi nodded thoughtfully. What kind of hotel could be so wealthy? She wanted to ask but thought it unnecessary. As long as her sister was happy, that was enough. She didn't like meddling in others' affairs. Alright then. Tang Ruoshi pursed her lips, smiling as she took Suyuni's hand. To celebrate our little successfully finding love, big sister will treat you to a feast. Let's go. Ruoshi, I should treat you. Before Suyuni could finish her sentence, she was pulled outside by Tang Ruoshi, who didn't even give her a chance to grab her bag. Tang Ruoshi kicked the suitcase that was still outside the door inside and slammed the door shut with a bang. It was all very decisive. But after taking a few steps, she touched her clothes pocket and the LV bag she was holding, her expression immediately stiffening. Oh no. Seeing Tang Ruoshi's expression, Suyuni looked at her speechlessly. Ruoshi, you didn't forget the keys, did you? Tang Ruoshi blinked her big eyes innocently, looking at her with a pitiful expression. I forgot. She had forgotten both her car key and house key. Suyuni puffed up her cheeks and sighed helplessly. Sigh. Being dragged out by Tang Ruoshi was too rushed. Her keys were in her bag. Now, they would have to find the dormitory and for help. Counting it up, it had only been a little over a month since school started. This seemed to be the 8th time already. Meanwhile, on the other side, the plane landed, and Zhao Chen drove his car out of the parking lot. After adjusting for a while at home, he switched to his father's Mercedes S600 and prepared to go out again. Before leaving, Zhao Chen didn't forget to transfer 5 million to his father's account. Besides the 2 million from yesterday, he had transferred an additional 3 million. All in all, he had sent 10 million to his dad. The initial funds for the supermarket should be sufficient. Zhao Liping and his wife felt much more at ease, seeing that their son's finances were still ample. When Zhao Chen needed 2 million yesterday, they had been worried and overthinking, fearing something had happened to their son. His sister didn't miss out either. Zhao Chen transferred 200,000 to her little savings account. Zhao Baiqing suddenly became a little rich girl, which made her incredibly happy, calling him big brother repeatedly, which was quite endearing. After patting his sister's little head, Zhao Chen left with a smile. On the way, he also stopped by the bank and then hurried to Yujia village. He was busy non-stop, looking quite rushed along the way. Although he enjoyed it, he was still quite tired. Once he returned to Huacheng, he would find a life assistant to help share the load. It wasn't until 3:30 in the afternoon that he finally arrived at Yujia village. Brother Xiao Xiao, uncle. The two sisters from the Yu family, who had already packed their bags, were waiting by the roadside. When they saw Zhao Chen's car approaching, Yu Huan excitedly waved at him, and Yu also smiled and waved. Old Lady Lin, standing nearby, was also waiting with a cheerful expression. With her two granddaughters leaving, she felt a bit worried. But as the saying goes, children grow up and leave their mothers. Her granddaughters would eventually go out, and they couldn't possibly stay with her in this small mountain village for a lifetime. On this point, the old lady was quite clear. "Grandma, have you been waiting long?" After getting out of the car, Zhao Chen first greeted old lady Lin, then smiled as he took the luggage from the two sisters' hands. Yu was still carrying her clean but worn-out backpack, which contained her personal clothes and the clothes and bag Zhao Chen had bought for her. She was reluctant to carry it, preferring to keep it nicely in her backpack. Yu Huan also brought out her school backpack, her face showing both joy at seeing Zhao Chen and uncertainty about her future life. After a night of encouragement from her sister and grandmother, she no longer felt any resistance to going to Flower City with Zhao Chen and her sister. "No, uncle, we only came out after you called us." Hearing Zhao Chen's words, Yu cheerfully shook the phone in her hand. Yu Huan also happily raised her phone at Zhao Chen. Speaking of which, since the two sisters learned to use smartphones, they seemed to have become much more lively and cheerful. Especially the already quirky Yu Huan, who even called him after 10 o'clock last night, wanting to chat with him. Her sudden call interrupted Zhao Chen, who was in high spirits. He had to temporarily halt his special operation, accepting Su Yumi's resentful expression while comforting her and chatting with Yu Huan. "Ahem, I can guess what you gentlemen are thinking. Exciting." After chatting for at least half an hour, the girl finally hung up the phone. Zhao Chen was immediately punished by the persistent Su Yuni. After putting the two sisters' luggage in the trunk, Zhao Chen smiled and asked, "Xiaoyu, did you help me contact the village chief?" I told him. Grandpa Air said he's free anytime, just bring you over." Yu nodded in response, looking at Zhao Chen with some confusion. "But, uncle, what do you need Grandpa Air for?" "You'll find out soon," Zhao Chen said with a mysterious smile, offering no further explanation. Under the curious gazes of the two sisters, he took out a suitcase from the trunk, which looked a bit heavy. "Xiao Chuan, have you eaten? Come home for a meal." As Zhao Chen weighed the suitcase, old lady Lin invited him to come home for dinner. Zhao Chen felt warmth in his heart and quickly waved his hand, smiling. "Grandma, I've already eaten. I'm just going to the village chief's house for a bit, and I'll come back to see you later." All right, then you hurry along." After that, Zhao Chen let Yu lead the way, following the two sisters to the village chief's house. The village chief of Yu family village is named Yu Daqiang, 68 years old, and is a distant relative of Yu's family. By generation, the two sisters should call him Grandpa Air. Yu Daqiang is highly respected in the village, and people of all ages, regardless of gender, hold him in great esteem. This is likely due to his contributions to Yu family village over the years. For more than 30 years as village chief, he has been the one to mediate and resolve any conflicts in the village, whether trivial matters or serious crimes. Moreover, every year, he takes all the various subsidies from the local government and uses them to support families in the village with poor economic conditions and children who cannot afford to go to school. Sometimes, Yu Daqiang even has to supplement his salary. Yu family village is very poor, and the town's economy is also average, so many times, they can only rely on themselves. But in his words, no matter how poor, one cannot be poor in education. For the sake of the children's education, Yu Daqiang has put in a lot of effort. In the past, when conditions were even harsher, transportation was inconvenient, and the children were too young to attend primary school, coupled with the fact that everyone was very poor and had no money to send their children to school, he even went far away and shamelessly invited a teacher to come back to the village to teach. He supplemented a little himself, and with the help of the villagers, they managed to let the children of appropriate age in the village learn from the teacher first. When they grew a bit older and the family saved some money, they would send them to the town to study, barely getting through those difficult years. Although the situation in Yuja village is much better now than before, it is still quite tight, and the economy is indeed very difficult. His ability has always been limited, and he cannot help the children go to college. Being able to support most of the children to high school is already the limit, and Yu is the first in Yuja village to be admitted to a key university. At that time, the village's expenses were very tight, and they simply couldn't come up with the money. But having finally produced a college student from a key university, Yu Daqiang slammed the table at the village meeting, declaring that even if he had to sell everything, he would ensure she could go. For this, Yu Daqiang even took out 3,000 yuan himself. With him, the village chief, taking the lead, and with the help of other villagers, they pooled together and finally raised 6,000 yuan for Yu to attend university. As for Yu Huan, in order not to hurt the little girl's feelings, Yu Daqiang deliberately said it was a choice between the two sisters. In reality, no matter who was chosen, only Yu could go to university in the end. But what comforts him is that the younger sister is very understanding and can give the opportunity to her elder sister. This is unavoidable, after all, the village really has no extra money left. This is the money that the village has worked hard to gather. If it were to be used for Yu Huan, wouldn't that be a waste? Children like Yu Huan, who do not perform well academically and come from poor families, after graduating from high school, have become adults, and those who should work have gone to work, and those who should start families have done so. This has become the norm in Yuja village. Yu Daqiang has done all he can at this point. At this moment, Yu Daqiang is in the yard smoking a water pipe. With each puff, he comfortably closes his eyes, enjoying the leisurely afternoon time. Second grandpa. Hey! A crisp shout echoed in the yard, and Yu Daqiang quickly responded, then saw Yu leading Zhao Chen through the door, followed by a little shadow behind them. Instantly, a smile appeared on Yu Daqiang's wrinkled face. The two kids are here. Oh, who is this young man? A few days ago, the news that Yu had a wealthy boyfriend had already spread throughout the village, thanks to the gossip from Yu Daqiang's fourth uncle who runs a motorcycle taxi in town. It was said that the other party drove a very expensive car, and when parked in town, it attracted a lot of attention. Especially a couple of days ago, when he came to pick up the two sisters in a big Benz, it was also seen by everyone. Yuja village is not big. When something happens, the whole village knows quickly. Therefore, there were quite a few villagers wanting to visit Yu's home. Some were trying to gather information, while others were curious to see what Zhao Chen looked like. Everyone is from the same village, and it seems that the Lin family is about to produce a golden phoenix. It's good to share in the joy. As the village chief, Yu Daqiang certainly knew about it. He was just wondering why Yu suddenly said someone wanted to meet him, and now seeing Zhao Chen come over, he seemed to have guessed it. This young man looks quite impressive. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be Yu's wealthy boyfriend, right? Is he here to show him off? This little girl is impressive. She went to university and came back with a capable boyfriend. However, in this regard, Yu Daqiang is quite open-minded. In his mind, Yu was already a young lady, and having a boyfriend was a perfectly normal thing. It would be better to get married sooner. He valued establishing a family and a career, as one could only build a career after starting a family. This little girl was so beautiful, her future children would surely be beautiful as well. Hello, village chief, I'm Ye's friend, my name is Zhao Chen. Since Yu calls you second grandpa, I can call you second grandpa too, right? Zhao Chen smiled as he walked into the courtyard. He had come in such a hurry this time that he forgot to prepare a gift, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. He had learned about the old village chief Yu Daqiang's deeds from Yu, and at that moment, he had made up his mind that this village chief, who worked tirelessly for the children, would definitely be able to help him. For such a selfless village chief, he felt nothing but respect. To be honest, everyone has ideas, but very few can consistently act on them, and those who can do so for decades are even rarer. Oh, you can call me whatever you like. Seeing Zhao Chen extend his hand, Yu Daqiang cheerfully put down his pipe, wiped his hands on his clothes, and shook hands with him. Welcome, welcome. Don't just stand there, come in and sit down. After releasing his hand, Yu Daqiang quickly invited several people inside and instructed his wife to hurry and brew a pot of hot tea. Seeing the village chief being so polite, Zhao Chen felt a bit flattered and thanked him as he accepted the hot tea handed to him by Yu Yu's grandmother. Bai Chuan, right? Have you kids eaten? If not, feel free to eat something here. Yu Daqiang smiled at the group. Yu Yu had always been well-behaved and sensible, while Yu Huan was more mischievous, so among the two sisters, Yu Daqiang favored Yu Yu a bit more. He was quite pleased that Yu Yu had brought her boyfriend to show him, her second grandpa. Feeling the gaze from her second grandpa, Yu Yu's little face turned a bit red. She had heard the village rumors about Zhao Chen being her boyfriend, but she hadn't explained much. Perhaps this was her truest thought. We've eaten, second grandpa. The two sisters shook their heads, and Zhao Chen smiled, saying, you can just call me Xiao Chuan, second grandpa. We've already eaten, so you don't need to trouble yourself. Oh, it's no trouble. It's not easy for you to come here. Yu Yu, you're going to school soon, right? I'm about to go, second grandpa. Yu Yu nodded. She still held a lot of respect for her second grandpa, while Yu Huan seemed a bit scared. This old man had always scolded her when she was naughty, which made her feel a sense of fear towards Yu Daqiang. Unable to help herself, she secretly tugged at Zhao Chen's sleeve, thinking that with her big brother Zhao here, this old man wouldn't scold her anymore. That's right. Who knows when you'll come next? Come, you all stay and eat a bit with me. Without waiting for a response, Yu Daqiang began instructing his wife to heat up the dishes and went to the back room to bring out a bottle of bulk liquor, wanting to drink a bit with Zhao Chen. Unable to resist the old man's enthusiasm, the three of them, though not hungry, still had a bowl of rice. But when it came to drinking, upon hearing that Zhao Chen was driving, Yu Daqiang didn't press him further, simply filling his own cup and chatting with Zhao Chen while sipping his drink. He mainly wanted to inquire about Zhao Chen's situation, treating Yu Yu like his own granddaughter, naturally wanting to know what kind of person this grandson-in-law was. Zhao Chen also opened up. Although he hadn't expected to be pulled into a meal by the old man, it didn't disrupt his plans. After this interaction, he understood much better what kind of person this respected old village chief was, and he felt much more relaxed. At the dining table, upon learning that Zhao Chen's family owned a supermarket and a hotel, Yu Daqiang was surprised but also very pleased. With such family conditions, it seemed that the little girl would only enjoy a life of comfort if she married into it. As for whether the two will break up later, as long as they aren't fools, no one would give up such a beautiful girl. After understanding Zhao Chen's situation, Yu Daqiang also began to share his own story with Zhao Chen. Thinking about the hardships of these years, combined with having had a few drinks, his eyes couldn't help but become a bit moist. Initially, there were many people in the village who opposed the idea of supporting the children's education. Some even spoke ill of him behind his back, claiming he was doing it intentionally to hide the fact that he was secretly pocketing money. At that time, it could be said to be his darkest moment, and he almost fell into depression because of it. However, fortunately, as time passed, everyone gradually began to understand and accept everything, turning from opposition to support for him. Listening to everything Yu Daqiang said, the two sisters also felt deeply moved, their eyes reddening. Grandpa Heir had made a significant contribution to the village's education. Without Grandpa Heir, there wouldn't be the two of them today. Is Yu Huan going to school with you? When Yu Daqiang heard that Zhao Chen was going to sponsor Yu Huan to attend university in Huacheng, he seemed to find a kindred spirit, grabbing Zhao Chen's hand and patting it enthusiastically. Oh, I knew it, Xiao Chuan, you are a good-hearted person. I thank you on behalf of these two kids. No, Grandpa Heir, this is what I should do. Looking at Zhao Chen's expression, Yu Daqiang was even more satisfied. Good kid, not bad at all. He, Yu Daqiang, in principle, agreed to this marriage proposal. Before Yu Daqiang could express his thoughts, Zhao Chen chuckled and said, I also came this time to discuss something with you, Grandpa Heir. Oh? Yu Daqiang was a bit surprised and smiled. What is it? Zhao Chen smiled and suddenly reached out to gently rub the little heads of Yu Yu and Yu Huan beside him. This time I came, I hope to contribute something to Yujia village. First, to support Grandpa Heir's ideas, and second, to thank you for raising them. Uncle, Xiao Zhao Gu. Upon hearing this, the two sisters looked at Zhao Chen with moved expressions, momentarily speechless. Seizing the opportunity while talking, Zhao Chen reached down to pick up the suitcase that had been placed on the ground and set it on the table. Since earlier, the three had been curious about what was inside the suitcase but felt embarrassed to ask. Zhao Chen quickly opened the suitcase, and when he saw what was inside, Yu Daqiang's pupils slightly contracted, his expression instantly frozen. This is. A stack of bright red bills lay before him, dazzling to the eyes. What is going on? Yu Yu and Yu Huan were equally shocked, staring at Zhao Chen. So much money. Seeing the astonished expressions of the three, Zhao Chen smiled and moved the suitcase in front of Yu Daqiang. Here is 500,000. Grandpa Heir, I would like to ask you for a favor. What favor? Yu Daqiang instinctively swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Realizing what was happening, he quickly waved his hand. Xiao Chuan, if you give this to me, no matter what it's for, I absolutely cannot accept this money. Don't worry, Grandpa Heir, this money is not for you. Zhao Chen said sincerely, of this amount, 300,000, I hope can help the children in the village who are in need, especially families like Yeya's, who can't afford to send their kids to school. Just like you said, no matter how poor, we can't let education suffer. The other 200,000, I suppose, is my selfish wish. I hope you can help take care of Yeye and Huanuan's grandmother, and also find someone to repair their house. The two sisters are going to school, leaving only an old lady at home, and I'm not at ease. If possible, I will cover the salary for anyone in the village willing to help take care of the old lady's daily life. I will definitely not be stingy. After hearing Zhao Chen's words, the two sisters were momentarily stunned. It turned out, this was the explanation Zhao Chen wanted to give them. But this explanation was a bit too heavy, making it hard for them to accept. Thinking of everything Zhao Chen had done for them in recent days, tears streamed down Yu and Yu Huan's faces. Uncle! Yu moved, hugged Zhao Chen tightly, burying her little head deep in his embrace. This scene would be unforgettable for her. Yu Huan also cried like a rain-soaked pear blossom, tightly holding on to Zhao Chen's arm, sobbing, "Thank you, Xiao Zhaogich." Zhao Chen held Yu in his arms, gently stroking her little head, feeling a bit complicated. For him, 500,000 might not be much, easily spent. But for many children from struggling families, let alone 500,000, even 50,000 was a huge amount. A small help from him might change someone else's fate. He was just an ordinary person, but he also wanted to do something extraordinary. Moreover, perhaps this could develop into a long-term endeavor. Yu Daqiang came back to his senses from the shock, his lips trembling as he looked at the box of cash in front of him. Xiao Chuan, I really don't know what to say. Yu Daqiang forced a smile. Isn't this a bit too much? This was 500,000. Was Zhao Chen not afraid he would secretly take a little for himself? Wiping the tears from Yu Huan's face, the girl bit her lip, looking at him, her emotions and gratitude unmistakable in her eyes. Zhao Chen smiled slightly and turned to look at him. Not too much, second grandpa, I trust you with this. This is my phone number. If there are any children in the village who can't afford to go to school due to family difficulties, just call me if the money isn't enough. I'll cover all the children's tuition. Although Zhao Chen's voice was gentle, it was filled with authority, making the two girls' hearts almost melt. Looking into Zhao Chen's eyes, there was an unspoken meaning. And please take good care of the old lady. Don't worry, I will. Seeing Zhao Chen's confidence, Yu Daqiang took a deep breath and no longer hesitated. The 300,000 for supporting children's education was indeed very important for the village. Several children were about to graduate from high school, and with this money, they could go to college. Not only that, but he also wanted to make this money public and spread Zhao Chen's name throughout the village. Such a kind-hearted person should not be overlooked. Xiao Chuan, I will accept this money on behalf of the children and thank you for your kindness. Yu Daqiang said solemnly and loudly, but Xiao Chuan, you can rest assured, Yu Daqiang, will not touch a single cent of this money. If I take even a penny, may I be struck by lightning and die a terrible death. His voice was so loud that it even penetrated the house and reached the yard, startling Zhao Chen and the two sisters with Yu Daqiang's oath. Zhao Chen quickly waved his hand, smiling wryly. No, second grandpa, I believe you, no need to say that, it's not auspicious. Ha, there's nothing inauspicious about it. As long as it doesn't go against it, it's very auspicious. Yu Daqiang laughed, showing he didn't mind, continuing to thank Zhao Chen. He also reiterated that he would definitely take care of the old lady and that the remaining 200,000 would be spent wisely, assuring Zhao Chen to rest easy. Looking at the selfless old man, Zhao Chen felt a bit guilty. He had intended to unilaterally give him some compensation, even charity funds required management fees, and he couldn't let someone work for nothing. But Yu Daqiang firmly refused. He even joked that if Zhao Chen gave him money, he wouldn't agree to Yu being with him, leaving Zhao Chen at a loss for words. After leaving Yu Daqiang's house, the two sisters held onto Zhao Chen's hand tightly and wouldn't let go. Although they didn't say a word, their attachment to him had reached its peak. It seemed they were quite satisfied with how he handled things this time. Zhao Chen admitted that he had helped the Yu family village with a purpose, not purely out of goodwill. But as long as there was goodwill, it was ultimately a good thing. As the saying goes, to wear the crown, one must bear its weight. If he wanted the two sisters to follow him, he had to do these things. After saying goodbye to his grandmother at home, the three of them got into the car together. As the vehicle started, Yu Huan officially left her hometown, preparing to head to the Flower City, hundreds of miles away. At that moment, she no longer felt the confusion and worry of being in an unfamiliar place. Looking at Zhao Chun, who was driving and focused on the road, Yu Huan's eyes curved slightly as she exchanged a glance with her sister, who was also gazing at Zhao Chen. The two sisters smiled simultaneously. They knew that as long as this man was with them, they didn't need to worry too much. They could completely trust him. Having lingered at Yu Daqiang's house for a while, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. In the time that followed, Zhao Chen took the Yu sisters back to the urban area of Chaoyang City. After quickly going home to grab their luggage and saying goodbye to their parents and younger sister, he switched to his own car, picked up the two sisters, and headed towards the Flower City. Zhao Chen also took the time to send messages to Lu Ruyan and Song Wanyao. Although he wanted to see them, he could only apologize for the moment since he had two sisters needing his care. By the time they returned to the Flower City, it was already evening. Yu could go back to the school dormitory to rest. But Yu Huan couldn't just be left outside, could she? Out of both sentiment and reason, as her older brother, he should take good care of his little sister and settle her in, right? Otherwise, how could he live up to Grandma Yu's trust? He could only make it up to them properly after today. Yu unreservedly took the passenger seat, which made Yu Huan, sitting in the back and unable to sit next to Zhao Chun, pout in dissatisfaction. She also wanted to sit next to Zhao Chen. It would be great if she could hug her little Zhao brother like her sister usually did. Ensuring safety, Zhao Chen fully utilized the high performance of the Palamara, speeding along the way. During a stop at a service area for a break and refueling, Yu Huan pretended to be nervous and held Zhao Chen's hand, hoping to get some comfort from him. This little girl was clearly clever, knowing that the crying child gets the milk. Her pitiful expression made Zhao Chen hold her small hand tightly. Seeing this, Yu couldn't help but puff up her cheeks in anger, threateningly raising a small fist at Yu Huan, revealing her sharp little tiger teeth. "You naughty Huan, don't steal my uncle." Yu Huan rolled her eyes and secretly made a face at her sister, then turned her head away as if she didn't see. She didn't care. Since childhood, she and her sister had basically shared everything. That beloved little Zhao brother had to be shared too. Zhao Chun, who was watching the scene unfold, couldn't help but chuckle, feeling a strong sense of accomplishment. After all, it was quite satisfying to see the beautiful twin sisters competing for his attention. This feeling was simply delightful. However, things took a turn for Zhao Chen. His original plan to throw caution to the wind and live in the same room with the sisters was completely dashed. Because Yu had to return to school tonight, the management at Huacheng University of Finance was quite strict, and without taking leave, she had to go back to sign in tonight. And since Yu had just gotten her phone, even if she wanted to take leave, she didn't know her counselor's number and had no contact information for any classmates. Hua City Financial University is not like Zhao Chen's school. As long as no one goes missing or gets into trouble, they basically don't care. Plus, with the help of his roommates and little Yu Huan, this has led Zhao Chen to skip classes without any worries. Although you can't have both fish and bear's paw, Yu Huan can still follow him. For convenience, Zhao Chen also plans to have this little girl stay at a hotel near Hua City Financial University. He also intends to find time tomorrow to meet with Zhou Yuxuan and the others, to ask if they have any connections to help Yu Huan find a school. It would be best if it were an academy near Hua City Financial University, so the two sisters could see each other often. Mainly because he is afraid the two sisters will feel lonely, he definitely has no other thoughts. Later, around 10 o'clock, the three arrived at Hua City Financial University. Yu's dormitory closes at 10:30, and if they were any later, they would probably have to call the dormitory aunt to let them in. Whether in this life or the last, this was Zhao Chen's first time coming to Hua City Financial University, and it seemed no different from Hua City University. There were quite a few students coming in and out at the university gate, and at a glance, he could see several pretty girls. However, without a doubt, no matter how beautiful the girls in front were, the moment the two sisters appeared, all attention immediately focused on them. Everyone was young, and it was their first time seeing such beautiful twin sisters. Both boys and girls couldn't help but stare in awe. However, the two sisters were already used to the gazes of ordinary people. Yu Huan curiously looked around, grabbed Zhao Chen's big hand, and lightly shook her double ponytails that her sister had styled, looking at Yu with a somewhat dissatisfied expression. "Sister, are you going in?" It was her first time here, and her sister was actually going back to school, leaving her with little Zhao Gich. Although she was quite happy, she still didn't want to be separated from her sister. Yu nodded, reluctantly looking at her sister and Zhao Chen, tightening the bag on her back. "Uncle, then. I'm going in now. Huan, you have to listen to Uncle, okay?" "Got it." Yu Huan pouted in response, feeling that she wasn't a little kid anymore and didn't need her silly sister to remind her. "Go on, you don't have class tomorrow afternoon, so let's meet at noon. Remember to call us in advance when you come out." Zhao Chen ruffled Yu's little head and stepped forward to tidy up her slightly messy hair ends. Yu bit her lip, looking at this uncle who had always been gentle with her. She actually had something she wanted to say to him, but with Huan being such a little light bulb, she felt too shy to say it and could only feel anxious in her heart. Looking at Zhao Chen's smiling face, Yu's cheeks inexplicably flushed. For some reason, she suddenly thought of the scene when she met Zhao Chen at the service area before. At that time, she was actually a bit scared. They had only known each other for a short time, and they ended up taking the same car back to Chaoyang. What if Uncle suddenly turned into a demon and pounced on her? At that moment, she indeed had quite a bit of courage. However, Uncle did not disappoint her and safely brought her home. But later, when she thought about it, she found herself a bit disappointed. If Uncle had pounced on her, it might have been quite nice. Lost in thought, Yu's little face grew hotter. Yu Huan, who had been staring at her, noticed and couldn't help but smile mischievously. Looking at her sister's flushed face, she reached out to pinch her and giggled, "Sister, your face is so hot. Hey, you're not thinking about little Zhaogij, are you? Ha ha ha." By the time Yu reacted and saw the look in her sister's and Zhao Chen's eyes, her face instantly turned red. She stepped forward to swat her sister's bottom but was nimbly dodged, hiding behind Zhao Chen to use him as a shield. "Little Zhaogij, help! Sister wants to hit me. Stinky Huan." After a bout of playful scuffling, more and more people gathered around the three of them. Zhao Chen quickly stopped the two sisters from their antics. Only after he spoke did they finally cease. Yu Huan covered her face, her cheeks flushed from Yu's teasing, looking at Zhao Chen with a pitiful expression, hoping he would stand up for her. However, Zhao Chen merely patted her little face and did not spank her sister, which left her somewhat dissatisfied. "Humph, little Zhaogij is so bad, he only likes his sister and not his little sister." Seeing this, Yu proudly revealed her little tiger teeth and waved at Zhao Chen. "Bye, uncle. I'm going in now." After saying that, Yu jogged into the school, turning back at the entrance to wave at the two before she left. The originally paired twins were now reduced to one. Although Yu Huan was pretty, the feeling of 1 + 1 greater than 2 was absent, and the number of onlookers dwindled significantly. Watching the college students continuously entering the academy, Yu Huan tightly held Zhao Chen's hand, her eyes filled with an indescribable envy. Although her grades were not good, she also wanted to experience the wonderful university life that her high school teachers often talked about. Noticing Yu Huan's expression, Zhao Chen smiled and ruffled her little head. Huan, let's go too." The nearby hotels weren't very good, so Zhao Chen could only pick the best among the mediocre ones, barely finding a hotel that could be considered 4-star. When they arrived at the hotel, it seemed that Yu Huan finally realized the most important point. Since entering the hotel lobby, she had been shyly lowering her head. When the front desk clerk asked them to show their IDs, she flusteredly fished her ID out of her little bag, slapping it on the table with a thud, her face flushed, not daring to look at Zhao Chen even once. "Little Zhaogij. Does this mean they would sleep together? Wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate?" Zhao Chen looked at her, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The usually bold little girl was now like a quail in this situation, seemingly even less confident than her sister, which was quite amusing. However, it was normal for a young girl to be shy. Zhao Chen didn't tease her. If he scared her, that would be a big problem. He had put quite a bit of thought into the two sisters from the Yu family. As for his intentions, well, that goes without saying. It wasn't until they entered the room that Yu Huan dared to look around at what the hotel room looked like. But whether to feel relieved or disappointed, she couldn't quite tell, as the room was quite large. Moreover, there were 2 beds. Huan, let's make do with this for one night. Tomorrow, brother will take you to see our new house, okay? This hotel didn't have any executive suites. The most expensive was just a business suite. The room wasn't very big, about 60 to 70 square meters, with a master bedroom and a secondary bedroom, priced at 899 yuan, which was still quite reasonable for him. After coming back to her senses, Yu Huan quickly shook her head and smiled up at him. "Little Zhaogij, this is already very good." Her unadorned little face was full of a tender feeling, and Zhao Chen couldn't help but pinch her cheek. Yu Huan didn't resist, just blushing as she looked at him. With a look just like Yu's, plus a beauty mole as a highlight, Zhao Chen was momentarily stunned. The thought of being able to have both sisters by his side was truly a great sense of gain that wrapped around his heart. Zhao Chen smiled, set down their luggage, and turned on the air conditioning. Today's Flower City wasn't too hot. It seemed that autumn would arrive soon. He let Yu Huan go wash up and prepare to rest while he sat in the bedroom, searching for the phone number of a real estate agent. He wasn't short on money, and he was quite pressed for time. Although the fees charged by the agent weren't low, he naturally preferred convenience. By the time Yu Huan came out, she didn't see Zhao Chen's figure in the living room. She walked to the door of the master bedroom and heard Zhao Chen's voice. She secretly peeked her little head in to see him on the phone in the bedroom, a faint smile on his face, looking very serious. Yu Huan's gaze became somewhat dreamy. Zhao Chen was the most handsome boy she had ever seen, the best boy to her, and also the first boy to enter her heart. As a girl who had not yet experienced much of the world, how could she withstand the bombardment of sweet nothings? She had always been smart, not like her sister who was a bit foolish. From the moment she saw Zhao Chen, she actually knew that he must like her sister. As the saying goes, love the house and its crow, he naturally treated her, his little sister, well too. But she didn't want to just be a sister. She liked little Zhao Gu very much, very, very much. In her heart, Zhao Chen was like a great hero, suddenly appearing to save them. Thinking of this, Yu Huan's gaze became resolute, puffing up her little cheeks to cheer herself on. Although heroes do not seek rewards, she should also repay the hero, right? That night, all the lights in the room were off. After contacting the agent about viewing a house tomorrow, Zhao Chen, exhausted from traveling hundreds of miles, quickly fell into a deep sleep. He slept in the master bedroom while Yu Huan was in the guest room. Their rooms were not far apart. Gradually, this was what Zhao Chen had in mind. If he acted too eagerly, it might scare the two sisters, which would not be good. However, everything that happened afterward seemed to develop completely in the opposite direction of his plan. Suddenly, a faint sound of a door opening echoed in the master bedroom. Although it was slight, it still woke Zhao Chen up. Since obtaining the system, not only had his physical condition improved, but all his senses seemed to have become sharper. He squinted his eyes, looking at the slightly ajar bedroom door, as a small figure stealthily slipped in, moving very lightly to avoid disturbing Zhao Chen. The moment he saw Yu Huan, all his sleepiness vanished, and he widened his eyes as he watched her enter the bedroom. The light was dim, and he could barely see her figure. What was this little girl doing in his room instead of sleeping? Zhao Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Given Yu Huan's personality, she wouldn't be trying to play a prank on him, would she? After the incident at the cinema, realizing Yu's sensitive reaction, he understood afterward that he had misidentified the person he kissed. It was undoubtedly the mischievous younger sister who had done it. He thought to himself, how could the obedient little darling suddenly launch a sneak attack? However, he had no intention of blaming Yu Huan. But now, it seemed like it was time for revenge. Zhao Chen quietly placed his hand on the light switch, and as the little girl approached, he pressed it down, instantly illuminating the entire bedroom. Ah! Yu Huan was startled by the sudden brightness, and upon seeing Zhao Chen, who was already awake and smiling at her, her little face turned red as she playfully scolded, "Little Zhao Gu, you scared me to death." Zhao Chen chuckled lightly. "What about you? Coming in suddenly, you wouldn't be trying to scare me, would you?" Looking at Yu Huan, who was holding a stuffed toy and only wearing a t-shirt and sleep pants, Zhao Chen was somewhat stunned. This little girl, was she really coming to him on her own? Hearing this, Yu Huan nervously hugged her stuffed toy, looking down at her feet, pouting, I just came to see. I was worried you wouldn't sleep well." At this moment, she had already undone her twin ponytails, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders. Compared to usual, she looked a bit less cute but more mature. Although the two sisters looked alike, they each had their own unique style. In fact, she was just lying in bed unable to sleep, wanting to see if Zhao Chen was awake and chat with him. Just like last night, she wanted to talk to little Zhao Gu to be able to sleep well. But what she didn't know was how tempting she was in front of Zhao Chen at that moment. Although she had some differences in figure, especially in the size of her chest, compared to Zhao Chen's other women, even Lu Ruyan surpassed her. However, at this moment, Yu Huan possessed a different kind of beauty. And since she had come to him, Zhao Chen prided himself on not being a virtuous gentleman, not engaging in any pretenses. It seemed it was time to cultivate a good relationship with his little Yu Huan. Looking at Yu Huan standing by the bed, Zhao Chen suddenly grabbed her hand, pulling her onto the bed amidst her startled exclamation. Their eyes met, their faces very close. As she looked at Zhao Chen, who was so near, Yu Huan seemed to realize what was about to happen. But she did not resist, she just blinked her big eyes, quietly gazing at Zhao Chen, even leaning in a little closer, her breath brushing against his face. "Little Zhao Gij, what are you doing?" Hearing the girl's question, Zhao Chen could no longer hold back. He wrapped his arms around Yu Huan's waist, set aside the toy in her hand, and pulled her into his embrace, kissing her. Their lips met, and Yu Huan couldn't help but shiver. This was a sensation she had never experienced before, making her cheeks flush with shyness while also becoming entranced by Zhao Chen's skilled technique. Zhao Chen never expected that instead of taking down the older sister, he would first capture the younger sister. Tonight, he could finally savor the softness of her lips as he wished. Yu Huan's inexperienced and clumsy response made him bolder, and his wicked hands couldn't help but want to explore more secrets. After their lips parted, Yu Huan melted against him. She offered no resistance, only looking at him with heavy breaths, the affection in her eyes no longer concealed, openly displayed. She was the type to love fiercely, just like when Zhao Chen angered her and her sister, she would pounce on him to bite. And when it came to liking Zhao Chen, she would boldly admit it. During Zhao Chen's playful antics, Yu Huan suddenly blushed and looked up at him, her beautiful eyes filled with emotion. Little Zhao Gage, will you be good to me in the future? In this unfamiliar environment, apart from her sister, Zhao Chen was the only one she could rely on. He was the person she trusted the most and liked the most. She wanted to depend on him and hoped he would let her do so. Looking at the blushing girl, Zhao Chen smiled gently and kissed her smooth cheek. Huan, will you be my girlfriend from now on? Yu Huan was taken aback by his words, then looked at him in surprise, but soon realized something and quickly shook her head, a bit anxiously saying, but there's also my sister, little Zhao Gage, we can't abandon her. Seeing Yu Huan's charming appearance and hearing her words, Zhao Chen couldn't help but smile knowingly. Give up? How could he possibly give up? Only children make choices. From the beginning, this adult intended to have it all. Now it seemed that Yu Huan was not resistant, leaving only Yu Yu to consider. For now, he had already secured half, right? Yu Yu is the same, Zhao Chen said without feeling awkward, his expression serious, so in the future, sister will be the big wife, and you will be the little wife. How about that? Upon hearing this, Yu Huan's face turned crimson, and she buried her little head in Zhao Chen's embrace, falling silent. She knew that little Zhao Gage was bad, wanting to marry several wives. But she thought it was quite good. She knew she was doing something wrong, but she didn't want to go against her heart, nor did she want to hurt her sister. However, she also wanted to be the big wife, not just any little wife. Taking advantage of Yu Huan's shyness, Zhao Chen skillfully utilized the techniques he had recently mastered, fully appreciating the masterpiece of the creator. It is said that the little lotus has just revealed its pointed tip. These days, having grown accustomed to the big things, switching to something just manageable feels quite nice. When Zhao Chen and Yu Huan were up to no good, in the girls' dormitory of Huaqing Financial University, Yu Yu, who had been sound asleep, suddenly woke up from her dream. A tingling sensation coursed through her body from time to time, causing her pretty face to flush with embarrassment as she shyly rubbed her thighs. What is going on here? The next day, October 8th, the National Day holiday was officially declared over. Zhao Chen had also spent an unforgettable 7 days and was now entering a new phase. Early in the morning, looking at Yu Huan, who was quietly curled up and sleeping in his arms, with one smooth thigh draped over him, he couldn't help but lean in and kiss the little girl's lips. Yu Huan woke up a bit dazed, looking at Zhao Chen so close, thinking he was going to bully her again. She pouted her little mouth and pressed his big face down in dissatisfaction. I still want to sleep, no. Although they hadn't gone all the way last night, she had still enjoyed the pleasures of adulthood. However, she didn't have Zhao Chen's robust physique. After sleeping for 3 or 4 hours, she was already full of energy, but now she was still sleepy. Kiss me once, and I won't bother you anymore. Zhao Chen smiled and proposed a condition, making the little girl pout even higher. Stinky brother. Yet she still complied, but not entirely according to Zhao Chen's wishes. In her daze, she rolled over and pinned him down, kissing him randomly on the face. About half a minute later, feeling she had kissed enough, she rolled back to lie on the bed, her little hand casually resting on Zhao Chen's body, sprawled out in a big character shape, and fell back into a deep sleep. Zhao Chen, with saliva all over his face, was a bit dazed, wiping his face and looking at Yu Huan beside him, shaking his head with a helpless smile. Who would have thought this little girl would have a morning grumpiness too? During the process of getting up and washing up, his phone suddenly rang with a text message notification. Picking it up to take a look, Zhao Chen's face lit up with joy. China Merchants Bank. Dear user, your account ending in 0880 has received a deposit of 100 million yuan. Current balance is 105,165,381.56 yuan. A long string of numbers dazzled Zhao Chen's eyes, and his mood couldn't help but become a bit excited. The 100 million from the Peninsula Hotel had finally arrived. With over 100 million in hand, he could finally start his own business. One day, this money would multiply, turning into 200 million, 500 million, 1 billion, or even 10 billion. It was not impossible. At that moment, the financial director of the Peninsula Hotel in Magic City, Hu Xiaojun, called, inquiring carefully whether the funds had arrived. Chairman, the bank has transferred the funds. Have you received the money? I have received it, Lao Hu, well done. Hearing the chairman's praise, Hu Xiaojun chuckled, it's what I should do. After some small talk, as the financial director, apart from the overall manager Tan Zhangyu, he was the financial overseer of the Peninsula Hotel in Magic City. This position was also crucial. By the way, Chairman, Lao Shao also asked me to tell you that your secretary has officially started. Do you want her to undergo a week of training first, or should she come over immediately? Although new employees generally undergo training, if Zhao Chen wanted to see his secretary as soon as possible, she could come without training. After all, he was the chairman, everything was up to him. Started? That was quick. Zhao Chen smiled, paused, and then said, let her train for a week first. If she knows nothing, what's the point of her coming over? It just so happens that I need to prepare to start a new company in the next few days, so I'll have her come over directly then. By the way, arrange a driver for me as well. I need a phantom here too, but the green paint is a bit too eye-catching. Let's change it to black. Also, get in touch with the Peninsula Group and have them help me order another customized phantom. Is that okay? The Peninsula Hotel in Magic City has 4 customized extended Rolls-Royce Phantoms and 8 customized BMW 7 Series. In terms of high-end luxury, the status is quite impressive. But since there are Rolls-Royces, he certainly doesn't need any BMW 7 Series. Naturally, he wants to enjoy himself. Although he usually drives, having a driver is always more convenient. With a high-standard hotel like the Peninsula, the quality of the drivers is top-notch, saving him a lot of trouble. Hu Xiaojun was slightly taken aback and quickly replied, no problem, I'll contact General Manager Tan right away to arrange it for you. No wonder they say he's the boss, he really does whatever he wants. However, Hu Xiaojun could only envy this and dared not refute. He was still counting on this new boss for a year-end bonus. No need to rush. Let Shin Shanshan come over with the driver when the time comes. But regarding the driver, you can't force anyone, after all, they are far from home, and with Flower City so far from Magic City, many people might not be willing. Let's prioritize voluntary participation. For anyone willing to be my driver, let's double their salary for now, and various subsidies should be arranged as well. If my new company develops well, taking 2 salaries isn't out of the question. Hearing Zhao Chen's words on the phone, Hu Xiaojun couldn't help but swallow hard. My chairman, you really don't know the hunger of the starving. Let alone a salary increase. If this news gets out, the hotel drivers will be fighting to get in. This is equivalent to being a direct subordinate of the big boss, far from home? Ha ha. If he were a driver, he would come even if it meant a pay cut. If the boss values you, opportunities are sure to follow. Not to mention a direct salary doubling. What 2 salaries? That's even more outrageous. If you want those drivers to fight, just say it outright. Okay, I will convey your message properly. After hanging up the phone, Hu Xiaojun slowly exhaled and then smiled wryly. It seems today, the hotel is destined not to be too calm. Sometimes, 2 good benefits can also cause quite a stir. Everything depends on how General Manager Tan arranges it. On the other side, Tan Zhongyu was sitting in his office handling hotel affairs when a gentle knock sounded at the door. Come in. The office door opened, and Tan Zhongyu's little secretary led a beautiful woman inside. General Manager Tan, Secretary Shin has arrived. Hello, General Manager. Shin Shanshan quickly bowed to Tan Zhongyu, her demeanor clearly a bit nervous. She was about 1.65 meters tall, with a baby-faced round face, and at this moment, she looked at Tan Zhongyu with a somewhat awkward expression. Wearing round glasses, she exuded a cute yet intellectual beauty, not at all awkward. Aside from her appearance, in terms of figure, one could only say that the thin parts were very thin, and the curvy parts were indeed curvy. After receiving the job offer from the Peninsula Hotel in Magic City yesterday, Shin Shanshan was still in a daze. She never expected that she would have a stroke of luck one day. Although Shin Shanshan was a master's graduate from Magic City Jiaotong University, for a newcomer who had just graduated not long ago, the position of chairman's secretary at the Peninsula Hotel was still an unattainable existence. After all, this is one of the most luxurious hotels in all of Magic City. Even though she had been in Magic City for several years, she had never been to such a high-end place. Not to mention, she suddenly became the secretary of the boss of this super hotel. Just the thought of being able to work here in the future kept Shin Shanshan awake all night last night, but she was genuinely excited the whole time. Although Shin Shanshan's family cannot be considered wealthy, they belong to the middle class in her hometown, Hangzhou. Both of her parents work, and they have a small but cozy home of their own. With her parents' support, Shin Shanshan was able to study without worries until she graduated with her master's degree. However, because of this, after graduation, she found herself in a predicament of not being able to find a job. Of course, it wasn't that no companies wanted her. Although she was a newcomer, it was still relatively easy for a master's graduate from Shanghai Jiaotong University to find a job. The challenge was finding a good job that would satisfy both her and her family, which was not easy at all. In Shanghai, there are simply too many talented individuals. Even with her master's degree, Shin Shanshan was just one among many, not to mention that some PhD holders faced the same situation. Many people found themselves stuck between high and low positions. Additionally, as a newcomer without work experience, her situation was even more challenging. The companies that offered her positions generally provided low salaries. This time, when she heard that the Peninsula Hotel in Shanghai was hiring a secretary for the chairman, Shin Shanshan submitted her resume with a just give it a try attitude. Although they also required her to provide a personal photo, this was quite normal for a secretary position. After all, a secretary represents the chairman's image. Without good looks, how could one be chosen by the company? If one is unattractive, it would be embarrassing to take them out. In terms of appearance, Shin Shanshan was quite confident. However, she never expected that, despite not having done anything, she would be notified that she had made it to the final round of selection. The final choice would be made by the chairman himself. At that moment, Shin Shanshan was extremely anxious, especially after learning about the qualifications of her competitors. No matter who it was, their qualifications were better than hers, with several holding master's and doctoral degrees from world-renowned universities and possessing rich work experience. Moreover, to reach the final round, they must have met the appearance requirements as well. Unlike her, who was just a complete newcomer, how could she possibly compete with these experts? At that time, Shin Shanshan felt that her chances of being selected were less than 1 in 1,000, and she was already preparing to submit her resume to the next company. But what Shin Shanshan never expected was that she was actually chosen. Tan Zhongyu looked up at Shin Shanshan, nodding in satisfaction. She looked just like her photo, even prettier than his secretary. The chairman's judgment was indeed trustworthy. Secretary Shen. Yes. Hearing Tan Zhongyu call her, Shin Shanshan quickly responded nervously, which made Wei Yifeng chuckle and shake his head. No need to be nervous, you are Secretary Zhao's assistant. In the future, I might have to ask you to help me with things. After joking, Tan Zhongyu's expression turned serious. So, from now on, I hope you remember your identity. You represent not only yourself but also the chairman's image. No matter the situation, you must not embarrass the chairman. Looking at Tan Zhongyu's serious demeanor, Shin Shanshan felt much less nervous and nodded again. I understand, General Manager. The little secretary beside her shot a jealous glance at Shin Shanshan. If it were her, she would have been scolded by Tan Zhongyu long ago. But this woman actually had the chairman personally explain things to her. Although Shin Shanshan was a master's graduate, she was too. A master's from the Secretarial School of Peking University. Wasn't that better than the other party? This woman clearly knew nothing, yet she could still be the chairman's secretary. Wasn't it just about looks? How infuriating. After chatting with Shin Shanshan for a while, in the following week, Tan Zhongyu planned to have his secretary mentor her and share some experience. Upon hearing Tan Zhongyu's instructions, even if the little secretary was reluctant, she could only respond softly. Seeing Shin Shanshan's flattering smile directed at her, she managed a forced smile in return. After all, this is the workplace. Just as the two were about to take their leave, Tan Zhongyu seemed to remember something and suddenly called out to Shin Shanshan. By the way, Secretary Shin, you should prepare for this week as well. Shin Shanshan was slightly taken aback and then asked in confusion, prepare? For what? Well, General Manager Zhao is currently in Huacheng, and you need to go over there too, is that okay? Although HR Director Xiao Jianhua had previously assured Zhao Chun that the secretaries agreed to go to Huacheng, they hadn't had the chance to notify them at the start. However, Tan Zhongyu believed that anyone who could become a secretary should have this level of awareness. Shin Shanshan was momentarily stunned at the thought of going to Huacheng. She had thought she found a job that was both close to home and satisfying, but now it seemed not so satisfying after all. However, thinking of her annual salary of 300,000 right from the start and this hard-won satisfactory job, Shin Shanshan gritted her teeth and agreed. No problem, General Manager. It was just going to work in Huacheng, right? It wasn't like she would never come back, she would just go for it today. Even if she switched jobs later, having this experience would definitely make things easier. She just hoped that the chairman wasn't some lecherous old man. Little Zhao Gij, hug me. Waking up at 11 in the morning, Yu Huan slowly came to. After a satisfying sleep, she changed her earlier grumpy demeanor and cuddled up to Zhao Chun, who was on the phone with an agent. Holding the little beauty in his arms and affectionately rubbing her cheeks, Zhao Chun hung up the phone and chuckled. Did you sleep well? Yu Huan replied with a grin, tightly hugging his neck. Although Zhao Chun hadn't completely taken advantage of her last night, her heart was already fully devoted to him. Looking at her partially exposed fair skin, along with her two soft, white thighs and the cute bear-patterned panties, Zhao Chun couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. Compared to his other women, although they were not much older, Yu Huan appeared more innocent, making him feel an involuntary sense of wrongdoing. However, the next moment, his guilt vanished instantly. With his true nature revealed, he held Yu Huan in his arms and teased her for a while before finally letting her go. At noon, Yu Yu's call came as expected, but her voice sounded weak. When Zhao Chen and Yu Yu arrived at the entrance of Huacheng University, they were both startled by Yu Yu's appearance. "Sister, what's wrong with you?" Yu Huan asked, her mouth slightly agape, looking at her sister, who seemed wilted and had panned-out eyes. Compared to the usual Yu Yu, she looked like a completely different person. Zhao Chen quickly walked over and hugged Yu Yu, frowning. "Xiao Yu, did someone bully you?" Seeing Yu Yu like this, it could very well be dormitory violence, and he couldn't tolerate that. If some scoundrel dared to bully Yu Yu, he would definitely teach them a lesson, no matter the chaos it caused. Yu Yu forced a smile and quickly shook her head. No one bullied me. I'm fine, I just didn't sleep well." She didn't know what had happened last night. She had felt uncomfortable in bed for no reason all night and only fell asleep at 5. But with class at 9, she had only managed 3 hours of sleep, so her mental state was definitely not good. After confirming that Yu Yu just hadn't rested well, Zhao Chen and Yu Huan finally felt relieved. Cautiously stealing a glance at Zhao Chen, Yu Huan felt a pang of guilt as she pulled her sister along in front of her. Remembering what had happened with Zhao Chen last night, she felt increasingly uneasy. If her sister found out that she had gotten ahead of her, she would surely be unhappy. It would be best if little Zhao Gu could quickly win over her sister, then she could find a reason to openly be affectionate with her beloved little Zhao Gu. So now her task was to act as little Zhao Ji's assistant, creating opportunities for him. Just thinking about it filled Yu Huan's heart with righteous light. After all, she would help her sister fulfill her dreams. Her sister surely wouldn't blame her, right? Zhao Chen looked around and then made a phone call, agreeing to meet the agent at the entrance of the financial university. He had few requirements for the house. Only 3. First, it must be high-end and exquisitely decorated, ready for immediate move-in. Second, it should be close to the school, and third, the area couldn't be too small, at least over 200 square meters, with a maid's room. He wanted to finalize the housing situation as soon as possible to settle the 2 sisters. After all, besides the 2 sisters, he had a few other precious ones who were still in need of care. After the call, a man in his 30s, who had been waiting by the roadside, jogged over. Seeing Zhao Chen standing next to a cool Panamera, holding the hands of 2 twin sisters, he asked uncertainly, "Hello, are you Mr. Zhao?" Zhao Chen smiled and nodded, extending his hand to shake with the well-dressed man. "Hello, Mr. Zhu." At first glance, Zhu Wei knew that this man was definitely a big client. As an agent for high-end properties nearby, Zhu Wei had his own standards for assessing people. Ordinary property salespeople or agents might pester many clients, trying to get them to commit to a purchase. But high-end properties are not affordable for everyone. Even though the housing prices in Huacheng are not as outrageous as in Kyoto or Magic City, they still start at 3 to 4 million. Therefore, high-end property agents generally do not invest much effort in uncertain clients. And Zhao Chen, at first glance, exuded the aura of a wealthy young master, dressed exceptionally well. Although he didn't recognize the Hermes brand, he could guess it was a luxury brand. Moreover, Zhao Chen wore a very exquisite watch, which from its appearance, definitely reeked of wealth. If he wasn't mistaken, the long-haired twin beside him was carrying a Chanel bag. Not to mention anything else, being able to attract 2 beautiful twin sisters was a sign of considerable capability. Furthermore, during their phone conversation, this man had never asked about the price, only stating his requirements. Truly wealthy people are like this, they don't discuss money, only their needs. As long as those needs are met, money is naturally not a problem. Xu Wei took a deep breath. It seemed that today's commission was promising. "No, just call me Xiao Zhu, Mr. Zhao," Zhu Wei said with a flattering smile, continuing, "Mr. Zhao, today I have selected 3 properties that absolutely meet your requirements. Let's go take a look." Even the farthest one is only 3 kilometers from the financial university. 3 kilometers? Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow and waved his hand. "Then there's no need to take me to that property, let's go to the nearest one first." Xu Wei was momentarily taken aback. 3 kilometers is far? It would take at most 10 minutes by car. It seemed this client had high standards. He thought this but had seen all kinds of difficult clients, and Zhao Chen was relatively easy to accommodate, so he quickly smiled and said, "Alright, no problem. The nearest one is very close to the financial university, with a straight-line distance of no more than 1 kilometer. However, the only downside is that it's slightly more expensive than the other 2 I selected." Is being expensive really a downside? The high price of the house is not its flaw, but yours. Zhao Chen smiled slightly, glancing at Yu Yu, who was leaning against him and yawning repeatedly. "Well, Let's take a look at this then. My girlfriend is tired and needs to rest soon. If it's suitable, we'll make a decision. By the way, once we buy it, we can move in right away, right? Of course. Hearing this, Zhu Wei stammered a response, swallowing hard again, almost wishing he could rush to the property immediately. If it's suitable, we'll decide right away? So bold. Forget just calling him Xiao Zhu, he could call him son. Where could he find such a generous client? Mr. Zhao, let's head out. Please follow my car. Zhu Wei pointed to the black BMW 3 Series parked nearby, smiling respectfully. It was only at this moment that he noticed the stunning looks of the twin sisters snuggled up to Zhao Chun, and he was instantly amazed. Hiss. It would be impossible not to feel envious. However, he was just a small agent. This game of the rich was not something he could involve himself in. A few minutes later, Zhao Chen followed Zhu Wei's car into the parking lot of a community called Brilliant Sky City. This was considered the top property near Huacheng Financial University, without exception. It focused on high-end luxury and exceptional property services. The boutique-decorated houses for sale in Brilliant Sky City were all at least 220 square meters. The most basic layout was 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 3 bathrooms. The interior decorations used high-end furniture, and they thoughtfully included 2 underground parking spaces. In Brilliant Sky City, you could move in the same day you bought a house. They also provided butler services to meet all the owner's needs. Such high-end properties were quite rare in the entire Huacheng. Of course, with such configurations, the prices were also quite impressive. In the face of the current average price of 18,000 yuan per square meter in Huacheng, the starting price here was 35,000 yuan. It's worth noting that this area near Huacheng Financial University could be considered the suburbs of Huacheng. Currently, many surrounding facilities were not very well developed. Zhao Chen bought here just for the convenience of the Yu sisters attending school. Yet, the price of Brilliant Sky City was surprisingly higher than that of the city center, which spoke volumes about its quality. Seeing the few of them get out of the car, a saleswoman who had been waiting nearby quickly jogged over, clearly having communicated with Zhu Wei beforehand. Mr. Zhao, hello, please follow me. Under the saleswoman's gentle voice, Zhao Chen held the drowsy Yu with one hand and took the curious Yu Huan, who was looking around, with the other, leisurely walking towards the sales office. Just as the saleswoman was about to introduce the basic layout and some fundamental information about their property, Zhao Chen interrupted her in time. He didn't want to discuss things here for too long. For ordinary people, buying a house might require careful selection and lengthy discussions with family. But did he need that? No, he just needed to get straight to the point. The daily life of a rich and handsome man was always busy. He had other treasures to attend to later. Take me to see the house directly. What's the largest size you have here? Upon hearing Zhao Chen's question, the saleswoman was momentarily stunned, and Zhu Wei quickly signaled her with his eyes. This was a big client. Shouldn't you hurry up and respond? Mr. Zhao, the largest unit we have here is 380 square meters. The saleswoman wore a warm and enthusiastic smile. This is the king of our community, comparable to Pengcheng Bay No. 1. Of course, while the area may be slightly less, our facilities are definitely not inferior to Pengcheng Bay No. 1. I believe it will meet your needs, comparable to Pengcheng Bay No. 1. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen became interested and couldn't help but chuckle. It's easy to say, but it's not that simple to compare. Pengcheng Bay No. 1 is by the sea, and they even have helicopters for viewing the properties. Where's your helicopter? Moreover, just looking at the prices, there's a huge difference. One is a 5-digit number, the other a 6-digit number. And as the top luxury residents in Pengcheng, the owners of Pengcheng Bay No. 1 are not ordinary people. The most famous among them is, of course, that little Ma from Penguin Company. Of course, no matter how much the developer boasts about their property, it ultimately comes down to whether the house is good or not. After all, encountering a property of this caliber in Flower City is quite rare. Zhao Chen nodded. All right, then take me to see it. Okay, please follow me. Hearing that Zhao Chen wanted to see the king of buildings, the saleswoman and Zhu Wei couldn't contain their excitement and hurriedly led Zhao Chen and the others to the dazzling Tiancheng's king of buildings. This building has a total of 12 floors and features a 2-elevator, 1-unit design. The saleswoman took them to the 8th floor, where the entrance opened into an incredibly spacious living room, decorated in a high-end and exquisite manner. At first glance, it exuded grandeur and luxury. The layout includes 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 4 bathrooms, along with a maid's room, study, tea room, and lounge, with ventilation from north to south. Standing on the balcony, Zhao Chen enjoyed a wide view. Although there was no sea, the green forest stretching out before him gave a refreshing and natural feeling. since it was meant to rival Pengcheng Bay No. 1, the decoration style also drew from Hong Kong's aesthetics. At first glance, it seemed a bit old-fashioned, but the more he looked, the more he felt it had charm. Since entering, Yu and Yu Huan had their eyes sparkling as they gazed at this never-before-seen super-large house, constantly in awe. Hearing Zhao Chen say they would live here in the future. Was this a dream? Only a princess could live here, right? The living room combined dining and guest areas, featuring a Western-style kitchen with sliding doors that opened to a Chinese kitchen. Even Zhao Chen, despite his big talk, was seeing such luxury for the first time. Even the maid's room was spacious, with a dedicated elevator for the maid, not to mention the master bedroom. Stepping into the master bedroom, the first thing that caught the eye was a bathroom with a wet and dry separation and a super large bathtub. It could easily accommodate 2 people, and even with the 3 of them inside, it wouldn't feel crowded at all. Ahem. Thinking too far ahead, that can be discussed later. Looking out through the glass window, although it wasn't a sea view, the surrounding greenery was very well done. While the comparison to Pengcheng Bay No. 1 might be exaggerated, achieving this level is still quite impressive. The master bedroom is about 50 square meters, lined with rows of closets, enough to hold a lot of clothes. And that large bed, over 2 meters wide, was just as impressive as the one in the suite at the Magic City Peninsula. All the furniture was basically fully equipped. After buying this house, one would only need to prepare some daily necessities, perfectly meeting Zhao Chen's requirement for a move-in ready home. Under the guidance of the saleswoman, they finished viewing the entire house. Zhao Chen smiled in satisfaction, ruffling the 2 sisters' hair. A big house is great. You can invite your classmates and friends over to play. With this much space, it should be able to accommodate everyone. The 2 sisters nodded in confusion. Even Yu's drowsiness had been scared away by this house. The saleswoman beside them also smiled and chimed in. You 2 ladies are so beautiful, you really suit this house. In her experience, it wasn't uncommon for wealthy men to bring 2 girls to view properties, and she had even seen 3 or 4 before. However, she had never seen a pair of twin sisters like Zhao Chen's. One could only say that this handsome and charming rich young man was indeed quite impressive. Mr. Zhao, I'm not exaggerating. Not to mention around here, even if you look at the entire Flower City, you absolutely won't find many places that can compare to this house. In order to secure his commission, Zhu Wei was enthusiastically boasting about how impressive this property was. Zhao Chen casually sat down on the living room sofa, gazing at the 100-inch ultra-high-definition television in front of him. As for the furniture, everything here was from top brands. Even if he only considered the furniture, Zhao Chen estimated the price to be no less than 300,000, and that was counting on their bulk purchasing, estimating on the lower side. This truly surprised him. To see such a level of house in the suburbs of Flower City was unexpected. As for the 2 sisters, while they could be seen as one, in reality, they were still 2 people, and buying a large house seemed quite reasonable. He waved to the saleswoman who was still smiling and trying to persuade the 2 sisters, and she quickly walked over. Help me calculate the price, will you? If it's suitable, I'll finalize it today. Please notify your housekeeper to help me purchase some necessary living supplies. Upon hearing Zhao Chen's words, the saleswoman and Zhu Wei's eyes lit up. They had thought it would take a lot of persuasion, but he was so straightforward. This was buying a house, not just some small apartment. Didn't he need to think it over? Both of them swallowed hard, and the saleswoman quickly responded, taking out her portable price list to calculate the cost for Zhao Chen. The 2 sisters also walked over, and Yu Huan naturally wrapped her arm around Zhao Chen's. Little Zhao brother, will we live here from now on? Yes, from now on, this will be our home. Home. Yu Huan paused slightly, her gaze at Zhao Chen filled with tenderness that seemed about to overflow. Meanwhile, Yu, who had regained her senses, looked at the 2 with some suspicion. She felt that there seemed to be a little secret between her sister and the older man. Mr. Zhao, may I ask if you will be taking out a loan? At this moment, the saleswoman respectfully inquired. We have partnered banks that can offer you the best rates. Zhao Chen smiled lightly. No need, I'll pay in full. Full payment. Okay. The saleswoman exclaimed in surprise, nodding in agreement, while Zhu Wei was left speechless. This house wasn't just about being expensive. The price exceeded that of most high-end neighborhoods in the city center. For this 380 square meter unit, how much would that be? Since it was the top unit on the 8th floor, the price per square meter was 36,500 yuan. After all, the materials used for both hard and soft furnishings were of a much higher grade than in their other properties. If it were in the city center, the price might even increase by several times. In the end, after adding the deed tax, handling fees, and various taxes, the price was around 13.87 million, a solid top-tier luxury home. The sales team even proactively offered Zhao Chen a 2% discount, bringing the price down to 13.6 million. It included 3 parking spaces, 5 years of free property management fees, and a one-time free appliance upgrade within a budget of 150,000 yuan. However, Zhao Chen was still not quite satisfied. He felt the price was still inflated. It should be noted that this was in 2014 in Flower City, not in the Magic City, and it was still in the suburbs, yet a large flat was being sold for over 10 million. How about this? Let me call your manager, and you can discuss it. 12.8 million, if that's acceptable, I'll pay in full. The saleswoman suddenly found herself in a difficult position. For high-end properties, full payment was indeed more beneficial for cash flow, and they certainly welcomed clients who paid in full. But to cut the price by 800,000 like that, how could they negotiate such a steep discount? No salesperson would want to sell a house for less. However, if they didn't lower the price a bit, they might lose a big client like Zhao Chen today. The saleswoman quickly jogged to the balcony to make a call. Hearing that someone wanted to buy the penthouse, the manager quickly instructed her to keep the client steady, and he rushed over immediately. Within 5 minutes, the sales department manager hurried over, ready to discuss things thoroughly with Zhao Chen. Mr. Zhao, how about we both take a step back? A firm price of 13.35 million. Given the current development situation in Huacheng, this area is set to have a new commercial district. Buying this house is definitely the best investment for you. You can't say that, managerly. I could invest this money elsewhere just as well. Zhao Chen smiled lightly. He certainly knew that housing prices could rise, and the increase wouldn't be small. In the past 2 years, buying a house in Huacheng, even just waiting for the price to go up, would earn him quite a bit. But if he invested this money elsewhere, he could definitely earn even more. Hearing this, managerly chuckled awkwardly, pondering Zhao Chen's psychological price point. After all, selling at 12.8 million was definitely out of the question. The discount was too steep. If this price got out, what would happen to future clients who would want to negotiate similarly? Then he would probably be out of a job in no time. Alright, then I'll take a step back too. Zhao Chen slightly curled his lips. It wasn't that he was reluctant to part with the money. After spending over 10 million, would he really care about a few 100,000? But he believed in spending where it was necessary and saving where it wasn't. Besides, haggling was part of the enjoyment of shopping. 13.1 million, firm price. If that doesn't work, I'll go look at other properties. This price truly hit Manager Li's bottom line. He couldn't help but smile wryly, gritting his teeth, and nodded. Alright, then Mr. Zhao, let's have a pleasant cooperation. The two shook hands, and after the negotiation ended, it was naturally a joyful scene. The two sisters, Yu and Yuhuan, who were watching from the side, had stars in their eyes, seeing Zhao Chen casually knock off hundreds of thousands. It was simply too cool. Following that, Zhu Wei also joined the three to coordinate the paperwork. He couldn't afford to be careless. His commission was 1% of the transaction price. If this deal went through, his commission would be over 100,000. That's how the real estate business worked. If you didn't make a deal for half a year, you could live off that deal for the next 6 months. Moreover, the buyer, Zhao Chen, wouldn't be paying him, it would be the developer, so it's on Tiancheng. By 2 in the afternoon, Zhao Chen and the others had completed all the paperwork. The property certificate bore the names of Yu and Yuhuan, indicating that the house belonged to the two sisters. This was also his way of giving them an explanation. Of course, in reality, he was still the owner of the house. After all, both sisters were his. It didn't matter whose name was on the certificate. Spending over 10 million in one go made Zhao Chen unable to resist glancing at his Breguet double tourbillon watch, which was said to be worth as much as a house. Now it seemed that was quite a stretch. Once all the paperwork was done, the property manager had already arranged for the room to be thoroughly cleaned several times, and there was hardly any dust to be seen. The three returned to their little home. As soon as they entered, Yu Huan cheered and dashed into the master bedroom, throwing herself onto the soft big bed and rolling around. Yu followed her sister inside, starting to patrol their new house. Access required a key card, one for each person, and the property manager's number had already been saved in the sisters' phones. Whatever needs they had, they could ask the manager for help. The service in a luxury property was completely different from that of a regular one. For instance, incidents involving security guards assaulting owners would absolutely not happen in such a high-end development. This allowed Zhao Chen to relax. He had also asked the property manager to help retrieve their luggage from the hotel. It is very close to the Flower City Financial University, and even walking there takes no more than 10 minutes, making it convenient for commuting, which was Zhao Chen's original intention for buying the house. Of course, if the two sisters want to stay in the dormitory, they can do so during the week and come home on holidays. Mr. Shu, please have a seat. Zhao Chen opened the double-door refrigerator, took out 2 bottles of chilled juice, and handed them to Zhu Wei, who had followed him in. Zhu Wei thanked him and accepted the drinks. After the deal was done, the rest was no longer his concern. This was the most profitable deal he had made, and also the quickest. He had originally planned to share this news with his wife at home, but Zhao Chen suddenly called him to wait and walk out together. Although he felt a bit puzzled, he remained patient in front of the big client. The two sat on the sofa, and Zhao Chen smiled at Zhu Wei. Mr. Zhu, you must be quite familiar with the high-end properties around Flower City, right? Zhu Wei nodded with a smile. You know, in our line of work, it's essential to be familiar with various places. He said this with a hint of pride. I mainly deal with high-end properties, and while there are quite a few in Flower City, there aren't that many when you count them. I'm not bragging, but as long as it's a high-end property in Flower City, I pretty much know them all. Although this profession isn't highly regarded, the money earned is certainly not less than that of elite white-collar workers in big companies, and sometimes even more. In recent years, the country's economy has been improving, and the number of wealthy individuals has been increasing, making high-end properties more popular. Although he hadn't made a deal like Zhao Chen's, which earned over $1 million, earning 20 to 30,000 is not uncommon. When calculated over a year, it could easily amount to 5 or 600,000. Zhao Chen smiled slightly and placed the drink on the table. Are you interested in doing another deal? The property Zhu Wei found was quite to his taste. After all, if it was going to earn money for other agents, it was better to let him handle it. Another deal. Zhu Wei's expression gradually froze, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked at Zhao Chen. Is this a joke? You just bought a super luxury house worth over 10 million. Isn't this the kind of good fortune that only happens in dreams? How come he encountered it today? A huge sense of happiness instantly enveloped Zhu Wei's heart. When business comes knocking, how could he refuse? He quickly took out his phone, excitedly saying, Mr. Zhao, I have no problem on my end. Just let me know when you're available, and I can take you to see it any time. Just tell me your requirements. Seeing Zhu Wei's eager demeanor, Zhao Chen smiled. My requirements are similar to before, but this time it needs to be in the city center, not too far from the university town. This set was prepared for Lu Ruyan. As for schooling, there was no need to worry too much. After all, their little girl has a car, making travel convenient. City center? Not too far from the university town? Zhu Wei nodded. I understand, don't worry, I have plenty of resources for high-end properties in the city center. While speaking, he began to pull out his phone in the living room to filter through the corresponding property information. Knowing that Zhao Chen wanted to go see it today, he felt even more urgency. He aimed to secure 2 luxury houses today and create a performance myth for the company. Otherwise, if he missed this opportunity today, it would probably be hard to come by for the rest of his life. As for Zhao Chen, he walked into the bedroom by himself. Yu was already lying on the bed, fast asleep. Yu Huan, who was smiling and watching her sister fall asleep, saw Zhao Chen enter and playfully shushed him, using lip movements to say, Little Zhao Gu, sister is asleep. Zhao Chen pretended to raise a finger to his lips, slightly opening his mouth, signaling Yu Huan to follow him outside. Yu Huan's little expression shifted, and she quietly walked over to Zhao Chen. The two of them left the master bedroom and entered the adjacent tea room to sit down. Sitting on the large sofa in the tea room, when Yu Huan heard Zhao Chen was leaving, she immediately pouted and looked at him with a pitiful expression. Although she didn't say anything, her little expression revealed her reluctance. Zhao Chen held her tightly in his arms, and with the intimacy that had begun last night, Yu Huan seemed much more proactive, wrapping her arms around his neck and asking for a kiss. Their lips touched, and the little girl responded shyly. Feeling Zhao Chen's big hand getting a bit mischievous, and thinking about the guests outside and her sister still in the bedroom, her pretty face flushed, yet she unexpectedly felt a thrill lingering in her heart. She could only lean softly against Zhao Chen, looking like a tempting flower ready to be picked. After teasing for a while, Zhao Chen finally let go of his hand. Yu Huan gazed at him with affectionate eyes, her little head burrowing into his embrace. Little Zhao Gij, you have to remember to come see me, and my sister. Otherwise, we will miss you a lot. Zhao Chen smiled and rubbed her head, gently saying, if you miss your brother, just call me. I can come see my little treasure anytime. Yu Huan mumbled, what if I want to see you every day? Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow, laughing as he patted her little bottom. Then I'll just break it. So mean, I won't talk to you anymore. Yu Huan wriggled out of Zhao Chen's arms, puffing up her cheeks to look at him. However, after less than 2 seconds, she couldn't help but laugh. Zhao Chen then took out the bank card he had prepared for the two sisters. I've put 200,000 in this card, the password is your 2 birthdays. If you need money, just tell your brother, okay? You're my little husband, right? You can't be polite with me from now on. Yu Huan initially didn't want to accept it, but upon hearing Zhao Chen call her his little wife, she immediately grabbed the card in a huff and pounced on him. I'm only 1 minute younger than my sister. I'm not a little wife. Okay, not a little wife. After a playful tussle, they finally left the tea room. At that moment, Zhu Wei had also found a house and was in contact with the sales team. Seeing Zhao Chen come out, he nodded at him, indicating that the house had been found. As for why he didn't say it directly in front of Yu Huan, well, that's just a rule of their industry. Wealthy people, after all, how many don't keep a few women? If he were as rich as Zhao Chen, forget twins, he'd have to get triplets. Hua Huan, I'm leaving now. When your sister wakes up, just call the butler and have him bring some food. The kitchen is fully equipped, you can cook for yourself. If you don't want to cook, just go out to eat, okay? Don't save money for your brother. You and your sister need to eat well, or I'll be angry. Got it. Yu Huan nodded her little head, reluctantly saying, you have to come back early, okay? I'll be good and eat. Listening to the little girl's cute words, Zhao Chen smiled slightly and pinched her little face. Then, he exchanged a glance with the envious Zhu Wei beside him, picking up his suitcase and walking out together. On the other side, while Zhao Chen and Yu Huan were being affectionate, Yu was startled awake again. She lay in bed with the blanket over her head, her face showing fatigue mixed with shyness, not daring to show her face, feeling that her body was so strange. There was an urge to go to the bathroom, but she held it in, feeling as if she were sick. Oh dear. What has been going on with her these past 2 days? Mr. Zhao, shall we go to the property now? After taking the elevator down to the parking lot, Zhu Wei respectfully opened the car door for Zhao Chen and asked earnestly. For the sake of his commission, he had to serve this important client well today. Zhao Chen sat in the driver's seat, thought for a moment, and chuckled. How about this? I have a few things to take care of. Let's meet at Huacheng University later, and I'll contact you in advance. Okay, no problem. Zhu Wei quickly replied upon hearing this. Zhao Chen nodded, then stepped on the gas, kicking up dust as he drove away. At this time, Lu Ruyen had not yet finished class, so he planned to take a moment to visit Song Wanyao first. On the way, Zhao Chen stopped by a pharmacy to buy a bunch of nutritional supplements suitable for post-operative recovery, and then went to a fruit shop to buy a fruit basket. That's right, he intended to visit Song Wanyao's parents. After all, she was his woman, and they would meet sooner or later. About half an hour later, on the first floor of the inpatient department of Huacheng City People's Hospital, Song Wanyao, who had just received a call, was a bit dazed when she saw Zhao Chen carrying a pile of things. Zhao Chen smiled slightly. Sha Yao, have you missed me? Coming back to her senses, Song Wanyao's pretty face flushed with a hint of red, and she lightly bit her lip, nodding. Zhao Chen shook the items in his hand and smiled at her. This time it was a bit rushed. Let's keep it like this for now. Next time when we see uncle and auntie, we'll prepare better. You mean? Song Wanyao said, somewhat uncertain. You want to go with me to see my dad and mom? Silly girl, what else? Zhao Chen joked. If a boyfriend who borrowed money doesn't show up for a long time, uncle and auntie would definitely start to suspect, right? Bai Chuan. The emotional surge struck deep into Song Wanyao's heart, and she struggled to suppress her feelings to keep the tears from spilling out. She was a person who valued emotions deeply, otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to such lengths for her mother. But Zhao Chen not only didn't despise her, he was always considerate of her. Meeting Zhao Chen through this incident was her good fortune. Seeing the somewhat emotional Song Wanyao, who seemed like she was about to leap into his arms, made Zhao Chen's lips curve up slightly. What a joke, he was the perfect boyfriend. Although Song Wanyao was his lover, aside from not being able to give her marriage, he would provide her with everything else he could. Although he was a playboy, he was also a kind-hearted and emotionally invested one. On the way back to the hospital room, the two held hands, each carrying a bag of items, looking like a sweet little couple.